The man sat on a bench in the classroom, calmly gazing at the stunningly beautiful school beauty, Qin Mowu, standing before him. The next moment, Qin Mowu raised her hands and gently placed them on Lu Jin's shoulders. With a solemn tone and resolute gaze, she said, "Lu Jin, join my fleet." She promised, word by word. "If you're willing, I can make you my first mate, with an annual salary of 1,000,000 credits. How about it?" Her eyes were fixed intently on Lu Jin, clearly confident in her terms. As Qin Mowu finished speaking, the students around the classroom all showed expressions of shock. Lu Jin, sitting on his stool, however, wore a calm smile. Qin Mowu mistakenly thought this was a sign that he had agreed, and her heart leaped with joy. However, the next second, Lu Jin looked up, her eyes resolute, and uttered 3 words with unwavering conviction. "I refuse." This is a vast starry world where interstellar travel is widespread and multiple civilizations coexist. Here, races such as star elves, vampires, humans, void insects, and Zerg coexist, with both crises and opportunities present. In his previous life, Lu Jin accepted Qin Mowu's recruitment and joined her fleet, serving as the first mate. He once led his fleet through the stars, fought bloody battles among endless swarms of insects, and repeatedly outwitted enemy ships with his schemes under the siege of demons, dominating the universe. But when the assimilation war that swept across the entire universe broke out, Lu Jin realized how insignificant he was. A fleet of hundreds of millions of Zerg soldiers devoured a star in the blink of an eye. The omnipresent whispers of demons drove countless cosmic races into madness. Ultimately, on that battlefield that swept across the entire universe, Lu Jin perished, his soul vanishing into the cosmos. But fate seemed not to have abandoned him. Lu Jin was reborn with the memories of his past life, returning once again to the turning point in his destiny, the moment Qin Mowu invited him. Therefore, Lu Jin was perfectly clear that if he were to embark on the same path again, what awaited him would only be the same destruction as in his previous life. Therefore, in this life, Lu Jin is determined to forge a completely different path. He will rely on the memories of his past life to find the legendary origin warship, and he will recruit like-minded powerhouses to build his own fleet. He will gradually accumulate power and expand his influence to face the impending cosmic catastrophe, the assimilation war. This time, he will rewrite his own destiny. Qin Mowu was taken aback at first, then realized Lu Jin's rejection of her wasn't because he had someone else in mind, but because he planned to build his own fleet. Wait, Lu Jin wanted to build his own fleet? How could that be? She had investigated Lu Jin's background and knew that he was a war orphan whose parents had died in a war. Although he received a pension, the amount was barely enough to buy a spaceship, let alone a starship. At this moment, looking at Qin Mowu's surprised and uncertain expression, Lu Jin already had the answer in his heart. He understood, of course, what she was thinking. That's right. As things stand, he's really broke. Forget starships, he's barely scraping by on buying a decent spaceship. But Lu Jin knew there was something more important than money. In the largest ship recycling facility on Earth, a starship was quietly waiting to be activated. That ship was the only unclaimed origin warship in the entire Blue Star and even the entire solar system. This is no ordinary scrap ship. The origin warship possesses the ability to self-evolve, continuously upgrading and becoming more powerful by absorbing materials. Although the origin warship resembles an ordinary starship in appearance, its internal structure and power core remain unanalyzed even by experts. With it, Lu Jin could build a fleet truly of his own. Qin Mowu composed herself and said softly, "I didn't expect you to want to form your own fleet. However, if you change your mind someday, you can come to me anytime." Although she was somewhat unwilling, she knew that forcing her to stay would only backfire. So she extended her finger, and a holographic projection popped out from the chip at her fingertip. The two exchanged contact information tacitly. Afterwards, Qin Mowu turned and left the classroom where Lu Jin was. The classroom erupted in chaos. "Brother Lu, are you serious? $1 million annual salary, a first mate position, and an invitation from the goddess. You can really put up with all this? Oh no, has the genius gone mad?" Everyone looked on incredulously. After all, Qin Mowu's offer was tempting enough, but Lu Jin still refused, insisting on forming his own fleet. Lu Jin didn't explain much. He picked up his backpack, left the classroom without looking back, and walked out of the school. It's graduation season, and Blue Star Academy has stopped offering classes. Most of the students remaining on campus are forming teams to prepare for interstellar travel. Lu Jin's goal, however, is clear: he doesn't need to linger any longer. He drove straight to the largest ship recycling facility on Earth, the crushing and recycling plant. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he heard the ear-piercing noise of metal tearing apart, which roared incessantly in his ears. He quickened his pace, fearing the warship would be prematurely dismantled into scrap metal. Upon entering the recycling plant, he was greeted by rows of damaged and rusted ships, spaceships and starships alike. Workers in overalls were wielding tools, dismantling parts from the starship wreckage. Just then, a burly man in worn-out overalls, with a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged from the starship ruins. He was carrying a chainsaw, and his expression softened slightly when he saw Lu Jin's school uniform. "So you're a student from Blue Star Academy. Kid, what are you doing here? This place is full of scrap metal waiting to be dismantled. There's nothing to see here." But this junk was precisely what Lu Jin was after. He looked around, searching through the wreckage for the warship he remembered. However, although he remembered it being in this factory area, he didn't know its exact location. On a sudden inspiration, Lu Jin told a lie. "I just wanted to see what a starship looks like." The worker was taken aback, then burst into laughter, but remembering that he also had a son studying at a prestigious university on Earth, he ultimately put the extra safety helmet he had on Lu Jin's head. "You can observe if you want, but be careful and don't go near those wrecked ships." Lu Jin nodded his thanks, put on his helmet, and walked among the wreckage. After an unknown amount of time, he finally stopped in front of a relatively intact abandoned starship. With no one around, he carefully crawled through the damaged hatch and followed the familiar passageway into the core area of the bridge. If this is an origin warship, then it must have one thing that sets it apart from ordinary warships. That is the origin core. This is the key difference between it and ordinary warships. Only ships with an origin core possess the ability to evolve on their own. Found it. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. He had finally located the device in the center of the bridge. He quickly retrieved the microcomputer and connected it to the bridge's data interface. After some maneuvering, he successfully gained access to the core device. The origin warship slowly unfolded its secrets before him. A crimson, jar-like object hovered silently in the core compartment, its heart. But now it is completely empty, devoid of both materials and energy. Without the support of energy, even if the structure is intact, the origin warship cannot function. Lu Jin seemed to be deep in thought, then resealed the core device. He carefully put the waste covering the core back in its original state, trying to leave no trace. After leaving the derelict ship, he went straight to the worker. "I want to see your boss. I want to buy a derelict starship." "Huh." The workers were immediately taken aback. The workers had been in this line of work for years, and this was the first time they had encountered someone who wanted to buy scrap metal with money. At first, some tried to dissuade him, but seeing Lu Jin's determined expression, they had no choice but to inform the boss. "A student wants to buy a derelict starship?" The recycling plant owner was even more astonished. "Buy it to repair? Are you kidding me?" These starships became scrap because the cost of repair far exceeded their value. Despite his many doubts, the boss still came to the scene. Upon seeing Lu Jin in his school uniform, his brows furrowed involuntarily. "You want to buy the decommissioned ship? Let me remind you, even if it's a crippled ship, it's still a starship, and it's not cheap. Want to take it? One price, 500,000 credits. Deal." Lu Jin immediately agreed. Sold. The recycling plant owner even doubted whether he had misheard. What era is this? Someone would actually spend 500,000 credits to buy a pile of scrap metal? However, he quickly realized that this was a golden opportunity. He immediately drafted the transaction contract, which Lu Jin glanced at briefly before signing his name. The transaction officially took effect, and 500,000 credits were instantly transferred to the recycling plant owner's account. Looking at the sudden increase in the account balance, the owner's smile practically blossomed into a flower. Looking at the dilapidated starship before him, Lu Jin couldn't contain his excitement. He had actually bought a genuine origin warship with a mere 500,000 credits. In his past life, if he had said this out loud, he probably would have been considered crazy. You have to understand, every origin warship is a legendary existence, priceless and unavailable. 500,000 credits might not even buy a decent spaceship, let alone an origin warship. After the transaction was completed, Lu Jin hired a transport ship to transport the nearly scrapped starship to the Blue Star repair port. At this moment, the Blue Star repair port was bustling with activity, filled with all kinds of starships and spaceships. Many of them were graduates from various universities, who were hiring naval engineers to conduct final adjustments to the ships that were about to set sail. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the harbor, causing everyone to look up. A massive, dilapidated starship was slowly descending. Its hull was broken and its fuselage mottled, making it look like a pile of scrap metal on the verge of falling apart. My God, was this starship salvaged from the front lines? No way. Is it even worth repairing? The expressions of the students and engineers watching became incredibly varied, all turning their gazes to the harbor where the wrecked ship was docked. Even seasoned naval engineers broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. They had seen countless battle-damaged ships, but never such a horribly wrecked survivor. In no time, the harbor was surrounded by students and technicians who came to watch the spectacle. Whose ship is this? It can even be towed here for repairs. Several engineers also gathered around, wanting to see who the captain behind this ship really was. At this moment, Lu Jin finally appeared in everyone's sight. He looked around and asked directly, "Anyone interested? I need 10 porters." Porters? Everyone was taken aback. Shouldn't they be having an engineer check the damage first? Can this ship still be repaired? However, just as everyone was filled with confusion, a student suddenly exclaimed, "Lu Jin? This is Lu Jin's starship. You mean Lu Jin from Blue Star Academy?" That's right. The madman who rejected Qin Mowu and insisted on building his own fleet. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire repair port. At that moment, Qin Mowu, who was testing a starship at another port, also heard the news. "Captain, Lu Jin really got a starship." A crew member ran up breathlessly to report. Qin Mowu's eyes lit up, and her face lit up with undisguised surprise. "This guy actually did it? I have to go check out his ship." She decisively handed over her work to a nearby crew member, then abruptly summoned her hoverboard, and in the blink of an eye, she soared into the sky, heading straight for the scene. The crew member had just opened his mouth to say, "Wait, I haven't finished speaking," but it was too late. Qin Mowu had already sped away. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers had gathered around Lu Jin's starship. Looking at the dilapidated vessel behind him, they made no attempt to hide their mockery. This thing dares to call itself a starship? Is Lu Jin joking? He doesn't actually expect to fight an interstellar war with this ship, does he? Even space pirates wouldn't bother picking it up. Despite the jeers and taunts from the crowd, Lu Jin remained unfazed and silent. He took out his communicator to check the latest logistics information. The ton of high energy ore he had ordered should be arriving soon. Just then, Qin Mowu appeared on the scene like a gust of wind. Upon seeing the dilapidated ship behind Lu Jin, she was first stunned, then frowned and quickened her pace. She rushed directly to Lu Jin, grabbed his collar, and her tone was filled with exasperated anger. "Lu Jin, is this your starship? Are you kidding me? What's the difference between this thing and scrap metal? Give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll kidnap you right now. I can't let you ruin yourself like this." She was truly angry. Lu Jin had talent and potential. He could have shone brightly in the Star Sea, but he chose the most absurd path. She couldn't understand, nor did she want to watch him ruin his future. Facing her angry gaze, Lu Jin smiled slightly. Sure enough, even reborn, Qin Mowu was still the same kind-hearted person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He grasped Qin Mowu's arm and said earnestly, "This starship is not as simple as it seems." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a transport convoy entered the port, drawing everyone's attention once again. The burly man at the head of the convoy held up the shipping manifest, scanned the surroundings, and then shouted, "Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Lu? Your order of 1 ton of high energy ore has been delivered. Please sign for it." Chapter 4 Witness a Miracle. The 7th Origin Warship. "I am." Lu Jin responded calmly, pried Qin Mowu's hand away, and walked straight towards the burly man. He signed for the batch of high-energy ore, and the transport team immediately began operations, moving 1 ton of ore to the bridge in just 10 minutes. Qin Mowu followed Lu Jin into the dilapidated bridge. Looking at this place that resembled a junkyard, her expression grew increasingly grim. She was seething with anger, waiting for Lu Jin to explain the significance of this wrecked ship. Lu Jin, however, remained calm. He opened a box containing ore and took out a fist-sized piece of high-energy ore. This ore originated from the depths of the planet, possessed extremely high energy, and was one of the main sources of power for ships. It was also considered the most suitable material for the Origin warship. Lu Jin gave a low command, "Activate the Origin core." As the control panel activated, the dimly lit bridge suddenly lit up, a change that stunned Qin Mowu. She couldn't believe that this pile of scrap metal had actually come to life. Lu Jin didn't explain much, his eyes shining with determination, as if awakening a sleeping beast. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a red light appeared, and the origin core slowly materialized before the two of them. The device resembled a gaping maw, sending a chill down Qin Mouwu's spine. How could such a bizarre device exist on a normal bridge? Lu Jin directly threw the ore into the core, and the ore was instantly swallowed up by a force in midair, turning into nothingness. This scene made Qin Mouwu's eyes widen, and she asked in surprise, "What exactly is this?" Lu Jin did not respond, and poured the entire box of high-energy ore into the origin core. Ding, material supply detected. Ding, sleep mode deactivated, switching to normal mode. Ding, severe hull damage detected, initiating self-repair. A clear mechanical voice sounded from inside the bridge, followed by the shattered screen lighting up and the engines roaring. The entire starship began to shake, like a steel beast awakening. The people outside the harbor also noticed the strange movements of this wrecked ship, discussing it with astonishment and uncertainty. Could that be the engine starting? Really? This thing can fly. Don't doubt it. Look, it's really starting to move. People watched in disbelief as the wrecked ship, which had been lying limp in the harbor, slowly began to float. Anti-gravity system recovering, warp engine recovering, hatch missing but being rebuilt. With the injection of large amounts of ore, the entire origin warship was fully revived. The shattered parts now emitted a faint, eerie glow, and their surface cracks slowly healed. The dismantled fragments, drawn by an unseen force, floated up and returned to their original positions, beginning to reconstruct the ship's structure. In the short span of half an incense stick's time, the dilapidated bridge was completely transformed, a sight that defied belief. Standing on the bridge, Qin Mowu felt like she was dreaming, completely stunned. She murmured, "Am I dreaming?" Lu Jin smiled and replied, "This is the miracle of Prometheus." As the last batch of high-energy ore was consumed, the entire warship finally recovered, and the Prometheus regained its astonishing vitality. The hull also changed, gradually covering the decaying remains like skin, replaced by brand-new, silvery white armor. The rust and cracks disappeared, replaced by a gleaming metallic sheen, as if the entire ship had been reshaped by 3D printing. Seeing this breathtaking sight, the onlookers fell silent, their faces filled with shock and awe. My God, this ship, it's repairing itself? This is a miracle. It's an origin battleship. This ship is actually an origin battleship. Really? Aren't origin battleships exclusive to the Alliance? At this moment, the ship engineers had already recognized the ship's true identity, the 7th origin battleship. Of the 6 known ships, all are in the hands of the Solar Alliance, and this one before them is undoubtedly the 7th, a miraculous existence. At this moment, Lu Jin, standing in the center of the bridge, looked intently at Qin Mowu behind him and said calmly, "Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Faced with this utterly drastic change, Qin Mowu was speechless, completely dumbfounded. After a long while, she finally spoke in a low voice. "So this wrecked ship is actually the origin warship?" As the daughter of a planetary lord, she had naturally heard of the origin warship. It was the most mysterious and rarest symbol of power in the vast universe, and Lu Jin had actually bought it back and successfully awakened it. Qin Mowu was both shocked and overjoyed. She finally understood that Lu Jin wasn't joking. He was truly prepared, had trump cards, and harbored ambitions. You really are no ordinary person. Everyone misjudged you, including me. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are a true captain. She solemnly extended her hand, her eyes filled with approval and admiration. Lu Jin smiled and extended his hand to shake hers. In his eyes, no one understood Qin Mowu better than him. If he hadn't foreseen the future, he probably wouldn't have refused her invitation in this life. After regaining her composure, Qin Mowu looked at him and said, "Now that you own a starship, shouldn't you start recruiting crew? Interstellar travel isn't something one person can do alone. I know a few good headhunters. Would you like me to introduce you?" Upon hearing the word crew member, a figure immediately flashed into Lu Jin's mind. That person should still be at the lunar starport at this moment. Lu Jin smiled gently, his tone calm. "Recruitment is necessary, but I already have a candidate in mind." Chapter 5 Takeoff. Welcome to the lunar port. Hearing Lu Jin say that someone had already been chosen, Qin Mowu didn't ask any further questions. The origin warship before them proved that Lu Jin wasn't just talking. He had already prepared his path. After Qin Mowu left, Lu Jin returned to the center of the bridge. He waved his right hand, and multiple system panels immediately appeared in the air. His gaze swept quickly across the various data, and in less than 10 minutes, he had a clear understanding of the basic situation of the entire warship. Although the Prometheus is a rare origin warship, its current configuration barely meets the standards of a small battleship. To truly unleash its potential, it must be continuously fed various high-level materials for evolution and upgrades. This is precisely why Lu Jin's first voyage objective is so crucial. For 3 days, the Prometheus remained docked at the Blue Star's maintenance port, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Engineers, students, and military personnel alike came to catch a glimpse of the legendary origin warship. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the ship's system issued a notification. Repair complete, hull integrity 100%, no external armor detected, shield module missing. Lu Jin looked at the panel, his expression unsurprised. After all, while this warship is powerful, it is not yet equipped with shields and armor systems. Only after it evolves into a medium battleship can it truly be equipped with these crucial components. He continued, check the energy core status. The system responded, energy reserves are 45%, which is just right for him to support short-range interstellar travel. 45% of the energy reserves are just enough to reach his first destination. Lu Jin issued the order. Conduct final system checks and prepare for takeoff. Please set the destination as Lunar Starport. For all starships departing from the solar system, the Lunar Starport is an essential stop, not only a registration point, but also a crucial passageway throughout the galaxy. Lu Jin's other purpose for this trip was to find an important figure from his past life whose memory had been buried. If he could successfully recruit that person into his team, their future journey would be much more secure. A few minutes later, the system issued a final notification. Test complete, everything normal, requesting takeoff, permission received. The engines started with a hum. The engines at the tail of the starship glowed faintly, heat gradually accumulated, and a protective barrier rose up on the entire surface of the ship. The announcement blared throughout the port. Starship N-333 is about to take off. All personnel are requested to evacuate the takeoff area immediately. The crowd quickly dispersed. No one wanted to risk their lives remaining in the launch zone. Once the engines roared to life, even the aftershocks of the exhaust flames would be enough to instantly reduce a person to ashes. Many onlookers, watching the warship gathering power, exclaimed, the origin warship is really about to take off. It's probably going to register at the Lunar Starport. Sigh, what a pity, we won't even have a chance to go up and visit. With a roar, the Prometheus soared into the sky, its silhouette gradually disappearing into the horizon. Its destination was that magnificent and vast Lunar Starport. Compared to starports on Earth, lunar starports are far larger, having been transformed into a floating port city over a century ago. Every day, countless starships and spaceships complete resupply, registration, and transfer missions here. Lu Jin set the automatic navigation command, and the warship sped towards lunar orbit. At the same moment he took off, the Lunar Starport also received the information. As the warship entered lunar orbit, a welcoming voice from the port center reached the bridge. Welcome to Lunar Starport. Your berth is now open. Please follow the instructions to land. Thank you for choosing to use this starport service. Have a pleasant journey. The Prometheus slowly descended, the hatch opened, and Lu Jin stepped off the bridge and onto the surface platform of the Lunar Starport. The entire starport was enveloped by a huge, semi-transparent sphere, which was the ecological barrier technology developed by the Solar Alliance. Protected by the barrier, the gravity and air content on the moon were perfectly adjusted to a habitable environment, making spacesuits completely unnecessary. Lu Jin, dressed only in ordinary civilian clothes, stepped steadily off the warship. As soon as you stepped out of the port, a woman in uniform greeted you with a beaming smile. Honorable Captain, welcome to Lunar Starport. Would you like ship maintenance, crew recruitment, or tour navigation services? For just 1,000 credits, you can have an all-around lunar guide. Normally, Lu Jin would ignore such sales pitches, but this time he had two clear goals: to register and to find someone. Without further ado, he got straight to the point. I want to find someone. The woman's expression hardened, but she immediately smiled confidently and said, You've come to the right person. I'm a native of the moon, and nothing is too difficult for me. Lu Jin's gaze darkened. The person I'm looking for is Yu Tiansong. Upon hearing the name, the woman's expression changed instantly, her previously confident demeanor softening with hesitation. Lu Jin keenly noticed her reaction and was now fairly certain she knew this person. Do you know where Yu Tiansong is? The woman paused, then replied in a low voice. Captain, The person you're talking about isn't that madman Yu Tiansong, is it? It's him. This guy has an eccentric personality and is elusive. Almost no one knows where he usually hangs out. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. So you don't know? No, I don't mean I don't know. This will cost extra. Chapter 6 More Money. 5-star veteran Yu Tiansong. Lu Jin waved his hand without hesitation and directly transferred 2,000 credits. The lunar tour guide's smile instantly became extremely enthusiastic upon seeing the amount, as if he were a completely different person. Boss, you're so generous. I'll take you to find Yu Tiansong right away. He led Lu Jin through the starport, heading towards the busiest central area. At this moment, the center of the lunar starport was filled with interstellar travelers from all over the world. Several strangely shaped alien races could even be seen mixed among them. They soon arrived at the starport talent market. It was peak time, more than 10 times busier than usual. The vast majority of recent graduates flocked here, hoping to join a fleet and begin their interstellar journey. The tour guide stopped and said with a smile, "Boss, we've arrived." Lu Jin looked around and saw a group of burly men sitting on the open space against the wall. They were dressed roughly, with blank expressions and simple luggage beside them, looking like they were waiting to be temporarily hired. These people were collectively referred to as temporary porters. They had no skills and relied solely on brute force to survive. Once they were officially recruited by the fleet, they could become regular porters, thus escaping their plight at the very bottom of society. Lu Jin scanned the crowd and asked in a low voice, "Is Yu Tiansong here?" His words immediately caught several wary glances, and a few people instinctively looked at him. Clearly, among these porters, there were a few extraordinary individuals. A moment later, an impatient voice came from a makeshift tent pieced together from tattered rags. "Who is it? I'm taking a nap. Don't make a sound." As the voice approached, a middle-aged man with a full beard and cloudy eyes staggered out. His messy hair and unsteady gait indicated that he was in extremely poor mental condition. But the moment Lu Jin saw him, a smile crept onto his lips. This face perfectly overlapped with the image of the powerful figure he remembered. Yes, this was Yu Tiansong, the man he was searching for. Yu Tiansong glanced at Lu Jin, his face showing undisguised contempt. "What do you want from me, you little brat? Spit it out." He spoke rudely, his tone full of impatience, while picking his ear and glaring at Lu Jin. The lunar tour guide standing nearby had already quietly taken a few steps back, clearly wary of this madman. Yu Tiansong was notoriously hot-tempered and had beaten up many of his employers in the past. His ability to survive in the job market for so many years wasn't due to anything else, but simply because he was a tough guy. Lu Jin spoke directly. "I want to hire you to join my fleet." Upon hearing this, everyone around fell silent. Many temporary porters stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that this young man was actually recruiting full-time crew members. Even Yu Tiansong was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly laughed, as if he had heard some absurd joke. "Kid, do you know who I am? Ask around. I, Yu Tiansong, am not someone to be trifled with. Don't wait until you hire me to regret it." He waved his hand, seemingly uninterested in paying any more attention to Lu Jin, and turned to leave. But as Lu Jin watched his retreating figure, his judgment became even more certain. A temporary porter? That was just his current disguise. The real Yu Tiansong was once a 5-star warrior of the Solar Alliance. That was the symbol of humanity's strongest military force. Lu Jin took a step forward and calmly said, "I'm not joking." Yu Tiansong paused, turned around to look at Lu Jin, and his gaze became more serious. The next second, he stepped in front of Lu Jin, and his aura suddenly changed. A heavy sense of oppression swept over them, a killing intent forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. An ordinary person would probably tremble at the mere sight of him. But Lu Jin remained unmoved, his gaze as calm as a still lake, showing not a trace of panic. For a moment, Yu Tiansong was slightly surprised. This young man was no ordinary person. "Okay, then tell me, what are you planning to offer me in exchange for hiring me?" Lu Jin replied, "I'm a recent graduate. I have no money." Those around him almost thought they'd misheard. "No money? Then what are you even hiring for?" Yu Tiansong clenched his fists, his face instantly darkening. What a joke. Hiring someone to do free work? His eyes narrowed, his fists cracking, clearly enraged. But Lu Jin showed no fear and spoke again. "I may not have money, but I can cure your illness. You're the one who's sick." Yu Tiansong roared and threw a punch. This punch, seemingly casual, actually contained immense force. An ordinary person would be lying in a hospital after taking a hit. Lu Jin remained remarkably calm, taking a slight half-step back and precisely dodging the attack. His movements were practiced, as if he had anticipated everything. Yu Tiansong's expression changed, and he immediately threw another punch. While dodging, Lu Jin continued, "Don't you always feel like there's a sound in your ear? Do you often have nightmares? And sometimes you can't control your emotions, easily becoming irritable and angry? These aren't the post-war after-effects you think you have." Yu Tiansong's fist paused in midair, his pupils involuntarily contracting. He was absolutely right. Chapter 7 Recruitment Successful. A fleet of only 2. The words had barely left his lips when Yu Tiansong's fist, about to be thrown, abruptly stopped in front of Lu Jin. He had thrown 3 punches in quick succession, all of which Lu Jin had easily dodged. Although he hadn't exerted much force, dodging his punches was no easy feat for an ordinary person. What shocked Yu Tiansong even more was that every symptom Lu Jin had just described precisely matched his own hidden ailments accumulated over the years. Starting several years ago, his mental state gradually deteriorated, suffering from auditory hallucinations, nightmares, and sleepwalking. His emotions also became increasingly irritable and volatile, as if a powder keg was lurking inside him, ready to explode at any moment. He initially thought it was a wound left from the battlefield, but as it worsened rapidly, he began to suspect. Was there some unclean force at work? Pulling back his fist, Yu Tiansong suppressed his anger, his tone tinged with resentment. "Why should I believe you? Over the years, hundreds of people have claimed they can cure me. You're just a recent graduate. Why should I believe you?" As he spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on Lu Jin, still wary and probing. After all, these facts could be easily ascertained with a little investigation. He hadn't yet discerned Lu Jin's true abilities. Lu Jin, however, remained calm, simply stating, "You may not believe me, but I can tell you definitively. You have at most a year left to live." Yu Tiansong was jolted, his gaze clearly wavering. Lu Jin knew that Yu Tiansong's illness stemmed from an unintentional encounter with demonic relics, which corrupted him with malevolent power. Most cosmic beings, once tainted by demons, gradually have their spirits eroded, ultimately becoming breeding grounds for demonic possession. A year later, Yu Tiansong would become a vessel for demonic incubation, plunging the entire solar system to the brink of destruction. But now, Lu Jin has found him ahead of time, giving him a chance to cut off the source of this calamity. You only have 2 choices. Believe me, you still have a chance to recover to your peak, even surpass your past self. If you don't believe me, you'll just slowly rot away like you are now, until nothing is left. You already have nothing. What else is there to lose? These words pierced Yu Tiansong's heart like a sharp blade. He recalled his past glory, status, honor, and military achievements. Now, all of it had vanished like a bubble. After a long silence, Yu Tiansong raised his head, his gaze heavy as he looked at Lu Jin. "Your words are indeed quite persuasive. Fine, I'll join." He finally made his choice, deciding to trust Lu Jin this once and become a member of the Fireseed fleet. The porters around were dumbfounded, and even the lunar tour guide was speechless with astonishment. They racked their brains trying to understand why Lu Jin would choose the infamous Yu Tiansong over a bunch of decent people. But before they could react, Yu Tiansong had already picked up his tattered luggage and decisively followed Lu Jin out of the job market. Next, Lu Jin's destination was the Lunar Hall. Only by completing the fleet registration there could he obtain a legal pass. The Lunar Hall was currently packed with people, as noisy as a market. After getting a queue number, Lu Jin found an empty seat and sat down, enjoying the massage chair in the waiting area. Yu Tiansong didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down next to him. After waiting a while, Yu Tiansong spoke up, wanting to know who his new superior was. "Hey, kid, which university did you graduate from?" Lu Jin didn't even look up. "Call me Captain." Yu Tiansong's eyes twitched violently at the address, and he almost wanted to fight again. But he held back, thinking that his life was nearing its end, and there was no point in getting angry again. He gritted his teeth and continued to ask, "Captain, which school did you go to?" "Blue Star Academy." Yu Tiansong was stunned for a moment, then revealed a hint of surprise. "You're a top student? What's the configuration of your fleet?" "I'll be the captain, and you'll be the first mate. It's just the 2 of us for now." Yu Tiansong almost slumped over. "Just 2 people." He stared at Lu Jin incredulously, with a look that said, "Are you serious? Do you know that a starship needs at least 100 people to operate normally?" "I know. Then aren't you planning to hire a few more people?" "No money." Yu Tiansong nearly vomited blood upon hearing this. For the first time, he wondered if he had recruited the wrong team. This wasn't a ship, it was a joke. Just as he was about to continue his rant, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Number 490, please proceed to counter 6 to complete the registration process. Lu Jin stood up and calmly walked towards counter 6, while Yu Tiansong followed with a look of utter despair. Behind the counter, a pretty female staff member asked Lu Jin to place his hand on the recognition device. With a flash of light, all of Lu Jin's information was projected onto the staff member's screen. Lu Jin, graduate of Blue Star Academy, fleet name, Fireseed Fleet. Fleet members, 2. The female staff member was clearly stunned. She had registered thousands of fleets, but seeing a fleet with only one person was truly an eye-opener. Sir, isn't your fleet a bit too small? Lu Jin calmly replied. I think it's just right. Her lips twitched slightly, clearly on the verge of exploding. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong, standing behind her, had completely given up, clutching his head in his hands. He was certain this captain was utterly insane. Just as he was internally screaming about whether he should take the opportunity to slip away, the staff member suddenly glanced down at the ship's registration information. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply, and her voice trembled slightly. The Origin Warship? Lu Jin, you're that Lu Jin? Chapter 8 being watched. 1 minute is enough. The Origin battleship? Yu Tiansong was stunned when he heard this, even wondering if he was hallucinating. But Lu Jin's casual reply instantly brought him back to his senses. If there's no second Lu Jin on the list of Origin battleship owners, then it must be me. This joking response made the staff behind the counter smile slightly, and they felt a bit more favorably disposed towards Lu Jin. She immediately understood why Lu Jin had said 2 people were enough. Because the Origin warship differed from conventional ships, it possessed a highly advanced intelligence system, allowing it to smoothly complete an entire interstellar voyage even with only one pilot. Soon, the pass was printed and handed to Lu Jin. Yu Tiansong stood behind him, his eyes flashing with a series of questions. How exactly did Lu Jin obtain this legendary warship? What secrets does it hold, and where will it take them? But before he could speak, a group of people walked in from the entrance of the hall, blocking Lu Jin's path. 5 muscularly enhanced men stood in front of him, blocking his way like an iron wall. Then, a young man dressed in an expensive robe, with an arrogant expression, stepped forward. His demeanor was composed, but his tone carried an aggressive, oppressive air. Lu Jin, I've finally waited for you. Lu Jin looked at the man before him. He was no stranger to him. This man was named Meng Lifeng, one of the heirs to the Blue Star, Shone medical group. Born into wealth, he was arrogant and always believed that money could make the devil dance. His presence here with his men speaks volumes. I'll offer you 100 million credits to sell me your Origin warship. Lu Jin had anticipated this. Origin warships are rare strategic resources in the universe. Other owners are either wealthy or powerful, at the very least alliance generals. In comparison, Lu Jin is like a fish that slipped through the net, the easiest target to sell. However, faced with this almost forceful offer, Lu Jin smiled instead of getting angry. How about we make a bet? If you win, this Origin warship is yours. If you lose, you pay me 100 million credits. Upon hearing the word bet, Meng Lifeng instantly perked up. Gambling was his favorite pastime. The thrill of being on the brink of victory or defeat was an addiction he couldn't resist. How do we gamble? Lu Jin looked at him and smiled faintly. Didn't you bring a few crew members? Then let them fight my crew members in a public arena. Meng Lifeng glanced behind him. There were 5 cybernetic mercenaries, each tall and imposing, with cold, iron-like faces. They were all mercenaries with rich combat experience. But when he looked at Lu Jin's side, there was only a casually dressed old man with a full beard. He even found it somewhat amusing. This was supposed to be a crew member? Meng Lifeng nodded directly. Sure, but don't try to back out later. Perfect timing. There's an officially set up public arena outside the Moon Hall. Today, you and I will settle our differences in public. As an interstellar transportation hub, the Moon Starport is densely populated and prone to disputes. To prevent the spread of private fights, the Alliance has specifically set up several legal public arenas. Before long, Lu Jin and Meng Lifeng completed the signing, and their crews stepped onto the arena in full view of everyone. Yu Tiansong stood in a corner, somewhat reluctantly muttering. I knew you, boss, had ulterior motives, giving me this on my first day on the job. Lu Jin didn't bother to reply, asking, how many minutes will it take? Yu Tiansong snorted, 1 minute, more than enough. He finished speaking and strode into the center of the arena. The mechanical mercenary opposite him also hunched his neck, his prosthetic body emitting a low groan, exuding a terrifying aura. His eyes were full of contempt, looking at Yu Tiansong as if he were just a lamb to the slaughter. You'll regret standing here later. Enough talk. The air instantly thickened with tension. Meanwhile, a large crowd had already gathered around the arena. Many people were discussing the spectacle while vying for front-row viewing spots. Although Yu Tiansong's reputation was poor, his record in the arena had never disappointed. Just then, a mechanical announcement came from above the arena. Both fighters are in position, confirmed. The arena duel is about to begin. Chapter 9 One Punch Kill. Take it if you can, spend it if you can't. As the countdown to the public arena began, the mechanical mercenary opposite Yu Tiansong immediately switched to combat mode. He raised his right arm, the entire arm made entirely of alloy, with scorching steam emanating from the joints, and the power system began to pressurize. I will use my proud right hand to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, the countdown on the arena reached 0. The mechanical mercenary threw a punch, the force of which was like thunder, sweeping towards Yu Tiansong. However, Yu Tiansong simply shifted his body slightly and easily dodged the attack. With nimble footwork, he instantly closed the distance, and in the next second, he was behind his opponent, delivering a powerful punch to his waist. Oh, the metal plating hasn't been replaced here yet. This punch struck a vital spot not covered by the mechanical armor, instantly contorting the mechanical mercenary's expression, his features almost contorted in pain. He instinctively retaliated, but Yu Tiansong easily dodged it and delivered a punch to his opponent's face. Blood splattered everywhere, and the mechanical mercenary was forced back several steps, blood gushing from his nose, a scene that shocked everyone present. Standing outside the arena, Meng Lifeng's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Useless. Can't even beat an old man who looks like an ordinary person. But the mechanical mercenary was already mentally collapsing. Ordinary person? You must be joking. He was cursing in his mind. Yu Tiansong's movements, strength, and judgment were all top-notch. He didn't seem like a retired old man at all. He couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack. Who exactly are you? The only response was a merciless whip kick from Yu Tiansong. The kick struck his lower body squarely. Even the strongest cybernetic body couldn't protect the soft tissue. The mechanical mercenary collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, completely incapacitated. The arena fell silent instantly. The audience below was stunned. Those who had just been anticipating a great show were now speechless. So fast. The fight's over already. This pace is ridiculous. Was it a fake fight? When did Yu Tiansong become so fierce? At this moment, Meng Lifeng's face turned completely dark. He stared intently at the thin yet imposing man on the arena. Who exactly are you? With your skills, you couldn't possibly have remained unknown in Starport. Just then, a distinguished young man stepped out from the crowd. A metal badge hung on his chest, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. It was the symbol of the Solar Alliance, a true 3-star warrior. Master, are you preparing to return to the martial world? This single word, Master, was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire scene. An uproar erupted. Those already shocked were now in an uproar. Wait, what did he just say? That's his master. That young man is a 3-star warrior, and Yu Tiansong is actually his teacher. On the stage, Yu Tiansong frowned and scratched his ear impatiently. I'm no longer your master, don't call me that. The young man's face was serious and his tone was firm. A teacher for a day is a father for life. If it weren't for you, there would be no Jiang Linfei today. Yu Tiansong snorted. You've been so glib all these years. The onlookers gradually realized what was happening. This madman, Yu Tiansong, was indeed no ordinary person. Even a 3-star warrior of the Solar Alliance was his disciple. What level must he have been in the past? Lu Jin smiled slightly, then turned and walked to Meng Lifeng, extending his hand directly. Hand over 100 million credit points. Meng Lifeng's face was ashen, but he didn't try to renege. The agreement was there, and with Jiang Linfei, an alliance general, present, he was afraid he would be in deep trouble if he went back on his word. He gritted his teeth and tossed a black credit card to Lu Jin. Lu Jin took the card, swiped his finger, and immediately transferred 100 million credits from the account to his own name. His account, which had been almost empty, was now replenished, instantly giving him immense confidence. With this money, I won't lack funds for the upcoming interstellar voyage. Meng Lifeng gritted his teeth, uttering a harsh remark as he left. You'd better be alive to spend it than to take it. Lu Jin smiled, replying nonchalantly. Perfect. What I'm best at is spending money beautifully. Watching Meng Lifeng leave in a sorry state, Lu Jin knew this man wouldn't give up so easily. His greed for the warships and his resentment towards him were far from over. At this moment, Jiang Linfei walked up to Lu Jin, his tone sincere. I am Jiang Linfei, a 3-star general of the Solar Alliance. Thank you for allowing my master to emerge again. If you encounter any trouble in the Star Sea in the future, just come to me. Jiang Linfei knew in his heart that this young man was no ordinary person. To be able to buy the Origin warship for a mere 500,000 and to get a big shot like Yu Tiansong back on board. Lu Jin's name was worthy of the Alliance's attention. Captain, where are we going next? Watching Jiang Linfei's departing figure, Yu Tiansong steered the conversation back on track. Lu Jin glanced at the 100 million credits he had just received and chuckled. Of course, we're going to the market for a shopping spree. Chapter 10 Zerg Carapace. A 10,000-year-old spirit clan weapon. It must be said that this unexpected windfall of 100 million credits was completely outside Lu Jin's original plan. He had only intended to recruit Yu Tiansong, register the fleet information, and then leave the lunar port for his next destination. Unexpectedly, Meng Lifeng had deliberately walked right into his life, offering him a huge windfall. He headed straight for the largest trading market at the lunar starport, his goal clear. The energy store was his first stop. During long interstellar voyages, energy is the most resource-intensive commodity, a major drain on resources that burns through cash daily. While the high-energy ores Lu Jin had stockpiled at blue star ports could be considered energy, their efficiency was far inferior to truly high-end materials. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to upgrade to something more high-end. He immediately ordered 10 tons of energy crystals, please. The shop assistant agreed without hesitation, but Yu Tiansong, who was following behind, frowned slightly when he heard the number. Is 10 tons enough? He couldn't help but ask. 10 tons would indeed last a long time on an ordinary spaceship, but they were using a massive starship, and the energy consumption was no small amount. Lu Jin replied casually. That's enough. He continued. Good steel should be used where it's needed most. This money has other uses. Yu Tiansong was taken aback and immediately began to wonder what Lu Jin planned to buy. Was it water and food? Obviously not, since the fleet only consisted of the two of them. Weapons and ammunition? That was possible. Interstellar travel inevitably involves combat, and being prepared is the right approach. Just then, Lu Jin arrived at the door of a secluded shop. The signboard was dilapidated and worn, and the shop was dark and deserted, piled with parts that looked like trash. Yu Tiansong frowned. He had been in Starport for many years and had never seen such a rundown shop, with not a single customer around. But Lu Jin seemed to have known about this place all along, pushing open the door and entering with an extremely natural expression. His gaze swept over the pile of dusty objects. Then he suddenly stopped, bent down, and lifted a piece of black, sheet-like metal. Dust cascaded to the ground, causing even Yu Tiansong, who usually paid little attention to cleanliness, to frown. But Lu Jin paid no attention, instead personally wiping away the surface dust to reveal a smooth, porcelain-like outer shell. A gentle tap produced a metallic sound, and the surface was completely free of scratches. This thing looked like trash when it was thrown on the ground, yet it was incredibly hard. Even Yu Tiansong was surprised and couldn't help but step forward to examine it closely. His eyes were serious as long-buried memories in his mind gradually resurfaced. Can you recognize what it is? Lu Jin asked casually, as if testing him. Yu Tiansong didn't answer immediately. Instead, he went around to the back of the object and was shocked to see a network of vein-like structures covering it. Biomaterial? And mixed with ceramic steel elements, he muttered to himself, his eyes widening suddenly. This is the Zerg's outer shell. Zerg armor. Everything made sense now. But why would something so important be left in a shop like this? Before Yu Tiansong could react, Lu Jin had already casually placed the insect armor back on the ground and walked to another corner. He spotted a massive weapon, a laser cannon with a string of strange characters engraved on its base. TSK, this is actually the spirit race's laser armor-piercing cannon, Lu Jin remarked with a hint of amazement. Just as he finished speaking, an old man emerged from a dark corner of the shop and walked solemnly to Lu Jin. Young man, how do you know these are weapons of the Spirit Clan? It's written on them. Lu Jin pointed to the symbols, a slight smile playing on his lips. The Spirit Clan had always been shrouded in mystery, with very little information available, but he had encountered them in his previous life and even seized related supplies, so he naturally recognized the writing. You can actually read the Spirit Clan script. The old man's eyes were complicated as he muttered to himself. I've been running this shop for many years, and you're the first person who can recognize these things. After he finished speaking, he patted the thick notebook in his hand. According to my rules, as long as you can tell me the origin of the item, you can take it away for free. So that's the rule. No wonder no one has been able to take good goods from this shop for so many years. If you can't recognize the source, it's a waste to give them away for free. Lu Jin calmly said. This piece of carapace was shed by a steel beetle from the Zerg. And this cannon, you must have picked it up from some ruins. Although it's a spirit clan artifact, it's over 10,000 years old. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately noted down what Lu Jin said, showing how much he valued it. Yu Tiansong, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Lu Jin, at such a young age, to possess such a wealth of rare knowledge. After completing his sweep, Lu Jin had packed away several top-tier resources, leaving the shop, which had been teeming with rare materials, mostly empty. He wasn't interested in the remaining materials and naturally didn't bother wasting credit points. Just then, the shop owner approached. Chapter 11 Zerg Armor-Piercing Projectiles. Fully upgraded. Lu Jin, you've really broadened my horizons today. The shop owner smiled and handed over a business card. This is my contact information. If I find any rare items in the future, I'll contact you immediately. The rule remained the same. As long as you state the origin of the item, you can take it for free. This guy collects these strange and unusual things not for profit, but purely to understand their origins. Immediately afterwards, the boss arranged several engineering transport vehicles to transport the large amount of supplies Lu Jin had purchased directly to the ship's berth. When they returned to the port, Yu Tiansong noticed from afar that something was amiss. Lu Jin's starship was already surrounded by a huge crowd, packed to the brim. The port guards were busy maintaining order, but they couldn't stop the throngs of onlookers who had come to watch the spectacle. Just then, the starship's hatch suddenly opened with a loud bang, silencing the entire crowd. Lu Jin happened to walk in from the back of the crowd and casually called out, "Excuse me, please make way." Everyone turned around and, seeing the young man, immediately recognized him as the owner of the Origin battleship. The ruthless man who had unearthed the legendary battleship for a mere 500,000 credits. Immediately, the scene became lively, with many people offering astonishing bids on the spot. "Young man, I'll offer 1 billion. How about you sell me this ship?" "Only 1 billion? Get out of here. I'll offer 10 billion. All you know is money. I'll trade you 2 Radiant-class warships, deal." Everyone chimed in, wishing they could snatch the starship right then and there. However, before Lu Jin could speak, a commanding voice interrupted the clamor. "Make way." Zhang Linfei appeared, followed by several fully armed Solar Alliance guards. This display of force instantly silenced the previously bustling crowd. After all, Solar Alliance guards were far more formidable than ordinary soldiers, especially since Zhang Linfei himself was a 3-star warrior. Seeing this, the crowd parted to make way, and no one dared to approach recklessly. Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiansong, who shrugged. "I didn't call him. I came on my own initiative, just in time to clear the area for you," Zhang Linfei said in a low voice as he stepped forward. He immediately directed the guards to clear the area, ensuring the transport vehicle could pass smoothly, and no one dared to obstruct it even a step. "Thank you." Lu Jin nodded, understanding. Zhang Linfei's tone was serious. "That's all I can do to help. After leaving the solar system, you'll be on your own." He knew very well that although this Origin warship was powerful, it was also a hot potato, with countless people eyeing it. Within the solar system, no one dared to act rashly, but once outside the Alliance's protection, that would be the true beginning of the crisis. After the supplies were successfully transported into the bridge area, Lu Jin immediately brought up the control panel of the Origin warship and activated the core system. The Origin core rose again, and Yu Tiansong watched intently from the side. Lu Jin then threw the Zerg carapace into the core, and instantly, the carapace was decomposed into streams of light that flowed into the core. Ding. New material steel beetle shell detected. Ding. Absorption complete. Analyzing structure. Ding. Ship repair speed increased by 1%. Ding. Upgrade progress increased to 0.01%. It can even speed up repairs? This attribute is really good. Lu Jin then fed the Eldar laser armor-piercing cannon into the Origin core. Ding. Shipborne component. Eldar laser armor-piercing ship cannon detected. Ding. Absorption complete. Structural analysis complete. Ding. Constructing. New weapon Zerg armor-piercing missile. Ding. Upgrade progress increased to 0.05%. Lu Jin's eyes lit up when he saw the upgrade report. Not only had a new weapon been added, but the upgrade progress had also significantly improved. Sure enough, his previous judgment was correct. To quickly strengthen this warship, he had to absorb other ships and high-level materials. He poured in all the usable materials, and although the ship's appearance showed no change, its internal performance underwent a qualitative leap. After confirming that all ship systems were stable, he decisively initiated the takeoff procedure. Next destination, Pluto Outpost. Port Starship G-1456 is preparing for takeoff. All personnel in the vicinity, please evacuate the takeoff area immediately. The Prometheus slowly ascended, its engines emitting dazzling light as it shot straight into the sky. Its course was pointing directly at the distant Pluto outpost. Chapter 12 Pirate Secrets. Breaking out of the solar system. We have arrived at our destination, the Pluto outpost. Accompanied by the ship's onboard system's notification sound, Lu Jin finally arrived at the planet known as the Solar Fortress. In Pluto's orbit, 5 massive space fortresses float silently, each equipped with super cannons powerful enough to penetrate the armor of warships. The planet's surface is covered with countless monitoring devices, monitoring every move along the entire solar border. As Lu Jin's starship approached the border, it received an official communication from the Pluto outpost. This is the Solar Alliance Pluto outpost. Unknown ships, please submit your ship information. Without hesitation, Lu Jin immediately uploaded the legal pass obtained at the lunar starport and automatically reduced the ship's speed. After all, if he accidentally entered the defensive range, even if he was piloting the legendary Origin warship, he would be instantly shattered into pieces by these 5 fortresses. Shortly after, the other party responded again, but this time in a much gentler tone. Passport verification successful. Wishing you a smooth journey in your career. With the system's confirmation, the space fortress lowered its firepower lock, and the tense atmosphere quickly eased. The fleet at the edge of the sun automatically cleared a clear path for Lu Jin, and the Prometheus successfully sailed out of the solar system. As Pluto gradually disappeared from view, Lu Jin let out a soft breath. Even though he had experienced countless battles, he still felt a slight tension in his heart at this moment. Leaving the Alliance's protection, he was like a fledgling eagle set free, destined to face the storms of the vast starry sea alone. Just then, a familiar female voice came through the public channel. Hello? Lu Jin, can you hear me? Lu Jin was taken aback. It was Qin Mowu. She hadn't gone far. He clearly spent 3 days at the port on Blue Star and another day on the moon. Logically, Qin Mowu should have set off much earlier. Upon connecting the call, Qin Mowu's image appeared on the screen, her expression showing a hint of worry. It really was you. Lu Jin, be careful. A group of space pirates has recently appeared on the edge of the sun. We're planning to assemble several fleets to break through together. Would you like to join us? Space pirates? Lu Jin pondered this. Indeed, pirate activity is common near the solar system. Whenever a new fleet leaves the solar system, those fleets become lucrative prey. Moreover, these pirates were extremely cunning, and although the Alliance had repeatedly tried to eliminate them, they could never be completely eradicated. Traveling in groups at this time is indeed a safe choice. However, given Qin Mowu's strength, ordinary pirates shouldn't be able to do anything to her. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a vague guess in his heart. The next second, Qin Mowu's tone became serious. These are no ordinary pirates. These pirates come from the endless sea of stars. According to our intelligence, they are a wandering fleet there, and they are extremely ferocious. If you sail alone, you will inevitably be targeted by them. Upon hearing the words, endless starry sea, Lu Jin instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. That place is where all the strong gather, where danger and opportunity coexist. Pirates who can survive and return from the endless sea of stars are definitely not ordinary people. At this moment, Yu Tiansong, who was standing to the side, also joined the conversation. He leaned slightly to the side and spoke in a meaningful tone. Pirates in the endless sea of stars. What a joke. If they were really that strong, why would they be scavenging for trash on the outskirts of the solar system? I'm pretty sure this gang of pirates is after you. Lu Jin gently stroked his chin, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He continued to inquire about the situation from Qin Mowu, and soon learned that the group of pirates was called the Crocodile Gang. Composed of thousands of crocodile people, with only one ship, but it is a standard medium battleship. Qin Mowu sent Lu Jin a coordinate, inviting him to join the other fleets and break through together. With our superior numbers, those pirates dared not make any rash moves. However, Lu Jin simply smiled faintly and then decisively declined the invitation. No need. I have other plans. In his view, these so-called pirates were less of a threat and more of a prize delivered to his doorstep. His origin warship desperately needs materials to upgrade, so if the other side dares to come, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. After hanging up the communication, Lu Jin immediately operated the starship to enter high-speed travel mode. Yu Tiansong frowned. Are you planning to go head-to-head with the Crocodile Gang? We're not one of the 7 kings of pirates. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Jin said softly. Yu Tiansong was stunned for a moment. His lips twitched, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. The 7 pirate kings are all capable of rivaling the Sun Alliance. Yet Lu Jin says he only fears them a little. He's gotten used to this guy's arrogance by now. Just then, the ship's radar suddenly sounded an alarm, and a dark green battleship was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The ship has smooth lines and a paint job that resembles a lurking crocodile, giving it a very imposing presence. Inside that ship, the crocodile man Frank stared intently at Lu Jin's starship, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha! That human was right. We actually encountered an origin warship. Brothers, cheer up. If we take this ship, our crocodile gang will be famous throughout the endless starry sea. Frank's tone was full of excitement. He had initially thought the news was a joke. After all, the origin warships of the solar system are either in the hands of important figures or are treasures sealed away by the Alliance itself. But the warship in front of us, which has no markings whatsoever, is actually an origin-class vessel. Moreover, and most importantly, it has no powerful backing. They only get one chance. If they seize it, the Crocodile Gang can soar to new heights. Frank shouted coldly. Hurry up and do it. We can't let the Sun Alliance react. With the order given, the Crocodile Gang's warships locked onto their targets, and a battle was about to begin. Chapter 13. Close the gates and unleash the kill. The mere pirates are easily taken down. The starship piloted by the crocodile pirates began to rapidly increase its speed. In an instant, the starship reached its maximum speed. At that speed, even if Lu Jin quickly turned the boat around and began to retreat, he wouldn't have had time to escape. But Lu Jin had no intention of retreating whatsoever. Lu Jin opened the ship's speed panel and immediately set the ship's speed to the maximum. In an instant, the engines roared to life. A burst of intense light erupted from the tail of the starship. The next second, the Prometheus, like a sharp sword, hurtled straight toward the pirate starship. Oh, instead of running away, it's coming towards me? Frank the crocodile laughed loudly, as if he found the other party's overestimation of his abilities laughable. According to the information he obtained, the human piloting this origin warship was just a greenhorn who had just graduated from academy. Most importantly, this young man had no background whatsoever, and the entire starship had only 2 crew members. This origin warship is now nothing more than a small battleship. In every aspect, the other party is inferior to him. Faced with such a tempting target, Crocodile Man Frank couldn't think of a reason to refuse. But the next second, accompanied by a loud bang, the entire pirate starship began to shake violently. What's going on? Frank the crocodile realized what was happening and immediately checked the starship's condition. But who knew? This one look revealed nothing. Under the attack, just now, the starship's shield value actually dropped by 20%. What the heck? Boom. Another loud bang, and the entire starship began to shake violently once again. In the vast expanse of space, Lu Jin sat on the bridge, looking at the pirate starship so close at hand, and activated the weapon system with a wave of his hand. Eldar laser cannon, activate. In an instant, intense and terrifying energy gathered at the muzzle. A laser beam, like an arrow, struck the pirate starship's shields directly. The laser exploded, and the intense flames were like a boulder falling into a lake, creating ripples on the surface of the shield. After the 2 rounds of bombardment ended, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the pirate starship's shield. Based on the brightness of the shield, Lu Jin easily determined that these 2 rounds of bombardment had reduced the opponent's shield value by at least half. Meanwhile, the pirate starships on the other side were clearly still reeling from Lu Jin's bombardment. Or perhaps, the other side intends to capture Lu Jin's origin warship with minimal losses. But in either case, Lu Jin has now gained the upper hand. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin turned the ship around, adjusted the direction of the gun emplacements, and prepared for the 3rd round of bombardment. But at that moment, a large number of space fighters flew out from both sides of the pirate starship. Each space fighter is equipped with several fully armed crocodile pirates. They swarmed towards Lu Jin's starship like locusts. Seeing this, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, paying no attention to these space fighters, and pressed the attack button. In an instant, the Eldar laser macro cannon was fired again. Several laser beams struck the pirate starship's shields directly. Boom. As sparks flew, one of the laser beams struck the bow of the pirate starship. It seems that Lu Jin has already breached the enemy's shield system. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin heard a series of sounds coming from inside the ship. Warning. Compartment 2 has suffered severe damage. Should we initiate self-repair? Warning. Compartment 5 has suffered severe damage. Should we initiate self-repair? The entire bridge was filled with crimson lights. Without a doubt, this so-called damage must have been caused by those space fighters crashing into the ship's hull. And those crocodile pirates inside the space fighter must have successfully boarded this starship. You've got some skills, kid. Leave those rabble in the cabin to me. You just need to keep things on track. Yu Tiansong, sitting on the bridge, had long been unable to contain himself. He stood up from his seat and walked straight toward the cabin door. Upon hearing Yu Tiansong's words, Lu Jin simply smiled faintly and then focused his attention back on the control panel. Now that the enemy's shield system has been destroyed, Lu Jin no longer needs to use the Eldar laser macro cannon. On the one hand, the Eldar laser macro cannon needs cooling to prevent the weapon system from overloading. On the other hand, Lu Jin had a better option, destroying the enemy ship's armor system. Zerg armor-piercing missile, fire. Press the launch button. The missile launch bays on both sides of the starship opened. Hundreds of missiles rapidly attacked the pirate starship. Rumble. A series of fires instantly engulfed the entire pirate starship. Frank, the crocodile man sitting on the bridge, was sweating profusely, his eyes filled with disbelief. Boss, our armor value is still decreasing. What kind of weapon is that? 3 rounds of artillery fire shattered our shields. At this rate, our armor won't even last until the second volley of missiles. I've never seen this type of missile before. On the pirate starship's hull armor, the Zerg armor-piercing missiles launched by Lu Jin exploded and turned into drill bits that landed on the hull armor. They were like tiny insects, using their own energy to continuously damage the ship's armor. Meanwhile, Qin Mowu, on the other side, also noticed the battle between Lu Jin and the crocodile gang. Someone has clashed with the crocodile gang. A firefight? Is it the fleet from the Pluto outpost? If it were the fleet from the Pluto outpost, the crocodile gang wouldn't even bother to engage them. It seems that Lu Jin's fleet is engaged in combat with the crocodile gang. What? Lu Jin's fleet? Is this guy crazy? He thinks he can fight the crocodile gang? On the public channel, many of the new generation of fleet captains were puzzled. What makes Lu Jin dare to fight a space pirate from the endless sea of stars? Isn't he afraid of dying? This Lu Jin really doesn't know his own limitations. Does he really think he's invincible just because he has an origin warship? The person who said this was Meng Lifeng, who had been tricked by Lu Jin once. However, his face was now full of gloating. Upon learning this news, the Solar Alliance generals stationed at the Pluto outpost also became serious. Nonsense. Do you think his fledgling fleet can contend with the crocodile gang? What? Yu Tiansong is on the ship too. Immediately dispatch a fleet to the battlefield to provide support. I cannot accept that an origin warship and a 5-star general have fallen to a group of space pirates. Whether it's the New Generation League or the Pluto outpost. Without exception, none of them believe that Lu Jin could defeat the crocodile gang. Even if the crocodile gang is at its worst, they are still interstellar pirates who have roamed the endless sea of stars. Space pirates who can survive in the endless sea of stars must be much stronger than ordinary pirates. What makes Lu Jin think he can beat them? Chapter 14 ends in 5 minutes. Time to tour the battlefield. Boom. Another round of missiles is coming. Frank the crocodile no longer dared to be careless, and he quickly activated all the interception cannons on the pirate starship. Damn. How can a small battleship have such terrifying firepower? Is this the power of the Origin battleship? I must get it. Frank the crocodile looked at the crumbling shield system in front of him with a grim expression. He hadn't expected that a small battleship could possess such terrifying firepower. We were careless and underestimated our opponent. But now, even if he realizes he regrets it, it's too late. Interceptor artillery detonated some missiles prematurely, but some still landed on the pirate starship. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The pirate starship's armor also began to crumble. Seeing this, Lu Jin smiled faintly. From then on, each of his attacks would directly damage the pirate starship. The Eldar laser cannon is activated. Zerg armor-piercing missiles launched. All the cannon fire poured down on the hull of the pirate starship like a torrential rain. The other side did not choose to sit idly by and wait for their doom. The even more intense artillery fire continued to tear holes in the hull of the Prometheus. But soon, the Crocodile Man Frank discovered it. Whenever he inflicted damage on the Prometheus, the breaches would begin to heal within a minute. The entire starship was like a living, breathing entity. Any damage inflicted on it by the pirate starship will heal extremely quickly. This discovery filled Frank the Crocodile with despair. How can he win against a starship that can heal itself? Damn it! Where are those landing ships? Why haven't we heard anything? It was only then that Frank the Crocodile remembered that he had initially taken control of the Origin warship quickly and with minimal losses. A group of crocodile pirates were specially dispatched to land on the enemy's ship and space fighters. But now, his ships are at their last gasp, while the enemy ships remain completely still. With so many crocodile pirates, surely they can take down 2 people? Faced with their leaders questioning, none of the crocodile men dared to give a direct answer, because they had already lost all news of the crocodile people landing long before. There is only one possibility for this outcome. All the crocodile men they sent out have been killed by the enemy. The bridge doors of the Prometheus are open. The strong smell of blood filled Lu Jin's nostrils, and Lu Jin turned to look at the doorway. Yu Tiansong walked over, covered in blood and utterly exhausted. He threw a bunch of equipment on the ground, and then plopped down in his seat. It seems he has dealt with all the pirates. But Lu Jin observed Yu Tiansong and found that although he was covered in blood, there was not a single sign of injury on his body. Is this the strength of a 5-star warrior in the Sun Alliance? It seems I made the right choice. The pirates in the ship's hold have all been dealt with. How much longer until it's finished on your end? Faced with Yu Tiansong's question, Lu Jin did not choose to answer. Instead, he placed his finger above the ship's attack system. Press the attack button. A new wave of attacks has struck the pirate starship once again. However, this time, the pirate starship has neither shields nor armor. Faced with the attack from the Prometheus, they could only desperately defend themselves with the hull of their ship. Boom. A laser beam accurately struck the bridge. The entire pirate starship was instantly paralyzed, reduced to a pile of scrap metal floating in space. Yu Tiansong glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed since the battle began. 1 hour is enough to easily take down a medium-sized battleship. I don't know whether to praise the power of the Origin battleship. We should still be amazed by Lu Jin's formidable ship handling skills. Even if Yu Tiansong personally took charge, he couldn't guarantee that he could easily resolve this battle within an hour. Just then, Qin Mowu's signal came through the public channel. Lu Jin, how are you now? You must hold on. I've brought reinforcements to help you. People have been sent from the Pluto outpost. You must hold on. Support? Yu Tiansong, who was standing next to him, found it somewhat ridiculous. What was the point of coming to provide support now? Are you here to clean up the battlefield? You don't need to come anymore. The crocodile gang has been completely dealt with. What? Upon hearing Yu Tiansong's voice, Qin Mowu was stunned for a moment, somewhat taken aback. Has Lu Jin already dealt with those space pirates? Has he already dealt with the crocodile gang? How is that possible? Aren't the crocodile gang interstellar pirates from the endless sea of stars? Were they defeated by Lu Jin so easily? Lu Jin didn't interact much with Qin Mowu. His attention was entirely focused on the wreckage of the medium-sized battleship left behind by the crocodile gang. For his Prometheus, this medium-sized battleship was excellent material for evolution. Lu Jin maneuvered the starship closer to the pirate starship. After getting close, several engineering arms extended from inside the starship. They began dismantling the pirate starship before them and sending the dismantled parts into the ship's internal storage. Ding! Disassembling ship parts. Ding! Disassembly complete. Ship upgrade progress increased to 1.15%. As the ship upgrade progressed steadily, Lu Jin could not hide his joy. As expected, to quickly upgrade the Origin battleship. Defeating and devouring other starships is the fastest and most effective process. Just then, Lu Jin noticed a large number of ships appearing on the radar. It's no surprise that these ships are likely the new generation fleet led by Qin Mowu, plus the ships dispatched by the Pluto outpost for support. Seeing the scene before them, they all wondered if they were seeing things. In their expectations, Lu Jin would have no chance to fight back against the crocodile gang's attack. But now it seems that the hunter and the prey are in different positions. The Prometheus's engineering arms, like fangs, relentlessly tore at the crocodile gang's pirate starship. Today, a significant portion of the pirate starship has been bitten off. This means that the battle had already ended before they arrived. Lu Jin, could we come aboard your ship for a tour? At this point, neither Qin Mowu nor the support captain of the Pluto outpost could believe it. They wanted to board the ship to further confirm that Lu Jin inside was indeed him. Lu Jin readily opened the docking hatch. Qin Mowu led a group of new generation captains aboard Lu Jin's starship. Even the support captains from the Pluto outpost boarded the Prometheus. The hatch is open. In an instant, a strong smell of blood filled the air. What came into view were the corpses of a large number of crocodile pirates. They lay haphazardly in various compartments, and even in the aisles, one could see space fighters broken in two. Everyone gasped in horror at the sight of the horrific interior of the starship. When they arrived at the bridge area, they saw Yu Tiansong covered in blood and Lu Jin directing the engineering arm in front of the control panel. Chapter 15. Once you're here, don't leave. Fong drones. Unbelievable. They never imagined that after such a brutal battle, Yu Tiansong and Lu Jin in front of me, not to mention being injured, didn't even show the slightest sign of fatigue on their faces. Shuewen. Huh, so you've been transferred to the Pluto outpost? Yu Tiansong's gaze fell on the general at the Pluto outpost. The moment the general heard Yu Tiansong accurately call out his name, he immediately straightened his body and assumed a standard military posture. Report. Thank you so much for your guidance and training, instructors, which has made me who I am today. Come on, you're just like that guy Jiang Linfei. Yu Tiansong waved his hand. Then his gaze fell on Qin Mowu and her group. Now, Qin Mowu and the others all understand. Sitting in front of them was Yu Tiansong, who was once a renowned 5-star warrior in the Sun Alliance and had a very high reputation. In addition, Yu Tiansong is now covered in the blood of the crocodile pirates, which adds to his menacing aura. When Yu Tiansong set his sights on them, these inexperienced new generation captains couldn't help but slow their breathing. Seeing these people's behavior, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but complain in his heart. Sure enough, Lu Jin was the most abnormal one. These new generation of captains are terrified at the mere sight of blood, let alone being asked to deal with space pirates. But Lu Jin is different. He doesn't even care about the 7 kings of the endless star sea, let alone interstellar pirates. Since you're already here, why don't you help us clear out these crocodile pirates from the ship's hold? This can be considered a good experience for you. After all, the corpses and blood you will see in the future will be no less than this time. What? The new generation of captains looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing these words. Let them clean up the mess? They are pampered and spoiled, and they don't even have to do their own food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Now, this crew member under Lu Jin's command is actually ordering them to clean up the battlefield? Before they could even refuse, Captain Shui, one of the Pluto outpost, immediately agreed. Mission accomplished. As he spoke, Shuewen began to lead his guards to clean up the battlefield. Among the new generation of captains, Qin Mowu stepped forward and took the initiative to come into contact with the corpses and blood on the ground. As Yu Tiansong said, they will encounter even more corpses and blood in the future than they have today. Faced with the strong stench of blood and the various gruesome corpses, Qin Mowu suppressed her inner resistance and forced herself to adapt to this cruel battlefield. Qin Mowu stepped forward, and everyone else, whether they wanted to or not, joined in the cleanup. Damn it, why do we have to clean up his mess? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Doesn't Lu Jin know how to hire more crew members? Meng Lifeng was among the many people present. He stared at the crocodile pirate's corpse on the ground, his face grim. What a bunch of useless trash. Meng Lifeng originally thought that these interstellar pirates from the endless sea of stars were somewhat capable. Dealing with Lu Jin should be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, these pirates not only failed to eliminate Lu Jin, but instead became stepping stones for him. Just as Meng Lifeng was pondering, the cabin door next to him suddenly made a sound. The sudden noise startled everyone. Their eyes were all focused on the hatch that had made the sound. The surface of the hatch was peeling away like scales, eventually being replaced by a completely new material. What's going on? Ding. Ship upgrade progress has reached 10%, and the origin hangar is being reconstructed. Ding. All ship materials have been analyzed. We are now redesigning the drone blueprints for the Fong UAV. Origin hangar? Lu Jin's curiosity was immediately piqued when he saw the hangar icon appear on the ship's control panel. This was the first time he had ever seen this icon. Is it because the upgrade progress reached 10% that this new feature was unlocked? Lu Jin's eyes lit up when he opened the Origin hangar function panel. Is this what makes the Origin warship so powerful? This newly unlocked Origin's hangar is actually a fully automated aircraft manufacturing plant. Once materials are input, The origin hangar can perform a series of processing and assembly processes based on the blueprint stored in the hangar system. The Fong drone that Lu Jin gang just unlocked is the most powerful drone that the hangar can currently build. However, Lu Jin noticed something after glancing at it. The origin hangar can now build its own Fong drones. However, the hangar's parking space can only accommodate 100 drones. This problem can probably only be solved after Lu Jin upgrades the Prometheus to a medium battleship. Lu Jin was in a great mood after turning off the hangar control panel. Although he had a lot of memories from his previous life, he had very little information about the origin warship. Lu Jin only knew that every origin warship he encountered had extremely terrifying strategic value. Now that he owns an origin warship all to himself, he truly understands its power. Self-repair, self-upgrade, self-replenishment, self-manufacturing. This is the origin battleship. The group also noticed that their origin warship had undergone some kind of change. Unfortunately, as visitors, they didn't have the necessary permissions. After cleaning the entire starship, they had no choice but to return the way they came. Once all the starships had left, Yu Tiansong sat back down in his seat on the bridge. The bloodstains on his body had been completely washed off, and he had changed into clean clothes. Are you just going to let them leave so easily? It's obvious with a little thought that the presence of the Crocodile Gang's pirates here means someone must have leaked the news that Lu Jin possesses the origin warship. Considering the recent conflicts between Lu Jin and others. Therefore, it is highly likely that Meng Lifeng was behind this Crocodile Gang attack. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin leaned back in his chair and chuckled softly. How is that possible? Do you really think I sent them here to clean up the mess? I have already installed a signal locator on Meng Lifeng. However, now is not the best time to take action. In Lu Jin's memory, Meng Lifeng soon got an opportunity after leaving the solar system. It was this opportunity that allowed him to later gain a place in the endless sea of stars. Therefore, Lu Jin planned to seize all the opportunities Meng Lifeng had obtained before completely eliminating him. The fact that he was able to gain a foothold in the endless sea of stars is enough to show that this opportunity was not simple. Chapter 16 Tracking. The remnants of civilization on a barren planet. Since he was determined to eliminate him completely, Lu Jin would definitely squeeze every last bit of value out of him before doing so. As time went by, the new generation of fleets soon left the solar system. The fall of the Crocodile Gang also instilled fear in the interstellar pirates around the solar system. Lu Jin soon discovered that Meng Lifeng's signal source was in an extremely remote galaxy. This star system is not on the route to the endless sea of stars, so Lu Jin is certain that the opportunity Meng Lifeng is about to obtain is in this remote star system. Coordinates locked, preparing to activate warp drive. Having determined his destination, Lu Jin decisively initiated the leap. The speed of the Prometheus began to increase steadily, and it soon reached the jump velocity. Whoosh! The starship's massive body suddenly disappeared into the starry sky. After a period of time, Lu Jin finally arrived at the target star system. In the core region of this galaxy, a lifeless white dwarf star represents the current state of the galaxy. Using the positioning signal, Lu Jin quickly focused his gaze on a gray, barren planet. He piloted the starship toward the gray planet, and once the starship entered the planet's orbit, Lu Jin began to reduce speed. As the starship passed through the atmosphere, Lu Jin gradually saw the true appearance of the gray planet before him. The entire planet's surface is covered with a series of ruins and rubble. This is enough to prove that a civilization once existed on the gray planet before us. However, now they are unsure whether this civilization has migrated or has been completely destroyed. Yu Tiansong sighed at this situation. Lu Jin remained expressionless, his heart unmoved. In the vast universe, civilizations are born every moment. At the same time, civilizations are being destroyed every moment. Stellar upheaval, racial strife, invasion war. For various reasons, any one of them can easily lead to the disintegration of a civilization. In his previous life, Lu Jin had witnessed the birth and destruction of too many civilizations. During the assimilation war, hundreds of millions of planets were destroyed every day. Therefore, seeing the ruins of the planetary civilization before him, Lu Jin became even more certain. He wants to become stronger, so powerful that it could decide the outcome of a cosmic war. Just then, a starship signal suddenly appeared on the radar. After testing, Lu Jin confirmed that the starship was indeed the one owned by Meng Lifeng, an Apocalyptic-class battleship. Although the ships were small battleships, the Apocalyptic-class battleships were among the most luxurious of all small battleships. However, Now that this starship has encountered Lu Jin, its service life has come to an end. Locking. Fire. Before the people on the enemy ship could react, Lu Jin's cannons and missiles had already landed on Meng Lifeng's starship. In an instant, artillery fire erupted everywhere. Meng Lifeng's crew never expected that even in such a remote place, they would still be pursued. Boom. A laser shot hit the bridge directly. Immediately afterwards, the Zerg armor-piercing missile struck the engine of the Apocalyptic-class battleship. Now, the enemy starships were like lambs to the slaughter, forced to endure the Prometheus's attacks. This time, Lu Jin even spent less than half an hour. They bombed Meng Lifeng's Apocalyptic-class battleship into a pile of scrap metal. After confirming that the other side had no chance to retaliate, Lu Jin also landed the ship on the ground. The hangar doors opened, and the Fong drones quickly flew out from inside the ship. Following Lu Jin's instructions, a portion of the Fong drones began dismantling the entire starship. Meanwhile, another group of Fong-shaped drones spread out to search for survivors and explore the surrounding terrain. As the Apocalyptic-class battleship was dismantled, Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong emerged from inside the ship, fully armed. Look around for any survivors, then grab one and question them. Are you kidding me? Do you think anyone could survive your kind of bombardment? At least Meng Lifeng is still alive. Lu Jin was holding a signal radar in his hand. The radar signal showed that the positioning device on Meng Lifeng's body was still functioning normally. Yu Tiansong was somewhat surprised when he saw the signal point on the radar. Meng Lifeng is still alive. Could it be that Lu Jin knew this, which is why he launched the attack on the starship so recklessly? Just then, Yu Tiansong caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He reacted quickly, drawing his energy pistol from his waist before the other party could launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! An energy bullet struck the attacker's wrist with perfect accuracy. The attacker screamed and threw his gun to the ground. Yu Tiansong quickly approached and swiftly pulled the attacker out from behind cover. Lu Jin approached to investigate and discovered that the attacker was someone he knew. It was at the lunar port that he was one of the mechanical mercenaries following Meng Lifeng. The mechanical mercenary recognized Lu Jin, and his expression immediately turned ugly. It's obvious now that Lu Jin is definitely seeking revenge on Meng Lifeng. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out why Lu Jin could pinpoint their coordinates so accurately. Tell me, why did Meng Lifeng come to this planet? If you answer incorrectly, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the other man's forehead, Lu Jin placed his index finger on the trigger, ready to pull it at any moment. Seeing Lu Jin's calm demeanor, the mechanical mercenary was certain that if he could pull the trigger, Lu Jin would kill him without hesitation. Therefore, he dared not hide anything and quickly told everything he knew. All I know is that there is a remnant of a civilization on this planet. Our captain, no, that guy Meng Lifeng, is searching for a treasure within the ruins. Treasure? Logically speaking, the probability of finding treasures in such ruins of civilization is almost zero. However, it cannot be guaranteed that there are no omissions. Moreover, this place is located on the remote outer edge of the Star Sea, so there might really be some undiscovered treasures here. Thank you for providing the information. After obtaining enough information from the other party, Lu Jin signaled Yu Tiansong to release him. The mechanical mercenary looked incredulous. The other party had actually let him go? Watching the mechanical mercenary's departing figure, Yu Tiansong looked at Lu Jin with some doubt, as this was not like him. Sure enough, the next second Lu Jin raised the energy pistol in his hand and delivered a fatal blow to the opponent. Putting away his energy pistol, Lu Jin looked toward a hill. I'll go up to a higher point to scout out the surrounding area. You can check if there are any other survivors around. Upon receiving the order, Yu Tiansong shook his head as he watched Lu Jin's retreating figure. It seems I still don't understand myself as a captain enough. Lu Jin walked upwards and soon reached a high point, where he could see the surrounding terrain in its entirety. Chapter 17 Apocalyptic Civilization. All new energy apocalyptic crystal shards. This is a relatively well-preserved and large-scale urban ruin. The buildings and streets are not completely covered up, and one can still vaguely see the city's former glory. In the heart of this vast urban ruin, a magnificent and intact building immediately caught Lu Jin's attention. Lu Jin turned on the signal tracking radar and glanced at the location of the signal source. It was inside that unknown building in the heart of the city. Judging from the appearance, this unknown building is the location of the remnants of a civilization. Lu Jin put away the signal tracking radar and walked straight towards the city ruins. The moment he stepped into the city ruins, several Fong-shaped drones sped up from behind him and then quickly dispersed. Scanning city ruins. Detecting vital signs. Searching for energy signals. It must be said that with the Fong drone, Lu Jin has found it much easier to obtain information. Lu Jin quickly obtained basic information about the city ruins. Just then, Lu Jin received an intelligence alert from the Fong drone. Ding! A strong energy signal response has been detected. Energy signal response. Has the city ruins not been completely paralyzed yet? Just as Lu Jin was wondering what was going on, the Fong drone issued a warning. Ding! A strong energy signal has been detected approaching. Boom! The next second, the ruins of a tall building were suddenly destroyed. A massive figure, 2 meters tall, charged directly at Lu Jin. Lu Jin reacted quickly, immediately taking cover in the surrounding ruins. The surrounding Fong-shaped drones quickly assembled. Compared to ordinary drones, the Fong drone is equipped with a Gatling gun and specially designed Fong missiles. Its combat capabilities far surpass those of ordinary combat drones. Once the Fong drones were assembled, Lu Jin, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately began to control them via a microcomputer. Through the view of the Fong-shaped drone, Lu Jin clearly saw the true face of that enormous figure. This is a creature whose entire body radiates a metallic sheen. It looks just like a hunting dog. The metal hound reacted extremely quickly, its gaze landing on the fanged drone. The next second, the metal hound moved nimbly, like an ape, darting back and forth among the ruins of numerous high-rise buildings. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately understood the metal hound's intention. The fanged drone retreated rapidly, while Gatling gun bullets rained down on the metal hound like a storm. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The dense barrage of bullets struck the metal hound, causing it to momentarily pause in its movements. By the time the metal hound reached the high point, the Fong drone had already created a safe distance. Just as Lu Jin was preparing to analyze the identity of the metal hound in detail, the metal hound's body in their field of vision began to undergo drastic changes. In an instant, the metal hound transformed into a humanoid robot. The metal hound, after transforming into human form, leaped into the air with lightning speed. The claws swung out directly. They actually destroyed a Fong drone. Deformation? A dual-form mechanical being? Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately thought of a civilization. Apocalyptic civilization. One of the most powerful mechanical life forms in the ancient universe. The reason why the Apocalypse civilization was able to rise to prominence was precisely because they mastered a method of synthesizing a special energy substance called Apocalypse fragment crystal. According to numerous documents, the energy density of the Apocalypse crystal ranks among the top 10 of all energy substances. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Apocalypse civilization, the Apocalypse crystal, this energy substance, also disappeared from the history of the stars. Lu Jin looked at the Apocalypse creature in his field of vision, his eyes revealing a strong interest. Has the Apocalyptic civilization not completely disappeared yet? Just as Lu Jin was pondering, the metal hound launched another attack. But this time, Lu Jin did not choose to show mercy. Activate the Fong missile. In an instant, countless Fong-shaped missiles pierced the metal hound like sharp arrows. Rumble. The explosion instantly engulfed the metal hound. When Lu Jin emerged from behind the rubble, all he saw were scattered metal fragments. Picking up a piece of metal, Lu Jin saw the intricate wiring inside, a marvel of craftsmanship, and an unknown black liquid. This further convinced him that the metal hound was indeed a member of the Apocalypse civilization. Aside from the Apocalypse civilization, he didn't believe any civilization today could create such sophisticated mechanical beings. What an unexpected bonus. Lu Jin's gaze gradually passed through the city ruins and finally landed on the unknown building in the center. A Fong-shaped drone landed near Lu Jin, and an engineering robotic arm extended from the drone to collect all the metal hound carcasses on the ground. Once all the remains had been collected, the fanged drone headed straight back towards the ship's location. Lu Jin continued to approach the unknown building. Along the way, Lu Jin could see the corpses of Apocalypse creatures from time to time. Around these corpses of the apocalyptic creatures, numerous signs of battle and the bodies of crew members dressed in uniform were clearly visible. These crew members were naturally combatants under Meng Lifeng's command. Lu Jin merely glanced at them before stepping directly over the corpses. Finally, Lu Jin arrived in front of that unknown building. Looking at the tower-like building in front of him, Lu Jin waved his hand, and a Fong-shaped drone rushed straight into the tower. Through the view of the Fong-shaped drone, Lu Jin saw the scene inside the building. Compared to the corpses and remains in the city ruins, the battle inside the building was even more brutal. Boom. With a loud bang, Lu Jin's attention was also drawn to it. As he maneuvered the fong-shaped drone closer to the sound, he was met with an even taller and more robust figure. The apocalyptic creature, its entire body covered in thick metal, resembled a heavily armored knight. Intruders. The heavily armored knight roared and swung his greatsword horizontally. In an instant, pebbles flew everywhere. Dozens of fully armed combat personnel around them were almost instantly blown away. But Meng Lifeng's figure appeared in the view of the Fong drone. He was carrying a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Aiming at the heavily armored knight of the apocalypse before him, Meng Lifeng decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket was fired directly at the heavily armored knight of the apocalypse in front of him. The apocalypse heavy armor knight reacted swiftly, splitting his greatsword in two with a flick of his wrist. A jet-black gun barrel protruded from inside the greatsword. Bang! As the gun barrel inside the giant sword made a sound, the rocket exploded directly in the air. But it's clear that Meng Lifeng dared to pull the trigger. That means the rocket in front of us is definitely not an ordinary rocket. Boom! With a loud bang, the rocket instantly turned into a fiery cloud in the air. The intense fire cloud spread rapidly, engulfing the apocalypse heavy armor knight and the surrounding area. The huge wave generated by the explosion made the entire building tremble. Chapter 18: The Secret of Civilization Annihilation. The Void Insect Race. Damn it, these sheet metals just won't stop. When the firelight faded, all that could be seen were broken corpses on the ground. Meng Lifeng merely glanced at them, and before his crew could even rest for a moment, he immediately began urging them to continue forward. The crew members he hired dared not speak out against Meng Lifeng's exploitation. They had assumed that a new generation of captains like Meng Lifeng would be a good fit. The enemies they face are at most some space pirates. But to their utter surprise, Meng Lifeng headed straight for this desolate planet as soon as he left the solar system. Most importantly, this planet also has such powerful mechanical life forms. Having traveled from their landing site to here, they have lost more than half of their personnel. It's hard to guarantee that they will be able to leave here unscathed. Standing on the outer perimeter, Lu Jin could see everything happening inside the area through the vision of the fong-shaped drone. The closer to the core, the greater the number of apocalypse creatures. Unlike the apocalyptic creatures in the city ruins, the apocalyptic creatures inside this building are much stronger. Even on these apocalyptic creatures, we saw various weapons bearing the hallmarks of the apocalyptic civilization. This further confirmed Lu Jin's guess. The interior of this only intact building must contain the most important things of the apocalypse civilization. According to the information Lu Jin obtained in his previous life, the two most important things of the apocalypse civilization were: one of them is the cornerstone of the apocalypse civilization, the recipe for apocalypse shards. Secondly, that is the origin of the apocalypse civilization. The apocalypse spark, a cosmic treasure capable of creating apocalyptic creatures. Regardless of which one it is, for Lu Jin, it is an invaluable ultimate treasure. With that in mind, Lu Jin strode forward, heading straight towards the core area of the building. As they continued to delve deeper, more and more remains of apocalyptic creatures came into Lu Jin's view. Some of them adopted the posture of wild beasts, roaring to the sky. Some are standing, holding long swords, with solemn expressions. The remains of these apocalyptic creatures are in various poses and expressions. But what they had in common was that there was no longer any energy fluctuation on their bodies. Looking at the thousands of remains of apocalyptic creatures around him, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. If all these apocalyptic creatures were to revive, what a massive fighting force that would be. Unfortunately, just like a person's heart stops beating, they die completely. Tianchi Bio will also die completely after losing its energy supply. Before dying, apocalyptic creatures erase all their memories to prevent their remains from falling into the hands of enemies. This is why even reactivated apocalyptic creatures lose their original souls and become nothing more than newborns of an apocalyptic civilization. Ding! A faint energy fluctuation has been detected. Just as Lu Jin was about to leave, the Fong drone detected an extremely faint energy fluctuation. Are there any surviving apocalyptic creatures? Lu Jin glanced at the intensity of the energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations were so weak that they were almost imperceptible. This also indicates that the apocalypse creature was already in a near-death state. Following the signal coordinates provided by the Fang drone, Lu Jin quickly located the dying Apocalypse creature. His massive mechanical body was leaning against the corner of the wall, half of which had disappeared. The exposed conduit was gushing out jets of black, oily blood. Lu Jin deployed a fang-shaped drone to approach, but even with the drone's approach, the Apocalypse creature did not react in the slightest. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Such an opportunity is simply once in a lifetime. It is important to know that most mechanical beings will erase all their data memories before they die, to prevent the enemy from obtaining one's remains and extracting one's memories from them. But the Apocalypse creatures before us are in a state of near death. In other words, if Lu Jin is lucky enough, he might be able to extract the memories stored by him before he dies completely. Perhaps he can unravel the mystery of the disappearance of the Apocalypse civilization through this. Or perhaps we can obtain the recipe for synthesizing Apocalypse crystals from his memories. Regardless of the type of memory, it is an extremely precious thing for Lu Jin. Faced with such a treasure trove of memories, Lu Jin dared not be negligent in the slightest. He immediately manipulated the Fang drone, using its internally mounted robotic arm to slice open the head of the Apocalypse creature. After locating the hardware component that stores the memory, Lu Jin immediately took out a data cable. Connect to a mini-computer, cracking Tianqi Bio's internal firewall. Retrieve memories stored in the brain. As a flood of data poured into the microcomputer, Lu Jin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Downloading historical data of Tianqi Bio. Extracting Apocalypse crystal recipe information. Analyzing Apocalypse Bio's body data. Just then, a term that was all too familiar to him appeared on Lu Jin's miniature computer screen. Void Zerg. The destruction of the Apocalypse civilization was actually related to the Void Zerg? How is that possible? Isn't the Void Zerg supposed to appear on a large scale during the assimilation war a year later? Just as Lu Jin was wondering what was going on, a warning message suddenly popped up on the miniature computer screen in front of him. Warning. Biosignals lost. Upon seeing this warning message, Lu Jin decisively disconnected the data cable. The apocalyptic creature before them had finally met its true end. Unfortunately, Lu Jin did not have complete information about the Apocalypse civilization. Lu Jin is a content person. Obtaining so much information by chance is already a very good result. At least now, Lu Jin knows what the treasures inside this building are. The treasure guarded within this building is none other than the Apocalypse Fire, the origin of the Apocalypse civilization. Like the Origin Warship, the source of the Apocalypse Spark is untraceable. But one thing is certain. The Apocalypse Spark, like the Origin Warship, is a cosmic treasure. Legend has it that the Apocalypse Spark autonomously absorbs the surrounding energy, and when the energy reaches a certain level, it can give birth to a substance called the Spark Source. The Spark Source can imbue mechanical life forms with souls, making them different from other mechanical life forms. And this is the origin of the Apocalypse civilization. At its peak, the Apocalypse civilization possessed a total of 100 Apocalypse flames. But at some point, the Void invaders invaded. The Void Zerg not only devoured all 99 apocalyptic flames, but also drained all the potential from this planet. Lu Jin was not surprised by this result. On the contrary, he admired the Apocalypse civilization even more, for it was able to preserve a spark of the apocalypse even under the invasion of the Void Zerg. Lu Jin calculated the time in his mind. Meng Lifeng should have already arrived at the area where the fire seed was stored. Since that's the case, it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 19. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. The ultimate winner. On the other side, there is the core area where the Apocalypse flame is stored. Meng Lifeng gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His gaze swept over the numerous crew members behind him, who were dead or wounded, their equipment tattered and damaged. Around these crew members, several colossal apocalyptic creatures, resembling fortresses, lay sprawled on the ground in various poses. It's finally over. Wild apocalyptic creatures, only about 2 meters tall, were observed from the outside. Inside the building, there were heavily armored knights of the apocalypse, each about 3 meters tall. In the end, a giant apocalyptic creature, 5 meters tall, and covered in various heavy firepower, even appeared in the core area of the spark. Meng Lifeng's crew has come a long way, and their numbers are less than 1/10 of what they were when they set off. However, when Meng Lifeng saw the apocalypse flame, which resembled a crystal treasure and emitted a soft glow, his eyes were filled with greed. The spark of revelation is finally mine. Meng Lifeng approached step by step, already imagining the scene of him using the apocalypse fire. As long as one has enough energy, one can continuously recharge the apocalypse fire, thereby creating a large number of fire sources. With a large supply of sparks, he could create an army of apocalypse soldiers who would be loyal only to him. Along the way, he had already witnessed the fighting power of these apocalyptic creatures. Therefore, Meng Lifeng had absolute confidence in the Apocalypse Legion he had planned. Just then, the voices of the crew members suddenly rang out behind Meng Lifeng. Careful! The next second, a shadow loomed over his head. Meng Lifeng looked up and saw a Fong-shaped drone. Before he could react, 2 Gatling guns extended from below the Fong-shaped drone. Not good. In an instant, flames erupted everywhere. A dense hail of bullets rained down on Meng Lifeng. Many crew members stared wide-eyed at the sight, their eyes filled with fear. Damn it! What's going on with this drone? This is a model I've never seen before. Could it be another defensive measure for this building? Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this? Now that things have come to this, every crew member is exhausted, both physically and mentally. Even their weapons and ammunition were exhausted during the battles. It can be said that they are now at their last gasp. It was by seizing this opportunity that Lu Jin was able to so easily use the Fong drone to inflict heavy damage on it. After all, the Fong drone's firepower is more powerful than that of ordinary drones. However, as a second-generation rich kid, Meng Lifeng's crew was also well equipped with weapons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get here despite being surrounded by apocalypse creatures. Just as Lu Jin had predicted, after a round of strafing by the Fong drone, Meng Lifeng's figure gradually appeared in the smoke and dust. He crouched on the ground, an energy shield around him blocking all attacks from the Fong drones. Meng Lifeng's gaze was cold as he scanned the crew members and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Jin behind them. Lu Jin, what are you doing here? Then, Meng Lifeng immediately realized. I'm being followed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary people to reach this planet using their travel routes. The only possibility is that Lu Jin came here with him. Thinking of this, Meng Lifeng immediately began to examine himself. He quickly located the signal transmitter that Lu Jin had placed on him. The signal transmitter wasn't very well hidden. A quick search would have been enough to find it. But Meng Lifeng never expected that someone would tamper with him. With a snap, Meng Lifeng crushed the signal transmitter. His gaze was cold, sweeping back and forth between Lu Jin and himself. Although he had a large crew and various excellent equipment, after going through many battles, the crew was already exhausted. The ammunition for those well-equipped machines is probably almost used up. On Lu Jin's side, there were numerous powerful drones. Most importantly, Meng Lifeng couldn't recognize the models of these drones, nor did he know their specific methods. No matter how you look at it, his chances of winning aren't very high. Damn it! I was so close to having an invincible legion. At this moment, Meng Lifeng's hatred for Lu Jin reached an unprecedented level. But he knew very well that he couldn't show this hatred on his face. Lu Jin, why did you travel all the way to this desolate planet to track me down? Is it for the money? If it is for the money, I can give you a considerable amount of credits. You should know that I am the heir to the Shinong medical group. Killing me will not do you any good. Now, Meng Lifeng can only rely on words to buy time. As he spoke, he continuously sent signals to his ship. As long as he can hold out until naval support arrives, he still has a slim chance to turn the tide. But at that moment, a video communication signal from the ship suddenly popped up in front of Meng Lifeng. Looking at the video communication signal in front of him, Meng Lifeng felt a sense of foreboding. He connected to the video call and saw Yu Tiansong's all-too-familiar face appear before him. In the video, Yu Tiansong, with a mocking expression, arrogantly picked at his ear. Stop sending signals to your ships. They're probably just a pile of scrap metal by now. No matter how many signals you send, they won't be able to receive them. After saying that, Yu Tiansong hung up the video call. Upon hearing this news, Meng Lifeng seemed to have all his strength drained away. The ships are gone. How can he leave here? Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Jin. Kill him. The only way for him to leave is to kill Lu Jin and seize his ships. Thinking of this, Meng Lifeng's eyes turned bloodshot. Obey my command. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jin decisively activated the Fong drone. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down on Meng Lifeng and his men. The crew, already at their last gasp, fell in droves like wheat being harvested when faced with these bullet attacks. Meng Lifeng watched as bullets continued to fall on the energy shield, causing its durability to drop rapidly. His eyes were filled with resentment. Damn it! It was so close. His gaze fell upon the apocalyptic flame. Meng Lifeng reached out to grab the apocalypse flame. But he may have forgotten that the entire apocalypse spark was already brimming with energy. There is only one outcome if you rashly touch a high-energy object. Chapter 20 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Megalophagocytic Worm. Ding! You have been subjected to a violent energy impact. In an instant, the energy shield on Meng Lifeng's body shattered. The apocalypse spark is like a burning star, releasing a massive amount of intense energy. Pain shot through his fingertips, and Meng Lifeng realized that his palms had turned completely black. The energy released by the apocalypse flame directly burned Meng Lifeng's right palm into charcoal. Before Meng Lifeng could even scream, countless bullets pierced through his body. Without the protection of a power shield, he is ultimately nothing more than a mortal body. Seeing Meng Lifeng fall, Lu Jin stepped forward and picked up his energy pistol. Bang! Lu Jin decisively fired another shot into his head. After finishing off the enemy, Lu Jin turned his attention to the apocalypse flame. However, compared to the reckless Meng Lifeng, Lu Jin was much more cautious. Instead of approaching rashly, he summoned a fang-shaped drone. Two metal robotic arms extend from inside the fang-shaped drone, with a metal box at the end of each arm. The moment the metal box approached the apocalypse flame, it suddenly began to deform and expand. In the blink of an eye, the metal box transformed into a cage, enveloping the apocalypse flame within. Immediately afterwards, the metal box in front of them began to shrink and deform again. When the metal box completely enveloped the apocalypse flame, Lu Jin placed the metal box in his palm. At this moment, the apocalyptic flame was completely isolated. It can no longer absorb energy from the outside world, nor can it release energy outwards. It's true that everything has its counter. Lu Jin looked at the metal box in his hand. The material used for this metal box is not ordinary metal. The metal material used to make this metal box is a special metal that Lu Jin collected from those apocalyptic creatures. The apocalypse spark created apocalypse creatures. The bodies of the apocalyptic creatures are the best material to contain the apocalyptic flame. This made Lu Jin marvel once again at the wonder of the universe. The apocalypse spark has been contained. Lu Jin even collected all the remains of those apocalyptic creatures. After all, the materials and structures of these apocalyptic creatures are enough for Lu Jin to study for a period of time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, I am the winner. Lu Jin stepped out of the building's door. At that moment, the entire ground began to shake. Noticing something amiss, Lu Jin immediately looked at the building behind him. What's going on? Is there some mechanism inside the building that hasn't been triggered yet? Just as Lu Jin hesitated, the shaking of the ground became more and more obvious, and the entire city ruins began to disintegrate under the influence of the tremors. Seeing this, Lu Jin stopped worrying about the cause of the earthquake. He ran towards the ship as fast as he could. The moment Lu Jin finally boarded the ship, he couldn't help but look back. A massive crack suddenly appeared in the city ruins, and the building that housed the apocalypse flame vanished into the crack. And the crack, after swallowing up half of the city's ruins, still hadn't stopped. As if it were sentient, it swiftly attacked the direction where Lu Jin was. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately returned to the bridge. This is absolutely abnormal. The earthquake has devastated the entire city, leaving behind ruins. Such a terrifying and sudden earthquake cannot be explained by natural disasters. If this planet originally had such terrifying earthquakes, then these city ruins could not possibly be so intact. Therefore, Lu Jin can make a deduction. Something must have triggered it. The reason for this is very likely related to his taking away the apocalypse flame. Upon entering the bridge, Lu Jin immediately saw Yu Tiansong standing in front of the bridge data panel, his expression extremely solemn. Upon hearing the noise behind him, Yu Tiansong immediately turned around. When Yu Tiansong saw that Lu Jin was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you weren't coming back. Just 10 minutes ago, the geological data of this planet became very abnormal. Geological activity has reached an extremely unusual frequency. Most importantly, the ship's radar signals detected a biological heat source 100,000 meters underground. Biological heat source? Is there still biological activity 100,000 meters underground on this planet? A figure immediately flashed into Lu Jin's mind, the Void Insect Clan. Could it be that the Voidlings who destroyed this planet back then haven't left yet? But in any case, what Lu Jin needs to do now is to leave the surface of this planet as soon as possible. Start the ship's engines. The entire Prometheus emitted a violent roar. At that moment, The radar also showed a huge object rapidly approaching their ship. The ship took off at lightning speed. Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong both saw at the instant the ship reached the atmosphere. A gaping, blood-red maw shot straight out of the ground. Immediately afterwards, jet-black scales appeared on the planet's surface. Its serpentine body instantly destroyed the surface of the entire gray planet. Even after the ship had completely left the planet, they could still see the silhouette of this enormous monster. It's like a giant python, coiled up on the planet's surface. What kind of monster is this? Even the well-informed Yu Tiansong was shocked by the monster's enormous size. Compared to it, even a planet seems as insignificant as a toy. Lu Jin looked at the monster on the planet's surface, narrowed his eyes, and directly revealed the monster's true identity. Macrophage. Macrophage? Zerg. Yu Tiansong glanced at the extremely terrifying-looking monster. This is completely different from the Zerg he encountered. How is that possible? The largest insectoid creature I've encountered is only about the size of a starship. The diameter of this giant worm is estimated to be longer than this planet. The Zerg I encountered weren't nearly as terrifying. Seeing Yu Tiansong's confusion, Lu Jin activated the ship's skills while explaining to him. There are two types of Zerg. One is the Void Zerg, and the other is the regular Zerg. Most of the Zerg currently roaming the universe are ordinary Zerg. The true Void Zerg will not appear in the public eye until a year later. Compared to the regular Zerg, the Void Zerg have more species and are more destructive. Take the giant worm in front of us, for example. Although it is in its juvenile stage, its body length is already longer than the diameter of a planet. Once it reaches adulthood, it can easily devour a planet. This is what makes the Void Zerg so terrifying. Sometimes, Lu Jin even suspected that those ordinary Zerg were bait set up by the Void Zerg to conceal their true strength. Just then, the giant worms on the planet's surface seemed to notice the Prometheus. Its movements abruptly ceased, and then its gaze fell upon the ship. Chapter 21 Extreme Overload. This shot pierces through the stars. Under Yu Tiansong's shocked gaze, the giant worm opened its blood-red maw. The countless sharp teeth, like a meat grinder, attacked the Prometheus head-on. Seeing this, Lu Jin remained calm and decisively started the engine. Get out at full speed. The engines roared, and all the energy was poured into the starship's hull. The entire starship moved away from the giant worm at top speed. But the giant worm seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for Lu Jin, and it relentlessly pursued him until it broke away from the planet's surface. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Jin immediately thought of the Apocalypse fire seed that he had just acquired. Could it be because of the apocalyptic flame that I just acquired? So far, this is the only possibility. Besides protecting the flame of the apocalypse, that building probably also serves to shield energy fluctuations. Once I take the apocalypse fire out of the building, the energy fluctuations emitted by the apocalypse fire will be detected by the giant worms slumbering underground. That's why the macrophages awaken and attack them. What should we do next? Even Yu Tiansong, a veteran of countless battles, was momentarily flustered as he watched the gaping maw approaching. The starship itself is a huge object, but compared to the giant worm in front of it, it seems extremely small. To the giant worms, the entire starship was no different from a snack. Lu Jin calmly maneuvered the starship, trying to keep as much distance as possible from the giant worms. Then, he stood up directly from the control panel. Yu Tiansong, you are now in charge of controlling the ship. At this critical moment, Lu Jin actually handed over control of the ship to him. Before Yu Tiansong could react, Lu Jin had already left the bridge area. As the giant worm drew ever closer, Yu Tiansong's eyes widened, and he quickly took over the ship's control system. As the enormous figure on the radar drew ever closer, sweat began to bead on Yu Tiansong's forehead. Damn it! How will they escape from such a huge monster? Where did Lu Jin go at this crucial moment? After leaving the bridge, Lu Jin went directly to Engineering Module 6, where the Spirit Race laser macro cannon was located. Looking at the Spirit Race laser cannon in front of him, Lu Jin pulled out a multifunctional wrench from his waist. Although it is unknown what method Meng Lifeng used in his past life memories to get rid of the pursuing giant devouring insects. But Lu Jin doesn't have time to try to follow his old path now. Lu Jin took out the Apocalypse fire seed he had just acquired, opened the ammunition compartment of the Spirit Clan laser cannon, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Cut off the energy supply lines. Install the Apocalypse spark. Connect the lines and adjust the energy extraction efficiency. Under Lu Jin's continuous modifications, The internal structure of the Spirit Clan laser macro cannon underwent a complete transformation. Ordinary weapons are practically useless against the giant worm, like tickling it. The only thing that could pose a threat to the giant worm would have to be at least a space-destroying weapon. Therefore, Lu Jin modified the Spirit Race laser macro cannon in front of him. The modified Eldar laser macro cannon can release all the energy inside the Apocalypse fire in one go. The Apocalypse spark, having accumulated energy for a long time, possesses enough internal energy to destroy a star. But Lu Jin was well aware of the consequences of doing so. They only had one chance. And at the moment they open fire, their ships will also suffer enormous damage. For ordinary ships, this would almost be a suicidal tactic. But the ship beneath Lu Jin's feet is no ordinary ship. It is an origin warship capable of self-repair. Back on the bridge, Yu Tiansong, who was in control of the ship, was covered in sweat. To create distance between the starship and the giant worm, Yu Tiansong used almost all of his experience. Even so, it only delayed things for a short time. Lu Jin, where did you go? In this life-or-death crisis, Captain Lu Jin suddenly disappeared. This made Yu Tiansong furious. But when faced with Yu Tiansong's questioning, Lu Jin told him to step aside and took back control of the ship's control system. Starting up turret number 6. On the ship's deck, the modified Eldar laser macro cannon gradually aimed at the giant worm behind the ship. Lu Jin did not launch an attack immediately. He only has one chance, and he must seize it. Aim and lock on. Start charging. Ding. Turret number 6 is charging. Seeing the Spirit Clan laser macro cannon begin charging and accumulating power on the control interface, Yu Tiansong beside him was filled with confusion. He had already launched an attack on the giant worm. Whether it's the Eldar laser macro cannon or the Zerg armor-piercing missiles, the attacks from these weapons on the Megalodon are practically like tickling it. Now, Lu Jin has activated the charging system of the Spirit Clan laser macro cannon. Isn't this just a waste of time? But soon, Yu Tiansong discovered that this Spirit Clan laser macro cannon was not as simple as he had imagined. Ding. Charging progress has reached 200%. Ding. Charging progress has reached 500%. Warning. Charging overload has reached 800%. Warning. Charging overload has reached 1000%. A scarlet warning popped up in front of Lu Jin. But Lu Jin seemed not to see it, continuing to recharge and build up his strength. The entire starship began to tremble, as if a primordial power was about to erupt within it. This terrifying power made Yu Tiansong feel a chill run down his spine. What exactly did Lu Jin do? Why would a ship contain such terrifying energy? Just then, Lu Jin spoke again. If you don't want to be thrown out of the air later, hurry back to your seat. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong dared not ask any further questions. Even if he didn't trust Lu Jin, he should have realized it after sensing such terrifying energy fluctuations. Something big is about to happen. Warning. Energy has reached its limit and is overloaded. Please release it as soon as possible. The moment the warning message appeared, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the radar. The giant worm seemed to sense the threat emanating from the starship's turret, and its speed began to slow down. But by then, it was too late for it to escape. Emission. Lu Jin casually pressed the launch button. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the giant worm's body like a spear. The beam of light did not stop after it pierced through his body. The beam of light continued forward until it landed on the surface of Apocalypse. Immediately afterwards, a burst of fire appeared on the surface of Apocalypse. The flames continued to spread, instantly covering half of the entire planet, and a massive shockwave swept across the planet's surface. The beam of light ripped a bloody hole through the giant worm's body. The once invincible giant worm twisted in agony under this fatal blow. Before long, the giant worm stopped writhing and transformed into a huge corpse in the starry sky. Chapter 22 Hunting the Dragon Clan. Top-grade dragon scales. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin felt someone touching his cheek. On a conditioned reflex, he slapped the stranger's hand away. At this moment, Lu Jin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. All he remembered was that the intense recoil from firing the cannon also swept across the entire starship. I just don't know if the macrophage problem was ever solved. Oh my, this human is still alive. Shiria, you must not be disrespectful to a warrior. It's hard to believe that such a weak human could actually kill a voidling. Such a brave warrior is truly admirable. Hearing the voice beside him, Lu Jin frowned and opened his eyes immediately. As his vision gradually cleared, what came into view was a flying dragon with snow-white scales. Surrounding this white flying dragon, there were two other flying dragons standing. One of them was even more robust, with extremely rough brown dragon scales. Upon seeing Lu Jin wake up, the three flying dragons all focused their attention on Lu Jin. He woke up. What should we do next? Why don't we just give him some supplies and leave? He most likely can't hear our language, so this is probably the safest approach. Just as the three-headed dragon was considering where to place the supplies, Lu Jin's drowsy mind gradually cleared. He immediately recognized the three-headed dragon in front of him as the Hunting Dragon Clan, also known as the Star Sea Hunters. Legend has it that these hunting star dragons roam the entire Star Sea. They possess numerous incredible abilities, such as the ability to transform in countless ways and tear through space. Among the many races in the Star Sea, they are undoubtedly one of the strongest. However, precisely because of their formidable strength, they hold other races in contempt. Only those warriors with exceptional combat prowess can gain their approval. Thank you. Facing these hunting star dragons, Lu Jin expressed his gratitude to them in the dragon language. The three hunting star dragons were somewhat surprised to hear Lu Jin use dragon language. This human can even speak their race's language? Surprisingly, this warrior can even speak the language of dragons. Shiria, if you could learn from this warrior, you wouldn't be so weak now. Lu Jin's gaze fell on the white hunting star dragon. A closer look reveals that this hunting star dragon is smaller and its scales are not as coarse as the other two. The star hunting dragons are a race that values strength above all else. Those who are not strong enough cannot even gain a position within the race. Clearly, this white roaming star dragon is a typical example. Just then, the most robust of the leading hunting star dragons turned its gaze to Lu Jin. Warrior, as a human, you were able to kill a voidling. I respect you. However, I have one more small request. Could you sell us the corpse of this voidling? The corpse of a macrophage? It's dead? Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then it occurred to me that even if I hadn't killed the giant worm. Next, the giant worm will inevitably run into the hunting star dragon clan and eventually become food for the clan. Perhaps this is also why Meng Lifeng was able to escape in his previous life. Of course, no problem. The corpse of the giant worm was not of much use to Lu Jin. However, if the corpse of this giant worm could be used to gain favor with the hunting star dragon clan, it would be an absolutely worthwhile deal. After receiving Lu Jin's permission, the leading hunting star dragon stood up. It flapped its wings and flew straight toward the ceiling. The moment it touched the ceiling, the hunter star dragon's form passed right through the ship. Space travel. Is this the power of the hunter star dragon? Upon returning to space, the hunting star dragon rapidly expanded in size, its body becoming larger than a starship in an instant. And this is the normal size of the hunter star dragon. The size of its body just now was only a specially altered state to facilitate entry into the starship. It is ever-changing, altering the body structure. This is also one of the specialties of the hunting star dragon. Only after the three hunting star dragons left did Lu Jin stand up from his seat. He first went to Yu Tiansong's side, and seeing that Yu Tiansong had fainted, Lu Jin shook him awake. Upon waking up, Yu Tiansong rubbed his head. I'm alive? Yu Tiansong looked completely bewildered. After confirming that Yu Tiansong was all right, Lu Jin sat back down in his seat. Lu Jin brought up the ship's control panel and began to check the damage the ship had received. As a result, after a thorough inspection, Lu Jin was shocked to discover that the damage to the ships in this battle had reached 40%. Ding. Severe damage detected. Self-repair activated. Ding. Estimated repair time, 23 hours. Looking at the required repair time for the ship, Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's an origin battleship, capable of self-repair. If it were an ordinary warship, this level of damage would probably have crippled it completely by now. After confirming that the origin warship could still operate, Lu Jin left the bridge and went straight to Engineering Section 6. Unlike the bridge, which remained intact, the entire number 6 engineering compartment suffered heavy losses. The pitch-black Eldar laser macro cannon's muzzle vanished completely, leaving only half of the turret behind. The walls of the entire number 6 engineering module have completely disappeared. Through the gap, Lu Jin could see the hunting star dragon clan devouring the giant worms in front of them. The massive worms, with their enormous bodies, could satisfy the hunting needs of the star dragon clan. Lu Jin glanced at it briefly, then pulled out his familiar multifunctional wrench. Turn on the power supply center of the turret, and you'll see the Apocalypse flame lying quietly inside. Lu Jin opened the metal box to check the status of the Apocalypse flame. The Apocalypse flame was dim and lifeless, looking like a lamp that was about to go out. When Lu Jin opened the metal box, he could clearly feel that the surrounding energy was being frantically absorbed by the Apocalypse fire. Seeing this, Lu Jin put the Apocalypse fire back into storage. Now is not the time for it to absorb energy. The Origin battleship's self-repair also requires a large amount of energy. If all the energy is absorbed by the Apocalypse fire, how will his Origin warship repair itself? Just as Lu Jin put away the Apocalypse flame, the familiar white hunting star dragon headed straight towards its location. Before long, her petite figure landed in front of Lu Jin. At the same time, she also brought a box. "Warrior, these are the things my father asked me to pass on to you." As he spoke, the other person opened the box. In an instant, one after another palm-sized scales, gleaming like jewels, appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. Chapter 23 Temporary Crew Member Shiria. Upgrade options. It's actually a Star Dragon scale. Star Dragon scales, as the name suggests, are the scales shed by the Star Dragon during its growth process. At the same time, Star Dragon scales are among the most precious biological materials in the Star Sea. It is important to know that the hunting Star Dragon spends its entire life hunting various prey containing powerful energy. Only in this way can they support their powerful bodies. And the dragon scales on their bodies naturally contain boundless energy. Lu Jin picked up a Star Dragon scale. The surface of the scale was rough but extremely hard. If you felt it carefully, you could clearly perceive the various energy flows inside. In the solar system market, a single Star Dragon scale is worth at least 1,000,000 credits. Now, the box placed in front of Lu Jin is filled with Star Dragon scales of various colors. That's enough. Lu Jin was well aware that if he hadn't killed the giant devourer and gained the favor of the hunting Star Dragon clan, he would have been in serious trouble. Given the aloof nature of the hunting Star Dragon, it probably wouldn't even have the desire to communicate with me. When Cheryl saw that Lu Jin had accepted the Star Dragon scale, she quickly moved a few steps closer to where Lu Jin was. "Warrior, I have one more small request." "Ask." Lu Jin naturally wouldn't easily refuse the request from the star hunting dragon in front of him. After Lu Jin agreed, Cheryl transformed into human form and stood in front of him. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately had a bad feeling. "Warrior, would you be willing to hire me as a member of your crew? My strength is too weak among my clans, and I want to follow you to gain experience." To become his crew member? Experience? Upon hearing Cheryl's request, Lu Jin immediately felt a sense of absurdity. A powerful hunting star dragon actually wants to become his crew member? What did your father say? Lu Jin didn't dare to hire Cheryl easily. Because in his current state, he cannot guarantee that he can easily control the hunting star dragon Shiria in front of him. Just then, the massive hunting star dragon landed on Lu Jin's starship again. "I completely agree." As it spoke, the hunting star dragon glanced at Shiria. Cheryl became noticeably more timid when facing her father. The hunter star dragon snorted coldly at Shiria's behavior. Immediately afterwards, the hunting star dragon handed a coordinate crystal to Lu Jin. "Warrior, I know this request is a bit difficult for you, but now it's clear that Shiria is no longer able to keep up with the pace of our race. As her father, and also as the leader of the tribe, I had to make a choice. This coordinate crystal allows me to sense your location. If one day you really can't stand this child anymore, then use this coordinate crystal to notify me." As he spoke, the hunting star dragon placed the coordinate crystal in Lu Jin's hand. Cheryl, standing beside him, remained silent. Cheryl didn't speak until the star hunting dragon was about to leave. "Father, I will definitely not let you down." The star dragon gave Shiria a deep look, then spread its wings and left the starship, returning to its kin. Lu Jin looked at the white-haired girl in front of him, who was Cheryl in human form. This is yet another unexpected event. Unexpectedly, he ended up with a star hunting dragon as his crew member. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. After devouring the giant worm, the hunting star dragons immediately opened a spatial passage and quickly left the star system. As a member of the star hunting dragon clan, Shiria truly remained on Lu Jin's ship. A day passed just like that, and the starship's repairs were nearing completion. Lu Jin poured all the materials he had acquired into the origin core. The remains of an apocalyptic creature obtained from Apocalypse, and the star dragon scale I just acquired. Watching the materials gradually decompose within the core of origin. The moment Lu Jin poured the star dragon scales in, the upgrade progress of the entire ship skyrocketed. Ding. Rare biological material detected. Material structure being analyzed. Ding. Ship upgrade progress has reached 20%. Ding. Selectable upgrade routes have been detected. Please choose the next upgrade route. Choose an upgrade path. Lu Jin was slightly surprised when he saw this prompt. There are actually selectable upgrade paths for ships? Lu Jin thought that as long as he kept feeding materials, the Origin warship could upgrade itself. But when Lu Jin saw the 2 upgrade materials, he was even more amazed by the wonder of the Origin warship. Because of the 2 upgrade paths, either one was enough to make Lu Jin's heart flutter. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock the Origin Energy Hub and unlock the recipe Apocalypse Dragon Crystal. The Heavenly Revelation Dragon Crystal has a higher energy density than the Heavenly Revelation Fragment Crystal, and its value is also more precious. Most importantly, this energy substance can only be produced by Lu Jin's Origin warship. This exclusivity makes the Apocalypse Dragon Crystal even more valuable. It is foreseeable that if Lu Jin chooses this upgrade path, he will obtain a continuous gold mine. However, Lu Jin did not choose this route immediately. Upgrade to Route 2 to unlock the Origin Mech Research Center and the recipe for Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. An unmanned infantry armored vehicle with powerful combat capabilities. It can not only be used as armor, but also equipped on the crew. Even without crew members, its own combat system can automatically launch fierce attacks on the enemy. There are 2 routes, one of which can provide a continuous supply of valuable resources. Another approach is to enhance the ground combat efficiency of the Lu Jin fleet. After some deliberation, Lu Jin chose Upgrade Route 2. Heavenly Dragon Crystal is indeed good, but the limitations are too great. My own Origin warship is only the size of a small battleship. How many Apocalypse Dragon Crystals can it produce? Moreover, the planet Lu Jin was about to visit was itself an undeveloped resource planet. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jin chose the second upgrade route. Ding. The Origin Mech Research Center is being rebuilt. Ding. Information on the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry recipe has been entered into the ship database. After Lu Jin made his choice, the interior space of the Prometheus began to change once again. One of the empty cabins was sealed off. The interior space began to change, and soon it was transformed into a mecha research center. Looking at the dwindling amount of materials left in the warehouse, Lu Jin felt it was time to head to the next destination. Upgrading ships requires a lot of materials. Ship self-repair also requires a large amount of materials and energy. Next, Lu Jin will need to earn a large amount of money for interstellar travel. This also requires the support of a large amount of energy materials. Chapter 24: The Land of Extreme Cold, Frost and Ice Crystals. However, Lu Jin already had a solution to this problem. Next, he was heading to a resource-rich planet that had not yet been fully developed. Finding an undeveloped resource planet on the outskirts of the cosmos is no less difficult than ascending to heaven. But in Lu Jin's memory, it was in an undeveloped galaxy called the Extreme Cold Galaxy. There is a planet that is covered in ice and snow all year round. On that planet, a special mineral called frost crystal is nurtured. Frost crystals can not only be used as energy minerals, but their luster and toughness also make them popular in the jewelry and forging industries. Of course, all of this is based on the fact that the gem family of the brilliant galaxy will be discovered 6 months later. It is still a wasteland today, and the civilization that once lived there is probably still in the primitive tribal era. This is the perfect opportunity for Lu Jin to make a fortune from this. With that in mind, Lu Jin opened the control panel and unfolded the star map. After setting the coordinates of the extreme cold star system, the engine was immediately activated, pushing the ship to its maximum speed. Once the ship reached its peak speed, Lu Jin decisively activated the warp drive. The starship vanished abruptly. Several days later, when the starship reappeared, it had arrived in an unfamiliar star system. The stars in this galaxy are still in their infancy. The faint glow also symbolizes that civilization is gradually emerging in the galaxy before us. Lu Jin stood by the window in the corridor, looking at the vast and boundless sea of stars before him. Finally, his gaze fell upon a planet that radiated an icy blue light. That was his target planet, the Snowfield star, later known as the Ice Sapphire. Bang! Just then, Lu Jin heard a muffled thud. Lu Jin had become accustomed to such unusual behavior over the past few days. In the training room, Cheryl looked at Yu Tiansong in front of her, her eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. Yu Tiansong, who was opposite him, got up from the ground and couldn't help but gasp. Did you really only use 1% of your strength? Of course. Otherwise, with your physical condition, I would have smashed you into mincemeat long ago. Why do I feel like you're getting revenge on me? How could that be? In our combat skills training class, you only knocked me down a mere 9 times. Really? Yu Tiansong cursed inwardly. The girl opposite him was indeed holding a grudge against him for attacking her during the combat skills training class. In the combat skills training class, in order to better train Cheryl, Yu Tiansong specially adjusted her strength attribute to be the same as his own. Only in this way can we better train her combat abilities. Shiria possesses the innate fighting prowess of a dragon hunter. All she lacks is combat experience and skill. That's why Lu Jin entrusted Cheryl to Yu Tiansong for training. In terms of combat experience and skills, no one is more suitable to train Cheryl than Yu Tiansong. Just as Cheryl was preparing to attack again, the training room door opened, and Lu Jin stood in the doorway. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong immediately reacted, not giving Cheryl a chance to retaliate, and went straight to Lu Jin. Have we arrived at our destination? That's right. Along the way, Yu Tiansong asked Lu Jin about their next destination quite often. But to this question, Lu Jin simply replied that the planet they were going to next was a resource planet. Moreover, it is a resource planet that has not been discovered or developed by any force. They need to acquire enough resources on this planet, then take them to the brilliant galaxy to sell, thereby obtaining funds for interstellar travel. Yu Tiansong was clearly not satisfied with this answer. In the vast ocean of stars, finding a resource planet is not a difficult task. However, this is the outer region of the star sea. Planets where abundant resources can be extracted have long been divided up by various major powers. How could Lu Jin possibly find an undeveloped resource planet in a region that is 90% developed? Now, the ship has landed in this extremely cold place. The moment the hatch opened, endless wind and snow rushed in. Even while wearing protective suits, you can still feel the harshness of this planet's environment. Seeing this, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but complain. With such low temperatures on this planet, are you sure it's an undeveloped resource planet? Before Yu Tiansong's voice could even finish, a group of figures appeared in the wind and snow. The figures were extremely indistinct in the wind and snow. As they approached, they discovered that it was a group of dwarves dressed in wild animal skins, dragging cart after cart of goods towards some destination. They drove long-haired creatures resembling yaks, carrying goods on wooden sleds. The so-called goods were actually a variety of special minerals similar to ice. These special minerals have flowing patterns inside, a feature that distinguishes them from ordinary ice. We were really lucky. Lu Jin saw the caravan and walked straight toward them. Upon seeing someone approaching, the dwarves in the caravan immediately became alert. They all pulled out their weapons. But the so-called weapons were nothing more than rudimentary stone tools like stone hammers and stone axes. Seeing this, Lu Jin took out the alloy material that he had prepared in advance. The alloy material was thrown to the dwarves, and after some examination, they immediately realized that it was far superior to the materials they were currently using. Then one of the dwarves came over and handed the ore from the cart to Lu Jin. Clearly, he wanted to use these ores to exchange for the alloy in Lu Jin's possession. But at this point, Lu Jin decisively chose to raise the price on the spot, saying that if he wanted to obtain a piece of alloy material, he would have to trade a large amount of ore. After some discussion, the dwarves decided to use these ores to trade alloys with Lu Jin. For them, these ores can be obtained continuously as long as they are mined. But the alloy material in Lu Jin's possession is something that can only be found by chance. Soon, the long convoy was transformed into a single sled filled with alloy. The dwarves happily pulled their sleds and ran towards their settlement. They moved so fast that they disappeared in an instant. This is a unique resource on this planet, frost crystals. Frost crystal? Yu Tiansong stepped forward and took out a piece from among the many ores. Yu Tiansong activated the microcomputer's detection function and carefully scanned the frost spirit crystal. Or being tested. When he saw the data results of the frost spirit crystal, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is actually an energy, or with extremely high energy density. Chapter 25 Guaranteed Profit. They dare to rob my goods? Such a high energy density. The ore is also quite tough. There are such special materials on the outer edge of the star sea. After Yu Tiansong's appraisal, this so-called frost spirit crystal was definitely considered a first class, or among many minerals. Lu Jin could easily obtain large quantities of such, or from the dwarves using only the cheapest alloy materials. At this moment, Yu Tiansong finally understood. Why would Lu Jin stockpile so many cheap alloys in his warehouse? At first, Yu Tiansong complained that Lu Jin had bought so much cheap alloy, which not only took up space, but would also be difficult to sell later. But to everyone's surprise, these so-called cheap alloys, on this planet brimming with wealth, they actually achieved a complete reversal of their net worth. Lu Jin, you're a genius. Yu Tiansong had already foreseen that if they exchanged all the cheap alloys in the warehouse for such precious frost spirit crystals, finally, it will be resold to the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce. The wealth that can be acquired will be an astronomical figure. Cheryl, standing nearby, also recognized the value of these frost crystals. The energy it contained alone was enough to tempt her. After all, in the diet of the star-hunting dragons, anything rich in energy is their favorite. That's why Cheryl was able to sense the energy contained in those ores from the very beginning. Lu Jin smiled faintly and released all the Fang drones with a wave of his hand. Centered on the starship, Lu Jin spread out the Fang drones, mainly to search for all the surrounding dwarf settlements. As local natives, these dwarves knew the location of the frost crystal mine better than anyone else. Instead of searching on your own, it's better to trade with these dwarves. They can exchange cheap alloys for the frost crystals in their possession to maximize their acquisition efficiency. Soon, Lu Jin discovered one of the tribes. Shiria, come with me to the dwarf tribe. Yu Tiansong, you will remain on the starship. After assigning the tasks, Shiria immediately transformed back into her original dragon form. She grabbed Lu Jin and quickly moved toward the nearest dwarf tribe. Soon, Lu Jin arrived at the entrance of the dwarf tribe. Lu Jin's sudden appearance immediately alerted the dwarf tribe's guards. But soon, Lu Jin made a deal by leveraging the appeal of cheap alloys to the dwarves. For these dwarves, these frost crystals are far less useful than the cheap alloy in Lu Jin's hands. They replaced the stone on the axe with the cheap alloy they had just acquired. It's as if this kind of replacement will make these weapons even more lethal. Lu Jin didn't care at all how these dwarves used these cheap alloys. After the transaction was completed, Lu Jin controlled the Fang drone to collect the frost crystals and send them back to the starship's warehouse. Then, led by Shiria, he continued on to the next dwarf settlement. When Lu Jin arrived at this dwarf settlement, he immediately sensed that something was wrong with it. The dwarves throughout the settlement all looked listless. In fact, when Lu Jin approached, the dwarves all showed expressions of great fear. Seeing this, Lu Jin tried to make a deal with them. But no matter how he tried to hide it, the dwarves seemed to be greatly frightened and dared not interact with Lu Jin in any way. This situation was naturally within Lu Jin's expectations. For these dwarves, encountering various crises is perfectly normal. Lu Jin did not delve into what these dwarves had encountered. He came to this planet to plunder frost crystals, not to be a savior. These dwarves couldn't communicate with him, so even if Lu Jin wanted to help them, he was powerless to do so. After determining that this settlement had lost its trading value, Lu Jin turned and headed to the next dwarf settlement. Fortunately, at the second gathering place, Lu Jin obtained a lot of frost spirit crystals. Over the course of the day, Lu Jin and Cheryl worked together to plunder a large amount of frost spirit crystals. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong, who was stationed inside the starship, watched as more and more frost spirit crystals were sent into the warehouse, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. In his eyes, these ores were no longer frost spirit crystals, but a series of credit points. In just one day, the Fang drone brought back nearly 10 tons of frost crystals. If these 10 tons of frost crystals were sold on the market, their value would be immeasurable. Back inside the starship, Lu Jin went to his room and took a hot shower. In this galaxy covered in ice and snow, even with the protective suit in place, Lu Jin still felt somewhat stiff after running around all day. At times like this, Lu Jin couldn't help but envy Cheryl. As a hunting star dragon, her physique is extremely strong, and this bit of cold is nothing to her. Most importantly, the hunter star dragon possesses powerful psionic energy. She can convert psionic energy into thermal energy, thus keeping her body temperature at a comfortable level. After gathering the necessary supplies for interstellar travel, Lu Jin's first plan was to acquire a psionic seed with sufficiently powerful potential. The powerful races in the endless starry sea generally possess the ability to control spiritual energy at will. Humanity is by no means a powerful race in the endless sea of stars. To obtain psychic power, one can only rely on external objects, psionic gadgets, or perhaps psionic seeds. Thinking this, Lu Jin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had to work even harder in preparation for the impending war of assimilation. And so it went until the next day. The sound of the alarm clock startled Lu Jin awake from her sleep. Checking the time, it's already 7 a.m. on Earth. Lu Jin stretched and began to loosen his muscles. Everything was ready, and just as Lu Jin was about to go wash up, his door was pounded on very hard. Early in the morning, the other person sounded very anxious. Upon opening the door, the first thing that caught the eye was Yu Tiansong's anxious face. Oh no, our Fong drone has been hijacked. The Fong drone has been hijacked? This unexpected situation did not throw Lu Jin off balance. Lu Jin calmed Yu Tiansong down, then brought up the control panel of the Fong drone. As expected, the control panel showed that 5 Fong drones had lost contact. The coordinates of the two groups before they lost contact all pointed to one of the dwarf settlements. Could it be that these dwarves were incredibly audacious and destroyed his Fang drones? However, Lu Jin subsequently ruled out this possibility. Chapter 26 Goodbye Pirates. Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. Given the level of civilization these dwarves possess, it would be impossible for them to destroy 5 Fang drones simultaneously. Besides, he didn't force these dwarves when they were trading with him. Logically and emotionally, they would never attack their own Fang-shaped drones. Then, recalling the several dwarf tribes I had encountered before, Lu Jin could boldly guess that there was most likely a third-party force on this planet. To verify his idea, Lu Jin quickly arrived at the coordinates of the location before the Fang drone was destroyed. When he arrived at the coordinates, the first thing he saw was a pile of metal debris. Lu Jin threw out all the wreckage buried in the snow. After examining the metal debris, Lu Jin confirmed that some of it was part of the Fang drone. But his gaze fell on another pile of wreckage. What are these remains of? The material and style don't resemble anything from the Fang drone. Finally, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the dwarf tribe not far away. Perhaps I can find something out from these dwarves. Just as he approached the dwarf tribe, a gunshot rang out, immediately putting Lu Jin on alert. Gunshots? Judging from the sound, it should be the A5 model heavy assault rifle. But how could this type of firearm appear on a planet with such a backward civilization? Lu Jin continued to approach, and soon smelled a strong stench of blood. When he arrived at the entrance of the dwarf tribe, he could see from afar that all the dwarves were gathered together in the central square of the tribe. Around them, several fully armed space pirates were aiming their guns at the crowd in the center. Very well, you unruly people actually dare to sell, or to other people? Do you really think that by acquiring some cheap alloys you have the power to rebel against us? No wonder we received so little, or yesterday. It just so happens that a lot of miners died in mine number 9 yesterday, so let's use these dwarves to make up the numbers. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet came flying. Before one of the space pirates could react, his head was pierced by a bullet. The sudden attack put the other space pirates on high alert. But the next second, Shiryu appeared in front of them almost instantly. He clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch. Bang! A massive shockwave blasted a hole in the entire tribe's wall. The space pirate who was hit directly was reduced to a pool of blood, along with his equipment. The 2 space pirates were dealt with instantly, and the rest of their companions turned pale. It's important to know that the equipment they wear is all new alloy armor, which is hard enough to withstand an attack with the force of several tons. But the opponent only needed 1 punch to obliterate the man and his armor, leaving not even fragments behind. What terrifying attack power! Wait, we surrender. One of the space pirates was spineless and chose to surrender immediately. Furthermore, as if afraid that Lu Jin wouldn't hear him, he deliberately spoke in the common language of the Star Sea. The other space pirates, seeing their companion surrender so quickly, did not persist. They simply placed their guns on the ground, signifying their surrender. Seeing this, Lu Jin ordered Cheryl to confiscate all their equipment. The space pirates, their equipment confiscated, revealed their true forms. They are of different races, including orcs, plant people, and even a stone man. In the subsequent intelligence interrogation, Lu Jin didn't expend much effort at all. These space pirates had no backbone whatsoever and simply confessed everything. It turns out that this planet had already been occupied by space pirates months ago. Space pirates established mines here and enslaved a large number of dwarves as their miners, thus continuously mining the frost crystals buried on this planet. These space pirates used the money from selling frost crystals to purchase a lot of excellent equipment. Oh, turns out they were a gang of space pirates. After learning the identities of the other party, Lu Jin realized that these space pirates did not have any useful intelligence value. So he decisively opened fire and killed all the space pirates. What should we do next? What to do? Since these space pirates dared to rob Lu Jin, they must have been prepared to face him. Lu Jin decisively sent a coordinate to Yu Tiansong, who was stationed on the ship. And these coordinates are one of the mines opened by the space pirates. Upon receiving the coordinates, Yu Tiansong, who was in the cabin, immediately understood Lu Jin's meaning. He decisively activated the Origin Mech Research Center. The launch port on the side of the starship opened, and a 2-meter-tall unmanned combat mech landed on the snow. Its heavy body landed in the thick snow, but the unmanned combat mech seemed not to feel it. After some adjustments, a burst of flame shot out from the back of the unmanned combat mech. Propelled by the immense force, the entire mech rapidly sped toward the coordinates. After the first mech left, the second and third mechs followed closely behind. These unmanned combat mechs are the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry produced by Lu Jin Gang. Compared to the Fong drones, the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry are more powerful and possess extremely strong ground combat capabilities. This time, Lu Jin will use these Dragon Flame Mech Infantry to wipe out these space pirates. Soon, Lu Jin arrived at Mine Pit number 1. As one of the first mines established, this mine has a very mature mining process. This also proves that there are definitely quite a few dwarf miners buried in this mine. Standing at the edge of the mine, Lu Jin saw one dwarf after another, dressed in tattered clothes, transporting frost crystals out of the mine. The frost crystals that were transported out were piled up in one place by the dwarf miners working outside the mine. In such an extremely cold and high-intensity working environment, dwarf miners would often collapse. One of the dwarf miners fell to the ground, lifeless. A space pirate stepped forward and waved his hand dismissively. Soon, 2 dwarf miners came over, and upon seeing the corpse on the ground, they numbly lifted it onto the transport vehicle. Ultimately, the body was thrown into a huge pit. Inside the giant pit, there were already many corpses of dwarven miners who had frozen to death or died from exhaustion. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin's face remained completely calm. Such mines are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The number of miners and slaves who died inside was countless. This is the law of the universe. Only the rules of the strong are the true rules. Boom. Just then, accompanied by a muffled thud, several Dragon Flame Mech Infantry units landed behind Lu Jin. Chapter 27 Annihilation Battle. The Gem Family. Number 65 has arrived at the coordinates. Please provide further instructions. Gradually, all the Dragon Flame Mech Infantrymen stood behind Lu Jin. Once all the Dragon Flame Mech Infantrymen were in position, Yu Tiansong, who was inside the cabin, handed over command authority to Lu Jin. Upon assuming command, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all. Before the space pirates at the bottom of the mine could react, a Dragonfire Mech Infantryman descended from the sky. Bang! The Dragon Flame Mech Infantryman landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The space pirates were startled by the sudden appearance of the Dragonfire Mech Infantry. One of the space pirates reacted quickly, immediately picking up his weapon and aiming it at the Dragonflame Mech Infantryman in front of him. But faced with the threat of space pirates, the Dragonflame Mech Infantry approached with lightning speed. Before the other side could react, the Dragonflame Mech Infantrymen grabbed the weapon from their hand. The space pirates stared wide-eyed, struggling to wrest the gun back. But when these guns fell into the hands of the Dragonflame Mech Infantry, they were as still as iron rods. Damn it! Before the words were even finished, another Dragonflame Mech Infantry unit landed. It raised its right hand, and the black muzzle was pointed at the space pirate. Boom! A grenade launcher hit the fully armed space pirate directly. The space pirate was instantly blown to pieces. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of other space pirates, and more space pirates gathered there. However, the Dragonflame Mech Infantry also landed one after another at the bottom of the mine. They raised their hands, and the fiery grenade launchers equipped in their palms poured down their full force on these space pirates. The violent explosion was accompanied by scorching flames. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bottom of the mine was engulfed in flames. The cleanup operation is complete. All targets have been eliminated. Looking down at the mine pit, now reduced to ruins, Lu Jin waved his hand, and the Fong drone immediately entered the mine and hauled away all the frost spirit crystals that had already been mined. The number of these frost crystals is even greater than the number he collected yesterday. This also made Lu Jin think about the reserves in other mines. If I were to plunder all the mines belonging to these space pirates, I might be able to reach my target quantity ahead of schedule. With this in mind, Lu Jin decisively chose to head to Mine Pit number 2. The distance between Mine Pit 1 and Mine Pit 2 is not far. The The commotion at Mine Pit 1 naturally attracted the attention of many space pirates at Mine Pit 2. The explosions have stopped. What happened at Mine Pit 1? If you're curious, go check it out. I'm going crazy. It's obvious that something bad happened at Mine Pit 1. Meanwhile, the pirate leader inside Mine Number 2 had a solemn expression on his face. After checking, he discovered that he could not contact anyone in Mine Number 1. This is not good news. After careful consideration, the pirate leader decided to gather his men together. Something must have happened at Mine Pit 1. Maybe it'll be their turn next. Before he could even step out and warn the numerous space pirates, a loud bang was heard as Dragon Flame mech infantry descended from the sky. Enemy attack. The numerous space pirates reacted quickly, all aiming their weapons at the Dragon Flame mech infantry in the center. Pull the trigger. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down on the Dragon Flame mech infantry. The Dragon Flame mech infantrymen just stood there, bullets coming from all directions landing all around him. But they were all blocked by an invisible force. Target identified. Annihilation mode activated. Boom. A red energy barrier lit up around the Dragon Flame mech infantrymen. The next second, this energy barrier spread rapidly in all directions like an explosive shockwave. Caught off guard, the nearby space pirates were thrown away. Several grenades rained down from the sky. Amidst flames and explosions, other Dragonfire mech infantrymen arrived one after another. This battle remains a foregone conclusion. Even the battle ended more decisively than the one at Mine Number 1. We're rich now. Warehouse Number 1 is almost full of frost crystals. If we loot a few more mines, we can fill the entire ship. Captain Lu Jin, have you considered purchasing a few more cargo ships? Yu Tiansong, speaking in the voice channel, made no attempt to hide his joy. Even during his time in the Solar Alliance, he had never seen so many energy ores. Even if there were, those would be resources used by the Solar Alliance to wage war, and would have nothing to do with him. At this moment, Yu Tiansong was already urging Lu Jin to continue to wipe out those space pirates. He had never wiped out such wealthy space pirates before. This is completely different from those poor pirates who wander the Sea of Stars. Lu Jin told Yu Tiansong not to worry, as the mines were still there and wouldn't move. Next, let the Fong drones transport the supplies from the two mines back first. Yu Tiansong also knew very well that one must eat one bite at a time. Therefore, he stopped talking and focused on controlling the Fong drone swarm to transport all the frost crystals from the two mines back to the ship's hold. Just then, a fierce wind howled, and a huge shadow enveloped the entire mine. Lu Jin looked up and was shocked to see 10 medium-sized cargo ships appearing in the sky. Transport fleet. Looking at the fleet of transport ships appearing in the sky, Lu Jin frowned slightly. Because these transport fleets are not space pirate fleets, their hulls are marked with a very conspicuous faction icon. Lu Jin was all too familiar with this strength. The crest of the Black Opal family, one of the gem families in the dazzling galaxy. Why would a cargo ship belonging to the Black Opal family appear here? Moreover, judging from the manner in which these cargo ships are positioned, it seems they are heading straight for this mine. Could it be that the Black Opal family is the trading partner these space pirates are supposedly dealing with? If that's the case, then this is getting interesting. It is important to know that the brilliant galaxy, as one of the financial galaxies in the outer region of the Star Sea, is controlled by numerous gem families. As merchants by nature, gem families place the utmost importance on their reputation. If it were to become known that the Black Opal family was secretly making deals with space pirates, the damage to the gem family's reputation would be far more than a minor incident. Especially now that a magnificent event is about to begin. The cargo ship crashed to the ground, creating a huge wave that swept towards Lu Jin, carrying endless ice and snow. Then, the hatch opened. Several Black Opal guards clad in heavy-powered armor emerged from the cargo ship's hatch. Finally, a tall and extremely charming woman appeared. She strolled off the cargo ship, her arrogant gaze sweeping over the bottom of the mine. Chapter 28. He who refuses a toast will have to drink a forfeit. Thunderous greatsword. But soon, the woman's expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, the bottom of the mine pit was a complete mess. Numerous Dragon Flame mech infantrymen at the bottom of the pit continuously slaughtered the remaining remnants of the space pirates. Taking advantage of the chaos, the dwarf miners quickly climbed out of the mine and ran away into the distance. Most importantly, in the warehouse at the bottom of the mine used to store frost crystals, one Fong drone after another is continuously collecting frost crystals. Upon seeing this, the woman snatched a gun from the bodyguard next to her. Her gaze turned fierce as she aimed directly at a fong-shaped drone. Leave it here. Pulling the trigger, intense energy surges through the gun barrel. Bang! An energy bullet, like a sharp arrow, struck directly at the fong-shaped drone in the air. Just as the bullet was about to hit the fong drone, a grenade suddenly appeared in the trajectory of the energy bullet. The two munitions collided, creating a firework in the air. Seeing the fang drone take the frost crystal away, the woman from the Black Opal family looked even more disgusted. Her gaze fell on the dragon flame mech infantry at the bottom of the pit. After observing carefully, she frowned. I can't tell the model number. Where did these unknown mecha infantrymen come from? Finally, the woman's gaze fell on Lu Jin and Cheryl. Because apart from the space pirates being hunted and the dwarven miners fleeing in panic, the two people in front of them were the most likely to be the manipulators. Who are you people? Let me give you a piece of advice. The ore here is not for you to touch. If you return all the ore now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll be going against the gem family. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Going against the gem family? When will the Black Opal family be able to represent all gemstone families? According to the intelligence Lu Jin knew, the several gem families in the brilliant galaxy were not united. They just didn't openly break off relations. The behind-the-scenes power struggles continued for countless years. Can a mere Black Opal family truly represent the entire gemstone family? I have no idea when the Black Opal family will be able to represent the entire gemstone family. Besides, this planet isn't marked as the territory of your Black Opal family. Or are those space pirates on the ground actually members of your Black Opal family? Lu Jin's words left the other party speechless. First, the planet we are on is an undeveloped planet, and everything on it is a public resource. When did it become the private property of the Black Opal family? Second, Lu Jin obtained the ore from the space pirates through his own abilities. Now the Black Opal family thinks they can take it away with just a few words? Lu Jin doesn't have that idea of eating and then spitting it out. Facing Lu Jin's extremely tough attitude, the woman from the Black Opal family narrowed her eyes, revealing an extremely strong killing intent. If you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty cup. However, even if you hand over the ore, from the very beginning, I never intended to let you leave this planet. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of soldiers wearing heavy-powered armor walked out of the cargo ship's hold. They were wearing heavy-powered armor and jumped off the ship. With a muffled thud, the heavy-power armor landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the soldiers of the Black Opal family, armed with Gatling guns, aimed at the dragon flame mech infantrymen at the bottom of the mine who were still clearing out the remnants of space pirates. Fire. A series of fires appeared at the bottom of the mine. A hail of bullets instantly covered the entire bottom of the mine. However, the dragon flame mech infantry were not to be underestimated. The moment they were attacked, they immediately deployed an energy barrier. A large number of bullets landed on the energy barrier, creating ripples. When the energy barrier reaches the critical point, the dragon flame mech infantry immediately activate the energy blast. In an instant, a large number of energy barriers transformed into shock waves that spread outwards. The Black Opal warrior, struck by the shockwave, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, the woman watching the battle from the ship frowned slightly. It's important to know that these Black Opal warriors are wearing heavy-powered armor. The cost of just one set is as high as 1 million credits. The exorbitant cost also demonstrates the formidable power of this power armor. Both its firepower and defensive capabilities are already top tier. But when faced with this group of unknown mecha infantry, the warriors of the Black Opal family couldn't gain any advantage at all. Just who is this guy? Meanwhile, the Black Opal family warriors at the bottom of the mine, upon discovering that their Gatling guns could not harm the dragon flame mech infantry in front of them, decisively put away their weapons. The next second, they drew a giant metal sword from behind their backs. Buzz. In an instant, the surface of the metal giant sword was enveloped by an extremely terrifying high-energy voltage. The entire giant sword erupted with extremely violent energy fluctuations. The lead Black Opal warrior took a step forward, his heavy power armor thudding on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he swiftly approached one of the dragon flame mech infantrymen. The thunderous greatsword in his hand suddenly came crashing down. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. A violent electric current struck the energy barrier of the dragon flame mech infantry. Before the dragon flame mech infantry could react, the energy barrier instantly broke through the damage limit it could withstand. The Thunder Greatsword struck the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. Countless electric currents surged through his body, and the Dragon Flame Mech Infantryman's body was quickly paralyzed due to energy overload. Seeing this, the other Black Opal warriors immediately stepped forward and began attacking the Dragon Flame Mech Infantryman in front of them with their Thunder Greatswords. Seeing that the Black Opal family warriors had regained the upper hand, the woman watching from the cargo ship finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, do you need me to take action?" Seeing that the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry was at a disadvantage, Cheryl immediately volunteered to lead the charge. But Lu Jin waved his hand, not allowing Cheryl to enter the battlefield. After all, Shiria, as a hunting star dragon, is an extremely powerful trump card in Lu Jin's hands. Cheryl wouldn't act prematurely before the Black Opal family revealed their true trump card. "Leave the rest to me." Lu Jin opened the control panel, and the operation panels for all the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry appeared in his field of vision. The next second, to Cheryl's somewhat shocked gaze, Lu Jin directly activated the manual control mode. After a brief pause, the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry inside the mine all turned their gazes toward the heavily armored warriors of the Black Opal family. Automatic command mode has been disabled. Manual monitoring mode is being activated. Chapter 29 Game Over. The Black Opal Vampire. As soon as the sound ended, one of the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry units immediately sprang into action. Compared to before, it is much more agile. A red light flashed in its eyes as it faced the Black Opal warrior's thunderous greatsword attack. After dodging the attack with agility, he suddenly raised both hands. Dragon Flame Grenade Launcher. Boom. 2 grenade launchers landed directly on the Black Opal warrior. But when the firelight died down, the Black Opal warrior, thanks to his heavy power armor, was completely unharmed. But the next second, several more Dragon Flame grenade launchers came flying in. Rumble. Another series of explosions and flashes of fire ensued. Amidst the raging flames, the Black Opal warrior cleaved through the flames with a single sword strike, slowly approaching the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. It seems that these are all the tricks these scrap metal people have left. These attacks couldn't even damage our heavy power armor. Stop wasting time, and let's end this farce as soon as possible. The warriors of the Black Opal family, facing these insignificant attacks, paid no attention to the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. But at that moment, one of the Black Opal warriors stepped forward. Click. A piercing sound rang out from inside the heavy power armor. Upon hearing the sound, the Black Opal warrior began searching for its source. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a crack appearing on the surface of the armor on his arm. Crack? How is that possible? Seeing this, Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction. At first glance, Lu Jin recognized that the heavy power armor equipped by the other side was made of black steel. Power armor made of this material has strong defensive capabilities. However, it has extremely weak resistance to sudden environmental changes. Originally, this fatal weakness was not taken seriously by the wearers until the Assimilation War broke out a year later, and the fatal problem of this heavy power armor was fully exposed. Now, Lu Jin used the Dragon Flame howitzer to bombard these heavy-powered armors. The surface temperature of the heavy power armor was already unusually high, and the environment they were in was extremely cold, with temperatures tens of degrees below zero. One is cold, and the other is hot. The relentless onslaught of flames and ice pushed this heavy power armor to its limits. Before the enemy could react, Lu Jin had already commanded numerous Dragon Flame Mech Infantry to launch an attack. No unnecessary movements. The Dragon Flame Mech Infantryman charged up a punch and swung it directly at the Black Opal warrior in front of him. The Black Opal warrior opposite instinctively raised its arm to defend itself. But when the fists of the Dragon Flame Mech Infantryman collide with the heavy power armor made of black steel, the result was that cracks began to appear on the surface of the power armor. Bang! Another powerful punch landed, shattering the power armor instantly. The warriors of Black Opal stared wide-eyed at the sight, hardly believing what they were seeing. The heavy power armor shattered? How is this possible? Even the women watching from the ship couldn't sit still any longer. The expensive heavy-powered armor was shattered by a single punch? What exactly happened? Just a second ago, the warriors of the Black Opal family were in a dominant position. Now, the equipment is actually shattered? The Black Opal warriors, their equipment shattered, were once again rendered helpless lambs to the slaughter when faced with the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry. With almost no need for Lu Jin to manually operate, the Dragon Flame Mech Infantry could wipe out all the remaining Black Opal warriors using only the automatic mode. Seeing this, The women on the ship could no longer sit still. Start the ship now. At this point, even a fool would understand that the enemy she was facing was no ordinary foe. They were just a cargo ship, and she had dispatched the Black Opal warriors, who were responsible for the safety of the cargo, to the ship. But the outcome is already obvious. If she continues to stay here, she might end up getting herself killed. Just then, Lu Jin looked at the cargo ship that was about to take off, and said to Cheryl beside him, "Now it's your turn to make a move." "Understood, Captain." Cheryl, who could no longer suppress her inner desire for battle, did not hesitate at all. Its body leaped into the air, transforming directly into the form of a hunting star dragon. Its size expanded rapidly, and in an instant it became the size of a starship. Before the cargo ship could fully take off, Shiria struck directly above it. The enormous impact shattered the cargo ship's engine. The unpowered cargo ship crashed directly to the ground like a meteor. Lu Jin's gaze fell on the Black Opal warriors, and suddenly he noticed something amiss. To make sure he wasn't seeing things, Lu Jin jumped directly into the mine pit. When he approached one of the soldiers from the Black Opal family, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression became serious. Because the Black Opal soldier in front of him had bloodless skin. Most importantly, there were 2 dark red blood holes in his neck. Open their mouths, and you can clearly see their sharp fangs. These Black Opal soldiers come from different races, but they share the same characteristics. Lu Jin was all too familiar with this characteristic. In his past life, he remembered that the Fire Phoenix fleet, which was the same fleet he belonged to, had many crew members who had experienced this symptom. There is only one reason for this symptom. They have been transformed into blood servants by the vampire progenitor. In the Assimilation War, besides the voidlings and warp demons, the vampires are also a very troublesome force. First they encountered the void insects, and now they've run into the Blood Clan. It seems I have quite a connection with these monsters. Lu Jin glanced at the corpses of the Black Opal warriors, then his gaze fell on the crashed cargo ship. After leaving the mine, we arrived near the crashed cargo ship. Although the ship had crashed, the damage was not particularly severe. The woman who had been so arrogant before was now crawling out of the cargo ship in a very disheveled state. But before she could even feel relieved that she had escaped death, Lu Jin's figure appeared in front of her. Lu Jin stepped on her, showing no mercy whatsoever. Shiria, standing beside him, retained her form as a star hunter dragon, but her size had shrunk considerably. Her gaze fell on Lu Jin, somewhat surprised. Because she could now clearly sense that Lu Jin was emanating an extremely strong murderous aura. Lu Jin kicked the woman from the Black Opal family away. After a careful examination, he indeed found a concealed mark on the woman's neck. It seems the Black Opal family has been almost completely infiltrated by the vampires. But you're really pathetic. They don't even qualify to become blood servants. Chapter 30 Vampire Family. The head of the Black Opal clan. Bang! Lu Jin swiftly and decisively killed the woman in front of him. For vampires, the true ancestor is a supreme being. Below the true ancestor of the vampire clan are the vampire clan's relatives. Only the true ancestor and their relatives can transform a person into a vampire servant. Once transformed into a blood servant, one can only be enslaved by the vampires and has no say in anything. Compared to being devoured by the voidlings or corrupted by the demons of the warp, this is a far cry from being consumed by the voidlings or corrupted by the demons of the warp. This feeling of being powerless is the most painful. Lu Jin had originally planned to obtain some information from this woman. To his disappointment, the woman before him wasn't even a blood servant. It belongs to the lowest level of blood food among vampires. Even if you interrogate someone who has been treated as food, you won't get much information out of them. But Lu Jin did not give up. His gaze fell on the other cargo ships. It's obvious that the Black Opal family's secret collaboration with space pirates to mine frost crystals has some ulterior motive. Moreover, this goal could very well overturn the entire galaxy. In Lu Jin's memories from his previous life, the Brilliant Star system became the territory of the vampires not long after the start of the Assimilation War. Using this financial center, the vampires continuously supply fresh blood to the various races involved in the Assimilation War. The vampire branch that occupies the Brilliant Galaxy is very likely the Black Opal family's vampire branch. This made Lu Jin even more certain that he absolutely could not allow the Black Opal family to overturn the Brilliant Galaxy. If he could destroy the vampires hiding in the Brilliant Galaxy, he would be able to reduce a lot of pressure in the Assimilation War that would break out in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Jin immediately notified Yu Tiansong, who was stationed on the ship. Yu Tiansong, I order you to take the ship into the air immediately. Next, you and Shiria will join forces to destroy all the cargo ships that have just landed on the ground. Remember, absolutely do not let any spaceship escape. Upon receiving the order, Yu Tiansong dared not delay. He immediately started the ship's engines. The Prometheus immediately began to take off, and after reaching a certain altitude, Yu Tiansong immediately began to bombard the coordinates sent by Lu Jin. Several laser beams descended from the sky. In other minds, the same series of loud roars could be heard. Lu Jin, who possesses an origin warship and a hunting star dragon, faces a fleet of only 10 cargo ships with a small armed force. It wouldn't take much effort to leave them all on this extremely cold planet. Before long, all the cargo ship managers were thrown in front of Lu Jin. These officials are still of various ethnicities. Lu Jin scanned the group and found that none of these people showed any signs of being vampires. Its skin had a normal color, there was no horrifying blood hole on its neck, and it didn't even have the vampire's signature fangs in its mouth. At this moment, both Cheryl and Yu Tiansong came to Lu Jin's side. Yu Tiansong also learned about the existence of the vampire clan from Shiria. I never imagined that the legendary vampires actually exist. I thought it was a ghost story made up by Earthlings to fool children. Lu Jin simply smiled faintly at this explanation. Many of the historical legends about Earth actually have some basis in fact. After all, a legendary creature doesn't just appear out of thin air. It must have some basis in origin. The origin of vampires lies in these blood clansmen who are extremely adept at hiding themselves. These people all seem normal. Normal? Since everything seems normal, this confirms Lu Jin's suspicions. Among these leaders, there must be a vampire relative among them. Once you reach the level of a member of the clan, you can hide your vampire characteristics, and it would be very easy to expose it. That would cause them harm. Once a vampire's family member is injured, it will activate its self-healing ability. This ability can ensure the survival of vampires' dependents. However, prolonged use of this ability will cause their body's energy to be consumed rapidly. The way vampires replenish their energy is by consuming the blood of other creatures. Their thirst for blood will cause them to reveal their true forms. Really, after Lu Jin fired several shots into their bodies. Immediately, 3 vampire followers, unable to suppress their thirst for blood, revealed their true forms. The other officials were clearly brought in to confuse the public. 3 family members. Looking at the 3 vampire relatives in front of him, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that among these leaders, having 1 vampire relative would be sufficient. But to everyone's surprise, a transport fleet was actually managed by 3 vampires. This also demonstrates the importance the Black Opal family places on this planet. The 3 vampire servants opposite him were staring fiercely at Lu Jin's neck like wild beasts. Who exactly are you? How did they know who we were? Faced with the questioning of the 3 vampire relatives, Lu Jin waved his hand and directly summoned a dragon flame mech infantryman. Before they could react, Lu Jin threw one of the vampire's followers out. The dragon flame mech infantry, who were already prepared, fired a dragon flame howitzer at it without any mercy. Boom. As flames shot into the sky, the vampire's kin was blasted into ashes. At this level, even if they possessed self-healing abilities at the true ancestor level, they would not be able to survive. Lu Jin's swift and decisive actions directly intimidated the remaining 2 vampire followers. Now, I only need 1 person to provide intelligence. 1 person? So that means the other one has to die. Having witnessed the fate of the previous vampire's subordinate, the remaining 2 vampires dared not conceal anything. Wait, I'll confess. We're from the Black Opal family. We were forced into this situation. We didn't want to become this monster. We were forced to do all of this by the head of the Black Opal family. Before the words were even finished, the expressions of the 2 vampire relatives suddenly turned extremely ugly. They seemed to have been attacked, their eyes bulging, like drowning people clutching at the air around them. Before long, they fell silent, their bodies gradually turning to ashes like burnt-out objects. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately understood. These 2 vampire followers mentioned information about the vampire progenitor, and because of this, the vampire progenitor, realizing the betrayal of his subordinates, decisively eliminated them. This situation also made Lu Jin realize that the head of the Black Opal family was the true ancestor of the vampire clan. The entire Black Opal family has most likely been transformed into a true vampire group. Lu Jin was not surprised by this situation. Chapter 31. Unlocking the main canon. An invitation from the brilliant galaxy. Are they dead? watching the two people before him gradually turn to ashes and disappear into the wind and snow. Even Yu Tiansong and Cheryl, who had seen the world, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. Lu Jin, who was extremely knowledgeable about vampires, naturally explained the reason to the two of them. The vampire clan has a strict hierarchy, and even their relatives are nothing more than pawns that can be easily eliminated in the eyes of the true ancestor. Once a member of the family mentions the true ancestor's identity, the true ancestor will immediately become aware of it. And the result was naturally that he was directly annihilated by the true ancestor of the blood clan. Because the only one who truly holds power in the entire vampire clan is the vampire progenitor. If the true ancestor of the vampire clan is killed, his followers and blood servants will be destroyed as well. Therefore, among the races involved in the assimilation war, the vampires, while not the most powerful, are definitely the most troublesome. The true ancestor of the vampires will never reveal his true identity unless it is absolutely necessary. After learning a series of news, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but ask Lu Jin, "So, shall we continue our journey to the brilliant galaxy?" As one of the leading financial centers in the outer area of Shanghai, many interstellar travelers include the brilliant star systems in their travel routes. The brilliant galaxy not only has large-scale starports, but also provides a place for the maintenance and repair of ships. Even its market is often filled with rare and exotic treasures from the endless starry sea. Moreover, the brilliant galaxy is about to host its once-in-a-century grand event. At that time, the Gem family will also bring out many rare treasures that are rarely seen on ordinary days. From any perspective, they had no reason to refuse to go. But now that they have stumbled upon the secret of the Black Opal family, wouldn't it be like lambs to the slaughter if they were to go to the brilliant star system? Yu Tiansong's concerns were not unfounded. Lu Jin simply smiled faintly and answered Yu Tiansong's question with great composure. "Of course I'll go. The Gem family of the dazzling galaxy is not limited to the Black Opal family alone. The brilliant galaxy plays an indispensable role for him, and also for the assimilation war a year later. Although the war has not yet begun, the contest between Lu Jin and the vampires has already been brought to the arena. Lu Jin didn't believe that the Black Opal family would let him off easily now. Moreover, even if the Black Opal family gives up on pursuing this matter, Lu Jin will not let it go easily. If he gives up now, his chances of surviving a year from now will be infinitely close to zero. Faced with a group of monsters capable of overturning the entire universe, Lu Jin must seize every opportunity to weaken their forces as much as possible. Thinking of this, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the cargo ships that had crashed. Hopefully, these cargo ships will provide me with a significant amount of upgrade progress after being swallowed by the Origin warships. Back inside the starship, Lu Jin directly controlled the Fong drones to begin dismantling the cargo ships from the Black Opal family. The cargo ship parts, along with the frost crystals, were all sent inside the starship. Lu Jin generously poured all the cargo ship wreckage and the frost crystals he had just acquired into the Origin core. With a large amount of materials being invested, Lu Jin could clearly see that the ship's upgrade progress was skyrocketing. New materials are being analyzed. Ship upgrade progress reaches 25%. Disassembling ship parts. Ship upgrade progress reaches 31%. Once the progress reaches 31%, the ship upgrade speed slows down. Seeing this, Lu Jin understood perfectly well. The key to ship upgrades lies in the preciousness and diversity of the materials consumed. While consuming large amounts of ship materials in a short period of time can significantly accelerate ship upgrades, it is far less efficient than consuming precious materials. Back then, Lu Jin only used less than a box of Star Dragon scales to increase the ship's upgrade progress by 10%. Now, Lu Jin estimates that after these cargo ships are completely devoured, and with the addition of some frost spirit crystals, the ships will barely reach 40% of their upgrade progress. As Lu Jin had predicted, the ship upgrade progress slowed down even further after exceeding 35%. The ship upgrade progress stopped at 38% after all the cargo ships were devoured by the Origin warships. Lu Jin put the frost spirit crystals he had acquired into the Origin core, finally breaking through the upgrade progress. Ding! Selectable upgrade paths have been detected. Please select your ship upgrade progress. Upon opening the ship upgrade panel, Lu Jin immediately saw two upgrade paths. Upgrade Route 1 unlocks the Dimensional Space Warehouse, significantly increasing the ship's storage capacity. Upgrade Route 2 unlocks the Origin main gun compartment and unlocks the main gun Stellar Elegy. Unlock the main gun. Upon seeing the second upgrade route, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all. I decisively chose the second upgrade route. Although the storage capacity has been greatly increased, it is a huge improvement for the ship's endurance. However, as a flagship, the Prometheus must possess sufficiently powerful combat capabilities. As for the storage capacity, you can choose to add a few more cargo ships to the fleet to increase it in the future. After selecting the upgrade route, the entire starship began its autonomous upgrade. This upgrade is different from the previous ones. The entire starship's appearance has undergone an unusual change. At the heart of the starship, a colossal cannon appeared, exuding an imposing presence. And this giant cannon is none other than the main cannon, Stellar Elegy, which Lu Jin Gang has just unlocked. Compared to other cannons, the charging time for Stellar Elegy is extremely long. Even the lowest level of energy emission, at 10%, requires an hour of charging to reach the minimum emission requirement. When Lu Jin checked the specific data of Stellar Elegy, he found that it would take at least 72 hours to fill Stellar Elegy with the highest level of energy using the current energy output efficiency of the ship. Upon seeing this data, Lu Jin felt a surge of joy. The more energy the main gun requires, the greater its power when it is released. Such a long charging time also demonstrates the immense power of the Stellar Elegy. After putting away the data panel of Stellar Elegy, the hatch opened, and Yu Tiansong walked into the bridge. All the frost crystals have been collected. All of the Black Opal family's cargo ships have been recovered. Next, shall we go to the Brilliant Galaxy? Certainly. Lu Jin opened the ship's control panel with a wave of his hand. Enter the coordinates. A dazzling galaxy. With such a grand event approaching, there's no reason for us not to participate. As Lu Jin pressed the start button, the ship's engines roared to life once more. Yu Tiansong and Cheryl quickly returned to their positions. With everything ready, the Prometheus, fully loaded with frost crystals, took off. Next, they were heading to the territory of the Black Opal vampire family. The financial center on the outskirts of Shanghai, the venue for a dazzling event. A dazzling galaxy. Chapter 32 1 ton, 100 million credits. The Jade family. A star in its prime shines with dazzling brilliance. 7 planets, each with a different shape and color, orbit around the star. Around these planets, spaceships resembling trains frequently shuttle back and forth between the stars. Welcome to the Brilliant Galaxy, the Star Sea Financial Center jointly developed by the Gem family. If you require services such as ship berthing and repairs, please dock your ship at the port of Gem 6. If you are here for tourism, shopping, or exploring cultural attractions, please visit Gem number 1. A magnificent event that happens only once every century is about to begin. Many interstellar travelers have come to this star system, which has a highly developed economy and trade. Following the signs at the planetary port, Lu Jin berthed the Prometheus in the designated berth. The hatch opened, and Lu Jin and his group disembarked from the ship. Just like at the lunar starport, before Lu Jin had even fully disembarked from the ship, a number of advertising and salespeople had already gathered there. Boss, during the grand event, we're having a huge sale. All purchases in the store will be 20% off. Boss, would you be interested in learning more about our shop? Boss, would you like to learn about the latest type of energy mineral? It's twice as efficient as traditional energy sources. Faced with these noisy merchants who were like flies, Lu Jin did not choose to drive them away immediately. He flipped his hand and placed a frost spirit crystal in his palm. The frost crystal, with its unique appearance, quickly attracted the attention of these people as soon as it appeared. People crowded around, some even wearing testing devices. Before long, a series of gasps rose from the crowd. Its energy density has reached the level of a first-class energy mineral. This, or looks quite nice. It could be made into decorative items and sold for a good price. In my opinion, this, or is of the same toughness as a second-grade material. Boss, without further ado, I'll take all of your inventory. All the businessmen present were veterans of the Brilliant Galaxy who had spent many years there. Therefore, the moment Lu Jin took out the frost crystal, they immediately understood Lu Jin's intention. After a thorough evaluation, a price was quickly set for the frost crystal. Boss, everyone here is a straightforward person. Your ore is of good quality, but it needs to be processed to fetch a higher price. It's fate that we met. I'm willing to pay 50 million credits per ton to buy your ore. A price of 50 million credits per ton? Third brother, you really dare to fool the boss. Which tier 1 energy source on the market can sell you for 50 million credits per ton? I'll pay 60 million credits per ton. I'll take it all. Seeing this, many merchants began to place their bids. The price quickly reached 80 million credits per ton. Upon hearing the merchant's offers, Yu Tiansong thought to himself that he was about to strike it rich. It should be noted that there are hundreds of tons of frost crystals in the ship's warehouse. Among them are some extremely high-quality frost crystals. If all these frost crystals were sold at the current price, they would earn at least tens of billions of credits. Hundreds of billions of credits. That's almost equivalent to the Solar Alliance's annual military expenditure. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out among the many merchants. 100 million credits per ton. On behalf of the Black Opal family, I want to buy all the ore in this captain's possession. Black Opal family. For a moment, everyone fell silent. First, there's the price of 100 million credits per ton. Even if they could eat it all, they couldn't consume much. Most importantly, the other party has already revealed their name. The representative of the Black Opal family. As one of the gem families in the dazzling galaxy, even if they were incredibly stubborn, they wouldn't dare to challenge the Black Opal family. The representative of the Black Opal family approached Lu Jin, his gaze falling on the frost spirit crystal in Lu Jin's hand. We will acquire these ores at a price of 100 million credits per ton. This price is fair and justifies the value of these ores. What is your opinion? The other party was very confident because they had no competitors. Such a price is definitely a fair price. Lu Jin had no reason to refuse him. But when facing the representative of the Black Opal family, Lu Jin sneered and said without any mercy, "The Black Opal family shouldn't need my little bit of ore. I will not make any deals with the Black Opal family." What? Upon hearing this, many businessmen immediately wondered if they had misheard. This young captain actually rejected the Black Opal family, and they stated that they would not make any deals with the Black Opal family. Has he gone mad? This is the territory of the Gem family, a dazzling galaxy. By so openly rejecting the Black Opal family, isn't he afraid that the Black Opal family will target him? Faced with Lu Jin's refusal, the other party was clearly somewhat incredulous. They operate under the banner of the Black Opal family and always manage to make a profit in every business transaction. But the first time, he felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Just then, another voice rang out from behind the crowd. "If you won't sell to the Black Opal family, can you sell to our Jade family?" Among the crowd, a sweet-looking girl with a touch of childishness on her face excitedly raised her little hand. All eyes turned to the girl. The girl squeezed her way to the front of the crowd with great effort. She looked at Lu Jin with hopeful eyes, her clear and innocent eyes seeming to tell him something. "Sell it to me. Sell it to me." Lu Jin was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of this girl from the Jade family. I thought it would be quite a surprise to encounter a representative of the Black Opal family here. But unexpectedly, there was another member of the Jade family. However, the girl in front of him didn't seem to be a member of the Gem family at all. Seeing Lu Jin hesitate, the girl seemed to have made up her mind. "If you don't believe me, I can pay a deposit first." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl opened her account information. With a wave of her small hand, Lu Jin's account balance suddenly changed. Lu Jin opened his account and found that his account balance had increased by 10 billion credit points. A deposit of 10 billion? Even Yu Tiansong was stunned. Wasn't this deposit a bit too much? She didn't even ask how much or was in stock before transferring 10 billion credits directly. Where did this rich heiress come from? Lu Jin glanced at his account balance and smiled helplessly. Make a deal. Those around were stunned by what they saw. Is this the legendary sincerity is the ultimate weapon? Chapter 33, A Pie Falling from the Sky? A business legend. Very good. The girl from the Emerald family cheered as she confirmed that she had secured the deal. The man who claimed to represent the Black Opal family looked grim. Even so, he couldn't say anything. Although the Black Opal family and the Emerald family don't get along well on a daily basis, that's a feud between the higher-ups. With the grand event just around the corner, the Gemstone family has established a series of rules. If I cause trouble here and the family's higher-ups find out, I'm afraid I won't even be able to wear these clothes that belong to the family. My name is Ming Tsueishi, and I am very happy to make this deal with you. Lu Jin was also very pleased to be able to cooperate with the Jade family. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Jin led Ming Tsueishi to the ship's warehouse. When Ming Tsueishi saw the frost crystal inventory in the ship's warehouse, her eyes widened in surprise. So many. Originally, Ming Tsueishi and others believed that the production of high-quality minerals like frost spirit crystals must not be too large. But now, seeing the inventory in Lu Jin's warehouse, she felt like she had hit the jackpot. If other merchants knew that Lu Jin had so much stock, they would never have given away these frost crystals so easily. I never knew you had so much inventory. I thought that such a precious mineral must not be produced in large quantities. This boss, you've really hit the jackpot. Ming Suishi swallowed hard as she looked at the mountain of frost spirit crystals piled up before her. If these ores are processed, they can be resold. The Jade family will surely reap a considerable profit from this. But what intrigued Ming Suishi even more was where Lu Jin got so many precious ores from. It should be noted that the planets outside the Star Sea have already been largely developed. Although many escaped the net, most of them were barren planets that were not worth developing. Frost crystals have never appeared in major markets. This can only mean that it comes from the endless sea of stars, or is a specialty of some undeveloped planet. If it is the latter, then its value is far more than its current price. But Ming Suishi was also well aware that Lu Jin would never easily reveal the source of this ore. There are many more of these ores, but they need to be mined. If you are interested, you can offer to buy the planetary coordinates I have. By the planet's coordinates? Ming Suishi's first thought was that she might have misheard. Lu Jin actually intends to hand over a planet containing high-quality mineral veins? The elders in the family often say that there's no such thing as a free lunch. But in this situation, how is it any different from a pie falling from the sky? For a moment, Ming Suishi was somewhat taken aback. How much are you planning to ask for? Look at you. Lu Jin threw the question back to Ming Suishi, but Ming Suishi was also well aware of the value of this coordinate. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately did not offer a price. I need to think about it. Could I leave my contact information? I will contact you as soon as possible. Ming Suishi looked serious. As a member of the Jade family, she knew the importance of this transaction. Lu Jin then gave her his contact information. In fact, Lu Jin didn't care who his trading partners were. Any gemstone family is acceptable as long as it's not Black Opal. But now, with members of the Emerald family, who are at odds with the Black Opal family, coming to her doorstep, she is undoubtedly the best choice. All he had to do was sell the planet's coordinates, and someone would help him target the Black Opal family. Once the Black Opal family's plan falls apart, the vampires within will naturally come to the surface. That will be the time for me to make my move. As one engineering transport vehicle after another entered the ship's hold, they carried away loads of frost crystals. The surrounding crowd of onlookers began to stir. Holy crap! How many cars has this already? Haven't they finished hauling all that or yet? Is it true that the Jadeite family offered 100 million credits per ton to buy these ores? If someone else had said this, I might have doubted it, but that's the Emerald family, one of the gemstone families. This ship looks like nothing more than a small battleship, yet it's carrying so much precious ore. They've made a fortune. The news gradually spread. After all, although Starport is trading every moment, such a large sum of money, and the fact that it involves a gem family transaction makes it truly unique. After all, not everyone's goods can catch the eye of the gem family. But Lu Jin, who was at the center of the incident, had already left the starship and boarded the planetary train bound for Gem 1 at the starport. The planetary train travels at high speed on its predetermined track. Its speed is even faster than that of ordinary spaceships. Shortly after, the train arrived at the station. Lu Jin led Yu Tiansong and Cheryl out of the station together. The soft sunlight shines down, and the skyscrapers stand like a forest on this golden land. Races from all corners of the starry sky have gathered here. Lu Jin walked down the street, encountering a shop every few steps. Inside the store, a dazzling array of unique products is on display. Along the way, no two shops sold the same items twice. Its prosperity surpasses even that of the lunar starport. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jin had arrived at a tavern. Looking at the sign of the tavern in front of me, it was clearly written in the common language of the Star Sea, Starry Sky Tavern. Seeing Lu Jin stop, Yu Tiansong, who was standing next to him, had already noticed the tavern. Furthermore, this tavern clearly held a huge attraction for Yu Tiansong, who enjoyed having a few drinks from time to time. Since we finally got a chance to relax, why not have a few drinks? Lu Jin did not refuse Yu Tiansong's suggestion. After entering the tavern, Lu Jin sat down directly at the bar. Behind the bar, an alien bartender with several tentacles asked Lu Jin what he wanted to order. A cup of dreamlike interstellar drink. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the alien bartender's eyes. Yu Tiansong, who was standing next to him, was also a little surprised, because Dreamy Interstellar was a special cocktail that only old drinkers liked. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin, who usually has a serious demeanor, actually knows about wine? The alien bartender immediately started mixing drinks, while Lu Jin looked at Cheryl beside him. As a star-hunting dragon, Shiria is clearly not old enough to drink alcohol. So, Lu Jin simply ordered her a drink. As for Yu Tiansong next to him, there's no need to worry about him. Yu Tiansung usually likes to have a little wine during his breaks. He has his own unique taste, so Lu Jin doesn't need to worry about him. Chapter 34 Pirate Traces. Prospective family member. Even Lu Jin enjoyed a moment of peace in the tavern. Time was running out, and the moment of the assimilation war was drawing ever closer. These days, Lu Jin is constantly thinking about how to improve his strength as much as possible. Only in this way can he change the outcome of the future. Looking at the wine in the glass in front of him, Lu Jin's mind was filled with countless thoughts. What I need to do now is to completely eradicate the vampires from the Black Opal family. Bang! Just then, the tavern door was kicked open. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. A large, fierce-looking alien race member walked in. Behind him followed a number of alien races, all exuding the same menacing aura. They swarmed into the tavern like locusts. One of the alien race members approached the table, which was already occupied, but he acted as if he didn't see anyone there and simply sat down. Seeing this, the people sitting there realized that these people were not to be trifled with. They left the table dejectedly. After they left, these alien races took over the table. Upon seeing this, the tavern owner immediately came forward to greet him. Distinguished guests, what would you like to order? Bring me all the alcohol in your store. The leading alien race simply waved its hand. Listening to the other party's unfamiliar Star Sea common language, Lu Jin could roughly guess the other party's identity. Space pirates. From the moment they entered until they sat down, their habits were exactly like those of space pirates. With such a grand event about to take place, how could space pirates even come here? Lu Jin didn't believe they were really there to attend the splendid event. Lu Jin kept this in mind and continued to savor the wine in his glass. The problem of space pirates is something the Gem family should solve. I finally got a break today, and as long as they don't bother me, I don't mind letting them off the hook. Just as Lu Jin Gang picked up his wine glass, ready to take a sip, at the tavern entrance, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Lu Jin? Is that person Lu Jin? I never expected to run into our top student from Lu University here. Both Yu Tiansong and Cheryl looked towards the doorway in response to the sound. Judging from the tone of their voices, these people must be acquaintances of Lu Jin. They were curious about who Lu Jin's acquaintances were. The first to approach was Qin Mowu, who was most familiar with Lu Jin. As the new generation of Earth, after a period of interstellar travel, they eventually established their transit station in the brilliant galaxy. After all, with such a grand event just around the corner, there's no reason not to attend. After sighing, Lu Jin turned around to look at Qin Mowu. Qin Mowu was naturally overjoyed to meet an acquaintance in a foreign land. She leaned over immediately, eager to share her experiences and observations from the journey with Lu Jin. The faces of the people who were left behind by Qin Mowu turned rather ugly for a moment. It's worth noting that Qin Mowu almost never speaks when she's with the rest of them. Now that he's met Lu Jin, it's like he's opened a floodgate of words, talking nonstop. This is completely different from how she looked before. She's like a different person altogether. Qin Mowu, we didn't come to the tavern just for idle chat. That's right, we've come here on a mission from our families. This opportunity was hard-won by Brother Shang, so you should think it through carefully. There's no need for you all to be so nervous. Given my relationship with my family, there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. A young man with a shiny, powdered face stepped out from the crowd. He walked straight to Qin Mowu's side, but his gaze fell on Lu Jin. I had heard a bit about Lu Da's reputation as a top student when I was at Blue Star University. I wonder what the size of the fleet is for the current top students at the Army University? If you have the ability, I might be able to give you a chance to connect with the Gem family. After all, I am now a prospective member of the Black Opal family. By completing the Black Opal family's tasks, one can become a formal family member. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin's gaze finally fell on the other person. After a careful look, Lu Jin recognized the other party's identity. Sheng Yunjiang. He is a second-generation rich kid from Shiha Blazing Flame Engineering Company, a well-known enterprise on Blue Star. Among the new generation of captains, his strength is considered to be among the best. Unfortunately, in front of Lu Jin, the achievements he boasted about were utterly insignificant. Before Lu Jin could speak, Yu Tiansong spoke first. I would have thought you had become a core member of the family. A prospective family member, not even a formal family member. Do you really think you can represent the entire Gem family? Utterly ridiculous. Faced with Yu Tiansong's scolding, Sheng Yunjiang's expression gradually turned ugly. Just as he was about to retort, a squad of guards appeared at the tavern entrance. These guards were dressed in the finest equipment and carried extremely powerful thunder spears. Most importantly, The Emerald family emblem on their armor is instantly recognizable. The drinkers who were drinking stopped what they were doing when they saw this scene. And those savage alien races were even more nervous. Just as Lu Jin said, they are space pirates. Now that the thieves have met the soldiers, how could they not panic? But the one who was most panicked was the tavern owner. He never expected that guards from the Emerald family would come to his tavern. Furthermore, judging from their attire, they didn't seem to be there to drink. Once the guards of the Emerald family had taken their positions, two beautiful figures walked in through the door. One of the figures was familiar to Lu Jin. It was Ming Tsueishi, who had previously made a deal with Lu Jin. The figure next to her was taller and had a more mature figure. However, the two looked 9/10 alike. It's obvious without even guessing that this person is most likely Ming Tsueishi's older sister or another member of the family. Lu Jin had no idea why they were here. Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh at how short the rest period had been. Sister, it's him. Ming Tsueishi pointed directly at Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yunjiang, who was standing next to Lu Jin, immediately distanced himself from Lu Jin. These guards were actually looking for Lu Jin? Unexpectedly, Lu Jin offended the Emerald family as soon as he arrived in the brilliant galaxy. Qin Mowu immediately assumed that Lu Jin had offended the Emerald family. Otherwise, why would they send so many guards? Even so, Qin Mowu did not quickly distance herself from Lu Jin like Sheng Yunjiang and the others. She began to think about how to rescue Lu Jin from this vortex of crisis. Chapter 35 Emerald Gem Card. We're being watched. Let me introduce myself. My name is Cui Yusin. This is my sister, whom you have already met before. Based on what my sister told me, I'm very interested in the planetary coordinates you have. Jade Heart, one of the top members of the Jade family. When the name reached everyone's ears, they understood why there were so many guards. After all, each member of the family's top leadership represents a portion of the Gem family's power. When traveling, you encounter all sorts of people, so it's perfectly normal to bring a few bodyguards for protection. But these weren't the reasons that surprised them the most. What surprised them the most was that Cui Yusin actually took the initiative to approach Lu Jin, wanting to buy the coordinates of a planet he had. What kind of planetary coordinates could possibly attract the attention of the Jade family's higher-ups to make a deal? I am well aware of the value of this planet's coordinates. It is probably not something that can be simply measured in credits. However, if you are willing to sell it to our Jade family, you will gain the friendship of our Jade family. Cui Yusin spoke calmly, exuding the composure befitting someone in a position of authority. This is completely different from Ming Tsueishi beside her. Lu Jin, facing Cui Yusin, picked up his wine cup and drank the wine in one gulp. He then tossed a compass containing the planet's coordinates directly to Jade Heart. Cui Yusin quickly caught the coordinate compass, a rare hint of surprise appearing on her usually calm face. Lu Jin actually handed over the planet's coordinates to her like that? So decisively. This is an extremely valuable planet. Did he not hesitate even for a moment? The coordinates of this planet are of no value to me. But for you, it might be different. You can set its price. Lu Jin decisively passed the question to the Jade family. For Lu Jin, it would be enough if the other Gem families knew of the planet's existence. As for the bid from the Jade family, that was a completely unexpected bonus. Seeing Lu Jin's generosity, Cui Yusin thought for a moment and then decisively took out a card. The card's material is like a gemstone, shimmering brilliantly under the light. In the most prominent position at the center of the card, the mark unique to the Jade family is very obvious. Sheng Yunjiang, who had been standing to the side, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the card. Emerald Gemstone card. What right does he have to have this card? Seeing Sheng Yunjiang's surprise, the new generation of Blue Star members around him asked him what the card was for. Before Sheng Yunjiang could speak, Cui Yusin took the initiative to explain. With this Emerald Gem card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases at any of the Gem family's properties. In addition, this Emerald Gem card also signifies that you are the most distinguished guest of our Emerald family, and you can use it to have members of the Emerald family help you. Finally, here are 10 billion credits. It's not a large amount, but it represents the sentiments of our Jade family. Cui Yusin placed the Jade Gem card in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin accepted the special credit card without any hesitation. It must be said that compared to the final 10 billion credits, the value of this Emerald Gem card goes far beyond its price. Lu Jin truly felt the sincerity of the Jade family. After putting away the Jade Gem card, Cui Yusin looked around at the people. I apologize for disturbing you all. Today's expenses will be covered by the Jade family. After saying that, Suyu Xin turned and left. The tavern owner and the tavern's patrons were naturally overjoyed. After all, as Jade Heart has said, Today's expenses will be paid by the Jade family. If they were to be overly polite, they would be wasting this hard-won opportunity. Before long, the tavern returned to its previous cheerful atmosphere. Qin Mowu looked at Lu Jin with admiration. Even after Cui Yusen's explanation, she understood the significance of the Jade Gem card in Lu Jin's hand. This card is far more useful than Sheng Yunjiang's so-called probationary member status. Lu Jin, how did you do that? The value of this Emerald Gem card cannot be measured in money. The Gem family's businesses are extremely extensive, even holding a place in the endless starry sea. With this Emerald Gem card, you can save a considerable amount of money in the future. Lu Jin played with the Jade Gem card in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. He naturally knew the value of this Emerald Gem card. But now he's more concerned about when the Emerald family will discover the Black Opal family's little scheme. Presumably, Jade Heart is already eagerly arranging for exploration ships to head to the frigid planet. Once the Emerald family's exploration ship arrives on that planet, the Black Opal family's secret will be exposed. By then, perhaps Lu Jin won't even need to lift a finger. Sheng Yunjiang was so envious of the Jade and Gemstone card in Lu Jin's hand that he was practically going crazy. He worked himself to the bone for the Black Opal family, doing so much for them, and only barely managed to qualify as a prospective family member. But what did Lu Jin do to get a Jade Gem card? Sheng Yunjiang snorted coldly and turned to leave. The young generation of Blue Star who had originally surrounded him hesitated for a while, but in the end, less than half of them followed in his footsteps. The others instantly changed their stance and began to flatter Lu Jin. But Lu Jin's mind was not on them at all. Cheryl came to Lu Jin's side and whispered, "Captain, those guys have been watching you ever since the beginning. Among these people, there is also a psychic. Should I take action and finish them off? A psionicist?" Following Shiria's gaze, Lu Jin's eyes fell on the alien races. Those alien races met Lu Jin's gaze without any intention of avoiding it. One of the alien races even made a threatening gesture at Lu Jin, displaying an arrogant attitude. "Hey bro, that kid's looking over here." "Huh, so what if you look over here? I heard it clearly just now. He has 10 billion credits in that card. How about pulling off a heist before this dazzling event? You all better behave yourselves. We're here on a mission. If you mess this up, don't blame me for turning on you. What's the big deal? A human kid doesn't even have psionic powers. It's a piece of cake to deal with him." Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Lu Jin, this fat sheep. Hearing the discussion among his underlings, the leading alien race hesitated. Just then, a message popped up on his microcomputer. Upon opening the message details, the alien race's eyes lit up. "My lads, we're in luck. The employer has given us a mission. The target is that human kid." Chapter 36, A Covert Battle. A crushing defeat. "Lucky you." One of the alien races whistled a cheerful tune. Just as Lu Jin had guessed, all of these alien races were, without exception, interstellar pirates hired by the Black Opal family. Although the true purpose of the Black Opal family hiring them is unknown. However, the Black Opal family now knows that Lu Jin sold the planet's coordinates to the Emerald family. The Black Opal family's higher-ups made the decisive decision to eliminate Lu Jin ahead of time. Lu Jin's appearance has already threatened the Black Opal family. If this continues unchecked, who knows what Lu Jin might do next? So, all the space pirates stood up. The moment they stood up, all eyes were on them. The patrons couldn't help but swallow hard, clearly not wanting to have anything to do with these fierce-looking guys. The space pirate went straight to the bar, to where Lu Jin was. They occupied all the positions around Lu Jin, one on the left and one on the right. By this point, even a fool would understand. These fierce-looking guys are probably after Lu Jin. Upon seeing this, the new generation of Blue Star around Lu Jin scattered like birds and beasts. One wave subsides only for another to rise. Qin Mowu stood next to Lu Jin, scrutinizing the people around her. "What are you trying to do?" When Qin Mowu asked her questions, the space pirates just smiled faintly, not taking her seriously at all. One of the burly space pirates even came closer, his eyes filled with a mocking smile as he teased his prey. "What? Is this bar only for you guys? Haha, you guys are getting a bit domineering. We just wanted some smooth-tasting cocktails. Why get so worked up?" As he spoke, one of the space pirates prepared to attack Qin Mowu. But before he could even touch Qin Mowu, Lu Jin directly raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. The space pirate was slightly taken aback and prepared to forcefully break free from Lu Jin's grasp. But when he started to exert force, he realized that Lu Jin's strength was not something he could easily break free from. For a moment, A surge of anger rose within the space pirate. "Let me go, you brat." Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin suddenly increased the force in his hand. Almost instantly, the space pirate felt a surge of electricity coursing through his entire arm. Then, something strange happened. The space pirate couldn't even feel his arm. What happened that caused him to fall to the ground? Meanwhile, the space pirate beside Lu Jin stared thoughtfully at his fingers. "That's interesting. Rumor has it that there's an ancient martial art in the solar system that can easily subdue enemies. I have wandered among the stars for many years and seen many humans from Earth, but none of them have ever used ancient martial arts to such a degree as you. You do have some skills. If it weren't for the high salary offered by the employer, I would really like to recruit you into my fleet." As he spoke, a space pirate approached Lu Jin. This space pirate had crimson skin covered in dense scales. As he approached Lu Jin, the scales on his body began to move like waves. Immediately afterwards, an extremely hidden force silently began to approach Lu Jin. "Now, you should come with me." The voice of the space pirate instantly became extremely seductive. Even Qin Mowu, who was standing next to him, felt a moment of mental confusion after hearing his voice. Just then, Lu Jin's gaze met that of the space pirate. Their eyes met. In an instant, the space pirate felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Jin's gaze was crystal clear, and she didn't seem to be bewitched by him in the slightest. "How is that possible? I am a psionicist. Dealing with this ordinary human kid would be like a dimensional reduction attack." Just then, his gaze fell on Lu Jin's back. At that moment, his eyes met those of Shiria. Cheryl didn't hold back and immediately unleashed her psionic energy. The terrifying psionic energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the space pirate. The space pirate stared wide-eyed, feeling the terrifying psionic energy emanating from Shiria, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Is the other person also a psychic? There's actually a powerful psychic next to this human kid? Moreover, this psychic power is stronger than his own. No. His own psychic power was as insignificant as the moon compared to a firefly in the face of her. In an instant, the space pirate felt as if he were suffocating. His throat felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible force. Seeing his pain, his companion immediately realized something was wrong. "Boss, what's wrong? Damn it, we've run into a tough one. It must have been this kid who did it." Seeing their leader's pained expression, he looked as if he was about to suffocate. The henchmen didn't care about anything else and immediately attacked Lu Jin. But before their fists could land on Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong had already appeared in front of them. At this moment, Yu Tiansong was furious. He had finally managed to get some rest, and yet someone still came to cause trouble for them. Show no mercy whatsoever. Yu Tiansong's fist landed directly on his opponent like a cannonball. The space pirate who was hit by Yu Tiansong's fist felt a sharp pain coming from the point of attack, which spread outwards like a spider web. "It hurts. Why does it hurt so much?" Before they could figure out the reason, Yu Tiansong's attack came again. A punch landed squarely on the opponent's vulnerable spot in the face. Immediately afterwards, Yu Tiansong launched a series of attacks on the opponent's vulnerable points. Every living thing has its own weaknesses. There is no creature in the world without any weaknesses. Yu Tiansong's greatest skill is finding the opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them. Before long, the few space pirates who had been causing trouble were all lying on the ground. The space pirate who had just used psionic energy on Lu Jin was already on the verge of death from the psionic energy released by Shiria. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the Gem family's patrol guards. 2 patrolling guards rushed into the tavern and saw several space pirates lying on the ground. Their eyes fell on Lu Jin and his group. But before they could speak, Lu Jin directly took out the Emerald Gem card. Upon seeing the Jade Gem card, the 2 guards who were about to question Lu Jin and his group instantly changed their attitude 180 degrees. "Dear valued guest, I apologize for disturbing your rest. We will investigate these troublemakers. Hopefully, it won't spoil your good mood today." Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Lu Jin glanced at the Jade Gem card in his hand. This thing is actually quite useful. Chapter 37 Pre-Battle Preparations. An invitation from the Emerald family. After leaving the tavern, Lu Jin headed straight for the largest trading market in the brilliant galaxy. Now, the Black Opal family has taken notice of Lu Jin's existence. They had even begun plotting how to make Lu Jin disappear silently from the dazzling galaxy. Lu Jin, of course, could not sit idly by and wait for his fate. It was time for him to purchase some items to prevent a more intense counterattack from the Black Opal family. Upon arriving at the trading market, a website immediately popped up on Lu Jin's microcomputer. This website records all the products in the entire trading market. Opening the website's product list reveals thousands upon thousands of different kinds of goods flooding in like a tidal wave. It would take the average person at least a day to look through all these product lists. But while resting at the tavern, Lu Jin had already mentally drawn up a list of the supplies he needed. Next, Lu Jin only needs to search for and purchase supplies according to this list. Ding! Congratulations on successfully placing an order for 50 tons of triple-layered composite metal. Ding! Congratulations on successfully placing an order for 20 tons of liquid alloy. Ding! Congratulations on successfully placing an order for 50 tons of high-energy ore. As Lu Jin continued clicking, his balance began to deplete rapidly. Sitting next to Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but raise his eyelids slightly as he watched Lu Jin's inhumanly extravagant shopping spree. No wonder Lu Jin said before that 10 billion credit points were just small change. Given his spending habits, this is really a small amount of money. After a shopping spree, Lu Jin finally stopped what she was doing. Seeing this, Yu Tiansong breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Lu Jin would fill the entire ship with materials before he would stop. But at that moment, an announcement came on the electric train they were riding. Ding! You have arrived at the brilliant treasure pavilion, the location you specified. A dazzling treasure trove? Just hearing the name gave Yu Tiansong a bad feeling. The car door opened, and Lu Jin stepped out, walking directly toward the so-called brilliant treasure pavilion. When Lu Jin and his group arrived at the store, Yu Tiansong finally understood why it was called the brilliant treasure pavilion. The goods here are unusually expensive. Custom-made main guns for warships, starting price 10 million credits, 10-year free warranty. Starry Sea Rare Beast Tentacle, priced at 50 million credits, no refunds once sold. Coordinates of a cultural relic, priced at 100 million credits, a one-of-a-kind deal based on integrity. Imperial-class large battleship, priced at 1 billion credits, with a 1-year no-questions-asked money-back guarantee. From the most basic biological materials to the customized weapons for large ships. This so-called brilliant treasure pavilion has everything imaginable. Although these items are very diverse, their prices are beyond the reach of most people. As soon as Lu Jin entered the shop, a human sales clerk came over. Hello, welcome to the brilliant treasure pavilion. Clearly, these are human employees that the store specifically recruited to better serve its customers. Lu Jin glanced at the goods in the shop, then turned to look at the human shop assistant in front of him. I want to buy a material called mithril. Mithril? After learning about Lu Jin's needs, the shop assistant turned on his mini-computer and began searching. Soon, the human shop assistant turned to Lu Jin with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but mithril is currently in short supply even in the brilliant galaxy. Out of stock? Upon hearing this answer, Lu Jin seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Because mithril is the nemesis of vampires. Weapons made of mithril can inflict massive damage on vampires. Unfortunately, at this time, the various races of the universe were unaware of the restraining effect of mithril on vampires. Therefore, mithril often appears on the list of materials that are being stockpiled in the market. The absence of mithril further proves that the Black Opal family has been secretly operating in the shadows. If there is no mithril, are there any ordinary silver or blessed holy water from the holy city in the warehouse? Yes, that's available. Both of these are the most common materials. Furthermore, the vampires of Black Opal might not know that ordinary silver ore, combined with the holy city's unique blessed water, is a powerful combination. We can refine materials that are even more effective against them than mithril. Holy silver. The restraining effect of this synthetic material is more than 10 times that of mithril. Lu Jin decisively purchased all of the ordinary silver mine inventory and the inventory of blessed holy water in the entire brilliant treasure pavilion. After all the materials were purchased, Lu Jin immediately returned to the ship. For several days in a row, Lu Jin locked himself inside the ship. Yu Tiansong and Shui Lia were given a long vacation. Given their combined strength, even if the Black Opal family sent people to target them, they might not be able to succeed easily. While Lu Jin was locking himself inside the ship, the date of the splendid event was rapidly approaching. That morning, Lu Jin, still exhausted and half asleep, heard a notification from the ship's system. Ding, an intruder has been detected outside the hatch. Open the hatch. Hearing the sound, Lu Jin stretched and rubbed his still sleepy eyes. Upon opening the ship's monitoring screen, Qin Mowu was already standing in front of the hatch. Why is Qin Mowu on her own ship so early? Without a second thought, Lu Jin went straight to the cabin door. Upon opening the hatch, the first thing Qin Mowu saw was Lu Jin, who was dressed in an extremely disheveled manner. Lu Jin also had a multifunctional wrench clipped to his waist. Seeing Lu Jin like this, Qin Mowu was momentarily stunned. What has Lu Jin been doing on the ship these past few days? How did he end up like this? But after only a moment of stunned silence, Qin Mowu immediately remembered the purpose of her visit to Lu Jin. Lu Jin, you haven't forgotten. Today is the day of the gem auction, have you? Gemstone auction? After a moment of thought, Lu Jin suddenly recalled the details of the auction. Seeing Lu Jin's look of sudden realization, Qin Mowu knew that Lu Jin must have forgotten. Before the grand event begins, the Gem family gathers rare and precious treasures from all corners of the cosmos to hold a grand auction as a prelude to the event. Today is the first day of the gem auction, and Qin Mowu came specifically to remind Lu Jin, fearing he might forget about it. Perfect timing, I've managed to get 2 auction tickets. Before he could finish speaking, Ming Tsueishi's figure reappeared in Lu Jin's sight. Ming Tsueishi's visit to Lu Jin at this time was clearly intended to reveal her intentions. Mr. Lu Jin, my sister asked me to invite you to this gem auction. If possible, could you come with me to the gem auction? Chapter 38, The Invisible Smoke of War. Starry Sea Spirits. Lu Jin had no reason to refuse the invitation from the Jade family. Moreover, he was also curious about how far the Jade family's investigation had progressed. Can I bring my friend along? When faced with this question, Ming Tsueishi responded very generously. Their Jade family owns a huge private room, large enough to comfortably accommodate even a dozen or so people like Lu Jin. After receiving the answer to his question, Lu Jin nodded and asked Qin Mowu and Ming Tsueishi to wait for him for a while. After all, Lu Jin had been carrying out a series of engineering modifications in the ship's cabin these past few days. At this moment, besides the strong smell of rust, he also had an extremely pungent smell of engine oil. He certainly didn't want to attend a gem auction in this manner. After washing up, Lu Jin tidied himself up again. At this moment, Yu Tiansong and Cheryl were also ready, standing at the cabin door waiting for Lu Jin's arrival. And so, Lu Jin, along with Qin Mowu, Yu Tiansong, and Cheryl, followed Ming Tsueishi to the gem auction. As a warm-up event for the grand occasion, the scale of the gem auction goes without saying. The magnificent auction venue, resembling a castle, came into their view. The gem auction is divided into 2 parts, an indoor area and an outdoor area. The auction is held in the inner area, and you need a ticket issued by the Gem family to enter. Those without tickets need not worry, as the Gem family has planned a commercial area outside the venue. Many shops have brought out their best items. Even without entering the auction, a stroll through this commercial district will surely allow you to find something you like. Lu Jin and the others, on the other hand, experienced firsthand what it means to receive special privileges. They rode the Emerald family's electric train, passing directly through the family's passageway and through the crowded outer area, into the interior of the gem auction building. Unlike the bustling outer area, the inner area presented a completely different scene. After all, those who receive an invitation from the Gem family are basically prominent figures in the Star Sea. Many alien races of different colors wandered around the inner area. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, one transaction and decision after another were made. Lu Jin and the others went straight to the door of the private room with the best view in the venue. Upon opening the door, a very spacious area comes into view. Although the room's decor was understated, it still couldn't conceal the wealth and power of the Gem family. Jade Heart, the one who invited the invitation, had been waiting there for quite some time. Cui Yusin's gaze swept over Lu Jin's back, and only after everyone was seated did she speak. Mr. Lu Jin, we have already sent people to the planet you marked for exploration. We discovered local indigenous civilizations there, as well as the high-grade energy minerals you're selling. But in addition, we also made some unexpected discoveries. These unexpected discoveries are probably the real reason you sold the coordinates of this planet to our Jade family. As a high-ranking leader of the Jadeite family, Jade Heart naturally understood what the discovery on this planet meant. But will she choose not to see anything? Of course not. The Gem family is not united. On the contrary, the Black Opal family has been trying to acquire the Emerald family for years. What was discovered on that frigid planet could absolutely be the key factor in the Emerald family's downfall of the Black Opal family. After all, the act of eating alone is. Once discovered, they will face pursuit from other Gem families. Moreover, the value of this planet far exceeds their imagination. The Black Opal family doesn't know how many frost crystals they've mined on this planet. The Black Opal family still doesn't know where the money from selling these frost crystals went. Such behavior has disrupted the balance of the entire gem family. Therefore, the Jade family promptly informed the other gem families about this matter. The Black Opal family is now likely caught in a vortex from which it cannot extricate itself. Of course, these are all internal issues within the gem family. If other gem families are ruthless enough, Lu Jin could be happy to have some peace and quiet if he could use them to eliminate the Black Opal family. Just then, a strong voice came from the loudspeakers in all directions of the hall. Welcome, distinguished guests, to this event sponsored by the Gem family. Next, the auction items for this event will be sent to your personal devices in the form of a list. The auction will last for 3 days, and everyone can arrange the items they want to auction in an orderly manner. So, without further ado, please turn your attention to the center of the venue. The gem auction is now officially open. As the auction officially began, all eyes were drawn to the center of the venue. Cui Yusin also told Lu Jin that he could pay more attention to gemstone auctions. After all, as a warm-up activity before the grand event, the Gem family had put in a lot of effort for this auction. As Lu Jin listened to Cui Yusin's introduction, his thoughts also turned to the gemstone auction. According to his memory, there would indeed be many good items at this gem auction. But since it's a good product, its price will certainly not be low. Soon, the first item for auction was brought out. This auction item moved both Yu Tiansong and Qin Mowu slightly, because standing on the auction stage were two beautiful sisters. Slave? Yu Tiansong and Qin Mowu both looked rather grim. Although slavery still exists in many civilizations, the two, who came from the Blue Star civilization, still harbored a strong aversion to this system. Cui Yusin, seeing through their thoughts, directly explained to them. Don't misunderstand. These two voluntarily sold their freedom to become slaves. What? Voluntary? How could anyone voluntarily sell themselves as a slave? Jade Heart continued to explain to the two that the two sisters were Star Sea Elves. The Star Elves are a race that is on the verge of extinction in the Star Sea. Although they possess extremely strong psychic combat power, they have a major flaw in their ability to reproduce. This is why their population has not increased at all over the past thousands of years. Even now, the Starry Sea spirits have almost completely disappeared from the Starry Sea. I don't know what their purpose is in selling their freedom. But since they chose this path, it means they are aware of it. If they are auctioned off by a good seller, wouldn't that also be a way of life? Chapter 39, Extravagant Spending. Absolute Loyalty. After explaining, Cui Yusin's gaze fell on Lu Jin, who remained silent. From the moment the two sisters appeared, Lu Jin's gaze fell on them, lost in thought. Seeing this, Cui Yusin took the initiative to ask, Mr. Lu Jin, are you interested in these two Starry Sea Elves? After all, the loyalty of slaves who willingly sell themselves can naturally be guaranteed to some extent. Upon hearing these words, Yu Tiansong and Qin Mowu's gazes fell on Lu Jin. In Qin Mowu's eyes, if Lu Jin were to buy these two sisters, he would definitely not treat them unfairly. However, she was also well aware that as a rare race, the Star Sea Elves' appearance at a gem auction meant that their value would be incomparable to that of ordinary treasures. Therefore, Qin Mowu did not say anything to force Lu Jin to buy the pair of Starry Sea Elves. But at that moment, Lu Jin raised his hand and pressed the button to participate in the auction. I am indeed somewhat interested in the Starry Sea Elf. In Lu Jin's memory, the outbreak of the Assimilation War led to the fall of many planetary civilizations. Yet, amidst the endless wars, many brilliant and dazzling generals also rose to prominence. Among them was a pair of twin warriors who shone brightly in the Assimilation War, thanks to their formidable fighting prowess. And the race that waged this twin war was none other than the Star Elves. Now, when Lu Jin sees the two elven sisters again, the image of the twin warriors inevitably comes to mind. If these two Star Sea Elves are indeed the future renowned twin warriors. Therefore, Lu Jin had no reason not to acquire it through auction. Moreover, the Star Sea Elves are an incredibly powerful race. If it weren't for their genetic defects that made their subsequent reproduction extremely difficult, such a race would have become one of the most powerful races in the Starry Sea sooner or later. In Lu Jin's memory, there happened to be a way to make up for their genetic defects. If this succeeds, Lu Jin might gain a decent source of soldiers. Taking all factors into consideration, Lu Jin decisively participated in the auction. The Starry Sea Elf's value has now reached a high of 20 million credits. Even so, prices continue to soar. At that moment, the auction price on the big screen changed instantly. 100 million credits. The sudden surge in auction prices silenced the entire venue for a few seconds. It jumped directly from 20 million to 100 million? That rich guy is so unreasonable. Even so, this price did not remain for long. Before long, prices began to soar again. 110 million credits. 120 million credits. But the next second, the numbers on the screen jumped again, reaching a price of 200 million credits. This sudden change once again shocked everyone in the venue. Meanwhile, Cui Yusin, who was in the private room, also looked at Lu Jin and smiled with a slightly teasing tone. Mr. Lu Jin seems determined to acquire these two starry sea elves. Lu Jin smiled faintly at Cui Yusin's teasing. With a wave of his hand, he offered another 300 million credits. To others, these two sisters were nothing more than rare starseed sprites. But in Lu Jin's eyes, the two of them were powerful beings who would become future warriors. After the assimilation war broke out, general-level psionicists were not something that could be bought with money. Soon, under Lu Jinhao's inhumane offer, Lu Jin spent only 600 million credits to buy the Starry Sea Elf sisters. After deducting the credit points from their accounts, the Starry Sea Elf sisters were also sent to Lu Jin's private room. After the two Starry Sea Fairy sisters entered the private room, the older one first scanned the crowd of figures. Finally, her gaze fell on Shiria. Shiria's innate dragon might made even this Star Sea Elf feel a sense of oppression. After lingering on Shiria for a moment, her gaze finally settled on Lu Jin. Silver Moon, a member of the Star Sea Elf race, will henceforth be at the Master's beck and call. Yulan, a member of the Star Sea Elf clan, will henceforth be at the Master's beck and call. The two star spirits knew very well that they had now lost everything, including their personal freedom. Even so, they had no regrets whatsoever. Because this money is extremely important to their entire community. If sacrificing the two of them could ensure the survival of the entire clan, it would be an absolutely worthwhile deal for them. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the two Star Sea Elves. After learning their names, Lu Jin became even more certain. The two star spirits before me are the twin warriors whose names will one day resound throughout the Starry Sea. However, they are now nothing more than slaves who have just lost their freedom. But at that moment, Lu Jin did something that shocked everyone. Lu Jin opened his personal terminal and, in front of everyone, directly deactivated the biocontrol chips on both Yin and Yulan. He felt the biocontrol chip in his mind stop working. The two Star Sea Elves, Silver Moon and Orchid, were filled with shock, while Jade Heart and the others standing to the side also showed a look of shock. You are here. Yin, being the older sister, was the first to react, looking at Lu Jin with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand why Lu Jin, after spending a high price to buy them, would then immediately remove the biocontrol chips from their bodies. Facing the puzzled crowd, Lu Jin turned directly to Yin and Yulan. Absolute loyalty cannot be achieved with just a tiny chip. Therefore, I have deactivated the biocontrol chips on you. I hope that you will accept my employment as a Star Elf and become a crew member under my command. Hire? Become a crew member? Yin and Yulan both frowned slightly at Lu Jin's unnecessary methods. You can rest assured of our loyalty. From the moment we chose to betray ourselves, we were fully prepared. Therefore, you don't need to use such methods to gain our loyalty. Just then, Lu Jin sent a pre-prepared document to Yin's personal terminal. Looking at the employment document that popped up on the screen, Yin looked at Lu Jin in front of her. This guy is serious. But when she saw the contents of the document, her eyes widened in disbelief. Are the conditions in this document true? Absolutely genuine. If you think it's impossible, you can leave directly. After all, you are now a free person. Before she finished speaking, Yin knelt down on one knee and knelt before Lu Jin with a devout expression. At this moment, the way she looked at Lu Jin was as if she had grasped at the last straw. Chapter 40 Gene Repair. Incredible skill. If it's true, then I won't complain at all no matter what you ask me to do. Looking at her older sister's determined gaze, Yulan, the younger sister, was also somewhat puzzled. What exactly were the terms of the employment contract that could cause her sister to lose her composure like this? With a curious look in her eyes, she opened the employment contract that Lu Jin had sent her. The first thing that catches the eye is some perfectly normal employment contract, during which she is required to protect Lu Jin and the safety of his property. In addition, Lu Jin will also pay wages in accordance with the treatment of normal crew members. But upon reaching the end, Yulan discovered an unusual clause in the treaty. Lu Jin has an obligation to help the Star Sea Elves repair their genetic defects and help them reproduce normally. Upon seeing the last item, Yulan's eyes widened in surprise. Repairing gene defects? How is this possible? It should be noted that the Star Sea Elves are a race that is born with powerful spiritual energy. They can even use their psychic powers to engage in high-intensity combat in outer space, far exceeding what is possible for ordinary people. Even though they are capable of anything, they still cannot solve their genetic reproductive defects. This may be the curse of eternal life that the will of the universe bestowed upon them when they were created. But Lu Jin promised that he could repair the damaged genes of the Star Sea Elf race. Repairing genetic defects. I've never heard of such a thing before. Yulan clearly couldn't believe that Lu Jin possessed such abilities. After all, in her eyes, Lu Jin was just a human from Earth with a little money. Lu Jin showed no anger in the face of Yulan's questioning. He did not deceive the two Star Sea Elves, Silver Moon and Orchid. Indeed, there is currently no way to repair the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves. But that doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. In my past life memories, it was Silver Moon and Orchid who revealed the method to repair the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves. Lu Jin simply brought it from the future to use in the present. Moreover, this method only works on Starry Sea Elves. Although Silver Moon and Orchid developed this method in their previous lives, the Star Sea Elf race had long since disappeared into the Star Sea due to the outbreak of the Assimilation War. Now, Lu Jin has simply placed their research findings in their proper place. If you don't believe me, I can fix the genetic defects in both of you right now. Can it be done now? Upon hearing this, not only Silver Moon and Orchid were shocked. Even the well-informed Cui Yusin couldn't help but feel ashamed. Gene repair technology? Or should we repair the genes of the Star Sea Elves? The genes of psionic beings are thousands of times more complex than those of ordinary creatures. Even the Jim family, which has been operating in the brilliant galaxy for so many years, has never tried to enter the gene industry. Lu Jin actually said that he could repair the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves. In Cui Yusin's view, this was simply going against the heavens. Upon hearing this, Inyu's eyes shone even brighter. Really? Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin's gaze fell on Cheryl. Shiria, do you remember what I taught you a while ago? At this point, Cheryl immediately recalled the training Lu Jin had given her some time ago. Although Lu Jin was not a psychic, his rich experience from his previous life made psychic training for Cheryl incredibly easy. Now, compared to when she first joined the fleet, Shiria's psionic abilities have reached a level of exquisite detail. The most basic requirement for the gene repair surgery of the Star Sea Elf is the meticulous psionic manipulation technique. Upon hearing that Lu Jin was going to demonstrate gene repair surgery on the spot, Cui Yusin's attention was also drawn to it. Inyu stood up and walked up to Lu Jin without hesitation. She had long been prepared to sacrifice herself for her people. Now, Lu Jin claims to have the ability to change the genetic defects of their race. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, she has to try. Following Lu Jin's instructions, Shiria, Lu Jin, and Silver Moon stood in a circle. Immediately afterwards, Shiria and Silver Moon's psychic energy began to extend, eventually colliding within Lu Jin's body. For a moment, Lu Jin frowned deeply. The psionic energy was still somewhat difficult for his flesh and blood body to withstand. But only he could perform this surgery. Cheryl's psionic energy was now the scalpel in Lu Jin's hand. Cui Yusin immediately ordered others to seal off the entire private room. No matter what happens, no one should be allowed to disturb Lu Jin. The private room seemed completely isolated from the bustling auction outside, with only the sounds of breathing rising and falling. After an unknown amount of time, a layer of sweat appeared on Cheryl's forehead. This surgery was more difficult and demanding than she had imagined. But the most difficult situation was for Lu Jin, who at this moment possessed two completely different spiritual energies within his body. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if he had crawled out of the water. As expected, this surgery was no less than an ordeal for Lu Jin at this moment, comparable to torture. Fortunately, the surgery to repair the genetic defect was very successful. All of this is thanks to the future Silver Moon and Orchid, who wanted to let the wandering Star Sea Elves also know about this technology. They spread the details of the gene defect repair technology throughout the entire star system, like distributing flyers. That is precisely why Lu Jin is so successful today. After her genetic defect was repaired, Inyu looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. At that moment, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Noticing something was wrong with her body, Inyu quickly covered her face and forced herself to calm down. "Sister, how are you feeling?" As the younger sister, Yulan hurriedly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. As Inyu sensed the changes in her body, her gaze towards Lu Jin gradually became somewhat strange. "I could feel a restlessness within me." This feeling was something I had never experienced before. The genetic defect has been repaired. The starry sea elves of the past had no desires whatsoever, and therefore their genes did not produce substances suitable for the reproduction of their species. But now, that feeling has disappeared. Inyu felt as if she had rediscovered her emotions and desires, and she was now more authentic. Meanwhile, Cui Yusin clapped her hands, never expecting to witness such a miraculous technique here today. This only strengthened her belief that befriending Lu Jin was absolutely the best decision she had ever made. Without the genetic defect, Inyu came directly to Lu Jin's side, staring intently at him before speaking solemnly. Such a great kindness cannot be repaid, even if I give my life. From this day forward, you are my everything, and I will fight for you without hesitation. Chapter 41, The Legion's Beginning. The Gemstone Powder Keg. At this moment, Lu Jin not only gained Inyu's loyalty. Similarly, he also gained the trust of the Star Sea Elf clan. For Lu Jin, if the entire Star Sea Elf could be put to his own use, he would gain an invincible psionic legion. Even a psionic legion of only 100 people can be enough to decide the outcome of a war. At this moment, Yulan also realized her mistake. She never imagined that Lu Jin, a human, could actually perform such a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Jin was already exhausted at this point. Cui Yusin looked at Lu Jin as if she were seeing a treasure trove that had not yet been fully opened. What secrets does Lu Jin, a human from Earth, still hold? Just as Cui Yusin was about to have a further conversation with Lu Jin, a message suddenly popped up on her personal terminal. Upon seeing this news, Cui Yusin's expression clearly changed. A hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Then, Cui Yusin stood up and apologized to Lu Jin. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Jin. There was a minor mishap on the family's side, so I've transferred ownership of this room to you. You are free to use this room during the gem auction. If you have any questions, you can contact my personal terminal. After saying these words, Siyu Xin hurriedly left. After watching Cui Yusin take everyone from the Emerald family away, Lu Jin sat up again. His gaze fell on Inyu, and then he solemnly told Inyu. Given Lu Jin's current physical condition, it is impossible for him to improve the genetic defects of the entire Star Sea Elf. But he can guarantee that once he obtains the right psionic gene seed and becomes a psionicist, he will be able to improve the genetic defects of the entire Star Sea Elf population. After witnessing Lu Jin's true strength, both Inyu and Yulan chose to believe in him without hesitation. After all, only Lu Jin possessed the technology to repair genetic defects. They had no choice but to trust Lu Jin. Lu Jin leaned back on the soft sofa, feeling the fatigue in his body gradually fade away. After leaving, Jadeheart did not return until the end of today's auction. Seeing this, Lu Jin didn't pay much attention. After the auction, he returned to the ship to rest. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. Before Lu Jin could even get out of bed, Inyu's voice came from the doorway. Captain, it's already noon. Do you still want to attend today's gem auction? Looking at the time, Lu Jin was surprised that he had slept for so long. Lu Jin got out of bed and opened the door to his room. Inyu was already standing at the door, holding a steaming breakfast in her hands. Lu Jin glanced at the breakfast and was surprised to find that it was Blue Star cuisine, which suited his taste. Let me wash up first. Do you need my help? No need for that. Seeing that Inyu was about to enter the room, Lu Jin quickly closed his room door. After washing up, Lu Jin arrived at the ship's rest hall. In the lounge, Lu Jin specially set up a bar and various entertainment facilities. This allows the crew to have some recreational activities during their rest time. Just as Lu Jin put his breakfast into his mouth, an urgent message popped up on his personal terminal. Breaking news. The head of the Blue Cone family was murdered in the middle of the night. The Blue Cone family convened an emergency gem meeting, vowing to find the murderer at all costs. With a dazzling event just around the corner, this tragedy has occurred. How will the Gem family respond? Upon seeing this news, Lu Jingang's breakfast, which he had just put in his mouth, suddenly lost its flavor. Lu Jin's gaze swept back and forth across the numerous news articles, his brows furrowed. The Black Opal family has made its move. And he killed the head of the Blue Cone family with a single move? Wrong. Now that the Black Opal family is being targeted by other gem families, how could they possibly commit a crime under their noses? Do they have other helpers? Thinking of this, Lu Jin immediately recalled the interstellar pirates he had encountered in the tavern. Psionicist. Space pirates. If that's really the case, then everything makes sense. The Black Opal family hired a group of space pirates, who were the murderers of the Blue Cone family patriarch. These space pirates were able to silently kill the head of a gem family. This also shows that these space pirates are not simple characters. It seems the gem family has suffered a crushing defeat this time. Not only did it not cause any harm to the Black Opal family, it actually dealt a heavy blow to a member of the gem family. Having lost its patriarch, the Blue Cone clan is probably already struggling to survive. Not to mention, they joined forces with other families to target the Black Opal family. Just then, another window popped up on Lu Jin's personal terminal. Jade Heart, I'm now at your ship's gate. I need your help. News of Jade Heart? Upon seeing this message, Lu Jin immediately turned on the ship's monitoring system. Sure enough, Cui Yusin and her sister Ming Zuishi were already standing at the ship's door. He only realized this when Lu Jin Fong and the other woman entered the cabin. This time, Cui Yusin and Ming Zuishi didn't even bring any bodyguards. Given this dangerous situation, the fact that the two of them came to find Lu Jin must have taken a great deal of courage. What do you want from me? Lu Jin didn't waste time with pleasantries and went straight to the point, asking Cui Yusin why she had come to see him. Compared to yesterday, Cui Yusin's brows were filled with sorrow. She came to Lu Jin, pushed Ming Zuishi in front of him, and said with a look of deep respect, "You should have already seen the news. The head of the Blue Cone family has been murdered. According to our preliminary investigation, the person who killed the Blue Cone family head is very likely a psychic. Most importantly, none of the level 2 psychics employed by our family could detect any trace of the other party's actions. Therefore, his psionic level is most likely level 3, or even higher." Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, not too surprised. Among psionicists, they are divided into 9 levels based on the intensity of their psionic power. A level 9 psychic possesses the power to suppress an entire planet on their own. While a level 3 psionicist isn't considered a strong person in the endless star sea, they would be considered one of the strong in the outer region of the star sea. If it really was a level 3 psychic who made the move, it's normal that the Gem family couldn't find the culprit. Even I now feel that things are becoming somewhat unsafe within the Jade family. Therefore, I would like to ask you to take my sister in for a while. I don't want her to go back to the Emerald family until I've dealt with this matter. Chapter 42 Assassination. The Blackstone Pirates. Elder sister. Ming Zuishi looked at her sister with a worried expression. She never expected that the reason why Cui Yusin had brought her here so discreetly today was for this reason. As Cui Yusin looked at Ming Zuishi, her gaze gradually hardened. In this jewel family driven solely by profit, she was the only one who truly cared. As her older sister, Jade Heart would not allow her to be harmed in any way. While stroking Ming Zuishi's hair, Cui Yusin looked at Lu Jin. When this is over, I will give you a very generous reward. So you must protect my sister. Despite Cui Yusin's repeated admonitions, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Cui Yusin instead. As a high-ranking leader of the Jade family, she was inevitably one of the targets of those lurking in the shadows. Compared to Ming Zuishi, Cui Yusin's safety is more worrying. You should worry about yourself first. Upon hearing this, Xiu Xian shook her head. She can no longer remain uninvolved. She must now return to take charge. But just as Cui Yusin opened the hatch, preparing to leave, Lu Jin's gaze seemed to disregard distance, landing directly on the top of a tall building in the distance. On the top floor of that high-rise building, a sniper who was already prepared, holding a high-precision kinetic energy sniper rifle, aimed in the direction where Jade Heart was located. The target's identity has been confirmed, a high-ranking member of the Jade family, Jade Heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from his communication device. Set a target bounty and don't miss it. Upon hearing this, the sniper gave a dismissive smile. With no guards around, it would be an easy task to snipe Jade Heart. But just as he opened the scope, preparing to aim further, Lu Jin's figure appeared in their field of vision. Lu Jin stared straight in his direction, and the feeling of this eye contact sent a chill down the sniper's spine. What's going on? Have I been discovered? Impossible. His position was very well concealed, and the sniper rifle he used was a specially camouflaged sniper rifle with optical camouflage. I have made all the necessary preparations, and there is absolutely no way I will be discovered. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. With that thought in mind, the sniper calmed down and aimed his crosshairs at Cui Yusin. Aim. Pull the trigger. Bang. With a barely perceptible sound, it burst from the muzzle of the gun. The sniper bullet flew with lightning speed straight toward Jade Heart. But at that moment, the figure of Silver Moon suddenly appeared in front of Jade Heart. Before the sniper bullets could even hit Jade Heart, Silver Moon released her psionic energy to create a psionic magnetic field around her. The bullet was intercepted. Upon seeing the intercepted sniper bullet, Cui Yusin's eyes widened. Someone was actually lying in ambush on her. But her operation this time was extremely secretive. Even her own sister didn't know who it was. Silver Moon was even more surprised, as she hadn't even sensed the sniper's killing intent. But just as Cui Yusin left the ship, Lu Jin sensed something was wrong. This feeling of unease is a battlefield experience etched into my memory. It was these experiences that saved Cui Yusin's life. Seeing that his shot had failed, the sniper on the rooftop felt even more ashamed. I actually messed up. Damn it. The sniper cursed under his breath, having no intention of continuing. Now that Jade Heart is protected by a psionicist, even if he were to make another move, the outcome would be the same. Therefore, his most important task now is to leave this place as soon as possible. But when he finished packing everything and was about to leave, he turned around and saw Shiria, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Before the sniper could react, Cheryl grabbed him and spread her dragon wings, flying straight towards Lu Jin's location. With a thud, the sniper was thrown directly in front of Lu Jin. Looking at the two-star sea elves beside Lu Jin and the watchful Cheryl behind him, it was obvious to the sniper that even with his extraordinary skills, he would have little chance of escaping today. Thinking of this, the sniper seemed to resign himself to his fate and looked directly at Lu Jin. I never imagined that I, Sikkim, who had sniped countless targets, would ultimately perish here. If you're thinking of getting information from me, I suggest you save your breath. Let's do it. When I picked up a sniper rifle back then, I already foresaw this day would come. Faced with a sniper who seemed completely unfazed, everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do. But Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the sniper's name. The name sounded strangely familiar to Lu Jin. In my memories of my past life, there seems to be information about the name Sikkim. Are you a member of the Blackrock Pirates? Upon hearing this, the sniper's expression immediately changed. Seeing this, Lu Jin became even more certain that his guess was correct. Lu Jin signaled to the others to remove the sniper's mask. After removing all his disguises, Lu Jin recognized his race. Gizman aliens. An alien race with exceptionally keen eyesight. It is said that adult Gizmanians can observe the movements of insects hundreds of meters away with the naked eye. Because of this physical advantage, it is highly likely that the famous sniper in the Star Sea is a Gizman alien. Sikkim, a Gizmanian, became a space pirate for some reason after working as a mercenary for a period of time. Later, due to his superb sniping skills, he was recruited by the Blackrock Pirates. In his previous life, Lu Jin had dealt with the Blackstone Pirates quite a bit, and on one occasion he was almost assassinated by a Gizman alien named Sikkim. Now, acquaintances meet again. Lu Jin recognized the Sikkim in front of him, but the Sikkim opposite him did not recognize him. Unexpectedly, the Black Opal family actually hired members of the Blackstone Pirates. Upon learning the sniper's identity, Cui Yusin turned pale, unable to believe the truth. Because the Blackrock Pirates are no ordinary pirate crew. In the endless sea of stars, there are 7 undisputed pirate kings, and these 7 pirate crews are known as the 7 Pirate Kings. The Blackrock Pirates were one of them. There's no need to worry too much, as the Blackrock Pirates also have many fleet branches under their command. With the wealth of your gem family, you wouldn't need to send the entire Blackrock Pirates. Lu Jin quickly assessed the current situation. The funds acquired by the Black Opal family on the frigid planet most likely ended up in the pockets of the Blackstone Pirates. That's why they were able to encounter the Blackrock Pirates here. But the most crucial question now is, how much money did the Black Opal family actually give to the Blackstone Pirates? How many fleets did the Blackrock Pirates actually send to the brilliant galaxy? Chapter 43, Emergency Lockdown. Blood mist spreads. I can't stay here any longer. Looking at the sniper on the ground, Cui Yusin couldn't help but feel worried. Now that she has already been attacked by the Blackrock Pirates, what about the rest of the family? I have to go back now. Seeing that Cui Yusin was about to leave, Lu Jin put his arm around her shoulder. I'll go back with you. Lu Jin knew very well that, given the current situation, Cui Yusin would most likely encounter misfortune on her way back. Only with Lu Jin's escort can she return to the family's residence safely. Silvermoon, Shiria, you two come with me. Yulan, you Tiansong, you two will be stationed on the ship and await my orders. After assigning manpower and tasks, Lu Jin and his group left Starport directly. Board the planetary train bound for Gemstar 1. The train started moving, and Gemstone 1 gradually came into view. But just then, Silvermoon noticed something was wrong. Captain, look. Looking in the direction Silvermoon pointed, we headed towards planet Gem 1. A thin film appeared on the surface of Gem 1. and this film was rapidly enveloping Gem 1. Upon seeing this, Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. Urban Defense System? As the base of the Gem family, Gem Planet 1 was established with an extremely powerful planetary protection system from the very beginning. This planetary protection system can be activated should the brilliant galaxy be invaded by an external enemy and the Gem family be unable to resist. The planetary protection system will first lower a comprehensive barrier to protect the entire planet. And this barrier is so strong that it can even withstand the bombardment of a Star Destroyer's main cannon. However, once the barrier is opened, the entire planet will be locked down. Therefore, to open this planetary protective barrier, one must obtain permission from at least 3 heads of the Gem family. The planetary protection system suddenly activated, leaving not only the people from Gem 1 who came to attend the brilliant gathering, but even Jade Heart was somewhat caught off guard. It seems the Black Opal family and the Blackstone Pirates are preparing to make their move. Lu Jin stood up and walked straight into the driver's cab of the planetary train. Inside the cockpit, the driver of the planetary train clearly saw the changes on Gem 1. Just as he was about to stop the train, Lu Jin decisively pulled out an energy pistol and pressed it against his head. Don't stop, turn the speed up to the maximum. Just as Jade Heart said, once Gem 1 is sealed off, even star-destroying weapons will not be able to break through it. Therefore, this is their only chance to enter the planet's interior. With a gun pressed against his head by Lu Jin, the driver turned pale. He dared not be negligent, and quickly accelerated the planetary train to its maximum speed. At the last moment after the orbit was severed, the planetary train rushed into the planet's interior. Just then, the barrier closed and the track was cut off. The entire track on which the planetary train was traveling began to collapse. Watching the tracks continue to fall behind the train, Shiria grabbed the Emerald Heart. If the train loses power and falls from a great height, she can use the dragon wings to help Jade Heart escape danger. Worried about Lu Jin, Inu rushed into the driver's seat immediately. Captain, it's no longer safe here. As the ground drew ever closer, Lu Jin put away his energy pistol. His gaze fell on the driver, who was focused on his work, and he spoke calmly. Silver Moon, obey my command, prepare to land. Boom. The planetary train sped directly into the station at top speed. The violent impact sent the planetary train hurtling like a bullet into the station's tracks. Once the dust settled, Silver Moon and Shiria, both psionicists, used their psionic abilities to clear away the rubble and debris from the train. Despite such a violent impact, the train remained completely intact. All of this was thanks to Silver Moon using psionic energy to mitigate the impact during her descent. As the train doors opened, Lu Jin and his group emerged from the ruins of the station. They looked up at the sky and saw that the planetary train's tracks were constantly collapsing and breaking apart, like ice and snow. More and more planetary trains lost power and fell like meteors. At such a height, coupled with such impact, the people inside the planetary train would undoubtedly die. But Lu Jin didn't have the energy to save anyone else. Because the entire planet Gem 1 has become a chaotic inferno. On the street, an alien race rises from the ground, but now he has grown claws and fangs. He attacked the alien race next to him like a wild beast. At that moment, a guard bearing the Emerald family insignia appeared in the street. The guard was wearing equipment similar to a gas mask and was holding a stun gun. Upon seeing an alien race charging towards him in a frenzy, the guard did not hesitate to use a stun gun. The electric current ran directly through the entire body of that alien race. With a convulsion, the alien collapsed to the ground and fainted. These alien races have all come to participate in this magnificent event. Who knows? Some of them might be from prestigious or noble families. If someone dies here, the Gem family will inevitably face immense pressure. Therefore, all the guards are equipped with stun guns that incapacitate the enemy without killing them. At that moment, the guard spotted Lu Jin and his group. Especially after seeing the Jade Heart, the guard became noticeably more excited. He quickly approached Lu Jin and his group, and without saying a word, he pulled out several gas masks from his backpack. Lady Jade Heart, we've finally found you. You guys put on these gas masks right away. Otherwise, if you inhale these strange gases, you will also turn into those crazed monsters. After receiving the gas masks, Lu Jin and the others quickly put them on. Seeing Lu Jin and the others put on the gas masks, the guard from the Emerald family began to explain to them. This morning, after the head of the Blue Cone family was murdered, the head of the Black Opal family also went missing. Originally, our Jade family was planning to continue investigating the Black Opal family. But soon after, This eerie mist appeared, and any creature that inhaled the gas would grow fangs and claws, attacking others indiscriminately like a wild beast. We were originally planning to mobilize troops from other planets to suppress the rebellion. But as you can see, the planetary protection system somehow activated on its own. Today, Gem 1 has truly become an isolated island in the brilliant galaxy. Jade Heart knew without even thinking that this must be the work of the Black Opal family. Chapter 44 Blood Pendant. Siege of the Emerald Family's Stronghold. Damn it. I should have used force to suppress the Black Opal family back then. After learning that the situation on Gem 1 was inextricably linked to the Black Opal family, Jade Heart was filled with remorse. If only they had decisively suppressed the Black Opal family with force after learning of their unusual behavior. Perhaps there wouldn't have been so many unexpected events. But Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, found it all laughable. If only I had known then what I knew then. Even if the Gem family had known about the Black Opal family's unusual ambitions, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. Destroying a Gem family corrupted by vampires is no easy task. The only thing that surprised Lu Jin was the Black Opal family's decisiveness. He originally thought the Black Opal family would struggle for a while before revealing their true ambitions. But to Lu Jin's utter surprise, before the Gemstone family could even react, the Black Opal family made a decisive move. It must be said that the Black Opal family is much more decisive than other Gemstone families in this regard. Lady Jadeheart, please come with me to the shelter. The streets are full of these crazed people now, and we are doing our best to search for survivors. Now that things have come to this, they have no other choice. But just then, several figures appeared in the blood mist in the distance. Several figures could be seen walking among the frenzied crowd. The frenzied alien races around them acted as if they didn't see them at all, and wouldn't attack even if they got close. It wasn't until these figures came into their view that Lu Jin noticed the Blackstone Pirate Gang's insignia on their bodies. Upon seeing the Blackrock Pirates' insignia, the Emerald Family Guard quickly took action. Be careful, Lady Jadeheart. These pirates are no ordinary pirates. Upon seeing Lu Jin and his group on the other side, the pirates of the Blackstone pirate crew also opened their personal terminals. Soon, they found Jade Heart's portrait on their personal terminals. After confirming Jade Heart's identity, the space pirates burst into excited laughter. We were really lucky. We ran into a high-ranking member of the Jade family just by walking around. If we capture this high-ranking official from the Jade industry and hand him over, we'll receive a substantial reward. At this point, the Blackstone pirates decisively ignored Lu Jin and his group beside Shui Yusin. And the price for this was naturally being killed by Silver Moon's single strike. A cold light flashed among the Blackstone pirates, and Silver Moon appeared behind them like a ghost. She slowly sheathed the blade. In an instant, the Blackrock pirate's head fell to the ground. The Blackstone pirate who was left alone quickly realized what was happening when he saw his companion being silently dismembered. These people in front of me are not people I can afford to mess with. But even if we realize this now, it's too late. Lu Jin walked straight to the Blackstone pirate who was left alone and picked up the pirate's personal terminal from the ground. Lu Jin could easily crack the contents of these pirate personal terminals. The most eye-catching of these is a bounty system. Once you enter the bounty system, you'll see that the prices for each of the Gem family's high-ranking members and members of related factions are listed. What is this? It's a bounty software given to us by the Black Opal family. As long as we kill the people listed on it, we can get the bounty. Faced with the current situation, the Blackrock pirates dared not conceal anything. After all, he was just the lowest-ranking pirate in the Blackrock pirate crew. He didn't have the same pride as Sikkim, so Lu Jin easily got the information he wanted from him. Why don't these crazy people attack you? Because we have blood pendants issued by the Black Opal family, we will not be attacked as long as we wear them. At this point, Shui Yusin also discovered the blood pendant he had mentioned on the bodies of those Blackstone pirates. After picking up the blood pendant, Jade Heart put it to the test. Sure enough, when she picked up the pendant and approached the crazed alien races, they seemed to encounter something frightening and quickly moved away from the blood pendant. Seeing this, Lu Jin believed what the Blackstone pirate had said. After getting the information he wanted, Lu Jin glanced at the Blackstone pirate. Brother, I was forced to become a pirate. If you spare me, I promise I'll be a better person from now on. Be a good person? Lu Jin chuckled and took off the Blackstone pirate's helmet. After taking off his helmet, the Blackrock pirate immediately covered his mouth and nose. Clearly, he also understood that once he inhaled the blood mist in the air, he would become a maddened monster, just like the alien races on the street. But Lu Jin simply threw the helmet far away, and the Black Stone pirates went to retrieve it. But he forgot that Lu Jin had already taken away the blood pendant he was wearing. In an instant, the berserk alien race devoured him. Seeing this, Lu Jin distributed several Black Stone pirates' blood pendants to the others. With one gas mask for each person, and with gas masks on their way to the family's residence, they won't encounter as many problems. Guided by Cui Yusin, Lu Jin and the others quickly approached the Jadeite family's territory. As they drew closer to the Emerald family's territory, the density of the surrounding blood mist increased dramatically. Moreover, they frequently saw the Blackrock pirates approaching the Emerald family's territory. Buzz. Dozens of tanks, equipped with black steel armor, marched in a long procession toward the Emerald family's territory. Meanwhile, the Blackstone pirates around the tank took the opportunity to start chatting. This Jade family stronghold is really tough to conquer. No, you wouldn't believe it, but this is the territory of the Gem family. It's bound to be tough to fight. Stop complaining, we just caught them off guard this time. I heard the captain is planning to bring over those lunatics from the city center. With these lunatics as cannon fodder, maybe we'll actually have a chance. As the tank convoy gradually disappeared into the distance, Lu Jin and his group, who had been hiding in the shadows, gradually revealed themselves. Lu Jin looked at the Jade Heart beside him, based on the descriptions given by the Blackstone pirates. The Jade family stronghold is now completely surrounded, making it impossible for them to enter from the front. We can't get in from the front, so we'll take the secret passage. As a high-ranking member of the Jadeite family, Cui Yusin knew very well what secret passages existed within the Jadeite family's headquarters. These secret passages were unknown even to members of the family. Only the family's higher-ups knew of the secret passage's existence, which gave Lu Jin the opportunity to enter the Emerald family's territory. Chapter 45, A Dilemma. I have the antidote. Just as Jade Heart said, this secret passage can indeed be considered a secret passage. They first entered the city's underground purification pipeline system, navigating back and forth through the complex, maze-like system. Finally, they arrived at the exit of the secret passage. This exit was blocked by a genetic lock, and Cui Yusin placed her palm on it. After detecting the genes of the Jade family, the lock cylinder opened quickly. The group emerged from the secret passage and immediately arrived at a low-key, yet luxurious house. Judging from the layout, this room should be a conference room. The conference room was empty at the moment. As Lu Jin and the others walked out of the conference room, they ran into members of the Emerald family. Lord Jade Heart. Upon seeing the Jade Heart, the family member was also somewhat surprised. Clearly, he was quite surprised by the sudden appearance of Cui Yusin, Lu Jin, and the others. But at this moment, Cuxin had no time to waste words with the other party. Now, who is in charge of you? Yes, it's Lord Hartley. Hartley? Upon hearing the name, Cui Yusin frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Although he and Hartley did not get along well on a regular basis. But it must be admitted that if this guy were to command this battle, the family's base would be very safe. Take us to see him. Now, Jade Heart wants to quickly find out what's happening on Gem 1. Hartley, who was directing the family members in defending the base, must know more details. Led by family members, Lu Jin and the others soon met Hartley, the current wartime commander of the Emerald family. Hartley was wearing a set of power armor that looked like a jade green. He placed the helmet aside, his sharp, eagle-like eyes scanning the holographic map of the family's territory. Around him were many squad commanders, some with worried expressions and others with angry faces. Damn it, I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. Those crazed citizens are too difficult to deal with. As long as they keep surrounding the area, we can't easily take action. If it weren't for the fact that these people were from prestigious families attending this grand event, I would have loved to blow them all to ashes with a single shot. Our most urgent task is to resolve the impact of the blood mist. Otherwise, we will only be able to passively take hits. How frustrating. I never thought I'd be ridden on by pirates. On the bright side, at least these pirates weren't ordinary space pirates. They were, after all, a pirate legion under the command of the 7 pirate kings. Just then, Hartley's gaze fell on Jade Heart. Other commanders also noticed Jade Heart's return. Hartley glanced at Jade Heart, a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, the situation at Gem number 1 is so chaotic right now, and Jade Heart is not at the family residence, nor does she bring any guards or bodyguards with her when she goes out. She was already thankful that she hadn't been turned into one of the madmen. Jade Heart stepped forward and came to Hartley's side, asking him what exactly happened on Gem 1. Hartley didn't hide anything. He told him everything he knew. Not long after Jade Heart left the family's residence, a large amount of unknown blood mist erupted across the entire gem planet 1. After discovering that the blood mist could drive people mad, the Gem family decisively sealed off their family base and went into a state of war preparedness. Furthermore, through their communication devices, each Gem family mobilized the city's defensive forces. However, as the blood mist spread and the planetary protection equipment was activated, the family's communications were gradually cut off. The current situation is that the Blackstone pirates outside want to breach our family's territory. Because of our concerns about the identities of those who have gone mad, we dare not easily use weapons of mass destruction. Before Hartley could finish speaking, a commander next to him jumped out. So, right now, all we can do is be a turtle that gets beaten up. Now, the family's generals and commanders are feeling extremely frustrated. They possess a large number of powerful weapons, yet they cannot use them. They could only cower behind the walls and shields of their family's territory, barely clinging to life. How can this possibly make them happy? Hartley gave Jade Heart a deep look before continuing. According to our preliminary investigation, this series of events is inextricably linked to the Black Opal family. Before the blood mist erupted, the Blue Cone family sent a distress message to the other Gem families. Unfortunately, after sending this distress letter, the Blue Cone family lost contact, and the blood mist erupted. After learning the whole story, Siu Xian's brows furrowed. She turned around, and her gaze fell on Lu Jin. Mr. Lu Jin, do you have a way to resolve this blood mist? Having witnessed Lu Jin's miraculous gene repair technology, Cui Yusin had developed a level of trust and dependence on him. Faced with such a troublesome unknown blood mist, she couldn't help but place her hopes on Lu Jin. Upon hearing Cui Yusin's question to Lu Jin, Hartley glanced at Lu Jin. Upon discovering that Lu Jin was merely a human from Earth without any spiritual abilities, the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. Compared to Hartley, the other Emerald family commanders were even more disdainful. It's important to understand that they haven't even figured out the exact composition of this blood mist yet. Do you really think a single human from Earth can solve the blood mist problem? Are you kidding me? Jade Heart, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. What can a mere human from Earth do? Even our Jade family researchers cannot determine the composition of this bizarre blood mist. What can he possibly do? If you ask me, it would be better to just suppress these madmen and then shift the blame to the Black Opal family afterwards. But just then, Lu Jin's voice rang in their ears. Have. With just one simple word, everyone's attention was drawn to Lu Jin. Lu Jin then took out a vial of unidentified liquid from his backpack. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Jin began to explain the main components of the unidentified liquid in his hand. The main component of blood mist is a blood stimulant. Its components can induce a state of heightened excitement in the blood, thereby causing a frenzy. The antidote I have is, strictly speaking, a sedative specifically targeting the components of the blood mist. Simply let the madman inhale it, and he will return to normal. However, if one inhales the blood mist again after the debuff is lifted, the person will go berserk again. Therefore, eliminating the source of the blood mist is the only way to completely solve this problem. After hearing what Lu Jin said, Hartley and the others frowned slightly, their eyes filled with suspicion. Unlike Hartley and the others, Jade Heart took the antidote and looked at Lu Jin with even more admiration. This is enough. Chapter 46, Emerald Special Forces Armor. The counterattack begins. Once the antidote formula is available, it can be mass-produced using the laboratory on-site. In this way, they can bring those who have gone mad back to their mad state. Once these citizens return to normal, they can launch a counterattack against the Blackrock pirates. But at this moment, Hartley, as the commander-in-chief, began to suspect Lu Jin. This blood mist has only been around for a short time. So how do you know its composition and the antidote formula? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Jin. At this moment, they even suspected that Lu Jin might be a spy sent by the Black Opal family. But Lu Jin remained calm and composed. He had ample witnesses and physical evidence to prove his innocence. Moreover, this blood mist is naturally a signature technique of the vampires. In his previous life, Lu Jin had been attacked by the blood mist countless times, and the blood mist in his memories of his previous life was much stronger than the blood mist now. Its function is not just to drive people mad and make them grow fangs and claws. After creatures consume large quantities of that blood mist, they may even be gradually transformed into true blood servants. Lu Jin had anticipated the vampire's methods, which is why he developed the antidote ahead of time. But now it seems that his antidote is far ahead of blood mist. I don't believe this guy. He might be a spy sent by the Black Opal family. I don't believe it either. It's too suspicious that they would send us the antidote at this critical moment. I suggest we arrest this guy first. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Jade family expressed doubts about the sudden appearance of Lu Jin. Even the guards of the Emerald family were already faintly approaching. Faced with such an attitude from the Jade family senior management, Lu Jin chuckled and then directly tore off his facade of being a nice guy. The Black Opal family alone cannot command me. If I harbor hostility towards you, believe me, everyone here was already decapitated the moment I stepped into this room. Before he finished speaking, both Cheryl and Silver Moon behind Lu Jin unleashed their full spiritual energy pressure. The violent psionic pressure swept through the entire room like a storm. All the commanders felt the violent psionic energy pressing down on them like a boulder. At that moment, they suddenly understood. Lu Jin's words were absolutely true. With just the two powerful psionicists behind him, he could indeed kill them all on the spot in an instant. Hartley knelt down on one knee, directly in front of Lu Jin. His attitude changed completely, and he gasped for breath. If it weren't for the power armor protecting him, Hartley would probably be lying prostrate in front of Lu Jin by now. This gentleman is incredibly arrogant. It's an insult to our Jade family. I sincerely apologize to you. The other commanders were completely breathless and speechless. Lu Jin waved his hand, and both Cheryl and Silver Moon withdrew their psionic pressure. At that moment, everyone seemed to be drowning and began to gasp for breath. What terrifying psionic pressure! Just as Lu Jin said, when he stepped into this place, he could have killed everyone. After all, although they were all high-ranking members of the Emerald family, they did not have any means to deal with psionicists. The only one capable of defeating a psionicist is another, even more powerful psionicist. If you still don't believe it, you can find a madman to experiment on. After saying his last words, Lu Jin left the room. At this point, if he continues to stay here, it will only hinder the Jade family's performance. Stepping out of the room, Lu Jin looked up at the sky. Looking at the planetary defense system that sealed off the entire planet, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Despite all my careful planning, I never anticipated the existence of a planetary protection system. Now, all he could rely on were the items in his backpack and Cheryl and Silver Moon beside him. Preparing a large quantity of antidote would take time, so Lu Jin took advantage of his free time to visit the outskirts of his family's territory. The entire family's residence is fortified with 2 layers of defenses. The outermost layer is a combined shield system composed of energy barriers. A massive energy barrier enveloped the entire family's residence. Once the shield system is breached, the second line of defense will be erected, a protective fence made of high-strength metal. This fence is so strong that it will not be damaged even if it is bombarded by artillery shells continuously. Beyond these 2 protective measures lay a frenzied crowd, followed by Blackstone pirates who relentlessly bombarded the area with various tanks and armored vehicles. At this moment, these Blackstone pirates were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Under their bombardment, the outermost shield system has begun to show signs of fatigue. The members of the Emerald family responsible for defense couldn't help but panic as they watched the shield gradually dim. Damn it! These Blackrock pirates are taking us for granted just because they have hostages. How could our prestigious gemstone family be so humiliated? If all else fails, we'll charge out now and fight them to the death. Among the crowd, some of the more spirited family members couldn't wait to rush out and fight those Blackstone pirates. Just as things were getting agitated, a sound suddenly came from inside the Emerald family's territory. Attention all members of the Jade family. Enter level 1 alert. As the sound faded, the ground began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin saw the rich heritage of the Jadeite family as a gemstone family. A fully armed squad appeared in everyone's sight. They were wearing bright green Special Forces powered armor, the model and type of which even the well-informed Lu Jin could not recognize. The Special Forces powered armor is 3 meters tall and equipped with 2 thunderblades on its back. For long-range capabilities, the power armor is equipped with 4 mini heavy Gatling guns on its shoulders. The sides of both arms are equipped with a 5-layer alloy material exclusively developed by the Emerald family, which provides enough defense to withstand the firepower of a ship. Boom, boom, boom. The armed squad, clad in heavy armor, resembled walking humanoid war machines. The family gates were flung open. The shield system is also shut down. Unhindered, the madmen swarmed into the family compound like a swarm of bees. Upon seeing this, the family members responsible for defense gripped their weapons tightly, preparing to face the attack from the madman. The Blackstone pirates in the distance smiled when they saw this. Haha, we've breached their shield system. Wait, why are their doors open too? Is the Jadeite family preparing to surrender? How could this be? I have a bad feeling. Just as they had predicted, as the madmen approached the family's residence, a group of experimental personnel armed with jetpacks immediately appeared behind the armed squad. Chapter 47 Get out of the way if you don't want to die. The head of the Emerald family. As the sprayer unleashed the antidote from the storage compartment, a large amount of mist landed directly on the frenzied crowd. After taking the antidote, the frenzied crowd gradually began to recover. The madness in their eyes disappeared, replaced by deep confusion. What place is this? Am I attending a gem auction? Why am I here? Isn't this the Jade family's territory? What exactly happened? Everyone was full of questions, but the Emerald family had no time to answer them. The Emerald armed squad marched straight out of the family's territory like a war chariot. A loud voice emanated from the power armor's sound system. The Jade family is about to launch an armed crackdown. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Upon hearing the sound, everyone's eyes fell on the armed squad. Upon seeing the fully armed squad, those who had regained their senses instinctively made way for them. The armed squad successfully broke through the encirclement formed by the crowd. Now, the Blackrock pirates have lost all their previous composure upon seeing the Emerald family's armed squad. Damn it, the blood mist has stopped working. How did the Jade family develop the antidote so quickly? Report the situation here to the captain immediately. Before the words were even finished, the members of the armed squad lined up in one row. Several missiles were launched from their arms. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The missile was aimed at the Blackrock pirates' armed convoy and launched directly. A series of flames shot into the sky. Caught off guard, the Blackrock pirates were no match for the armed squad's attack. But even after a round of bombing, the Emerald family's armed squad did not stop what they were doing. As the many heavy Gatling guns on their shoulders began to spin, bullets rained down on the Blackrock pirates' ranks once again. The armed squad advanced while providing suppressive fire. Despite being a small armed squad of only a few dozen people, their firepower was enough to keep the Blackstone pirates, numbering in the tens of thousands, from raising their heads. The Emerald family's armed squad, like wolves among sheep, relentlessly crushed the Blackstone pirates in their path. Seeing this, Lu Jin also acknowledged the strength of the Gem family. After all, as a deadly financial center, the Brilliant Galaxy earns enough credits each year to allow the Gem family to build a formidable armed force. Seeing these specially made special forces powered armors from the Emerald family, he realized that the Gem family's true strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. But just then, a loud bang suddenly erupted in the center of the battlefield. A giant armored vehicle suddenly stood up and transformed into a 5-meter-tall heavy armored mech. The Blackstone pirate in the cockpit stared menacingly at the armed squads of the Emerald family. Boom. The mecha slammed down with a punch. The family members who were hit immediately activated the full performance of their power armor. The collision of the two immediately created a shockwave in the surrounding area. Upon seeing this, the members of the surrounding armed squad immediately drew their thunderblades from their backs. Cut. With a single slash, a terrifying electric current pierced through the entire mech. The Blackstone pirate, sitting in the mech's cockpit, convulsed violently. Even so, he still pulled the lever. The massive mech delivered a powerful blow, sweeping away the armed squad members standing nearby. Seeing this, everyone's heart jumped into their throats. The Blackrock pirates were even hiding an armed mech. While powered armor is formidable, it is still armor after all, and it is inferior in many ways compared to mechanically powered mechs. Just then, Lu Jin's gaze fell on Cheryl, who was standing to the side. Shiria, go help them. Upon receiving Lu Jin's instructions, Cheryl did not hesitate at all. She leaped into the air, her figure transforming into the form of a hunting star dragon. The moment she arrived above the heavy mech, her dragon claws grabbed the mech's cockpit. With a flap of its dragon wings, the mech soared into the air. Once it reached a certain height, Shiria released her dragon claws, and then a ball of flame from her mouth landed on the giant mech like a bomb. Boom. Flames instantly enveloped the entire mecha. The mecha descended from the sky and landed directly on the ground. When the flames subsided, the Blackstone pirate in the cockpit had fallen into a coma. Seeing this, the surrounding armed squads dared not be negligent in the slightest. The Thunderblade pierced straight into the cockpit, ending the life of the Blackstone pirate before he could fully regain consciousness. Seeing that their last trump card had been dealt with, the Blackrock pirates no longer had the courage to fight. Watching the Blackstone pirates begin to scatter like stray dogs, Jadeheart finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rescued survivors were taken in by the Emerald family. Hartley came to Lu Jin's side, and at this moment his attitude towards Lu Jin had completely changed. Hartley now feels only reverence and immense gratitude towards Lu Jin. If it weren't for Lu Jin's antidote, they would probably have been trapped for a long time. Mr. Lu Jin, thanks to your help, our Jadeite family was able to get out of this crisis. We have already passed on your antidote formula to the other gem families. I believe that other gem families will also be very grateful for your contribution once they obtain the antidote formula. In addition, our head of the Emerald family, Ms. Felina, wishes to meet with you. The head of the Jade family? Lu Jin was somewhat curious, because he had never seen the head of the family since he joined the Emerald family. In such a critical moment for the family's survival, shouldn't the head of the family be the first to step forward? Putting his thoughts aside, Lu Jin followed Hartley to the most central mansion of the Emerald family. This is the heart of the Emerald House, where the matriarch, Ms. Felina, resides. The moment Lu Jin pushed open the door and stepped into the mansion, a strong medicinal smell wafted towards him. Looking around, it's more like a medical center than a mansion. When Lu Jin saw the family head, Felina, he was even more shocked. Because the gaunt woman lying in bed, covered in various foretubes, was none other than Ms. Felina, the head of the Emerald family. What exactly happened? The woman lying on the hospital bed in front of me looked like she was on the verge of death. Is this the patriarch who leads the Jade family? At that moment, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared on the large screen in front of the hospital bed. I'm sorry to let outsiders see what I look like now. Mr. Lu Jin, thank you very much for your contributions to the Jadeite family. At the same time, I am very grateful for your protection of my daughters. Chapter 48 Family Agent. Mithril Equipment. Daughter? Seeing that Lu Jin was somewhat puzzled, another line of text appeared on the screen. My daughters, Cui Yusin and Ming Tsueishi, you must have already met them. Upon seeing this line of text, Lu Jin finally understood. It turns out that the two sisters, Cui Yusin and Ming Tsueishi, are actually the daughters of Felina, the head of the Emerald family. Hartley then continued to explain to Lu Jin. The reason why the Jade family and the Black Opal family are in an adversarial relationship is that they are opposed to each other. This is because, several years ago, the head of the Emerald family, Ms. Felina, suffered a severe injury in an accident. The Black Opal family was involved in this unexpected incident. Unfortunately, the Emerald family did not obtain any evidence of the Black Opal family's crimes. As the head of the Jade family for generations, Ms. Felina's contributions need no further explanation. She led the Jade family from the weakest family to the Jade family it is today. Even in this situation, she is still burning her last bit of life force to take charge of the overall situation. This made Lu Jin feel a deep sense of respect. Logically speaking, Ms. Felina could have stopped and rested under such circumstances. But for the sake of the Jade family, she chose to persevere. Mr. Lu Jin, I have been following you ever since you entered the brilliant galaxy. Origin Warship, Star Hunting Dragon, Star Sea Elf, you hold too many secrets. Even I don't know how many trump cards you have up your sleeve. I have never seen a human from Earth like you, who has grasped so many miracles in your hands. Therefore, I am even more convinced that you can still create miracles again. The Black Opal family of today is no longer the gem family it once was, so I beg you, save the last remaining gem family. Upon seeing these lines of text, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Unexpectedly, from the moment he stepped into the brilliant galaxy, he had already been targeted by the head of the Emerald family. However, Lu Jin did not feel disgusted because his goal was the same as that of the Emerald family. That means completely eradicating the Black Opal family. Now that both sides have laid their cards on the table, the cooperation has naturally gone much more smoothly. When Lu Jin walked out of the mansion, Cui Yusin and the others had been waiting outside for a long time. Cui Yusin was the most nervous, as she desperately wanted to know what her mother had said to Lu Jin. Before she could even speak, Lu Jin took out a badge. Everyone was shocked when they saw the design on the badge. The Patriarch's crest. Why is the family head's badge, which belongs to the head of the gem family, now in Lu Jin's hands? Hartley, who had been standing next to Lu Jin, explained to everyone. By order of the head of the family, let it begin now. Mr. Lu Jin will be the head and representative of our Jade family. Everything he does and everything he says is in accordance with the will of the master of the house. What? Many family members were utterly shocked. Even Jadeheart couldn't understand. Why did the mother choose to make Lu Jin her agent? As a high-ranking member of the family and her daughter, isn't she qualified? Just as Tsiyu was beginning to understand, Lu Jin walked up to her. Your mother asked me to pass on a message to you. First and foremost, she is a mother. Secondly, she is the head of the Jade family. That's right. Even though she was known as the most virtuous head of the Jade family in history, Ms. Felina was always a mother. She did not want to involve Jade Heart in this conflict. Because she knew very well that after this chaos ended, the Gem family would either disappear completely. Either the Gem family will be severely damaged. Regardless of the outcome, Jade Heart will inevitably be drawn into a massive crisis. Therefore, Felina chose to make Lu Jin the family's representative. There is no one more suitable than Lu Jin. Just then, a family member rushed over. Reporting to Lord Hartley, we have received communication signals from the Taffy and Tassin families. The Taffy and Tassin families have successfully developed the antidote based on our formula and broken through the Blackrock Pirates' encirclement. Furthermore, the Tafe and Tassin families have accepted our invitation to form an alliance. Very good. Hartley's eyes lit up when he heard this news. They have now made contact with the other two Gem families. Furthermore, the other two Gemstone families have already chosen to ally with the Emerald family. Their next goal was simple, to eradicate the Black Opal family and drive out all the Blackstone pirates. Mr. Lu Jin, what should we do next? Hartley's gaze fell on Lu Jin, impressed by how quickly they had achieved their combined victory. Lu Jin played a crucial role in all of this, and now that Lu Jin has become the agent, Hartley naturally wholeheartedly approves. Lu Jin stroked his chin, and after thinking for a moment, handed a formula directly to Hartley. Does your family have any mithril materials? Mithril? After a moment's thought, Hartley summoned the support staff. After obtaining Mithril's inventory information, he immediately reported it to Lu Jin. Reporting to Mr. Lu Jin, there are 20 tons of mithril material in the warehouse. 20 tons of mithril material? Lu Jin was surprised to find that there was so much mithril. Hartley also explained to Lu Jin that Ms. Felina had upgraded the Emerald family's warehouse system since taking office. Every so often, the Jade family will make a series of purchases based on the rarity of the materials. This was to prevent the enemy from monopolizing the metal materials at a critical juncture, thus putting the Jade family at a disadvantage. Although mithril is not widely used, the Emerald family still hoarded a considerable amount of it. These materials have been piling up for a long time. If Lu Jin hadn't mentioned them, probably only the warehouse manager would have remembered these mithril materials. After hearing Hartley's explanation, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel even greater respect for Ms. Felina. Because of Ms. Felina's rule, Lu Jin felt that the upcoming battle could be ended more easily. Next, I will issue my first order as acting agent. I will forge all of this mithril into equipment within 24 hours. I want to see the Emerald family's mithril weapons on the battlefield in the future. Mithril weapons? Hartley was utterly puzzled. Mithril was a material with extremely poor toughness. Wouldn't making it into equipment weaken the Emerald family's fighting power? But considering that Lu Jin was now the family's representative, Hartley immediately began issuing orders. The entire Emerald family immediately dragged the long-sealed mithril materials out of the warehouse, wiped off the dust, and sent all the mithril into the military factory at the family's headquarters. Similarly, the Tafe and Tassin families also received messages from the Emerald family. They are forging mithril equipment and will head to the Planetary Protection Center in 24 hours to attack the center occupied by the Black Opal family. Chapter 49, The Gemstone Alliance. The price of arrogance. What? Mithril equipment? How can something like mithril be compared to a multi-alloy material? What exactly is the Jade family up to? Now that the Blackrock pirates have been severely damaged by us, why don't we just attack the Planetary Defense Center directly? The higher-ups of both the Tassin and Tafe families were utterly perplexed upon receiving the information. They wouldn't even glance at mithril when making purchases. And now that they have the antidote formula, eradicating the Black Opal family and eliminating the Blackstone pirates will be a piece of cake. Although the Tassin and Tafe families were utterly baffled by the news about the Emerald family. However, considering that the Emerald family provided the antidote formula, and that it would still be somewhat risky for the two families alone to take over the Planetary Protection Center, they could only wait, waiting for the Emerald family's actions 24 hours later. For the other two families, those 24 hours were an unbearable ordeal. But for the Jade family's logistics, it was a fierce battle. In just 24 hours, they successfully converted all the mithril into equipment. At this moment, even the family members' guns and bullets were plated with a layer of mithril. All the equipment was infused with mithril, just as Lu Jin had instructed. Reporting to Mr. Lu Jin, Our troops have been fully equipped with mithril, as you instructed. Under Hartley's gaze, Lu Jin took out bullets from a kinetic energy weapon. Sure enough, the warhead had been replaced with mithril. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and put the bullet back into the gun. Great. We can set off now. With Hartley's order, the entire armed force of the Emerald family's base began to move. At the very front of the procession, a magnetic levitation armored vehicle carrying members of the family's armed forces was the first to move. Immediately afterwards, several heavy armored trucks, towing one Emerald Special Forces power armored vehicle after another, followed the convoy ahead. Behind these trucks was a heavy-duty freight engineering vehicle that was 20 meters tall. A large number of reconnaissance drones appeared in the sky one after another. Lu Jin sat in a disguised command center armored vehicle, constantly monitoring the various situations on the road ahead. Soon, Lu Jin came into view of the teams from the Tafe family and the Tsang family. Compared to the Emerald family, the Tafe and Tassin families have much larger armies. Even the Taffy family's cargo engineering vehicles were equipped with several War God-type firepower bombers. At this moment, the heads of the Taffy and Tassin families respectively entered the Gem Alliance's communication channel. Oh, Hartley's here too? Was Hartley the overall commander of this battle? If it's Hartley, those guys are in for a rough time. Excuse me, Your Excellencies, I am not the commander-in-chief of this battle. Next, Hartley introduced Lu Jin to the two heads of the family. Upon learning that Lu Jin was now the agent of the Jade family, the two family heads fell silent. Clearly, they did not approve of Lu Jin, a human from Earth, being the overall commander. It's important to know that Hartley has commanded various battles for the Gem family, and his command abilities are recognized even by the heads of other families. Now, they've actually handed over command to an unknown human from Earth. How could such an arrangement make the heads of the two families feel at ease? As if sensing the dissatisfaction of the two family heads, Lu Jin smiled faintly and said in a very nonchalant manner, "Although the Gem Alliance is composed of 3 families, our goals are the same. Eradicate the Black Opal family, annihilate the Blackstone Pirates, and rescue the Blue Cone family. Since we all share the same goal, once you arrive at the battlefield, you are free to act on your own. All I can command are the Emerald family's troops." At this point, even Hartley understood the meaning behind Lu Jin's words. The two family heads, who disregarded Lu Jin, directly stated that they would command the troops according to their own wishes. After all, in their eyes, Lu Jin's command ability was not as good as that of their family members. After the others left the communication channel, Hartley couldn't help but ask Lu Jin, "Mr. Lu Jin, is this really the right thing to do?" In response to Hartley's doubts, Lu Jin explained to him. Although he was the provider of the antidote, he was, after all, a human from Earth and still relatively inexperienced. Even if the Jade family approves of him, the other two families will not easily approve of him. Under such circumstances, if I were to forcibly command the troops of these two families, it would have the opposite effect. It would be better to let these families suffer a bit and dampen their arrogance. Want to suffer a little? Hartley glanced at the size and configuration of the Gemstone Alliance. With such a large-scale configuration, how could they possibly fail? Before Hartley could voice his doubts, an explosion suddenly occurred on the road ahead. Boom. With a loud bang, a fully loaded armored vehicle was blown straight into the sky. This armored vehicle is the troop transport of the Tafe family. The head of the Taffy family immediately entered the command channel, and based on the drone footage, he immediately saw the battle situation ahead. On their way to the Planetary Protection Center, thousands of soldiers wearing exoskeletons appeared in their field of vision like monsters. These soldiers all bore the Blue Cone family's insignia, but at this moment they were like a frenzied mob, bearing fangs and claws as they attacked the Tafe family's soldiers with madness. Upon seeing this, the head of the Taffy family immediately realized what was happening. These are madmen affected by the blood mist. Quickly use the antidote to rescue these Blue Cone clan soldiers. The Black Opal family was too careless. They probably don't know that we've already developed an antidote. Attention, all soldiers. We are being attacked by friendly forces who have gone berserk. Please be careful not to harm our friendly forces and wait for the antidote team to arrive and treat them. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sounds of chaos from the front lines came through the communication channel. A member of the Tafe family armed with weapons, seeing the Blue Cone family members rushing towards him, was about to attack. Upon receiving the message, it immediately switched to a defensive stance. But the Blue Cone family member opposite him wouldn't let him go. That Blue Cone family member was like a wild beast, and he pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. The fangs lunged at him, and the member immediately used his gun to defend himself. But the next second, the crazed Blue Cone family member actually used his fangs to bite the gun to pieces. Upon witnessing this scene, the armed members of the TAFE family felt their scalps tingle. Something's not right. The frenzied crowd before didn't have such formidable attack power. Suddenly, the crazed Blue Cone family member bit down on the neck of the TAFE family member. The sharp fangs actually pierced through the equipment made of multiple alloys and went straight into the opponent's flesh. Chapter 50, The Ineffective Antidote. A completely different ending. With a scream, the attacked member of the TAFE family began to struggle violently. The belated antidote team immediately raised their sprayers. A large amount of antidote spray landed on the two family members. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the two family members who had fallen to the ground staggered to their feet. Despite the horrified gazes of the antidote team, the members of the Blue Cone family did not return to normal. Conversely, the TAFE family member who was attacked also grew fangs and claws. Roar! The two family members let out roars like wild beasts. The next second, the two crazed family members charged into the antidote team like wolves among sheep. A series of screams rang out over the communication channel. Upon hearing these screams, the two heads of the TAFE and Tsang families immediately sensed that something was amiss. Damn it! These antidotes aren't working at all. Be careful, everyone. These members of the Blue Cone family have completely transformed into monsters. What should we do next? Should we retaliate? These guys are completely different from those crazed citizens. They've already torn my armor apart. The armed members of the TAFE and Tassin families were drenched in sweat. The equipment they were wearing couldn't even stop these guys' fangs. It's important to know that the equipment they use is made of alloy, and its standards are comparable to those of ship materials. Even so, it still couldn't stop the monster's fangs. What on earth is going on? The teams of the TAFE and Tassin families immediately descended into chaos. As the heads of the two families, they immediately approached Hartley. Hartley was also shocked when he learned about the situation at the front. The antidote has lost its effectiveness? How is that possible? But soon, he obtained crucial information from the intelligence. Unlike the crazed citizens, these family members, while possessing fangs and claws, also had their physical abilities greatly enhanced. The ability to penetrate alloy armor with just fangs is something no ordinary creature could do. With that in mind, Hartley immediately went to the command center. Lu Jin, who was in the command center, looked as if he had expected Hartley to arrive. Mr. Lu Jin, the antidote at the front lines has failed. It's broken? Lu Jin smiled faintly. The antidote he had prepared was only for those creatures affected by the blood mist. Now, however, they are facing blood servants who have been transformed from vampire relatives. The two transformation pathways are different, so how could the same antidote possibly work? Lu Jin opened the monitoring screen in the command center and could see that he had a complete grasp of everything that was happening on the battlefield. Lu Jin captured one of the images and zoomed in on it. Can you see the difference? The image shows a member of the Blue Cone family attacking an armed member of the Tassin family. After observing for a moment, Hartley quickly noticed something was wrong. These monsters all had bloody holes in their necks. These bloody holes were not found on the bodies of the crazed citizens. In other words, these monsters and those crazed citizens are completely different situations. Thinking of this, Hartley couldn't help but look at Lu Jin. The members of the Blue Cone family are beyond saving. That's right. Once transformed into a vampire, then it can never be restored, and that is the terrifying aspect of the vampires. Do you remember the mithril equipment I asked you to make? Now, it's time to use that equipment. After hearing these words, a trace of sadness appeared in Hartley's eyes. In other words, they are going to deal with the former Blue Cone family themselves. But soon, Hartley's eyes hardened. At the very least, he couldn't let the survivors turn into monsters like that. Bang! On the battlefield, a member of the Tassin family raised his gun and aimed it at the Berserk family member who was about to attack. Even though the bullet pierced the opponent's skull, the opponent did not fall. On the contrary, after the other person stood still for a while, the bullet hole on his head actually began to slowly heal. Upon seeing this, the Tassin family member turned pale. If their guns can't harm this monster, then how can they possibly deal with it? Just then, an armed member of the Emerald family came to his side. The armed members of the Emerald family raised their guns, pulled the triggers, and aimed at a crazed family member. As the bullet streaked through the air, the mithril-tipped bullet struck the opponent's head directly. In an instant, the frenzied family members froze on the spot, their mouths agape. A hoarse, strained roar came from his throat. The armed member of the Tassin family was shocked to discover that wisps of ash-like substance were emanating from the bullet holes in the crazed family member's body. Not long after, the crazed family member collapsed to the ground. He died like that. Both are headshots, so why is there such a huge difference between them? Before the other families could react, the Emerald family's power armor arrived on the front lines. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of many frenzied family members. They charged directly at the Emerald power armor like zombies. The family members inside the armored vehicle had cold eyes, and they drew specially made large-caliber shotguns directly from their waists. May you rest in peace. Bang! Mithril bullets rained down like a storm. The berserker who was hit immediately collapsed to the ground, and the parts of his body that were touched by the mithril turned to ashes and vanished. Seeing how powerful the mithril equipment was, the other armed members of the Emerald family no longer felt any fear. Execute the sweeping operation. Hundreds of machine gunners stood in a row. Pull the trigger. The mithril bullets transformed into starlight, directly covering all the berserkers on the front lines. Faced with mithril equipment, these frenzied family members were utterly powerless. As the tanks and firepower continued to advance, the armed members of the Tassin and Tafe families couldn't help but feel envious when they saw how terrifying the Emerald family's equipment was. That's some serious firepower. When did the Jade family become so powerful? Our bullets have no effect on those monsters. Why are the Emerald family's bullets so effective? If things continue like this, we probably won't even have a chance to make a move. The Jade family alone will be enough. After witnessing the power of the mithril equipment, the heads of the two families could no longer contain themselves. They went directly to Lu Jin, wanting to find out from him how this special equipment was manufactured. Chapter 51: A Decisive Strike. The True Vampire Clan. Faced with the questions from the two family heads, Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. It seems that neither of the two family heads took his words to heart. However, Lu Jin also understood. Mithril is a material that is usually quite unremarkable. With the Black Opal family's deliberate acquisitions, the Tassin and Tafe gemstone families probably don't have much stock left either. The equipment we use is naturally made of mithril. Although mithril is an unremarkable material, it has a natural restraining effect on these vampires. Mithril equipment. The two family heads immediately felt their cheeks burning. They never expected that mithril would be so effective against these monsters. But even if they regretted it, it was too late. Now they could only follow behind the Emerald family. With the equipment they're using now, they'd be lucky to blast the vampires to pieces. Otherwise, given the vampires' powerful regenerative abilities, they might not have been able to defeat them. Soon, the Emerald family's forces arrived at the Planetary Protection Center. A massive tower appeared on Lu Jin's surveillance screen, and the drone surveyed the tower from all angles. Before Lu Jin could get a clear look at the details of the Planetary Protection Center, the drone footage suddenly disappeared. Lu Jin immediately switched the view to other drone feeds. Looking up at the sky, one could see countless members of the Blue Cone family, standing on flying vehicles and holding guns. In response to these drones attempting to spy on the Planetary Defense Center, an attack was launched. Seeing this, Lu Jin did not hesitate any longer. Launch the all-out offensive. At a command, the Emerald Armed Squad charged directly into the Planetary Defense Center. But the moment they stepped inside, a cannon blast erupted from within. The violent shockwave blasted the entire armed squad out. Immediately afterwards, a large number of war machines appeared inside the Planetary Protection Center. 5 combat mechs, with massive strides, arrived directly in front of the Gem Alliance. The guards at these planetary protection centers are also jointly defended by the Black Opal family, the Blue Cone family, and the Blackstone Pirates. At this point, Lu Jin was well aware of the situation. This is the turning point of the war. If they can disable the planetary protection system, the Gem fleet of the Brilliant Galaxy can quickly support Gem 1. Of course, as long as the other side can defend the planetary protection system, the blood mist will eventually engulf the entire planet. By then, the Gem Alliance will face more than just their current enemies. There are also a large number of innocent civilians who have gone mad. Therefore, they must end this battle quickly. Attack. A family member standing at the forefront silently activated the full load system of the Emerald Special Forces power armor. He drew the Thunderblade from behind, and intense energy fluctuations flowed across the surface of the power armor. Rush. This family member charged ahead and fell directly into the midst of the Vampire Alliance. With a single swing of the Thunderblade, terrifying electric current instantly coursed through the entire Vampire Alliance. Before he could even swing his sword a second time, a power-armored vehicle bearing the Blue Cone family logo appeared in front of him with lightning speed. The powerful shield, made of dual composite metals, directly blocked the Thunderblade's attack. With the power core activated, the entire Blue Cone power armor suddenly exerted force, pushing the opponent away. Once the two sides had created some distance, the Blue Cone power armor raised its other hand, and the heavy hammer slammed directly onto the Emerald family's armor. Sparks flew everywhere. Even inside the power armor, the Emerald family member felt a sharp pain. Just as the Blue Cone power armor was preparing to press its advantage, a barrage of bullets rained down on him. Such intense firepower forced him to take several steps back. The Tafe family's armed members drove their armored vehicles directly into the battlefield. Although they lacked mithril equipment, they used their most intense firepower to cover the Emerald family's armed squad as they launched their attack. But at that moment, a shell hit the firepower vehicle directly. Boom. Sparks flew everywhere, and the firepower vehicle was instantly reduced to countless fragments. With the roar of engines, the Blackrock Pirates' heavy tanks, like a bison, tore through the battlefield and joined the fray. Boom, boom, boom. Several high-explosive shells exploded one after another around the battlefield. Just as the Blackrock Pirates were recklessly bombing the battlefield, their radar showed a large number of high-energy reactions. The Tassin family's heavy-duty trucks were deployed on the spot, transforming directly into a makeshift takeoff platform. An armed helicopter at the center of the platform, carrying a barrage of flame missiles, took off straight into the air. The flame missiles were aimed at the Blackstone tanks and launched directly. All flame missiles have been used for bombing. Prepare to return to the launch platform to replenish ammunition. Before the words were even finished, several engineering transport trucks bearing the Black Opal family logo came into view of the coalition forces. Before the construction truck had even come to a complete stop, the enormous object inside was already uncontrollable. Tear. The engineering transport truck was torn apart, and the extremely wild-looking large war mech stepped directly into the battlefield. Family armed members. Power armor. Firepower bombers. War mechs. Both sides were playing their trump cards, and the chaotic battlefield left Lu Jin somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Emerald family has the advantage of mithril equipment. Mithril equipment is a true counter to the natural enemies of vampires. With the aid of mithril equipment, the Gem Alliance quickly penetrated the interior of the Planetary Defense Center. Mr. Lu Jin, we have located the control room of the Planetary Protection Center. Have you found the control room? Upon hearing this news, Lu Jin stood up decisively. Next, shutting down the Planetary Protection Center is simple. Just destroy the control room. As the core area of a planet's control center, it must be heavily guarded. After locating the control room, the Gem Alliance forces launched a series of attacks on it. But an hour has passed, and the control room's defenses remain unbroken. Looking at the sealed-off control room in front of him, Hartley couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Who exactly designed the Planetary Protection Center to be so airtight? Now, it would be difficult for them to even break through. Just then, Lu Jin's voice came from behind Hartley. Let Shiria handle this. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheryl immediately used her spiritual power. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she used her spatial teleportation power to enter the control room. After a long wait, the door to the control room was opened. The control room was in complete disarray, with all the enemies lying on the ground. Chapter 52 The Gem Fleet arrives. Devour and evolve. Captain, all the enemies have been dealt with. Watching Cheryl walk out of the control room so calmly, Hartley and the others felt that their presence was somewhat superfluous. But then, considering Shiria's identity, Hartley sighed and said nothing more. Upon entering the control room, Lu Jin and Hartley connected to the Planetary Protection Center's control system. After some steps, a prompt suddenly popped up on the control panel. Warning, shutting down the Planetary Protection Center requires 3 clan head permission cards. 3 Patriarch Authority cards. The Tassin family's Patriarchal Authority card was lost long before this chaos began. However, compared to the fate of the Blue Cone family, losing the Family Head Authority card was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortunes of the Tsang family. However, after losing the Tsang Family Head Authority card, Lu Jin only has a maximum of 2 Family Head Authority cards in his possession. Just as Hartley was about to ask Lu Jin how to solve this problem, Lu Jin connected a portable hard drive to the control panel. In an instant, numerous warning panels popped up on the control panel. Warning, external chaotic data intrusion detected. Warning, your system firewall is under attack by unknown data. Warning, data systems are being rewritten. After a series of actions by Lu Jin, the entire control room began to spiral out of control. A large number of devices began displaying warning panels. Immediately afterwards, a series of sparks burst out from the equipment. Even Lu Jin was unable to properly shut down the planetary protection system without the Patriarch's authorization card. But he has a way to paralyze the entire planetary defense system. It's much easier to destroy a program than to modify it. Buzz. A piercing noise emanated from the equipment. The entire planetary protection center's power system was instantly paralyzed. The family members, who were engaged in a fierce battle on the outer perimeter, suddenly heard a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the planetary barrier in the sky began to gradually dissipate. Success. The planetary protective barrier has been activated. How did they manage to do that? It's amazing that the planetary barrier can be opened even without the Patriarch's authorization card. In the Black Opal family's territory, the family head looked at the gradually dissipating planetary barrier in the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? They had all 3 access cards in their possession, so how did they manage to remove the planetary barrier? Meanwhile, at the Jade family's residence, Jade Heart saw the planetary barrier in the sky disappear and quickly went to her mother's side. Mother, Lu Jin did it. The planetary barrier has been removed. Miss Felina was extremely excited upon hearing the news. She had asked Lu Jin how to disable the planetary protection system without an access card. Lu Jin didn't give her a direct answer, but he had already provided a satisfactory one. Contact all the Gem family ships in the brilliant galaxy. It's time to show these petty scoundrels the power of the Gem family. Boom. With a muffled thud, the starship appeared first above the planet Gem 1. It was a small destroyer bearing the Emerald family insignia. The moment this small destroyer appeared, ships from other families began to appear in the surrounding area. Almost the instant the planetary barrier opened, a large number of ships appeared in the vicinity of the orbit of Gem 1. Upon seeing the Gem family's ships, the survivors on the ground became excited. Great! The planetary protective barrier has been breached. There's no need to worry now. The Gem family's garrison support will surely arrive soon. We're saved. We finally don't have to stay in this cramped shelter anymore. Once I get out of here, I'm definitely going to appeal to the Gem family. This brilliant gathering was a complete disaster. Before he could finish speaking, the fleet in the sky was suddenly hit by a cannon shot. The massive cannons were incredibly powerful, managing to pierce through the Emerald family's small destroyer. And right before everyone's eyes, the Blackrock Pirates fleet appeared in the brilliant galaxy. A major battle between the two sides is about to break out. Airdrop pods bearing the symbols of different factions fell one after another from the sky. More and more members of the Gem family, as well as more Blackrock pirates, are landing on the surface of Gem 1. Lu Jin from the Planetary Protection Center watched as the airdrop pods fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. Instead, a subtle, intriguing smile curved the corners of his lips. Before the people behind him could react, Lu Jin threw the family head badge to Hartley. My mission is complete. Now it's your turn to settle your score with the Black Opal family. Now, I'm returning to my fleet, and command is now in your hands. Hastily accepting the family head's badge, Hartley was momentarily stunned. Before he could say anything, Lu Jin had already been carried by Shiria and was heading directly toward the coordinates where the Prometheus was docked. The planetary protective barrier is now in place. Gem family troops stationed on other planets can also land on the planet's surface to carry out a series of support missions. Conversely, reinforcements from the Black Opal family and the Blackstone Pirates also arrived. Next, the entire surface of Gem 1 will become even more chaotic. Lu Jin is now just a body of flesh and blood. If he is hit by the firepower of the ship's cannons, even with the protection of Shiria and Silver Moon, he will not be able to avoid a crisis. Therefore, in order to better utilize his abilities, Lu Jin decisively chose to return to the Prometheus as soon as possible. On the rear side of Gem 1, Prometheus had been waiting for quite some time. When Lu Jin returned to the ship, Yu Tiansong and Yulan greeted him immediately. Seeing that Lu Jin and his group were unharmed, Yu Tiansong and Yulan both breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, once the planetary protective barrier was activated, external communications would also be cut off. During this time, Yu Tiansong and Yulan considered countless worst-case scenarios. Fortunately, Lu Jin successfully returned to the ship, and they finally had someone to rely on. Thankfully you're back safe and sound. What should we do next? Yu Tiansong's advice was to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The number of ships that have now joined this battle has exceeded 10,000. although the Prometheus was a powerful origin warship. However, if one is drawn into the vortex of war, there is still a risk of perishing. Lu Jin, meanwhile, sat in his seat, opened the ship's control panel, and immediately locked onto the next coordinates. This coordinate system is located at the very center of the battlefield. Now is the perfect time. The perfect time. At this moment, Yu Tiansong suddenly remembered that the best way to upgrade the origin warship was to devour the wreckage of other ships. Could it be that Lu Jin plans to devour the wreckage of other ships in the center of the battlefield to upgrade his own fleet? Chapter 53 Fortune Lies in Peril. Ship Material Upgrade. Are you crazy? You must understand that the current battlefield of the brilliant galaxy is a true meat grinder of war. Small ships that enter it are nothing more than cannon fodder. Lu Jin actually wanted to use the self-repair advantage of the origin warship to go to the center of the battlefield and devour the ship wreckage. Yu Tiansong believed that his combat style was already crazy enough when he was in charge of the Solar Alliance. But compared to Lu Jin now, I am still too conservative. At this moment, Yu Tiansong looked at the others. Shiria didn't care at all. As a hunting star dragon, she could survive even if the ship exploded thanks to her strong physical body. As for Yingyue and Yulan, their loyalty to Lu Jin is beyond question. In the end, Yu Tiansong sighed as if in resignation. The time I spent with you guys was definitely the craziest time of my life. Since that's the case, let's make a good profit. After saying that, everyone returned to their seats. Lu Jin smiled faintly, not looking at the others, and directly pushed the speed to the maximum. The Prometheus turned around, started its engines, and headed straight for the other side of the battlefield of Gem 1. Rumble. On the battlefield, amidst the constant barrage of gunfire, the dazzling flashes of light from artillery fire could be seen from time to time. The Prometheus quickly moved to the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, a medium-sized battleship with paint schemes representing the Tassin family flew directly out of the battlefield toward Lu Jin's location. Behind this ship, the Blackrock Pirates ships were hot on their heels. A barrage of missiles rained down on the medium-sized battleship. The medium battleship was instantly engulfed in the flames of the missiles, and numerous holes appeared in the ship's hull. Seeing this, a large number of Blackstone pirate warplanes seized the opportunity and swarmed towards the damaged family ships like flies. When the family ships saw the number of pirate fighters displayed on the radar, they couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Damn it! These Blackrock pirates have too much firepower. Wait, which side does this unknown ship on the radar belong to? Regardless of which side's warship it is, can a small battleship deal with the medium battleships behind us? That's right. Instead of pinning our hopes on this small battleship, we should contact other ships. Just then, a beam of light appeared like a sharp sword. Before the Blackrock pirates could react, the entire ship was pierced through. Rumble. The ship that was pierced exploded directly from the inside. In an instant, the entire ship was reduced to a pile of ruins. Seeing this, all the family members were stunned, because this beam of light was fired from the small battleships they looked down upon. What level of weapon is this? A single shot destroyed a medium-sized battleship? Yu Tiansong on the bridge was even more surprised, because the weapon Lu Jin had just used was the main cannon, Stellar Elegy, which had only been unlocked recently. He never expected that the power of the Stellar Elegy would be so terrifying. A single shot destroyed an entire medium-sized battleship? Although the battleship's shields and armor have been broken, the hull still has considerable defensive capabilities. Was that attack just fired from our main gun? But doesn't it take at least an hour to charge the main gun? When Lu Jin landed on Gem 1, Yu Tiansong explored all the functions of the entire ship. The most important of these is the main cannon, Stellar Elegy. Although powerful, it requires a lot of energy. Faced with Yu Tiansong's question, Lu Jin explained directly without any hesitation. Do you remember the time I didn't leave the ship for several days in a row? During that time, I connected the Apocalypse spark to the main cannon system. The energy of the Apocalyptic spark is immense and fierce. Ordinary energy output devices simply cannot withstand its enormous energy fluctuations. The main cannon, Stellar Elegy, is a massive container that requires a large amount of energy to function properly. When the Apocalypse spark and the main cannon Stellar Elegy combine, their weaknesses will become each other's greatest strengths. Now, all Lu Jin needs to do is use the energy of the Apocalypse fire seed to output, which will shorten the charging time of the Stellar Elegy to a minimum. Looking at the massive wreckage of the medium-sized battleship before him, Lu Jin unceremoniously activated his devouring mode. A large number of Fong drones were released. Meanwhile, the ship's upgrade progress also began to accelerate rapidly. Just then, the Tassin family's ships sent a communication signal. After the communication signal was established, the images of the captains of both ships appeared in the center of the bridge in a holographic projection. When the captain of the Tassin family saw Lu Jin's holographic projection, he was first stunned, but then quickly reacted. Are you the legendary Mr. Lu Jin? Oh, you know me? Logically speaking, the captains of these fleets are all family members stationed on other planets. They probably don't know what happened on Gem 1. But the other party clearly knew Lu Jin and expressed great respect. We are fully aware of your deeds in saving the Gem family from dire straits. To you, you will always be the most respected benefactor of our Gem family. Do you need escort? I can mobilize nearby clan ships to provide escort for you. Protect and escort? Is there really such a good thing? However, Lu Jin politely declined the Gem family's offer. With the Prometheus alone, it is sufficient to protect itself on this battlefield. It would be a waste to send our own ships to escort them. After Lu Jin declined, the other party did not make any further requests. After exchanging information, the Tassin family's ships quickly approached the starport. With its powerful logistics, the Gem family can repair ships docked in starports in a short time. The ship is now unable to continue fighting and must travel to the starport for repairs before it can return to combat. After the Tassin family's ships left, a series of upgrade prompts suddenly popped up in front of Lu Jin's system. All ship materials have been analyzed. Ship upgrade progress reaches 40%. Ship materials are being upgraded. With the appearance of the upgrade notification, the materials of the entire Origin warship began to gradually change. The original hull material was replaced with a more robust one. In less than a minute, the appearance of the entire starship underwent a subtle change. Ding! Congratulations on successfully acquiring the new ship hull material, Super Composite Black Steel Armor. Chapter 54. The more they fight, the stronger they become. They've been targeted. Super Composite Black Steel Armor. Lu Jin never expected that this upgrade would directly improve the ship's materials. It is important to know that the materials used in the hull are crucial to the ship's defensive capabilities. Once the materials for a regular warship are determined, the hull materials cannot be changed until it is decommissioned. With the development of the times, more and more new materials are emerging. Even the luckiest ships will eventually be decommissioned. But the Origin battleship doesn't have this problem at all. Looking at the ship made of brand new materials, Lu Jin was even more captivated. The Origin warship is truly amazing. Boom. Just then, an incomparably dazzling light appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. In the battlefield not far away, a large ship belonging to the Black Opal family exploded under the siege of other Gem family ships, revealing a dazzling light. Looking at the large Black Opal family ship, Lu Jin glanced at the medium-sized ship next to it, and suddenly felt it wasn't so appealing anymore. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jin decisively chose to retract all the Fong drones. With the engines restarted, the Prometheus charged straight toward the large ship like a hungry wolf. Upon arriving at the area where the large ships were located, Lu Jin decisively released all of his Fong drones. Under his control, the Fong drones began dismantling and collecting debris from the core areas of the ship. The most important area on a ship is the location of the power compartment. Next is the engine section. Lu Jin also discovered that the Origin warship's upgrade progress increased the fastest when it was consuming materials from these two areas. There is no shortage of shipwrecks on the battlefield, so Lu Jin only needs to select the most valuable parts to collect and devour. Before long, the upgrade progress of the Origin warship reached 50%. Ding! Upgrade materials have been analyzed. Ship self-repair speed permanently increased by 5%. This time, the ships gained an increased self-repair speed. Lu Jin was naturally overjoyed. After all, the most powerful ability of the Origin warship was its self-repair. The increased self-repair speed also means that the Origin warship's survivability will be even stronger. While Lu Jin was still basking in the joy of his ship's self-upgrade, little did he know that his ship had already been targeted. The fleets of the Emerald family, the Taif family, and the Tassin family all recognized Lu Jin's ships and incorporated them into their allied units. Basically, the fleets of the three families would give way upon seeing Lu Jin's ships. However, this behavior also attracted the attention of the Black Opal family on the other side. Inside the bridge of a large battleship, the pale-faced head of the Black Opal family stared at the screen in front of him with a gloomy gaze. Reporting to the Patriarch, we have identified the small vessel. The owner of that small ship was none other than Lu Jin, a human from Blue Star who helped the Emerald family. Lu Jin. Upon hearing this name, the Black Opal family patriarch involuntarily clenched his fist. The anger he couldn't suppress was almost tangible, bursting forth from his eyes. Damn it! This tiny human from Earth ruined all his plans. In his plan, he needs about a year to accumulate wealth. When you have enough money, you won't just be hiring one branch of the BlackRock Pirates. Originally, he planned to use his accumulated wealth to hire the entire BlackRock Pirates to help him assimilate the entire brilliant galaxy a year later. But it's all because of this human from Earth named Lu Jin. Their plans were exposed prematurely, and due to insufficient funds, the research and development of the blood mist was hastily released after only reaching the experimental stage. Most importantly, this guy actually possesses a method to restrain them, the vampires. All of this led the head of the Black Opal family to suspect that this guy might be a nemesis sent by the will of the universe to punish him. Thinking of this, the head of the Black Opal family could no longer tolerate it. Mobilize all fleets and make this human ship from Earth the primary target. Whoever destroys this ship will be rewarded with promotion to a member of the family, or with 1 billion credits. Bounty issued. Whether it was the family members who had been transformed into blood servants or the Blackstone pirates who were after money, they all instantly set their sights on the Origin warship that was devouring everything on the battlefield. The pirate warship that first approached the Prometheus abandoned its immediate opponent and turned its attention to the Prometheus, which was devouring the wreckage of the warship. At this moment, the family's fleet also noticed something was wrong with the other side. Oh no, their target is the ship where Mr. Lu Jin is. It must be the Black Opal family that recognized Mr. Lu Jin. What should we do next? Mr. Lu Jin is a great benefactor to our family. He can't be harmed. I really don't understand why a small ship like his would get involved in our war. Before the family's ships could even think of how to respond, Lu Jin also spotted the approaching pirate ships. Lu Jin immediately realized that he was being watched, but he showed no sign of nervousness. When he chose to step into this battlefield in search of opportunity, he had already anticipated this outcome. The Fang-shaped drones nearby were still dismantling ship materials and sending them into the ship's interior. But the ship's main gun was already aimed at the approaching pirate ship. Main gun locked. Ignite the apocalyptic flame. Fast energy recharging. 1%, 2%, 10%. Once the ship met the minimum launch criteria, Lu Jin decisively pressed the launch button. Whoosh. A beam of light pierced straight through the pirate ship. One after another, flames exploded and spilled out from inside the pirate ship. In an instant, the pirate ship was reduced to a pile of wreckage. But Lu Jin had not finished his attack. He turned the ship around and launched a new round of bombardment. The main gun, Stellar Elegy, is like a sniper rifle on the battlefield. Once targeted by the enemy, the only outcome is certain demise. The Gem family was utterly shocked to see this. Now I understand why Mr. Lu Jin dared to venture alone into the battlefield with only a small battleship. Is the main gun on his ship really that powerful? Is this the firepower a small battleship should have? Don't hesitate. Mr. Lu Jin doesn't need our protection at all. That's right. Now, let's take advantage of the Black Opal family's attention and quickly locate their flagship. The Gem family's ships quickly began to move. After destroying several small pirate warships, Lu Jin also ceased his attack. The power of the stellar cannon has already instilled some fear in the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates. They hesitated, not daring to step forward easily. But Lu Jin's side was also very clear about the situation. While the Apocalypse flame is powerful, its quantity may also be limited. The Apocalypse flame has already consumed a lot of energy. If I continue to bombard it, I will soon exhaust all of its energy. Chapter 55, A Timely Help. A decisive shot that decides the fate of the world. As soon as Lu Jin stopped, the ships of the Gem family around him immediately sent him communication invitations. After accepting the communication invitation, Lu Jin directly entered the Gem family's command channel. Within this channel, the various fleets are divided into numerous smaller channels. The commanders of the numerous fleets then directed their fleets based on the intelligence received through the communication channels. Now that Lu Jin has entered this channel, a large number of captains from the Gem family have immediately gathered here. Mr. Lu Jin, you are truly amazing. Your ship's main guns are so powerful that even my medium-sized firepower ship can't match their firepower. Rumor has it that your ship is an Origin warship. Is that true? Please don't get too excited. We invited Mr. Lu Jin to the command and communication channel because we have important matters to discuss with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's gaze also fell on the captain's holographic projection. He was curious as to how his small battleship could possibly help the entire gem fleet. Immediately afterwards, the commander of the gem fleet revealed his plan. The key to defeating the entire Black Opal fleet now lies in finding the flagship, where the Black Opal family patriarch is located. The flagship he was on must be a large warship with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Large warships are protected by shields and armor, making their defensive capabilities extremely formidable. Even if we focus our fire immediately after finding it, it will be difficult to destroy this large ship in a short time. And once their intention to concentrate their firepower is discovered, the head of the Black Opal family will definitely have something to worry about. So they thought of Lu Jin. Lu Jin's ship is a small vessel, and the enemy will definitely underestimate its power because of this. Having witnessed the power of Lu Jin's main guns, the Gem family unanimously agreed that Lu Jin should launch a surprise attack on the enemy's flagship. Once their shields or armor are destroyed, they can quickly concentrate fire on the ship's hull. In this way, even if the Black Opal family reacts, they won't have time to take any countermeasures. So, the plan was to take advantage of the mismatch between Lu Jin's ships and firepower to launch a sneak attack on the ship where the Black Opal family patriarch was located. I accept the plan, but in exchange, I must have the right to distribute the shipwreckage after the battle. The right to distribute shipwreckage? After only a moment's thought, the Gemstone Allied fleet decisively agreed to the request. Although the Gem family would recycle shipwreckage, they would naturally not refuse since Lu Jin had made this request. Given Lu Jin's kindness to the Gem family, they would have no objection to the distribution of these fleet wreckage even if Lu Jin did not participate in this plan. Seeing that the Gem family agreed, Lu Jin generously stated that all they needed to do was find the other party's flagship. However, you all need to protect me from now on. Protect Lu Jin's ships? Of course, no problem. Lu Jin's warships are now a sharp blade in their hands. We absolutely cannot expose ourselves easily. Although Lu Jin has shown some strength, the ships he destroyed were only small vessels. Before attracting the enemy's attention, such firepower naturally makes them a secret weapon of the Gem family. With the protection of the Gem family, Lu Jin could naturally devour the shipwreck with peace of mind. At the same time, he also separated a portion of the Fong drones and began to invest large amounts of energy into the star cannon. The Black Opal family was furious upon receiving news of the ship's destruction. Are you Blackrock pirates really part of the fleet under the command of the 7 pirate kings? They can't even destroy a small ship. They're utterly useless. Huh, watch your mouth. We're not your blood servants. We're pirates, and if you hadn't offered us so much money, we would have turned on you long ago. Despite the threat from the head of the Black Opal family, the Blackstone pirates showed him no respect whatsoever. Their losses have now far exceeded expectations. This means that every ship they lose and every comrade they sacrifice is a recipe for disaster. Therefore, the Blackstone pirates were even more furious at the threat from the head of the Black Opal family. Seeing the Blackstone pirates' tough stance, the Black Opal family head dared not provoke them any further. With the communication channel turned off, the Black Opal clan chief's pale skin, unique to vampires, now appeared somber due to his various misfortunes. Damn the Jade family. Damn humans from Earth. Damn Lu Jin. Once I've dealt with the Gem family, the first thing I'll do is turn the solar system into my own blood-eating factory. Just then, the Black Opal family patriarch noticed that a large fleet of gemstones was approaching him. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Had their flagship been discovered? He frowned and immediately ordered his men to activate the ship's defensive systems. In an instant, both shields and armor went into defensive mode. Upon seeing the ships in this state, the Gem family fleet, which was searching for the flagship, immediately confirmed that what was in front of them was the flagship. Just as I predicted, we pressed him a little, and he revealed his weakness. It's all thanks to our signal department. If they hadn't intercepted the flagship's signal, we might not have found him. It's time to launch the attack. How are Mr. Lu Jin's preparations going? Faced with numerous inquiries from the captains, Lu Jin glanced at the main gun's progress bar. Main cannon Stellar Lament is 40% charged. It will take more time. Do we need more time? Does Lu Jin's main gun need more time to recharge? With this in mind, the family's fleet immediately issued orders. All ships have changed course, and we still need to adjust the timing. Mr. Lu Jin, how much longer do you need? We don't have much time left. At this moment, all the ships were staring at the Black Opal family's flagship, fearing that it might have some escape methods they were unaware of. Lu Jin, meanwhile, kept an eye on the charging progress bar, telling the Gem family not to rush. Lu Jin naturally knew the importance of the flagship. so he had to be absolutely certain before he could make a move. Main cannon stellar lament is 45% charged. Captain, the enemy flagship seems to have realized our intentions and is fleeing towards the gap in our encirclement. Damn it. Did we alert him again? Stop him. We absolutely can't let him get away. Captain, the enemy's engine efficiency far exceeds ours. We can't keep up. Main cannon stellar lament is 48% charged. Mr. Lu Jin, if you don't make a move soon, we will have to launch the attack first. Almost done. Immediately. The enemy can escape the encirclement immediately, and once it escapes, it can use the warp drive. Chapter 56 The Real Main Cannon. A super powerful choice of 5. Listening to every word on the communication channel, Lu Jin remained motionless, as if in deep meditation. His gaze was fixed on the main gun charging panel on the screen. Main cannon stellar lament is 49% charged. The moment the main gun reached 50% charge, Lu Jin's eyes sharpened instantly. Before anyone else could react, Lu Jin decisively pressed the launch button. A dazzling light converged at the muzzle of the main cannon, and a terrifying beam of energy instantly illuminated the entire brilliant galaxy. The beam of light, like a shooting star, struck the Black Opal family's flagship just as it was about to escape the encirclement. In an instant, everyone saw the shield on the Black Opal flagship light up. Hit. Bang. The shield shattered in less than 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light struck the ship's armor. But even the flagship's armor shattered in less than 10 seconds. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the beam of the Lu Jin warship's main gun landed directly on the flagship's hull. A short while later, a beam of light pierced through from the other side of the flagship. Lu Jin's main cannon shot actually pierced through the Black Opal family's flagship. This outcome was unexpected not only by the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates, but also by the Gem fleet. Keep in mind, that was a reinforced flagship. Its defensive capabilities were so formidable that even the Gem fleet members found it troublesome. But Lu Jin destroyed it with just one main cannon shot. A dazzling explosion lit up the brilliant galaxy, and the flagship of the Black Opal family was destroyed. The Gem fleet, having realized what was happening, showed no mercy and launched a barrage of attacks on the Black Opal family's flagship. Before long, the entire flagship of the Black Opal family was bombed into a pile of fragments. In this way, even if the head of the Black Opal family had extraordinary abilities, he would not be able to survive such a dense bombardment. Upon seeing the Black Opal family's flagship destroyed, the Blackstone pirates immediately chose to retreat. Now that their financial backer has been blasted to smithereens, are they just waiting to die if they stay here? The BlackRock pirates' ships retreated swiftly, and the Gem family's fleet did not choose to stop them. After all, the BlackRock pirates are mercenaries. They work for whoever pays them. Furthermore, the Blackstone pirates behind them constitute a massive and terrifying fleet, so there's no need to continue the pursuit. If they really push the enemy too far and send their main fleet, then the Gem family might as well just surrender on the spot. The departure of the Blackstone pirate fleet left the remaining Black Opal family fleet completely isolated and helpless. Seeing this, Lu Jin stopped paying attention to the course of the war. The outcome of this war was already predictable. His target was the fragments of the Black Opal family's flagship. Lu Jin dispatched a large number of Fong drones to begin looting valuable ship debris from the battlefield. As the battle on the battlefield gradually subsided, Lu Jin's ship upgrade progress quickly broke through and reached 80%. Ding. Upgrade materials have been analyzed. Ship self-repair speed permanently increased by 5%. Ding. Upgrade materials have been analyzed. Ship energy conversion efficiency permanently increased by 10%. Ding. Upgrade materials have been analyzed. The Ship Research Center's manufacturing efficiency has been permanently increased by 5%. As Lu Jin devoured the wreckage of ships on the battlefield, he couldn't stop smiling as he watched the ship's upgrade progress. At the current rate, after he devours all the ship wreckage, he might be able to directly upgrade the ship's level to a medium-sized ship. I wonder what amazing features the ship will unlock after upgrading to a medium-sized ship. Just as Lu Jin was still imagining, the ship gave him a surprise. Upgradable routes have been detected. Please select the ship route you wish to upgrade. Oh, are the ships about to unlock new features? Lu Jin turned his gaze to the ship upgrade path panel, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw the data on the ship upgrade panel. 5 upgrade paths. Unexpectedly, there were actually 5 upgrade paths available for Lu Jin to choose from this time. Lu Jin immediately opened all the upgradable routes. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock the Origin Kinetic Turret Cabin. unlocking the Void Ripper turret. The first upgrade path gave Lu Jin a pleasant surprise. It's actually a brand new kinetic energy turret. Without a doubt, if Lu Jin chooses this upgrade path, the firepower of his ships will undergo a dramatic change. The turrets and main guns complement each other, enough to bring the ship's firepower to a new level. But Lu Jin was not blinded by his own success. His attention was focused on other upgrade paths. Upgrade Route 2 unlocks the Origin Energy Chamber, significantly improving the ship's energy conversion efficiency. Upgrade Route 3 unlocks the Origin Materials Research Lab and unlocks the formula for nano-porcelain steel. Upgrade Route 4. Unlock the Origin Plantation and unlock the recipe for psionic seeds. Nano-white porcelain steel? This is an extremely rare material that can fetch a high price on the market. Currently, only the volcanic dwarf race within the Endless Star Sea can create this material. Unexpectedly, the Origin battleship could unlock such an exclusive material. There are also psionic grass seeds, a plant that can temporarily boost a psionicist's psionic level, making it very popular among psionicists. If Lu Jin could be cultivated, that would be wonderful. He could even use this resource to befriend some psionicists. Everything here is great. Ultimately, Lu Jin focused his attention on the last upgrade path. Upgrade Route 5 unlocks the Origin Space Jump Engine, granting the ship the ability Space Flash. Space Teleportation. This skill is absolutely incredible. Once activated, you can teleport and jump within the galaxy. This is not just a movement skill. If used properly, it can even help you avoid fatal damage and launch a surprise counterattack against your enemies. No matter which upgrade path it was, it all excited Lu Jin. The Origin battleship truly lives up to its name. Warship firepower, resource output, ship survivability. Upgrades in any aspect will make the ship more powerful. Just as Lu Jin was still struggling to decide which upgrade path to choose, a message suddenly popped up on his personal terminal. Lu Jin glanced at the sender of the message. It was Cui Yusin. Seeing this, Lu Jin was also a little puzzled. The brilliant galaxy is now in a state of disrepair, and the remaining 3 gem families not only have to solve a series of post-war problems. They also needed to appease the emotions of the alien races who came to participate in the magnificent event. Under such circumstances, Cui Yusin still had the mind to send him a message. Could it be that she needs Lu Jin's help again? But just as Lu Jin opened the message to view its details. Run. Get out of the brilliant galaxy. Chapter 57 Obsidian Heart. The Raider, Siren. Run. Leaving the dazzling galaxy? This brief but cautionary message made Lu Jin wonder if Cui Yusin's account had been hacked. Having spent so many days in the brilliant galaxy, Jade Heart hadn't sent any messages other than a few concerned ones. Why did they suddenly send out this message today? After a moment's thought, Lu Jin directly asked Cui Yusin. What happened? Lu Jin gang sent the message, and Cui Yusin replied immediately. The Blackrock Pirates already know you possess the Origin warship. The leader of the Blackrock Pirates, now one of the 7 pirate kings, the Obsidian Heart Raider Saren, has left the Endless Star Sea to find you. What? The 7 pirate kings came to find him in person. No wonder Cui Yusin told Lu Jin to run. What they encountered before was merely a branch fleet of the Blackrock Pirates. The true main fleet possesses the terrifying power to destroy an entire star system. Now that the main fleet of the Blackstone Pirates has come looking for Lu Jin, even if the Gem family intervenes, it will be of no use. Therefore, this was the only way Cui Yusin could make Lu Jin run away. Before Lu Jin could reply to Cui Yusin, the ship's alarm sounded instantly. Warning. The ship has been locked onto by an unknown electromagnetic wave and is unable to perform a warp jump. Warning. Immediately break free from the unknown electromagnetic wave lock-on. Otherwise, the ship will be unable to perform a warp jump. Warning. Ship communications have been disrupted by unknown electromagnetic waves. Please move out of the electromagnetic field immediately. Yu Tiansong also noticed the ship's unusual behavior. He quickly sat up from his seat and opened the ship's control panel. Yu Tiansong quickly noticed the anomaly. Ship icons of various sizes began to appear on the radar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the vast starry sky of the brilliant galaxy, one after another, ships bearing the insignia of the Blackstone Pirates returned to this galaxy. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of ships arrived in the brilliant star system. The entire Gem family fleet, facing an ever-growing number of pirate fleets, dared not make the slightest move. Because they also know very well that these Blackrock Pirates now represent one of the 7 kings of pirates, the Obsidian Heart Raider, Saren. At that moment, Faint ripples appeared on the surface of the starry sea. A colossal star-destroying warship gradually came into view. Star-destroying warships. The captains of the gem family couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw the ship. It's important to understand that star destroyers represent not only strength, but also the foundation of a power. Even the gem family doesn't have a single star destroyer ship. The massive size of the star destroyer, coupled with the formidable reputation of the Blackrock pirates. At this moment, these factors loomed over the entire gem family like dark clouds. Inside the Blackrock star destroyer, a colossal stone giant, over 3 meters tall and covered in obsidian, sat on the bridge of the star destroyer. His gaze was full of mockery as he watched the fleets of those intergalactic civilizations remain motionless, greatly satisfying his vanity. Boss, we've arrived at the brilliant galaxy. That Origin warship is right ahead. Upon hearing the name of the Origin warship, the raider Saren sat up immediately. A projection screen appeared in front of him, displaying Lu Jin's Prometheus. Small battleship? Haha, this ship is actually an Origin warship. If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known. Tell that kid on the ship, I want this Origin warship. The reason why the raider Saren came to the outer region from the inner part of the endless star sea is that he came from the inner part of the star sea. It was precisely because of this Origin warship that Lu Jin possessed. The rarity of Origin warships is extremely rare, even in the endless sea of stars. Despite having a Star Destroyer-class warship, the Blackrock pirates did not possess a single Origin warship. Now that he has encountered an Origin warship, how could he possibly let Lu Jin go? Yu Tiansong's expression turned grim upon seeing the Blackstone Pirates' Star Destroyer. He looked at Lu Jin, wanting to see how Lu Jin planned to deal with this crisis. Ding. Unknown communication signal. Do you want to connect? Unknown communication signal? Lu Jin knew without even thinking who the communication signal was from. Once the communication signal was established, the massive figure of the raider Saren appeared directly in Lu Jin's field of vision. When he saw Lu Jin, the raider Saren was somewhat surprised. Blue Star Kid, how dare you connect to my communication signal? However, this also saves me a lot of trouble. They will immediately hand over ownership of the ship to me. If I'm in a good mood, I might just let you off the hook. Will you spare me? In response to the words of the raider Saren, Lu Jin chuckled and looked up at the raider Saren. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Jin made an extremely provocative gesture. You stone man, you want my ship? Keep daydreaming. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Inside the bridge of the Blackrock Star Destroyer, all the Blackrock pirates dared not utter a sound. This kid's gone mad. He's absolutely insane. Doesn't he see the situation clearly yet? The raider, Siren, clenched his fist, his gaze gradually turning fierce, and the ferocious aura of a pirate gradually permeated the entire bridge. Very well. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. You're too kind? That's what I should be saying. Lu Jin sneered and, before anyone could react, pressed the fire button for the ship's main gun. Before the Blackrock pirates could react, the 50% charged stellar elegy blasted directly at the shield of the Star Destroyer. Bang! The shield shattered, and most of the ship's armor was instantly destroyed. Such terrifying power took the Blackrock pirates by surprise. What the heck? This small ship's single shot almost destroyed the armor of a Star Destroyer. After the initial shock, the raider Saren was even more enraged. Damn ants! How dare they attack my flagship? All Blackrock pirates, listen to my command. Capture this brat alive. I'm going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But at that moment, Lu Jin decisively chose the upgrade path for the ship. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Origin Space Jump Engine. Your ship now has the ability Space Flash. Lu Jin's gaze fell on the spatial teleportation. When he saw all the functions that appeared in the space, he was overjoyed. Spatial teleportation count, 10 to 10. Each recharge takes 1 hour. There are actually 10 opportunities to teleport. 10 spatial teleports are enough for me to escape the encirclement of the Blackrock pirates. Unfortunately, these shipwrecks can only remain here. Chapter 58, I'll dodge again. Pirate Bounty. Coordinates confirmed, spatial teleportation in progress. After entering a coordinate, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all and decisively used spatial teleportation to escape. After all, the enemy he faced was the Blackrock pirates, a fleet of thousands, consisting of a Star Destroyer. All Lu Jin can do now is to provoke the Blackstone pirates as much as possible. He didn't want to draw the pirates' attention to himself and endanger the brilliant galaxy that was still rebuilding after the disaster. Space Flash activation. The space around the ship suddenly distorted. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Prometheus vanished from the spot. This scene made the raider, Saren, widen his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? The other party disappeared? Wrong. I had clearly used jamming devices to disable his warp drive beforehand. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him to perform a spatial jump. Before he could even figure this out, Lu Jin's ship instantly appeared outside the encirclement of the Blackstone Pirates' fleet. The sudden appearance of the Prometheus also shocked many spectators. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that warship moved a certain distance? Spatial jump? But if it's spatial jump, how could it only move such a small distance? Logically speaking, the Blackrock Pirates shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. They should have activated the jamming device as soon as the first ship arrived in the Brilliant Star system. It's estimated that none of the ships in the entire Brilliant Galaxy can perform space jumps right now. So how did he manage to do it? Not only the onlookers, but even the raider Saren was shocked. Spatial jump? It shouldn't be. Such an elusive way of moving reminded the raider, Saren, of the owner of a certain Origin warship. Damn it. Is this the powerful capability of the Origin battleship? As the pirate king of the endless star sea, he didn't even have a single Origin warship under his command. Now that he finally has an Origin warship in front of him, he is not going to let it go easily. Chase him. I refuse to believe he can escape my grasp. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin's ship activated spatial teleportation once again. After disappearing briefly, the ship reappeared at a more distant coordinate. If things continue like this, it won't be long before Lu Jin is able to leave the range of the jamming device. How can we just watch the Origin warship, which is almost in our hands, slip away? The raider Saren directly commanded the ships to surround Lu Jin's location. But just then, the spatial teleportation activated again. Damn it! How many times can this ship teleport like that? If it's an unlimited number of teleportations, wouldn't he never be able to catch up with this Origin warship in his entire life? Just then, Lu Jin had already escaped the range of the Blackstone Pirates' interference devices. The space jump engine has been restored to normal. Do you wish to initiate a space jump? Certainly. Lu Jin only glanced at it before seeing the dense clusters of lights on the radar. Each point of light represents a pirate warplane that has come to pursue them. If these pirate warplanes catch up with him, even if he has extraordinary abilities, he will not be able to escape. Even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention, there are probably many Blackstone pirates inside all those pirate fighters. With that in mind, Lu Jin decisively pressed the spatial jump button. The ship's speed began to increase rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached warp speed. Space distorted for a moment, and the ship's shape quickly disappeared from its original position. When the raider Saren saw Lu Jin's figure completely disappear into the Brilliant Star system, he was even more furious. He actually got away. The Blackstone pirates under his command looked at their gloomy-faced leader and didn't know what to say for a moment. But just as they were stunned, the raider Saren's gaze suddenly fell on a Blackrock pirate. Before the Blackrock pirate could react, raider Saren raised his hand and unleashed an energy beam that struck the pirate directly. In an instant, the Blackstone pirate turned into a pile of ashes. The sudden action of the raider Saren left many Blackrock pirates in awe and unable to make a move. What are you all standing there for? Chase after them. Upon receiving this order, the Blackstone pirates under his command dared not slack off again. The mighty Blackstone pirate fleet departed from the Brilliant Star system once again in an instant. The gem families within the Brilliant Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the Blackstone pirates leave. Hartley looked at Jade Hart beside him and asked with some concern. Mr. Lu Jin has provoked the Blackstone pirates so much that they certainly won't let him off easily. I know, but there's nothing we can do right now. That's right. Faced with the powerful 7 kings of pirates, what can even the Jewel family do? All that Suyu Xin and the others can do for Lu Jin now is to pray. After leaving the Brilliant Star system, Lu Jin continuously activated the space jump engine, channeling all the energy within the ship into it. Once the space jump engine has cooled down, Lu Jin will activate the space jump without hesitation. Lu Jin knew very well that the Blackstone pirates wouldn't be so easy to shake off. As one of the 7 top pirate groups in the Endless Seas, they also possess their own unique skills. Now, all Lu Jin can do is keep leaping forward. Just then, Yu Tiansong seemed to see something, and his expression immediately turned ugly. We've made a huge mess of things. Lu Jin glanced at the tablet Yu Tiansong handed him. The headline on it was about him and the Blackstone pirates. Shocking. Obsidian Heart, leader of the Blackrock pirates, and Siren the Raider, have issued a pirate bounty. Anyone who provides information about this ship and traces of humanity on this planet will receive a reward of 100 million credits upon verification. After reading the pirate bounty, Lu Jin dismissed it with disdain. With a bounty of only 100 million, the Blackrock pirates are really stingy. They are Blackrock pirates. Anyone who can accept this pirate bounty is either a pirate or a desperate outlaw. No need to worry about it too much. Lu Jin had no intention of taking the pirate bounty to heart. Seeing that Lu Jin was not flustered, Yu Tiansong inexplicably felt relieved. Indeed, Lu Jin has managed to escape danger time and time again, and now Yu Tiansong has gradually adapted to this crazy interstellar travel. Bang! Just then, the Prometheus ship seemed to have collided with something. In an instant, Lu Jin saw that the entire control system of the ship was locked. Unknown device interference detected. Ship's programs are under attack. Unknown code attack detected. Ship initiates self-protection. Chapter 59 Besieged by wolves in front and tigers behind. The Golden Human. What's wrong now? Seeing the ship's systems instantly paralyzed, Yu Tiansong's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. After glancing at the system panel, Lu Jin's expression turned very serious. Based on the numerous situations he encountered in his previous life, their ships should now be captured. If this happens, there's only one possibility. That means they have trespassed into a forbidden area, and this area has an extremely high level of civilization. Only civilizations that have reached a certain level can develop ship capture devices. This device is more powerful than jamming devices. Once captured, it's practically impossible to escape. Buzz. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the space in front of them rippled like the surface of water. The captured Prometheus sank rapidly into the ripples of space, much like it was gradually sinking into a swamp. In an instant, the Prometheus disappeared into the vast sea of stars. A Blackrock pirate fleet quickly jumped to this star system shortly after the Prometheus disappeared. But then they discovered that the tracking signal had suddenly disappeared in this galaxy. Damn it! It's just a small ship, yet it's moving so fast. What should we do next? What to do? Of course, we have to keep tracking them. If the boss finds out we've lost our target, we're definitely dead. After a brief conversation, the fleet quickly dispersed and began searching the surrounding star systems. But in an area they couldn't see, space seemed to malfunction and distort. Lu Jin and the others have now completely put the crisis of the Blackstone pirates out of their minds. Because what lay before them was an enormous city of ships. The towering buildings, densely packed together, are built on this ship like stacking building blocks. From the outside, the ship doesn't look like a warship at all. It looks more like a huge, mobile city. Around this ship city, numerous escort ships, like a beehive and swarm of bees, guarded this massive ship city. Is this a ship or a city? Yu Tiansong had never seen such a massive ship before, not even the Blackstone Pirates' star-destroying flagship. Compared to the ship in front of them, which was surrounded by countless other ships, they all looked rather thin and small. It's hard to imagine how much energy this city-sized ship must consume just to operate. Before they could even admire the vast and magnificent ship city, several armored guards riding on flying vehicles had already surrounded their ship. Intruders, open your ship's hatches. If you resist, we will take violent measures. Faced with these menacing guards, Yu Tiansong quickly turned his gaze to Lu Jin. They faced so many dangerous situations along the way. But no matter the situation, Lu Jin can easily resolve it, so he must already have a plan to escape. So, all I need to do is relax and wait for Lu Jin's performance. But before Yu Tiansong could hear Lu Jin's performance, the ship's system notification suddenly rang in his ears. The ship's hatches are open. What? Yu Tiansong looked at Lu Jin, because it was Lu Jin who had opened the ship's hatch himself. Is Lu Jin planning to surrender? Shouldn't Lu Jin be trying to escape this awful place right now? Why did you open the hatch? In response to Yu Tiansong's question, Lu Jin pointed to the ship city outside. Do you know where this is? Imperial Holy City. The legendary Imperial City, a mythical city that wanders among the stars. It exists in the records of various planets, but no one has ever actually seen it. Yu Tiansong never expected that this ship city was the legendary Imperial Holy City. No wonder no one has ever been able to find its trace. But soon, Yu Tiansong recalled. It is rumored that the race living in the Holy City of Emperors is also human. However, they call themselves Golden Humans. Just as Yu Tiansong was wondering whether these Golden Humans would treat them kindly, the fully armed Holy City guards had already entered the bridge. They were carrying a long spear, but based on the exposed lines on the spear. Clearly, This spear is more than just a melee weapon. One of the golden humans stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jin and his group from beneath his helmet. Humans from Earth detected, low threat level. Star Elf detected, high threat level. A Hunter Star Dragon has been detected, the threat level is extremely high. What? Starry Sea Spirits and Hunting Star Dragons. Almost instantly, all the Holy City guards raised their spears and aimed them at Silver Moon, Orchid, and Shiria. One of the golden humans stepped forward. Tell us, what is your purpose in approaching the Holy City? Inu glanced at Lu Jin and, seeing that Lu Jin looked relaxed, she quickly relaxed as well. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the many guards of the Holy City before he took the initiative to speak. So this is the city protected by the Holy Emperor. I apologize for trespassing into the Holy City, but I feel that this is also a form of guidance from the Holy Emperor to me. The moment those words were spoken, the Holy City guards on the other side visibly relaxed. The leading golden human immediately put away his weapon. He approached Lu Jin and then took off his helmet. Beneath the helmet was the face of a resolute and serious middle-aged man, whose gaze swept over Lu Jin. Lost traveler, may the Holy Emperor bless you. Since it was a misunderstanding, I requested the ship's control tower to release your ship from control. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong's expression changed slightly. Does that mean we can let them leave? Surprisingly, this conflict was resolved so easily. Before Yu Tiansong could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Jin spoke directly to the golden human opposite him. We probably can't leave right away, because there's a poor soul on our ship who's being tormented by a demon. May the Emperor be above, for he surely will not see the demons wreak havoc again. Demon? As soon as those two words appeared, the Holy City guards on the opposite side immediately went on alert. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked at Lu Jin with sharp eyes and questioned him very seriously. Where's the person possessed by a demon? Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on Yu Tiansong. Before Yu Tiansong could react, he was bound up by the Holy City guards with a rope made of nanomaterials. Yu Tiansong was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Lu Jin. What exactly is going on? Chapter 60 Healing. Perfectly mastered. Do you remember what I told you before? Get on the ship, and I'll help you get treatment. Right now, we're helping you get better. Treating illness? Is there such a way to treat illness? The patient was directly tied up with a rope made of nanomaterials. I didn't know. I thought they were carrying some kind of ferocious monster. But Lu Jin reassured Yu Tiansong that as the first crew member he recruited, Lu Jin would never let him suffer any harm. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin stopped paying attention to Yu Tiansong. Now, his most important task is to increase his favorability with these Holy City guards. And the way to increase favorability is incredibly simple. That is to praise the Holy Emperor. In the minds of the golden humans, the Holy Emperor is supreme, and their existence is solely for the service of the Holy Emperor. That's why Lu Jin used this method to gain favor in his previous life. When it comes to matters concerning the Holy Emperor, even if it means facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, the golden humans will pursue them. This is precisely why the unity of the golden humans is among the strongest of all races. After all, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to blend in with such a group of fanatical believers. Soon, led by the Holy City guards, they entered the ship's city. Brother Lu Jin, I never imagined you were so devout in your faith in the Holy Emperor. Many of your insights are beyond my own. I feel that your faith in the Holy Emperor is sufficient for you to serve as the priest of the Holy City. Should we consider staying in the Holy City? In just a short distance, the attitude of these Holy City guards towards Lu Jin underwent a complete change. Even with helmets on, Lu Jin could feel their intense gazes fixed upon him. Lu Jin politely declined the invitation from the Holy City guards. Believe me, every move the Holy City makes is under the watchful eye of the Holy Emperor. One day in the future, the Holy Emperor will return to the Star Sea, and your contributions will be appreciated by the Holy Emperor. Upon hearing these words, all the guards of the Holy City were filled with awe and respect. Unexpectedly, such words came from Lu Jin, a human from outside the Holy City. The Holy City guards now regard Lu Jin as their own brother. Seeing the fanatical Holy City guards, Lu Jin looked up at the sky. Lu Jin knew very well that the Holy Emperor worshipped by these golden humans was not a vague and ethereal religious product like a god. In his previous life, Lu Jin also thought that the Holy Emperor was just a god imagined by the golden humans. But when the war of assimilation broke out, the moment when billions of demons swept through the Holy City, an unknown force erupted instantly, turning billions of demons to ashes in a flash. After their power was unleashed, the golden humans seemed to have been given a cheat code, giving birth to a large number of terrifying warrior-level beings. This also made the golden humans one of the strongest resistance forces in the assimilation war. When other factions asked why the golden humans were so powerful, they said it was all a gift from the Holy Emperor. Only this explanation can account for the sudden appearance of that immense power and the sudden rise of the golden humans. Therefore, part of what Lu Jin said was to gain favor with the Holy City. On the other hand, it's also the truth. Perhaps the Holy Emperor is watching the city right now. Led by the Holy City guards, they arrived directly in front of a building that resembled a church. This is our sanctuary, where exorcist priests reside. Please rest assured, Brother Lu Jin, since they are your crew members. Then, we will definitely expel and annihilate the demon within him. Trust me, brother. Bound up, Yu Tiansong looked at the Holy City guards in front of him in disbelief. So this is what they call brothers? You guys got to know each other way too quickly. That. Yu Tiansong originally thought that since the two sides had such a harmonious relationship, he wanted to ask if he could untie him first. Before he could finish his sentence, the Holy City guard next to him immediately changed his expression. Shut up, you devil. Every word and action you take now will become your torment and pain in the future. For a moment, Yu Tiansong felt offended. How did I become a demon? Lu Jin shook his head. Just as they were loyal to the Holy Emperor, these golden humans were extremely disgusted with demons. Lu Jin guessed that the disappearance of the Holy Emperor was most likely closely related to the demons of the subspace. Upon entering the sanctuary, Lu Jin was immediately captivated by its opulence. The magnificent sanctuary is like a true work of art. In the center of the sanctuary stands a statue of a holy emperor made of gold. The holy emperor, clad in heavy armor, could not be seen in appearance, but even a mere statue exuded an aura of imposing authority. Around the statue stood several priests dressed in golden robes. They prayed fervently to the holy emperor, begging him to protect his people. Finally, in a corner of the sanctuary, one Templar after another, clad in power armor, stood motionless like statues. But Lu Jin could clearly sense that from the moment they stepped into the sanctuary, the Templars' eyes were fixed on them. If Lu Jin and the others made any move, the Templars would not hesitate to attack. Just then, one of the priests seemed to realize something. He turned around and focused his gaze on Yu Tiansong. The deep and devout gaze made Yu Tiansong feel as if his soul had been seen through. At this moment, Yu Tiansong felt his old problem was about to flare up. A strange anger burned in his chest, and Yu Tiansong felt a surge of irritation. He frowned, while the priest opposite him sighed. Yet another mortal bewitched by a demon. But don't worry, the demon inside you is still weak. Come with me, and you will be reborn after being baptized by holy water. Other priests were also drawn to the scene. Bound up, Yu Tiansong felt like a monkey kept in a zoo for people to watch, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Shortly afterward, a priest from the sanctuary approached, carrying a golden chalice. Inside the golden chalice, there is also a seemingly ordinary cup of holy water. The priest chanted incantations, and the next second, he poured holy water directly onto Yu Tiansong's body. At that moment, Yu Tiansong felt as if a bucket of gasoline had been poured over his anger, causing it to erupt instantly. Damn it, Lu Jin, you're not trying to screw me over, are you? First they were chased by the Blackstone pirates, and now they've ended up in this strange place. This holy water has absolutely no effect. Chapter 61 Demon Commander. Monsters and demons, get out of here. It didn't work? Looking at Yu Tiansong, who was completely different from usual, Lu Jin felt that the holy water was very effective. You must know, this is the sacred temple of the imperial city. The blessed holy water here is far more potent than any other blessed holy water on the market. Seeing Yu Tiansong struggling, Lu Jin instructed the priest to use the blessed holy water once more. The priest looked at Yu Tiansong and hesitated for a moment before taking another cup of blessed holy water. With a whoosh, Yu Tiansong was completely soaked. At this moment, Yu Tiansong's body began to emit large amounts of black smoke filled with an ominous aura. The surrounding Templars sensed the aura of the black smoke and immediately drew their weapons. The priests also turned their attention to Yu Tiansong. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire sanctuary became tense and hostile. The priests were on high alert, their eyes fixed intently on Yu Tiansong. The ominous black smoke gradually coalesced into a phantom shape in the air. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the illusory figure gradually solidified, as if it had transformed into a physical being and appeared in the sanctuary. Damn golden human. Do you really think you can expel me from this person with this little bit of stuff? If you think of me as an ordinary demon, you are sorely mistaken. Holy water may be able to subdue demons, but it's still too inexperienced to deal with me. As he spoke, the physical creature transformed into black smoke once more and entered Yu Tiansong's body. At this moment, even the priests of the holy temple could hardly contain themselves. The surrounding Templars immediately surrounded them. The demon possessed by this person was no ordinary demon. The holy water had no effect on him whatsoever. There's no point in saying more. As long as we kill this guy, the demon will lose its link and will naturally disappear. That's right. Kill him directly to prevent the holy city from being corrupted by demons. With a whoosh, one of the Templars drew his long sword from his waist. The blade, forged from alloy, now radiated a chilling sharpness. As the Templar Knight approached Yu Tiansong, Lu Jin stepped forward and blocked everyone's path. If you can't deal with this demon, how about I give it a try? Upon hearing this, all the priests, knights, and guards of the holy city present focused their attention on Lu Jin. In their view, Lu Jin, as a human from Earth, had never been exposed to exorcism, so how could he possibly dispel the powerful demon on Yu Tiansong's body? It was obvious that the priests and knights of the Templars had no reason to believe Lu Jin. I advise us to step aside, or we will kill them all. This demon is very likely a demon lord, and you are unaware of the power of a demon lord. Once the time is right, he will become the anchor between the warp and the starry sea, summoning endless demons. Even if the demon lord is killed, he will simply return to the warp and will soon return. Therefore, I cannot allow this possessed human from Earth to survive in the holy city. The longer it is delayed, the more dangerous the holy city will become. As he spoke, the Templar Knight had already turned his blade toward Lu Jin. Clearly, if Lu Jin doesn't step aside, he really will make a move. Lu Jin remained composed and stood there as if he hadn't seen the blade in the other's hand. But if I can not only dispel the demon lord, but also severely damage his physical form in the warp, would you accept this method? Severely damage his physical body in the warp? Upon hearing this, one of the priests narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fell on Lu Jin, filled with scrutiny. It's important to understand that the form in which warp demons appear in the real cosmos is similar to their projection in this world. Even if they are defeated, it will only cause some damage to their physical bodies in the subspace. Once they have rested and found a suitable anchor point, they will come back again. This is also why warp demons cannot be eradicated. However, if this could severely damage the demon lord's physical body in the warp, it would undoubtedly delay the demon lord's actions for the holy city. Since you can say such a thing, it means you do have some understanding of warp demons. Very well, I'll give you this opportunity, but I'll only give you 1 hour. After an hour, Lu Jin chuckled softly. That's enough. With the resources of the holy city, completing the exorcism ritual would be incredibly easy. Lu Jin originally thought that the demon possessing Yu Tiansong was at most a low-level demon. It seems I actually caught a big fish. If we can severely damage the demon overlords of the warp here, it will be another huge opportunity to weaken them in the future war of assimilation. I need mithril, blessed holy water, black steel alloy, and Ada metal. Lu Jin rattled off the names of many materials in one breath. With the help of the holy city guards, Lu Jin quickly collected all the materials. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Jin fused these materials together as if by alchemy. The priests and knights standing nearby couldn't help but frown. They had witnessed countless creatures possessed by demons, and had also participated in countless exorcism rituals. But they had never seen Lu Jin use such a bizarre method of exorcism. As time ticked by, Lu Jin added the last ingredient and crafted the synthesized metal into an exorcism wand. Everything in the universe has its own natural enemy, which may be other living beings or some other substance in the universe. Even the seemingly invincible demon ruler has his own nemesis whom he fears. Each demon lord has a different weakness. Some may fear weapons made of mithril, while others may react strongly to rare dragon blood. Before Lu Jin could determine what kind of demon leader the other party was, he could only combine all the weak substances he knew of together. Holding the exorcism wand, Lu Jin gradually approached Yu Tiansong. At this moment, Yu Tiansong had fallen into a coma, but the figure of the demon commander reappeared behind him. Kid, even the priests of the holy temple couldn't handle me. Do you really think your exorcism methods are effective? Whether it works or not, you'll only know after you try it. Finally, Lu Jin poured the purest blessed water from the sanctuary onto the exorcism wand. At this moment, the demon leader was unusually silent. Before the opponent could react, Lu Jin swung his sword directly at the phantom of the demon commander in midair. In an instant, black smoke billowed up, and the demon leader let out a shrill scream. Such an effect left the surrounding priests speechless. It actually works? Chapter 62 The Holy Emperor manifests his power. The one who bestows blessings. Damn it! How did you know my weakness? Not only the priests, but even the demon lords could not understand it. The warped demons had been lying low for many years, and this was the first time they had shown their projection in the real starry sky. But why was it that on the very first time, this human from Earth found his weakness? Seeing this, Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. It seems I'm pretty lucky. Among the many components that make up this exorcism wand, there just happens to be the weakness of the demon ruler. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Jin swung his exorcism staff once more. This time, the demon commander was cut in half at the waist, and the dark demonic energy overflowed from Yu Tiansong's body. The demon leader decided to deal with this human from Earth first. He actually knows the weakness of their warped demons. This kid absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Thinking of this, the demon commander attacked Lu Jin directly. So what if you know my weaknesses? When I die, I can reconstruct a projection in the subspace, but when you die, you are truly dead. The demon leader planned to take Lu Jin down with him before he died. This situation left everyone momentarily stunned. Unexpectedly, the demon lord was so decisive, choosing to address the source first when faced with Lu Jin's exorcism staff. Stop him. We absolutely cannot let him kill brother Lu Jin. It's too late. The cunning devil has actually gone straight for Lu Jin. Watch out. Get out of the way. In an instant, everyone around Lu Jin began to move closer to him. Even the Templars and priests now knew Lu Jin's importance, and their expressions changed in the current situation. At that moment, the statue of the Holy Emperor in the center of the sanctuary suddenly changed. A dazzling golden light struck Lu Jin with lightning speed, landing directly on him. Enveloped in golden light, the demon leader crashed headfirst into it. The next second, the demon leader's body vanished and melted away as quickly as ice and snow meeting hot iron. What? This is the power of the Holy Emperor. Impossible. He's still alive. Before the demon leader could finish speaking, his entire body had already vanished into thin air. Now, the gloomy atmosphere of the entire sanctuary has not only disappeared, but it is also filled with a warm and comforting atmosphere like the sun. The Templars and Templar priests witnessed everything that had just happened. They glanced at the statue of the Holy Emperor, then at the fading golden light surrounding Lu Jin. It is His Majesty the Holy Emperor who has manifested himself. I knew it. His Majesty the Holy Emperor has always been watching over and protecting us. Great Holy Emperor, your people thank you for slaying the demon. What a foolish demon, daring to commit atrocities in the sanctuary protected by the Holy Emperor. As Lu Jin watched the demon commander disperse, he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the demon had been completely destroyed. It seems that coming to the holy city to exorcise the demon was the right choice. From the moment Lu Jin met Yu Tiansong and learned that he was possessed by a demon, he already had a plan to deal with it. If they had used the exorcism wand to exorcise the demons back then, there was a high probability that either he or Yu Tiansong would have been wiped out by the demon leader. But now, being in the holy city under the protection of the Holy Emperor, I can be considered to have a certain degree of security. Immediately, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the statue of the Holy Emperor. That golden light just now was clearly the power descended by the Holy Emperor. It was because of this power that Lu Jin was able to avoid attacks from the demon leader. But since the Holy Emperor was able to take action, why didn't he take action from the beginning? Furthermore, in his memory, the Holy Emperor's power was fully restored during the Assimilation War. Why has he awakened prematurely and unleashed his supernatural powers now? A series of questions surfaced in Lu Jin's mind as his gaze met the eyes of the sacred emperor statue. At that very moment, Lu Jin felt as if the statue in front of him had come to life. The Holy Emperor met his gaze, as if he could see right through his soul. Upon noticing something amiss, Lu Jin immediately looked away. When he looked at it again, the statue seemed to be just a statue. Is it a hallucination? Before Lu Jin could think further, the statue in front of him emitted a faint glow once more. Two beams of light, like shooting stars, flew out from the statue's hands and entered the bodies of Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong respectively. This sudden change shocked everyone once again. After the stream of light entered Yu Tiansong's body, Yu Tiansong also woke up from his coma. Since the appearance of the demon lord, Yu Tiansong has been in a coma. Now he feels a warm power changing his body. He awoke from his coma, and the first thing he saw were those church priests with fanatical expressions. Another miracle. His Majesty the Divine Emperor has actually bestowed a blessing upon the two of them. On the same day, the Holy Emperor performed 2 miracles in succession. They have gained the approval of the Holy Emperor. Unexpectedly, humans from Earth have also gained the approval of the Holy Emperor. Is His Majesty the Holy Emperor telling us that humans from Earth are also his subjects? The Holy Emperor, with a magnanimous heart, loved every human being with boundless compassion. It seems like it's time for us to discuss an alliance with the Solar Alliance. Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong, the parties involved, looked completely bewildered. Blessing? What is this thing? Immediately afterwards, the priests came before Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong. At this moment, their expressions were extremely devout, and they were even more solemn when facing Lu Jin. At this moment, Lu Jin seemed to be an envoy of a holy emperor walking in the world. Among the priests, an older one stepped forward. He first bowed slightly to Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong, and then introduced himself. My name is Tsong Tianxing, and I am the priest of this sanctuary. Today's exorcism ceremony was truly awe-inspiring. For the first time in a single day, His Holy Emperor performed 2 miracles and bestowed blessings upon 2 individuals. This shows that the 2 of you have gained His Majesty the God Emperor's deep approval. As the priests of the Holy Temple, I hope that the 2 of you can cooperate with us. The treasury of the Holy City contains many treasures bestowed by His Majesty the Holy Emperor, and only those who bestow blessings can obtain them. Therefore, if the 2 of you are able to activate the treasure in the vault, we will gift it to you. All you 2 need to do is grant us one small request. Treasure? A gift? Is there really such a good thing? Yu Tiansong would naturally not refuse, and Lu Jin would even less so. Things that these priests call treasures must be truly good things. Seeing that Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong had agreed, the priest Tsong Tianxing took the initiative to lead the way. The surrounding Templars and Holy City guards offered their congratulations upon seeing Lu Jin and his companion become the recipients of the blessing. Chapter 63 Divine Emperor's Treasure. Imperial Guard Psionic Armor. I knew it. Given the Lu Jin brothers' level of faith, receiving the blessing was simply expected. Surprisingly, even the guy possessed by the Demon Lord received a blessing. Despite being possessed by the Demon Lord, he has not been seduced or corrupted to this day. His great perseverance is beyond our comprehension. More and more people are appearing to bestow blessings lately, and I wonder when all the treasures in the vault will see the light of day again. Before long, led by the priests of the Holy Temple, Lu Jin and Yu Tiansong arrived at the Holy City's treasury. A true treasure trove. All sorts of rare and precious treasures were displayed inside, spotless. But Lu Jin glanced at them briefly and found that all the rare treasures were inactive. This resulted in the entire vault, despite containing a vast collection of rare and precious treasures, being permeated with a deathly atmosphere. This is the treasure trove of our holy city, where the rare and precious treasures bestowed upon the golden humans by the Holy Emperor are stored. These rare treasures can only be activated by the one who bestows blessings, so please touch them, both of you. If you are able to activate these rare treasures, I can take it upon myself to transfer ownership of them to you. After hearing this, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but gasp. As a 5-star warrior of the Solar Alliance, he could spot any item in the treasure trove at a glance. Each one of them, taken individually, is a priceless treasure. In fact, many of them contained weapons and equipment that he had never even seen before. Lu Jin, however, remained perfectly clear-headed and was not immediately overwhelmed by the treasures. He turned to look at the priest Tsong Tianxing and asked a question. So what is the cost? Such a treasure will be given away once it is activated. Lu Jin couldn't believe that these golden humans, whose faith in the Holy Emperor was almost fanatical, would do such a thing. After all, these treasures were a gift from the Holy Emperor to them. In response to Lu Jin's question, the priest Tsong Tianxing smiled faintly and then spoke. Lord Lu Jin need not worry. This condition is very simple. That is, when the holy city is in crisis, the one who bestows the blessing must rush back to the holy city and fight for it. This condition is more than enough compared to the value of these treasures. In times of crisis, shall we fight for the holy city? Yu Tiansong glanced at Lu Jin. After all, Lu Jin was the captain of their fleet. Whether or not to agree to this condition depends on Lu Jin's choice. After a moment's thought, Lu Jin decisively agreed. After all, this condition essentially tied the holy city to himself. If an assimilation war breaks out in the future, we will inevitably have to face it together with the holy city. With this condition, the alliance will be much more convenient. Seeing that Lu Jin agreed, the priest Song Tianxing of the Holy Temple breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Tiansong, on the other hand, rushed straight into the treasure vault like a child. This is really good stuff. Without hesitation, Yu Tiansong rushed to a suit of armor made of an unknown metal. Before they even entered the treasure vault, he immediately took a liking to the armor. Unlike powered armor, the armor in front of them has abandoned its bulky appearance, and the entire suit of armor perfectly conforms to the shape of the human body. Yu Tiansong glanced at the priest Song Tianxing, who generously extended his hand, gesturing for Yu Tiansong to try it on. If Yu Tiansong's blessing is insufficient to activate this armor, then after he puts on the armor, he will be unable to move due to the armor's inactive state. But the moment Yu Tiansong put on the armor, he immediately felt as if he had formed a connection with it. The armor immediately emitted a faint glow, which surprised Silver Moon and the others. They were all too familiar with this scent. It was clearly the aura of psionic energy. This is actually a set of psionic armor. After moving around a bit, Yu Tiansong quickly became familiar with how the armor worked. Seeing Yu Tiansong successfully put on the armor, the priest Song Tianxing of the Holy Temple became excited. As expected, you, chosen by the God Emperor, are fully qualified to activate this armor. Then, the priest Song Tianxing directly introduced the armor to Lu Jin. The full name of this armor set is Holy Emperor Guard Class Psionic Armor. In the past, these were psionic armors that only the royal guards of the Holy Emperor could wear. This armor is not something anyone can wear casually. Only those recognized by the Holy Emperor can wear it and unleash its full power. Currently, the Holy City has collected a total of 108 sets of Holy Emperor Guard-level psionic armor. But only 9 sets can be activated. Yu Tiansong was wearing the 10th set of Holy Emperor Guard-level psionic armor that had been activated. I feel full of energy. Wearing the psionic armor, Yu Tiansong had never felt his physical strength was so formidable. Standing to the side, Silver Moon scanned Yu Tiansong with her psionic energy and gave him a very objective evaluation. I can sense that the first mate's combat strength is now comparable to that of a level 3 psionicist. However, this was only because the first mate had just received the psionic armor and had not yet fully adapted to it. If the compatibility of the psionic armor can be developed to 100%, its combat power would probably be difficult for even me to contend with. Oh, even Silver Moon couldn't withstand it? Hearing this evaluation, Lu Jin's understanding of this psionic armor was refreshed once again. Is the potential of this psionic armor really that high? Most importantly, there are 108 sets of this armor. If all of them were activated, Lu Jin couldn't imagine how powerful this force would be. At this moment, Yu Tiansong deactivated the psionic armor, which then began to shrink, eventually folding into a small metal cube. Looking at the metal cube in front of him, Yu Tiansong was absolutely captivated by this psionic armor. When he came into contact with the metal cube changed again. As if reading Yu Tiansong's thoughts, it actually transformed into a wristwatch and landed in Yu Tiansong's hand. This is absolutely amazing. Yu Tiansong stroked the psionic armor on his wrist, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. At this moment, the priest Tian Songyun, who was standing nearby, suggested that Yu Tiansong could continue to try to activate other treasures. Perhaps, his blessing can activate even more treasures. Upon hearing that he could continue to choose, Yu Tiansong became even more unreserved. He first came to a battle axe, which was embedded in a stone slab. Yu Tiansong tried to pick up the battle axe. But at this moment, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift the battle axe. Chapter 64: The Strongest Blessing in History. Confiscation of Property. It seems that the blessing bestowed upon you by the God Emperor is not enough to activate this treasure. Seeing that Yu Tiansong was unable to lift the battle axe, the priest Song Tianxing of the Holy Temple shook his head. He was not surprised by this situation. No matter how hard Yu Tiansong tried, the battle axe seemed to merge with the stone slab below. At this moment, Yu Tiansong even wondered if the stone slab was some kind of special mechanism. But no matter how he checked, he couldn't find the slightest clue. After much effort, Yu Tiansong had no choice but to give up and try to activate other treasures instead. At this moment, a silver spear once again came into Yu Tiansong's view. He quickly approached the silver spear, which, like the previous battle axe, was also stuck in a stone platform. Yu Tiansong took a deep breath, gripped the gun barrel, and pulled hard. The next second, Yu Tiansong staggered but easily pulled out the silver spear. So easy? Yu Tiansong hadn't expected that he could pull out the silver spear so easily. It was as if the silver spear was simply placed there, At that moment, the spear in his hand began to activate, and countless engravings lit up like stars in the night sky. Yu Tiansong tried to swing his spear, and a gust of wind instantly swept around him. A terrifying aura of psionic energy emanated from within the spear. This spear was also a psionic artifact. Yingyue and Yulan looked around at the treasures with some surprise. These seemingly ordinary treasures, once activated, will immediately transform into powerful psionic artifacts. The golden human's resources are terrifying. Seeing this, Cheryl also felt a little itchy, and she turned to Lu Jin to ask him a question. Can I give it a try? Sure. Before Lu Jin could speak, the priest Song Tianqing of the Holy Temple spoke up. If Shirya was able to activate these treasures without receiving a blessing, it means that as long as one is strong enough, one can forcibly activate the treasures. If that's the case, then the ways they activate the treasures become more diverse. Cheryl stepped forward, her target immediately falling on the battle axe that Yu Tiansong hadn't pulled out earlier. She gripped the axe handle tightly, and the next second, Shirya unleashed an astonishing burst of psionic power. Her hands transformed into dragon claws, unleashing the powerful racial pressure of the hunting star dragon. But the battle axe before her, faced with the force of a raging storm, remained as still as a stubborn rock in the mountains. After an unknown amount of time, Cheryl released her hand and returned to normal. She didn't try again and went back behind Lu Jin. These items are all protected by psionic restrictions, and very high-level psionic restrictions at that. Even when my father came, he couldn't break through the psionic barrier above. Even Shirya's father isn't allowed. This surprised Lu Jin. The Holy Emperor's spiritual energy level was so high. But Lu Jin quickly came to terms with it. After all, he was the Holy Emperor who created the golden human race, and his achievements were almost comparable to those of the star gods. This result made the priest Song Tianqing both happy and helpless. The Holy Emperor's power even humbled the proud hunting star dragon. This made him even more fanatical in his faith in the Holy Emperor. Unfortunately, despite possessing so many treasures, they could only use them through the blessing of a benefactor. Today, there are fewer than 100 people in the entire holy city who have received blessings. By this time, Yu Tiansong had already tried out the entire treasure vault. Unfortunately, only the psionic armor and this psionic spear could respond to his call and thus be activated as his equipment. Next, it's your turn. Yu Tiansong looked at Lu Jin, who had not set foot in the treasure vault area since the beginning. Seeing that Yu Tiansong had finished making his selections, Lu Jin also stepped into the treasure vault to choose his own treasures. To be honest, Lu Jin wasn't very interested in the items in this treasure trove. These equipment and weapons were all external to Lu Jin. From the beginning, Lu Jin had no intention of using external things to improve his strength. His target is a psionic seed that has yet to be discovered in the endless sea of stars. As long as he can obtain that psychic seed, Lu Jin is confident that he can reach the level of a level 6 psychic before the assimilation war breaks out. Therefore, looking at the dazzling array of treasures, Lu Jin had no interest whatsoever. He went up to the battle axe, ready to try and see if he could lift it. Before Lu Jin could even touch the battle axe, a layer of mysterious runes suddenly lit up on its surface. Is the battle axe activated? Lu Jin stood there, stunned, even though he hadn't touched it yet. This situation also excited Song Tianqing, the priest of the sanctuary. The treasure activated on its own before it even came into contact with him, which means that the blessing power on Lu Jin is probably the strongest in history. But then, something shocking happened. Centered on Lu Jin, all the treasures in the entire vault reacted at this moment. The once lifeless treasure vault has been transformed into a magnificent armory. All equipment and weapons have been activated on their own. The expression on the face of the priest Song Tianqing changed from surprise to displeasure, because he had previously said that any treasure that could be activated could be taken away. But Lu Jin's current behavior suggests he intends to take away the entire treasure trove of the holy city. Song Tianqing touched his forehead and wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Just as he was preparing to use some reason to persuade Lu Jin set her sights on a pistol. The pistol is made up of gold and silver patterns. The moment Lu Jin touched it, the pistol instantly transformed into a rifle. Seeing this, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. This pistol can even transform? Under Lu Jin's mental influence, the gun transformed into a melee weapon. Weapons made of shape memory metal? For Lu Jin now, this weapon is quite good. So Lu Jin put the transforming pistol into his possession. As for the other treasures, Lu Jin decisively chose to give them up. He knew very well that all the treasures were reacting to him, and that if he kept his promise and took all the treasures for himself, then the holy city probably won't let them off easily. It was just a polite gesture, but you ended up confiscating all of their assets. No one could stand that. This convertible pistol is enough for me. I don't need the other equipment and weapons. I'll leave them to the remaining benefactors. The moment those words were spoken, the entire treasure trove fell into a deathly silence. The priest Song Tianqing of the sanctuary couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the blessing you received, Lord Lu Jin, would be so powerful. Even I have never seen anything like what happened inside the treasure vault. But please rest assured, I will report this matter to the high priest. Our holy city will absolutely not let you suffer any losses. Although we can't let Lu Jin confiscate the entire treasure vault, given the blessing power he's currently displaying. Without a doubt, he is the most blessed person the holy city has ever encountered. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was chosen as the spokesperson by the Holy Emperor. Chapter 65 Meeting the High Priest. Preparing for the leap. Therefore, in dealing with Lu Jin's situation, the Holy Temple priest Song Tianqing has already raised it to the highest level. After leaving the treasure vault, Song Tianqing sincerely invited Lu Jin to stay in the holy city for a while longer. Lu Jin did not refuse, as he also had the idea of staying in the holy city for a while. The Blackrock pirates are probably searching for themselves everywhere, and will likely stay on the holy city ships for a while. By then, even if the Blackrock pirates possessed extraordinary abilities, they would find it difficult to track him down. Under Song Tianqing's arrangement, Lu Jin and his group were placed in the best room in the center of the holy city. Lu Jin walked into the room and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the vast space before him. It seems that Song Tianqing did make proper arrangements. In a ship city of this size, land is far more expensive than land on the surface of a planet. Even so, the room where Lu Jin lived still had a very large space. The room is fully equipped with a variety of facilities, including an entertainment room, a lounge, and a study. Lu Jin lay on the soft bed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. After all, the war in the brilliant galaxy had just ended, and he hadn't even had a chance to enjoy it before being hunted down by the Blackstone pirates. However, as a result of misfortune, he actually found the holy city. They also used this opportunity to expel the subspace demon from Yu Tiansong's body. Although there were many unexpected twists and turns along the way, the matter was eventually resolved. Next, all I need to do is rest for a while and wait for the holy city to reach the new star system. Then I can pilot the ship away and continue to the endless sea of stars. Lying in bed, Lu Jin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Lu Jin, who had closed her eyes and was about to get some rest, suddenly felt a sway beneath her. Earthquake? Wait, how could there be an earthquake when I'm on a ship's city? When Lu Jin opened his eyes, he immediately saw a message pop up on his personal terminal. Residents, please note that the Moon Shadow will be conducting a large-scale mass jump after 1 golden hour. The jump process may involve some bumps, which is normal. Residents are advised to take precautions. Leap? Can this ship-to-city even jump? Lu Jin was instantly wide awake and walked out of the room. As he stepped out of the room and onto the street, he immediately heard the chatter of many residents. A mass migration? What's going on? We haven't had a migration operation in almost 10 years. Who knows what happened? To find out what happened, we can only ask the high priest. Alright, stop talking nonsense here and hurry home to pack your things. This is truly a rare occurrence. This leap forward was not only sudden but also happened in such a short time. It's important to understand that cities like the Holy City are built on ships. Once the jump begins, it will inevitably consume a large amount of energy, and it will also have a certain impact on the lives of residents in the city. Therefore, most of the time, the holy city drifts in the sea of stars by relying on its own inertia. But now, the sudden announcement from the holy city has piqued Lu Jin's interest. For Lu Jin, the leap to the holy city was naturally the best thing ever. After all, a jump can travel a much greater distance than free inertial drift. At this moment, a guard from the holy city approached Lu Jin and his group. This holy city guard was the same one who had previously called Lu Jin his brother. Meeting an acquaintance made things much easier. Brother Lu Jin, I told you, you look like a loyal supporter of the Holy Emperor. The High Priest has learned of your situation and is very pleased with you. He has specially invited me to take you to the bridge. Heading to the bridge? Lu Jin hadn't expected the meeting place to be so unusual. The bridge of a ship is a core part. The fact that the High Priest actually invited Lu Jin to the bridge area for a detailed discussion shows that he truly considered Lu Jin one of his own. So, Lu Jin and his group headed to the bridge of the Holy City. Meanwhile, On the bridge, Song Tianqing was already standing next to the high priest. Lu Jin was slightly surprised when he saw the high priest. Because of the ship's supreme leader, the high priest. She herself turned out to be a stunningly beautiful woman with a hot figure and a head of beautiful black hair. Unlike Song Tianqing, she wore a nano-level protective suit, which better accentuated her stunning figure. Now, when she saw Lu Jin, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You must be the person who bestowed blessings that Song Tianqing mentioned. Captain of the Moon Shadow, High Priestess of the Holy City, Uxin is very pleased to meet you. Lu Jin also replied politely. Then, High Priest Uxin of the Holy City didn't waste any more words. You must have just received a notification from the Holy City that we are about to perform a jump. This jump is because we are about to travel to an unknown galaxy. In that unknown galaxy, we discovered traces of the Holy Emperor. This will be a grand undertaking for us, the Golden Humans, as we follow in the footsteps of the Holy Emperor. And since you possess powerful blessings, I hope you can join us in this operation. Participate in the action? To follow in the footsteps of the Holy Emperor? At this point, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. This was completely outside of his plans, and since it involved activities of the Holy Emperor, the risks involved were likely considerable. Seeing that Lu Jin hesitated, High Priest Uxin of the Holy City spoke directly. If you perform exceptionally well in this operation, I can do you a favor on behalf of Moonshadow Holy City. Aren't you being hunted by Blackrock pirates lately? If you can help us, I can help you completely wipe the Blackrock pirates out of this sea of stars. Ask Moonshadow Holy City to do something for me. This statement carries considerable weight. After all, no one understands the potential of the Golden Humans better than Lu Jin. Furthermore, if something happens in the Holy City, there's a chance it will attract the ultimate boss, the Holy Emperor. This deal is incredibly lucrative. Okay, I promise you. If Lu Jin were to refuse at this point, it would be ungrateful of him. The promise of a holy city is priceless. Seeing that Lu Jin agreed, High Priest Uxin of the Holy City also breathed a sigh of relief. She approached Lu Jin because she was attracted by his powerful blessing ability. Secondly, the number of people who can bestow blessings in Moonshadow Holy City is extremely small. This operation has alarmed almost all the holy cities, and it is bound to be a grand chase feast. As the captain of the Moonshadow and the high priestess of the Moonshadow Holy City, she didn't want to be outshone by the leaders of other holy cities during this operation. Just then, the ship began to rock. The ship took an hour to reach warp speed, propelled by its massive engines. Prepare for the leap. Chapter 66, Familiar Memories. I know this place well. In an instant, the space within the sea of stars distorted. The massive shape of the Moonshadow gradually appeared in the sea of stars, and the surrounding escort ships also revealed themselves. Immediately afterwards, the Moonshadow transformed into a streak of light and vanished from its current location in an instant. The escort ships also turned into shooting stars and disappeared from the spot along with the Moonshadow. Soon, Lu Jin realized that the Moonshadow had arrived in a completely new star system. A burning, new generation star radiates immense heat at the center of the galaxy. In this galaxy, apart from the star, there is only one planet. Reporting to the High Priest, the ships have arrived at the designated location. It seems we are the first holy city to arrive in this galaxy. Before arriving in this star system, Lu Jin had heard about other holy cities from High Priest Uxin. The Golden Humans were not as rare as Lu Jin had imagined. On the contrary, their numbers are even greater than the entire population of the solar system combined. However, apart from a portion of these Golden Humans residing in the Holy Star System, most of them chose to leave their homes and travel to the Holy City in search of the Holy Emperor's whereabouts. They relentlessly searched for and pursued the endless treasures left behind by the Holy Emperor in the Sea of Stars. Now, after countless years, even the High Priest Uxin doesn't know the exact number of the ship cities controlled by the Golden Humans. After all, High Priest Uxin had lived on the Moonshadow since she could remember. Even now, she can only obtain the exact number of planets in the sacred galaxy from the database. This time, she rushed here only after receiving intelligence coordinates from other holy cities. Even if it's a wasted trip, she can't let go of any news that might be related to the Holy Emperor. This is the mission of these Golden Humans. But now it seems that Moonshadow City is the closest ship to this star system. Apart from Moonshadow City, there were no other ships in the entire star system. Under the command of High Priest Uxin, Moonshadow Holy City gradually approached the orbit of that unique planet. Once the massive Moonshadow entered the planet's orbit, High Priest Uxian immediately began organizing a team to conduct a series of explorations of the planet's surface. Soon, the ground forces relayed information about the planet's surface conditions. Captain, the first exploration team has reached the planet's surface. Based on our initial observations, this planet is a barren desert. However, after investigating with energy detectors, we discovered that the barren desert landscape of this planet was formed later. The planet's ley line energy has reached a point of depletion, most likely due to human factors. Earth's energy is the most fundamental factor in measuring a planet. If the ley lines of a planet are drained, the planet will become a dead star and no more matter will be able to be generated. Draining the ley lines of a planet is no easy task. Even the voidlings, the most terrifying force in the assimilation wars, would need to expend a great deal of manpower and time to drain a planet. Lu Jin looked at the messages that were being sent back one after another. Captain, we have discovered remnants of construction on this desolate planet. Captain, our detection equipment has discovered a large amount of space underground. Captain, we have discovered a large amount of mineral residue on the planet's surface. Looking at the intelligence report in front of him, Lu Jin's memories began to race wildly. A newborn sun, a galaxy with only one planet. The terrain is barren and covered in yellow sand, with numerous underground cavities. At this moment, a very familiar experience surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. There's no mistake. The planet before us, that desert ruin planet. In his previous life, Lu Jin led a fleet to explore this planet, but the ruins from that time had already been hollowed out. Their fleet found only a handful of resources within the ruins. This memory was, in his mind, practically nothing more than a trivial matter. After all, in his past life, Lu Jin had followed the fleet to explore countless planets and see countless ruins of civilizations. But now, looking back, the memories in my mind are gradually becoming clearer. Looking at the planetary projection map in front of Uxian, Lu Jin leaned closer and began to examine it carefully. Seeing Lu Jin observing so intently, High Priest Uxian couldn't help but ask a question. Do you have any impression of this planet? Have. As he spoke, Lu Jin pointed to one of the coordinates. There might be an entrance to a ruin here, leading to the remnants of a civilization beneath the planet. Upon hearing this, High Priest Uxian was momentarily stunned. She had only asked Lu Jin casually, but she didn't expect that Lu Jin would actually be able to give advice. After a moment's thought, High Priest Uxian immediately commanded an exploration team to investigate the coordinates indicated by Lu Jin. Before long, the exploration team sent back news. Captain, we've discovered an entrance to a ruin. Judging from the size of the entrance, this ancient civilization site is probably enormous. Immediately afterwards, a series of pictures were presented to everyone. The entrance to a ruin, though dilapidated, still reveals its massive size, stands before the exploration team. A series of runes are engraved on the stone bricks at the entrance. Upon seeing these characters, Uxian immediately stood up. There's no mistake. This is the ancient script used by Holy Terra. Quickly go to the think tank and ask someone proficient in ancient scripts to translate this. Uxian has been away from home for too long, and nowadays, this ancient script, which only exists in Holy Terra, can only be understood by specialized translators. The translators arrived quickly. He looked at the text on the picture in front of him and translated it word by word. The honor of suppressing calamities belongs to the Legion. The characters at the entrance have been mostly erased by wind and sand erosion. Based solely on this incomplete information, High Priest Uxian was unable to analyze the true purpose of this ancient civilization. Looking at the characters in the picture, Lu Jin exclaimed in his heart that these were the ancient script of Sacred Terra. Even in my past life, I never devoted myself to studying the ancient script of Sacred Terra, since there was very little information available about it. High Priest, if you don't mind, I can lead a team from the Holy City to explore the interior of the ruins. After all, Lu Jin in his previous life had already explored this ruin. Although the ruins had already been emptied by then, he at least knew their basic structure. This is much better than exploring in the dark. High Priestess Uxian couldn't help but look at Lu Jin, considering that he could directly point out the entrance to the ruins. Chapter 67, The Emperor's Guidance. The Golden Gate. Why are you so familiar with the ruins on this planet? Lu Jin had already prepared his answer to this question. When I saw this planet, a memory suddenly appeared in my mind. It was this memory that guided me to find the entrance to this ruin. And I still have some fragments of this ruin in my mind. Suddenly extra memories? At this moment, High Priest Uxian thought of Lu Jin's identity. the one who bestows the greatest blessings. Could this also be one of the blessings bestowed by the Holy Emperor? If that's the case, then it's not surprising. After all, it can be basically confirmed that this is indeed a relic left behind by the Holy Emperor. The sacred Terra script at the entrance is enough to prove this. High Priest Uxin looked at Lu Jin and thought to herself, perhaps this is the Emperor's guidance. Fortunately, I brought Lu Jin with me this time. Very well, in that case, I will send an elite squad, plus an exploration squad, to accompany you into the ruins. We will also send more teams into the ruins to provide support and investigation. May the light of Holy Terra illuminate your path, and may the guidance of the Holy Emperor lead you out of your confusion. After a devout and solemn prayer, Lu Jin went to the deck area. This time, he didn't even need to activate the Prometheus. He could easily land on the planet's surface using the spaceship provided by the Holy City. With a jolt from the spaceship, Lu Jin landed in the designated area. When he stepped out of the spaceship, he was immediately shocked by the sight before him. Because what was once a barren desert area has now been transformed into a landscape of buildings and facilities. Military camp, research institute, archaeological area, warehouse. At the entrance to the ruins, the personnel of Moonshadow Holy City had already quickly established a small, operational base. This made Lu Jin sigh once again, realizing that the potential of the Golden Humans was truly not to be underestimated. Just after Lu Jin finished observing the small base, a fully armed squad arrived in front of him with their equipment. I am Li Chong, a member of Exploration Team number 43 and a translator. I have met Lord Lu Jin. I am Yu Shuren, captain of the 56th Holy City Guard Team. I have just met Lord Lu Jin. Lu Jin glanced at the team briefly and found that it was very well equipped in terms of both professional staff and facilities. Lu Jin was extremely adept at commanding such a team. After a brief self-introduction, Lu Jin led the team into the ruins. Following the passage at the entrance of the ruins, Lu Jin led the group down. Gradually, the sound of the wind and sand outside began to subside, and eventually only the footsteps of the people could be heard in the enclosed space. After passing through a dark passage, the passage gradually became brighter. Lu Jin's gaze swept across both sides of the passageway, and he noticed that a kind of glowing moss was growing on the walls of these passageways. It is precisely because of the presence of this plant that the visibility through this passage is not so bad. Just then, one of the explorers walked over. Lord Lu Jin, according to our instruments, we have discovered a huge underground space 500 meters ahead. It looks like they'll be coming out of this passage soon. Upon receiving this news, everyone quickened their pace. Soon, Lu Jin saw a bright spot of light, and they got closer and closer to it. The spot of light continued to grow larger, eventually transforming into a portal. He stepped inside, and a huge underground space appeared before him. A massive imperial statue came into view first. The statue had a solemn expression and stood on the ground, holding a sword in both hands. On either side of him were statues of soldiers wearing power armor. Some of these soldier statues hold heavy hammers, while others hold sharp swords. Of course, there are also statues of people holding guns, flamethrowers, and other high-tech weapons. Looking at the dazzling array of statues before them, the entire exploration team behind Lu Jin was utterly astonished. They took out their equipment and began frantically recording the situation and sent messages to the ground team, asking them to send follow-up troops to continue investigating the statues. Lu Jin, however, did not share the same fervor these golden humans had for the Holy Emperor. His gaze fell upon the golden gate behind the statue of the Holy Emperor. Like the treasures within the vault, this gate was protected by a psionic barrier. As a psychic, Silver Moon is far more sensitive to psychic energy than Lu Jin. Therefore, as she approached the golden door, she naturally noticed the psionic restrictions on it. Is it a psionic restriction? In Lu Jin's memory, he did not see these statues or this golden door when he came here in his previous life. The appearance of the ruins before me was quite different from what I remembered. Lu Jin looked at the golden gate in front of him. Since this golden gate was similar to a treasure, could he activate it? Looking at his hands, Lu Jin seemed to realize something. Then he placed his palm on the golden door. In an instant, the golden gate was activated, and a large number of psionic runes appeared on its surface. Then, right before everyone's eyes, the golden door opened automatically. Captain, watch out. Faced with this sudden situation, Yin and the others quickly stepped in front of Lu Jin. Even the guards of the holy city flocked to the golden gate, gazing at the gradually opening golden gate. Bang! The golden gate opened completely, and through the open doors, they saw what was inside. This is a much larger underground space, where countless tall buildings stand like trees in a forest. The space before them turned out to be a vast underground city. Lu Jin and his group stepped into the underground city, while Li Cheng, who was in the group, was extremely excited. This architectural style is undoubtedly the architecture of sacred Terra. Beneath the surface of this desolate planet, there actually exists a stronghold of golden humans? This is absolutely amazing. This is truly a groundbreaking discovery. Li Cheng was extremely excited and rushed directly into the underground city. Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly followed in the footsteps of the other party. They moved among the buildings, and Lu Jin looked at the slightly worn structures in front of him. When I arrived in my previous life, almost all of these buildings had collapsed into ruins, and very few buildings remained intact. The current scene is increasingly different from the scene in his memory, and Lu Jin's heart is gradually becoming anxious. Something is bound to happen here, eventually turning it into the way Lu Jin remembers it. Chapter 68, Ghostly Relics. Traces of the Void Insectoids. Upon entering the interior of a building, Lu Jin and his team began an in-depth investigation of this underground city. Soon, Lu Jin discovered some clues inside one of the rooms. The tableware scattered on the ground looked as if it had been cleaved in two by a sharp blade. The surface was smooth, but the walls of the room were covered with scratches caused by numerous unknown objects. Lu Jin explored room after room and quickly figured it out. This city has most likely been attacked by some kind of creature. It was this attack that turned the city into a ghost town. As for where the residents of these cities went, a place came to mind for Lu Jin. Behind this underground city lies an even larger underground space. But unlike this spacious and vast underground city, that underground space is as intricate and complex as an anthill. The dense network of underground passages forms a vast underground tunnel system. Perhaps I can find the answer there. Lu Jin stood up, no longer intending to waste any more time in this underground city. But just as he stood up, a scream came from not far away. A scream rang out, and Yin quickly returned to Lu Jin's side, drawing her weapon and beginning to guard the surroundings. Lu Jin frowned slightly and immediately reached for her waist. The memory pistol, which had just been obtained from the holy city, quickly fell into Lu Jin's hands after he sensed the danger. Once everything was ready, Lu Jin and Yin quickly moved toward the location where the screams were coming from. Lu Jin quickly arrived at the location where the screams had occurred. In a dark corner of an alley between two tall buildings, a holy city guard lay on the ground. Crimson blood pooled beneath him, forming a lake. His face was contorted in a grimace, as if he had witnessed something terrifying before he died. His equipment was damaged, and even his helmet was missing. Lu Jin gripped his gun and slowly approached the corpse of the holy city guard. First, there were the wounds. The holy city guard's body was covered with numerous scratches and several fatal bloody holes. These scratches are exactly the same as those inside the building. Besides these things, Lu Jin found a pool of slime next to the corpse. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin opened the detection program on his personal terminal and began analyzing the unknown slime in front of him. The composition of the substance is being tested. Preliminary test results indicate that the liquid is the bodily fluid of some organism and is highly corrosive. Based on the test results, the probability of identifying them as Ado Wolf aliens is 40%, and the probability of identifying them as Zerg is 70%. Of all the detections, the probability of identifying it as Zerg was the highest. There's a 70% probability. But this slime is more than twice as acidic as the insectoid saliva. Based on various data, Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious. What a surprising result. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin turned around and fired directly into the darkest corners on both sides of the building. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, the energy reserves in the memory pistol rapidly decreased. Even Yin, who was standing next to him, didn't know what had triggered Lu Jin to start firing indiscriminately. But just as the pistol's energy reserves were about to run out for the last shot, bang! A pool of green sap suddenly seeped from the wall of the building. Immediately afterward, to Silver Moon's astonishment, a bizarre creature with an insectoid upper body but complete limbs appeared in her field of vision. This strange creature has a sharp spike growing on the back of its hand. It also has a black tail on its back, just like a scorpion's tail. After the monster's identity was revealed, it immediately let out a hoarse and unpleasant roar. After realizing what was happening, Yin immediately raised the blade in her hand. With a burst of spiritual power, before the monster could even try to escape, Silver Moon launched a direct attack. Cut! The monster's back was cleaved open, leaving a bloody wound. Even so, it still hasn't been killed. What a tenacious life force. Looking at the twisted and struggling monster on the ground, Silver Moon felt a lingering fear. He was surprised that he hadn't noticed the monster immediately. If the monster had chosen to ambush Lu Jin, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Thinking about this, Inu felt a wave of fear wash over her. Having enjoyed a comfortable life with the captain for so long, I actually relaxed for a while. Before you could feel guilty, Lu Jin took out a frost spirit crystal from his backpack. Place the frost crystal near the memory pistol, and the memory pistol will devour it, as if it were a living being. After absorbing the frost crystal, the memory pistol's energy reserves began to recover rapidly. After glancing at the strange creature, Lu Jin immediately fired a shot, aiming at its head. Bang! 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 Another series of gunshots rang out. Lu Jin only breathed a sigh of relief after the strange creature was completely dead. The commotion quickly attracted other teams exploring the surrounding area. What happened? Why are they firing over here? My God, what kind of monster is this? Is everyone here? Why are a few people missing? Captain, we've lost contact with several team members. Looking at the strange creature's corpse on the ground, everyone felt a sense of foreboding wash over them. There is probably more than one such bizarre creature. The other missing team members are most likely in the same situation as the deceased Holy City Guard. Having already been attacked by a strange creature, they perished. Li Chung from the exploration team stepped forward, mustered his courage, and approached the strange creature to investigate it using his specialized detection equipment. This monster's bodily fluids have an extremely strong acidic corrosive effect. Moreover, the hardness of its carapace even surpasses that of the sacred alloy used in the Holy City. Most importantly, this monster's genetic sequence actually contains genetic data from both the Zerg and the Golden Humans. What? The test results came one after another. But every single result sent chills down everyone's spine. Its shell is as tough as a sacred alloy. Does the gene sequence contain genetic data from both the Zerg and human races? How is that possible? After seeing this series of test results, Li Cheng's expression became increasingly solemn. I suddenly felt as if we had opened a Pandora's box. Such a monster, once released, will surely cause a huge upheaval in the Starry Sea. This message must be delivered to the High Priest as soon as possible. After the series of tests, Li Cheng could deduce that the true identity of this strange creature is very likely that it is a high-ranking Zerg recorded in the database of Holy Terra. That thing, which only exists in the data, is no less dangerous than a warped demon. More terrifying than ordinary insectoids, and capable of continuously devouring prey to choose the optimal evolutionary path. Void Zerg. Chapter 69 The Insect Swarm Invades. The Might of the Holy City. Void Zerg? This is the Void Zerg? I have also seen information about the Voidlings in the Holy City's database. But why does this Voidling look different from the information? Faced with everyone's questions, the knowledgeable Li Cheng gave an explanation. Unlike the regular Zerg, the Voidlings are able to devour and absorb the genetic information of other organisms. Based on this genetic information, they will continuously transform and evolve, gradually becoming the top predators in the food chain. This is also one of the most troublesome characteristics of the Void Zerg. If a Voidling consumes enough genetic information, its power will reach an extremely terrifying level. Lu Jin stood to the side, and after listening to Li Cheng's words, he silently nodded in agreement. However, what Li Cheng didn't know was that in addition to their troublesome evolutionary characteristics, the Void Zerg had another troublesome characteristic. That is rapid reproduction and the consciousness of the insect king. A single Voidling, given enough resources, can even reproduce a large number of Voidlings on its own. These new Voidlings will inherit the genes of the previous generation of Voidlings. All Voidlings have their consciousness connected to the Void King's consciousness. Just like a network, once the information of any Voidling is transmitted to the consciousness of the Voidling King, it will be distributed to other Voidlings. Therefore, Lu Jin looked around. Perhaps in the darkness, other Void insects had already received the information and were rushing towards them. Just as Lu Jin had expected, this happened as soon as they sent the message to the ground troops. Inu, who was next to Lu Jin, immediately became alert because the psionic network she had released had detected several unidentified creatures approaching. Captain, something is approaching us. Not only that, the number is increasing. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin quickly became alert. As he expected, the planet's resources had been almost completely depleted. And now, they are probably considered an unparalleled delicacy by the Void Zerg. Attention, everyone. The monsters are coming. After being reminded, everyone quickly gathered together. The Holy City Guards took the initiative to assume the responsibility of defending the outer perimeter, protecting the defenseless golden humans, including the exploration team, in the center. After setting up the formation, Lu Jin immediately ordered his troops to move towards the outer perimeter. After learning of the existence of the Void Zerg, Lu Jin dared not continue leading the team to explore the interior of the ruins. No one knew better than him how dangerous these voidlings were. But just after they had retreated a short distance, Lu Jin's gaze suddenly fell on one of the buildings. On the rooftop, a Void Zergling stepped forward. Its gaze fell on Lu Jin and his group, its greedy and cold eyes making no attempt to conceal it. Hiss! The voidlings let out a roar, as if they were excited, or perhaps summoning the surrounding voidlings. Suddenly, a dark figure attacked the group. Before Yu could even make a move, Lu Jin decisively fired his gun, hitting the dark figure directly. The black shadow that was hit fell directly to the ground. It was a void insect. However, compared to other voidlings, it has more developed muscles, which is why it moves faster. Bang! 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 Several bullets hit the voidling's vital points with pinpoint accuracy. But with the increasing number of voidlings, even with everyone joining forces, it became difficult to withstand them. After firing the last bullet, Lu Jin took out a frost crystal from his backpack and loaded it into the memory pistol. But at that moment, the line suddenly stopped. Because at the entrance, a large number of Void Zerg had already blocked the gate. Hundreds of void insects formed an encirclement and began to approach Lu Jin and his group. Shiria stepped forward, preparing to unleash her psionic energy to deal with the voidlings. But before she could make a move, a loud roar came from the entrance. Boom! With a loud bang, a shell exploded amidst the numerous voidlings. The Void Zerg at the epicenter of the explosion were instantly reduced to fragments. Immediately afterwards, the chariot representing the holy city of Moonshadow drove directly into the ruins. The commander in charge was none other than Song Tianxing, a priest of the holy temple who had previously been acquainted with Lu Jin. Seeing that Lu Jin was all right, Song Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lu Jin was the strongest person to bestow blessings in the history of their Moonshadow holy city. If they were killed by the void insects here, the entire Moonshadow holy city would probably have to atone to the Holy Emperor for it. Everyone, listen to my command. Immediately annihilate all voidlings. At Song Tianxing's command, a large number of chariots behind him rushed into the ruins. But at that moment, the Void Zerg seemed to realize that they were no match for the Holy City forces. Before the war chariots could advance, the Void Zerg dragged away the corpses of their companions and fled into the depths of the ruins. Seeing this, Song Tianxing became even more reckless and directly ordered the tanks to bombard the area. Boom, boom, boom. As shell after shell fell into the underground structure, this historically significant underground city began to collapse with a deafening roar. As he gazed at the gradually collapsing underground city, the memories in Lu Jin's mind began to overlap. It turns out that the ruins he saw in his previous life were caused by the bombing by the Holy City forces. Soon, the Holy City forces set up a temporary operations command center at the entrance. High Priestess Uxin on the Moonshadow also received information about what happened in the dungeon. Voidlings. Who would have thought that an unknown number of voidlings would exist beneath this planet? I will report this information to the other holy cities and record it in our database. You guard the entrance to this ruin. Next, I will hold a trial meeting with the other holy cities. Trial meeting. It seems that the appearance of the Void Zerg has made the holy city aware of the crisis. Now that Pandora's box has been opened, there's no way they can close it now. Therefore, they still need to discuss whether to continue exploring the ruins or to carry out the annihilation plan directly. Lu Jin sat on the open ground of the command center, gazing at the sacred emperor statue standing not far away. Why are the Void Zerg here? What's the story behind this building? Are there any survivors inside? Just as Lu Jin was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt dizzy. His vision gradually distorted, and he immediately realized something was wrong. Silver Moon, who was standing nearby, immediately reacted and released her psionic pressure. A terrifying psionic pressure instantly enveloped Lu Jin, and Lu Jin's mind quickly returned to normal. Lu Jin looked around and was shocked to find that apart from Cheryl and other psionicists, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 70 The Sleeper. The final moment. The moment Yu Tiansong sensed something was wrong, he decisively used the psionic armor he had just acquired. Only under the protection of his psionic armor was he able to avoid falling into a deep sleep. Lu Jin's gaze fell on a large and tall figure not far away, who had appeared there at some point. Upon noticing Lu Jin and the others, the figure not only did not disappear, but instead moved directly toward them. Seeing this, Yin Yu and Yulan immediately stood in front of Lu Jin. Cheryl also sensed that the other party's psionic level was extraordinary, and her eyes gradually became sharp. Be careful, the opponent is very strong. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled footsteps, like the sound of drums, echoed in Lu Jin's ears as the unknown figure approached. When the figure got closer, he actually stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Lu Jin also got a clear look at the other person's figure. A warrior wearing power armor has the symbol of the Holy City engraved on one side of the armor and another unidentified symbol. The Holy City's power armor? Wrong. Although the power armor in front of us bears the symbol of the Holy City, it is completely different from the power armor of the Holy City in both appearance and style. Despite its massive and robust size, it lacks the bulkiness of typical powered armor. On the contrary, this power armor is like a knight in heavy armor, exuding power while also giving people a sense of imposing authority. The material of this power armor is also different from that used in the Holy City. The dark green armor surface was covered with scratches and cracks. Through the cracks in the armor, one could vaguely see flames flickering inside. The entire power armor set has a style that seems to come from the underworld, filled with eeriness and death. Looking at the flickering light and shadow within the crack, Lu Jin even wondered if there was a real user inside the armor. Just as tensions were running high, the armored vehicle on the other side suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty's presence. After all these years, have you finally remembered us? Faced with the question from the unknown, Lu Jin remained silent and did not answer easily. Could it be that the blessing bestowed upon me attracted this guy here? In this underground ruin, besides the voidlings, there are other beings as well. This made Lu Jin feel an even stronger connection to this still undamaged ruin. Seeing Lu Jin remain silent, the unknown armored vehicle opposite him moved slightly, and its every move carried an inexplicable air of sadness. My name is the Sleeper, Blessed One, find us and save us. After saying that, the power armor in front of him disappeared from Lu Jin's sight after a series of distortions, like a mirage. Weird. Very strange. After the unknown powered armor disappeared, the people in the camp gradually awoke. Damn it. How could I have fallen asleep? Were we just attacked? Was anyone injured? Was any equipment destroyed? After some investigation, the people who had woken up found that they had not suffered any damage. This left them extremely puzzled. At this moment, Lu Jin told Li Cheng about the various situations she had just encountered. As the most knowledgeable person in Moonshadow Holy City, perhaps he can explain everything he just realized. A deep sleep? An illusion? After confirming the information, Li Cheng frowned slightly. He had never seen anything so bizarre before. Powered armor without a physical form. How exactly did they manage to do that? Could it be an energy-based being? But if they are energy beings, how can they survive in these wolf-like void Zerg nests? After some thought, Li Cheng said that he was also unable to confirm the strange situation that Lu Jin had encountered. Perhaps only by returning to Moonshadow Holy City and using the database can one confirm this. At that moment, they received another message from Moonshadow Holy City. Lu Jin, I have already contacted the captains of the other holy cities. After our discussion, we believe that we must implement the plan to annihilate this planet as soon as possible. So now, pack up and prepare to evacuate this planet. Evacuation? Annihilate? Lu Jin frowned. In his memories from his previous life, this planet existed here perfectly intact. They were not annihilated by the holy city. There was no voidling presence in this ruin. So, which part of the process went wrong? Could it be that my existence caused the butterfly effect, leading to the current outcome? Seeing the crowd beginning to retreat, Lu Jin stopped in his tracks. He felt that there must be places in this ruin that he had not yet explored. If the Void Zerg could be completely eradicated simply by destroying planets, then the assimilation war wouldn't have been so difficult. There must be something in this underground ruin that can restrain these voidlings. These things are the weapons left behind by the Holy Emperor to deal with the Void Zerg. Thinking of this, Lu Jin felt that he could not retreat now. Since there are weapons that can target the Void Zerg, there's no reason not to acquire them, whether for the present or for the future assimilation war. Therefore, Lu Jin decisively chose to contact High Priest Uxian. Is the annihilation plan absolutely necessary to carry out? Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, High Priest Uxian also responded very seriously. The threat posed by the Void Zerg could even affect the balance and safety of the entire galaxy. Therefore, no matter what, we must nip the Void Zerg in the bud as soon as possible. Moreover, this annihilation plan was jointly approved by many leaders of the Holy City, so even if High Priest Uxian expresses his opposition now, it will be to no avail. After learning that the annihilation plan was irreversible, Lu Jin asked High Priest Uxian for advice. Should the annihilation plan be executed immediately? No, the annihilation plan requires the combined forces of the 5 holy cities. Next, High Priest Uxian must wait for the other 5 holy cities to arrive in this star system. The 5 holy cities closest to this galaxy would need at least 5 hours to reach it. In other words, if Lu Jin wants to do anything on this planet, he only has 5 hours left. 5 hours. That's enough. Over the next 5 hours, I will lead my people to explore this ruin. What? Upon hearing Lu Jin's purpose, High Priest Uxian could hardly believe it. Has Lu Jin gone mad? It is now confirmed that this ruin contains a large number of voidlings. If one is not careful, even a psionicist could become food for the voidlings. Instead of retreating, Lu Jin actively ventured into the Void Zerg's lair to investigate the entire ruins. Lu Jin, what you're doing is too risky. Chapter 71 Into the Zerg Hive. The core of the core. Sorry, I just feel that there are definitely some huge secrets within this ruin that we haven't discovered yet. If I were to let this secret be buried here, I fear I would never be able to live in peace. Seeing Lu Jin's unwavering resolve, High Priest Uxian sighed deeply after a moment of silence. As the High Priest, Uxian had to consider the overall situation. This often causes her to overlook many details that only others can notice. Today, Lu Jin's persistence may be precisely because of his identity as the one who bestows blessings. I will try my best to buy you time, but no matter what, you must evacuate this planet within 5 hours. The annihilation plan has been set, and even High Priest Uxian can only delay its execution slightly. Lu Jin was well aware of this, which is why time was of the essence. After hanging up the communication signal, Lu Jin looked at Yu Tiansong and the others and told them about the plan. But facing the vicious void insectoids and the possibility of never returning, Yu Tiansong spoke first. The time we've spent together has been far more dangerous and crazy than this plan ever could have been. I, Silver Moon, swear my loyalty to you to the death. Captain, wherever you go or whatever situation you find yourself in, I will always be by your side. Voidlings. Those are excellent food. As a hunting star dragon, I'm not afraid of these little bugs. Without a doubt, none of Lu Jin's crew members chose to back down. Even Yu Tiansong, who shares a human body with Lu Jin, is now wearing psionic armor. He brandished the silver spear in his hand. Clearly, he was ready. Without much talk, while everyone else began to retreat towards the entrance of the ruins, Lu Jin stepped into the abandoned underground city again in the opposite direction. Ignoring the other golden humans, Lu Jin quickly headed towards the core area at the back of the underground city, relying on the route he remembered. Soon, they passed through the underground city. Surprisingly, they did not encounter any attacks from the voidlings during their journey through the underground city. These void insects seemed to have vanished without a trace, never appearing in their sight again. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that these voidlings saw their formation and deliberately hid to prepare for a sneak attack. The Void Zerg's intelligence is unmatched by that of ordinary Zerg. At that moment, an entrance appeared in front of Lu Jin. Upon entering this entrance, a foul, fishy stench immediately emanates from it. After frowning slightly, Lu Jin decisively stepped into the entrance. This entrance leads to the core area of this underground ruin. There are a total of 10 such entrances throughout the entire dungeon. Each entrance and internal passageway is interconnected, and it took Lu Jin quite a bit of time to explore the entire passageway. However, precisely because of this, Lu Jin was able to find the path to the core area most quickly and accurately. Soon, Lu Jin and his group arrived at a fork in the road. They were faced with a three-way intersection. Shiria sniffed, and her gaze fell on the leftmost entrance. I can smell that the odor is strongest at the far left entrance, which is very likely to be a large number of voidlings. Silver Moon, however, did not back down. She closed her eyes and used her psionic energy to cover the rightmost entrance. Soon, her psychic abilities detected the anomaly. Deep inside the entrance on the right, I sensed a psionic fluctuation. Psychic fluctuations? Upon receiving this news, Yu Tiansong, who was in the team, couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Void Zerg have evolved to possess psionic powers? If that's really the case, their journey is far from safe. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the three entrances, and after some thought, he decisively chose the rightmost passage. In his memory, the central passage was an entrance to the outer area. The passage on the left leads to a spacious cavern, which, based on Shiria's information, is very likely a gathering point for the voidlings. As for the rightmost passage, Lu Jin remembered nothing unusual about it. Furthermore, by following one of the passageways, one can even enter a more central area. After identifying the entrance, Lu Jin was the first to step inside. As they ventured deeper, Silver Moon and the others could sense that the psionic fluctuations were becoming increasingly intense. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion rang out in the passage. The entire passageway trembled. Lu Jin immediately stopped and looked at the exit in front of him. He put down his feet and took his weapon in his hand. Meanwhile, Inu stayed by Lu Jin's side at all times, her gaze fixed on the exit of the passage. Just as they approached the exit, a roar from the void insects echoed from inside the cave. Damn void Zerg. You filthy creature. I will slay you here with my sword. You think you can kill me? In the vast underground cavern, the power armor that Lu Jin had seen before reappeared. But at this moment, he was like a god of war. Facing an attack from hundreds of voidlings, each swing of his chainsaw sword tore a voidling to shreds. A voidling attempted a sneak attack, but before it could even make a move, the power armor simply raised its arm, and the armor-piercing explosive rounds mounted on the arm blew its head off. More and more void Zerg attacked, and Lu Jin could see that although this power armor was powerful, but his every move indicated that his energy was about to run out. Shiria, it's time for you to make your move. Upon seeing so many voidlings, Shiria could no longer contain her excitement. Upon hearing Lu Jin's order, Cheryl's eyes lit up. Then, she transformed into her true form and attacked the void Zerg in front of her. Roar! Shiria gathered a breath of spiritual energy in her mouth and unleashed a dragon's breath directly into the void insectoid ranks. The void Zerg formation was immediately shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Shiria devoured a voidling one after another, beginning her gluttonous feast. The power armor that was being besieged was also somewhat surprised when it saw a roaming star dragon appear. He immediately noticed Lu Jin beside him, and when he sensed the strong blessing power emanating from Lu Jin, the being inside the power armor was clearly somewhat surprised. Such a rich blessing tells me that His Majesty the Divine Emperor has never abandoned us. Liao Fan, the squad leader of the Sleepers Legion, greets the Blessed One. The Sleeper Legion. Upon hearing the name of the Legion, Lu Jin recalled the translated text at the entrance of the ruins. Chapter 72, A Powerful Legion. The Source of the Spark. The honor of suppressing calamities belongs to the Legion. The calamity of suppression must have come from the Void Zerg here. And the so-called Legion must be the Sleeper Legion right in front of us. Just then, Cheryl transformed back into human form and returned to Lu Jin's side. She patted her stomach and let out a satisfied burp. I haven't eaten this much in ages. Liao Fan glanced at Cheryl, then at Lu Jin. At this moment, his admiration for Lu Jin, the one who bestowed the blessing, was clearly evident. To be able to command a hunting star dragon, this blessed one before me is truly unfathomable. The star-hunting dragons are the most arrogant race in the Star Sea, and they can obey a human's orders without question. If he had known about this beforehand, he would have thought it was a complete fantasy. At this moment, Lu Jin looked at Liao Fan and began to ask about information related to the Sleeper Legion. One of our brothers contacted you before? I don't know about this, but I can ask other people for you. But the blessing power you possess is the strongest I've ever seen. Perhaps one of my brothers discovered you while on patrol, and that's how they communicated with you. To be honest, if you had arrived any later, our Sleeper Legion would probably have perished. Immediately afterwards, Liao Fan told Lu Jin. In their early years, they followed the Holy Emperor in his campaigns across the north and south, and they suppressed countless disasters. It was precisely because these calamities were suppressed that the order of the entire Star Sea was able to be established. But when they arrived on this planet, they discovered that it was plagued by an extremely serious insect infestation. The Holy Emperor ordered them to guard this place, and they could only leave after the complete annihilation of the voidlings. According to their original plan, it would take them about 100 years to annihilate all the voidlings. At that time, the Golden Gate will open, and they will be able to return to the embrace of Holy Terra. But an unexpected event occurred. A mutant appeared among the voidlings. This mutant quickly became the Voidling King, and a voidling with the consciousness of a king was no longer an ordinary voidling. The original plan of suppression, which was supposed to last 100 years, was stretched to over 1,000 years. Over the course of thousands of years, the sleepers have been constantly devoured by the voidlings, eventually leading to their current state. The underground city outside was originally the source of recruitment for their slumbering warriors. But Lu Jin has also witnessed the current situation. The planet's resources have been drained by us and the Void Zerg. If this continues, we'll be the first to be exhausted. Fortunately, you've arrived, and perhaps you can help us break out of this predicament. As they spoke, Liao Fan led Lu Jin to the gathering place of the Sleepers' Legion. At this moment, there are many sleepers in the gathering place. They seemed tireless, placing all sorts of tactical maps around the outpost. Each squad was discussing tactics or exchanging various resources and intelligence. But the moment Lu Jin stepped into this stronghold, they felt the blessing power emanating from him. At this moment, Lu Jin felt like Tang Sanzang being targeted by a demon. Such powerful blessing. This is a human favored by His Majesty the God Emperor. 1,000 years have passed. How is His Majesty? Great Blesser, Sleeping Centurion Long Quan. I offer you my highest respect. Centurion Long Quan, the sleeper, walked up to Lu Jin. Looking at the centurion of the sleeping ones before him, Lu Jin couldn't help but sized him up. The centurion's power armor was not only larger than the others, but it also had more cracks and scratches. It is clear that he was able to become a centurion entirely because of his own strength. Liao Fan, you did a great job. You can go and rest now. We still have a tough battle ahead. Centurion Long Quan glanced at Liao Fan. Liao Fan nodded, exhausted after a fierce battle. Under Lu Jin's gaze, Captain Liao Fan, just like the sleeper he had seen before, twisted his body and turned into a wisp of smoke, disappearing from the spot. Seeing this incredible scene, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but ask a question. Just like that, it disappeared? Are you human or ghost? Upon hearing this, Centurion Long Quan burst into laughter. The other sleepers around them seemed to have heard a joke and burst into laughter in unison. Yu Tiansong was completely bewildered, while Lu Jin quickly guessed the identities of these sleepers. Rumor has it that there is a device that can enhance the spiritual energy within a person, thereby creating a projection that is both real and illusory in the real world. So you are probably using this kind of technology. Your actual body is inside a device. What we see before us now is merely a projection formed by your psychic energy. After hearing Lu Jin's words, Centurion Long Quan couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at him. Because everything Lu Jin said was true. Their true forms are all lying inside a psionic enhancement device. What is being shown now is merely a psionic projection of them. This was the question we heard most often when His Holy Emperor led us on our campaigns. Unfortunately, we have been silent for too long, and it is estimated that there is very little information left about us by the outside world. Blessed One, we now need a large amount of energy. If you can solve our energy shortage problem, we can annihilate all the Void Zerg here. Energy. On other planets, even boiling water from trees can generate a substantial energy income. On this planet that has long been depleted, energy has become a factor in determining the balance of power on the battlefield. At this moment, Yu Tiansong frowned deeply. There are less than 2 hours left before the annihilation plan is to be executed. Even if we rushed back in this short time, it would be too late. Most importantly, even if we go back and tell the Holy City about the situation here, will they believe us? At this moment, time has become the most critical issue. Lu Jin stroked his chin and, after a moment's thought, decisively made a series of plans. Cheryl, Yu Tiansong, you two must return to the ground immediately. After relaying the message to High Priest Uxian, he then piloted the Prometheus over. I am here to help the Sleeper Legion fight against the Void Zerg. How to counter the Void Zerg? Although he knew that Lu Jin possessed a considerable amount of Frost Spirit crystals. But can this little bit of Frost Crystal help the Sleeper break the current situation? As if sensing Yu Tiansong's inner doubts, Lu Jin took out a spark source from his backpack in full view of everyone. Chapter 73 Two-Pronged Attack. The Silent Coffin. The Spark. Yu Tiansong stared in disbelief at the source of fire in Lu Jin's hand. Why would Lu Jin carry this thing in his backpack? Lu Jin naturally had his own considerations, especially after he noticed something strange about the depletion of the planet's ley line energy. He then retrieved a certain number of sparks from the Prometheus. Bring a certain amount of energy materials to a planet where energy is depleted. This was the experience Lu Jin had summarized from countless adventures in his previous life, and now this experience was proving useful. In a sense, the spark source can also be considered a special kind of energy substance. It can not only transform machinery into apocalyptic creatures, but it also contains an enormous amount of energy. It can be said that a single spark source is equivalent to the energy contained in several tons of energy ore. Now, Centurion Long Chuan's eyes were filled with undisguised joy upon seeing the source of the fire. That's great. With this, at least we won't seem so passive. Blessed One, I will now take you to the base of our sleepers. As long as there is enough energy, we sleepers will have inexhaustible combat power. At this point, Centurion Long Quan was already eager to take Lu Jin to the sleeper base. Yu Tiansong and Shirley also received Lu Jin's orders. The two sides split into two groups, with Yu Tiansong and Cheryl responsible for transmitting intelligence and mobilizing the Prometheus. Lu Jin then followed Centurion Long Quan to the sleeper's base to transfer the energy of the spark source to the sleeper's base. Along the way, Centurion Long Quan shuttled back and forth in the passage. After opening one alloy door after another, Lu Jin finally arrived at the sleeper base. Even Lu Jin didn't know the location of this base. In Lu Jin's memory, the road leading to this base was covered by rubble. It was in this place, which he had not yet explored, that the base of the Sleeper Legion was located. Looking around, Lu Jin first saw the various cabins with clearly defined functions. Most of the cabins were sealed off, and inside these sealed cabins were the psionic amplification devices used by the sleepers. Along the way, Lu Jin noticed that many of the functional cabins had been closed. This is precisely because of the energy shortage. Psionic amplification devices also require an energy supply to function. Therefore, in a state of energy scarcity, the sleepers can only shut down some of the functional compartments and concentrate all their energy on the psionic amplification device. Upon arriving at the energy compartment, Lu Jin decisively placed the spark source he had brought from his backpack into it. The energy converter in the energy compartment has started operating again after many years of silence. All the energy within the spark source has been extracted, and the entire sleeper base, just as its name suggests, is awakening from its slumber. More and more compartments lit up again, and Centurion Long Quan watched as the compartments gradually lit up, his power armor beginning to tremble slightly. The Sleeper Legion can finally unleash its full power against the Voidlings. Yu Tiansong and Cheryl both accelerated their departure from the ruins. Upon reaching the ground, they found that the original base had been dismantled. The disassembled parts are being transported to a small ship, and the remaining golden humans are beginning to evacuate. Contact the High Priest immediately. But at this moment, Yu Tiansong discovered that the High Priest's communication signal could not be connected for a long time. What's going on? Meanwhile, High Priest Yu Xian, on the bridge of the Moonshadow, was under immense pressure. Because standing before her were the leaders of several other holy cities. Yu Xian, you're really bold these days. Huh? You want us to delay the annihilation plan? Do you even know what you're talking about? Have you been in the holy city for too long and are unaware of the dangers posed by the Void Zerg? If we had been even a moment too late and let a single Voidling escape, it would have become an endless plague in time. I understand perfectly well, so I only suggested delaying the annihilation plan, because there might still be crucial information on this planet that we haven't discovered yet. High Priest Yu Xian did everything she could to buy Lu Jin time. Even so, the leaders of the other holy cities showed no respect for Yu Xian. They were well aware of the danger posed by the Voidlings, so they could not allow these insects to continue to exist. Captain Yu Xian, His Majesty the Holy Emperor has given us guidance, perhaps hoping that we will completely eradicate these insects. That's right. We can't stand aside from the entire Starseed crisis just because of one person who bestows a blessing. Before the leaders could finish speaking, Li Cheng rushed into the bridge. At this moment, Li Cheng was gripping a recording board made of alloy tightly. He looked extremely excited, as if he had discovered something incredible. No, we cannot carry out the annihilation plan. I know who the Legion in the underground ruins is. The annihilation plan cannot be carried out. We cannot. Looking at the panting Li Cheng, many leaders frowned. The annihilation plan cannot be carried out? Why can't the annihilation plan be carried out? What is the Legion in the underground ruins? High Priest Yu Xian immediately sent someone to help Li Cheng up and asked him to calm down and explain his discovery. It's the Sleeper Legion. The Sleeper Legion established by His Majesty the Holy Emperor. This underground ruin is home not only to the Voidlings, but also to the Sleeper Legion established by His Majesty the Holy Emperor. It's them. For such a long time, they've been the ones fighting against the Voidlings. They are heroes of the Golden Humans, subjects of His Majesty the God Emperor, and we cannot simply erase them from our lives. What? The Sleeper Legion? Upon learning of the discovery of Li Cheng, the expressions of many leaders of the Holy City changed. There is even a legion established by the Holy Emperor in this underground ruin. I remember that the Sleepers Legion was an expeditionary force established by the Holy Emperor. This legion disappeared during the expedition. Who would have thought they were here suppressing an insect plague? The fact that the Sleepers haven't been able to suppress the insect plague for so many years speaks volumes about its destructive power. The appearance of the Sleepers has made all the leaders uneasy. At that moment, a Holy City guard detected an anomaly on the radar. Radar detected a ship on the surface of this barren planet. Or is it a large warship? Captain, we have detected the tracks of a large ship on the planet's surface. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, a massive and magnificent ship bursts forth from the sand. This massive ship is the flagship of the Sleeper Legion. The Silent Coffin. Chapter 74, The Awakening Flagship. The Holy Emperor's Sword. Haha, I never thought that after so many years, this old buddy could actually fly to the stars again. In the middle of the bridge, Centurion Longquan burst into laughter. Even he hadn't expected that the fire source possessed by Lu Jin contained such a vast amount of energy. The infusion of this energy not only brought the Sleeper Legion back to life, it even activated the Legion era, which had been dormant for a long time. Lu Jin had no idea that this so-called Legion base was actually a large Legion flagship. No wonder when I first came in, I noticed that the hatches of this base looked a bit like those of a ship. The interior layout is also very similar to that of a warship. It turns out that this so-called base is actually a real warship. Just then, the radar system of the Silent Coffin emitted a series of alarms. A red dot appeared on the radar screen. Immediately afterwards, more and more red dots appeared, and within a few breaths, they covered the entire radar screen like a torrential rain. It's the voidlings. These insects must have sensed the energy fluctuations of the Coffin of Silence. Centurion Longquan snorted coldly as he stared at the red dot on the radar. The Sleeper Legion and the voidlings have been fighting for thousands of years, and no one knows these damned bugs better than them. Centurion Longquan looked at Lu Jin and then solemnly stated, "The Sleepers, once slumbering, have been fighting against the Void Zerg due to energy scarcity. But today is different. We have energy supplies. It's time to show these insects the true power of the Sleeper Legion. Blessed One, witness the reawakening of our Legion of Sleepers." The Sleeper Legion, long dormant deep underground, will now reappear in the Star Sea vision. This time, they will demonstrate to the world why they have become a sword in the hands of the Holy Emperor. Under Lu Jin's gaze, Centurion Longquan transformed into a dark green light and vanished from the spot. On the planet's surface, countless swarms of insects surged forth from the ground like a tide. The sheer number of them sent chills down the spines of High Priest Yu Xian and the other leaders of the Holy City. There are so many Void Zerg underground on this planet. With such a terrifying scale, the number must have exceeded hundreds of millions. No wonder this planet is so barren. It's been drained dry by these insects. No, we must launch an annihilation plan immediately. We absolutely cannot let these Void Zerg leave this planet. At that moment, numerous green beams of light appeared on the bottom of the Silent Coffin ship. These beams of light fell directly onto the ground like a waterfall. Each beam of light represents a warrior from the Sleeper Legion. Centurion Longquan stood in the middle of the ranks, gazing at the swarm of void insects that surged towards him like a dark, tidal wave. Brothers, it's time to complete the mission His Majesty the Emperor has given us. Kill. At a command, all the sleepers immediately drew their ranged weapons. The large-caliber bomb gun can easily penetrate the armor of the voidlings with each bullet. The molten lava gun spews out lava, turning an entire area into a scorching inferno with each spray. Even the voidlings would find such high temperatures unbearable. At the very back of the group, the sleeper held a scepter-like psionic amplifier made of various electronic components. With the activation of the psionic amplifier, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped in the sleeper's psionic energy. The almost tangible psionic energy, like a white mist, enveloped the entire battlefield within their domain. The voidlings, who were advancing, suddenly felt drowsy after entering the psionic realm. Actions gradually became sluggish, and thinking gradually became rigid. Even the voidlings, with their poor resistance, collapsed on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. Such voidlings were mercilessly trampled to death by the charging voidlings behind them. Seizing this opportunity, the sleepers launched a massive counterattack. How could the surging insect swarm be suppressed so easily? What a powerful legion this is. It managed to suppress the insect swarm with only a few thousand people. The sleeper, the Holy Emperor's sword, is indeed so powerful. It seems that we don't even need to lift a finger. These brave warriors alone are enough to wipe out these void Zerg. Holy Emperor above. This is truly a treasure left to us, the golden humans. While the leaders of the Holy City were still reveling in the power of the Sleeper Legion, Yu Tiansong had already followed Lu Jin's orders. The Prometheus arrived at the planet's surface and gradually docked successfully with the silent coffin. After the two ships successfully docked, Yu Tiansong immediately dispatched all the Dragon Flame mech infantry and Fong drones to transfer all the energy minerals from the ships into the energy compartment of the silent coffin. A large amount of energy minerals were put into the energy chamber, and Lu Jin opened the data panel of the silent coffin. Ship functionality restart progress 50%. Do they have to use all the ship's energy to restart half of the progress? At that moment, High Priest Yu Xion's communication signal popped up. Lu Jin decisively connected the communication, and the figure of High Priest Yu Xion appeared in his field of vision. Seeing that Lu Jin was safe and sound, High Priest Yu Xion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin, what is the current situation of the Sleeper Legion and the Void Swarm? What's the situation? Lu Jin glanced at the battlefield. The sleepers now seemed fierce, constantly pushing the insect swarm's front line back. Lu Jin knew very well that the Void Swarm, which had given birth to the consciousness of the Insect Emperor, would not be so easily defeated. Therefore, he now needs to awaken the entire coffin of silence. Lu Jin just checked, and there are at least 1,000 sleeper pods currently in hibernation. Centurion Longquan had told him that these sleepers were the backbone of the Legion, and also the first to run out of energy and fall into hibernation. If there is enough energy to awaken these slumbering beings, their Legion can be considered truly awakened. Therefore, Lu Jin looked at High Priest Yu Xion. Although the Sleeper Legion currently holds the upper hand, the Zerg Swarm will surely launch a counterattack quickly. I need a large amount of energy minerals. With enough energy minerals, I can fully activate the Sleeper Legion. After hearing Lu Jin's words, the other leaders of the Holy City chuckled. They felt that Lu Jin was underestimating the Sleeper Legion far too much. The Void Swarm is currently being completely overwhelmed by the Sleeper Legion, and it's only a matter of time before the Sleeper Legion annihilates the swarm. The Sleeper is the Holy Emperor's sword, and this young man is still not devout enough to His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Chapter 75 The Weakness of Arrogance. The Titans descend. Having witnessed the power of the Sleepers, the leaders of the Holy City were greatly encouraged. So what about the Void Zerg, who strike fear into the hearts of all? Now, facing the Sleeper Legion, aren't they still being suppressed and unable to lift their heads? This young man is still too inexperienced and doesn't understand the Sleeper Legion enough. I just checked the information. The Holy Emperor once established countless legions, all of which were composed of warriors personally trained by His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Trained personally by His Majesty the Divine Emperor? Then these warriors are definitely the elite of the elite. Ladies and gentlemen, the crisis has been resolved. With the Sleeper Legion, we are now fearless against any powerful enemy. Faced with the inexplicable confidence of many Holy City leaders, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. He was not unaware of the Sleeper Legion's power, but he never underestimated the terror of the Voidlings. The Voidlings emerging from the ground are not even considered the main force of the Voidlings. If these Void Zerg were the main force, the Zerg Emperor's consciousness could not have been born. The Sleeper Legion wouldn't have been entangled with them for so many years. Arrogance is the greatest weakness. High Priestess Yu Xion frowned slightly. Even she believed that with the Sleeper's Legion in charge, victory was only a matter of time. Seeing Lu Jin's serious expression, she coughed lightly and said, I will dispatch a resource transport ship to transport a portion of the Holy City's resource reserves there. High Priest Yu Xion, don't you also believe in these brave warriors? The Holy City's resource reserves didn't appear out of thin air. Are you just going to hand over the resources of a ship to a greenhorn like this? Humph, so what if he is the blesser? He is still not one of us golden humans. Enough. I am the captain of Moonshadow Holy City, and you have no right to interfere in how these resources are allocated. At this moment, High Priest Yu Xion recalled what Lu Jin had said earlier. If it weren't for Lu Jin's insistence, they would have almost wiped out the Sleeper Legion along with the Void Insects. This incident also made High Priestess Yu Xion even more certain that she was standing with Lu Jin. No sooner had he finished speaking than the battle situation on the planet's surface changed drastically. The entire battlefield began to tremble as if some enormous creature was moving beneath the yellow sand. Boom! A huge figure emerged from the sand. Upon seeing this figure, everyone couldn't help but gasp, because what appeared before them was a gigantic insectoid creature, over 10 meters tall, with several spear-like tentacles growing from its back. The moment this enormous void zerg appeared, it used its superior size to launch an attack on the Sleeper Legion. The Sleeper Legion's weapon struck it, but could only produce a series of sparks on its carapace. The giant zerg swarm pierced through the body of a sleeper using the tentacles on its back. As his body was pierced, the slumbering being gradually transformed into specks of spiritual energy and disappeared from the spot, like willow catkins in the wind. Immediately afterwards, the giant zerg made another move. Every attack results in the death of a sleeper. Seeing the sleeper instantly fall into a disadvantageous position, everyone stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their eyes. How is this possible? Why are there such enormous void insects? Damn it, the Sleeper Legion can't stop this monster's attack at all. There is no record of the voidlings growing to such a size. Clearly, the appearance of the giant zerg caught everyone off guard. The battle lines that had just been pushed forward are now once again in the hands of the void zerg. Lu Jin on the ship narrowed his eyes, looking down at the giant insectoid swarm. Seeing this, Inu volunteered to help. Captain, should I go down and kill this monster? Need not. Lu Jin opened the control panel of the silent coffin and displayed the data of all the cabins in front of him. When his gaze fell on one of the cabins, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. Energy is mobilized and fed into the pipes within the cabin. The sleepers in this cabin gradually awaken from their dormant state as the energy activates them. Lu Jin smiled faintly and pressed the start button directly. Big guys should be dealt with by big guys. Immediately afterwards, another beam of light appeared at the bottom of the silent coffin. But unlike before, this beam of light was much thicker than the beam used to target the sleepers. The moment the beam of light dissipated, a colossal titan mech, resembling a war chariot, appeared in the center of the battlefield. The slumbering titan, inside its mech, gazes upon the battlefield teeming with void zerg. Finally, his gaze fell upon the giant insectoid creature. At that moment, the gazes of the two behemoths collided. Roar! The giant insectoid let out a roar and charged straight at the titan mech. The slumbering being inside the titan mech simply snorted coldly. I've been dormant for so long. I never thought I'd actually wake up today. It's time for you insects to remember. The fear of being dominated by my iron fist. A surge of energy flowed within the titan mech. The slumbering being inside, piloting the titan mech, raised his right fist. The titan's right fist had long been enhanced, becoming incredibly terrifying. Boom. He punched the giant zerg creature in the head. The powerful alloy fist smashed the giant zerg's head into a bloody mess. But the zerg, with their tenacious vitality, not only did not die, but instead used the tentacles on their backs to attack the titan mech. The zerg tentacles, as hard as metal, pierced through the titan armor like a spear. But at that moment, the sleeper's titan armor, like a ghost, directly etherealized and broke free from the giant insectoid's restraints. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of psionic energy shot out from the titan mech like steam. The giant zerg, shrouded in psionic steam, also began to drift into a drowsy state. The titan mech seized the opportunity and immediately launched a barrage of punches. In less than a minute, the giant zerg swarm fell to the ground. The sleeper inside the titan mech gave the giant insectoid no chance whatsoever, immediately unleashing a flamethrower as soon as it spread its arms. Flames engulfed the entire battlefield, turning the giant zerg corpses into charred remains. Even with the strongest vitality, one cannot stand up again. With the addition of the titan mechs to the battlefield, the Sleeper Legion was even more formidable and immediately began its counterattack on the zerg hive. At this moment, the insect queen's consciousness within the insect hive also realized the seriousness of the problem. With their energy replenished, the sleepers were no match for their swarm. Chapter 76: The Final Struggle. The Insect King's Egg. The evolution of the swarm requires a large amount of energy and resources. For thousands of years, the insect swarm has been trapped on this planet, draining the planet's resources to evolve to its current state. Even so, they still saw no chance of victory against the Sleeper Legion, which was gradually recovering its peak strength. Escape. At that moment, the thought of escaping appeared in the mind of the Insect King. It must escape. As long as it exists, it can quickly assemble a brand new legion. As Lu Jin stood on the ship, he observed that the movements of the insect swarm were becoming increasingly strange, and alarm bells immediately rang in his mind. In his previous life, Lu Jin had fought against the Void Swarm many times, and he knew that the Void Swarm was like weeds in the sea of stars. If they are not eradicated completely, they will grow in size again after a period of time and continuously devour all matter in the universe. Attention, sleepers. The swarm's movements are beginning to change. The swarm changes are very likely related to the Swarm King's consciousness. All sleepers, please be vigilant. The Insect Emperor's consciousness. All the sleepers knew very well that as long as the Insect Emperor's consciousness was not eliminated, everything they do will be in vain. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Lu Jin. It seems you have a great understanding of insect swarms. When Lu Jin looked behind him in response to the sound, a golden human woman with an impressive figure and exceptional beauty stood right behind him. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure, and Lu Jin noticed some seams on the clothes. After observing for a while, Lu Jin quickly determined the woman's identity. A sleeper awakens from hibernation. But what intrigued Lu Jin was that she could have chosen to use psychic projection to see him. Why would you need to appear in your true form in person? Before Lu Jin could think it through, the sleeping woman opposite him took the initiative to introduce herself. Blessed One, I am grateful to you for rescuing the sleeper from his predicament. His Holiness, the Holy Emperor, once left a prophecy, foretelling that when we sleepers are in trouble, a human being representing his will appear. At first, I didn't care, thinking that sleepers wouldn't easily fall into crisis. But now it seems that His Majesty the Holy Emperor's prophecy is being fulfilled step by step. Yun Mingyan, commander of the 1st Legion of the Sleepers, officially transferred all command authority on behalf of the entire Sleepers Legion. From this day forward, we will be a sharp sword in your hand, fighting for you to conquer all directions and sweep away everything. This is also one of the orders left by His Majesty the Holy Emperor. What? Lu Jin never expected that the woman in front of him was actually the commander of the Sleepers Legion, and she stood in front of Lu Jin in her true form, actually to hand over command to Lu Jin. At this moment, Lu Jin was somewhat surprised, as this was completely unexpected. I actually acquired a legion of sleepers? The Sleepers Legion is no ordinary legion. Every warrior in it is a genuine psionicist. Lu Jin frowned as he looked at Yun Mengyan in front of him. Is it too hasty to hand over the Sleeper Legion to me? His Majesty the God Emperor's prophecy did not specify whether it would be a golden human or a blue planet human. I only know that a human will come to save the Sleeping Legion, and what I have to do is hand the Sleeping Legion over to this human. What else did the prophecy say? This human will command the Sleeper Legion to completely eradicate the insect plague. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. Holy Emperor, Sleeping Legion, Golden Humans, Prophecy. Even Lu Jin began to wonder if this Holy Emperor might also possess the ability to foresee the future. But just as his final prophecy foretold, Lu Jin would not allow the Insect Emperor's consciousness to continue to exist. Alright, since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Jin was not an indecisive person, since the Legion commander had placed command in front of him. If he refuses, then he would be ungrateful. After gaining command, Lu Jin immediately opened the core data panel of the silent coffin. After gaining access, Lu Jin saw a panel that was no longer the simple one he had seen before. His gaze swept across a multitude of data points, and he immediately devised a series of tactics. Centurion Longquan, you shall immediately lead a squad to the location I have marked. Other sleepers, follow my command and quickly evacuate the gap in the hive. Next, I will use the ship's cannons to open up a passage leading underground. Under Lu Jin's command, the Sleeper Legion instantly transformed from a disorganized mob into a true legion. After all the sleepers had evacuated to one location, Lu Jin connected to Yu Tiansong's communication channel. The main guns of both ships were simultaneously aimed at a designated coordinate. Boom. 2 main cannon shots landed directly in the gap in the Zerg hive. All the voidlings that hadn't had time to evacuate were immediately reduced to ashes. After the artillery bombardment, a passage appeared on the ground. Now, the Sleeper Titan was the first to jump into the pit. The other sleepers did not hesitate and rushed straight into the depths of the hive tunnels. Next, the sleeper team continued to advance in groups of 5. Beware of dark corners, switch all bullets to tracer rounds. Assign a scout to be on high alert for a potential void Zerg counterattack. Legion Commander Yun Mingyan's gaze fell on Lu Jin's back, and her expression gradually changed from disdain to shock. She originally thought that with the sleeper in Lu Jin's hands, he would make a complete mess of things. But the truth is quite the opposite. Lu Jin is so young, yet he has shown more combat experience than she has. Could it be, as His Majesty the Holy Emperor said, that this young human from Earth is the savior of their sleeper legion? A powerful blessing. Extensive combat experience. Even though he was just a mortal, he was protected by many psychics. This is the first time Yun Mingyan has used the word miraculous to describe someone. At that moment, the scene before them suddenly changed. Under Lu Jin's command, a small team finally arrived at the core area of the insect hive. The huge underground cavern in front of us is now filled with veins that resemble tree roots. At the center of this enormous space, an insect egg beats like a heart. This is the consciousness of the insect king. The moment Lu Jin saw the insect egg, he felt a huge weight lifted from his heart, because he knew very well that the insect queen was inside the egg. Once the insect king emerges from its cocoon, the entire star sea will face a huge crisis. Just as Lu Jin gang breathed a sigh of relief, the insect egg suddenly cracked open. Chapter 77 Disguise. Legion level Titan. Not good. Were they too late? The insect king has actually hatched successfully? How is that possible? Yun Mingyan, aboard the ship, stared at the scene before her in disbelief. The cracks on the insect eggs are increasing, and the creatures inside seem eager to break out of their cocoons. That's impossible. Even if you completely drain this planet, the energy it contains wouldn't be enough to support the hatching of the insect king. That's absolutely impossible. But what lies before them now is the egg of the insect king, about to hatch. Just then, a tiny arm suddenly emerged from the insect egg. Upon seeing this arm, all the sleepers were stunned, because what was presented to them was not the Zerg limbs they had expected. Instead, a delicate, pink-skinned little girl, sculpted like a porcelain doll, struggled out of the insect egg. She landed on the ground and immediately let out a soft, whimpering sound. Ouch, it hurts so much. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Where are my family? Where are my parents? The harmless little girl lay pitifully and helplessly curled up on the ground. The surrounding sleepers were momentarily at a loss as to how to react. In their expectations, weren't they facing a powerful and ferocious insect king? But what about this little girl in front of me? Could they have made a mistake? No matter how you look at it, the little girl in front of you is just a tiny, vulnerable human infant. Have we made a mistake? Even Yun Mingyan, the Legion commander on the bridge, couldn't help but frown slightly. Silver Moon was also somewhat confused. Why was there such a little girl instead of the insect eggs that should have been hatching the insect queen? At that moment, Lu Jin's cold and ruthless voice rang in the ears of all the sleepers. Kill her. Lu Jin's gaze was cold and devoid of any emotion. Legion Commander Yun Mingyan and Inu beside her did not expect that Lu Jin would so decisively issue the order to kill the little girl. Did he not hesitate at all? You must remember that the Voidlings are a race that will stop at nothing to survive. They have no virtues. Everything they do is driven by genetic tendencies. A pure, emotionless, true beast. Lu Jin gave the order again, and one of the sleepers took the lead and walked towards the little girl. He raised the bomb gun in his hand. At that moment, a look of fear appeared in the little girl's eyes. She huddled in the ruins, shivering, her bright eyes radiating a weak aura. Are you going to kill me? At this moment, even the most battle-hardened sleeper felt a slight wavering. But in that instant of wavering, a dark shadow attacked with lightning speed. Claws pierced through the sleeper's body. At this point, the other sleepers realized that a large swarm of insects had surrounded them. The little girl stood in the center of the swarm of insects, her previous pitiful and helpless aura completely gone. Scales grew on her body, and fangs like those of a wild beast sprouted from her mouth. In an instant, she had transformed into a terrifying monster. Swarm, give everything for your queen. At this moment, all the sleepers knew. Because of their momentary hesitation, the insect king gained a brief respite. The endless swarm of insects instantly enveloped the insect king. Before long, a colossal insect king, composed of all the insect swarms, appeared in the sleeper's field of vision. With a wave of his hand, the insect king unleashed a tidal wave of insects that instantly devoured all the sleepers. In a single encounter, all the slumbering beings who had just entered the cave were turned into evolutionary nourishment by the insect king. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown. This insect king must have forced itself to break free of its cocoon and be reborn. It wanted to use the remaining insects to escape our encirclement. The swarm has now coalesced into a rock, and weapons of mass destruction will be necessary to defeat it once again. At this moment, Legion Commander Yun Mingyan stepped forward. She was filled with regret at this moment, realizing that as a Legion Commander, she had been inferior to Lu Jin in her judgment just now. Even if the Sleeper Legion had intervened earlier, it might not have been able to inflict any real damage on the Insect Emperor. After fighting against the Swarm for so many years, he was actually deceived by the Swarm's feigned weakness. This is a disgrace to her, and she must get her revenge herself. Inside the Silent Coffin's hangar, there is a Legion-class Titan. I will descend in a Legion-class Titan to confront the Zerg Emperor. With that, Legion Commander Yun Mingyan left. Upon entering her cabin, Yun Mingyan looked at the psionic amplification chamber before her, which resembled a petri dish. She took a deep breath and stepped back in. She connected the line to her own interface, and a large amount of nutrient solution covered her. At this moment, Yun Mingyan's consciousness reconnected to the psionic space of the Sleeper Legion. Within this space, the sleepers who had been killed by the Insect King stood still and did not awaken immediately. Damn it! If I had pulled the trigger, so many people wouldn't have died. No need for regrets. That's the Insect King. This is the first time we've encountered such a disguise, but it will be the last. What should we do next? If the Insect King really escapes, the entire Star Sea will be plunged into an endless insect plague. Even the Titan mech would have a hard time intercepting the Insect King. Ordinary Titan mechs are indeed inadequate, but what about Legion-class Titans? Yun Mingyan appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the Legion commander, the sleeper's morale soared once more. After all, Yun Mingyan was able to become the commander of the Sleeper's Legion, so she must have some leadership charisma. The Sleepers were even more excited when they heard about the Legion-class Titans. Because the Sleeper's Legion-level Titan is a powerful Titan mech that only Yun Mingyan can pilot. Only with Yun Mingyan's high level of spiritual energy and combat experience could she perfectly control one of the Sleeper's Legion's trump cards. Legion-class Titan dead. I am ready, and I will bring honor to the slumbering one. Authorization successful. Legion-level Titan death has been successfully activated. Within the psionic space, Yun Mingyan's figure gradually transformed into a series of data and disappeared. When Yun Mingyan opened her eyes again, her perspective was already inside a Titan mech. Ready. Lu Jin, standing on the bridge, narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the huge release button on the screen. Legion-class Titan dead. Let me see the true trump card of the Sleeper Legion. Can they turn the tide of the battle? Authorization approved. Begin deployment. Chapter 78, Endless Firepower. Overloaded Firepower Titan. Boom. Before everyone's eyes, a colossal object was dropped onto the planet's surface. The people of the Holy City couldn't help but gasp when they saw such a colossal object. Is this a Titan mech? I have never seen such a massive Titan mech. It is simply a miracle among mechs. His Majesty the God Emperor's power is so immense that he can create such a powerful mecha. This is absolutely stunning. I'm going to include this scene in the think tank of our holy city. Boom, boom, boom. The Legion-class Titan death ship demonstrated to the world the true strength of the expeditionary legions under the God Emperor's command. Similarly, this also dampened the Insect King's hopes for survival once again. Is this still the legion of sleepers that has fought against it for thousands of years? They were a broken army that couldn't even muster enough men, but after that human appeared, they underwent such a transformation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It was so close. You lowly food. I will chew you all up and turn you into nourishment for my growth. The Zerg King, upon seeing such a massive Legion-class Titan mech, roared in fury. Buzz. The dark swarm of insects burst straight out of the ground, countless insects transforming into tentacles that rushed directly towards the massive Legion-class Titan mech. The Legion-class Titan mech stands 100 meters tall, making ordinary mechs appear as tiny supporting characters next to it. Its enormous size results in a terrifying energy consumption and powerful firepower that instills despair and fear in the enemy. Boom. The Legion-class Titan mechs stomped directly on the yellow sand. In an instant, hundreds of Vulcan bomb machine guns were ejected from its body. At that moment, the approaching Void Swarm immediately sensed a threat emanating from the depths of one's bloodline instincts. Die. Fire. Flames filled the sky as the Legion-class Titan mech perished, just as its name suggested. In just a moment, a rain of bullets, numbering in the millions, poured out. A barrage of bullets formed in the air, and under the constant encroachment of the barrage, the tentacles formed by the swarm of insects were completely devoured. The terrifying firepower did not limit the Legion-class Titan mechs. The Legion-class Titan mech took a step forward, like a war god directly attacking the Insect Emperor. This scene filled the Zerg King, the core of the swarm, with a sense of despair. No. Escape. I have absolutely no chance of winning. These instinctive thoughts drove the Insect King to immediately rush towards the sky. But at that moment, several black cannon barrels shot out from the arms of the Legion-class Titan. The cannon barrel was aimed at the Zerg King. The energy laser beam is ready. Emission. The pure and violent beam of energy fell directly into the swarm of insects. In an instant, a large number of voidling corpses turned to ashes, and the voidlings affected by the blast were reduced to ashes that fell into the desert. The laser beam swept across the swarm of insects continuously. In an instant, about half of the insect swarm was wiped out. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage, the Insect King became anxious. It could not die here. At this moment, its gaze fell upon the Legion-class Titan opposite it. All insect swarms, obey my command. Under the command of the Insect Queen, the swarm immediately sprang into action. They rushed towards the Legion-class Titan mech, disregarding everything like moths to a flame, breaking into smaller groups and moving swiftly. Although the Legion-class Titan mechs possess powerful firepower. However, when faced with the swarms of void insects scattered all around, it immediately seemed somewhat powerless. One of the voidlings broke through the barrage and landed directly on the Legion-class Titan mech. Then, the void Zerg creature, its entire body turning crimson, began to expand rapidly. Boom. The void Zerg actually chose to self-destruct. The voidlings, one after another, all fell on Legion-level Titans. Rumble. Faced with the void swarm's suicidal explosive attack, the Legion-class Titan's energy consumption increased exponentially. These damn bugs. Yun Mingyan hadn't expected the void swarm to be so frenzied. Even so, faced with this situation, she could only continuously use the weapons on her body to wipe out the swarms of void insects that tried to approach. But even she couldn't hold on for long if things continued like this. Just then, Lu Jin's voice suddenly rang out in the communication channel. Hello, can you hear me? I can hear it. Very well, I have sent reinforcements to help you. Under no circumstances can we let the Insect King escape. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yun Mingyan's radar detected a massive psionic unit approaching. Before she could react, a dragon shadow appeared in the sky. Shalia transformed into her original form, gazing at the dense swarm of void insects below, and mercilessly gathered psionic energy into her mouth. Psychic Dragon Breath. A dragon's breath struck the Legion-class Titan mech. In an instant, the swarms of insects that had been attached to the Legion-class Titan mechs all fell to the ground. Having escaped the self-destruct attack, the Legion-class Titan mechs were finally free from any worries. Yun Mingyan looked at Cheryl, who was circling not far away, and silently thanked her in her heart. Shiria's psionic dragon breath was, to say the least, perfectly controlled. While eliminating these swarms of insects, no significant damage was inflicted on the Legion-class Titan armor. Just then, a shadow fell over the Legion Titan. Yun Mingyan looked up and saw that the Prometheus was already hovering above her. Lu Jin's voice rang out again on her communication channel. Next, my ship will supply you with enough energy. Fire without restraint. Long before, Lu Jin had already allocated enough resources to High Priest Uxian. Now all these resources have been transformed into pure power and transferred into the Apocalypse Spark. The Apocalypse Flame possesses abundant power, and the Apocalypse Flame possesses immense energy capable of destroying stars. Now it will become the battery for the Legion-class Titan armor. 2 energy delivery pipes dangled from the Prometheus, and the Legion-class Titan mech grabbed them. Yu Tiansong, who was on the bridge of the Prometheus, couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Lu Jin, your ideas are always so crazy. Power the Titan armor with the ship's energy center. Only Lu Jin could come up with such a crazy idea. One wrong move and the mechs and ships would be destroyed. But Lu Jin chose to do it. Because he knew very well that the Sleeper's Legion-class Titan mechs were, at their core, also energy products. Therefore, compared to other Titan mechs, it only needs energy. A huge amount of energy. An endless supply of energy. Only in this way can it become a true weapon of war. Yun Mingyan did not question or raise any questions. She simply grabbed the energy pipe and connected it directly to the Legion-level Titan mech. External energy input detected. Chapter 79 Dragons and Mechs. Void Insect Steel. In an instant, a large amount of energy surged in. Yun Mingyan, inside the Legion-class Titan mech, was even more excited. I don't know how many years have passed, but even during the expedition, she had never fought such a rich battle. Finally, I can let loose and get to work. Energy flowed into the Legion-class Titan mech. In an instant, the psionic level soared, and violent psionic energy overflowed from inside the Titan mech. The eerie green flames instantly enveloped the entire Titan mech. As the controller, Yun Mingyan felt power surging into her limbs. Come on, you bug, let's settle this once and for all. Energy laser beam activated. Vulcan bomb machine guns at full power. The energy core is operating at overload. At this moment, Yun Mingyan, together with the Titan mech, transformed into the most powerful Titan cannon. Shiria was incredibly excited. She had a premonition about the sheer number of voidlings. If she can devour all of these insects this time, perhaps her strength can increase once again. Psychic breath. The raging psionic energy transformed into dragon breath, striking the insect king directly. Even though it was protected by the swarm of insects, the insect queen still let out a shrill scream in the face of such a fierce attack. No. More and more insect swarms are dying. Under Shiria's bombardment of dragon breath, the most crucial insect king was directly exposed. Seizing the opportunity, the Legion Titan unleashed a powerful laser beam, striking the Zerg king, the very core of the swarm. Boom. A massive energy shockwave swept across the entire surface of the earth. When the shockwave subsided, all that could be seen was a devastated ground. And the void Zerg corpses scattered on the ground, almost covering the yellow sand area. Shiria arrived before the insect king, and seeing the dying insect king before her, Shiria did not hesitate at all. Its gaping maw, filled with fangs, delivered a fatal blow to the insect king. After devouring the insect queen, Shiria immediately curled up and began to digest the power within the insect queen in a dormant state. Upon seeing this, Yun Mingyan quickly deactivated the Legion-level Titan. The 100-meter-tall Legion-class Titan dissipated into the air as psionic energy after being deactivated. Activating a Legion-class Titan is definitely a significant burden for Yun Mingyan. Fortunately, the results satisfied everyone. Next, they need to seal off the entire planet and wipe out the remaining voidlings. The corpses of the Void Zerg are also excellent research material for the Holy City. If used properly, they can analyze the weaknesses of the Void Zerg and calmly deal with future encounters. This would be far more rewarding than simply annihilating the planet along with the voidlings. Lu Jin, sitting on the bridge seat of the silent coffin, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. As long as the remaining voidlings are carefully eliminated, they won't pose much of a threat. The Insect Emperor had already been devoured by Shiria, and the remaining void insects, without the command of the Insect Emperor's consciousness, were at best just some troublesome beasts. The battle has ended, and it's time for us to collect our spoils. Escorted by Yin, Lu Jin personally arrived at the location where the Insect King was hatching. At this moment, Yin looked around with some confusion. Without the Insect King's egg, this place is like a dead, rotting piece of flesh. She didn't understand why Lu Jin had come here at this time. What here could be considered spoils of war. As a result, when Lu Jin cut open the membrane of the hatched flesh and blood, Yin was shocked to find that there was actually a metallic material under this flesh and blood. The membrane of flesh and blood can provide the most efficient nutrient supply for the insect eggs. However, what a safe incubator needs is a sufficiently stable building structure. Void steel is a special metallic material that can only be produced by the Void Zerg. Its rarity and value go without saying. Among many biometals, the price of void bug steel is comparable to that of super alloys. Before those guys from the Holy City arrive, take all of this void insect steel and put it into the ship's origin core. Although he had a good relationship with High Priest Uxin. However, Lu Jin wasn't very familiar with the leaders of the other holy cities. Therefore, in order to avoid disputes over the spoils later, Lu Jin decisively chose to strike first. Just as Lu Jin began moving the void insect steel, the troops dispatched by the other holy cities, seeing that the battle was over, also chose to land and share the spoils. The Sleeper's Legion truly lives up to its reputation. Even with the Holy Emperor's sword, the Void Swarm will still be annihilated. I can't believe I've ever seen such a mysterious and powerful expeditionary force in my lifetime. Wang Xiao, captain of the Radiant City and also the City Lord of the Radiant City, greets all those who have fallen into slumber. Representatives from numerous holy cities immediately approached the Sleeper Legion upon landing. because they had already witnessed the formidable strength of these psionic legions. Even a holy city needs a large number of legionary troops to enhance its safety during interstellar travel. Now that the sleepers have demonstrated their formidable strength, they have naturally become highly sought after by many holy cities. Faced with the numerous golden humans from the holy city who were trying to curry favor, the sleeper's gaze remained indifferent, and he didn't even linger on them for long. You mortals, get out of the way. We still need to eliminate the alien insects, so don't block our way. As a soldier, you should discuss such matters with my superior. You guys, don't get in our way. The sleeper mercilessly left behind the golden humans of the holy city. If other races were to call them mortals, these proud golden humans might find them incredibly arrogant. It's a blasphemy against their glory as golden humans. But now, facing these expeditionary legions personally created by the Holy Emperor, instead of being angry, they respectfully made way for them. In the eyes of the golden humans of these holy cities, these slumberers are the supermen in their hearts, the divine representatives of the God Emperor walking among the earth. Just then, one of the holy city leaders discovered that Lu Jin was transporting void insect steel back to his ship. This scene infuriated the other party. Hey, you human from Earth, put down what you're holding. These things are the spoils of war of our golden humans. You thieves, how dare you lay a finger on the resources left to us by His Majesty the Divine Emperor? Oh. Lu Jin glanced at the arrogant leader of the holy city, but did not take him seriously at all. The Fang drones continued transporting voidworm steel. Seeing that he was being ignored, the leader of the holy city became even more furious. With a wave of his hand, several holy city guards appeared around him. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 80, Strict Hierarchy. Level up. What are you doing? At this moment, High Priest Uxin was the first to step forward. Her gaze was sharp, and she exuded an aura of authority unique to high priests. The holy city guards of Moonshadow Holy City did not hesitate at all, instantly drawing their weapons and aiming at those holy city guards who were threatening Lu Jin. Even the leader of the holy city was stunned by the decisive action taken by High Priest Uxin. What's going on? Shouldn't High Priestess Uxin be on his side? High Priest, do you know what you're doing? I know perfectly well. At this moment, the leaders of the other holy cities were somewhat at a loss. Because of a human from Earth, the leaders of two holy cities actually chose to confront each other directly? They've never seen anything like this before. Even in the entire history of the golden humans, it has never been seen before. The humans of this blue planet should put these things down. These spoils of war are treasures left to us, the golden humans, by His Majesty the God Emperor. What right does a mere human from Earth have to covet these treasures? He is not just a human from Earth. He is also the hero who saved the Sleeper Legion, and the one chosen by His Majesty the God Emperor to bestow blessings upon him. Both morally and logically, he deserves all these spoils of war. What I deserve. Upon hearing this, the leader of the holy city snorted coldly. His gaze fell on the Sleeper Legion not far away. In his eyes, these insect plagues were brought down by the Sleeper Legion. It has absolutely nothing to do with the humans on this blue planet. The insect plague was wiped out by the Sleeper Legion, and the distribution of the spoils should also be the right of the Sleeper Legion. What if our Sleeper Legion agrees? As the leaders of the holy city were discussing the matter, a sleeper whose physique was even more robust than that of an ordinary sleeper appeared in their field of vision. The sleeper stepped forward, and unlike ordinary sleepers, it had a cloak on the back of its power armor that symbolized the honor of sleepers. The emerald green cloak fluttered without wind, and the sleeper stepped forward, his tall figure standing directly before the holy city leader like a war god. The immense pressure was like a mountain, standing tall before everyone. At that moment, all the leaders of the holy city couldn't help but swallow hard. The sleeper before me is completely different from the other sleepers. Both their appearance and their aura are worlds apart. At this moment, the surrounding sleepers stood up and saluted the sleeper before them. Welcome back, Legion Commander. Legion Commander? Is this sleeper the commander of the Sleeper Legion? Then everything can be explained. Unlike the appearance of other sleepers, he wears a legion cloak symbolizing glory, exuding a terrifying aura as imposing as a mountain. These are all characteristics of it. As a legion commander, Lu Jin was also somewhat surprised to see the sleeper in front of him, because this was the first time he had seen Yun Mingyan's projection state. It has to be said that she looks more like a legion commander in this appearance. Before anyone could react, Yun Mingyan dropped a bombshell. Since you said that the distribution of the spoils would be left to our Sleeper Legion. Now, let me introduce you. This is the new commander of our Sleeper Legion. According to the Legion hierarchy left by the God Emperor, the commander has all command authority over the Legion and his authority is above that of the Legion commander. Now, do you have any further questions? What? Is Lu Jin the new commander of the Sleeper Legion? On what grounds? This news was like a depth charge, causing the heads of all the Holy City leaders to explode. They were still thinking about how to win over the Sleeper Legion to their side. As it turned out, the Sleeper Legion had already chosen its commander. The crucial point is that this commander isn't even a golden human? No, I disagree. As the expeditionary force established by His Majesty the God Emperor, shouldn't you serve the golden humans? That's right. How could a mere human from Earth compare to a golden human? I disagree. His Majesty the Divine Emperor's decree is absolutely not like that. The leaders of the Holy City were in an uproar, with almost no one agreeing that Lu Jin should take the Sleeper Legion away. But when faced with the discussions, Yun Mingyan displayed absolute authority. She suddenly drew the thunder sword from her back, the greatsword falling to the ground. She stood there, sword in hand, her gaze sweeping over the many leaders of the Holy City. First, the Sleeper's Legion serves only His Majesty the Emperor. You are not within our service scope. Secondly, it was he who saved the Sleeper Legion from their dire straits, the human beings of Earth whom you looked down upon. Where were you then? The Sleeper's Legion serves only His Majesty the God Emperor, who has said that we must be loyal to a human who represents his will. Whether this human is from Earth, a planet of gold, or from another planet. The Sleeper's Legion serves only His Majesty the God Emperor. Are you questioning His Majesty the Divine Emperor? Yun Mingyan spoke her last sentence with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the Holy City immediately turned extremely ugly. Even so, they dared not continue to refute. Because if they continue to refute, it means they are questioning His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Among the golden humans, anyone who dares to question the Holy Emperor is a threat. Even if you are the leader of the Holy City, the angry mob can drag you off your throne in a matter of minutes. The Holy Emperor is an unquestionable figure in the hearts of the golden humans. Therefore, the leaders of the Holy City dared not say anything more. In some ways, these sleepers are more esteemed than their leaders, because they were an expeditionary force personally established by His Majesty the Divine Emperor. It can be said that each of them has a close connection with the God Emperor, which is related to their lives in the Holy City. The golden humans, whose appearance can only be imagined through statues and documents, must be far stronger than the gods. The problem was solved so easily that Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that Yun Mingyan, as the Legion commander of the Sleepers, would stand so firmly on his side. At the same time, he became even more curious. Who exactly is this Holy Emperor? Was his control of the Sleeper Legion also within his grasp? While pondering this, Lu Jin poured the Void Worm steel into the origin core of the Prometheus. The moment one of the Void Worm steels was put into the origin core, the progress bar on the screen finally reached 100%. Ding! Upgrade progress has reached 100%. Please select the next evolution path for your ship. After countless materials were fed in, the ship's upgrade progress finally reached 100%. Next, Lu Jin will have to choose the evolution path of the Origin battleship. Chapter 81 Origin Arc Route. Unlock the shield system. Finally, we can upgrade the Origin warship to a medium-sized warship. Looking at the progress bar on the screen that had finally reached completion, Lu Jin smiled with delight. After all, he had scavenged all sorts of materials in order to upgrade the Origin battleship. And the Origin battleship did not disappoint him, granting the battleship countless powerful abilities with each upgrade. Now that the ships are finally reaching the level of medium battleships, Lu Jin began to feel curious. What new abilities will be unlocked when the Origin warship is upgraded to a medium battleship? Upon opening the evolution panel, the first thing you see is the first upgrade path provided by the ship system. Firepower-focused warship route. Upgrade Route 1. Evolve into an Origin-class firepower warship. Unlock the secondary gun's space collapse missile. Unlock the shield's shockwave counterattack shield system. And unlock the Milo's alloy armor. Ship weapon systems have been enhanced by 100% in power and energy charging efficiency by 50%. As described in the ship's systems panel. Pure firepower. The unlocked weapons, shields, and armor are all geared towards combat, to maximize the firepower of the entire ship. But this evolutionary path did not particularly excite Lu Jin. Since he will inevitably form a combined fleet in the future, The problem of insufficient firepower can be solved by increasing the number of firepower warships in the combined fleet. Therefore, the firepower route is not the route that Lu Jin can accept the most. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin skipped the first firepower warship route. Our attention then turned to the second evolutionary path. Upgrade Route 2. Evolve into the Origin Heavy Fortress Battleship. Unlock the secondary cannon's multi-directional rapid-fire attack. Unlock the advanced Vajra shield system. And unlock the Eternal Alloy Armor. Ship defense capabilities increased by 100%, and ship self-repair capabilities increased by 50%. This evolutionary path showed no interest whatsoever after just one glance at Lu Jin. Compared to the pure firepower warship route, this heavy fortress route is exactly the opposite. But opening a turtle shell is not Lu Jin's favorite thing. Next, Lu Jin continued to look at other evolutionary paths. It must be said that the Origin warship truly deserves its reputation as a gem of the galaxy, even though it has only been upgraded to a medium-sized ship. Lu Jin saw a large number of evolutionary paths. No wonder everyone says that the Origin warship is unique, and each one has a different evolution path, depending on the way it is raised. Lu Jin has over 100 upgrade paths to choose from this time. That's just too exaggerated. For the first time, Lu Jin experienced the torment of decision-making difficulties. Finally, after considering it for a day and a night, Lu Jin looked at the two routes in front of him. Evolution Route 1. Evolve into an Origin space battleship. The Origin space battleship has fully unlocked the space teleportation function. Furthermore, the spatial teleportation function has been enhanced. In overload mode, it can even briefly create a spatial wormhole for escape. It can be said that this Origin space warship is like an uncapturable ghost ship. As long as it isn't instantly killed, it can easily escape amidst a massive army. For Lu Jin, who is still being hunted by the Blackstone pirates, this evolutionary path is undoubtedly the best choice. But the second route made Lu Jin even more conflicted. Evolution Route 2. Evolve into the Origin Arc Battleship. Unlock the Origin Life Cultivation Pod. Unlock the Void Shield System. And unlock the Void Insect Steel Armor. The ship's energy circulation system has been upgraded by 100%, and the ship will acquire a special plant origin spirit tree. Of all the evolutionary paths, the one that Lu Jin couldn't understand the most was the one originating from the Arc warship. But he could see the origin tree, because in his past life, he had seen an introduction to the origin tree in a historical document. This is a plant on the verge of extinction in the Star Sea. The reason it went extinct was simple. It was very powerful. It can convert all energy into any type of energy substance. In other words, it can convert all energy into psionic energy, just like a sleeper. However, the origin tree can convert spiritual energy into other energy substances, which is something the sleepers cannot do. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Jin finally chose the Arc route. His next plan was to subdue the Starsea Elf race. Having this origin tree will be of great help to my upcoming plans. After all, I had only seen this thing in historical documents. He knew all too well that even if he were reborn, he might not be able to get his hands on this thing. Therefore, Lu Jin decisively chose to take her down. Ding! Congratulations on successfully choosing your evolutionary path. After Lu Jin chose the evolution path, the entire ship immediately began to reorganize and evolve itself. Seeing the ship begin to transform and reassemble, Yun Mingyan and Yu Xian on the ground were slightly taken aback before they realized what was happening. Is this the beginning of the evolution of the Origin battleship? Rumor has it that while the Origin warship can be upgraded indefinitely, upgrading it to a medium or large ship requires a large amount of resources. Judging from the appearance of this ship, it seems that Lu Jin has completed the upgrade of the ship from a small ship to a medium-sized ship. It's unclear how many evolution paths his ships have, or which path he chose. Regardless of which path he chooses, it demonstrates that his strength will be further enhanced. This upgrade and evolution lasted for nearly a week. During this period, the sleepers carried out a series of cleansing operations across the entire planet. Only after confirming that no voidlings had been missed on the planet did they begin sending people from the Holy City to conduct a series of archaeological discoveries at the ruins. After Lu Jin finished upgrading the ship, he said goodbye to High Priest Yu Xian and then decisively chose to leave. After the Sleepers' Legion chose to join, the Silent Coffin also became one of Lu Jin's escort ships. Not long after leaving this planet, Lu Jin chose to jump. He knew very well that more and more holy cities would choose to come to this star system in the future. In just this week, 10 holy cities have arrived. The more holy cities there are, the more leaders there are. The more people there are, the more trouble there will be for both yourself and the sleepers. Therefore, in order to avoid getting into trouble, Lu Jin decisively chose to leave this place of trouble. High Priest Uxin was well aware of this, so she did not choose to stop it. Lu Jin opened the coordinate map of the Star Sea, entered a coordinate, and then pressed the automatic cruise system. Upon seeing the coordinates, both Yue and Yulan looked at Lu Jin with some emotion. "Captain, where do you plan to go next?" Faced with their questions, Lu Jin smiled confidently. "You know perfectly well why you're asking. Of course, it's to save your people." Chapter 82: The Origin Tree. The Last Starry Sea Spirit. Previously, Lu Jin had been thinking about becoming a powerful psychic after his psychic powers were tested. Then, gene repair technology will be used to save the Star Sea Elf race. But now, the addition of the Sleeper Legion has caused him to change his plans. With so many psionicists around, I only need to give them a little guidance to master gene repair technology. Upon hearing the news, both Yue and Yolan's eyes welled up with tears, although they didn't mention it during this time. However, the safety of the Star Sea Elf race was always on their minds. Now that there's finally progress, how could they not be excited? Lu Jin reassured the two, then left the bridge and headed straight for the recently unlocked Origin Life Pod. It can be said that the Origin Life Pod and the Origin Spirit Tree are the core and soul of the Origin Warship Arc's evolutionary path. Upon entering the Origin Life Pod, Lu Jin was astonished to find that the space inside was far larger than he had imagined. Before he had taken more than a few steps, Lu Jin discovered that the Origin Life Pod was in a corner. Shiria was fast asleep in the corner, carrying a sleeping bag. Sensing Lu Jin's presence, Cheryl opened her sleepy eyes and let out a long yawn. "Oh, it's the captain. I thought the energy concentration in this compartment was pretty good, so I fell asleep here. I hope it didn't cause any trouble." "It's okay, you can go back to sleep." Since consuming the Void Swarm, Shiria has become extremely sleepy. But Lu Jin knew very well that this was proof of her continuous evolution. Only a large intake of energy could put her, the hunting star dragon, into this state. Lu Jin didn't look at Shiria again. His gaze was fixed on the air above the life cultivation pod. As a mortal being, Lu Jin naturally couldn't be like Cheryl. I could clearly feel the various changes in the space. But his keen senses told him that the life cultivation chamber was different from the other chambers. The key factor that brought about this change is the origin tree at the center of the life cultivation chamber and its unique energy cycle system. Walking all the way to the very center, Lu Jin saw a sapling. The sapling, barely the length of a palm, emitted different colors of light with every breath. Each of these pathways contains different energy fluctuations. The origin tree absorbs energy from the air, transforms it into different forms of energy, and then releases it. After being released, it is absorbed again, and the cycle continues. Seeing this, Lu Jin decisively took out an energy detector, turned it on, and immediately began to detect the energy composition in the air. The energy composition of this environment is being analyzed. Parsing successful. The energy substances detected in space so far include psionic energy, thermal energy, and radiant energy. Seeing the energy composition above the space detector, Lu Jin couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If I hadn't been wearing a protective suit, all that energy would probably have caused my body to mutate. After checking the condition of the origin tree, Lu Jin transported some energy ore. The energy ore is crushed and then placed into the cultivation chamber of the origin spirit tree. Hopefully, this origin tree can grow rapidly, which will greatly solve Lu Jin's future energy problems. And so, the Prometheus sailed through the Sea of Stars for some time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin finally arrived at the coordinates provided by Yu and Yulan. Similarly, this is also the place where the Starry Sea Elves now reside. Looking at the desolate galaxy before him, Lu Jin even wondered if he had come to the wrong place. This galaxy was the most desolate galaxy Lu Jin had ever seen. Even the galaxy where the Sleeping Legion was located was not as desolate as this one. The sun at the center of the galaxy is nearing the end of its life, and the heat it emits is no longer sufficient to support the galaxy's growth and development. After using the detector, Lu Jin discovered that several planets in this star system contain numerous ruins of ancient civilizations. Clearly, the inhabitants of this galaxy had long since left this planet in search of a better new home due to the galaxy's depletion. But just as Lu Jin was filled with deep doubt, Yu and Yulan simultaneously pointed to one of the most inconspicuous planets and said, "It's right there." Following their gaze, Lu Jin saw a barren and dull planet come into view. This planet is unremarkable, standing out like a stone among the many planets, utterly devoid of luster. Lu Jin landed both ships on the planet's surface. When the ship landed and Lu Jin stepped off, he realized that the planet was far more barren than he had imagined. It stretched as far as the eye could see. All of it was stone. No energy fluctuations can be detected inside this planet. It's a complete Death Star. Do the Star Elves live on this planet? With the strength of the Star Elf race, they could have chosen a better living environment. So why did they choose to live on this desolate dead star? While Lu Jin was pondering, Yin and Yulan looked around. Their gazes were complex. Just as Lu Jin had said, with the Star Sea Elf race's powerful spiritual energy talent, they could have chosen a better planet to live on. The problem is that their race is too small. When a race reaches an endangered level, even the strongest individuals among them cannot save it. On the contrary, because of their scarcity, they are very likely to be targeted by bounty hunters. Meanwhile, Yin and Yulan led Lu Jin and his group on a spaceship to the place where the Star Sea Elves lived. After a long journey, they arrived at the Star Sea Elves' residence. The bottom of a huge impact crater caused by a meteorite has been carved out with numerous channels. Just like the mines on an extremely cold planet, the remaining star spirits are hiding inside this planet. The appearance of Lu Jin and his group immediately attracted the attention of the Star Sea Elf guards at the entrance. The moment they saw Silver Moon and Orchid, the Star Sea Elf guards' expressions instantly brightened. Silver Moon? Orchid, you finally returned. Green Pearl? Twilight Sparkle? Yue and Yulan were deeply moved when they saw the two guards. When they chose to leave, neither of them thought they would ever be able to return. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards, Yin and Yulan introduced Lu Jin to their clansmen. It was this hero, our captain. He was the one who helped us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to return here. Upon hearing about Yue and Yulan's experiences, the two guards clenched their fists. If it weren't for the genetic defects in the Star Sea Elves, how could Silver Moon and Orchid have ended up in such a predicament? Chapter 83: The Prodigal Son Returns Home. This is a huge scam. I am Green Pearl, and I am extremely grateful to Hero Lu Jin for saving our sisters. Silver Moon, Orchid, you have sacrificed so much for the Star Sea Elf race, but thankfully nothing bad has happened to you. If anything were to happen to you, even if we managed to survive here, we would likely spend our lives in regret. The two Star Sea Elves felt a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, the Star Elves were an invincible and noble race in the universe. Now, however, they can only eke out a living on this desolate planet. But when facing their two companions, Yue and Yulan swept away their past gloom. Because they brought back Lu Jin, and they also knew that Lu Jin could repair the genetic defects of the Star Sea Elves. As long as the genetic defects can be repaired, the rise of the Star Sea Elves is only a matter of time. Led by Green Pearl and Twilight Sparkle, Lu Jin followed Silver Moon and Orchid into the passage. The intricate network of passages made Lu Jin feel as if he had lost his guidance. Even if we return the way we came, we might not be able to find the correct way back. Just then, they stopped in front of a wall. This place seemed like a dead end, but after the leader, Green Pearl, used her psionic energy to infuse the wall, things changed. A brand new passage appeared before them. After passing through the passage, they arrived at an underground space. Looking at such a well-hidden stronghold, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh. The Starry Sea Elf is really cautious. Everyone, Silver Moon and Orchid are back. With Green Pearl's call, the previously silent underground space seemed to be activated. As the psionic particles dissipated, one after another extremely simple stone houses appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. Immediately afterwards, the Star Sea spirits discarded their disguises. At this moment, Lu Jinkai suddenly realized that the lives of these Star Sea Elves were not good. Not to mention their tattered clothes. Even their food was extremely scarce. How could such a powerful race live in such poverty? They looked just like a group of refugees. Silver Moon, Orchid, you finally returned. A star sprite with long silver hair and dressed in linen clothes emerged. Her gaze fell on Yue and Yulan, as if she were looking at two lost children returning home. Upon seeing the Starry Sea Elf, both Yue and Yulan's eyes were filled with tears. Because the Starry Sea Elf before them was an elder of their race. She is also their common mother, as well as the biological mother of Yue and Yulan. They had already sacrificed themselves in battle after battle. These orphans were mostly raised by the elders in front of them. Elder Aelin, we're back. Even though Yin and Yulan are usually very strong outside, they now rushed into Elder Ai Lan's arms like children. Enjoying the long-awaited embrace, Elder Aelin lovingly stroked their soft hair. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. After you left the clan, you didn't even send a message back. You have no idea how worried Elder Aelin and we were about you. Green Pearl, standing nearby, complained somewhat angrily. But it was this sentence that made Lu Jin, who was standing next to him, frown slightly, sensing that something was amiss. You mean to say that Yue and Yulan haven't been heard from since they left this place? Yes. Could something have happened to them? No, they have no problem. Lu Jin recalled that she had spent a lot of money to buy the two sisters at the auction. So where did this money go? If this money had actually ended up in the hands of the Starry Sea Elf, then the Starry Sea Elf would be living a miserable life, just like she is now. Yue and Yulan also realized what was happening and looked at Elder Aelin. Elder Aelin, we've worked as mercenaries over the years and earned quite a bit of money. Didn't I send you all this money along with the letters? Money? Trust? Although the Starry Sea spirits have been constantly changing their hiding places over the years in order to evade bounty hunters. However, each time the Star Sea Elf clan changes, they send the coordinates to Silver Moon and Orchid using psychic messages that only Star Sea Elves can understand. However, the result was that neither the letters sent by Silver Moon and Orchid nor the letters received by the Star Sea Elf were accepted. Everything was in the middle, intercepted by an unknown entity. Upon learning the truth, Yu and Yulan clenched their fists, a surge of anger rising from the depths of their hearts. They risked their lives outside, even selling their freedom. But now they have learned that this hard-earned money has never reached the hands of their people. Lu Jin immediately turned on his communication terminal and found Cui Yusin's communication signal. Far away in the dazzling galaxy, Jadeheart was slightly taken aback when it suddenly saw the signal pop up on the terminal. After realizing it was Lu Jin, she quickly connected to the communication. Lu Jin, you're alright. Cui Yusin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt incredibly sorry for Lu Jin regarding the Blackstone pirates. This guilt even made her think about it every time she fell asleep. In fact, Cui Yusin tried to contact Lu Jin more than once to ascertain his safety. However, Cui Yusin was afraid that the Blackstone pirates would use this to intercept her communication signals, thus putting Lu Jin in danger once again. So she kept quiet and patient. Lu Jin's renewed attack brought her a sense of relief. It's me, and I'm fine now. However, I need your help with something. Help? Don't even mention being busy. Even if there were 10 or 20, Cui Yusin would not even flinch. Lu Jin's contributions to the Gemstone family are unparalleled. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Cui Yusin decisively agreed. I need you to investigate where the funds went after I bought Silver Moon and Orchid. Investigate the flow of funds from the auction. Originally, this was a violation of the rules of the Gem family. However, the Gem family has now been restructured, and Lu Jin's position within the Gem family is unshakable. Investigating the flow of funds is naturally a piece of cake. Soon, Cui Yusin found out the truth, but after she found out, she frowned as if she knew why Lu Jin wanted to investigate the flow of these funds. Because of this, the funds ultimately ended up in the hands of an organization. Moreover, Jadeheart even conducted a reverse investigation and found that all the mercenary commissions that Silver Moon and Orchid had previously earned were deposited into this organization's account. The investigation revealed that all the funds were ultimately deposited into a single account. The account holder is a bounty hunter. Chapter 84 The Bounty Hunters. The Evolved Starry Sea Elves. Bounty hunter? Moreover, according to my investigation, this bounty hunter is an organized group. He belongs to a bounty hunter group called the Greedy Golden Wolf Gang. This Greedy Gold Wolf Gang is considered one of the most notorious groups among bounty hunters. It's a haven for outlaws, space pirates, and all sorts of scammers. Lu Jin, do you need my help? I can help with this little thing. The reason Cui Yusin said this was because she felt that the Gemstone family felt too guilty towards Lu Jin. When the Blackstone pirates arrived, all Jadeheart could do was to tell Lu Jin to escape. What exactly did Lu Jin go through to finally escape the pursuit of the Blackstone pirates? Jadeheart had no idea, nor could she empathize with her. But she knew that the Gem family had wronged Lu Jin. If the Gem family had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. When Lu Jin received Cui Yusin's request for help, he simply replied with a curt statement. You don't need to do this. Rebuilding the Gem family requires more effort. I will handle the matter of the Greedy Golden Wolf Gang myself. A mere bounty hunter group is not enough to bother me. After obtaining the information he needed, Lu Jin hung up the communication. Lu Jin was slightly surprised by the result, but also felt it was reasonable. Bounty hunters are a mixed bag of people. Given their identities, it's understandable that Yin and Yulan were being targeted. It can only be said that Yue and Yulan were too naive back then. These damn bounty hunters, how dare they deceive us like this? Silver Moon gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. With stars everywhere, finding a bounty hunter is like finding a needle in a haystack. And now that the Star Sea Elf race is safe and sound, I'll just consider it a lesson learned. The most urgent task is to gather our people together and use gene repair technology to resolve our current predicament. Elder, gather the rest of the clansmen here. Our captain possesses the technology to repair genetic defects. Yulan and I have now completely escaped the curse of genetic defects. What? Techniques for repairing genetic defects? Does such technology truly exist in the Star Sea? But when Elder Aelin used his spiritual energy to examine Yue and Yulan's bodies, he was shocked to find that the genetic defects in their bodies had actually been repaired. This is simply unbelievable. Then, Elder Aelin realized what was happening. As the most respected Star Sea Elf in the clan, she actually knelt down directly in front of Lu Jin, as if she were paying homage to a god. On behalf of the Starry Sea Elf clan, I thank you for your mercy. From now on, we, the Starry Sea Elf clan, will build a statue for you and sing your praises for eternity. Seeing this, Lu Jin stepped forward and helped Elder Aelin up. You don't need to do this. I promised Silver Moon and Orchid all of this. Besides, I've already gotten what I wanted. That's right. Through this operation, he will surely gain the loyalty of the Starry Sea Elves. In this way, he would have 2 psionic units under his command, the Sleepers and the Star Elves. With such strength, in terms of land warfare capabilities, their fleet can definitely be called an elite fleet among elites. But these words took on a different meaning when they reached Elder Aelin's ears. What do you want? Elder Aelin glanced at Yin and Yulan. When she saw the way Silver Moon kept glancing at Lu Jin, she knew all too well what that look was like, as an old Star Sea Elf. I see. Silver Moon is definitely one of the best in our clan. Elder Aelin looked at Lu Jin with satisfaction. Although Lu Jin is merely a human from Earth, the strength he has displayed far surpasses that of all other interstellar races. Moreover, his act of saving the Star Elf race is nothing short of heroic. As the most beautiful member of the Star Sea Elf race, Silver Moon deserves a hero like Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin nodded in deep agreement. Yes, I know perfectly well. Along the way, Lu Jin understood the formidable strength and talent that Yin displayed. Given time, she will surely become the most dazzling warrior in the Starry Sea. Lu Jin and Elder Aelin exchanged a smile, as if they both understood what the other was thinking. Elder Aelin, let the rest of the Star Sea Elves come out. From now on, you won't have to hide anymore. I will hire you as my crew and help you fix your genetic defects. Of course, if you don't want to be my crew, I will set you free. Elder Aelin understood perfectly after hearing these words. Lu Jin said that he wanted to hire them as crew members in order to protect them. After all, becoming crew members at least guarantees their personal safety, and they don't have to live such an uncertain life now. However, Elder Aelin did not choose to agree immediately, since she could not guarantee what choice the remaining clansmen would make. After gathering all the Star Sea Elves, Lu Jin glanced at them and was shocked to find that their situation was far more dire than he had imagined. First, there's the number of people, which is less than 10,000. There were thousands of Star Sea Elves, and not a single one of them was male. Most importantly, there are thousands of Star Sea Elves, including some children. These children were all female without exception. Reproduction is difficult enough, and there are no male Starry Sea Elves yet. Such a race, even if left unchecked, is destined for extinction sooner or later. But at that moment, Yin and Yulan realized something was wrong. Elder, are some people missing? Yeah, where's Yukine? It's definitely Yukine who's still sleeping in. She's been playing with us since we were kids, you know that. That's true. Yukine is the one who loves to sleep in the most. But then, Yin and Yulan noticed that Elder Aelin's expression remained completely unchanged. She looked at Yin and Yulan, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Silver Moon, Orchid, and the rest of the clansmen are here. Everyone else is gone. Over the years, the Starry Sea Elf has moved around to many places, and in the process of moving, it is inevitable that its whereabouts will be exposed, and it will be hunted down. Given all these factors, it's fortunate that so many people are still alive today. So, Qingyi and the others are not here. Yin and Yulan were unable to accept this outcome for a while. But looking at the remaining members of their tribe, they took a deep breath to calm their anger. At that moment, Lu Jin placed his hand on Yinyu's shoulder and his voice rang in Yu's ear. Leave the revenge to me. I'm an expert at that. Chapter 85. The Second Legion is established. Let the starry sea elves bloom once more. Captain, thank you. At this point, this was all Silvermoon could say. Lu Jin nodded, and then began to organize the members of the Star Sea Elf clan to board his ship. After boarding the ship, the still-growing star elves, like curious and mischievous children, looked the ship up and down. Elder, the food here smells delicious. Elder, there's a room where hot water is coming out. Elder, the beds here are so soft. Elder, can we stay here indefinitely? These children, who have never experienced the world, have been constantly on the run and hiding since they can remember. They have never enjoyed life, yet they suffer the constant threat of racial annihilation. Looking at the children before him, Elder AI Lan's eyes were filled with heartache. Sure, the other star spirits were even more heartbroken upon seeing this. They can't go on like this, or their children won't even know what bread is when they perish. It's better to die gloriously than to live a humiliating and miserable life. At this moment, Elder Alan was the first to step forward. Mr. Lu Jin, let me proceed with the gene repair technique first. Elder Alan was also well aware that the Star Sea Elf race needed to change. Change needs someone to drive it. Silver Moon and Orchid have already created an opening, and Lu Jin has also given the Star Sea Elves hope. Now, it's up to her to completely turn things around. Lu Jin remained silent and led Elder AI Lan to a pre-prepared medical pod. Inside the medical pod, a sleeper was already prepared. This sleeper once served as a medic in the Legion and also possesses strong psionic control abilities. Under Lu Jin's tutelage, he has become proficient in using psychic energy to perform gene repair surgery. Even so, today is still his first surgery. Let's get started. Everything is ready, compared to the rudimentary environment of the brilliant galaxies. Now, all sorts of life detection instruments are ready and waiting in the medical wards. This way, even if there are mistakes, the surgical process can be quickly adjusted, greatly improving the success rate of the surgery. Surgery begins. Elder Alan withdrew all of his psionic defenses. The sleeper, on the other hand, uses psychic energy to infuse Elder Alan's body. The spiritual energy within the body transformed into countless threads, reaching down to the genetic level, and began to continuously construct and repair the genetic defects within the Star Sea Elf's body. The entire surgery lasted an hour, with everyone's eyes fixed on the life support equipment. But the life support equipment did not make any unusual noises until the end of the surgery. When the surgery ended, Elder AI Lan opened her eyes and experienced a sensation she had never felt before. At that moment, she felt as if an iceberg had melted, and she had been reborn. It was a success. Elder AI Lan looked incredulous, even though she had already seen the 2 successful cases of Silver Moon and Orchid. But now, even after completing her surgery, she still feels like she's living in a dream. Seeing this, the other Star Sea spirits all gained confidence. This gene repair surgery lasted for nearly a month. In the end, all the Star Sea Elves completed their genetic repair. This means that their race is no longer limited, and from now on every day they exist is a period of growth for their race. Great Mr. Lu Jin, you are the savior of all the Star Sea Elves. After these days, we at Starry Sea Elf have reached a unanimous decision. We will accept your employment and become your crew. In gratitude for your kindness, our spiritual energy will become a sharp sword in your hands. Any enemy you have will become an enemy of us, Star Elf. Hearing this, Lu Jin took a deep breath. All Star Elf clan. They are still the Star Elf race, without any racial defects. It will become an indispensable asset to him. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Jin calmed down and handed the crew employment contract to Elder AI Lan. You don't need to pledge allegiance to me or dedicate everything to me. You can take a look at this employment contract. I will provide you with appropriate treatment as crew members, and this employment contract is not permanent. If the contract expires and you have your own pursuits, you can choose not to renew it with me. Elder Alan took the contract, and when she saw its contents, she was even more shocked. As the great benefactor of the entire Star Sea Elf race, Lu Jin could have made even more outrageous demands. He even offered to let the Starry Sea Elves work for him for free, but he didn't do that. The contract mentioned above has a term of only 10 years, which is nothing short of fleeting for the long-lived Star Elves. Furthermore, during the contract period, Lu Jin will also pay Star Sea Elf a salary and give bonuses based on combat performance. Most importantly, the contract only applies to adult Starry Sea Elves. Minor Star Elf will enjoy all the benefits and privileges on the ship for free. The contents of this contract are simply incredibly generous. In no time, several Star Sea elves signed contracts. Elder AI Lon looked at the contract in front of him, and then at Lu Jin. He even felt a little guilty. Mr. Lu Jin, isn't this contract a bit too good? All races in the Star Sea are born equal, and I, Lu Jin, am not the kind of person who enjoys exploiting others. Upon hearing this, Elder AI Lon understood. Why would the proud starry sky elf Silver Moon fall in love with a human from Earth? If she weren't a bit older, perhaps I would have fallen for Lu Jin too. Soon, all the Star Sea elves signed a contract. Lu Jin put away the contracts. Not a single one was missing. It couldn't be better. Very good. From now on you will all be crew members of my fleet. From now on, you don't need to call me hero or anything like that. Just call me captain. Next, I will travel to a commercial planet to purchase various equipment for everyone. For this operation, I only ask one thing of you. That means there's no need to hide. You must show your true colors and let the whole starry sky know that you've returned. What? Do we want to expose them to the public eye? This decision made many Starry Sea elves hesitate. After all, they have been hiding for too long. Wouldn't suddenly exposing them give those who are tracking them an opportunity? But soon, Inu understood Lu Jin's purpose, and she stepped forward to look at her compatriots. Now that we've become members of the Fireseed fleet, we no longer need to hide ourselves. It's time to tell those people that we, the Starry Sea elves, have returned. Only by delivering a powerful blow can we make them understand that we are not commodities. Chapter 86, A Showy Display. Qin Mowu's Blood Servant Fleet. Business Planet, O'Hart. A commercial planet located at the intersection of the endless sea of stars and the outer sea of stars. To do business here, in addition to having a certain amount of capital, you also need to have strong capabilities. Although this planet is a commercial planet, the power dynamics are complex, and there is no order to speak of. Lu Jin chose this planet as a preparation for entering the endless sea of stars. The ship docked in O'Hart starport, the ship's hatch opened, and Lu Jin was the first to step out. Immediately following behind, Inu and Yulan followed closely behind. After the two stepped out of the hatch, they looked back and saw many star elves standing hesitantly in front of the hatch. Friends, we are no longer who we used to be. It's time to take that crucial step. That's right. Be confident. From today onwards, we are no longer rootless duckweed. We are crew members of the Fireseed fleet. There is nothing to be afraid of. At the urging of Inue and Yulan, Elder Aelin took a deep breath and took the first step. Immediately afterwards, the other Starry Sky spirits also emerged from the hatch. The light fell upon them, and for the first time, the Starry Sky elves stood openly on this land. They stared blankly at their surroundings, as if they had not yet adapted to these changes. At this moment, the surrounding alien races also turned their attention to this place. Are they star elves? Isn't their race on the verge of extinction? Wow, so many star spirits. What kind of day is this? Rumor has it that on the black market, the bounty for a star elf is approaching 100 million credits. 100 million credits? If all these star elf were sold on the black market, wouldn't we make a fortune? At this point, the eyes of the surrounding alien races turned greedy. Noticing the familiar gazes gathering around them, the Star Sea elves became timid and hesitant, like startled rabbits. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but facepalm. Have the star elves been hiding for too long and forgotten that they are actually one of the most powerful psionic races in the Star Sea? But at this moment, Silver Moon and Orchid were not as good as the other Star Sea elves. They had been following Lu Jin for some time, facing the greedy gazes of those who coveted their people. The most ruthless Silver Moon showed no mercy and drew her own blade directly. As spiritual energy flowed into the blade, an invisible, sharp aura, like a storm, instantly spread outwards from the center of the Silver Moon. When this razor-sharp psionic pressure descended upon those alien races, they were instantly jolted awake from their greed, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Their momentary greed made them forget the terrifying psychic abilities of the Star Sea elves. The surrounding alien races quickly dispersed, no longer daring to look in their direction. You see, as long as you are tough enough, no one will covet our identity. Silver Moon was very patient and earnest in her advice to her people. Upon seeing the Silver Moon, the Starry Sea elves gradually regained their confidence. They followed Lu Jin out of Star Harbor and headed straight for O'Hart's business center. Just as Lu Jin was about to leave Starport, he seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to look at a certain place. Seeing this, Inu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask with concern. What's wrong, Captain? Fine. Lu Jin frowned slightly, because just now, he had noticed someone observing him. But when he turned around, he didn't see anyone. This made Lu Jin wonder if he was hallucinating because he was too tired lately. After all, Silver Moon was right beside him, and even she didn't sense any danger, so it was highly likely that he was just being paranoid. With this in mind, Lu Jin composed herself. With the starry sea elves by my side, I boarded the express train bound for the business center. Just after Lu Jin left Starport, a figure he knew all too well appeared in a corner of Starport. This person was none other than Qin Mowu, an acquaintance of Lu Jin. But Qin Mowu was shrouded in shadow, her eyes filled with terror. Lu Jin? He actually came to a halt too? No, I need to get the fleet out of here as soon as possible. I absolutely cannot let him see me like this. The moment Qin Mowu stepped out of the shadows, a pair of ruby-red eyes were revealed in the light. If Lu Jin were here, he would definitely recognize that these eyes are one of the standard characteristics of vampires. During the battle in the brilliant galaxy, Qin Mowu was bitten by a vampire. She didn't care at first, but after the battle, her body gradually began to show vampire characteristics. Qin Mowu was naturally aware of the dangers posed by vampires, but she was even more afraid of how Lu Jin would view her if her vampire identity were exposed. And as the daughter of a planetary lord, how would her family treat her? Thinking of this, Qin Mowu felt that her life had fallen into darkness. I must find a way to return to being a human. The endless starry sea holds endless opportunities, and there must be a way to change my vampire identity. I'm sorry, Lu Jin. I hope I'll have found a solution by the time we meet next time. Qin Mowu turned and left, and after she returned to the ship. Upon entering the bridge, Qin Mowu sat in the captain's seat. On either side of her, her former crew members had vanished. She had dismissed them all long before leaving the brilliant galaxy. Currently, the ships are kept running by death row inmates she purchased at high prices from prison planets. The death row inmates she transformed into blood servants possessed absolute loyalty. Moreover, many of the death row inmates possessed powerful skills, and after being transformed into blood servant crew members, Qin Mowu's fleet strength actually became even more formidable. Even so, Qin Mowu's expression remained unchanged. At that moment, a glamorous woman with bright red lipstick walked over and bowed respectfully. Captain, should we start the ship and leave Ohat? Blood Servant 98 has drawn a brand new star map according to your request. Would you like to enter it into the ship system? Qin Mowu simply waved her hand impatiently at the words of these blood servant crew members. The alluring woman immediately understood and began arranging for the other crew members to prepare for the ship's takeoff. With a roar, the ship's engines gradually propelled it away from the starport. Qin Mowu glanced at Ohart Star one last time, her eyes filled with endless sorrow. Whether she would ever see Lu Jin again was another matter entirely. Lu Jin, I hope that when we meet again, we won't be enemies. Chapter 87. Take them all. Who is the prey? Lu Jin, who was leading the Starry Sea Elf shopping in the commercial center, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Seeing this, Inu quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Captain, are you alright? Have I been overworking myself lately because of my clan's affairs? Seeing how concerned Inu was about him, Lu Jin simply waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Rubbing his nose, Lu Jin was also pondering. My body is still too fragile. Once I reach the endless sea of stars, who knows what dangers might befall me. Even Yu Tiansong now has a psionic armor for protection. He also needs to find a suitable psychic gene seed as soon as possible to transform himself into a powerful psychic. Just then, Lu Jin saw the name of a shop and decisively stopped in his tracks. Surprisingly, there are also businesses owned by gemstone families here. The shop in front of him clearly displayed the logo of the Gem family, and Lu Jin decisively walked in. As soon as I entered the store, a staff member immediately came to greet me. Welcome to the Seahai Chamber of Commerce. May I ask what you need? Is the company behind you a gem family from the dazzling galaxy? When the staff member heard Lu Jin's words, he was slightly taken aback, then nodded in understanding. Once it was confirmed that the business belonged to the gem family, the rest was quite simple. Lu Jin took out the jadeite gem card that Cui Yusin had given him earlier. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief when they saw the jade gem card. As an employee of the gem family's industry, I was educated about the existence of gem cards by my superiors from the day I joined the company. Anyone who possesses this card must be either extremely wealthy or of high social standing. Thinking of this, the staff did not dare to delay. After quickly settling Lu Jin and his group, they hurried to the backstage to inform the general manager. Upon hearing that a holder of a gem card had arrived, The general manager of the Chamber of Commerce dared not slack off in the slightest. Dear valued guest of Gemcard, my name is Mo-san, and I am the general manager of this Chamber of Commerce. How can I help you? Even the general manager came out? Lu Jin glanced at the jade gem card in his hand, never expecting it to be so useful. Since that's the case, Lu Jin will no longer stand on ceremony. His gaze fell on the Starry Sea Elves. Then he looked at Morrison and spoke. These people are my crew members, and now I need to buy them a combat uniform and a set of everyday clothes. If you have any recommendations, please feel free to share them. Everyone needs one combat suit and one casual suit. This is a huge order. General Manager Mo's son was beaming from ear to ear. He clapped his hands, and all the store staff gathered around. Under his command, all the Starry Sea Elves were arranged to go and start trying on clothes. Lu Jin sat in a private VIP lounge, enjoying top-grade Starry Sea black tea and exquisite pastries from endless Starry Sea. That was quite an enjoyable experience. Leaning back on the soft sofa, Lu Jin crossed his legs and took a rare moment of leisure. There aren't many people at Shanghai Elf, but it still takes a lot of time to try on clothes in this store. So Lu Jin simply leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin was awakened from his sleep by a commotion. When will we be able to buy things in stores? Haha, this is the first time I've ever seen so many starfish spirits. The informant's information was indeed correct. I really didn't expect these star elves to mobilize as a whole. If you don't want trouble, get out of my way, or my gun won't show any mercy. Hearing the sound, Lu Jin walked out of the VIP lounge. Upon entering the lobby, a tense atmosphere was immediately apparent, with the Starry Sky Elves, led by Silver Moon, standing inside the shop. On the other side was a group of aliens armed with guns. Their eyes were greedy. In their eyes, these star spirits were nothing more than high-priced bounties. Bang! Just then, a gunshot shattered the stalemate between the two sides. One of the alien races had a bloody hole in its forehead. Lu Jin held the memory pistol and pulled the trigger, firing another bullet. Those alien races never expected that the first to break this deadlock would be a human from Earth who appeared as a third party. Damn it! Someone attacked. Before the words were even finished, Inue and Yulan acted again. The two figures moved like ghosts, quickly rushing into the alien race and felling several more aliens amidst the flashing blades. When the Star Sea Elves saw this scene, they recalled all the things Lu Jin had done to them before. In an instant, psionic light emanated from the numerous Star Sea Elves. One of the alien race members had never seen such a scene before, and in a panic, he immediately opened fire and pulled the trigger. Bang! One bullet leaves the barrel. But after leaving the barrel, the bullet strangely hovered in the air. Under the horrified gaze of the alien race, the bullet suddenly changed direction and struck the alien race directly in the forehead. In just a few breaths, all the alien races that had come to cause trouble were reduced to a single survivor. Capture this guy, throw him onto the silent coffin, and let the sleepers interrogate him. Clear. A sleeper appeared silently beside Lu Jin. Upon seeing the sleeper appear like a ghost, the alien was terrified and turned pale. This guy has so many psionicists around him. I'm afraid I've been blinded by greed this time. Isn't this just courting death? After taking the last survivor away, Lu Jin looked at General Manager Mo's son. During this conflict, General Manager Mo's son not only did not back down, but also protected the safety of Shanghai Elf, which made Lu Jin very satisfied. I will explain this to the gem family of the brilliant galaxy later. You did a good job. If you've chosen your clothes, just pay by card. General Manager Mo's son felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, I didn't make the wrong choice. From the moment these Starry Sea Elves entered the store, General Manager Mo's son knew very well that such a conflict was bound to happen. Even so, he remained steadfastly on Lu Jin's side. After all, he was an employee of the Gemstone family business. It's unlikely that protecting these Star Elf sprites would be a mistake for a gem card holder. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin led the Star Sea Elves on a shopping spree in the mall. Resources, supplies, and all sorts of rare treasures. Lu Jin appeared to be shopping with the Starry Sea Elves, but in reality, he looked around and realized that most of the fish had already taken the bait. Chapter 88. The fish has taken the bait. Let's give them a surprise. Captain, our interrogation is over. Just as you predicted, these people were indeed hired. But he had no information about the employer. After being interrogated by the sleeper, the alien race member revealed all the information he knew. Lu Jin wasn't too surprised by the information he received. He brought the Star Sea Elf clan to O'Hart this time in order to solve the Star Sea Elf problem once and for all. The effect was obvious. After his actions, all the fish had gathered around. A number of suspicious alien races began to appear around the ship. They loitered around Lu Jin's ships and even began trading intelligence. After waiting for a while, Lu Jin decided not to wait any longer and decisively turned on the ship's control system. Let the silent coffin ascend and wait. Clear. The silent coffin started its engines first, breaking away from the starport and entering the starry space. After some preparation, Lu Jin decisively chose to start the engine. The moment the ship's engine started, the furtive alien races around them also sprang into action. The target has already started the engine. It looks like they're preparing to leave O'Hart. So he's planning to leave so soon? It seems he's realized he's being watched. Hee, parading around with so many starry sea elves, it's no wonder we get targeted. Chase after them. The others are definitely getting impatient. We can't let them get there first. As they spoke, a large number of ships took off into the air. Leaving the starport, Lu Jin looked at the endless starry sky behind him and saw a large number of ships following behind his ship. Without the slightest hesitation, they didn't even take Lu Jin's medium-sized ship seriously. In their eyes, Lu Jin was already a piece of fat meat to be slaughtered. Without hesitation, Lu Jin activated the ship's speed panel and began to increase the ship's speed. Seeing the ship's speed increasing rapidly, the bounty hunters following Lu Jin became restless. Is nobody going to make a move? If nobody makes a move, I'm about to. This kid's ship is almost at warp speed. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. What a bunch of cowards. Let me, the grandpa, fire the first shot. I can't wait any longer. I'm ready to fire. Boom. Just then, a beam of light, like a sword falling from the sky, pierced directly through a ship. Instantly, the ship turned into a streak of fire and shattered into pieces. Upon seeing this, the expressions of many bounty hunters changed drastically. Who is it? Why are they attacking their own people? What's going on? The hunt hasn't even started, and they're already fighting amongst themselves? They're just a bunch of rabble after all. I need to stay away from you guys. I still have 3,000 years to go to repay my ship loan. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of missiles rained down on the ships. In an instant, flames filled the sky. Several more relatively vulnerable small ships were destroyed. At this moment, the bounty hunters discovered the culprit, the silent coffin, which had been waiting nearby for a long time. As a warship, the silent coffin's equipment configuration is among the top of large ships. Sitting on the bridge, Yin Mingyan looked at the ships and couldn't help but snort coldly. A bunch of trash. Faced with these opponents, Yin Mingyan didn't even need to send fighter jets to conduct a landing operation to eliminate their manpower. The equipment of the Prometheus and the silent coffin alone is enough to make these greedy bounty hunters pay the price. Thinking of this, Yin Mingyan glanced at the weapon panel. They decisively launched a new round of attacks. Faced with a large warship, especially one equipped with sophisticated weaponry, those ships had absolutely no chance of fighting back. Damn it! What's going on with this ship? Why is it attacking us for no reason? Wait, I remember this ship entered the starport along with that medium-sized ship. They entered starport at the same time. Could there be some connection between them? Whatever their relationship may be now, all I know is that if we don't leave now, we'll be blasted into pieces. What's there to be afraid of? We have so many ships. Why would we be afraid of just one of his? Some vicious bounty hunters, far from being deterred by the silent coffin's attack, began to organize a counterattack. A large number of ships gathered in one place and, with their powerful defenses, withstood the attack of the silent coffin. Once all the ships had assembled, they immediately activated the ship's energy weapons. All the energy weapons were aimed at one spot. So what if it's a large warship? Even a large warship would be unable to withstand being attacked in the same spot within a short period of time. Everything is ready. Fire. Hundreds of laser beams instantly converged into one and focused their fire on the silent coffin. But at that moment, the Prometheus appeared in front of the silent coffin as if by magic. The laser beams that struck the Prometheus were directly swallowed up by the void shield. All the bounty hunters were stunned by what they saw. What the heck? Our attack was absorbed by the enemy's shield? That's right. It was indeed swallowed up. Otherwise such a massive energy attack wouldn't have left no trace. Damn it. What kind of shield system does the ship have? A shield system capable of absorbing attacks. This was the first time they had ever seen it. Most importantly, a single ship was able to easily neutralize the combined attack of so many of their ships. This is just too difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, inside the bridge of the Prometheus, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. It must be said that the Prometheus is indeed quite formidable now. All those laser beams were swallowed up into the void. What Lu Jin had to do next was to release those laser beams back into the fixed coordinates. Coordinates set. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in the center of the bounty hunter's fleet. Those laser beams that had disappeared suddenly burst forth from the spatial rift. Countless laser beams blasted the bounty hunter's ship to smithereens. Yun Mingyan, inside the silent coffin, was also amazed by this incredible sight. Void shield device. No, it's different from the void shield device used by Holy Terra. This void shield device can not only absorb attacks, but also release them to counter the enemy. Chapter 89 Capture the King to Catch the Thieves. The end is also the beginning. Under Lu Jin's relentless methods, these fleets composed of scattered alien races had absolutely no chance of resistance. After such a bombing, the alien race's ships suffered heavy losses. Many of these alien races have already given up hope. Despite having so many ships, they not only failed to cause any damage to Lu Jin, but also suffered heavy losses. This is enough to prove that the opponent's strength far surpasses theirs. If this continues, even if they manage to win, it will be a hard-fought victory. But just as they hesitated, Lu Jin issued another order. All-Star Elf crew members, I am now issuing you your first combat order. Pilot your fighter jets to those heavily damaged ships and capture their captains. That's right. Since these people's target is the Starry Elves, then I will let the Starry Elves arrest these bounty hunters who covet them. Among so many alien races, there must be some information about the greedy Golden Wolf gang. This is a win-win situation. Not only can it restore the Star Sea Elves' prestige, but it can also effectively obtain intelligence on the greedy Golden Wolf gang. At this moment, the Star Elves looked at the utterly defeated fleets outside, and their eyes gradually hardened. Lu Jin did so much for them, even putting himself in danger. If they continue to be timid, how can they live up to Lu Jin's cultivation? I understand. As a member of the Fire Seed fleet, I will definitely complete this mission. One of the Starry Sea Elves stepped forward first. Her gaze was unwavering, and the psionic pressure emanating from her body continued to rise. Lu Jin was very pleased that this time it wasn't Silver Moon or AI Lon who stepped forward, but an ordinary Star Sea Elf. This suggests that a awakening is taking place within the Star Sea sprites. What he needs is a legion that dares to fight and kill, not a timid and cowardly group of Star Elves. Therefore, the process of eliminating the greedy Golden Wolf gang is also a transformation for the Star Sea Elves. Captain, let me go too. Inu volunteered, and Lu Jin did not refuse. After leaving the bridge, Silver Moon decisively went to the hangar and boarded a fighter jet. As the runway hatch opened, Silver Moon took a deep breath and decisively started the engine system of the ship's fighter jets. In an instant, several fighter jets shot straight out of the ship. Silver Moon looked to the side, and a Star Sea Elf happened to be looking in her direction as well. The two looked at each other for a moment, and then their eyes became unusually firm. The ships and fighter jets approached a ship that had been badly damaged in the previous attack. Aiming at a gap, Silver Moon ramped up the ship's engine power to maximum. Speed up, speed up, speed up again. Boom. The warship and its fighter jets were like a sharp sword, directly penetrating the interior of the ship. Smoke and dust billowed up, and a large number of alien soldiers immediately gathered around. Before the smoke and dust had even cleared, they raised their guns and fired in the direction of the ships and aircraft. A dense hail of bullets rained down like a storm. After one round of firing, all the soldiers stared intently at the fighter jet. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared in their field of vision. The fighter jet was instantly cleaved in two. In an instant, the pressure of psionic energy swept across the entire space like a raging flood. The soldiers felt as if an invisible force was gripping their necks, making it difficult for them to breathe. Silver Moon emerged from the smoke and dust, holding a sharp blade. Before the soldiers could react, Silver Moon pushed off with her feet, her psionic-enhanced body leaving a trail of afterimages in her wake. By the time everyone realized what was happening, she had already arrived among the soldiers. With a single, powerful slash, he unleashed a blade imbued with terrifying spiritual energy. In an instant, a burst of spiritual energy transformed into a blade, cleaving a row of soldiers in half at the waist. Without Lu Jin by her side, Inu revealed her most ruthless side. After all, she and Yulan had carried out countless dangerous and arduous mercenary missions together. In terms of psionic talent, Silver Moon may not be the number one among the Star Sea Elves. However, in terms of combat experience, even Yulan is no match for Inwa. Silver Moon swiftly arrived at the bridge, moving with the ease of cutting melons and chopping vegetables. Upon opening the bridge hatch, she was greeted by hundreds of gun barrels, all pointed at her. You guys are really arrogant enough, daring to break into my ship by yourself? I admit that your ships are indeed heavily armed, but that is not a reason for you to dare to intrude into my ships alone. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain before leaving this awful place. Arrest this guy, he'll fetch a good price. When Yin heard the last sentence, her eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. Even at this point, these bounty hunters still haven't given up their greed. Are you still thinking about keeping yourself alive in exchange for the bounty? Damn it! A surge of intense anger welled up within her, and Silver Moon abruptly took a step forward. This step was accompanied by a powerful surge of psionic energy that swept across the surrounding area. A sense of fear immediately rose in the hearts of the surrounding soldiers, an instinctive fear of a powerful creature. Fire. Out of fear, many soldiers disobeyed orders and opened fire. But when the bullets landed in front of Silver Moon, they realized exactly what the difference was between ordinary people and psionicists. All the bullets hovered in front of Silver Moon, and psionic energy formed an invisible barrier in front of her. With a gentle wave of her hand, Silver Moon caused all the bullets to change direction. Go! The psionic energy erupted, and the massive shockwave carrying the bullets struck the surrounding alien races directly. In an instant, everyone on the bridge was wiped out. Silver Moon approached the alien captain, snorted coldly, and then kicked him in the face. The alien captain immediately fell unconscious. Immediately afterwards, Silver Moon used her psionic energy to toss it into the trunk of the ship's fighter jet, as if dragging a dead pig. Mission accomplished. Inside the bridge of the Prometheus, Lu Jin, upon receiving Silver Moon's message, immediately ordered it to return to port. Immediately afterwards, the other Starry Sea spirits also sent back messages one after another. Lu Jin nodded. Just as he had expected, the Star Sea elves completed their tasks efficiently and beautifully. After all, their racial talents make them destined to be strong from birth. It's just that they've kept their talents hidden for too long because of genetic defects. Now that the shackles have been removed, they no longer need to continue to belittle themselves. The Sleeper Legion can stop now. The Sleeper Legion, which was suppressing other ships with firepower, immediately stopped their attack after hearing Lu Jin's order. Those fleets that had been routed fled the battlefield, as if granted a pardon. Chapter 90 Severe Torture. I'll let you go this time. That ship did not continue its attack on us. The electromagnetic interference signal has been eliminated, and the signal has returned to normal. What does this mean? Is it letting us go? What are you all standing there for? Do you want to be arrested too? These bounty hunters are now terrified. Through this battle, they realized the gap between themselves and Lu Jin. Faced with the coordinated efforts of the Silent Coffin and the Prometheus, even if they had many ships, they would be nothing more than a rabble. Currently, many alien races have already been captured by Lu Jin. If they don't escape soon, they'll inevitably end up like those people. As for the bounty on the Starry Sea Elf, no matter how much money you have, you need to be alive to spend it. Watching the ships fleeing the star system one after another, Yin on the Silent Coffin snorted coldly, her words full of disdain for these bounty hunters. Humph. A mob, blinded by desire, utterly foolish. The enemy has been completely eliminated. The ships are now on alert. Drones were deployed to begin clearing the battlefield, prioritizing the collection of core ship components. All the collected core components were transported to the Prometheus. Yin was also well aware that these core ship components played a significant role in upgrading the Origin warship. The Silent Coffin had already replenished a considerable amount of resources in the Holy City. Therefore, cleaning up the battlefield was also to make it easier for Lu Jin to upgrade the ships next. At this moment, Lu Jin arrived at the cabin where prisoners of war were being held. Through the specially made glass, Lu Jin saw the alien prisoners of war who were tied up in the cabin. Without exception, all of these prisoners of war were bounty hunters who came for the high bounties offered by the Star Elf. At this point, some bounty hunters were clearly unaware of their predicament. Damn it! After all these years as a bounty hunter, I've actually messed up one day. After all these years of hunting birds, I've ended up getting pecked in the eye by an eagle. I accept it. Do whatever you want with me. Do you know who's behind me? I advise you to let me go now. There's still room for negotiation. Why are you locking us all up here? What do you want to do? These imprisoned bounty hunters could not see Lu Jin behind the glass. After observing for a while, Lu Jin directly used the broadcast system to silence his voice in the cabin. Since some of you are stubborn and want to die, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin pressed a button. Immediately afterwards, a machine gun turret emerged from the wall of the confined compartment. Before the bounty hunters could react, the machine gun turrets were already aimed at the heads of several alien races. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the entire confinement chamber fell into dead silence. A strong stench of blood filled the air, and the bounty hunters, who had been so full of ambition just moments before, were now ashen-faced and dared not utter a single word. This guy actually dares to fire a gun. Wait, I've already surrendered, and I don't have their backbone. What do you really want? Money? Or something else? I swear, I'll do anything you ask if you're willing to let me go. Under Lu Jin's military intimidation, some people with weak wills finally spoke up. They become bounty hunters simply for the money. Therefore, when faced with the danger of death, they decisively chose to surrender. Lu Jin likes this type of person the most, because he can often get more information from them. Very well, I only have one piece of information to ask for. That was news about the greedy Golden Wolf gang. Whether it's coordinates or personnel information, I need all intelligence related to the greedy Golden Wolf gang. The greedy Golden Wolf gang? When these people heard this name, their expressions visibly changed slightly. The entire confinement chamber remained silent for a long time, and no one spoke again. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself that this greedy Golden Wolf gang did not seem to be an ordinary bounty hunter group. Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Jin chose to speak again. Since none of you know, there's no point in keeping you around. No sooner had he finished speaking than the machine gun turret aimed at one of the bounty hunters again. This trick always works. With a gun pointed at his head and the threat of death looming, the bounty hunter could no longer hold back and immediately spoke. Wait, I know information about the greedy Golden Wolf gang. The greedy Gold Wolf gang is a bounty hunter gang with a total of over 50,000 members. However, out of these 50,000 people, only 1,000 are core members. The rest are peripheral members who have no access to core secrets. I know a peripheral member of the greedy Gold Wolf gang. I can give you his contact information. Very good. This intelligence is extremely useful to Lu Jin. Even Lu Jin hadn't expected that a bounty hunter group would have as many as 50,000 members. Congratulations, you can leave now. Lu Jin gestured for one of the sleepers to go in and bring out the person who provided the information. Seeing that the person had actually been released, the others became even more excited. Because most of the information they know is repetitive, meaning that if someone else reveals it beforehand, they won't have a chance. As a result, everyone started revealing information. I also know that the reason why the greedy Gold Wolf gang has grown so rapidly in recent years is because they have made connections with the Blackrock Pirates. Rumor has it that Blackstone Pirates are among the high-ranking members of the greedy Golden Wolf gang. Blackrock Pirates? What a small world. The greedy Golden Wolf gang has actually colluded with the Blackstone Pirates. However, this did not surprise Lu Jin too much. You can leave now. The sleeper stepped forward and brought out the bounty hunter who had provided the information. Seeing the envious glances behind him, the bounty hunter was overjoyed. At the same time, his slightly resentful gaze fell on Lu Jin's back. Once I escape, I will definitely pass this information on to the greedy Golden Wolf gang. Star Elf is highly sought after in the bounty hunter community. If they can't handle these Star Elf spirits themselves, surely the greedy Golden Wolf gang can deal with them? Even if the greedy Golden Wolf gang fails, they still have the Blackstone Pirates behind them. Thinking of this, the bounty hunter couldn't help but feel overjoyed, thinking that he might be able to make a fortune. Just then, the sleeper stopped and placed the bounty hunter in front of a hatch. The bounty hunter was still somewhat taken aback as he stared at the hatch in front of him. Huh, isn't this the ship's waste disposal area? Shouldn't you take me to the spaceship's docking compartment? Chapter 91 Exiled to the Stars. Psionic Hunting Rifle. In response to the bounty hunter's question, the sleeper pulled out a gun. Under the bounty hunter's horrified gaze, the sleeper pulled the trigger expressionlessly. In an instant, several energy bullets pierced through the bounty hunter's body. Once the sleeper was certain that the bounty hunter was dead, he withdrew from the cabin. Turning around, he pressed the hatch release button, and a powerful suction force hurled the alien corpse into the endless sea of stars. In the environment of outer space, there are no protective measures. In an instant, the body was frozen. Immediately afterwards, the frozen corpse collided with the previously frozen corpse. The two collided and instantly turned into shattered ice, so much so that even a god couldn't save them. By the time the sleeper returned to the confinement room, Lu Jin had already collected all the intelligence. Now, all that remains in this cabin are corpses scattered on the ground. The sleeper remained silent and continued into the compartment to begin clearing away the corpses. After hearing about this, Yunmingyin's opinion of Lu Jin improved even further. If Lu Jin were to let these people go, she would feel that Lu Jin had not considered anything at all. After all, everyone that gets released could become a variable in the future. Once a target is identified as an enemy, it must be eliminated as completely as possible. After organizing all the intelligence, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This greedy Golden Wolf gang is truly something else. Although I had never heard of this bounty hunter group in my previous life. But based on the information I've compiled, this greedy Golden Wolf gang is quite a large organization. Not to mention, these bounty hunters are disorganized and difficult to gather specific information about. It will take considerable effort to completely eradicate the greedy Gold Wolf gang. But for the result, it's all worth it. Perfectly, if I want to establish myself in the endless sea of stars, I must first build up enough prestige. As the greedy Golden Wolf gang under the command of the Blackrock Pirates, they are enough to serve as my stepping stones. Thinking of this, Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly, and he began to conceive a plan regarding the greedy Golden Wolf gang. Just as Lu Jin was still pondering his plan, an upgrade prompt suddenly popped up on the ship's panel in front of him. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully increased your upgrade progress to 10%. Ding! Origin Weapon Lab successfully unlocked, Weapon Blueprint unlocked, Psionic Hunter Rifle. Oh! Before we knew it, the ship's upgrade progress had once again broken through to 10%. Upon checking the ship's upgrade progress, Lu Jin was shocked to discover that the ship had actually consumed the core components of dozens of other ships to reach the 10% upgrade progress. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but facepalm. The current Origin battleship is truly a super glutton. I didn't even realize it had devoured so many materials until I checked. However, after the Origin warship is upgraded to a medium-sized ship, the upgrades unlock increasingly better items. Lu Jin arrived at the newly unlocked Origin Weapons Research Lab, and, looking at the fully automated weapon manufacturing production line around him, marveled once again at the wonders of the Origin warship. After inputting the blueprint recipe and adding the corresponding materials, the entire production line begins operation. Less than an hour later, a brand new psionic hunting rifle appeared in Lu Jin's hands. Lu Jin raised the psionic hunting rifle. Holding the psionic hunting rifle in his hand, Lu Jin felt a sense of lightness. After testing it, Lu Jin was very satisfied with the gun. As someone with extensive combat experience, Lu Jin was naturally able to test the practicality of this weapon. But after some searching, Lu Jin realized that he couldn't find the magazine for this gun. Is it a rechargeable type? Lu Jin's face immediately turned grim when he thought of the name of the gun. Psionic Hunter Rifle. Could it be a firearm that only psionicists can use? Thinking of this, Lu Jin was speechless. In desperation, Lu Jin summoned a sleeper. Captain, what are your instructions? Come and test the new weapon. New weapon? The sleeper glanced at the psionic hunting rifle in Lu Jin's hand and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What kind of equipment is this? What equipment can compare to the explosive gun designed by His Majesty the Holy Emperor? However, due to Lu Jin's identity, the sleeper took the gun and spoke to Lu Jin in a very tactful manner. Captain, our sleeper legion has been using standard equipment like bomb guns for too long, and new equipment probably won't be very effective in our hands. It's alright, I only asked you to come here to test the performance of the new firearm. Seeing that Lu Jin didn't say anything more, the sleeper could only obey orders and grip the psionic hunting rifle. Following Lu Jin's instructions, the sleeper used his psychic powers. As expected, the gun began to recharge itself after coming into contact with spiritual energy. After being fully charged, the sleeper stood in the firing range and aimed at a target in the distance. Pull the trigger. Bang! A dull but heavy gunshot rang out. Immediately afterwards, the target in the distance shattered. It's worth noting that the target was made of an alloy, and although it was the lowest quality alloy, it still had decent defensive capabilities. A single psionic bullet shattered it completely? Such power left the slumbering being stunned in place. He stared at the gun in his hand, the shock in his heart lingering for a long time. As a veteran of the battlefield, he noticed from the moment he got his hands on the gun that it was not only designed to be very comfortable. Even the recoil generated during firing is almost non-existent. Most importantly, its power is also considerable. Aside from the fact that it can only be used by psionicists, it surpasses the bomb gun in every other aspect. The explosive gun is much more powerful than this weapon. However, its powerful recoil also makes it difficult for the sleepers to suppress it. Captain, I think I need to conduct further testing to understand the capabilities of this weapon. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin decisively snapped his fingers. Immediately afterwards, a large number of targets appeared on the firing range, and these targets even began to move. The sleeper immediately understood and entered a state of focused combat. Bang, 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 under the careful observation of professional testing equipment in slow motion. Lu Jin was shocked to discover that the reason this gun was so powerful was because its special internal device compressed spiritual energy into a nearly tangible state. The psionic energy, originally in an energy state, became capable of physical damage comparable to that of a live bullet after being compressed. After a round of testing, the sleeper was absolutely enamored with the psionic hunting rifle. Aside from its high energy consumption and high skill ceiling, this gun is practically a perfect weapon. Chapter 92 Fully Armed. Last-minute preparation. Firearms that can only be used by psionicists? Does it consume a lot of psionic energy? Are these disadvantages considered disadvantages for sleepers and starry sky spirits? Putting aside the sleeper's legion, which is itself a legion of psionicists with rich combat experience. Even the Star Sea Elves possess inherent racial talents. The Star Sea Elves are currently far less powerful than the sleepers. But with a little training, the Starry Sea Elf will one day be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sleeper, or even surpass the sleeper. This is why Lu Jin wanted to recruit the Star Sea Elves. No one knew better than Lu Jin just how terrifying the Star Sea Elf race's talent was. Perhaps even these star spirits don't understand just how powerful their talents are. Captain, I suggest that we equip more of these psionic hunter rifles to our sleeper legion. While explosive guns are powerful, their strong recoil at close to medium range can actually have a negative impact on our combat operations. However, if they use bomb guns for sniping at long range, psionic hunting rifles for assault at medium range, and thunder greatswords for close-range combat, then the Sleeper Legion's combat strength will definitely see a qualitative leap. As a veteran of the battlefield, this sleeper knew all too well. On the battlefield, only a diverse range of weapons can better cope with the various unexpected events that may occur. However, not all weapons can be included in the Sleeper Legion's equipment list. The fact that the sleeper cherishes this psionic hunting rifle speaks volumes about its formidable capabilities. I see. Seeing how effective the psionic hunting rifle was, Lu Jin became even more convinced. The upgraded Origin battleship unlocks even better items. The Origin Warship, a gem of the Starry Sea, truly brings Lu Jin one surprise after another. It was worth all the materials he spent to improve it to this point. Lu Jin returned to the weapons research lab and began preparing materials to mass-produce the psionic hunting rifle. The materials required to manufacture the psionic hunter rifle are not particularly valuable. It can be said to be extremely common, consisting of some alloys, some polymers, and some other materials. The combined price of all these materials wouldn't even be enough to buy a high-tech plasma rifle on the market. But here, through the weapon manufacturing system inside the Origin Warship, it can be transformed into a sufficiently powerful psionic hunting rifle. One psionic hunting rifle after another fell off the assembly line and were packed into weapon cases. Next, these weapon crates filled with psionic hunting rifles were transported to the Sleeper Legion and the Star Elves. Yun Mingyan opened the weapon case and saw the psionic hunting rifle inside. Pick up one of the psionic hunting rifles and infuse it with your own psionic energy according to the instructions. After a series of tests, even Yun Mingyan, the Legion commander, was full of praise. The psionic hunter rifle is exquisitely crafted. Such weapons are worthy of being included in the equipment of the Sleeper Legion. Our new captain is indeed quite capable. Even the mechanics on the scorching Martian planet would need a considerable amount of time to create such a weapon. By the way, the captain said we need to train the Star Elf. How are things going with that? Although she was very fond of the new weapon, Yun Mingyan naturally did not forget her business. That is, Lu Jin had the Sleeper Legion select some veterans to train the Star Sea Elves into a regular army before heading to the next destination. This requirement is also a test for the Sleeper Legion. After all, the Sleeper's Legion hadn't recruited any new members for many years, and only those ancient soldiers could master the methods of training new soldiers. Commander, we have selected a team of veteran soldiers who are ready to go to the flagship for training at any time. Very good. Also, bring a team of new recruits and have them undergo veteran training alongside the Starry Sea Elves. The sleeper recruits, though called new recruits, possess formidable combat experience. However, compared to these battle-hardened veterans, they were considered new recruits. Yun Mingyan made this arrangement for two reasons. First, it allowed the veterans and new recruits to interact, enabling the new recruits to learn the training methods of the sleeping one's veterans. In this way, when recruiting new soldiers later, the new soldiers can also become veterans to train new soldiers. Secondly, it's also to help the Starry Sea Elves grow up quickly. Under Yunminyan's arrangement, a group of sleepers soon arrived at the training cabin of the Prometheus. Inside the training pod, both the sleepers and the Star Elves were dressed in specialized training protective suits. The veteran sleeper, who served as the instructor, looked at the new recruits with great seriousness. Today, I received orders. The captain has instructed us to train you to be veterans before we reach our next destination. To be honest, I'd rather be on the battlefield fighting 10,000 voidlings than standing here. But this is an order, and a soldier's duty is to obey orders. From this moment on, I will begin training you. If you can't hold on, the captain said he can terminate your employment contracts immediately. Termination of employment contract? What's the difference between that and driving out the fleet? Everyone swallowed hard. They didn't want to be so humiliated as to be expelled from the fleet. Thus began a rigorous training program. Lu Jin stood outside the training cabin, watching the new recruits train continuously in the simulated harsh environment. For the sake of the upcoming battle, Lu Jin had no choice but to treat them cruelly here. He would rather these women suffer during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. And so, time passed day by day. Through continuous training, the Star Sea Elves gradually began to transform. They stopped being arrogant and self-deprecating. They began to grow stronger, their physiques became stronger, and the spiritual energy they could wield became more and more powerful. These star spirits are transforming into a true warrior. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. In the training program, Lu Jin specifically required the sleepers to strengthen their physical fitness. While talent determines the upper limit of a psychic, improving physical fitness can infinitely raise the lower limit of psychic abilities that the body can use. Only a strong body can withstand the corresponding powerful spiritual energy. The star-hunting dragon race, represented by Shiria, is a good example. The powerful physique of the hunting star dragons is also one of the key factors that made them a dominant race. Lu Jin glanced at the Star Sea Elf in training, then turned and left, entering the life cultivation pod. Inside the origin cultivation chamber, the origin spirit tree has begun to grow amidst the accumulation of various energy minerals in Lu Jin's collection. Beside the origin tree, Shiria remained fast asleep. Chapter 93 Night Raid on Golden Wolf Star. A decisive strike. Hearing Cheryl's even breathing, Lu Jin did not choose to disturb her. Just as he came quietly, Lu Jin left the incubation chamber quietly. He also knew that Shiria was currently undergoing a transformation, and that the origin spirit tree existed in the cultivation chamber. The two complement each other, and are actually of great benefit to Shiria's transformation. After leaving the incubation chamber, Lu Jin returned to the bridge. According to the star map, they were almost at their destination. This destination was the base of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, a special planet called Golden Wolf Star. Like the previous icy planet, this planet is an undeveloped one. However, compared to icy planets, the land of Gold Wolf is extremely barren. However, for these bounty hunters, whether the planet's land is barren or not is not important. All they wanted was a place to rest temporarily. The ships continued to sail through the sea of stars, and the Star Elves' strength grew day by day. When the pale yellow planet, Golden Wolf Star, came into view of the ship, Lu Jin ordered all the Star Elves to stop training and assemble. Captain, all the Star Elves have assembled. Looking at the Starry Sea Elf before him, whose temperament was completely different from before, Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now he finally looks like a warrior. But that's not enough. A qualified soldier is like an unsheathed sword. Only through the baptism of blood and war can they become true warriors. After so many days of training, you probably still don't know where we're headed this time. I can now tell you that the planet in front of you is called Gold Wolf Star. At the same time, it is also the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. The greedy Golden Wolf Gang. Upon hearing this name, the Star Sea Elves couldn't help but clench their fists. They knew the name of this greedy Golden Wolf Gang all too well. Over the years, it was this greedy Golden Wolf Gang that devoured the wealth that rightfully belonged to the Starry Sea Elves. Silver Moon and Orchid were already facing such hardship outside, and these demons even managed to steal their money. If their wealth hadn't been swallowed up by the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, their tribe wouldn't be living in such a miserable state. Thinking of this, all the Star Sea Elves' eyes turned angry. This time, our goal is to destroy the greedy Golden Wolf Gang and make them pay the price for their greed. Those who wish to participate in this operation, please collect your equipment. We are likely to be facing tens of thousands of ruthless bounty hunters. I hope you are prepared. This time, not a single Star Sea elf was willing to back down. If they were to retreat now in the face of the bounty hunters who had harmed them, then there would be no point in them staying in Lu Jin's fleet any longer. The Starry Sea elves donned portable protective suits and equipped themselves with light armor to protect their vital areas. They then took up melee weapons and the newly manufactured psionic hunting rifles. Stars in a galaxy emit a dazzling light, but the rotation of planets eventually plunges a region into darkness. This operation was led by Yin, with Yulan serving as the vice captain to assist Yin. When night falls, that's when we act. The sleepers are responsible for the blockade of the planet's outer perimeter. If any ships attempt to escape, they must be destroyed without hesitation. Clear. With everything assigned, all the Starry Sky elves, fully armed, stepped into the airdrop pod. The Golden Wolf star slowly rotated, in the bounty hunter's stronghold on the ground. Many bounty hunters were completely unaware that danger was approaching. Around the campfire, several bounty hunters gathered together, discussing their recent catches. This Golden Wolf star is a godforsaken place. When will we be able to move to the endless Star Sea? That's right. What kind of profit could be made on the outskirts of this Star Sea? Why not go to the endless Star Sea? Maybe you can make a fortune there. What's the rush? Our greedy Gold Wolf gang has now latched onto the Blackrock Pirates' coattails. According to my information, the Blackrock Pirates might be planning something big recently. If they succeed, we might be able to get a share of the spoils and have a foothold in the endless Star Sea. Hee, that's right, what's the rush? Besides, how could there be no profit in the outer reaches of the Star Sea? I heard that a group of Star Sea elves have recently appeared near O'Hart. A bunch of Starry Sea elves? You've had too much to drink. You'd be lucky to see even one Starry Sea elf, let alone a whole bunch. The pitch-black night gradually enveloped the entire stronghold. The bounty hunters within the stronghold were quite unrestrained. Various bottles of liquor were scattered all over the ground as they sat around the campfire, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Perhaps, in their subconscious, they wondered who would dare to cause trouble at the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf gang. But this very idea will become a decision they deeply regret today. From the darkness, a group of star sprites emerged. In the dim light of the campfire, they looked like ghosts from hell. One of the bounty hunters rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. What's going on? I haven't drunk much today. How did I get drunk? I actually saw a group of fully armed Star Sea elves. This is truly bizarre. Upon hearing this, the bounty hunter on the other side burst into laughter. Starry Sea elf? Dude, you're really desperate to get rich. Take the rumors about O'Hart with a grain of salt. He's done this countless times to attract crowds. A group of Starry Sea elves? How could they even come up with that? Everyone knows that Starry Sea elves are too afraid to appear in public these days just to survive. If you believe this kind of rumor, you shouldn't be a bounty hunter. Before he could finish speaking, the bounty hunter realized something was wrong. The expression on his companion's face changed from blank to shocked, and finally, he saw terror in his eyes. Just then, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against the back of his head. That's true, but times have changed, bounty hunters. Bang! Hot blood was spilled into the campfire. The bounty hunters, who had let their guard down, never imagined that someone would launch a large-scale attack on the greedy Gold Wolf gang's stronghold. Some of the bounty hunters, still clinging to a sliver of hope, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Wait, do you know whose territory this is? This is the greedy Golden Wolf gang's trump card. They have connections with the Blackstone Pirate gang. I'm just an innocent bounty hunter passing by. Please don't kill me. Star elves? You slaves, how dare you lay a hand on us bounty hunters? After the initial chaos, the bounty hunters quickly recovered. Chapter 94 showing off one's limited skills before an expert. Negotiation. Enemy attack. All of you wake up the hell. Get up now. If you don't get up, you'll lose your heads. Damn it. Who had the audacity to attack the greedy Golden Wolf gang's stronghold? Inside houses made of various portable materials, the bounty hunters equipped themselves with their weapons. Rushing out of the room, the first thing that greeted my eyes was chaos. Flames soared into the sky above the stronghold, and gunshots and screams mingled together, sending chills down one's spine. Just then, a star elf appeared in the bounty hunter's field of vision. Upon seeing the fully armed star elf, the numerous bounty hunters stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their eyes. Starry Sea Sprite? I'm not seeing things, am I? Were the attacker star elf? In the minds of these bounty hunters, aren't the star elf the most coveted prey on their list of targets? Now, the The prey has actually armed itself and attacked their hunter's camp? After hunting for so many years, I'm now being hunted by my prey. Starry Sea Sprite? Huh, how laughable. Do you really think you can become a hunter just by picking up a gun? Let this prey know the consequences of offending the hunter. The bounty hunter raised his gun and aimed it directly at the star elf opposite him. Bang! With a gunshot, a barrage of bullets rained down on the Starry Sky Elf. But just as these bullets approached the Starry Sky Elf, they seemed to sink into a quagmire, quickly losing their momentum. The eyes of the Starry Sea Elf emitted a faint glow in the darkness. The powerful spiritual energy pressure emanating from him spread outwards like a tide. Faced with the bullets hovering in the air, the expressions of many bounty hunters changed. But then, the Star Elf's eyes flickered, and the bullets floating in the air suddenly changed direction and attacked the bounty hunter. Upon seeing this, the bounty hunters gasped in shock. Run! In an instant, all the bullets were returned. Many bounty hunters were immediately hit by bullets. They fell to the ground, never imagining that one day they would be hit by their own bullets. As the Star Elf watched the bounty hunter fleeing in panic, he coldly raised the psionic hunting rifle in his hand. Aim! Pull the trigger! Bang! 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 One psionic bullet after another was fired. Every hit will take the life of a bounty hunter. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and the Star Sea Elves were the first to feel what it meant to be filled with excitement. The bounty hunters were routed. They were utterly powerless against the fully armed Star Elf. In an instant, all the surrounding buildings were destroyed. The Star Elves formed a circle, surrounding all the bounty hunters in the center. Finally, all the Starry Sea spirits gathered in front of a building. Compared to the simple buildings on the outside, this building in front of us is completely different. It's like a fortress, complete with all sorts of firing ports and defensive measures. Clearly, this is the residence of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. Compared to other bounty hunters, the greedy Gold Wolf Gang is clearly more afraid of death. At this moment, the core members of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang gathered together, their previous composure gone. Damn it! These star spirits came prepared. Our communications have been blocked. The entire planet has been sealed off. Even if we manage to escape, we can't get away. How could this happen? Should we force our way out? Breakthrough? Are you out of your mind? After capturing Star Sea Elves for so many years, do you really think they're all weaklings? These Star Sea Elves have all undergone professional training and are completely different from the Star Sea Elves we caught before. Faced with a powerful psionic legion whose equipment is far superior to ours, tell me how we can fight them? Looking outside, the Star Elf Legion had already surrounded the stronghold. Even the members of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang are now feeling a bit of a headache. Who exactly is it? How could they have gathered so many Star Elves and even trained them into a fully armed force? No matter the conditions, it's incredibly difficult. But some people actually did it. At this point, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang finally couldn't sit still any longer. If we continue to sit and wait for our demise, we will surely be wiped out by the enemy. The only solution now is to go down and negotiate with them. As long as we can escape from here, we can report this to the Blackrock Pirates. Even if they didn't care about us, seeing so many Starry Sky Elves, they probably wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang took a deep breath. He went to the window and peeked out to see what was happening outside. Suddenly, a sense of crisis welled up in my heart. The leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang immediately took cover behind a bunker at the fastest speed he could muster. A psionic bullet grazed his cheek and struck the ceiling. Looking at the bullet holes in the ceiling, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang felt a wave of fear wash over him. This is a fortress made of various composite materials, and I even tested it myself when it was built. Even if dozens of tanks bombarded the fortress with artillery shells, the fortress would not show any breaches. But this psionic bullet actually created a bullet hole. This is enough to demonstrate the terrifying power of psionic bullets. If I had been hit just now, my head would probably have been punched through. No wonder his bounty hunters were completely helpless against the Starry Sky Elf's offensive. With equipment like that, it's no wonder they couldn't withstand it. Heroes, please have mercy. I am Jean Samling, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. If there's anything, we can discuss it properly. When we're out and about, what we're all after is making money. If you're willing to let me go, I can pay you a ransom that will satisfy you. Ransom? Upon hearing those two words, the killing intent in Silver Moon's eyes intensified even further. Among this money might be the money she sent to her clansmen back then. Inu clenched her fists and said coldly, Jean Samlang, when you deceived me back then, did you ever think about today? Upon hearing this, Jin Sanling was taken aback. He didn't answer immediately because he had deceived more than just Silver Moon, one of the Starry Sea Elves. But Jin Sanling, being a seasoned veteran of the underworld, immediately replied, "When you're in the vast sea of stars, you're not in control of your own destiny. Just name your price, and I'll pay you back in full. Please, everyone, have mercy on us. We are, after all, a fleet under the command of the Blackrock Pirates. If you destroy us, you might offend the Blackrock Pirates." Jinsaburo immediately invoked the reputation of the Blackstone Pirates. Presumably, the other party will be hesitant to act against me due to the reputation of the Blackrock Pirates. Chapter 95, A Dead End. The Blackstone Pirates Hunting Operation. Blackrock Pirates? Upon hearing the name, Silver Moon and the team couldn't help but chuckle. The Blackstone Pirates have already issued a large bounty for Lu Jin's capture. Even now, the bounty has more than doubled. Their fleet and the Blackstone Pirates were already locked in a life-or-death struggle. Now, the bounty hunter in front of them actually wants to intimidate them by using the name of the Blackrock Pirates. If Silver Moon had been afraid of the Blackstone Pirates back then, they wouldn't be standing here today. Further discussion is pointless. These bounty hunters must die by her hand today. Suppressing the overwhelming rage surging within her, Silver Moon channeled all her emotions into a torrent of spiritual energy, channeling it into her blade. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Despite appearing completely calm, Inyu walked up to the tightly locked door. Seeing the Silver Moon already at the door, all the bounty hunters gripped their guns tightly. Even though the Silver Moon was now within their firing range, not a single person dared to fire a shot at it. They were just bounty hunters. How could they possibly fight a psionicist? Take the guns from their hands. Utterly ridiculous. Among all energy substances, the power of psychic energy is definitely among the top. What could they possibly use to fight against a star's spirit emanating terrifying spiritual power? And just then, Silver Moon made her move. All the psionic energy was concentrated in his blade. At that moment, Silver Moon suddenly felt as if her psionic energy level was like a dam that had been opened to release floodwaters. The violent and surging spiritual energy broke through the bottleneck that had been restricting it. Her psychic power level actually increased. A single slash, a psionic blade, imbued with terrifying energy, cleaved open the door. The sturdy gate, made of various composite materials, was easily split in two. Lu Jin, who was monitoring the battlefield, narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Inyu's performance. Psychic level breakthrough. Lu Jin wasn't particularly knowledgeable about psychics. However, in his previous life, as more and more psychics appeared, Lu Jin also conducted a series of studies on psychic abilities. Psychic energy is an energy that exists within the body of living beings. Throughout Earth's history, humanity has also awakened psychic powers, which the ancient Earthlings called spiritual energy. But for some reason, as the history of Earth progressed, the talent for psionic energy disappeared. In the vast sea of stars, countless powerful races have carved out their own territory by virtue of their spiritual talents. Psionic energy can enhance oneself, and even evolve into various forms of energy, changing one's fighting style. Silver Moon Slash is one such manifestation. Strong emotional stimulation can make psychic energy uncontrollable, and this uncontrollability can be divided into negative and positive aspects. Clearly, Silver Moon's breakthrough falls under the category of benign, uncontrollable psionic energy. Lu Jin stroked his chin, silently keeping his gains about psionic energy to himself. With the fortress breached, the once invincible bounty hunter group, the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, became utterly vulnerable in the face of the Star Elf's encirclement. When Lu Jin arrived at the battlefield, Jin Sanling, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, had already been beaten beyond recognition. "Captain, this guy is the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang." It was obvious that Silver Moon hated the greedy Golden Wolf Gang so much that she wished she could tear them to pieces. However, she was also well aware that killing him directly would result in the loss of a lot of information and value. So, after venting her anger, she spared Jin Sanling's life. Well done. Inyu was not blinded by hatred, which made Lu Jin admire her even more. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin turned his attention to Jin Sanling. At this moment, Kinsaburo was in a sorry state, but he clearly heard Jin Moon address the person in front of him. "Captain, the person right in front of me has gathered so many Star Sea spirits. They even trained these star spirits into an extremely terrifying legion of psionicists." Jin Sanling struggled to open his bruised eyes, trying his best to see Lu Jin's appearance clearly. But when he saw Lu Jin's appearance, A storm of emotions surged within him. Humans from Earth? The captain of this psionic legion is actually a human from Earth? Before he could say anything more, Inu pulled out her blade and pressed it against his neck. The cool metallic touch brought Kinzaburo back to reality. Please, if you're willing to spare my life, I'll give you all my treasures. At this point, Kinzaburo only hoped that the other party was only after money. If it's about making money, there's still a glimmer of hope for me. Lu Jin looked at Jin Sanlang in front of him, but instead of answering his question directly, he introduced himself. This is our first meeting, but you definitely recognize me. My name is Lu Jin, a human from Earth. Lu Jin? Humans from Earth? Jin Sanlang was puzzled. He was clearly meeting Lu Jin for the first time. How could he possibly know Lu Jin? But at that moment, a wanted poster flashed through his mind. Lu Jin, a human from Earth, is offered a reward of 200 million credits. You are the Blackrock Pirates with a 200 million credit bounty. 200 million credits? I didn't expect that my bounty would increase again so soon. Upon hearing this, Jin Sanlang felt that his future was bleak. Why bring up the Blackrock Pirates of all people? This guy in front of me is clearly at odds with the Blackrock Pirates. If I bring up the Blackrock Pirates, I'm just asking for death. Thinking of this, Jin Sanlang broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, I joined the Blackrock Pirates out of necessity. Before Jin Sanlang could even begin to argue, Lu Jin interrupted him. I don't care why you joined the Blackrock Pirates. The only thing I care about is the latest intelligence about the Blackrock Pirates, and all the treasures you possess. Seeking wealth. Jin Sanlang was overjoyed. If the other party wants money, then that's easy. No problem, of course no problem. The Blackrock Pirates have not returned to the Endless Star Sea recently. Instead, they have been wandering around its outskirts. I heard it's because the Blackrock Pirates are preparing for a hunting operation. The target of this hunt is none other than the most powerful race in the Star Sea, the Hunting Star Dragon clan. What? Hunting the Star Dragon? Lu Jin frowned slightly. Had the Blackstone Pirates gone mad? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Star Dragon clan when he hunts the Star Dragons? Moreover, if Lu Jin is not mistaken, the only group of hunting Star Dragons wandering on the outskirts of the Star Sea should be the one led by Shiria's father. Chapter 96 The Bounty Hunter's Fortune. Coordinates. Crystal. Hunting the Star Dragon. Only the Blackrock Pirates could come up with something like this. But at that moment, a memory suddenly surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. In his past life's memories, the Blackstone Pirates once defeated the forces of another of the 7 pirate kings at a certain point in time. The original balance between the 7 pirate kings was disrupted by the actions of the Blackrock Pirates. As a result, the other 7 pirate kings joined forces and wiped out the Blackrock pirate crew. Even so, the Blackrock Pirates still dealt a heavy blow to the other 7 pirate kings, so much so that the forces of the 7 pirate kings were quickly wiped out in the War of Assimilation. This event is also known as the Blackstone Catastrophe. Nowadays, the Blackrock Pirates dare to risk being hunted by the Star-Hunting Dragon clan and come to the outer reaches of the Star Sea to hunt the Star-Hunting Dragons. It might be related to the future Blackrock turmoil. Thinking about this, Lu Jin felt that this matter must be more than it seemed. Tell me everything you know. Seeing Lu Jin's expression, Jin Sanlang immediately felt that there was a chance. He quickly shared all the information he knew. After all, Jin Sanlang has only just joined the Blackstone pirate crew and has no loyalty to them whatsoever. In order to survive, Jin Sanlang even revealed some gossip circulating within the Blackstone pirates. After obtaining enough intelligence, Lu Jin took a deep breath. Excellent. Your intelligence is very valuable. So, I've decided to let you go. Lu Jin, keep my word. You can leave now. What? Can he leave now? Jin Sanlang stood up and found that no one around him stopped him. Jin Sanlang was overjoyed. This human from Earth was actually a saint. They actually kept their word and let me go. Once I return to the Blackrock Pirates, I will definitely report everything that happened here to Lord Raider Saren. Perhaps, Lord Raider Saren will even bestow some rewards upon me then. But just a few steps later, he felt a sudden dizziness. Then he saw his own headless corpse. Inu flicked the blood off her weapon and looked coldly at Jin Sanlang, whom she had beheaded. The captain said he'd let you go, but I have no intention of letting you go. In his final moments of consciousness, this was the sentence Kinzaburo heard. Lu Jin waved his hand, and many Star Sea elves immediately rushed into the building to begin besieging the remaining bounty hunters. At the same time, they also moved all the treasure left behind by the bounty hunters onto the ship. Lu Jin quickly returned to the ship's interior and went straight to the origin cultivation chamber. Although the hunting star dragons are powerful, the large race often splits into several smaller tribes to hunt, because they need to constantly replenish their energy through hunting. The hunting clan led by Shiria's father consisted of only about 100 hunting star dragons. If they were to be attacked by the Blackrock pirates, they might actually perish and become part of the Blackrock pirates' Blackrock Scourge. Thinking of this, Lu Jin quickened his pace, as he needed to deliver this message to Cheryl as soon as possible. But just as Lu Jin arrived at the entrance of the Origin Chamber, the door of the Origin Chamber opened. Immediately afterwards, Cheryl's figure came into Lu Jin's view. At this moment, Lu Jin was slightly taken aback, because the Shirley in front of him was completely different from the Shirley in his memory. Now, Cheryl's hair is completely white, and each strand shines with an unusual luster, like crystal. Even Shiria's human form has undergone some changes. It becomes more charming, like a sparkling gem. For a moment, Lu Jin was so engrossed in watching that he was almost lost in thought. It wasn't until Cheryl's voice that Lu Jin was awakened. As expected, the evolved Shiria's charm was irresistible even to the captain. Shiria, you've successfully evolved? Thanks to you, Captain, for feeding my Void Lord. After some changes, Shiria transformed directly into her dragon form. At this moment, the snow-white scales on Shiria's body had transformed into crystal-like dragon scales containing immense spiritual energy. Not only that, Shiria's psionic level also skyrocketed. If the pressure exerted on Lu Jin by Shiria's father was like the overwhelming weight of Mount Tai, it was awe-inspiring. Shiria's current psychic aura is like the mist of a snow-capped mountain, mysterious and deadly. Today is a day of double celebration. First, Silver Moon broke through, and now Shiria has also successfully evolved. The strength of the fleet has also undergone a qualitative change today. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly realized that he had not sought out Cheryl for mere casual conversation. Cheryl, are you still able to contact your father? My father? Cheryl tilted her head, somewhat puzzled as to why Lu Jin wanted to find his father. Could it be? Thinking of this, Cheryl felt her cheeks burning. But seeing Lu Jin's serious expression, Cheryl immediately suppressed her own little thoughts. Captain, if you want to contact my father, why don't you use the coordinate crystal that my father gave you before? Coordinate crystal? At this moment, Lu Jin slapped his forehead and remembered that he still had a coordinate crystal. Lu Jin took out the coordinate crystal and looked at it in his hand. He originally planned to use the coordinate crystal as a trump card. But unexpectedly, this coordinate crystal will eventually be used in this area. With this in mind, Lu Jin did not hesitate and decided to use the coordinate crystal. When Cheryl, who was standing next to Lu Jin, saw him take out the coordinate crystal, she couldn't help but ask him a question. Captain, why do you want to see my father? I just learned that the Blackrock pirates are planning to hunt down the Star Dragon clan. What? Hunting and patrolling Star Dragon clan? Upon hearing this news, Shiria's expression changed, and she snorted coldly, her eyes turning extremely fierce. They hunt the Star Dragon race, and are known as the Star Sea Hunters. But I never imagined that one day I would become someone else's prey. Lu Jin, standing nearby, explained to Cheryl that although the hunting Star Dragon clan was powerful, they had been divided into small tribes for the convenience of hunting. Blackrock pirates may not be able to deal with all the hunting Star Dragons, but what if they target smaller tribes? After all, the Blackrock pirates have a Star Destroyer ship. If we were to besiege the hunting Star Dragon clan now, who knows what the outcome would be? At this point, Cheryl calmed down and realized that Lu Jin was right. Although the hunting Star Dragons were powerful, they have now been divided into many small tribes. Perhaps even Cheryl's father didn't expect that someone would actually target them. Chapter 97 First Clues. Father and daughter reunite. Activate the coordinate crystal. In a distant, unknown star system, the Hunter Star Dragon clan, Shiria's father naturally received the information from the coordinate crystal. Shiria's father raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast sea of stars to land on the area where the coordinate crystal was located. It's a signal emitted by the coordinate crystal. Coordinate crystal? Could it be that some tribe needs our help? No. This coordinate crystal is the signal I gave to that human from Earth. That human warrior from Earth? Could it be that Shiria caused him some trouble? In any case, I have to go and check it out. He was the one who entrusted Shiria to Lu Jin back then, and so much time has passed since then. He was the chieftain of a tribe and also Cheryl's father. He couldn't possibly remain indifferent to the signals from the coordinate crystal. Moreover, the current hunting Star Dragon has just finished a hunt and is ready to migrate to its next destination. Thus, at the call of Shiria's father, many hunting Star Dragons awoke. They took to the air and headed straight for Lu Jin's location. Along the way, All of Sharia's brothers and sisters expressed their longing for her. I wonder how much my little sister's strength has improved after all this time. Given my younger sister's previous personality, I doubt she could improve her strength much. If she is not strong enough, her father will certainly not let her return to the clan easily. No problem. At worst I'll take over Sharia's hunting quota from now on. We, the star-hunting dragons, are not cold-blooded creatures, though we value strength above all else. Cheryl's father, listening to the children's chatter behind him, remained silent and simply walked forward with his head down. He was also worried about his children, especially his only daughter, Cheryl. But the responsibilities he carried forced him to keep this tender affection hidden in his heart. Meanwhile, Sharia's father was also considering that if that human from Earth could not tolerate Sharia, he would continue to keep her by his side. With his physical abilities, he could protect her for another 1,000 years. Hopefully, she can grow and mature during this time. Thinking of this, Sharia's father flapped his wings again, and the spiritual energy overflowing from his body formed a rapid spiritual energy channel behind him. In an instant, the entire hunting star dragon clan transformed into a comet-like streak of light, disappearing from the star system in the blink of an eye. After the star-hunting dragon disappeared from the star system, a small ship with black stone pirate paint scheme emerged from the shadowy side of the asteroid belt. The black stone pirates inside the ship frowned slightly as they watched the direction the hunting star dragons had left. What's going on? Didn't these hunting star dragons just go on a hunt? Shouldn't they be resting and recuperating, waiting for the next hunt? Why are they suddenly moving? Quickly report the situation of the star dragon hunt here to the boss. The prey that we finally managed to trap has escaped. Could it be that these hunting star dragons realized that all of this was a gauntlet we designed? Impossible. The hunting star dragons are an extremely proud race. If they had discovered that our recent hunting activities were a trap, they would probably have already attacked us. The Blackrock pirates frowned. Their plan was flawless. But why is there such a big oversight now? Why do these hunting star dragons migrate in such large numbers? Which link in the chain went wrong? The star-hunting dragon clan, following the coordinate crystal signal held by Lu Jin, quickly arrived at the coordinates where Lu Jin was now. A planet covered in numerous minerals, the entire planet appearing grayish-brown. The most abundant substances on the surface of this planet are all kinds of minerals. These ores vary in shape, color, and properties. Sharia's father, accompanied by a large number of hunting star dragons, landed directly on the planet's surface. As sand and gravel flew, Sharia's father's gaze fell on the ground, on the coordinate crystal that was sending signals. Strangely, the coordinate crystal kept sending signals, but no energy fluctuations could be detected in the surrounding area. Dear father. Just then, a familiar voice reached the ears of the many hunting star dragons. When they looked toward the source of the sound, Sharia came into view. Under the sunlight, Sharia looked down at the numerous hunting star dragons from her high vantage point. Under the ultraviolet light, its scales shimmer with a unique crystal luster. When the many hunting star dragons saw Sharia in this state, they were all extremely surprised, because they could sense that Sharia's bloodline aura was indeed hers. But the aura emanating from her was completely different from her previous self. Is this Sharia, a child of the Yuval family? Such a powerful psionic aura. This aura is even comparable to Yuval's. What exactly did Sharia go through to transform into this state? I thought the eldest of the Yuval children would be the most promising, but it seems we were wrong. Even her father, Yuval, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the completely transformed Sharia. But Yuval quickly recovered and resumed his dignified demeanor as the clan leader. Sharia, it seems you have indeed grown a lot during your time training outside. Now you can hunt with our tribe. But what about that human from Earth? He used the coordinate crystal to summon us here. Was it merely to witness your transformation? Before he finished speaking, Lu Jin's voice came from the rocks beside him. Lu Jin emerged from a gap in the rock. The many hunting star dragons were startled. What's going on? Is he nearby? Why didn't we sense his presence immediately? These are the stones. These stones are no ordinary stones. They have the ability to block psionic detection. Mighty hunting star dragons, I have summoned you here today using the coordinate crystal, not merely to let you witness Sharia's growth. I have received intelligence that the Blackrock pirates are planning to set a trap to hunt down and slaughter your hunting star dragon race. Upon hearing this, Yuval's demeanor suddenly changed. A terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, swept straight towards Lu Jin. But just as Silver Moon behind Lu Jin was about to make a move, Cheryl suddenly attacked. Boom. Two powerful psionic pressures collided directly at the center. Sherry, however, decisively chose to stand on Lu Jin's side, looking at her father with great seriousness. "Father, I am a star dragon hunter, and also a crew member under the captain. Please respect my captain." Chapter 98 Witnessing My Growth. The adult era has changed. What? As the two streams of psionic energy gradually subsided, many of the hunting star dragons showed expressions of shock. Shiria's psionic energy is now able to rival that of her father, Yuval, without being at a disadvantage at all. Even Shiria's father, Yuval, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes at this moment. Good heavens! Is this really the Shiria we knew before? Now, she is actually directly confronting the clan leader's power in the confrontation of psionic pressure. How long has it been? What kind of opportunity did she get during this time that caused such a dramatic change? Even I felt a sense of pressure from that psionic energy just now. The many hunting star dragons were discussing it animatedly, and they were extremely curious about Shiria's changes. As Shiria's father and the patriarch of the hunting star dragon clan, Yuval suppressed his surprise and astonishment. He snorted coldly, his face still bearing that unchanging serious expression. "Humph, you've certainly grown a lot during this time. However, you must remember that our race is definitely not among the top races of all the star-hunting dragons. In a few days, I will contact the Supreme Dragon Clan of the Endless Star Sea to give you better opportunities for growth." But before Yuval could finish speaking, Shiria interrupted him. "No need for father. I have decided to travel the stars with the captain. You once said that I was just a temporary crew member on this ship. Now, I must prove that I am qualified to board this ship and become a full-fledged crew member under the captain. I want to challenge you to prove that I have grown." "Challenge Yuval? Challenge the chieftain of a hunting star dragon clan?" Immediately, the many hunting star dragons were discussing it. In the powerful and revered hunting star dragon clan, if you possess sufficient strength, you can choose to challenge the strongest member of the clan, namely the clan leader. If a hunter dragon can successfully challenge the clan leader, it can leave the clan and be free from any constraints. It's clear that now that Cheryl has grown stronger, she's no longer the obedient daughter who blindly followed her father's orders. She wanted to be independent. She wanted to have her own life. That's amazing. I've long heard that the hunting star dragon clan sets all the rules based on strength. But unexpectedly, gaining personal freedom also requires considerable strength. At some point, Yun Mingyan projected her image next to Lu Jin. Faced with this situation, Yun Mingyan naturally adopted a spectator's mentality. She glanced at Lu Jin beside her, trying to glean something from his face. After all, this whole thing started because of Lu Jin, and even Lu Jin probably couldn't have predicted how things would develop. But when Yun Mingyan looked at Lu Jin sighed, and then remained indifferent. The expected surprise did not occur, which prompted Yun Mingyan to ask a question out of curiosity. "Aren't you worried about the fight between Shiria and her father?" "I'm not worried. Shiria is completely different now than before, and I trust her." After saying this, Lu Jin sat down on a boulder, ready to watch the battle between the two hunting star dragons. This battle is Shiria's chance to prove herself. Lu Jin was well aware that in the hunter star dragon clan, where strength was paramount, Shiria had once been the subject of much controversy. Because she has the most powerful father, yet she herself is at the bottom of the hunting star dragon clan. Even back on Apocalypse, her father entrusted Shiria to her. Lu Jin could tell that although Cheryl hadn't seemed to care at the time, but she harbored a deep resentment. If he were to dissuade Shiria from this battle today, it would become a knot in her heart. Therefore, Lu Jin chose to support him. The Blackrock Pirates' attack won't come so soon. If Shiria can subdue Yuval, then her plans will become much easier. Therefore, this battle was also within Lu Jin's expectations. Faced with Shiria's challenge, Yuval remained silent for a moment before letting out a cold snort. "Very well. You actually dare to challenge me now. So, as your father, I will teach you a lesson today. That is the price of arrogance." Boom. Yuval stomped his foot on the ground, and the violent psionic pressure actually pressed a deep crater into the rocky ground. The cracks, like a spider web, rushed straight toward Shiria. But at this moment, Shiria suddenly transformed into human form. Before anyone could react, Shiria was surrounded by psionic energy, and the violent psionic energy, along with sand and stones, enveloped her. When the storm subsided, Shiria was found to be covered in a layer of armor. Psionic armor? Lu Jin immediately recognized the armor on Shiria's body. It is a special psionic armor made of psionic energy, and its function is similar to the projection technology of the Sleeper Legion. Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but look at Yun Mingyan. Yun Mingyan was even more shocked, because she knew all too well Some time ago, Cheryl visited the silent coffin and experienced the psionic projection device used by the sleepers. Unexpectedly, this was just an experience with a psionic projection device. She actually projected a complete set of psionic armor based on her powerful psionic energy. Is this the power of the hunting star dragon clan? Yuval looked Shiria up and down, her gaze gradually sharpening. With a flap of its wings, countless psionic energies, accompanied by a gale, transformed into storm blades that hurtled straight toward Shiria. But in the face of such an attack, Shiria stood firm like a pine tree in a raging storm. Instead of being blown down, it moved closer and closer to Yuval no matter how hard it tried. Yuval's psionic storm couldn't even damage Shiria's armor. What kind of armor is this? How can it have such formidable defensive capabilities? It seems that Shiria has learned a lot of skills while she was away. Do you think Yuval will be defeated by Shiria? Haha, it would be quite surprising if Yuval were in Shiria's hands. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding star dragons, Yuval's psionic pressure grew even more terrifying. The previous attacks were merely a test. After discovering that Shiria was completely different from before, Yuval no longer intended to show any mercy. It's time to let Shiria know why he became the clan leader. But the next second, Yuval froze in place, because at that moment, Shiria stopped in her tracks. Chapter 99, We Have Limits. The hunting star dragon undergoes a major overhaul. Dear Father, during this period of travel, I have faced fleets of thousands of pirates and fought amid swarms of billions of insects. Through constant battles, I gradually came to understand a principle. Although our star-hunting dragon race possesses formidable talent, it still has its limits. True strength lies in adding infinite possibilities to limited talents. So, Father, times have changed, and the methods you pursue are no longer suitable for the current star dragon hunters. In every word she spoke, Shiria's psionic energy transformed into a towering tree. Countless psionic portals connected to the psionic hunting rifle on her back. Numerous psionic hunting rifles formed a dense network of fire behind her. At this moment, Shiria alone transformed into an entire legion. Fire. In an instant, spiritual energy flowed in. The rampaging psionic energy is transformed into even more terrifying psionic bullets within the firearms. A barrage of psionic bullets instantly rained down on Yuval. At this moment, Yuval felt a threat, a primal threat of death from the depths of his being. The gun on Shiria's back could actually harm him, even threaten his life? How is that possible? Despite the shock in Yuval's heart, his survival instincts made him reflexively activate the psionic barrier. In an instant, all the psionic bullets were blocked in front of him. Only then could Yuval truly see that all of these bullets were actually formed from the purest psionic energy. If such powerful spiritual energy were to strike me, even with their formidable physiques, the hunting star dragons would likely find it difficult to withstand this. With that in mind, Yuval mobilized his spiritual power to strengthen the barrier in front of him. The psionic bullet and the psionic barrier, two completely different energies, are twisted together. Boom. The next second, this violent energy exploded instantly. Under Yuval's control, it transformed into a beam of energy and hurtled towards Shiria. But Cheryl had anticipated this outcome, and once again used her psionic projection to erect wall after wall in front of her. The energy waves advanced layer by layer, destroying one wall after another. Finally, the energy waves stopped beneath the last section of the city wall. Watching Shiria and Yuval, the contest between the father and daughter gradually intensified. Lu Jin stroked his chin and began to think. Cheryl did indeed surprise herself in this battle. He hadn't expected that Shiria would be so skilled in using psionic projection technology. The Hunter Star Dragon already possesses a high psychic talent, and when combined with psychic projection technology, its combat ability is enhanced by more than just a little bit. Boom. Just then, Shiria transformed into her true form. The dragon form, covered in psionic armor, soared straight into the sky. Seeing this, Yuval also soared into the sky. Above the sky, Shiria stood suspended in the sunlight, looking down at the ground like a goddess. Father, I hope you can handle this next move. As soon as she finished speaking, Cheryl's spiritual energy surged once again. Lu Jin activated his portable energy detection device and aimed it at Shiria, who was unleashing her ultimate attack in the sky. After testing with the instrument, Lu Jin was shocked to find that the concentration of spiritual energy around Cheryl had increased more than 10 times. This is enough to show that the next move is indeed Shiria's trump card. Yun Mingyin, standing nearby, changed her expression upon seeing the psionic phantom gradually forming around Shiria. Could it be?
Just as Yun Mingyan had predicted, psionic projections gradually appeared around Shiria. In an instant, a massive and majestic psionic armor covered Shiria's entire body. At this moment, Shiria's figure was as long as a small battleship. Psionic Titan armor? She actually learned even that? What can I say now? I can only say that the talent of the hunting star dragons is truly terrifying. Lu Jin looked at Shiria, who had transformed into a psionic Titan armor in the sky, and smiled with satisfaction. When faced with the armored Shiria, Yuval's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is this thing? Before he could even think it through, Shiria lashed out with her dragon wings. The dragon wings, carrying both gale force and psionic energy, slammed into Yuval like a mountain. Caught off guard, Yuval was sent flying. Once Yuval realized what was happening, he immediately adjusted his position in midair. Looking at Shiria, who was as large as a ship, Yuval hovered in the air and stared at her without moving. Finally, Yuval sighed deeply. I give up. Shiria, you win. The moment Yuval uttered these words, the many hunting star dragons were utterly shocked. Shiria won. Yuval, the clan leader, actually conceded defeat? The hunting star dragons began to discuss amongst themselves and gradually started to stir. This is a disgrace to their proud race. But just then, a strong wind suddenly rose, and Shiria's massive body landed directly in front of the many hunting star dragons. Gazing at the massive dragon-shaped psionic Titan armor, all the hunting star dragons couldn't help but swallow hard. Shiria's progress is truly a blessing for our star-hunting dragon clan. I think the hunting star dragon clan really needs reform. That's right. Although we are very talented, we can't rely on our past achievements forever, can we? In addition, I have a crucial question. Does your fleet still collect dragons? The changes in Shiria are now evident to all the hunting star dragons. You should know that Shiria used to be the worst performer in their Star Hunter Dragon clan. The fact that they could easily defeat Yuval demonstrates just how amazing Lu Jin's fleet truly is. Given this opportunity to improve their strength, they have no reason not to choose it. Shiria canceled her Titan armor transformation and returned to her original form. She looked slightly tired, but she proved herself. Yuval glanced at his daughter, and after confirming that Shiria was alright, he transformed into human form and came to Lu Jin. Just like Yuval's character, the human form he transforms into is that of a middle-aged man who exudes an air of authority without being angry. Your name is Lu Jin, right? As a father, I am very grateful to you for raising my daughter. But as the chief of a tribe, I would like to hear your story in detail. The Blackrock Pirates have a hunting plan targeting our hunting star dragon race. Compared to before, the current star dragon hunters are much more polite to Lu Jin out of respect for Shiria. Chapter 100 Preparing for the Battle Against the Blackstone Pirates. The mysterious chaotic stone star. Not only Yuval, but also others who witnessed Shiria's formidable strength. Many of the hunting star dragons have changed their attitudes toward Lu Jin significantly. Previously, the star hunting dragon had shown some disdain for the identity of Lu Jin Lan Star's humans. But after witnessing Shiria's transformation, his attitude changed completely. Some of the star dragon hunters even wanted to join Lu Jin's ranks and follow the same path to power as Shiria. Lu Jin could naturally see the change in the attitude of these hunting star dragons towards him. He also hoped to use this opportunity to bring the hunting star dragon clan under his command. But time is running out, and the Blackrock Pirates could attack at any moment. Therefore, Lu Jin could only share the information he had obtained with Yuval and the other hunting star dragons he led. The other hunting star dragons became furious after hearing this information. Hunt them? These Blackrock Pirates have really got some nerve. How dare they plot against our hunting star dragon clan? If what Captain Lu Jin said is true, I feel that we have been targeted by the Blackstone Pirates. That's right. Our hunting trip has been going exceptionally well lately, and we've even entered the rest period a few years earlier than planned. That does seem a bit strange. Yuval frowned and let out a cold snort. Now, he is almost certain that the hunting star dragon clan that the Blackrock Pirates are targeting is them. Although Yuval wanted to lead his tribe to wipe out all the Blackrock Pirates. But Lu Jin had already told him about the Blackstone Pirates. A star destroyer and its thousands of ships. If the entire Blackrock Pirates were to attack, given their current size, they might not be able to break through and escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Yuval looked at Lu Jin. Now that you've told us this, you must have a plan in mind, right? From the moment he landed on this planet, Yuval sensed something was amiss. The minerals on the surface of this planet are completely different from those on ordinary planets. First, the minerals in this mine have the ability to absorb various energy waves. After landing, He immediately used psionic waves to search for Lu Jin's whereabouts. But Lu Jin was nearby, yet he couldn't find him. Because all the psionic waves I released were absorbed by the minerals here. That's right, I also have an irreconcilable conflict with the Blackrock pirates. Therefore, I hope to cooperate with the Hunting Star Dragon clan this time. The Blackstone pirates will be completely wiped out in this sea of stars. Cooperate? Yuval narrowed his eyes. The proud Hunting Star Dragons, relying on their formidable strength, had almost never cooperated with other races. But now, this human from Earth has made a request for cooperation. This made him look at the tribe behind him. Because of Shiria, many of the Hunting Star Dragons did not dislike Lu Jin as much. Therefore, when Lu Jin proposed cooperation, the other Hunting Star Dragons naturally had no objections. Of course, this only applies to the tribe led by Yuval. I can cooperate with you, and my people can cooperate with you as well. However, this matter infringes upon the interests of us, the Star Hunting Dragons, and I will notify the other Star Hunting Dragons to join forces against the Blackrock pirates. Other groups of Hunting Star Dragons probably won't be as easy to talk to as we are. Yuval was telling the truth. The reason he and the tribe led by Yuval were connected was because of the bond that was Shiria. But other groups don't have a bond like Shiria's. Therefore, when other Hunting Star Dragons face Lu Jin, they probably won't react at all to what Lu Jin says. After all, in the eyes of the Star Hunting Dragon, Lu Jin's existence was probably no different from that of an ant. However, Lu Jin didn't pay too much attention to this issue. In his plan, there wasn't much of a role for the Star Dragon Hunter. As long as the Hunting Star Dragon can participate in the battle, whether as an ally or a third party, it will not hinder Lu Jin's plan from continuing. If you can get enough Hunter Star Dragons involved in this battle, that would be the greatest help to me. As for the other Hunting Star Dragons' attitude towards me, I don't care. After Lu Jin finished speaking, Yuval suddenly felt as if a layer of mist shrouded the human from Earth in front of him. He couldn't see through this human from Earth. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, Yuval's pride as a Hunting Star Dragon ultimately prevented him from standing on the same level as Lu Jinping. I understand. I will notify the other Star Hunting Dragons. After saying that, Yuval led the other Hunting Star Dragons away from the area. This is because the minerals in this area have the ability to absorb energy waves. If they set up a base here, they might not be able to detect an enemy attack immediately. At this moment, Cheryl came to Lu Jin's side and transformed back into human form. At this moment, she came to Lu Jin's side with a face full of joy and excitement. You did a great job. I didn't expect your strength to have increased so much in such a short time. Not only that, you even learned psionic projection techniques and applied them to yourself. Hearing Lu Jin's praise, Cheryl felt overjoyed. Although she has become much stronger now, only with Lu Jin can she feel the most sincere praise. Looking at his daughter beside Lu Jin, Yuval couldn't help but sigh. Now, she doesn't know whether to be happy or regretful about the decision she made to send Cheryl to Lu Jin's side. The Hunting Star Dragons established a stronghold not far from the mine. Immediately afterwards, Yuval began contacting other Star Hunting Dragons. Lu Jin, on the bridge, opened the control panel of the Fong drones, and a large number of Fong drones and Dragon Flame mech infantry were dispatched. No one knew what Lu Jin was planning, except for Yu Tiansong, who knew that Lu Jin would bring back different types of minerals every day for analysis and research. Nearly half a month passed in this way, during which more and more Hunting Star Dragons fell on the planet's surface like meteors. They look different. Some of the Hunter Star Dragons have skin covered with various minerals. Some of the Hunting Star Dragons even have their skin surface described as a small ecosystem. But they all have one thing in common. They all possess extremely formidable strength. Now, they have been gathered together by Yuval and have all learned of the Blackrock Pirates' plan against the Star Hunting Dragon. The Blackrock Pirates? A legion of raiders from the endless starry sea? How dare they? They actually set us up as prey? Haha, have we been quiet for too long, making those guys think they're capable again? Chapter 101 The Father's Back View. Everything was as expected. Clearly, these Hunting Star Dragons didn't take the Blackrock Pirates seriously at all. In their minds, the power of the Hunting Star Dragons is beyond question. Looking at the arrogant, disdainful Hunting Star Dragons before him, Yuval couldn't help but frown. He had heard information about the Blackstone Pirate Gang from Lu Jin. With the current number of Hunting Star Dragons, they really don't have much of a chance of winning against the Blackrock Pirates. Perhaps we should take a closer look at our enemy. The Blackrock Pirates possess a Star Destroyer-class warship, along with a fleet of thousands of pirates. Although our Star Hunting Dragon clan is powerful, the clan is now too scattered. Before Yuval could finish speaking, the star dragon hunter next to him interrupted him. These hunting star dragons are far stronger than Yuval, and some of them are lone wolves. Compared to the herd-like star dragons who live with their herds, these lone wolves are more powerful, but also more aloof. Yuval, after hunting in the outer reaches of the Star Sea for so many years, how have you managed to extinguish all the pride of the star dragon hunters? No wonder you only have so little strength now. If you had agreed to Breton's merger request back then, you might be in the endless Star Sea by now. Haha, Yuval, it's not that we look down on you. The Blackrock pirates are indeed a problem for you, but to us, they are nothing but a rabble. A bunch of pirates, and you dare to utter such cowardly words, Yuval. You've really gotten old. Several lone hunters of the star dragons showed no mercy in mocking Yuval's words. But at that moment, a powerful pressure, like a mountain, came crashing down. The moment the psionic aura appeared, all the hunting star dragons turned their gaze to the distance. Shiria walked towards them step by step, her powerful and mysterious demeanor putting pressure on many of the lone hunters of the star dragon. You old folks, do you really think you're superior just because you've been to the endless starry sea? My father is none of your business. If you think you can face the Blackrock pirates on your own, then go and prepare yourselves. Why waste your breath here? Faced with Shiria's psionic aura, the many lone hunters of the star dragons gave her a deep look. After that, the lone hunters of the star dragons said nothing more. They turned around and left the Yuval tribe's stronghold. Clearly, they don't intend to cooperate with Yuval, but they also won't let the Blackrock pirates' plans succeed. Watching the departing figures of the several hunting star dragons, Yuval couldn't help but sigh. Immediately afterwards, Yuval's gaze fell on Shiria, and he said something meaningful. Cheryl, you've really grown up. Upon hearing this, Cheryl raised her chin high, like a proud white swan. But when she came to her senses, she saw Yuval's back. For some reason, the once incredibly tall figure now appears smaller and smaller in her field of vision. At that moment, Cheryl fell silent. The slight resentment I once felt towards my father now seems to have lost all meaning. Before Shiria could think further, a hunting star dragon covered in bluish-green scales pounced straight at her. Shiria was tackled to the ground, and the two hunting star dragons rolled around on the ground like children. Shiria, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Vera. The star-hunting dragon in front of her was Shiria's best friend and confidant, whom she had played with since birth. The two were inseparable partners during their tribal days, until Cheryl left the tribe and became a crew member under Lu Jin. Now that the two have met again, Vera has noticed the changes in Shiria. At the same time, she was also happy for Cheryl, because Vera knew very well that Shiria's biggest dream was to one day gain her father Yuval's approval. Now she has finally done it. Shiria can now even hold her own against several lone hunters of the star dragons without being at a disadvantage. Even Vera was extremely surprised by this change. Shiria, are you free right now? Tell me quickly, what exactly happened to you after you left your tribe? Cheryl naturally did not refuse her good friend's request. So, Cheryl told Vera what had happened after she left her tribe. First, they experienced the vampire crisis in the brilliant galaxy, then encountered the Blackstone pirates, escaped from the jaws of death, and were captured by the Holy City. She has seen demons and devoured the Insect King. The powerful energy of the origin tree caused her to undergo a rapid transformation. As she listened to Cheryl's description, Vera's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She suddenly realized that all these stories revolved around a central character. That was Shiria's captain, that human from Earth, Lu Jin. Despite being just a human from Earth, he was able to influence the fate of a war and was recognized by the Holy Emperor as the strongest blessed person. What kind of person is your captain? When the topic came up, Cheryl's mood suddenly calmed down. Recalling Lu Jin in her mind, Cheryl actually felt her heart begin to beat involuntarily. The first time he met Lu Jin was when Lu Jin defeated a giant worm. At that time, Cheryl felt that this human from Earth deserved to be called a warrior. With the bodies of humans from Earth, defeat the giant worms. But then, Lu Jin contacted the Gem family and thwarted the vampire clan's plot. They easily escaped the Blackrock pirate siege. He then became the strongest blessed one in the Holy City, fought against the Void Swarm, and subdued the Sleeper Legion. No matter which step, no one else could achieve the perfection that Lu Jin did. He is like a miracle. He can do things that you think are impossible, but he is like a miracle, unobservable and unpredictable. Do you think we can win against the Blackrock pirates this time? We can win because of my captain. He's an omnipotent being. The two chatted back and forth, with Shiria telling her companions about all her adventures over the past few days. Lu Jin,
Meanwhile, stroked his chin, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Just as Lu Jin had predicted, these patrolling star dragons were impossible to mobilize, but their proud nature meant they would never easily let the Black Stone Pirates go. By now, the Blackrock Pirates must have tracked down the Yuval clan's movements. Next up is the clash between the Blackrock Pirates and the Hunting Star Dragons. Chapter 102 Panic. Gunpowder clashes. In the Star Sea surrounding the planet Chaotic Rock, a Blackstone pirate ship followed the trail of the Yuval clan and arrived in this unfamiliar star system. The Blackstone Pirates, seated on the bridge, watched the tracking traces on the screen. Traces indicate that Yuval eventually landed on the planet of Chaotic Rocks. They did not immediately scan the chaotic star, as the energy fluctuations caused by the scan would surely attract the attention of the Hunting Star Dragons. Therefore, after tracking down the Yuval clan, the Blackrock Pirates immediately reported the coordinates to their flagship. What's going on? Did these Hunting Star Dragons just move their nest in the end? Who knows what these Hunting Star Dragons are thinking? If we can find their trail, our mission will be complete. According to information stored in our think tank, this planet is a strange planet containing a large amount of minerals. The planet has a complex variety of minerals, including some unstable and dangerous ones. And because this planet is close to the endless sea of stars, it gradually became a dangerous forbidden zone. As their companions recounted the story of the planet, the other Blackstone pirates showed no interest whatsoever, instead appearing rather uninterested. In the endless sea of stars, there are countless planets of this level of dangerous forbidden zone. Their think tanks contain records of countless dangerous and deadly forbidden planets. Some planets are frozen solid for thousands of miles all year round, with temperatures that are almost at absolute zero. Even a slightly less capable ship could have its parts damaged by the extreme cold if it lands on the surface. Even more so, some planets are shrouded in various radioactive substances year-round. Without protection, once they land on a planet's surface, they will be quickly corroded by radioactive materials and perish. Every year, thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Blackrock pirates die on exploration missions. Therefore, a planet filled with a large amount of dangerous minerals is not enough to catch the eye of these Blackstone pirates. Since we're just idling around anyway, why not send a few exploratory spaceships to explore the planet's surface? If we could find the strongholds of those Hunting Star Dragons, that would be even better. Haha, that's a good idea, but who's going? If you want to go and die, I won't stop you. That's a star hunting dragon. Just one of them could tear their ships to shreds. With their current fleet configuration, they will investigate the strongholds of the star-hunting dragons. Once discovered, it's a one-way trip. Just as they were passing the buck to each other, the ship's radar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! A powerful psionic unit has been detected approaching the ship. A powerful psionic unit? Before they could even get a good look at the radar information, the entire ship seemed to have collided with something. Rumble. The entire ship began to rock, and the Blackstone pirates on the bridge had no idea what was happening. Brush. A crystal beam pierced straight through the ceiling of the bridge. Immediately afterwards, the crystal, like a sharp blade, cleaved the ship in two, creating a huge gash. In their final moments, the Blackrock pirates saw a massive dragon head. A hunting star dragon covered in various minerals used its crystal minerals to cleave a gap in the entire ship. The impact just now was the sound of the hunting star dragon landing on the ship. Soon, the Blackrock pirates' ships were dismantled into piles of scrap metal by the Hunting Star Dragons. This Hunting Star Dragon showed no mercy, dragging the pirate ship directly towards the chaotic rock star. Boom. The wrecked pirate ship lay on the ground. The loud noise startled many of the Hunting Star Dragons. The Hunting Star Dragon, its body covered in minerals, stood like a victorious general, its feet planted on the wreckage of a pirate ship. Is this what you call the Blackrock pirates? Huh. They're utterly pathetic. I searched for traces of the Blackrock pirates in the galaxy and easily found their trail. To me, their ships are nothing but paper toys. A large number of Hunting Star Dragons gathered around, and looking at the pirate ship that had been reduced to wreckage, a look of pride appeared on their faces. So the Blackrock pirates were nothing special after all. Finally, the Hunting Star Dragon looked at Yuval defiantly, its eyes seeming to say something. The Blackrock pirates, you think they are ultimately nothing more than playthings in the hands of the Hunting Star Dragon. Yuval frowned slightly as he looked at the wreckage of the pirate ship. Am I making a fuss over nothing? Or is it because Lu Jin values the Blackstone pirates too much? Upon closer reflection, Lu Jin was ultimately just a human from Earth. Before Yuval could finish thinking about those words, a bright light appeared in the sky. A ship appeared in the outer space of the planet Chaotic Rocks in an instant, like a streak of light. Then, the second, the third. More and more ships are appearing in the sky. These ships all have the same paint scheme, which is the pattern symbolizing the Blackstone Pirates. The Blackrock Pirates are here. Seeing so many ships, the previously arrogant patrolling Star Dragons all shut their mouths. But the patrolling Star Dragon, its body covered in minerals, merely snorted coldly at the sheer number of ships. How dare these mere pirates flaunt their power in front of us? Fellow countrymen, behold my vanguard in battle. Let these pirates witness the might of our hunting Star Dragon race. Before the words were even finished, the hunting Star Dragon shot straight into the sky. His figure grew to the size of a ship with each breath. Roar! A dragon's roar shattered the clouds in the sky. Lu Jin stood on a hill, watching the hunting Star Dragon soar into the sky. But the next second, all the ships dispersed like smoke, revealing the star-destroying warships behind them. Even the massive scouting Star Dragon felt insignificant in the face of a Star Destroyer. Boom! A laser beam shot out from the muzzle of the Star Destroyer's cannon. The next second, it hit the patrolling Star Dragon in the air directly. A violent explosion and plume of smoke covered half the sky, revealing the hunting Star Dragon that was leading the charge to initiate the battle. At this moment, all the minerals in his body were shattered, and his blood mixed with countless fragments of stone fell like a meteor. Bang! Finally, he landed on the ground, creating a huge crater. The surrounding hunting Star Dragons couldn't help but change their expressions upon seeing this scene. Immediately afterwards, all the ships in the sky, like stars, had their cannons glow with energy. Upon seeing this, Yuval's expression changed drastically, and he immediately began to command all the hunting Star Dragons. Release the psionic barrier. In an instant, all the hunting Star Dragons released their psionic energy. Powerful psychic energy materialized a massive barrier above their heads. The moment the barrier appeared, a barrage of artillery fire rained down from the sky. Chapter 103 Ship Sweep. 60-second vacuum. Rumble. The instant the psionic barrier and the energy beam collided, a towering burst of flames engulfed the entire surface. A huge mushroom cloud shot into the sky. But before the mushroom cloud could spread, a barrage of missiles rained down. The Blackrock Pirates' fleet was not stingy with the ammunition they had. Various energy beams and gunpowder missiles were used as if they were free, completely engulfing the hunting Star Dragon clan. Standing at a distance, Lu Jin took in all these changes through the drone's footage. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. More and more artillery fire fell on the ground, and the fierce artillery bombardment continued for several hours. The once vibrant and diverse mineral landscape is now nothing but scorched earth. At this point, the Blackrock pirate fleet finally ceased their bombing activities. Numerous ships began to break through the atmosphere, approaching the Earth's surface and using various instruments to detect signs of life. But just as one of the ships broke through the atmosphere and was about to reach the ground, amidst the smoke and dust, a burst of spiritual energy suddenly pierced through the thick smoke and dust, going straight through the ship. Immediately afterwards, more and more psionic dragon breaths pierced through the smoke and dust, hitting other pirate ships. Call. A sudden gust of wind arose, and terrifying psionic energy, carrying the smoke and dust of the explosion, gradually transformed into a black tornado. One of the hunting Star Dragons transformed itself into the eye of the wind and soared straight into the sky. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the black tornado exploded instantly. The smoke, infused with spiritual energy, transformed into the sharpest blades, striking directly at the surrounding pirate ships. In an instant, a large number of pirate ships suffered varying degrees of damage. Boom, boom, boom. More and more hunting Star Dragons are taking to the sky. Dragon breaths of various colors burst forth in the atmosphere like fireworks. Ship after ship fell like meteors. Inside the Blackrock flagship, numerous Blackrock pirates witnessed the hunting Star Dragon's counterattack. Their faces all showed expressions of extreme shock. That bombing just now was powerful enough to raze any civilized city to the ground. But the hunting Star Dragons, who withstood such an attack, showed no signs of damage whatsoever. These hunting Star Dragons are really tough enough that they can even fight back after a round of bombardment. I was worried that such a bombardment would wipe out all these hunting Star Dragons, but it seems I was overthinking it. What should we do next? Should we continue bombing? At this point, everyone's eyes fell on a throne made of gold. On this golden throne, Soren the Raider, leader of the BlackRock pirates, leaned casually. Continue to proceed according to plan. After a round of bombing, even the hunting star dragon couldn't possibly be completely unscathed. As he spoke, the raider, Saren, pointed to one of the images. As everyone looked at the scene he pointed to, they saw that many of the hunting star dragons on the ground had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy during the bombing. At this moment, they were all standing on the ground, not immediately following the hunting star dragons to counterattack the Blackstone pirates. Seeing this scene, the Blackstone pirates were immediately filled with renewed confidence. It turns out their attack had severely damaged the star dragon. The legendary star dragon was nothing special after all. Our time is precious. Send down BlackRock elites to begin capturing those surface hunting star dragons. Note, I must capture him alive at all costs. Clear. At the command of Raider Saren, all the large ships of the BlackRock pirates gathered around the BlackRock flagship. As they gathered, a large number of airdrop pods hurtled towards the surface of the planet launcher like a meteor shower. Upon seeing the airdrop pods land, Yuval immediately realized what was happening. Damn it! These BlackRock pirates are after the wounded on the surface. Upon hearing this, many of the hunting star dragons immediately changed their targets. Yuval unleashed a burst of psionic dragon breath, instantly engulfing dozens of scattered airdrop pods. But at that moment, the ships in the air seized the opportunity. A barrage of laser beams carrying missiles hurtled straight toward Yuval. Just as these attacks were about to land on Yuval, a psionic barrier appeared in front of him. Shiria appeared in Yuval's field of vision. At this moment, Shiria was like a war goddess, charging directly into the depths of the most dangerous fleet group. A burst of psionic dragon breath destroyed a ship blocking its path. Immediately afterwards, Shiria began to run towards the BlackRock flagship. On the BlackRock flagship, Raider Saren naturally noticed Shiria's presence. After all, it's hard for him to not pay attention, even if he doesn't want to. Because Shiria's goal was clearly to take over the BlackRock flagship. Huh, what an overconfident beast. Do you think you can destroy my flagship all by yourself? We'll gather the large ships in the surrounding area and let this guy know how powerful the BlackRock pirates are. The Raider Saren chuckled, completely disregarding Shiria. But at that moment, Cheryl transformed into human form. Her miniature human form allowed her to easily move between various large ships. At this moment, the Raider Saren frowned slightly. He sensed a sinister plot. But what can she accomplish with just one hunting star dragon? The next second, Shiria's figure stopped near the BlackRock flagship. At that moment, the BlackRock flagship's cannons all aimed at Shiria. But just then, Cheryl pulled out a small and exquisite device. After activating the device, the Raider Saren saw a warning appear on the BlackRock flagship screen. Warning, interference field detected. Space shielding signal device malfunctioned. Repairing the space shielding signal device. Estimated repair time is 60 seconds. 60 seconds. There is no space shielding for signal transmission. That would be equivalent to exposing the Blackstone flagship's coordinates to the radar signals of other ships. Originally equipped with a space shielding signal device, the BlackRock flagship could not only avoid being detected by radar, but also prevent other ships from using space jumps to appear near it and launch attacks. But now, a 60-second vacuum period has appeared. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the mind of the Raider Saren. Hunting star dragon? It seems that there's also a star hunting dragon in that kid's fleet. Could it be that? Just as the Raider Saren had predicted, a ship appeared suddenly and ghost-like near the BlackRock flagship. Upon seeing the familiar ship, the Raider Saren's face immediately darkened. Lu Jin, a human from Earth. How dare you show your face in front of me? You got away last time. Do you think you can escape from me a second time? Chapter 104, A Ruthless Strike. The engine battle. Looking at the massive and familiar Star Destroyer in front of him. Sitting on the bridge, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. The two ships met again in this way. However, last time Lu Jin chose to run away. Now, looking at the ship in front of him, which was several times larger than himself, Lu Jin decisively opened the ship's engine panel. The ship's acceleration was pushed directly to the highest gear. The roaring engine spewed out powerful shockwaves, and the ship's speed began to increase rapidly. As the ships drew ever closer, the Raider Saren on the bridge immediately realized Lu Jin's intentions. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm and stood up directly from the Golden Throne. A madman. We are facing a complete and utter madman. Activate all ship weapon systems and aim at that ship. Fire. At all costs, stop it from getting any closer. The BlackRock pirates watched as the Prometheus charged straight toward them, and then they saw the appearance of the Raider Saren. Now, even a fool would understand. The madman on the other side is planning to use the ship itself as a powerful missile to launch a suicide attack on them. If a medium-sized ship were to actually collide with the Blackrock Star Destroyer, even if the Blackrock Star Destroyer has high defensive capabilities, it will inevitably suffer huge damage due to the collision between the two ships. Weapon systems are fully activated, and the target has been identified. The main guns are charging up, and the secondary guns are ready. Fire! Fire! Fire now! Rumble! A series of dazzling lights illuminated the surface of the Blackrock Star Destroyer. Countless laser beams, carrying missiles, hurtled straight toward the Prometheus. Looking at the near-reddened dense attacks on the radar, Lu Jin leaned back in his seat, his calm face masking a pair of eyes that blazed with madness as he stared intently at the Blackrock Star Destroyer. Void shield activated. Transfer coordinates set. In an instant, all the attacks vanished upon contact with the void shield. This scene left many Blackrock pirates dumbfounded, hardly believing their eyes. What the heck? Our attacks have all disappeared? No, it didn't disappear. It was absorbed by the enemy ship's shield. What kind of shield is this that can absorb damage? Void shield. I know the shield system. A shield system capable of redirecting attacks to the void? Then the attacks it can absorb must be limited. Prepare for the second wave of attacks. But at that moment, a spatial rift appeared directly in front of the Blackrock ship. Before the Blackrock pirates could react, a barrage of attacks rained down on the ship's shield system. These attacks were the very attacks that the void shield had previously absorbed. Now, all of these attacks landed squarely on their own ships. Warning. Ship's shield system durability is low. Seeing the warning pop up in front of him, Raider Saren slammed his fist into the golden throne. The throne, made of gold, was deformed and twisted by his single punch. Keep attacking. The approaching Prometheus made the Raider Siren sense a sense of danger. He had also investigated Lu Jin's background, and Lu Jin's involvement in the brilliant star system campaign was undeniable. Would a figure like that launch a ramming attack on himself with his own ships? Would he take such a risk if he wasn't absolutely certain? The more the Raider Saren thought about it, the stronger his ominous premonition became. Just then, the second wave of attacks began. A barrage of laser beams, carrying missiles, hurtled toward the Prometheus once more. This time, Lu Jin did not use the void shield device. Instead, he decisively activated spatial flash. Use spatial teleportation to avoid damage. All the attacks landed in empty air, and at that moment the Prometheus reached its expected speed. Lu Jin took a deep breath and decisively pressed the attack button. The main cannon, Stellar Elegy, has already been fully charged. Lu Jin fired a main cannon shot directly at the Blackrock Star Destroyer, the powerful energy beam piercing through the enemy's shield system. The intense energy continued to damage and penetrate the Blackrock Star Destroyer's armor. After the first shot was fired, Lu Jin looked at the Blackstone Star Destroyer in front of him. The result was obvious. Even a single shot from the main gun, Stellar Lament, could not completely penetrate the shields and armor of a Star Destroyer. But the current result has already satisfied Lu Jin. Lu Jin controls the ship like a sharp sword. Facing the breach in the ship created by the previous blast, it rammed directly into the Blackrock Star Destroyer. Boom. As the two ships collided, both began to shake violently. Silver Moon was already prepared. The moment the ships collided, she immediately used her spiritual energy to envelop Lu Jin. Numerous parts, like sharp swords, rampaged through the ship. By the time Lu Jin realized what was happening, the entire bridge was already a complete mess. The damage was almost comparable to when Lu Jin gang first found the Origin warship. Fortunately, Lu Jin was able to look out through the gap in the ship. Their ships had already pierced into the interior of the Blackstone flagship like sharp swords. Ladies and gentlemen, this operation may be the most dangerous one we have ever experienced. We are now inside the Blackrock Pirates flagship, which is completely damaged and unable to move. Even if our ships are able to move, the Blackrock Star Destroyer has a space shielding device inside. In other words, we have no way to escape now. In this do-or-die battle, our main objective is to destroy the Blackrock Star Destroyer's engine system within the allotted time. Of course, it would be even better if you could also kill the Raider Saren. At this moment, both the Sleeper Legion and the Star Sea Elf Legion were looking at Lu Jin in front of them. They were also incredibly shocked when they learned of this plan. If a person isn't crazy enough, they could never come up with such a do-or-die plan. But Lu Jin did it, and he even got involved himself. The Sleeper's true form is on the warship. Death is not true death. The Starry Sea spirits are psionic beings. Even if they fail, they can escape alive. But Lu Jin is a human from Earth with no spiritual abilities, and he personally leads the team. This made the sleepers and the Starry Sea spirits feel even greater admiration for Lu Jin. A commotion arose from the outside, and Lu Jin's gaze swept over the sleepers and the Starry Sea elves. I hereby declare that Operation Engine Boarding has officially begun. Chapter 105, Infiltrating the Blackrock Flagship. The chaos begins. Hurry, 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 get to it. That's absolutely insane. I've never seen anything that dares to directly ram a Star Destroyer. Today you've seen it for yourself. The ship that attacked us wasn't just any ordinary ship. It was a genuine Origin warship. Fortunately, our ships are big enough. Any other ships would probably have been rammed into 2 pieces by now. Our situation isn't good either. The entire ship's systems are almost paralyzed. Numerous fully armed Blackstone pirates approached the point of impact. When they arrived at the impact point, the first thing they saw was the interior of the ship, which was almost completely destroyed. The Prometheus was like a sharp and massive blade, plunging straight into the interior of the ship. The leader of the Blackrock pirates looked at the Origin warship in front of him and immediately raised the laser gun in his hand. The intense heat of the laser cut a notch in the ship's surface. But after the first group of Blackrock pirates passed through, the breach began to repair itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the gap, which was about the height of a person, was completely repaired, and no flaws could be seen. Hey, is this the legendary Origin battleship? It's really amazing that the gap has been repaired in such a short time. So what should the people who come after them do? What else can we do? Of course, we'll create another opening. Before they could finish speaking, a sleeper appeared behind them. By the time they realized what was happening, the sleeper had already raised his psionic hunting rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Several psionic bullets pierced through the Blackrock pirate's body. After the bullet passed through his body, it created several holes in the wall. The Blackstone pirates on the other side felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the hole that had suddenly appeared in the wall. What's going on? What happened on the other side? Damn it. It must be the guards on this ship. How come they're still alive? Quickly use the laser gun to open up a brand new passage. The Blackrock pirates immediately sprang into action, using laser guns to create another passage. But after they passed through, they came to the other side. All that could be seen were lifeless corpses on the ground. Damn it. Am I still too late? The Blackstone pirates looked at the corpses on the ground, their expressions gradually turning grim. They picked up their communication devices, intending to report what was happening here to the other Blackrock pirate squads, warning them to be careful not to be ambushed. But just as they picked up their communication devices to notify the others, the Blackrock pirates were shocked to find that their communication devices had malfunctioned. All communication channels disappeared, and even the communication signals became extremely noisy. Inside the Blackrock pirates' signal device storage room, all the Blackrock pirates responsible for this compartment were lying on the ground. Inua wiped the blood off her blade and looked at Lu Jin, who was not far away. At this moment, Lu Jin was sitting on the ground, his personal terminal connected to the Blackstone pirates' signal server via an ordinary data cable. Faced with a massive amount of data, Lu Jin ruthlessly deleted all communication channels. Furthermore, a large amount of abnormal data was implanted into the database. In this way, even if the engineers from the Blackrock pirates came to repair it, it would take them a lot of time to restore communication. After shutting down his personal terminal, Lu Jin stood up. The problem has been solved. The Blackrock pirates' communication signals are now completely paralyzed. Next, we'll head to the other control rooms and make these Blackrock pirates deaf and blind. Inua nodded and continued to follow in Lu Jin's footsteps. Along the way, Lu Jin used the code he retrieved from the server to hack into one camera after another. In this way, even inside a ship full of surveillance cameras, Lu Jin could ensure that he would not be detected. Upon arriving at the monitoring center, Lu Jin nodded, and Inyu immediately kicked open the door. Before the Blackstone pirates in the monitoring center could react, Silver Moon had already begun its massacre. Faced with the Silver Moon's overwhelming combat prowess, these Blackstone pirates had absolutely no chance of resistance. Lu Jin used the same trick again, connecting to the Blackstone pirates' monitoring system using his personal terminal. Seeing Lu Jin intently cracking the surveillance database, Inyu couldn't help but ask the question she had wanted to ask from the beginning. Captain, the Blackrock pirates are one of the 7 kings of pirates, so their database protection shouldn't be too bad. But I found that these database protections don't even last 5 minutes in your hands. Where did you learn such amazing hacking skills? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin, who was cracking the database protection, paused slightly. But soon, Lu Jin took action again and gave an answer. I studied on my own at Blue Star Academy for a period of time before. In fact, Lu Jin's superb hacking skills were naturally due to the accumulation of experience from his previous life. But he couldn't directly state the real reason, so he could only use this excuse to appease Inyu. Fortunately, Inwe didn't delve into it further. After receiving the answer, she nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Before long, Lu Jin also cracked the monitoring database. The raider Siren, who was on the bridge, was slightly taken aback when he saw the surveillance footage suddenly disappear. Then, the raider Siren rose up in a rage and looked at the many Blackrock pirates around him. What's the situation now? First the communication channels disappeared, and now even the surveillance footage has disappeared. What use are you guys to me? Upon hearing this, many Blackstone pirates felt a cold sweat run down their backs. They didn't know what had happened either. Since the Prometheus collided with the Blackrock flagship, most of the Blackrock flagship systems have been paralyzed and rendered unusable. They have already done everything in their power just to repair these paralyzed systems. But it seemed as if someone was deliberately causing trouble in the shadows before they could even finish repairing the other systems. The most critical communication and monitoring systems have all begun to malfunction. Now, the Blackstone pirates who were sent out were completely deaf and blind. Boss, we have reason to suspect that it was definitely the crew members under that human from Earth who were behind this. That's right. The databases of our communication and monitoring systems have been left with a large amount of abnormal data, and cleaning up this abnormal data alone will take us a lot of time. If we can't catch the culprit, our system will never be fully repaired. After listening to his subordinates' complaints, the raider Saren's face grew even more gloomy. Chapter 106, Head-on Confrontation. It's high noon. He never expected that he would find himself in such a passive situation. He clearly commands countless ships, including a star destroyer. But now, this star-destroying warship has become his constraint. A bunch of useless trash. Having said that, the raider Saren reached behind the golden throne and took it. With a flash of cold light, a sharp, long-handled axe forged from a mixture of various alloys appeared in the hands of the raider, Siren. When the raider Saren took out this weapon, the surrounding Blackrock pirates couldn't help but gasp. This long-handled axe was the weapon of the raider Saren, but he rarely used it. Now, he has actually taken this weapon into his hands, presumably intending to personally take action and wipe out those invaders in one fell swoop. The raider Siren walked straight out of the bridge and headed towards the Prometheus. Just as he reached the corner of one of the passageways, a sleeper who had been lying in wait swiftly pulled the trigger. The psionic bullet fired from the muzzle, heading straight for the marauder Siren's head. But at that moment, the psionic bullet hovered in the air. A surge of psionic energy, powerful enough to warp space, condensed directly around the raider Siren. Upon seeing this, the sleeper immediately realized. The opponent is also a psionicist. Moreover, he is a sufficiently powerful psychic. The sleeper immediately used a psionic detection device to assess the psionic abilities of the raider, Siren, in front of him. But before he could even turn on the device, the surrounding air suddenly became viscous. A surge of psychic energy permeated the surrounding air, gradually turning the space where the sleeper resided into a muddy swamp. Raider Siren's gaze fell on the sleeper, and then he took a step forward. The closer the massive body got to the sleeper, the more muddy the air around the sleeper felt. The sleeper could still move an inch, but when the raider Siren came in front of him, the surrounding air became as solid as rock. Powerful, as immovable as a mountain. This was the sleeper's first impression of the raider Siren. The raider Siren's gaze fell on the sleeper, and he slowly raised the long-handled axe in his hand. You rats are nothing special. Brush. The cold light flashed only briefly before raider Siren's long-handled axe pierced through the sleeper. The axe blade, imbued with psionic energy, cleaved the sleeper in two. Within the silent coffin, a slumbering being suddenly opened his eyes from the psionic projection device. Recalling the feeling before his death, the sleeper immediately detached himself from the instrument chamber. Such terrifying psionic pressure. No wonder he's the leader of the Blackrock pirates. We must upload the data from this battle to the others as soon as possible. This raider, Siren, has a psionic level of at least a level 6 psionicist. Soon, news of the raider Siren was quickly relayed to everyone in the Fireseed fleet through the sleepers. Lu Jin, who was traveling through the Blackstone fleet's passage, was not too surprised when he saw the news. After all, the Blackrock pirates are one of the 7 kings of pirates. How could someone who can make a name for themselves in the endless sea of stars be weak? But at that moment, Lu Jin suddenly felt a difficulty breathing, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped his heart. Silver Moon, who was standing nearby, immediately sensed something was wrong and instantly released her spiritual energy pressure. After being enveloped by the Silver Moon's spiritual energy, Lu Jinkai finally returned to normal. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. Its massive body and the long-handled axe in its hand exuded a chilling sharpness. Oh, looks like my luck is pretty good. The person blocking Lu Jin's way at this moment was none other than the raider, Saren. Lu Jin hadn't expected that he would receive a message from the raider Saren so soon. And then, in the blink of an eye, we ran into this guy. Silver Moon also sensed the powerful psionic aura emanating from the raider Saren, and she instinctively shielded Lu Jin behind her. Captain, the enemy is very strong. If a fight breaks out soon, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you immediately. This was the first time Silver Moon had encountered such a powerful psychic. Lu Jin was well aware that the raider Saren's strength was definitely more than just that of a level 6 psionicist. Just from the long-handled axe in his hand, Lu Jin could tell that it was definitely not equipment made with ordinary forging techniques. This is likely to be a fierce battle. Lu Jin raised his wrist and glanced at the time displayed on his personal terminal. Then, Lu Jin turned his gaze to the raider, Saren, opposite Silver Moon. Silver Moon, 5 minutes left. The last 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Inu immediately understood what Lu Jin meant. She raised the blade in her hand, and spiritual energy began to rapidly gather around her. The next second, Silver Moon took the initiative and attacked the raider, Saren, directly. But the raider Saren was prepared. When the two sides clashed, and a huge shockwave swept through the entire ship's passageway like a whirlwind. Lu Jin felt as if his internal organs were about to tremble. The energy protective barrier around him also began to appear at this moment, resisting the huge aftershocks generated by the battle between the two psionicists. Is this what high-level psionic battles are like? Silver Moon, I'm leaving this place to you. Lu Jin was well aware that without any spiritual power, staying here would only hinder Silver Moon's performance. So, after glancing at the raider Saren, Lu Jin turned and ran towards the other passage. At this moment, Lu Jin was all alone. Without the protection of the Silver Moon, Lu Jin would ultimately be nothing more than an ordinary human from Earth. But with the help of his rich combat experience from his previous life, Lu Jin broke through one blockade line after another formed by the Blackstone pirates. Finally, after ambushing and killing a Blackstone pirate, Lu Jin arrived at his target location, a hangar housing pirate fighter jets. Before the other Blackstone pirates could react, Lu Jin immediately boarded a pirate fighter jet. Lu Jin glanced at the time, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, a rare occurrence for him. 1 minute left. Lu Jin needs to crack the pirate fighter's system in the last minute. Otherwise, I might not have another chance in a minute. Opening his personal terminal, Lu Jin began desperately trying to crack the control system of the pirate fighter jet. After checking the time, the sleepers throughout the Blackrock flagship and the Star Elves all chose to evacuate. Silver Moon quickly distanced herself from the raider Saren after unleashing a psionic blade. The two looked at each other, and the raider, Saren, couldn't help but look at Silver Moon with newfound respect. Your psychic powers are very strong. Are you interested in working with me? Huh, you pirate. Even on your deathbed you're still trying to recruit me? Chapter 107 Crash. The Blackrock flagship crashes. Facing imminent death? Upon hearing this, the raider Saren snorted coldly. This is my own territory, and I have fought several rounds with my opponent without being at a disadvantage. In such a situation, would the other party think they could kill you? Ridiculous. Thinking of this, the raider Saren chuckled, as if he found Silver Moon's foolishness laughable. This is my flagship, and the Blackstone pirates stationed here are no less skilled than any regular army. And do you really think that, given my strength as one of the 7 pirate kings, I don't have my own legion of psionicists under my command? Facing imminent death? I think that phrase should be applied to you. The raider Saren's face was full of disdain, and his gaze towards Silver Moon was filled with contempt. Silver Moon remained calm in the face of the raider Saren's provocation and humiliation. She took a half step back, and spiritual energy gradually gathered beneath her feet. Idiot. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous roar resounded throughout the entire Blackstone flagship. Even the raider Saren was startled by the sudden roar. Before he could react, the entire ship began to tilt. The raider Saren swayed for a moment, then immediately used his psionic powers to pin himself to the floor. What happened? The ship's sudden tilt alerted the raider Saren, that something was amiss. From the moment he first met that human from Earth, he seemed to have been constantly looking at his personal terminal. And this starry sea elf, during the battle with me, didn't use its full strength at all. Her purpose seemed to be merely to buy time. Boom. Another explosion followed, and then the entire ship's gravity system began to fail. The Blackstone pirate, who was running down the corridor, even lifted both feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At this moment, even a fool like the raider Saren should have realized what was happening. From beginning to end, these people's target was never him. You cunning damned. Before he could finish speaking, the raider, Saren, looked down into the empty corridor. Before the raider Saren could even react, Silvermoon had already used psionic energy to evacuate the battle area. Using her spiritual power, Silvermoon began to quickly head towards the designated location. Meanwhile, the star-hunting dragons and the Blackstone pirate fleet in the Star Sea watched as the Blackstone flagship seemed to have gone out of control, beginning to approach the orbit of the chaotic stone star. The moment the ship entered orbit, the planet's gravity began to pull the Blackstone flagship toward the ground. Breaking through the atmosphere, the massive Blackstone flagship, like a giant meteorite, crashed directly into the chaotic stone star. What's going on? Has the Blackrock Pirates flagship gone out of control? This is not just a matter of being out of control. It's about to hurtle towards the planet's surface. Haha, are these Blackrock Pirates starting to give up because they think they can't beat us? Something's not right. Could it be that Lu Jin and his team's plan worked? Wait, the other Blackrock pirate fleets want to rescue the Blackrock flagship. Rescue the Blackstone flagship? Yuval spread his wings, his eyes gleaming with even greater ferocity. How could they possibly let these Blackstone pirates' plans succeed? Any Star Dragon with a sound mind knows that as long as the flagship lands and the Blackstone pirates' leader dies, this massive fleet will collapse without a fight. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. They would not allow the Blackstone pirates to go and rescue their flagship. Any ship that tries to get close to the Blackrock flagship should be targeted with concentrated fire. Haha, are these Blackrock pirates getting anxious now? Give them a good beating. We absolutely cannot let them lift the flagship back up. Rumble. The Blackstone flagship broke through the atmosphere and instantly transformed into a fireball, continuing its descent towards the Earth's surface. Inside the wrecked Prometheus, Yu Tiansong was sweating profusely with anxiety. His eyes were fixed on the repair progress on the ship. Damn it, Lu Jin, you actually assigned me the task of transferring the ships. This task is easy, but it's way too exciting. The Prometheus was severely damaged, making it impossible for it to start its engines and leave the Blackrock flagship. But the Prometheus also has the ability to teleport. Once the ship is successfully repaired, Yu Tiansong will be able to use spatial teleportation to avoid another fatal blow. However, if the Blackrock flagship is not successfully repaired to the point where it can activate spatial teleportation before it crashes, their fate is singular. That was what turned into countless fragments along with the Blackstone flagship. Just then, Silvermoon walked in, exhaled, and sat down on the bridge. Looking at the calm Silvermoon, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but make a comment. We're on the crashed Blackrock flagship right now. Aren't you scared? Don't be afraid, because the captain said we'll be alright eventually. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong remained silent for a moment. Finally, as if resigned to his fate, he plopped down in his seat. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but mutter a complaint. To come up with this plan, I wonder if this guy is a genius or a madman. Perhaps both. Ding. The Origin space jump engine has been initially repaired. The ship can immediately perform a spatial teleport. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Tiansong jumped up. You can instantly teleport. That's great. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Tiansong decisively activated Spatial Flash. The Prometheus vanished instantly into the cabin of the Blackrock flagship. Boom. With a violent jolt, the wrecked Prometheus crashed into a wasteland. Yu Tiansong stood at the gap, looking at the Blackstone flagship in the sky, which had turned into a giant fireball. He has done everything he needed to do. Hopefully, everything will go as Lu Jin planned. The enormous fireball slammed into the ground, and the entire Star Destroyer crashed onto the surface of the giant planet like a meteorite. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying energy surge swept across the entire surface of the giant planet. A fierce wind swept in, and the Prometheus was swept up and rolled continuously on the surface of the Earth. This caused the already dilapidated Prometheus to suffer even greater damage. Yu Tiansong, who crawled out from a pile of rubble, couldn't help but curse under his breath. If it weren't for the psionic armor protecting him, The aftershock alone would have been enough to kill him 800 times over. I had already teleported to the farthest distance, but I didn't expect the aftershocks to be so terrifying. This made Yu Tiansong look at the huge mushroom cloud that was gradually rising in the distance. The Blackstone flagship was completely destroyed. Such a violent impact would reduce even a star destroyer to a pile of scrap metal. But were all the Blackrock pirates on the Blackrock flagship really dead? Chapter 108 still not dead? That was within your expectations. Thick smoke billowed out, and raging flames engulfed the massive body of the Blackstone flagship. The enormous pit has a shockingly large diameter. Just standing on the edge can instill a sense of fear in people. Under such terrifying impact, even if someone is wearing heavy armor and manages to withstand the attack, their internal organs will inevitably be shattered by the enormous force of the impact. Just then, a figure appeared at the edge of the pit. The figure looked down at the wreckage of the Blackstone flagship at the bottom of the pit. Immediately afterwards, more and more of the same figures appeared at the edge of the pit. Finally, Lu Jin appeared between them. Under the sunlight, the sleepers and star CLs had already surrounded the entire pit. It's exactly the time and location you calculated. Lu Jin, sometimes I really doubt whether you are even a human from Earth. Did you really devise such a meticulous plan all by yourself? Yun Mingyan looked at the wreckage of the Blackstone flagship at the bottom of the deep pit. Even though she was in a psionic projection state, she couldn't help but feel a chill. He began planning this operation as soon as he learned that the Blackrock pirates had their eyes on the hunting star dragon. Under pressure, the Blackrock pirates launched a surprise attack, catching the hunting star dragon completely off guard. Immediately afterwards, the hunting star dragon decisively chose to retaliate and confront the Blackstone pirates. While the star dragon was distracting the Blackrock pirates, Shiria decisively used the jamming device to activate a vacuum for 60 seconds. Within 60 seconds of vacuum, the Prometheus used its main guns to breach the Blackrock flagship's defenses and then brazenly initiated the boarding maneuver. During the boarding process, the jamming system attracted the main force of the Blackrock pirates. The other team went to the engine room to change the engine power so that the Blackrock pirates' flagship would reach the designated location and begin to crash within the specified time. The entire plan is intricately linked, but the slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. What if Stellar Lament fails to penetrate the Blackrock flagship's shields and armor? What if the Prometheus fails to board the Blackrock flagship? What if they fail to attract the main force of the Blackrock pirates and fail to escape in time? Countless what-ifs, countless unexpected events, and thousands of failed paths. Lu Jin finally arrived at the most correct one. Such a precise and audacious plan made even Yun Mingyan feel a chill run down her spine. In contrast, Lu Jin remained calm, his eyes as still as a tranquil lake, without a ripple. It was as if this meticulous and extremely dangerous plan was as easy and effortless as walking in his eyes. That's terrifying. Yun Mingyan muttered to herself and turned her gaze back to the wreckage of the Blackstone flagship at the bottom of the pit. This plan is far from over. After everyone escapes the Blackrock flagship, they will eventually gather here. Without a doubt, even Yun Mingyan understood this step perfectly. This was to prevent any Blackrock pirate survivors from surviving the crash. Just as Lu Jin had predicted, a sharp, piercing noise suddenly came from the bottom of the silent pit. Among the wreckage at the bottom of the pit, a disheveled yet familiar figure came into his view. Siren the Raider, leader of the Blackrock pirates. He crawled out of the ruins in a disheveled state, looking around blankly. His once proud Star Destroyer ships are now nothing but ruins. The elite troops he painstakingly trained were either killed or injured as the ships crashed. Finally, he looked at Lu Jin, who was standing at the edge of the pit. At that moment, the confusion in his eyes ignited like willow catkins, and endless rage, accompanied by bulging veins, made the Raider Saren want to tear the person in front of him to pieces. This guy is still alive. How could that be? He's a genuine psychic. So, his psionic legion must be fine too? That's why I had you regroup after you landed. One after another, Blackstone pirates emerged from the ruins. Their races are different, and their clothing and appearance are also very distinctive. But they all have one thing in common. They are the psionic legion under the command of the Raider Saren. If the Raider Saren, who has roamed the endless star sea for so many years, didn't have a legion of psionicists under his command, how would he deal with the endless psionicists within the endless star sea? Everyone listen up. Fire. Seeing that the enemy had all shown themselves, Lu Jin showed no courtesy whatsoever. Before they could fully react, Lu Jin waved his hand and decisively ordered the people around him to launch an attack.
The sleepers and the star elves decisively raised their psionic hunting rifles. Aim for the vital points of those psionicists and pull the trigger decisively. In an instant, a large number of psionic bullets rained down like a storm. Those psionicists with low levels of psychic power, who hadn't even had a chance to react, were instantly killed. Seeing the people around them falling one after another, the remaining Blackstone psionicists reacted quickly. They deployed a psionic barrier to defend against incoming bullets while searching for suitable cover. Despite the psionic bullets raining down from all directions, the Raider Saren showed no fear. He erected a psionic barrier and moved step by step toward Lu Jin's location. Because he knew very well that Lu Jin was the backbone of these sleepers and star elves. As long as Lu Jin dies, he will still have a chance to break out of the encirclement. But before he could take a few steps, a figure descended from the sky. When the smoke cleared, the Raider Saren recognized the newcomer, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Because the newcomer was none other than Silvermoon. At this moment, Silvermoon's body was filled with surging spiritual energy, and a sharp blade was directly placed in front of the Raider Saren. If you want to get close to our captain, you'll have to get past me first. Having said that, Silvermoon channeled her spiritual energy into the weapon in her hand. This time, Silvermoon held nothing back, and her spiritual energy was even stronger than before. The Raider Saren gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Because the ship crashed, he expended a significant amount of psionic energy to withstand the impact of the crash. But the other party must have expended a lot of spiritual energy to arrive so quickly. Everyone has suffered losses, but I have the advantage. Just as the Raider Saren was getting ready, another figure descended from the sky. I'm not late, am I? The newcomer was Shiria, who had transformed into human form and was holding guns in both hands. Her gaze was fixed on the Raider Saren, filled with endless killing intent. Sensing Shiria's presence, the Raider Saren gripped his weapon even tighter. Hunting Star Dragon? It's also a Hunter Star Dragon with extremely powerful psionic energy. This is a bit troublesome. But before the Raider Saren could come up with a plan, a voice rang in his ears again. Lu Jin is not only your captain, but also my captain. Chapter 109, Aegis Brawl. The curtain falls. Then Yulan walked over and stood next to Inwa. Although her psionic aura is not as strong as Silvermoon's and Shiria's, she is still considered one of the best among all the Starsea elves. With her combat experience, Yulan's strength is by no means weak. 3 psionicists, and not just any ordinary psionicists. At this moment, the Raider Saren felt a rare sense of pressure. Let him fight against these 3 psionicists? Are you kidding me? However, even if they can't win, escaping with their own abilities is still a piece of cake. All they need to do is stall for time until their own fleet arrives to rescue them. But just as the Raider Saren was thinking this, a voice interrupted his thoughts once again. That's interesting. Count me in. I'm also curious about the strength of the 7 pirate kings. As they spoke, Yin Mingyan also joined the battle. Now, it's 4 psionicists against 1 Raider Saren. In this situation, even Siren, a raider from the Blackrock Pirates, felt immense pressure. Do you even have any sense of martial ethics? 4 of you ganging up on me? Can't we be a little fairer? Fair. The moment those words came out of the Marauder Saren's mouth, Lu Jin felt a surge of amusement. How could a Blackrock pirate, in this state, still think about fairness? When the Raider Siren led a fleet of thousands of star destroyers to besiege his small ship, he never considered fairness. Before Raider Saren could speak again, Shiria activated her psionic energy and attacked Raider Saren directly. Immediately afterwards, Inu stepped forward, with Yulan assisting. Yun Mingyan, who was stationed at the rear, mobilized spiritual energy. In an instant, various psionic weapons, projected from psionic energy, surrounded the Raider Saren. Amidst the flashing swords and the raging cannon fire, the entire battlefield was engulfed. As the instigator of everything, Lu Jin remained remarkably calm. He even sat on a rock, quietly watching the Raider Saren being driven into a corner step by step. The morale of the psionicists under the command of Raider Saren plummeted after witnessing the strength of their opponent and their current situation. Oh no, even if we join forces, we'll have a hard time dealing with such a large army of psionicists. We were already outnumbered, and we also spent a lot of psionic energy protecting ourselves as our ships crashed. How could we possibly fight them? Why don't we surrender? Even for the Raider Saren, surviving an attack from 4 psionicists is practically impossible. We might as well surrender now, and maybe we can survive. Good idea. Who would want to be a notorious pirate if not forced by circumstances? In an instant, many psionicists stepped forward and began to call out to Lu Jin.
They just wanted to survive, and if Lu Jin could spare them, they would do anything for him. One of the Blackrock pirate psionists even claimed to know where the raider Saren's treasure was buried. Upon hearing this, even the raider Saren, who was embroiled in a fierce battle, almost cursed out loud. But this moment of distraction gave everyone the opportunity to severely injure the raider, Saren. The raider, Saren, coughed up blood and staggered back several steps, his face turning pale and listless. Seeing this, the psionicists became even more restless and stood up one after another to express their willingness to surrender. Seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Pirates are pirates. In such circumstances, morale is like a castle in the air. If the leader of the raiders, Saren, were to be killed, the morale would collapse instantly. Lu Jin's lips curled into a meaningful smile before he called out to the Blackstone pirate psionicists below. If you want me to let you go, of course I can. But I have one condition. You must launch an attack on the raider Saren. Otherwise, if you just surrender like this, I find it hard to believe that you are sincere. Upon hearing this, the raider Saren stared wide-eyed at Lu Jin in disbelief. How did this guy come up with such a wicked trick? The Blackrock pirate psionicists, who were preparing to surrender, actually began to hesitate after hearing these words. What should we do? If we really attack him, there will be no turning back. There's no way to turn back? Do you really think he'll survive? Now that the tide has turned, without the raider Saren, the Blackrock pirates are not even a second-rate pirate group, let alone one of the 7 kings of pirates. If you still can't grasp the situation at this point, let me set an example for you. Before the words were even finished, one of the Blackrock pirate psionicists decisively rushed forward. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he held a uniquely shaped revolver and poured his meager spiritual energy into it. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and bullets flew directly toward the raider, Saren. The raider, Saren, was instantly enraged. He raised his axe and cleaved the bullet in two. But at that moment, the bullet suddenly turned sharply. Uft! The bullet pierced deep into the flesh of the raider, Saren, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. The raider, Saren, gritted his teeth and took out the bullet. His psychic power is now nearly exhausted, and he can't even draw upon enough psychic energy to stop bullets. The Blackrock pirate psionicist on the other side was also stunned. He did not expect that he would hit the raider Saren with a single blow. The former raider, Saren, could suppress him without even using weapons. Now he is like a decrepit old dog, with no chance to fight back. At that moment, the Blackstone pirate psionicist burst into laughter. Is this the raider Saren? Nothing special. He couldn't even dodge one of my psionic bullets. So weak. Raider Saren, weren't you so powerful before? Look at yourself now. You're a complete and utter loser. The fear in the eyes of the Blackrock pirate psionicists around them gradually disappeared when they saw this scene. Instead, there was madness, a long-suppressed murderous intent and madness erupting. In the final moments of the raider Saren, all the men who had surrounded him before turned into hyenas that were ready to devour anyone they could. Looking at the greedy and frenzied gazes around him, the raider Saren gave a bitter smile. Unexpectedly, the renowned raider Saren would perish in this way. Seeing this, Shiria and the others stopped making a move. Even if they didn't make a move, the hatred these Blackrock pirate psionicists harbored for so long under the oppression of the raider, Saren, was enough to engulf him. As more and more Blackrock pirate psionicists approached raider Saren, Lu Jin remained calm at the edge of the pit. It was as if this outcome was within his expectations. Chapter 110 Blackrock collapses. One wave of trouble hasn't even subsided. The first attack landed on the raider, Saren. Immediately following, a second attack came, and more attacks rained down on the raider Saren. The raider, Saren, raised his weapon, but it fell limply to the ground. Seeing the once mighty raider Saren so weak and helpless only excited the traitors even more. Lu Jin just watched as Saren, the raider, was once known as one of the 7 kings of pirates. Now, however, he has fallen to his knees in a pathetic and utterly defeated state. Lu Jin, well done. But you are ultimately just a human being. In that endless sea of stars, a place that devours people without spitting out the bones, you will eventually meet the same end as me. I'll be waiting for you in hell. It was as if they understood that they could not escape death in the end. The raider Saren mustered his last strength to stand up, and his dying burst of energy caused the surrounding traitors to involuntarily take a few steps back. But the raider, Saren, who had stood up, ultimately only looked in Lu Jin's direction. Resentment, murderous intent, regret. All sorts of emotions converged into a final gaze, landing on Lu Jin. Lu Jin merely snorted in response to the curse of the Raider Saren. Although I am a human from Earth, I will ultimately stand at the end. My goals are not as narrow-minded as yours. Before he could finish speaking, the traitors around him realized that the Raider Siren was nothing but a bluff. And so, like a swarm of bloodthirsty sharks, they devoured the Raider Saren once again. This time, the Raider Saren did not rise again. He fell forever on this planet. In the ensuing chaos, the numerous traitors didn't even leave the Raider Saren a complete corpse. After venting their anger, when they came to their senses, they discovered that the Raider Saren had been reduced to pieces. Such a gruesome death would likely require an enormous price to bring back to life. Dead? The Raider Saren is dead? That's right. He's dead, killed by our hands. Haha, this guy is nothing special in the end. We have completed our mission. Raider Saren is dead. You should let us leave now. It was only then that the traitors remembered that they had only originally followed Lu Jin's rules. They can leave as long as they can injure the Raider Saren. But now, the effect has far exceeded Lu Jin's rules. They not only injured Raider Saren, but also killed Raider Saren at their hands. Looking at those traitors with hopeful expressions, Lu Jin smiled faintly. Of course, I keep my word. Upon hearing this, many of the traitors breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jin turned to leave, but the next second, Cheryl and the others blocked their way. Faced with Shiria and the others who still maintained their formidable fighting power, the traitors couldn't help but swallow hard, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. What are you trying to do? Your captain has already said he would let us go. Are you planning to disobey orders? Unexpectedly, before they could finish speaking, Inyu decisively interrupted them. The captain kept his word. He did indeed let you go. But that doesn't mean we'll let you off the hook. At this moment, the betrayers also tasted the bitterness of being betrayed. Amidst the clash of swords and the roar of cannons, all personnel on the Blackrock flagship were killed on the spot. Lu Jin immediately spread the news about the Raider Saren. The hunting star dragons, who were still engaged in fierce battles in outer space, were taken aback upon hearing this news. The leader of the Blackrock pirates is dead? Or was it that human from Earth who killed him? The star-hunting dragons originally looked down on the Blackrock pirates. However, through repeated clashes, they have come to realize the power of the Blackrock pirates. They were all prepared to be wiped out by the Blackstone pirates, but unexpectedly, Lu Jin actually killed the Blackstone pirates' flagship. They even killed the leader of the Blackrock pirates. This news was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Star Dragon Hunter. The previously demoralized hunting star dragons suddenly rallied and launched a counterattack. Upon hearing the news of Raider Saren's death, the Blackrock pirates collapsed much faster than Lu Jin had anticipated. Some of the Blackrock pirates hadn't even confirmed whether the news of Raider Saren's death was true or false. Upon hearing the news, they immediately began to evacuate to the outskirts of the battlefield. Seeing this, the other Blackrock pirates immediately lost the desire to continue fighting. The core of the Blackrock pirates is Raider Saren. If Raider Saren is alive, then there will naturally be no problem. But now, the Raider Saren is dead. His death also completely threw the Blackrock pirates into disarray. As the news spread, the Blackrock pirates' fleet gradually began to collapse. Someone is trying to escape. Someone wants to confirm whether the Raider Saren is dead. But whatever they do, they will have to face the wrath of the star-hunting dragon. The Hunter Star Dragon instantly reversed the tide of battle, directly overwhelming the Blackstone pirates' fleet with a series of bombing attacks. The war lasted for 3 full days from start to finish. After killing the Raider Saren, Lu Jin never participated in the battles between the hunting star dragons and the Blackstone pirates again. He controlled the Fong drones, dismantling the Blackrock flagship and then inserting it into the warship's origin core. This battle resulted in the most severe damage to the warships. The warships were almost completely paralyzed, but fortunately, the Star Destroyer was made of durable materials. By the time the war was nearing its end, Lu Jin had almost completely repaired the Prometheus. Lu Jin sat in the bridge and watched as the ship's various data gradually returned to normal levels, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just then, Shiria walked over, her joy undisguised. "Captain, thanks to you for taking down the Blackrock Pirates' flagship this time." After hearing that their leader had been killed, the Blackstone Pirates had no will to continue fighting us. "By the way, my father and the chiefs of several other tribes said they wanted to meet you. Want to see me?" Lu Jin stroked his chin and stood up from his seat. He came to Shiria's side, patted her on the shoulder, and then said something meaningful. "I understand. This time you will be in charge of guarding the ships. Inyu, Yu Tiansong, you two come out with me. Go and meet the chieftains of these hunting star dragons."
Yu Tiansong, who was mobilizing the Fong drones and Dragon Flame mech infantry, was taken aback when he heard Lu Jin specify that he wanted to go out with him. It's worth noting that Lu Jin usually goes out with Yu and Cheryl, who have the highest combat strength. I am usually the best choice to guard the ship, so how can I let Shiria guard the ship this time? Chapter 111, Another Wave Rises. My rules are my rules. But soon, Yu Tiansong realized that Cheryl was the real person. She is not only a member of the fleet, but also a member of the star-hunting dragons. The chieftains of several clans that were hunting star dragons this time expressed their desire to meet Lu Jin, and it's likely that it's not just a simple meeting. The war is over, so what is most important now? That, of course, is the issue of how to distribute the spoils of war. Perhaps Lu Jin had already foreseen that the following conversation would be a silent storm of bloodshed. That's why we considered having Shiria stationed on the ship. Yu Tiansong stood up from his seat, stretched, and couldn't help but complain. Finally, I get to show my face more often. I'm always the one guarding the ship. I'm practically going to get moldy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin didn't say anything more. After leaving the ship, Lu Jin, along with Yu and Yu Tiansong, headed straight for the temporary stronghold set up by the hunting star dragon. When Lu Jin arrived at the temporary base, he saw a large number of wounded hunter star dragons receiving treatment from their brethren. Thanks to the powerful physique and formidable psionic talent of the hunter star dragon, they only need to rest for a while longer to restore their tribe's strength to its peak. At that moment, Yuval walked over. In front of Lu Jin, Yuval did not reveal his original body, but instead transformed into human form to show his respect for Lu Jin. Mr. Lu Jin, the chieftains of the other tribes had been waiting for quite some time. Next, I will take you there. Lu Jin exchanged a few polite words and then followed Yuval to the location of the conversation. In a valley not far from the hunting star dragon stronghold, the chieftains of the other hunting star dragon clans had been waiting for a long time. But unlike Yuval, they maintained that arrogant attitude in their speech. Several of the hunting star dragons complained impatiently. I really don't understand why you would invite a human from Earth to participate in our meeting. It's true that the human from Earth killed the raider Saren, but we, the star-hunting dragons, were the main force in this battle. It's not his place to speak. The Blackrock pirates are nothing more than a larger fleet. In the end, they are still a rabble. A mob? It was precisely this mob that almost captured us alive. Sadeki, what do you mean? You should know that this meeting is to fight for the interests of our hunting star dragon clan. Don't try to intimidate me with this. Anyone with a brain can see that we won this war, because we couldn't have won without Lu Jin. Before Lu Jin could even get close, he heard a sound coming from the valley. The voices are divided into two factions, one of which is typical of the hunting star dragons. They look down on any race, including Lu Jin, who determined the course of the war. Even at this point, their first thought was to kick Lu Jin out and let them, the hunting star dragons, divide the spoils. Of course, the other faction is the rational star dragon hunter. They knew very well that without Lu Jin risking his life to destroy the Blackstone flagship, they would have been in serious trouble. Based solely on their performance in the war, they might not necessarily be able to defeat the Blackrock pirates at their peak. Lu Jin stood outside the valley, listening to the discussions on both sides, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yuval, what are your thoughts? At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze fell on Yuval. When Yuval met Lu Jin's gaze, he felt a sudden sense of crisis surge into his heart. Rather than asking for his thoughts, it would be more accurate to say that Lu Jin was asking which side he was on. But before Yuval could even voice his thoughts, Lu Jin had already walked straight into the valley. The moment Lu Jin appeared, all the sounds in the valley ceased. All the chieftains of the hunting star dragon clan turned their gazes to Lu Jin, a tiny human who stood there, not even as big as their feet. But just by standing there, he exerted an invisible pressure on the many hunting star dragons. This is the oppressive feeling that comes with a glorious record. A brilliant galactic battle. Void Zerg campaign. And now the Blackrock Pirates campaign. With each victory in battle, Lu Jin's aura gradually grew stronger. Yuval then broke the deadlock by speaking first. Now that everyone is here, let's have a discussion. The issue of distributing war spoils after the war. Loot. Mentioning this, the eyes of many of the hunting star dragon chieftains turned sharp. It should be noted that although the Blackrock pirates suffered a defeat and evacuated many ships this time, but the ships left behind in this star system, along with all sorts of spoils, add up to an extremely substantial amount. If the hunting star dragons were to acquire this entire sum, they would not have to worry about hunting for at least several years.
Even the entire tribe may undergo another transformation because of this spoils of war. I believe that our Star Hunter dragons suffered heavy losses in this battle in order to defeat the Blackrock pirates. Therefore, I, Graham, representing my clan, want to secure 20% of the loot distribution. 20% of the allocated slots? You really dare to ask for that? There are 10 tribal chiefs present, and you dare to take 20% by yourself? Haha, my tribe was almost completely wiped out. If we're talking about sacrifice and merit, we should be the ones who deserve the most. The numerous hunting star dragons immediately erupted into a heated argument over the distribution of the spoils. Yuval looked at his fellow countrymen around him and couldn't help but sigh. Even the proud hunting star dragon, when faced with enormous profits, will become as calculating as a lower creature. This is another aspect of the hunter star dragon's personality besides its arrogance, greed. Just then, Lu Jin's voice rang out among the many hunting star dragons. Since everyone is going to share the spoils, therefore, on behalf of my fleet, I would like to request a 50% share of the spoils. Upon hearing this, the many hunting star dragons immediately stopped arguing. Their gazes fell on Lu Jin, and their eyes suddenly turned dangerous. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Lu Jin stood up. At this moment, he faced a large number of enormous hunting star dragons, but he showed no fear whatsoever. He looked up at the many hunting star dragons, his gaze as if he were standing atop a high mountain, looking down upon all living beings. What do I mean? The literal meaning. The root of this war lies in the Blackrock Pirates series of activities targeting your star hunting dragons. If I hadn't been involved, you all know exactly what would have happened to you. We and our crew risked everything to sink the Blackrock flagship, thus turning the tide of the battle. Is a 50% share too much? Chapter 112, 5 parts, Slay 10 Dragons. Suppressing the Stone Pillar. A 50% share means half of the spoils. Even the most arrogant hunting star dragon wouldn't dare to make such an outrageous demand. But Lu Jin casually uttered the number. In an instant, the pressure of psychic energy swept over. One of the hunting star dragons gradually turned ferocious, its eyes blazing with fury as it looked at Lu Jin without mercy. Human, say that again if you dare. Before he could finish speaking, Silver Moon stepped forward from behind Lu Jin. A sharp blade was drawn halfway from its sheath, and its fierce psionic pressure directly pierced through the psionic pressure coming from the opposing hunting star dragon. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense and hostile. Yuval and Yu Tiansong, standing beside Lu Jin, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lu Jin's actions were tantamount to provoking the many hunting star dragons. If he angers the other patrolling star dragons, with Lu Jin's current strength and configuration, it would be difficult for him to escape from their clutches. Just as Yuval was about to step forward and say a few words for Lu Jin, one of the hunting star dragon chieftains spoke first, before Yuval could. As far as I know, Mr. Lu Jin, among the ships you own, there is one origin warship. The Blackrock flagship was originally a Star Destroyer ship, and you have now devoured most of it. So, was a portion of the part that you devoured also a part of our hunting star dragon? If you are willing to accept a 5% share of the loot, we can reluctantly cede the Blackrock flagship to you. I presume Mr. Lu Jin is also aware of the stakes involved, right? 5% of the loot share. The moment that number appeared, several of the hunting star dragon chieftains chuckled imperceptibly. Clearly, this allocation of funds is a complete humiliation of Lu Jin. But Lu Jin's expression remained unchanged in the face of such humiliation. Perhaps he had already foreseen this outcome. Therefore, Lu Jin took a deep breath and looked at the many clan leaders of the hunting star dragons. Perhaps you've misunderstood something. I'm not discussing this with you. Upon hearing this, the entire valley began to tremble. Accompanied by tremors and roars, the silent coffin, which had long since vanished, reappeared in the sky above the valley. Upon seeing the warship before them and the energy radiance flowing around it, the faces of many patrolling star dragon patriarchs turned grim. Lu Jin, what exactly do you mean? Warships hovering in the air. Are you trying to force us into a corner? Arrogant human brat, do you really think you can suppress us with just one ship? You are provoking our hunting star dragon clan. Some of the hunting star dragons couldn't sit still and immediately spread their wings, releasing their psionic energy. But the next second, the silent coffin began to project a large number of stone pillars. These stone pillars fell from the sky and landed directly around the valley. The spiritual energy that had just been mobilized vanished like smoke in an instant. What's going on? Many of the hunting star dragons could feel that they couldn't unleash their own psionic energy. But soon, They remembered the strange stone pillars around them. Those strange stone pillars. It was because of the appearance of those strange stone pillars that they became unable to use their psionic powers. In an instant, all eyes fell on Lu Jin. Do you think such tactics can make us submit? You despicable humans. Although you have used your methods to prevent us from using our psychic powers, our physical bodies are enough to suppress you here. That's right. Did you really think that we star-hunting dragons roam the star seas relying solely on our own psionic energy? But before they could finish speaking, the dragon flame mech infantry appeared around the valley. The dragonfire mech infantry, which are entirely made of machinery, are completely unaffected by the stone pillars. Seeing this, Yuval couldn't help but sigh. It seems that all of this is part of Lu Jin's plan. It's utterly ridiculous that those patrolling Star Dragon clan leaders thought they could easily control Lu Jin. Now, however, he has been forced into such a predicament by Lu Jin alone. But after this incident, Lu Jin will definitely become an enemy of the hunting Star Dragon clan. As Shiria's father and the chieftain of the hunting clan, what choice should he make? Just as Yuval was struggling with his decision, Lu Jin, who held an absolute advantage, spoke up again. There's really no need to be so nervous, everyone. As I said, I only want 50% of the loot. That means there is still 50% of the loot left. I think that Chief Rathoff's tribe suffered heavy losses in the battle, and allocating him a 10% share is not unreasonable at all. Then there are Dorino, Casa, Yuval, and Ramon, each of the patriarchs holding a 10% share. The several hunting Star Dragon clan leaders whose names were called were all slightly taken aback. What? And their share? They had originally prepared themselves to be wiped out by Lu Jin. Unexpectedly, Lu Jin not only did not choose to wipe them all out, but instead chose to distribute 10% of the shares to them. Keep in mind that this is the distribution of spoils from a massive fleet. Even a 10% share is enough to elevate a hunting Star Dragon clan to a higher level. Upon hearing these words, Yuval immediately understood Lu Jin's purpose. A calculated scheme. This is a completely open and above-board conspiracy. His goal was to sow discord among the star-hunting dragons. For many years, the star-hunting dragon clan has been divided into various groups, and the connections between these groups have always been extremely weak. Some of the hunting Star Dragon clans even had irreconcilable conflicts. The clan leaders that Lu Jin chose were either on his side or neutral and had irreconcilable conflicts with the opposing forces. At this moment, Yuval felt even more terrified of Lu Jin. When did it begin? Lu Jin had actually investigated the relationships between these several ethnic groups thoroughly. The ignorant tribesmen thought that inviting Lu Jin was an insult and an exploitation. But they couldn't imagine that this human had already incorporated them into his game. Yuval recalled Lu Jin's words from before. If you can get enough hunter Star Dragons involved in this battle, that would be the greatest help to me. As for the other hunting Star Dragons' attitude towards me, I don't care. Did Lu Jin start planning this from that moment on until now? In the valley, several hunting Star Dragon patriarchs who had not been allocated a share were still unaware of what was happening. If you give them 10% of the share, plus your 50%, wouldn't you end up with no share of the spoils at all? What about our share of the spoils? Lu Jin, you're just a human from Earth who barely managed to destroy the Blackstone flagship, and you dare to claim 50% of the spoils. Even if I admit it, my people will not. Chapter 113 The Split. Yuval's Choice. After he finished speaking, a rare silence fell over the entire valley. The few hunting Star Dragon chieftains who hadn't been allocated any spoils looked at the other hunting Star Dragon chieftains with disbelief. They were clearly fighting alongside him against Lu Jin before, so why are they suddenly silent now? At this moment, they suddenly realized that although they had not obtained a share of the spoils, but the people on the other side received real benefits. In an instant, the faces of the several hunting Star Dragon patriarchs turned ugly. You bunch of idiots. Don't you know that this human is trying to divide us? So what if I know? The relationships between the hunting Star Dragon clans are extremely weak. In addition to Lu Jin's deliberate actions, they would have to offer even more favorable terms to persuade the other hunting Star Dragons. But will they give up the benefits they've already gained? For a time, the situation reached a stalemate. Yuval also knew very well that it was time for him to make a decision. As Shiria said before, the Star Hunting Dragon race has fallen behind, and only radical reforms can save them. I, Yuval, on behalf of the people I lead, express my full agreement with Mr. Lu Jin's distribution terms. Since Yuval has said so, I naturally won't say anything. My tribe suffered heavy losses, so even a 10% share of the loot would be satisfactory. Since that's the case, let's make a decision. The current Star Dragon can no longer withstand any more turmoil. The chieftains of the several hunting star dragons had already received their benefits, so naturally they would no longer target Lu Jin. For them, this is the best possible outcome. The chieftains of the hunting star dragon clans looked grim, wishing they could tear Lu Jin to pieces. But as their gazes swept over the surrounding dragon flame mech infantry, they suppressed the hatred in their hearts. Very good. Lu Jin, I'll remember you. After uttering these harsh words, the several patrolling Star Dragon clan leaders headed straight out of the valley. Lu Jin did not intervene. He had already achieved his goal. Yuval, standing nearby, offered advice to Lu Jin. Lu Jin, if they leave here unscathed, they might very well start plotting another internal war. Upon hearing this, the several patrolling Star Dragon clan leaders who were just about to leave felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could leave the area of the stone pillar, they were unable to mobilize any spiritual energy. On Lu Jin's side, there must be a large number of soldiers lying in ambush around them. If things continue like this, they will probably all perish here. It's all right, let them go. Lu Jin waved his hand, letting them leave without caring at all. This left Yuval completely bewildered. Wasn't Lu Jin afraid that these guys would cause trouble after they went out? After all the chieftains of the hunting star dragons left the valley, Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling the Sleeper Legion to remove all the preparations around the valley. After leaving the valley and returning to their stronghold, the chieftains of the hunting star dragons were furious. Damn Lu Jin. We fought so hard against the Blackstone pirates, but in the end we got nothing. What should we do next? Should we gather our hunter star dragons and snatch it directly from Lu Jin? What do you mean by stealing? It's something we should have acquired. But when they returned to their base, they were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Apart from the patrolling star dragons who stayed behind to guard their stronghold, all the other members of their tribe had disappeared. Where are my people? What happened? Before the clan leaders could react, the remaining hunting star dragons immediately gathered around with delighted expressions. Chieftain, you've finally returned. Great news. Incredibly great news. Mr. Lu Jin is truly a great benefactor to us hunting star dragons. He not only helped us defeat the Blackstone pirates, but he even plans to recruit soldiers from among our races. You know Shiria from the Yuval clan, right? She used to be the worst student, but now her strength far surpasses that of her father. This is all because she followed Lu Jin and now she is signed up to become a member under Lu Jin's command. She can even receive a psionic hunting rifle. That thing is really powerful. I tried it before, and even the physical bodies of us hunting star dragons couldn't effectively withstand the damage from this weapon. Lu Jin is simply too strong. Even the human members of his crew have psionic armor to enhance their abilities. Before the hunting star dragon could finish speaking, several clan leaders interrupted him. Their faces were grim. At this moment, they finally understood why Lu Jin had chosen to send them back to the stronghold. The hunting star dragons in the stronghold have all been attracted by him. How can they bewitch and lead their people to rob Lu Jin? Moreover, Lu Jin's reputation has spread so widely among the star-hunting dragons. If they were to announce their own plans, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Let's go. We want to see what Lu Jin is really up to. Based on the information from the star dragons who remained to patrol, they arrived at the recruitment location that Lu Jin had mentioned. At the recruitment site, Shiria, Yulan, and Yun Minjian were demonstrating the various benefits of the fleet. Furthermore, weapons such as the Fong drone, Dragonfire mech infantry, and psionic hunter rifle were also on display. With Shiria as a living advertisement, the number of hunting star dragons wanting to join the Lu Jin fleet is endless. The Fong drone. This is a model I've never seen before, and its mining speed is truly impressive. Did you read the employment contract? They provide food and pay wages. Fully fed? Really? Hunting with the tribe every day is exhausting. If I could eat my fill by following the fleet, why would I go back to the tribe? This psionic hunting rifle is also very powerful. I always said that the era of melee combat will eventually come to an end. Tell the clan leader that I am not returning to the clan. From now on, I am a crew member of the Fireseed fleet. What? You got selected? I need to get tested and start working as soon as possible, in case Lu Jin limits the number of openings. Numerous hunting star dragons relentlessly hunt in the Star Sea in order to get enough to eat. But hunting is not always smooth sailing, especially since sometimes they have to hunt much more powerful species. If they couldn't catch any prey, going hungry was a frequent occurrence. However, under Lu Jin's command, such a problem does not exist at all. After all, the assimilation war is about to break out, and these hunting star dragons will be facing billions of void insects, as well as various warp demons and endless blood clan. At that time, they won't even have a chance to go hungry. Upon seeing this, the clan leaders were furious and immediately stepped forward to reprimand them sternly. Are you guys going to betray your people? Chapter 114 Lack of Self-Awareness. Inventorying the Spoils. Upon hearing this, the entire recruitment site fell silent. All the hunting star dragons looked at the chieftains of the various clans, but before they could say anything, Shiria stepped forward. Her current status and strength are vastly different from before. Standing before several clan leaders, he showed no fear whatsoever. Betrayal? The hunting star dragons are a free and powerful race. Why are you all joining our fleet? Isn't it because you clan leaders can't guarantee your tribe's basic needs? The chieftain is trying to lead the tribe to a better life. If you stop them now, aren't you hindering their progress towards a better life? Before the words were even finished, some of the hunting star dragons turned their angry gazes to the clan leaders. The hunting star dragon clan has a clear hierarchy. Even during the peak harvest season, prey is divided into layers, and the lowest-ranking hunting star dragons are never full. If you don't have enough to eat, you can't improve your strength, and if you can't improve your strength, you'll always be at the bottom. If you lack strength, you will be humiliated and exploited. These hunting star dragons all share the same experience, which is why they want to join Lu Jin's fleet. At least in Lu Jin's fleet, they didn't have to go hungry. Lu Jin could also ensure that these hunting star dragons were well fed, because he had a record of countless locations containing giant star beasts in his mind. The colossal creatures hidden in these locations alone would be enough to feed all the hunting star dragons present. But the clan leaders couldn't do that. They didn't have Lu Jin's comprehensive past life experience. To obtain food, they can only rely on their own experience to constantly wander and hunt in the starry sea. Faced with the angry and confused looks from the many hunting star dragons, the clan leaders' expressions changed, and they stopped talking. Even a fool should realize something is wrong by now. If they continue talking, Lu Jin probably won't even need to lift a finger before these hunting star dragons will devour them first. The clan leaders gathered together and began to discuss how to resolve the current situation. What should we do? Are we really going to have our people become crew members under Lu Jin's command? If he really does that, what should we do? If you ask me, who should I ask? They have been hunting star dragons and roaming the star sea for so many years, relying on their strength and psychic talents. Now that he has suddenly encountered an oddball like Lu Jin, he doesn't know how to fight back for a moment. At that moment, Yulan stood in front of the cabin door. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now noon. According to our fleet's rules, lunch will now be served. New crew members who join today can come here to pick up their lunch. Our lunch is unlimited, as long as you can eat your fill. Lunch. With a wave of her hand, Yulan summoned numerous fanged drones and dragon flame mech infantrymen, who carried out one crate after another filled with ore. All of these ores emitted intense energy fluctuations. The star dragons were captivated by the sight, but what shocked them even more was yet to come. Another large number of refrigerated boxes were brought out, and when they were opened, they were found to contain the corpses of various alien planets. When Cheryl saw the refrigerated boxes, she clenched her fists. This was her entire year's worth of rations, but for the sake of the captain, she had no choice but to give up her own. Furthermore, Lu Jin promised her that upon reaching their next destination, he would hunt the freshest alien beasts from the starry sea for her. With minerals and the meat of planetary behemoths, this meal was simply too good to be true in the eyes of the many hunting star dragons. Most importantly, there's plenty. Immediately, many of the hunting star dragons who had already signed employment contracts began to feast. These benefits have made those who haven't had a chance to join the game yet extremely anxious. Seeing this, one of the clan leaders, the Hunter Star Dragon clan leader, couldn't help but speak up. In order to hunt and maintain their survival, we, the Star Dragons, need to consume large amounts of energy substances each time. If we could have a good meal in Lu Jin's fleet, that would be a wonderful thing. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know how much a hunting star dragon can eat? Lu Jin is playing with fire and getting burned. As long as you become his crew member, you'll be guaranteed to have plenty of food. Don't worry, naive. In just a few days, Lu Jin will know the true terror of our hunting star dragons. After saying this, the clan leaders turned and left. The reason why the star hunting dragons are called star hunting dragons is because they spend their entire lives traveling through the starry seas, hunting various star sea behemoths to fill their bellies. Only by filling its own stomach can the hunting star dragon convert excess energy into its own power and strength. Such a behemoth must consume a considerable amount of energy every day. How difficult it is to completely fill one's stomach. Several days passed in this way, and many hunting star dragons signed employment contracts,
choosing to leave their clan and become crew members under Lu Jin's command. Lu Jin, sitting in the middle of the bridge, swirled the wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip of the fine wine, Lu Jin felt a wonderful sensation in his body and mind. In this battle, he not only gained a large amount of spoils, but also acquired a formidable hunting star dragon legion. Such gains have allowed him to accumulate enough capital to venture into the endless sea of stars. Next, we can begin our journey to the endless sea of stars. Just as Lu Jin was preparing to plan the operation to enter the endless star sea, Yu Tiansong rushed over. I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Good news and bad news. Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiansong's expression and saw that he showed no sign of frustration. It seems I should hear the bad news first. What's the bad news? Didn't you start hiring the star-hunting dragons as crew members before? Now the number of star-hunting dragons you've hired has reached over 1,000. The thousands of hunting star dragons consume a huge amount of resources every day. Thinking about this, Lu Jin also felt that his schedule needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. So many hunting star dragons have already consumed a lot of our resources. So what's the good news? Before Yu Tiansong could finish speaking, Lu Jin immediately asked what the good news was. Seeing that Lu Jin didn't seem to care about hunting star dragons at all, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but sigh. The good news is that after we took stock of the spoils, we found that the amount of loot we seized far exceeded our expectations. The amount of energy minerals looted from the pirate ships alone amounted to tens of billions of tons. Moreover, in addition to ores, we also plundered a large amount of high-value goods such as composite materials. If these goods could be converted into cash, it would surely be a considerable fortune. Chapter 1:15 Omega Armor. Star Map Compass. This result greatly satisfied Lu Jin. After all, the fleet they had defeated was the Black Stone Pirates, one of the 7 kings of pirates. They have evolved from ordinary pirates and even control many planets. Therefore, Lu Jin had already anticipated the spoils of this battle. With these resources, he could not only accumulate a rich foundation, but also ensure the resource supply for the hunting star dragon and his crew. Pack all these supplies up. With the 2 ships that Lu Jin currently possesses, their carrying capacity is certainly insufficient to accommodate all the supplies. Fortunately, he had just recruited a number of hunting star dragons. If these patrolling star dragons were to remain in their original forms, their carrying capacity would be equivalent to that of a small ship. And so, under Lu Jin's arrangement, the entire fleet began to proceed in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus, constantly devouring all sorts of shipwreckage on the battlefield. The ship's upgrade progress also gradually increases as it continues to devour the Origin warship. Lu Jin leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. With the data collection system of the Fong-shaped drones, all I need to do is change the ship's position every now and then. The rest can be handled by the Fong drones. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin suddenly heard the ship's system notification. Ding! A brand new upgrade route has been detected. Do you wish to select one? Upgrade route selection? Lu Jin opened his eyes, stretched, and turned his attention to the ship's control panel. After devouring so much shipwreck debris, he finally received this system notification. Opening the ship upgrade panel, Lu Jin was presented with only 2 upgrade paths. Although there are only 2 upgrade paths, Lu Jin was extremely excited about each one. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock the Origin Equipment Research Lab, and unlock the Omega Transforming Armor. Upgrade Path 2. Unlock the Origin Psionic Training Room, and unlock the Psionic Weight Training Program. There are 2 upgrade paths, one of which unlocks a powerful Special Forces armor. But the other route is a training program focused on psionic abilities. Both of these can significantly enhance the combat power of Lu Jin's crew members. One improves their external capabilities, and the other improves their internal capabilities. Lu Jin couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had originally thought that there were only 2 upgrade paths, so his choice wouldn't be too difficult. In retrospect, the benefits of the Origin warship are something even I cannot easily resist. Just as Lu Jin was considering which upgrade path to choose, a communication signal popped up on his personal terminal. Lu Jin glanced at the source of the communication signal. It was Yu Tiansong, who was still counting his spoils on the surface of Wanshur Star. Upon receiving the communication signal, Yu Tiansong's holographic image appeared in front of Lu Jin. What happened? When Yu Tiansong sent him a communication signal at this moment, Lu Jin's first reaction was that those patrolling Star Dragon clan leaders had gotten into some kind of trouble again. But Yu Tiansong shook his head and instead raised his right hand.
On his right hand was an object that resembled a disc. The well-informed Lu Jin immediately recognized the disc-shaped object. Star chart compass, a tool used to record planetary coordinates. However, with today's advanced star map navigation systems, few people use this outdated method to record planetary coordinates. A star chart compass? Where did you guys get this star chart compass? Seeing that Lu Jin could recognize the item at a glance, Yu Tiansong didn't offer any further explanation. We found it in a safe, and it took us quite a bit of effort to open it. When I opened it, I thought it contained some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be just a star map compass. However, considering that this star map compass was found in the Blackstone flagship safe, I suggest you come back and take a look. Was it found in the safe at the Blackstone flagship store? Lu Jin stroked his chin. If it were an ordinary star chart compass, he wouldn't care at all. But the location of this discovery is something Lu Jin should really think about. I'll go back right away. Lu Jin did not immediately pilot the ship back to launch her star. After handing the ship over to others, Lu Jin returned to the surface of Launcher Star alone in a spaceship. When Lu Jin stepped out of the spaceship, the first thing that caught his eye was a temporary outpost. Star Elf, Star Dragon Hunter, and Sleeper. It couldn't be easier for them to cooperate and establish a base. At this moment, Yuval and Shirya were the first to approach Lu Jin. Captain, how is our base construction progressing? That's true, but we won't be staying on this planet for long, so our base doesn't need to be this elaborate. No problem. The establishment of these outposts is not a big deal for our fleet. Our fleet. Lu Jin keenly noticed the change in Yuval's attitude. Lu Jin was naturally delighted with this change, as he did not want his ship to fall into various divisions. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin headed to where Yu Tiansong was. At this moment, Yu Tiansong had finished packing a box of ore, and then the patrolling Star Dragon next to him carried it to the designated location. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong also put down his work. Upon approaching Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong handed him the star map compass. The star map compass felt heavy and metallic in his hand, and Lu Jin rubbed it for a while. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's watchful eyes, the star map compass actually activated and transformed into points of starlight. Cheryl and Silver Moon also came over, looking at the ancient star map compass in front of them, and couldn't help but ask questions. If I'm not mistaken, what's recorded here should be the coordinates of a planet. Such a large star chart compass only records the coordinates of one planet. That's far too extravagant. The Blackrock pirates must have done this, because there are extremely valuable treasures on this planet. As Lu Jin looked at the coordinates of the planet in front of him, the memories in his mind gradually overlapped with the coordinates of this planet. That's right. The coordinates of this planet are the same coordinates that the Blackrock pirates used to travel to the endless sea of stars. The Blackrock pirates really gave us a surprise. The planetary coordinates recorded on it are a gateway to the endless sea of stars. Furthermore, I boldly speculate that this portal should be a private portal owned by the Blackrock pirates. Now that the Blackrock pirates have been defeated, this private gateway to the endless starry sea is ours. Private portal? Hearing this, everyone was completely confused. Chapter 116, Endless Sea of Stars. Sunluo Star. The universe is so vast that it would be impossible to travel to the endless starry sea by relying solely on the speed of a ship. Even if Lu Jin died of old age on the ship, he might not be able to reach the edge of the endless starry sea. Therefore, to reach the endless starry sea, you must go through a wormhole. However, wormholes are divided into unstable wild wormholes and stable directional wormholes. If one enters an unstable wild wormhole, let alone whether one can survive the space-time chaos within the wormhole. Even if they manage to escape, they may not be able to reach the designated location. However, the stable directional wormholes that are currently in use have all been seized by various major powers and transformed into Stargate structures. To pass through the Stargate, one must report to the power that controls it. This makes it easy for someone to track you. Furthermore, for forces like the Blackrock pirates, the desire to use Stargate on a large scale would inevitably make them hesitant to act rashly. Therefore, whether or not one possesses a directional black hole has become a standard for measuring a power. The location recorded by the star compass in Lu Jin's hand must be the coordinates of that directional black hole. If Lu Jin could seize control of this directional black hole while the Blackstone pirates were defeated, that will undoubtedly play an immeasurable and important role in his upcoming conquest of the endless starry sea. With this in mind, Lu Jin decisively decided on his next destination. Next, our destination is to reach the coordinates of this star compass. Pack your things. We'll be setting off in 3 days. Lu Jin didn't have much time to waste. If the Blackrock pirates are defeated and discovered by other forces, they could seize this directional black hole in advance. Then, Lu Jin will be in a passive position. The others were taken aback at first upon hearing Lu Jin's order, but quickly realized what he meant. The entire fleet immediately began to operate, and after returning to the ship, Lu Jin decisively chose the upgrade route. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Origin Armor Research Lab and the Omega Transforming Armor. While the psionic upgrade path is good, the benefits need to be considered in the long run. Therefore, Lu Jin chose Special Operations Armor, which would allow him to quickly arm his crew. The coordinates recorded by the star compass are for a planet. If the Blackstone pirates weren't fools, they would definitely have deployed a large number of troops to garrison this planet. Then, another fierce battle will be inevitable. The fleet was quickly ready to set sail, with many of the hunting star dragons equipping themselves with supplies. The remaining hunting star dragons transformed into human form and entered the ship to rest. Both sides took turns resting so that the fleet could reach the coordinates more quickly. Rumble. As the ship took off, the surrounding hunting star dragons immediately followed. The clan leaders in the stronghold were stunned for a moment as they watched the ships gradually rise into the air. Lu Jin is gone. They left, taking 80% of our population with them. Does this kid have that many supplies? No. It should be said that the Blackstone pirates had a lot of loot. The spoils of war of the Blackrock pirates? This time, the clan leaders finally realized it. Even if I had been willing to take only 1% of the spoils back then, I wouldn't be in this situation now. But now, it's too late for them to regret it. All the spoils were divided up, and the few chieftains of the hunting star dragon clans who benefited had long since led their tribes away from Launcher Star. Now that Lu Jin has also left, only a few abandoned hunting star dragon clan chiefs and their clans remain on the entire chaotic stone star. Lu Jin's fleet sailed continuously through the Sea of Stars, and after a long voyage, Lu Jin finally arrived at the target planet. This is a planet that radiates a greenish-blue glow from head to toe. On the planet's surface, all kinds of plants cover 90% of the land. After confirming that the planet was indeed Sunluo Star, as recorded on the star compass, Lu Jin immediately directed the fleet to prepare for a landing on the planet's surface. Boom. One of the hunting star dragons was the first to land on the planet's surface. Its enormous size caused the entire ground to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the Prometheus also landed in an open area. The planet's surface environment is being monitored. A series of data appeared on Lu Jin's personal terminal, and Lu Jin was shocked to discover the surface environment of this planet. Apart from the slightly high oxygen content, the other environmental data actually have a lot of overlap with those of Earth. This also suggests that if a civilization were to emerge on this planet, it would most likely become a civilization similar to humans. Lu Jin was somewhat delighted. After all, he had been away from Blue Star for so long and had seen all sorts of planets. But there aren't many planets with environments similar to Earth. So Lu Jin took the initiative to step out of the ship and stand at the hatch. He tentatively opened his protective suit. The fresh air filled his lungs, and at that moment Lu Jin felt an excitement he had never felt before. It felt like I had returned to my hometown. Before Lu Jin could fully immerse himself in the environment of Sunluo Star, a wild beast's roar suddenly came from the surrounding jungle. Roar! With a piercing scream, a massive creature, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, charged straight out of the jungle. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the ship and the watchful star dragons around it, it immediately shut its mouth. It had come to investigate after hearing the commotion, hoping to catch some prey. But after seeing the larger and more imposing hunting star dragons around it, it realized that it was the prey. The creature, which resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex, turned around and tried to run away. Just as it was about to make a move, a hunting star dragon descended from the sky and trampled it under its feet. Despite its ferocious face and mouth full of sharp teeth, it looked like a helpless prey, trampled underfoot by the hunting star dragon and unable to move. Seeing this, Lu Jin opened his personal terminal and began scanning the prey in front of him. I want to get information about this prey from my own database. If I can find relevant information, I might also gain some understanding of the planet in front of me. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Jin finished scanning, information about the prey appeared on his personal terminal. Name, Jungle Tyrannosaurus. Threat level, medium. Origin Sinluoxing. Introduction, a large carnivorous creature living on the planet Sunluo, possessing powerful jaws and a strong bite. Lu Jin quickly scanned the information on the jungle Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, this information shows that the jungle Tyrannosaurus rex was just an ordinary planetary creature. Lu Jin was more interested in another entity within the database. Natives of Sunluo Star, warriors of the Sunluo jungle. Chapter 117 Primitive Hunt. Battle against the warriors of the forest. On this planet, in addition to a large number of dinosaur-like creatures, there also lives a group of planetary natives with powerful combat capabilities. According to information in the database, the Blackstone pirates not only capture large numbers of creatures from the planet Sunluo and sell them on the cosmic market. They will also capture some natives of Sunluo Star and sell them to be used as mercenaries or guards. This intelligence is enough to show that the natives on Sunluo Star are definitely not ordinary in terms of combat strength. That is why they are used for various combat purposes. This is interesting. The situation on Sunluo Star doesn't seem to be as simple as we imagined. Lu Jin stroked his chin and looked around at the crew members. Their main task now is to quickly ascertain the situation of this planet, Sunluo. Upon arriving at this galaxy, Lu Jin did not see any directional black holes. Therefore, this can only mean that the directional black hole is not in this galaxy. This planet, Sunluo, may just be a stepping stone to a directional black hole. In any case, they need to explore this planet first in order to obtain more intelligence. At that moment, Yuval stepped forward. As a crew member who had just joined Lu Jin's crew, Yuval knew very well that this was the time for him to step forward. Captain, our Star Hunter dragons are swift in action and possess the ability to fly. If you wish to explore this planet, I can lead a contingent of the star hunting dragons to investigate its specifics. Since Yuval had taken the initiative to step forward, Lu Jin naturally did not refuse. So Yuval gathered a portion of the hunting star dragons and immediately began to explore the surrounding environment. Lu Jin wasn't idle either. Yuval led the patrolling star dragons to explore the environment of more distant planets. Lu Jin used the Fong drone to conduct a more detailed exploration of the surrounding jungle. As a result, before Yuval could return, Lu Jin encountered an unexpected situation. A hunting star dragon descended from the sky and threw a group of people directly in front of Lu Jin. Captain, while I was patrolling the area, I noticed this group of people fighting. Perhaps we can learn about the specifics of this planet from them. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd, dressed in extremely revealing clothing and resembling a primitive man, spoke up. He spoke in the purest Star Sea common language from the very first word. You damned pirates, how dare you train such terrifying beasts? But even so, what can you do? You're nothing but a bunch of defeated soldiers now. Our warriors will be here soon, and then none of you will be able to escape. Unexpectedly, the Blackstone pirates on the other side immediately retorted upon hearing these words. You slaves, you actually know how to plot an ambush against us? Although our Blackrock pirates are currently fragmented, we are not to be trifled with by you native planets. Do you really think you can gain freedom? A slave is always a slave. You'll never be able to rise above your circumstances. It is clear that the hatred between the two sides has reached an irreconcilable point. But after a heated exchange of insults, both sides gradually came to their senses. These hunting star dragons aren't part of the opposing force. For a moment, both sides focused their attention on Lu Jin. Who are you? Seeing that the two sides had finally calmed down, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh. He thought these people were going to keep arguing. Then, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the Blackstone pirates. Before the Blackstone pirates could react, Lu Jin waved his hand, and the surrounding hunting star dragons immediately understood and killed all the Blackstone pirates. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I want to find clues about directional wormholes on Sunluo Star, then perhaps we still need to build good relations with these indigenous people of Sunluo. Seeing Lu Jin kill these Blackstone pirates, the Sunluo natives were all stunned. Did you kill those Blackrock pirates? It seems you're not with the Blackrock pirates. Let us go and get out of here right now. These people were just a small contingent of the Blackrock pirates. The rest of the force would arrive soon. If that time comes, none of us will be able to escape. Small unit. It seems that the Blackrock pirates have indeed stationed a large number of troops on this planet. Even so, Lu Jin showed no fear whatsoever. After all, he now commands 3 powerful psionic legions. Dealing with these Blackstone pirates is a piece of cake. Lu Jin instructed the hunting star dragon to release the Sunluo natives, and then expressed his goodwill towards them. No need to worry, I have already fought these Blackstone pirates many times. To me, these Blackrock pirates were no different from any other group of ordinary space pirates. Upon hearing this, many Sunluo natives looked at Lu Jin with suspicion. Although they were natives of Sinluo Star, they were enslaved by the Blackstone pirates for many years. But over the years, they have also learned of the Blackrock pirates' formidable strength through their contact with them. You may not know this, but the number of these Blackstone pirates has reached 100,000. Moreover, these 100,000 people also possess numerous powerful weapons. If it weren't for the internal strife that plagued the Blackrock pirates recently, we'd probably still be enslaved by them in some mine. Is there internal strife among the Blackrock pirates? Lu Jin stroked his chin, and a slight smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. That's interesting. Unexpectedly, after the death of Raider Saren, these Blackrock pirates collapsed so quickly. But just as Lu Jin was pondering how to gain the trust of these Sinluo natives, a cold glint suddenly flashed in the nearby jungle. Seeing this, Yin, who was next to Lu Jin, reacted quickly and stepped forward, opening a psionic barrier. But at that moment, the cold light actually pierced through the psionic barrier and went straight towards Lu Jin. Yinyu's expression changed, and she quickly reacted, drawing the sharp blade from her waist. When, with a soft sound, a bluish-purple thorn fell to the ground. Just by looking at it, you can tell that this thorn is highly poisonous. If you were hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who? Silver Moon and Shiria reacted quickly and headed straight for the depths of the jungle. Cheryl took the initiative and unleashed a breath of psionic dragon energy. In an instant, the terrifying psionic dragon breath leveled the jungle in front of them. Amidst the tree debris, a Sinluo native emerged, his eyes filled with disbelief. But he was only shocked for a moment before his figure quickly disappeared from Shiria's sight. Even when Silver Moon used her spiritual energy to search the surrounding area for hundreds of miles, she still couldn't find the figure of this Sinluo native. Chapter 1:18 Miraculous Plants. The Giant Spirit Tribe. Something strange. Silver Moon knew very well that what she had seen before was definitely not an illusion. The poisonous thorn that attacked Lu Jin has not disappeared. This indicates that the attackers used some method to isolate psychic energy, making it impossible for their psychic abilities to detect them. Such characteristics are very similar to the special minerals of the planet Wanshur. Could there be similar special substances on the planet Sinluo? Just as Silver Moon was still thinking, her keen hearing immediately locked onto a certain spot in the jungle. Without any hesitation, Silver Moon swung her blade directly at that spot. A flash of cold light, and the trees in the jungle were once again ravaged. But the effect was obvious. Cheryl quickly discovered the bloodstains left on the ground. Following the scent of blood, Cheryl didn't even need to pinpoint the other party's location. He made a bold move. Boom. With a muffled thud, a figure appeared beneath Shiria's feet. After being captured, the person's cloak fell off. Lu Jin then noticed that they were wearing cloaks supported by leaves, with vines and leaves intertwined to form a cloak that could conceal their figures. Moreover, these vines or leaves share similar characteristics with the minerals of the chaotic star. This made it impossible for Silver Moon and Shiria to detect the attackers even when using their psychic powers. But at that moment, the captured Sinluo native raised his hand and pressed a fist-sized seed into the ground. In an instant, the seed took root and sprouted, transforming into towering vines that directly entangled Shiria. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Sinluo native prepared to escape. But how could Cheryl be trapped by such methods? With just a burst of strength, she easily broke free from the vines. Before the Sinluo native could escape, he was captured by Shiria again. At that moment, a look of despair appeared in the eyes of the Sinluo native. He had used every means at his disposal, yet he couldn't harm these monsters in the slightest. At this moment, Lu Jin took the initiative to speak. Shiria, let him go. This guy must know these people. There may be some misunderstanding between us. Lu Jin looked at the Sinluo natives who had been captured earlier, and the Sinluo natives were shocked. Because they do know this person. Among the natives of Sinluo, those who are physically strong have the opportunity to be selected as Sinluo warriors. True warriors of Sinluo not only possess powerful physiques, but can also skillfully utilize various magical plants from Sinluo Star in combat. It was because of the existence of these warriors of the forest that they were able to rise up and resist the oppression of the Blackstone pirates. But now, these proud warriors of Sinluo have been easily captured by Lu Jin's crew. And Lu Jin has countless such powerful crew members under his command. Thinking of this, a young girl suddenly stepped out from among the Sinluo natives. The girl had healthy, tan skin and a well-proportioned, yet powerful figure. Most importantly, the moment he stepped forward, two Sinluo natives couldn't help but take a step forward. These two people must be the girl's guards. The fact that she has guards means that the girl's identity is not simple. My name is Sharp, and I am the daughter of the chief of the giant spirit tribe. Respected visitor from outer space, thank you for your mercy in sparing our warrior. I'm sorry I didn't show you sincerity before, but now I've witnessed your great power. I believe you can definitely help us solve our current predicament, so I hope we can cooperate. The Senro aliens will definitely not let you down. Previously, they did not believe that Lu Jin could help them deal with the Blackstone pirates. But now, the strength that Lu Jin and the others have shown has deeply impressed them. Even their proud Senluo warriors could not defeat Lu Jin's crew. If we can get Lu Jin's help, dealing with the Blackstone pirates might not be a problem at all. This is why Sharp chose to step forward. Lu Jin glanced at Sharp. Sure enough, on a planet with a backward civilization, military strength was the best way to prove oneself. When we were clearing out the Blackstone pirates, they looked down on us. Now, having just captured a Senluo warrior, their attitude has instantly changed. However, this is also good, as it saves Lu Jin a lot of trouble. I'll help you deal with the Blackrock pirates. All you need to do is find one thing for me. No problem. Before Lu Jin could even explain what this thing was, Sharp on the other end agreed without hesitation. This decisiveness left Lu Jin somewhat stunned. Don't you want to know what I'm looking for? Whatever you're looking for, as long as it exists on the planet Senluo, we'll find it for you. The prerequisite is that Lu Jin can help them deal with the Blackstone pirates. Lu Jin sighed, and then agreed to the other party's conditions. Suppressing the Blackstone pirates was a piece of cake for him. So, led by Sharp, Lu Jin followed him back to the giant spirit tribe. The so-called giant tribe was built on the wreckage of a starship. Due to the unique elements of the planet Senluo, most of the starship's body has been covered by plants. Among them, the metal frames of ships became the most robust building supports. The Senluo people of the giant spirit tribe lived there and built a simple city wall around it to defend against attacks from the Blackstone pirates. Looking at the city wall composed of black tree trunks, Lu Jin glanced at Silver Moon beside him. Based on his understanding of Senluo Star, these wooden city walls must be extraordinary. If the city wall was really supported by wood, the Blackstone pirates could have blasted it apart with a single cannonball. How could the giant spirit tribe have held out for so long? After using her psionic energy to examine it, Silver Moon discovered that the black wood used to build the city wall actually had a hardness comparable to that of an alloy. It's absolutely amazing. On the city wall, two Senluo warriors stood atop the wall, with two extremely ancient siege crossbows beside them. However, the materials used in siege crossbows must not be ordinary plants. Lu Jin stroked his chin, pondering whether he should turn Senluo Star into one of his resource supply stations. After all, there are just too many amazing plants on this planet. Even he himself couldn't fully understand it, so it's no wonder that the Blackstone pirates, despite their defeat, were unwilling to give up on this planet. The two Senro warriors on the city wall were also extremely shocked to see Sharp appear in their field of vision. Sharp, someone just brought back a message saying you've been captured by the Blackrock pirates. Huh, those Blackstone pirates think they can capture me? Open the city gates now. I've brought back a helper who can help us wipe out the Blackstone pirates completely. Chapter 119 Helper. The Directional Black Hole Underground. Helper? The two Senluo warriors on the city wall glanced at Lu Jin behind Sharp. Judging from Lu Jin's attire, he didn't seem to be from any other tribe. After a moment's thought, they decided to open the city gates and invite Lu Jin and the others into the tribe. Stepping inside the giant spirit tribe, Lu Jin finally understood what a hybrid of technology and primitiveness truly meant. The interior of a ship should contain a large number of technological components. But these so-called technological components are useless to the giant spirit tribe. Faced with unfamiliar technologies, they prefer to use the magical plant technology they have mastered. Thus, Lu Jin was able to see that a piece of hard alloy was bound to another wooden stick and made into a simple stone axe. The scattered metal fragments on the ship were simplified into a spear. Looking at the sight of the giant spirit tribe, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. With the level of civilization of these Senluo people, could they really fight against the Blackstone pirates? At this moment, Sharp brought Lu Jin to the ship's cabin. The largest and most comfortable cabin on the ship has now become the residence of the chieftain of the giant spirit tribe. Father, I'm back. Sharp. Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man who was 2 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over his body walked out. The moment he saw Sharp, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. Oh my baby, thank goodness you're all right. If anything happens to you, how can I face your deceased mother? Starting today, All your guards must be replaced with Sunluo warriors, and you must be given more manpower. Sharp seemed a little impatient with his father's repeated admonitions. She pushed away her father, who wanted to hug her, and then earnestly comforted him. Father, you are the chief of the giant spirit tribe, and there are outsiders here. Can't you at least maintain some decorum? I've trained with the Sunluo warriors since I was a child. Even if my combat strength isn't as good as the real Sunluo warriors, those Blackstone pirates might not be able to hurt me. Besides, the tribe is so short-handed right now, so you'd better not waste your time on me. Upon hearing these words, the chieftain of the giant spirit tribe finally noticed Lu Jin behind Sharp. At this moment, he abandoned his previous doting attitude towards his daughter and stood up straight in front of Lu Jin. The muscular man, standing 2 meters tall, certainly lived up to the title of tribal chief before Lu Jin saw his previous posture. But now, recalling his first impression, Lu Jin felt that the chieftain in front of him was not very authoritative. My name is Xia Yan, and I am the chief of the giant spirit tribe. Judging from your attire, you are probably not locals from Sunluo Star. You must be from outer space, just like those Blackrock pirates, right? Lu Jin nodded, without denying it. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin turned his gaze to Sharp. Instead of Lu Jin wasting his breath trying to communicate with the chief in front of him, it would be better to leave it to Sharp. Sharp immediately understood, and after recounting his own experience, Chief Xia Yan's gaze gradually became serious. An existence even more powerful than those dragon beasts? Enemies of the Blackrock pirates? Help us deal with the Blackrock pirates? As the chieftain, Xia Yan was no fool. After listening to Sharp's account, his gaze fell directly on Lu Jin. Then, he looked at Silver Moon and Cheryl behind Lu Jin. From the moment they entered, neither Silver Moon nor Cheryl's eyes fell on him. Even when Chief Xia Yan looked at the two of them, they only glanced at her out of the corner of their eyes. He was all too familiar with that look. It was the contempt that the strong and those in power showed to the weak. It was obvious that the other party didn't take him seriously at all. They were only standing there to achieve some other goal. After some thought, Xia Yan looked at Lu Jin and asked the most crucial question. So what is the cost? What price would their tribe have to pay to get Lu Jin's help? Population? If it were about population, Lu Jin could simply take action. Resource? If it's for resources, Lu Jin has even less reason to cooperate with them. With Lu Jin's current strength, even if he were to massively collect resources from Sunluo Star, would he still need to consult with them? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Chief Xia Yan's mind. But he rejected all of these possibilities one by one. He looked at Lu Jin, wanting to get the answer from Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the other party about the directional black hole. I need to find something that can teleport people on a large scale. Have you ever heard the Blackstone pirates mention such a being on the planet Sunluo? This thing should be the most important facility of the Blackrock pirates. You should have some idea about it. In order to help these native inhabitants of Sinluoxing understand the existence of directional black holes, Lu Jin specially translated it into a language they could understand. After listening to Lu Jin's description, Chief Xia Yan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before finally looking at Lu Jin. Teleportation device? There shouldn't be such a thing on Sunluo Star. However, there is a directional black hole beneath the surface of Sunluo Star. Directional black holes allow Blackrock pirates to travel back and forth in the endless sea of stars, where the largest number of Blackrock pirates also reside. Directed black hole? So the natives of Sunluo knew about this. But soon, Lu Jin noticed something was wrong. Is there yet another directional black hole beneath the surface of Sunluo Star? What the heck? How could a black hole appear underground on a planet? For a moment, Lu Jin even thought he had misheard. You mean there's a directional black hole beneath this planet? Yes, I personally witnessed a large fleet emerge from this directional black hole, and then disappear into it some time ago. How could a directional black hole possibly form beneath the surface of a planet? Why not? Those Blackrock pirates control the underground temple. They can open a directional black hole by activating a switch and close it by pressing another switch. Switch? Lu Jin frowned. Aren't directional black holes products of random birth by the rules of the universe? But based on the other party's description, this directional black hole seems to be a man-made product. In my memory, a large number of black hole technology products were created. But before his rebirth, he had never heard of any civilization that could control the power of black holes. Lu Jin wanted to ask Chief Xia Yan for more information about the black hole. But it is clear that Chief Xia Yan only learned this information from the Blackstone pirates. When asked to explain the formation of directional black holes underground, he claimed to know absolutely nothing. It seems that this Sunluo star is not as simple as a primitive planet. Tell me how to get to the underground, and in exchange, I will help you wipe out all the Blackstone pirates on this planet. Chapter 1, 20 Ancient Technology. Half a month has passed. At this very moment, deep underground on the planet Sunluo, a large number of Blackrock pirates gathered in front of a massive metal building. It's hard to imagine that there is such a technologically advanced underground laboratory on the surface of a primitive planet like Sunluo star, which is covered with a lot of vegetation. The vast space, constructed from various alloys, has countless wires that converge at the center like roots. In the center of this vast underground space, a massive and complex metal structure, as large as a skyscraper, stands silently. The numerous Blackstone pirates surrounding it appeared as insignificant as ants before this massive metal structure. They carried large quantities of energy minerals and fed them into the energy collectors around them. Ultimately, the energy collector converts these substances into energy, which is then collected in the central metal structure. Damn it! How much longer do we have to work to fully recharge this device? At our current pace, it will take about another month to fully charge. If those Sunluo people hadn't taken advantage of the chaos to rise up and escape, we wouldn't have suffered so much. Stop complaining. The Blackrock pirates are a thing of the past. Without Soren the Raider, they're nothing but a disorganized mess. Haha, if you ask me, why don't we just run away? With our current setup, we're more than capable of securing a place on the outskirts of the Star Sea. Since Lu Jin killed the Raider Saren, the Blackstone pirates have scattered like sand, quickly splitting into small groups. Some of the Blackrock pirates chose to return to the Endless Star Sea immediately. Whether they set up their own pirate crew or joined another pirate group, they could always find a place to stand in the endless sea of stars. Some of the Blackrock pirates were also thinking of taking the opportunity to establish a foothold on the outer edge of the Star Sea. Although the Blackrock pirates have fallen apart, they are still a formidable force, and there are not many powers on the outskirts of the Star Sea capable of crushing them. Just as the Blackstone pirates were enjoying their promising future, a commotion suddenly broke out at the underground entrance. Immediately afterwards, the main entrance door was forcibly broken open. Lu Jin then entered this huge underground space. The first thing that catches the eye is the huge metal structure in the center. Even the well-informed Lu Jin couldn't see through the true purpose of this metal structure at a glance. Meanwhile, the Blackstone pirates in the underground space, after realizing what was happening, quickly used their armed forces to target Lu Jin. Before they could even raise their weapons, the hunting star dragons charged in. They swiftly subdued the Blackstone pirates. The Blackrock pirates were stunned when they saw so many hunting star dragons. What's going on? Why are there so many star dragons here? Lu Jin ignored the screams of the Blackstone pirates and went straight to the bottom of the huge metal structure. After examining him, Lu Jin's brows furrowed even deeper. I had never seen such technology before, even in my previous life. What kind of being could have created such terrifying technology? While Lu Jin was still engrossed in exploring this new technological device, the Blackstone pirates next to him made a direct threat without any politeness. Kid, whoever you are, you've messed with us Blackrock pirates. You're in big trouble now. That's right. The Blackrock pirates, one of the 7 pirate kings of the Endless Star Sea. I advise you, if you release us now, we can still discuss it. Faced with the incredibly noisy Blackstone pirates, Lu Jin had no choice but to put down his exploration work. He went straight to the Blackstone pirates, since these pirates had controlled these metal structures for so many years and must know a lot about them. Tell me, what is the origin of this thing? If you obediently tell me, I wouldn't mind letting you off the hook. But if you continue to resist, I don't mind sending you to see your boss. Upon hearing this, the Blackstone pirates instantly understood. The person before them was the very human from Earth who had killed their leader. That makes sense, according to the defeated Blackrock pirates. Although Lu Jin is a human from Earth, he commands a large and powerful psionic army. Recalling the Blackstone pirates' previous actions against the hunting star dragon, this human from Blue Star in front of me is very likely the legendary Lu Jin. Thinking of this, the Blackstone pirates lost their previous arrogance. I'll tell you everything. This change in attitude caught Lu Jin somewhat off guard. He thought he would have to use some more methods to get these Blackstone pirates to talk. But to his surprise, after he had only said a few words, the Blackstone pirates readily revealed all the information he knew. The first thing to discuss is the origin of this huge metal structure. To be honest, the Blackrock pirates didn't know either. Even the Raider Saren discovered the coordinates of Sunluo Star in a ruin. After some investigation, the Blackrock pirates discovered this enormous metal structure. As Chief Xia Yan said, this metal structure is a device for creating directional black holes. With just a certain amount of energy material, this enormous metal structure can open a directional black hole leading to an endless sea of stars. Although this directional black hole is not large, its size is such that even the Blackrock flagship can barely pass through it. However, its advantage lies in the fact that this directional black hole is stable enough and is a controllable black hole. When faced with pursuit from a powerful enemy, they can also close the black hole and hide again. Perhaps the enemy would never have imagined that this so-called directional black hole actually exists beneath the surface of a planet. Even Lu Jin from his previous life had never heard of such a thing. The Blackrock pirates have been giving me one surprise after another. Lu Jin looked at the metal structure in front of him. He knew this enormous metal structure all too well. If it is true, as the Blackrock pirates say, that it has the ability to open and close a directional black hole, then its value far exceeds that of an ordinary directional black hole. Thinking of this, Lu Jin asked the Blackstone pirates how to activate the device. The Blackstone pirates were very forthcoming and immediately told Lu Jin how to activate the directional black hole teleportation device. All you need to do is put a large amount of energy minerals into the surrounding energy collection devices. At our current pace, it will only take 1 month to complete the charging. Of course, if we have enough manpower, we can shorten this time to half a month. Half a month was enough time for Lu Jin to wipe out the Blackstone pirates on Sunluo Star. Chapter 121 The Cycle of Heaven. The extermination begins. This time, Lu Jin did not choose to kill all of these Blackstone pirates. After all, as these Blackrock pirates said, charging the directional black hole teleportation device would require a large number of people. Rather than killing all these Blackrock pirates, it would be better to let them continue transporting various energy ores to power up the directional black hole teleportation device. Chief Xia Yan, in order to prevent these Blackstone pirates from having other ideas, the project's supervision of this underground space is now entrusted to you. Chief Xia Yan, who had been following Lu Jin, was first taken aback, then quickly realized what was happening. He was more than happy to be put in charge of supervising these Blackstone pirates. After their weapons and equipment were confiscated, the Blackstone pirates were no threat at all. The Blackstone pirates never imagined that one day their status would be reversed with that of the Sunluo people. Chief Xia Yan stepped forward, a strange smile on his face. The Blackstone pirates, who had just been released, were surprised to see the look in the eyes of the Sunluo people and suddenly began to regret their actions. They knew all too well how they had enslaved the Sunluo people before. These Senra people have now become their overseers, and the methods they once used on these Senra people will inevitably be applied to them as well. Thinking of this, one of the Blackstone pirates couldn't help but shudder. My lord, didn't you promise us that you would let us go as long as we told you the information? Haven't I let you off the hook? Lu Jin glanced at the Blackstone pirates. He had kept his promise and let them go. Before the Blackstone pirates could utter another word, one of the Sunluo people couldn't contain himself any longer. He pulled a vine from his waist, its various sharp thorns gleaming with a chilling light. Damn Blackrock pirates, you've actually gotten yourselves into this mess. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. Do you still remember how you used to enslave me? Stand up. This whip made of vines is much lighter than the whips you used to lash me before. Snap. The Sunluo man swung the vine in his hand and struck one of the Blackstone pirates. Without any protective gear, the thorny vines left a scratch on the Blackstone pirate. The Blackstone pirate screamed in agony, but then the Sunluo man lashed out with his whip again. What? You can't even handle this little bit of pain? Get up. When I collapsed from exhaustion, you guys whipped me to my feet. Now that this whip is falling on you, you feel you can't take it? It is obvious that this Sunluo person was one of those who were enslaved by the Blackstone pirates. His body was covered with numerous wounds, and even his face had many scars. Faced with such resentment from the Sunluo people, Lu Jin did not choose to stop them. The way the Blackstone pirates treated these Sunluo people is how these Sunluo people will treat the Blackstone pirates now. For Lu Jin, the deaths of these Blackstone pirates were not a pity. Now, placing them here not only allows them to be used as human resources to attack directional black hole teleportation devices. It can even quell the anger in the hearts of the Sunluo people and gain their loyalty. My steps will not stop here, but Sunluo Star is indeed an important strategic location. To gain complete control of this planet and prevent it from falling into the hands of other alien forces, Lu Jin must bring these Sunluo people under his command. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin walked out of the underground laboratory and returned to the surface. Looking back, this massive ancient building stands tall in the primeval jungle of Sunluo Star. When Lu Jin looked down from the sky, he immediately saw this ancient building. But he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Any planet that has ever been home to a civilization will have various ruins and buildings. Ruins are nothing special, but he never expected that a magical directional black hole teleportation device was hidden underground in these ruins. After leaving the ruins and returning to the primeval forest, Cheryl and Silvermoon asked Lu Jin from behind, "Shall we take action?" Both of them were well aware that their current goal was to wipe out all the Blackstone pirate forces on Sunluo Star. Half a month is neither a long nor a short time. Lu Jin stroked his chin, beginning to plan how to wipe out all the Blackstone pirate forces within half a month. If the Blackrock pirates had been united before, wiping them out wouldn't have been too difficult. But now the Blackstone pirates are all scattered. As far as Lu Jin knows, several Blackstone pirate forces have occupied several locations and established strongholds. From this moment forward, the Star Dragons, Star Elves, and the Sleeper Legion will be dispersed into smaller units. The three formed a team, donned the latest equipment, and headed to various Blackrock pirate strongholds to investigate intelligence. The intelligence investigation period is 7 days. Within 7 days, you must have all the information on the Blackstone pirate strongholds. 7 days from now, obey my orders and do your utmost to eradicate the Blackstone pirate forces on Sunluo Star. New equipment? After hearing these words, both Cheryl and Silvermoon immediately grasped the key point. They will have a new piece of equipment to use in this operation. The previous Psionic Hunter rifle played a crucial role in both hunting Star Dragons and Star Elf factions. In fact, the Fireseed fleet has now adopted the Psionic Hunter rifle as the mainstream weapon for all its units in combat. Now Lu Jin actually said that there is a new piece of equipment waiting for them. Surely this new equipment can't be worse than the Psionic hunting rifle. Seeing that both Cheryl and Silvermoon looked eager to try, Lu Jin immediately understood their thoughts. The new equipment is a combat armor set, although it doesn't have the formidable power of the Psionic Hunter rifle. However, this combat armor is most suitable for the current situation and is widely used on various battlefields. I have already prepared your armor. After saying that, Lu Jin took out 2 spherical liquid metal balls from his backpack. Cheryl took it first, and after activating the liquid metal sphere, the Omega Transformer armor quickly appeared on her body. Touching the Omega Transformation armor on the surface of his body, the first sensation was a soft, silk-like texture. This made Cheryl wonder if this armor could really protect her. But the next second, Silvermoon had already mastered the secrets of using the Omega Transforming armor. In an instant, the Omega Transformation armor on the surface of the Silver Moon revealed layers of texture like dragon scales. In the time it takes to breathe, it transforms into a completely different set of armor. Chapter 122-72, Transformations. Infiltration. Looking at the completely new armor, Cheryl couldn't help but sniffle. Soon, Cheryl discovered a shocking truth. That is Silvermoon, now equipped with Omega armor, who is actually exuding the aura of the hunting Star Dragon. Not only her aura, but even the nature of her psionic energy has changed. It's the aura of the hunting Star Dragons. This armor can actually simulate the unique information of our race. Upon hearing Shiria's words, Silvermoon looked at her Omega armor with some surprise. After some testing, Silvermoon discovered that the armor not only had the aura of the star-hunting dragon, but also had a formidable defensive capability comparable to the star-hunting dragon's physical body. Meanwhile, Cheryl, standing beside her, quickly grasped the essence of the Omega transforming armor. She activated the armor's transformation system, and the armor quickly transformed into a completely different form. This time, the armor emitted an aura unique to the Sleepers, a psionic aura. In this mode, the Omega Transformer armor surprisingly possesses the ability to freely traverse physical spaces, just like the Sleeper. This new equipment is way too powerful. By simply inputting the corresponding gene sequence, it can transform into the corresponding armor to cope with a variety of combat environments. Such formidable armor, surely each person has their own piece. After experiencing the powerful effects of the Omega Transformation armor, Shiria and Silvermoon immediately realized its importance. Lu Jin smiled faintly. As long as there are enough materials, such armor can be easily mass-produced in the Origin Armor Research Lab, just like the psionic hunting rifle. Next, Lu Jin will distribute this suit of armor to everyone so that they can better carry out the tasks ahead. At this very moment, On a cliff face, several black stone ships were anchored in an open area, forming a makeshift outpost. Numerous black rock pirates stood on the deck of the ship, using its massive size to survey the surrounding environment from above. In the central area of these ships, several captains of the Blackstone ships were gathered together. I wonder how well the underground directional black hole teleportation device is charging. What? Why are you concerned about this? Do you perhaps plan to return to the endless starry sea? Are you kidding me? With our current resources, we could easily be local tyrants on this planet. That's right. The endless sea of stars is full of monsters. If our small bodies went in, wouldn't we be devoured? However, the directional black hole teleportation device beneath the surface of Lu Jin star is ultimately a ticking time bomb, so it's better for us to find a safe planet. Just as several BlackRock pirate captains were discussing their future plans, a silent change had already occurred on the deck. A faint mist had crept onto it. Some of the more perceptive BlackRock pirates frowned slightly as they saw the approaching mist. What's causing this fog? Faced with their companions' questions, the other BlackRock pirates seemed unsurprised. I told you to read more books, but you insisted on feeding pigs. This is Lu Jin star, which boasts vast stretches of pristine jungle terrain. Is fog something strange? Don't make a fuss. Even if those Lu Jin slaves are stupid, they wouldn't choose to ambush us in broad daylight. Upon hearing this, many BlackRock pirates nodded in deep agreement. In their minds, the only threat to them on this planet came from the elusive Lu Jin people. However, given the level of civilization of the Lu Jin people, harassing them is possible, but completely defeating them is simply a pipe dream. But just as they let their guard down, a wave of sleepiness washed over them. The drowsiness came so suddenly that they didn't even have time to react. Suddenly, everything went black, and the Blackstone pirate guards on duty on the deck quickly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, 3-star elf beings wearing Omega transformation armor easily boarded the deck of the ship. Looking at the fallen Blackstone pirates around them, the 3-star sea elves couldn't help but glance at their own armor. This new equipment is really useful. It actually allows us to use the sleeper's unique sleep psionic mist. The equipment the captain issues each time is quite useful. With this armor, the difficulty of our missions has dropped dramatically. Stop chatting. Although this fog can be used, it's not as effective as the Sleeper Legion. These BlackRock pirates are about to wake up. That's right. Let's infiltrate as soon as possible and gather intelligence on the other BlackRock pirate strongholds. The 3-star sea elves exchanged glances and then immediately decided to split up. Soon, the hypnotized BlackRock pirates awoke. After they woke up, they immediately became alert. After all, it's understandable if one BlackRock pirate is sleepy, but it's not normal for a group of BlackRock pirates to be sleepy. Thinking of this, one of the Blackstone pirates quickly reported the situation to the captains. Upon hearing this news, the captains frowned deeply. This must be a conspiracy by those Lu Jin people. Those damned slaves of Lu Jin have become increasingly audacious since they escaped our control. A backward civilization is ultimately just a bunch of rabble. Check the ship's most important compartments to prevent these Senro people from taking advantage of the situation. It's time to put the plan to leave Lu Jin star on the agenda, but before we leave, we must teach these Lu Jin people a lesson. As they spoke, the Blackstone pirate captains exchanged a knowing smile. They have contacted other captains of the BlackRock fleet who want to remain in the Outer Star Sea. If all captains agree, they can quickly build a powerful pirate army in the Outer Star Sea. Although resources are scarce in the Outer Star Sea, it is safe. In the current Outer Star Sea, there are really not many forces that want to wipe them out. While the captains were still enjoying the future, 3-star elf had already infiltrated their ship. The sleeper's ability to penetrate physical objects provides these Star Sea elves with the greatest convenience. They followed the Blackstone pirates all the way to the most crucial cabins: bridge, archives, engine room. One of the Star Elves, taking advantage of the Blackstone pirates' lack of awareness, quickly memorized the cabin's door lock code. After the Blackstone pirates left, they immediately went into the archives room. The archives contain a wealth of information about the Blackstone pirates. The other Star Elf was even bolder, going directly into the bridge. Chapter 123: The Death List. Uprooted. Inside the bridge of the BlackRock pirates' ship, numerous BlackRock pirates leaned back in their seats. Some of the BlackRock pirates weren't even in their seats. They had long since disappeared. The Blackstone pirates gathered in small groups, completely disregarding their duties. After all, the BlackRock pirates are now fragmented, and their ships are anchored here, requiring very little maneuvering. Even if the Lu Jin people attacked, it wouldn't affect the Blackstone pirates sitting inside the bridge. The captain has given the order to immediately go on alert. The unexplained drowsiness on the deck gives us reason to suspect that the Senra people have infiltrated the ship. If any unusual situation occurs, please report it immediately. The Blackstone pirate in charge of relaying the message informed everyone of the situation on the deck. But the Blackstone pirates on the bridge only paused for a moment. After hearing these words, things returned to the way they were before. These Sanluo people seem to want to attack us 800 times a day. Last time it was poisoning, and this time it's causing us to fall into a coma. Don't bother trying. If the Sanluo people could break in, they would have already done so. They're just a bunch of locals, and they only ever use the same few tricks over and over again. I'm tired of them even if they don't. Are you busy? We're one short for our 4-player game. Want to come over and play around? The starry sea elf, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but snort coldly upon seeing the Blackstone pirates so relaxed. These Blackstone pirates were ultimately just a group of pirates. Even when faced with unusual situations, he still maintains this indifferent attitude. However, this attitude also made it easier for the starry sea elves to move around. The star elf, hidden in the shadows, took out a portable hard drive and installed it directly on the system panel of the bridge while the Blackstone pirates weren't looking. After copying the data, Starry Sea Elf obtained a large amount of information. Among them are a large number of communication records, which are the back-and-forth calls between the Blackstone pirate captains who stayed on Sanluo Star. How are the preparations going? We have currently reached an agreement with 11 captains, but 8 of them have not yet made a decision. 11 is a bit few. Are the other 8 perhaps waiting for the directional black hole to open, so they can once again unleash the endless starry sea? If they wanted to go back, they would have gone back long ago. Only a few of us are left here. The rest have already returned to the endless star sea with the main force. I can't wait much longer. These Sanluo people bother me every day. What's the point of staying on this broken planet? This can be seen from the communication records. Even the many Blackstone pirates who remain on Sanluo Star are not united. But this also makes Lu Jin's actions more convenient. The Star Elf collected all the communication records and, based on the names and signal coordinates, deduced the locations of the other Blackrock pirate ships. And so, the coordinates were sent to Lu Jin's personal terminal. Meanwhile, other teams also sent back messages one after another, and Lu Jin organized the intelligence on his personal terminal. Lu Jin quickly learned the locations of all the Blackstone ships. And all of this was done in just 3 days. The time it took was much less than Lu Jin had imagined. Perhaps it was because of that Omega transformation armor that Lu Jin was able to gather the coordinates of all the Blackstone ships into his own hands. Then, he looked at Yu Tiansong beside him. Yu Tiansong, go to the giant spirit tribe and tell Xia Yan. 3 days from now, I will launch an operation to wipe out the Blackstone pirates. If he wants to participate in this operation, he should pass this message on to the other Sanluo tribes. Yu Tiansong immediately understood and went to the giant spirit tribe to deliver the message to Chief Xia Yan. After some thought, Chief Xia Yan gave Yu Tiansong a positive answer. I cannot guarantee the outcome for other tribes in this battle, but my giant spirit tribe will do everything in its power. Very well, the chief's words are enough. 3 days is not a very long time. On the morning of the 4th day, Lu Jin arrived at the mooring place of one of the Blackstone ships. At this moment, the Blackrock pirates were unaware that danger was gradually approaching. A dark shadow suddenly appeared above the ship, and before they could react, the hunting star dragon descended from the sky. Boom! The psionic dragon breath slammed down on the ship, blasting a huge hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the entire planet Sanluo was plunged into a state of constant warfare. The Blackrock pirates stared wide-eyed at the sight of the countless hunting star dragons soaring through the sky, utterly incredulous. Hunting star dragons? What are they doing here? Boom! Before the Blackrock pirates could finish speaking, another breath of psionic dragon energy landed on the ship. These Blackstone ships have been moored on the surface for too long, and it will take a lot of time to start them up now. Under Lu Jin's sudden attack, these Blackstone ships even had difficulty starting up. Upon witnessing such a fierce battle, the warriors of Sanluo were momentarily hesitant to approach. When Xia Yan, the chieftain of the giant spirit tribe, saw how powerful Lu Jin's crew was, he looked at Lu Jin with nothing but endless awe. The cleanup operation was very swift. With the ship's coordinates, Lu Jin then joined forces with the Sanluo tribe. The numerous Blackrock pirates had no chance to resist and were killed instantly. Of course, Lu Jin did not choose to exterminate them all.
The directional black hole device located underground in the ruins requires a large number of people to activate. As a result, more and more Blackrock pirates were sent into the underground factory. Wait, isn't this a timed black hole teleportation device? What do you slaves of the Sinluo clan want to do? Hey, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll do anything you want. Just stop hitting me. Damn it. If I had known that surviving would lead to being banished here, I would have preferred to die on the battlefield. The war raged on Sinluo Star, but in the later stages, Lu Jin no longer needed to personally intervene. The ship was damaged, and most of its equipment was captured by Lu Jin. Even if some Blackstone pirates escaped, without weapons and equipment, their chances of surviving on this perilous planet Sinluo would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Needless to say, the Senro aliens will become the rulers of this planet. Under the siege of the Sinluo people, the Blackstone pirates had even less chance of survival. Of course, these were not things that Lu Jin cared about. After a series of operations, the directional black hole teleportation device is finally almost fully charged. Lu Jin had been waiting in front of the device for a long time. He wanted to see how this so-called directional black hole teleportation device actually worked. Chapter 124 Teleportation. A brand new realm. As the last energy ore was fed into the device, the energy contained within it was directly transferred through the pipeline into the massive metal structure. The Blackstone pirate in charge of the operation pressed the final button, and the entire underground space suddenly awoke like a sleeping beast. Rumble. To everyone's astonishment, the dome of the entire underground space was opened. The azure sky was once again revealed to everyone, and the entire metal structure began to slowly rise. The massive platform began to gather even more powerful energy fluctuations. Finally, under Lu Jin's watchful gaze, a spatial rift appeared in the void. This spatial rift gradually expanded and turned into a black hole. As energy was continuously injected into it, the black hole grew larger and larger until its size perfectly matched the metal structure in front of it. Only at this point did the black hole finally stop expanding. Looking at the black hole before him, calm as still water and devoid of any violent aura, Lu Jin could hardly believe it. Black holes, once hailed as ferocious beasts of the stars and cosmic calamities, have now become remarkably docile under the control of this metallic construct. The scene at this moment is like someone taming a wild and untamed tiger with their bare hands. Lu Jin looked the directional black hole teleportation device in front of him up and down, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he was a reincarnated individual, there were still terrifying beings in this vast starry sea that he was unaware of. A civilization capable of creating such a device to control black holes must be at a level beyond my comprehension. Looking at the directional black hole teleportation device in front of him, Lu Jin became even more determined to take it for himself. Such a strategically important directional black hole teleportation device must be kept in our own hands. In this way, even if one suffers losses in the endless sea of stars, one will still have a way out to ensure a safe retreat. Lord Lu Jin, the directional black hole has been successfully activated. Based on its energy reserves, this directional black hole system can be operated for 24 hours. 24 hours. They have been preparing for so many days and have invested so much energy and resources. Once activated, it can only last for 24 hours? But Lu Jin quickly came to terms with it, since the device was essentially creating a directional black hole out of thin air. Compared to traditional directional black holes, it is more stable and more convenient. After entering the endless sea of stars, Lu Jin will have plenty of opportunities to acquire resources and will not need to worry about energy consumption. Therefore, after some arrangements, Lu Jin allocated a portion of the Sleeping Legion to guard Sinluo Star. The leader of the sleeping warriors responsible for guarding the area was none other than Long Quan, the centurion whom Lu Jin had previously met. This directional teleportation device is extremely important to our fleet. During your time guarding Sinluo Star, you must improve the local facilities and ensure the directional black hole device remains intact. I will arrange for the Sinluo people of the giant spirit tribe to cooperate with you. I'll leave this to you. Centurion Long Quan was also well aware of the strategic significance of Sinluo Star to the Fireseed fleet. Therefore, after accepting this mission, he solemnly declared that he would do everything in his power to guard the directional black hole teleportation device on Sinluo Star. Lu Jin nodded, then led the others back inside the ship. The silent coffin took the lead, being the first to enter the directional black hole. Immediately following, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus and entered the directional black hole. The black hole instantly swallowed the ship,
and the moment it stepped into the black hole, all of the ship's instruments became useless. Everyone seemed to be plunged into darkness until the scene in front of them gradually pieced together into a complete view, at which point Lu Jin realized that they had left the directional black hole. The ship hovered in the air, and when Lu Jin looked down, all he could see was a scene of ruins. Thick smoke rose from the ground, and the directional black hole teleportation device stood in the wilderness. Shipwrecks were everywhere, and the entire sky had become incredibly murky. Even the silent coffin, the first ship to arrive on this planet, was taken aback by the sight before it. Where's this? Is this still the endless sea of stars? The planet before us should be one controlled by the Blackrock pirates, as the shipwrecks and architectural ruins are filled with Blackrock pirate symbols. Was this Blackrock pirates' territory? Then how did it become a ruin? Was it internal strife within the Blackrock pirates that turned this planet into such ruins? Or perhaps other forces, upon hearing of the Blackrock pirates' disintegration, seized the opportunity to raze the planet to the ground. Just as Lu Jin was still pondering the real reason why the planet had turned into ruins, a large number of biological reactions suddenly appeared on the ship's radar. Amidst the chaotic and complex ruins of war, a group of peculiar creatures with green skin, resembling goblins, stand on tanks assembled from unknown parts. Against the backdrop of rumbling engines, these green goblins seemed like a group of revelers galloping through numerous ruins. Just then, another group of green goblins appeared. They had tanks of completely different colors and held rocket launchers assembled from various random parts. Upon seeing the former's tank, the latter pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher without hesitation. Boom. As expected, the shoddy rocket launcher exploded, blasting the green goblin who had pulled the trigger into pieces. However, the rockets that were fired landed precisely on the former's tank. The green goblin on the chariot was blown away, tumbling several times in the air before being pierced through the head by a piece of discarded sharp metal. Their companions were killed, but instead of feeling sad, these green goblins cheered, as if they were celebrating something. Looking at the group of crazed green goblins in front of them, Silvermoon and Shiria couldn't help but frown. In their eyes, these green goblins were simply a bunch of inferior creatures. Their outdated and chaotic technological level, their illogical code of conduct, made them look exactly like a bunch of madmen who could only yell and scream. But Lu Jin's expression turned serious when he saw these green goblins. Lu Jin didn't even show such a solemn expression when facing the Blackstone pirates. Oh no, we can't stay on this planet for now. Why? Silvermoon and Shiria asked the question almost simultaneously. In their view, all they needed to do was clear out these green goblins, and their fleet could establish a brand new base on these ruins. Lu Jin pointed to the green goblin displayed on the screen and said solemnly, "These creatures are the most repulsive and troublesome beings in the entire endless star sea. Their name is Orc." Chapter 125 Orcs. An inauspicious start. In the vast sea of stars, there exists a group of creatures. They are not highly intelligent, but they possess extraordinary civilization and technology. Their physical abilities weren't top-notch, but they possessed an unwavering, almost fanatical, fighting spirit. They are the war fanatics of the Star Sea, the Orcs. No one knows when these Orcs appeared, but those who know of their existence are all perfectly aware that these unassuming creatures are the most skilled race in war in this star system. Wherever there is war, there will be Orc. Once the Orcs appear, they will quickly become the masters of this battlefield. They enjoy war and evolve to become stronger through constant battles. Moreover, their population is like a black hole, seemingly endless. After you wipe out one group of Orc, another group of Orc will appear soon afterward. However, these Orc are not without their flaws. Their thirst for battle has reached an almost manic level. If you don't provoke them or show weakness, they will lose the desire to fight. Orcs who lack the will to fight will begin to kill each other. Alternatively, they might build their own ship, leave the planet, and seek out entirely new battlefields to fight on. Such a warrior race has actually appeared here. Upon learning the origins of these Orcs, both Silvermoon and Shiria's expressions changed. A race born for battle, they are indeed a formidable opponent. At this moment, the Orcs on the ground also noticed the silent coffin and the Prometheus appearing in the sky. They looked up at the two ships, their eyes filled with excitement. But they seemed to have forgotten that they are now racing through the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a series of Orcs crashed into the ruins, their parts and flesh flying everywhere. Those Orc who survived the car accident did not grieve for a moment over the deaths of their companions. They cheered, drew their weapons, and opened fire on the ships in the sky.
Some orcs even immediately rummaged through the ruins and found a large number of parts. After some assembly, this pile of parts actually turned into an unknown long-range weapon. Sizzle sizzle. The orc pulled the trigger, and a powerful laser beam shot out from the muzzle, landing directly on Lu Jin's ship. But such an attack couldn't even activate the ship's shields. Boom. After being used for a while, the weapon in the orc's hand exploded due to overload. The orc was blasted so hard, he tumbled several times. But he was not discouraged at all. They cheered and ran, relentlessly pursuing Lu Jin's ship. Seeing this, Lu Jin frowned deeply. He immediately turned on his communication device and contacted Long Quan, who was stationed on Senluoxing. Once the communication was established, Long Quan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the holographic projections of Lu Jin and the others. It seems that Lu Jin and the others have successfully arrived at the endless sea of stars. But before Long Quan could even relax, Lu Jin immediately told him to shut down the directional black hole teleportation device. Although it's unclear why Lu Jin immediately shut down the directional black hole teleportation device. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Quan immediately ordered the Blackstone pirates to cut off the power supply to the directional black hole teleportation device. Without energy supply, the directional black hole gradually began to shrink and eventually disappeared from its original location. On the other side of the endless starry sea, above the pirate ruins, the directional black hole, along with the directional black hole of Sunluo Star, gradually shrank until it disappeared. Seeing the directional black hole teleportation device disappear, Lu Jin breathed a brief sigh of relief. This planet has been occupied by the orcs. If the directional black hole is not closed in time, these orcs will most likely travel to Sunluo Star via the directional black hole teleportation device. By then, the affairs of Sunluo Star will no longer be under my control. He didn't want to be targeted by these orcs, these cockroaches of the Star Sea. Fighting with them was pointless. Even attacking him would be seen as an invitation to war. Once you're targeted by the orcs, they'll find you no matter where you flee. Thinking of this, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all. Before the main force of the orcs arrives, they must leave this dangerous place. The ship quickly took off until the orc could no longer attack it. The big ship has sailed away. Why did it sail away? Are they pirate ships? Our war with pirates is not over yet. Go tell the boss. The war isn't over yet. We need to catch up with the big ship. I remember there was a place where there were also big ships, and we could sail big ships too. Can you sail a big ship? No, but I can learn. The orcs looked at each other, then returned to their tribe in a large group. Meanwhile, in the orc tribe, the mighty orc king was fighting with his elite orc subordinates. In times without war, this was how they passed the time. With a single punch, the orc king sent the elite orcs flying dozens of meters away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his teeth, the orc king raised his fist and roared. Who else? Before he could finish speaking, another elite orc stepped forward. And me too. The surrounding orc people cheered, excitedly calling out the name of the orc king. Among them were some orcs, cheering on the challengers. Just then, an orc drove a chariot straight into the arena. The orc king grabbed the oncoming chariot. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the chariot was crushed to pieces, and the orcs inside fell out. However, compared to the large and robust elite orcs, the orc in front of them was short, its height not even reaching the waist of an elite orc. The other elite orcs showed no disdain for these short orcs. Because the short orc in front of them, although not as tall as them, had something that the elite orc did not have. Smart technology. These orc boys are masters at crafting orc weapons from various parts. Boss, we've spotted a big ship. Those pirates haven't been wiped out yet. The war isn't over. We should pursue and wipe out the pirates, and continue the war. War. The mere mention of those two words roused all the orcs. No reason. No questions were asked. The orc king didn't even ask the orc boy where the ship had gone. He roared and immediately gave the order. War. We need war. All personnel, listen to my command. Pursue the ships. Our war is not over yet. Chapter 126 Star of All Nations. A moment of relaxation. The voices of the orc were heard everywhere, and the orc, who were originally scattered, were now united. Because now they only have one common goal, to sail out of the planet, track down Lu Jin's fleet, and launch a brand new war. At this time, Lu Jin had already left the atmosphere and entered outer space. The ship's speed continued to increase, and in an instant it reached warp speed. Once he reached the jump speed, Lu Jin immediately initiated the jump without hesitation. Wherever he is now,
His primary goal is to leave this star system as quickly as possible and avoid being targeted by those extremely troublesome orc people. Reasoning with a bunch of crazy creatures who only know war is completely ineffective. After a series of jumps, Lu Jin successfully arrived at an unfamiliar star system. At this moment, Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, we encountered the orcs as soon as we entered the endless star sea region. Looking at Lu Jin, who had relaxed, Yin, who was standing next to him, actually began to worry. Will those orcs catching up and posing a threat to them? They had barely stepped into the endless sea of stars when they encountered such trouble. In the future, if we encounter even more troublesome situations, will I still be able to protect Lu Jin? Thinking of this, Yin couldn't help but clench the sharp blade in her hand. The dangers of the endless sea of stars are far more than these. I must remain vigilant at all times and absolutely not allow Lu Jin to suffer any harm. After regaining his senses, Lu Jin also opened the interstellar navigation system and began to check his current location. Compared to the outer reaches of the star sea, the endless star sea is more dangerous and covers a much wider area. There are countless unknown and unexplored areas, so when navigating the endless sea of stars, one must strictly follow the routes taken by predecessors. If one is not careful, one could very well step into a star system with a terrifying aura and perish there. Fortunately, that planet was, after all, one of the Blackrock pirate strongholds. The closest route to its planet is the trade route to the Star of All Nations. Fortunately, Lu Jin had a lot of cargo on his ship that needed to be sold and converted into universal credits. The Star of All Nations can serve as my first foothold in the endless sea of stars. We can replenish our supplies and perhaps scavenge for opportunities on this planet. Lu Jin vaguely remembered that in his past life, someone had bought a star compass that led to the Sun Dynasty in the market of the Star of All Nations. It was with this star compass that this person arrived at the ruins of the Sun Dynasty and discovered a fleet left behind by the Sun Dynasty. For Lu Jin, having control of the Sun Dynasty's fleet would undoubtedly give him more confidence to navigate the endless starry sea. Even Lu Jin in his previous life had only heard of such an opportunity. The market on a planet is incredibly diverse, especially in a commercial metropolis like the Star of Nations, a place surrounded by endless stars. The variety of goods they carry is countless, and trying to obtain a star compass from them is like finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Jin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After setting the course, the two ships followed the route to the Star of All Nations. Along the way, Lu Jin could see some shopping malls resting and repairing in the star system from time to time. While the warp drive was cooling down, Lu Jin would even receive trading signals from merchant ships. High energy or from resource planets, originally priced at 1,000 credits per ton, is now on sale for only 999 credits per ton. Weapons and equipment produced on the forging planet, freshly forged and meticulously crafted, are a steal at 10,000 credits. The powerful slaves captured from this civilized planet possess strong muscles and considerable fighting ability. Don't miss this opportunity. There won't be another one. Various merchant ships openly broadcast their products on public channels, sparing no effort in promoting them. High-energy minerals that are considered mid-range in price on the outskirts of the Star Sea have their prices reduced by several times in the Endless Star Sea. This is because, compared to the outer reaches of the Star Sea, there are countless resource-rich planets within the Endless Star Sea that have not yet been exploited. If you are strong enough and dare to explore those unknown areas, you will most likely discover a resource planet. Of all the gains, resource planets are the least valuable. Things that are truly valuable are not publicized. Ignoring all the product information, Lu Jin quickly moved on to the next node after the warp engine had cooled down. Finally, after a long voyage, Lu Jin arrived at the Star of All Nations, a commercial metropolis planet jointly established by various forces. In the outer orbit of the planet, one starport after another was built, and 90% of the planet's framework had been extensively modified. Today, when you set foot on this planet, you can hardly find any substances that originally belonged to this planet. Lu Jin anchored the ships in the starport and satellite orbit. While the Prometheus did not require maintenance, the Silent Coffin did. The Silent Coffin also suffered considerable damage in the previous battle against the Blackrock pirates. Take advantage of the opportunity at the World Star to have the Silent Coffin undergo maintenance. As is customary, Lu Jin led Yin and Shiria away from the ship to the market to purchase supplies. Yu Tiansong and Yun Mingyan were respectively responsible for guarding the Prometheus and the Silent Coffin. Of course, if the two of them are bored, They can also go to the World Star Mall to browse around. Lu Jin is no longer the greenhorn who just embarked on his journey to the stars. A large amount of money has flowed into his pockets, and even the wallets of his crew members have become much fuller. Yuval stretched and looked at Yu Tiansong in the cabin, and couldn't help but ask a question. How about we go for a walk? Where to go? Someone just sent me a flyer. It looks like it's for a pub. A tavern? If you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore. Yuval and Yu Tiansong smiled at each other. After joining Lu Jin's fleet, Yuval also relieved himself of the heavy burden of being the clan leader. He used to have to care about the basic needs of his people, but now that he no longer has those responsibilities, he has become even lazier. Now, he's even directly mingling with Yu Tiansong. Watching Yu Tiansong and Yuval leave the starport, Yun Mingyan snorted coldly. Indulging in frivolous pursuits leads to the loss of ambition. Aren't you afraid that the enemy will take the opportunity to infiltrate your ships by simply leaving them in the starport? Sir, would you be interested in learning more about our newly opened weapons shop? A weapon shop? You've come to the wrong place. Our weapons are bestowed by the Holy Emperor. How can mortal weapons compare to them? Would you like to learn about our other stores? Finally, Yin Mingyan's gaze fell on a corner of the flyer. Chapter 127 Familiar. Exceptional luck. Bustling streets, with alien races coming and going. Shops with unique characteristics lined both sides of the road, and Lu Jin was overwhelmed with choices as soon as he entered the mall. Compared to the outer area of Shanghai, there are more types of shops here. Some of the products even piqued the curiosity of the well-traveled Lu Jin. The world of stars is full of wonders, especially the endless star sea, which is not yet fully developed. All sorts of rare and precious treasures are readily available here. Only after you enter any of the commercial planets in the endless star sea will you understand why so many people flock there, even at the cost of their lives, to enter the endless star sea. Lu Jin turned his gaze away from the dazzling array of goods. Today, their primary goal is to convert the cargo stored on the ships into a common currency. Then purchase enough supplies to replenish the resources consumed by the ships during their voyage. After walking for a while, Lu Jin finally found a shop. Upon entering the shop, an alien staff member immediately approached. Welcome to our shop. May I ask what this customer needs? I want to sell some resources. Selling resources? Upon learning Lu Jin's purpose, a cunning glint flashed in the eyes of the alien staff member, a glint unique to businessmen. But soon, his little scheme was completely crushed by the powerful aura of the hunting star dragon. The patrolling star dragon placed the samples of goods that Lu Jin had sorted out in front of the staff. After inspecting the goods, the staff immediately asked Lu Jin about the quantity of these goods. Because he had already inspected them, and all the goods were made of top-quality materials. If there are enough of them, even if you pay a high price to buy them, you can still make a considerable profit. Lu Jin immediately listed his inventory. After seeing the inventory quantity, the staff member immediately realized that Lu Jin's identity must be extraordinary. The sheer number of shipments alone is enough to prove that Lu Jin must have a sizable fleet under his command. Otherwise, it would be impossible to carry such a large quantity of goods. Thinking of this, the staff immediately consulted the general manager. If something goes wrong with such a large volume of goods transactions, it's not something a small employee like him can be held responsible for. Lu Jin sat on the sofa in the shop, waiting for the staff to make arrangements. Just then, Lu Jin noticed a strange gaze. Following his gaze, a color as blue as the sea came into view. In front of the nearby container, a woman with long, wavy blue hair, wearing a black trench coat, was looking in Lu Jin's direction. To be precise, it refers to the samples of goods that Lu Jin displayed. Noticing Lu Jin's gaze, the blue-haired woman met his eyes before shifting her gaze back to the shipping container in front of her. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the blue-haired woman, and he frowned slightly, suddenly finding her somewhat familiar. But before he could think it over carefully, the store's general manager had already come over. Dear guest, I am the general manager of this store. I have inspected your goods, and they are in excellent condition. If you have enough stock, I can offer you a very satisfactory price. Lu Jin turned around and looked at the alien race in front of him. After some discussion, the other party did not let Lu Jin suffer a loss, and gave Lu Jin a very satisfactory price. Lu Jin did not make things difficult for them. After finalizing the transaction contract, he quickly had many hunting star dragons transport the goods over. A while passed, and when Lu Jin looked towards the container again, the familiar blue-haired woman had already disappeared. Seeing that Lu Jin seemed a little absent-minded, Inu asked him with some concern. What happened? It's nothing. I just saw a woman who looked somewhat familiar. A woman who looks familiar? Yin frowned slightly, a strange emotion rising in her heart. But she suppressed her emotions well and continued to question Lu Jin. Should I take some people to investigate? It's nothing, it just looks familiar. With his current memories overlapping with those of his past life, Lu Jin couldn't tell which memory caused this feeling of familiarity. But at this moment, with a large number of credits coming in, Lu Jin's troubles also vanished. The funds obtained from this sale of supplies are enough for Lu Jin to accomplish many things. Mr. Lu Jin, all the credit points have been credited to your account. I have received it. If you need any further assistance, Mr. Lu Jin, please feel free to come to the store and find me. Faced with such a major client, the alien general manager was naturally very polite. Lu Jin waved his hand, then left the shop with Yin and Shiria to purchase some supplies. After spending all his money, the amount in Lu Jin's account showed no signs of decreasing. Looking at the astronomical balance, Lu Jin also showed a joyful smile. Even in his previous life, he had never been this wealthy. Next, Lu Jin's main goal is to find the spirit energy seed and improve his strength. Immediately afterwards, they considered purchasing a planet as their logistical base to continuously enhance their fleet strength. Just as Lu Jin was planning for the future, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Lu Jin snapped out of his daze and looked at the figure blocking his way. A middle-aged man with a stubble beard was seen, wearing a long black robe, which made him look particularly mysterious. He blocked Lu Jin's path, looking at Lu Jin with a mysterious expression. This sight reminded Lu Jin of certain merchants on Earth. Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones. You are clearly a person of great destiny. I have an opportunity for you. For just 1,000 credits, you can acquire a star compass that records the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty. Interested? The Solar Dynasty was once a powerful civilization that dominated the endless starry sea, and its solar whale-class battleships were incredibly powerful. Lu Jin stood there stunned as he listened to the middle-aged man's words. The star compass that records the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty? I was just wondering if I would encounter this opportunity, but I didn't expect that the opportunity would come to me before I even looked for it. Could I really be someone with great fortune? Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and thought to himself. It's only 1,000 credits. You won't lose out or be cheated. Just as Lu Jin was about to make a purchase, a clear and calming voice rang in his ears. The star compass that records the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty? I am actually interested in this star compass. 1,000 credits. I'll buy it. Chapter 128, An Unusual Encounter. The Howling Shark Pirate Crew. Unexpectedly, someone unexpected appeared at this crucial moment. Lu Jin looked to the side following the sound, and what came into view was the blue-haired woman he had seen in the shop before. The blue-haired woman was wearing a black trench coat, followed by two muscular men who looked fierce and menacing. This configuration is somewhat similar to Lu Jin's. When Lu Jin looked over, the blue-haired woman also looked at Lu Jin. After exchanging glances, Lu Jin decisively chose to raise the price. I'm also quite interested in this star compass. I'll offer 2,000 credits. Upon hearing that Lu Jin had chosen to compete with her, the blue-haired woman raised an eyebrow slightly. A burly man behind her snorted coldly after hearing that Lu Jin wanted to raise the price to buy the Starry Sea compass. He took a sudden step forward, his gaze landing directly on Lu Jin. A dense aura of menace washed over him, and Lu Jin was certain that the burly man before him was a ruthless killer. Without having killed tens of thousands of lives on the battlefield, it would be impossible to possess such a strong, menacing aura. The burly man looked at Lu Jin with disdain, his words full of threat. Kid, what makes you think you're so high and mighty? Daring to compete with my older sister? What my older sister sets her sights on belongs to her. Do you want to test how hard my fist is? Before she could finish speaking, Silver Moon stepped forward. Psychic energy overflowed, and the sharp blade at his waist, propelled by this energy, emitted a chilling sharpness. Silver Moon's gaze was sharp, and her hand was already on the blade, ready to be drawn at any moment. My knife is not without its flaws. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense and confrontational. The tense situation was broken when the blue-haired woman spoke first. Salim, get back here. We finally got out of town, and you're going to spoil the fun like this? I should never have brought you along in the first place. You ruined my fun. Excuse me, sir. I'm very sorry. I won't be buying this star compass. Salim? Upon hearing the name, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. His gaze fell on the burly man opposite him. After carefully examining him, Lu Jin immediately had a guess in his mind. Observing the burly man opposite, one can see that his skin has a texture similar to crystals. This physical characteristic is generally associated with the crystal stone people. but he retains human physical features. Therefore, it can be inferred that this Salim is most likely a hybrid of a crystal stone human and a human. In the endless sea of stars, the famous crystal war god Salim was also a hybrid. They share the same name and are also of mixed race. Lu Jin guessed that this Salim was very likely the diamond god of war Salim that he remembered. The identity of the blue-haired woman next to him must then be revealed. One of the 7 kings of pirates, leader of the Howling Shark pirate crew, and known as the Mermaid Eve, the Blood Queen of the Sea. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he looked familiar. After all, the Howling Shark pirates, one of the 7 kings of pirates, never easily reveals themselves to the world. Most of the time, they follow a fixed patrol route, patrolling back and forth between the planets they protect. Compared to other pirate crews, the Howling Shark pirate crew is more like a team of rangers. Perhaps Lu Jin's gaze lingered on the Mermaid Eve for too long, because the Mermaid Eve, sensing something was amiss, suddenly turned around and met Lu Jin's eyes. At this moment, the Mermaid Eve stopped in her tracks. Her sapphire-like eyes lingered on Lu Jin for a moment before narrowing slightly. "Do you know me?" The Mermaid Eve turned around and looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin calmly told a lie. "I don't know him." For a pirate, being recognized on a commercial planet is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. Therefore, Lu Jin would not choose to cause trouble for himself at this time. After all, he had just dealt with one Blackrock pirate, and he couldn't afford to provoke the Howling Shark pirates again. Compared to the Blackrock pirates, the Howling Shark pirates are among the top 3 in terms of overall strength among the 7 kings of pirates. If the Mermaid Eve herself had no desire for expansion, the Howling Shark pirates might have become the strongest pirate crew. "That's all right then, have a pleasant shopping experience." The Mermaid Eve's expression instantly brightened. Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief when the other person turned and left, completely disappearing from his sight. Meanwhile, Silver Moon, clutching a sharp blade, remained unsettled for a long time. She could sense that the woman opposite her was very strong. He was more powerful than any psionicist she had ever seen. If I were to encounter this woman again, and she tried to harm Lu Jin, would I be able to protect Lu Jin from her? Just as Yin was pondering, Lu Jin had already purchased the starry sea compass from the middle-aged man. "Uncle, is your star compass genuine?" "Packaged." The middle-aged man made a gesture, and then turned to leave. Lu Jin looked at the star sea compass in his hand, and thought to himself, if spending a few thousand credits could really acquire the Sun Dynasty's lost fleet, then this deal would be far too good to pass up. Since you have this star compass, why don't you make it yourself? Before Lu Jin could finish speaking, when he looked up again, he found that the middle-aged man who had sold him the star sea compass had already disappeared. Lu Jin was taken aback for a moment, then asked Cheryl, who was standing next to him, if she had noticed the middle-aged man leaving. The result was unexpected. Even Cheryl didn't realize how the middle-aged man had managed to leave so quietly. Even now, when she uses her psychic powers to search, she finds nothing. It was as if the middle-aged man had vanished into thin air. Looking at the star compass in his hand, Lu Jin suddenly felt a strange sensation. Should I consider my luck today good or bad? First, they encountered the star compass of the Sun Dynasty, and then they encountered the Howling Shark pirates. In a short period of time, I encountered 2 major events. After glancing at the star compass, Lu Jin first put it away. Given the middle-aged man's elusive nature, this star compass is most likely genuine. Just as Lu Jin was about to use the star compass to check the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty's ruins, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire Star of All Nations. "Attention all visitors to the Star of Nations. We have detected a large number of orcs approaching the Star of Nations. Next, the planetary defense system will be activated, and an attack will be launched against the orc fleet. Various unexpected events may occur during the fight, so please don't worry too much." Chapter 129, Relentless Pursuit. A battle between the snipe and the clam. Orcs. Lu Jin, who was in the middle of the shopping mall street, frowned slightly after hearing the announcement over the loudspeaker. These orcs are really persistent. I've only been on the Star of Nations for a short time, and I've already run into these war-crazed lunatics again. It seems I have to leave Worldstar quickly. The size and strength of the orc are currently unknown. It would be possible to encounter a powerful orc tribe. Therefore, even the Star of All Nations might not be able to withstand the attack of the orc. Most importantly, Lu Jin still didn't know whether these orcs were the vanguard. If this is the vanguard, there will surely be an even more powerful and massive orc fleet to follow. I was originally planning to rest at the World Star. It seems these orcs don't want us to have a proper rest. Notify all crew members to return to the ship immediately. We must leave the Star of Nations at once. After sending the evacuation message to all crew members, Lu Jin, along with Inyu and Shiria, immediately headed towards the starport where the ship was docked. Fortunately, as a commercial planet, Universal Star will not shut down its transportation and orbital systems even if it faces invasion from other regions. Using a means of transportation, Lu Jin and the others returned to the ship's interior as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the outer space of the Star of Nations, a dilapidated starship hurtled straight toward the Star of Nations, streaking with sparks and lightning. The ship was riddled with bullet holes, with only some critical parts forcibly sewn together with iron plates and nails. During the journey, a series of parts would occasionally appear behind the ship. Through the gap, one could see a large number of orcs crammed into the dilapidated ship like sardines in a can. Some of the orcs even crawled out from the gap and clung to the ship's outer deck. The ship, originally designed to carry only 100,000 people, is now carrying at least 1 million orcs. The alien guards at the Star of Nations observation station looked even more grim upon seeing the ship's appearance. As expected, it is the orc fleet. Only creatures like the orcs can be so fearless of the harsh environment of outer space and travel through interstellar space in a nearly broken-down ship. Pass down my order. Immediately mobilize all artillery to bombard this ship ahead of time. Under no circumstances should these orc people be allowed to get close to the orbit of the Star of Nations. But the moment the order was given, the orcs seemed to be stimulated by something. The ship's speed began to increase rapidly, and in an instant it reached a high speed that was impossible to intercept. Instead of slowing down as it approaches a planet's orbit, it accelerates. They really are a bunch of warmongers. The guards of the Star of Nations cursed under their breath and immediately activated their artillery to begin bombardment and interception. Rumble. A barrage of artillery lasers instantly formed an interception network, like a torrential downpour. But the moment these cannons and lasers approached the orc ships, an invisible shield suddenly opened, blocking all the attacks. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. What the heck? Shield system? The ship in front of us, which was almost falling apart during the voyage, actually still has a shield system? Are you kidding me? After a round of bombardment, the shield system didn't even suffer any damage. This change alarmed the guards of the Star of Nations. On the other hand, the orc people became excited after seeing the numerous dazzling and fierce artillery attacks. Fight! 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 Excited slogans resounded throughout the ship, and this dilapidated ship, summoned by the battle cries of the orc, seemed to have come to life. The surface shield system actually underwent an upgrade right in front of everyone. Puff! The guards of the Star of Nations almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bombing not only failed to destroy the enemy ship's shield systems, but the enemy even upgraded their shield systems right in front of them. What the hell is this? Wasn't it said that these orcs were just a bunch of brainless war-crazed lunatics? The Guardian of the Star of Nations felt a growing sense of fear. Are we really going to let these orc people break through our defenses and completely invade the Star of Nations? Just when the Guardians of the Star of Nations were in despair, a laser beam ripped through the starry sky. Boom. The upgraded shield system failed to stop the sudden attack. An ordinary-looking large battleship came into view. Just as everyone was wondering what kind of battleship this was, the ship's paint job quickly faded away, as if due to a system malfunction. Once the disguise was removed, what was revealed to the world was a large battleship with a deep blue paint job and a wild, shark-like shape. This is the flagship of the Howling Shark Pirate crew, the Raging Wave. The flagship of the Howling Shark Pirate crew? What's it doing here? Great. As long as we pay a certain amount of credits to the Howling Shark Pirates, they will definitely protect us. Among the 7 kings of pirates, the Howling Shark Pirate crew has a fairly decent reputation. Compared to other pirate crews that committed arson, murder, robbery, and all sorts of evil deeds, the Howling Shark Pirate crew was clearly more popular. Inside the Raging Waves, the mermaid Eve sat in the captain's seat, crossed her legs, and gazed at the orc fleet in the starry sky. The shot just now actually pierced through the orc ship. The orc's ships were torn to pieces. Even so, the orc were not all wiped out. Numerous orcs drifted in outer space along with the wreckage of the ship. Thanks to their formidable physical abilities, the orcs can move freely in outer space. They held the wreckage of the ship, their faces showing no sign of frustration. Fight! 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 The orc boys collected the wreckage and, in no time, assembled a small spaceship. They started the spaceship's engines,
and the cobbled-together spaceship actually began to operate. The orc boy began speeding through the ruins, and soon collected a large number of parts. Meanwhile, the elite orcs took the opportunity to hang on the back of the orc boy's ship and attack the raging sea. They really are an unkillable cockroach. Mermaid Eve narrowed her eyes and waved her hand to launch a new round of attacks. All the ship's cannons were activated, and the orc were targeted in outer space, launching an annihilation campaign. Rumble. The fleet of the Star of All Nations also arrived late, joining the operation to annihilate the orc. As long as the orc are not completely wiped out, they will attack again soon. Having witnessed the power of these warmongering madmen, the All-Nation Star Fleet dared not slacken its efforts in the slightest. Chapter 130 Starry Sea Brave Warrior. The Fallen Solar Dynasty. Lu Jin also witnessed the scene of the raging waves destroying the orc fleet. Looking at the hull of the raging waves, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. The shield system ensures the safety of ships even under the relentless bombardment of the Star of Nations. The ship was actually breached by the attack of the raging waves. Such power is enough to show that the raging waves is definitely not just an ordinary large battleship. Otherwise, this ship wouldn't have become the flagship of the Howling Shark Pirates. However, he actually drove his flagship to World Star himself. The leader of the Howling Shark Pirates is really bold. In this battle, the flagship and the leader were both destroyed. Will the Howling Shark Pirates fall apart like the Blackrock Pirates? Lu Jin smiled faintly and did not continue to think about the question. For him right now, the most important thing is to immediately head to the coordinate star system marked by the star compass. At this point, the ship's speed also reached the jump speed. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jin decisively pressed the warp button, and the ship's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. After a long time, when the ship reappeared and began to slow down, Lu Jin and the others had arrived in a star system that had long since ended. The dim star emitted the last warmth of its life. If Lu Jin had arrived a few hundred years later, the star would have been completely extinguished. As a result, the entire galaxy will be destroyed. The last traces of the Sun Dynasty will also vanish into the sea of stars. But now that Lu Jin has arrived in this star system, he quickly pinpoints his destination using the coordinates of the star compass. A planet as black as obsidian, desolate and lifeless. Only the occasional glimmer of crimson light on the surface can prove that this planet is not completely dead. Lu Jin piloted the ship closer to the planet's orbit, but this time he did not choose to land the ship on the surface immediately. Because this planet is completely different from the planets Lu Jin encountered before. This was once the stronghold of the Sun Dynasty, and it has become what it is today because of the attack by the Star Destroyer weapon. Although Lu Jin once destroyed a Star Destroyer, that doesn't mean that the existence of Star Destroyers isn't a great terror. In the endless sea of stars, anything that is associated with the word Destroyer of Planets possesses the formidable power to destroy a planet and annihilate a civilization in an instant. The Sun Dynasty was once an incredibly prosperous civilization until it touched a taboo and was targeted by the Dark Undead. Like the orcs, the Night Undead are among the most powerful races in the endless star sea. However, unlike the orcs who take the initiative to attack, the Night Undead usually slumber on their respective tomb planets. They will only launch an attack when the planet's energy resources are nearly exhausted. Once targeted by the Night Undead, this civilization's fate will be no better than that of the Sun Dynasty. Lu Jin now activated the ship's surface scanning function and began scanning the planet in front of him. As expected, according to the planet's surface scanner, even after such a long time, there is still a large amount of residual energy on the surface of this planet. Furthermore, due to residual energy, surface activity on the planet is extremely frequent. If ships are anchored on the surface, they are likely to suffer unnecessary damage due to the frequent activity of the planet. Therefore, the best way to land on this planet in search of the legacy of the Sun Dynasty is to pilot a spaceship to the surface. Spaceships are more flexible than ships, making it easier to search for relics. After preparing the spaceship, Lu Jin departed from the hangar and landed directly on the ground. The ground was pitch black, covered in scorched earth. Frequent crustal activity occasionally tears a crack in the ground. The molten lava spewed out, adding a touch of crimson to the scorched earth. The scene now is nothing short of hell on earth. Lu Jin even doubted what legacy the Sun Dynasty had left under such circumstances. Rumble. Just as Lu Jin was about to reach his destination, another violent tectonic shift occurred. The underground lava was once again squeezed to the surface, and countless ruins were continuously crushed
and pulverized by the crustal movements. Just then, a huge, hollow entrance appeared in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin glanced at the star compass and discovered that the coordinates it pointed to were precisely the entrance to this enormous void. At this moment, the area around the entrance to the cave was shaking continuously, and various rubble was about to bury the entrance again. In just a moment of thought, Lu Jin made up his mind and rushed into the underground entrance. The passage was pitch black, with loose stones constantly falling. Lu Jin decisively activated the spaceship's attack system, continuously destroying obstacles in its path. With his superb flying skills, Lu Jin finally stepped into the huge space deep underground the moment the tunnel collapsed. The spaceship was parked on the ground, and Lu Jin put on protective clothing and stepped out of the spaceship. The moment he stepped out of the spaceship, he was immediately stunned by the sight before him. The underground space in front of us is completely covered by alloy. It is because of the existence of these alloy structures that this underground space was not destroyed in the earthquake. Lu Jin also discovered that, in addition to the entrance he had entered, this underground space actually had several other exits in the east, west, south, and north. However, the other entrances were the same as the entrances to this underground space. Everything was covered by rubble. Although this underground space is protected by an alloy frame, the entrance passage is not protected by an alloy frame. At this point, Lu Jin didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, I entered this underground space the instant the passage collapsed. Unfortunately, all the other exits had collapsed. If I want to get out, I have no choice but to create a completely new path. The spaceship has limited capacity, and besides his two bodyguards, Silver Moon and Shiria, Lu Jin only has two other Star Sea Elves by his side. With such a configuration, it would be very difficult to handle if danger were to occur. However, after only sighing inwardly, Lu Jin quickly rallied and adapted to his new environment. First of all, my safety is guaranteed. My spaceship has been landed for so long, and no mechanism has been triggered. This is enough to prove that the environment they are in is at least a safe zone. If I can find the legacy of the Sun Dynasty, I might be able to find a completely new way out. Just as Lu Jin was comforting himself, the star compass in his hands suddenly lit up with a faint light. Chapter 131 Inheritance and Curse. I'm being targeted again. As the star compass lit up, the entire underground space seemed to be activated. Countless energies converged into lines, instantly illuminating the entire underground space. It was only at this moment that Lu Jin realized that the layout and furnishings of the underground space in front of him were actually those of a mausoleum. One after another, metal coffins were arranged in an orderly fashion in this huge underground tomb. The metal coffins varied in size, with the smallest being just big enough to fit one person. However, the large coffins were comparable in size to a ship. Standing on Lu Jin's feet was a huge platform. Looking into the distance from here, the mausoleum seemed to stretch on forever. Seeing such a magnificent underground tomb, Lu Jin suddenly realized that this adventure might not be as simple as he had imagined. At that moment, the metal coffins at the very center were instantly activated. The surrounding metal plates slowly descended and sank into the ground. After all the metal plates sank into the ground, what appeared before Lu Jin was the Sun Whale-class battleship he had been longing for. 10 Sunwhale-class battleships were displayed in the center of countless coffins. Silver Moon, standing behind Lu Jin, couldn't help but look at him after seeing so many large battleships. Captain, these coffins are made of a very special material. They are all made of a special alloy that can isolate energy waves. I just used my psychic powers to investigate, but even with psychic powers, I couldn't find out what was inside these coffins. Should we send a signal first to transport the main force to this underground space, and then make further plans? Lu Jin raised her hand to indicate her refusal. From the moment he stepped into this underground space, Lu Jin had already tried using his personal terminal, but it seems to be due to the special alloy used to construct this underground space. After my personal terminal arrived here, it lost all signal. Perhaps this is why the legacy of the Sun Dynasty has not been discovered. No means can detect the existence of this underground tomb. Only those who possess the star compass and find the entrance can enter and obtain its legacy. Lu Jin happened to obtain this star compass, and coincidentally found the last entrance during the Earth's crustal movement. A series of coincidences collided, leading to the current situation. Now, Lu Jin seems to be pushed by the hand of fate, and can only move forward to activate the Sun Whale-class battleship in front of him. Having arrived here, perhaps we have no other choice. In the end, Lu Jin chose to descend the steps on the side. Seeing this, The others quickly followed behind Lu Jin. Upon reaching the bottom, Silver Moon, Shiria, and the others were even more awestruck by the sheer scale of the tomb before them. This mausoleum seems to stretch endlessly. The Sun Dynasty must have been incredibly powerful to have built such a massive underground tomb. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's mind seemed to be pulled back to memories of his past life. When I first learned about the history of the Sun Dynasty, I was equally shocked. It took the Sun Dynasty 10,000 years from the birth of civilization to the entry into the Industrial Age. However, the Solar Dynasty only took less than a century to develop from the Industrial Age to the Space Age. Following this, the civilization level of the Sun Dynasty jumped again within a century. If given just another 10 years, they could successfully master space-destroying weapons and become one of the most powerful civilizations. But everything was destroyed when the Dark Undead appeared, and the vast civilization was instantly reduced to ashes. This is the magical yet cruel Sea of Stars. It is indeed very powerful, but there are many beings in the Star Sea that are more powerful than it. Lu Jin continued to approach the Sun Whale-class battleship, with the surrounding coffins falling further and further behind him. When he arrived in front of the Sun Whale-class battleship, he was surprised to find that this long-dormant ship still had a certain amount of energy supply. Upon noticing someone approaching the ship actually opened its hatch and lowered a ladder, as if inviting Lu Jin to board. Lu Jin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped inside the ship. Based on past experience, the most effective way to quickly master a ship is to go to the bridge and take control of its control system. After walking through the ship's corridors, we arrived at the ship's main bridge. As expected, the bridge gate opened instantly as soon as Lu Jin approached, without Lu Jin even having to lift a finger. It was as if Lu Jin was the owner of this ship. As the bridge doors opened, a figure appeared inside. The moment they saw the figure, Silver Moon, Shiria, and the others immediately prepared for battle. But when they got a clear look at the figure, they realized that it was just a holographic projection. You finally arrived. The holographic projection turned around, revealing a person from the Sun Dynasty with red skin. Lu Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the holographic projection in front of him. Are you waiting for me? But when faced with Lu Jin's question, the holographic projection on the other side seemed not to hear it and began to speak on its own. My Sun Dynasty was once a powerful and prosperous civilization. We have overcome genetic defects, mastered advanced technology, and even made breakthroughs in the field of star-destroying weapons. But the Starry Sea is boundless, and the laws of nature are so cruel. We have encountered a formidable foe, the Dark Night Undead. The appearance of the Night Undead makes us realize that there are many races in the Star Sea that are more powerful than us. We have paid the price for our arrogance, but that does not mean we have given up on revenge. Having said that, the holographic projection raised its right hand. The entire ship system was reactivated, and Lu Jin saw a completely new coordinate system. This coordinate caused Lu Jin's pupils to shrink slightly. Because this coordinate is exactly where he is going to obtain the Gene Psionic Seed. Could it be that the strongest Gene Psychic Seed I predicted actually has an inseparable relationship with the Sun Dynasty? This place also holds the treasures left behind by our Sun Dynasty. Trust me, this treasure will absolutely drive you crazy, so much so that you'll inherit our Sun Dynasty's path of revenge. These 10 Sunwhale-class battleships are just a small gift we're giving you. If you want to obtain more treasures and heritage, then go and slay the undead of the night, take their heads, and place them on the altar we have set up. After saying that, the holographic projection in front of them disappeared. At the same time, the entire ship control system of the Sunwhale-class large battleship instantly changed from an ownered state to a default ownerless state. This means that Lu Jin can easily control all the Sun Whale-class large battleships. Chapter 132 Robbery? The Sun Whale-class battleship. Biometric authentication has been confirmed. Ship authority is being redefined. All system privileges have been activated. When Lu Jin successfully activated the system of the Sun Whale-class battleship, there was no joy in his eyes, but rather his expression became even more solemn. Because he knew very well that by taking over these Sun Whale-class battleships, he had embarked on the path of revenge set by the Sun Dynasty. This is a meticulously planned and irresistible path of revenge. When Lu Jin saw the attribute panel of the Sun Whale-class battleship, he realized that he could not resist the temptation of the Sun Dynasty's legacy. Because of the configuration of the Sunwhale-class battleships, both in terms of hull materials and ship systems, they have almost reached the pinnacle of large battleships. It can be said that among large battleships, few ships can compare with the performance of the Sunwhale-class battleship. The Sun Dynasty granted him 10 of these powerful warships. Moreover, this was merely a beginner's reward for embarking on his path of revenge. Lu Jin couldn't imagine what other generous rewards awaited him at the next coordinate. The psionic gene seed that I know about might just be one of the rewards that the Sun Dynasty has already prepared. Thinking of this, Lu Jin felt a surge of excitement. What a clever scheme. Should we send him to fight the Night Undead? Others might be afraid, but it was Lu Jin who was intimidated. The enemy Lu Jin faces is an assimilation war that is sweeping across the entire universe. The mere necromancers of the night are hardly worthy of comparison with a war that sweeps across the universe. I won't hold back on the legacy of the Sun Dynasty. Lu Jin activated all the ship's systems, and the long-dormant Sun Whale-class battleship regained its former glory at this moment. With the engines activated, the entire ship seemed like a beast awakening from its slumber. As Lu Jin opened the ship's control panel, a slight smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. As expected of the ships of the Sun Dynasty, they are equipped with multiple command systems. If it were an ordinary person, they might really be stumped. A multi-command system, as the name suggests, is a special ship system that allows a single flagship to control all ships in a fleet. As long as the people on the flagship have a powerful enough computing speed, they can control all the ships in battle at the same time. The construction of this ship system is extremely difficult, but the reason it has not been widely adopted is because this multi-layered ship operating system places extremely high demands on the user. After all, this is a real warship. Ordinary ships require a large number of people to operate them properly. Moreover, what about simultaneously controlling an entire fleet of ships? But Lu Jin, who is sitting here now, is not an ordinary human from Earth. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin activated the control systems of all the ships. Under the astonished gazes of Silver Moon and Shiria, Lu Jin's hands flew back and forth across the ship's control system, as if he were playing a musical instrument. Rumble. The underground mausoleum of the Sun Dynasty underwent a dramatic transformation with the activation of the Sun Whale-class battleship. A gap appeared in the dome, and a large amount of rubble mixed with lava fell from the gap. The entire underground tomb began to operate, and as the gap widened, Lu Jin's personal terminal communication signal was restored. Before Lu Jin could even pilot the Sun Whale-class battleship away from the underground tomb, an emergency contact signal popped up on his personal terminal. After the emergency contact signal was established, Yu Tiansong's holographic projection appeared in front of Lu Jin. I finally got in touch with you, kid. I thought you died on this planet. Before the words were finished, the holographic projection shook violently. Yu Tiansong's gaze was clearly fixed on the distance, and he cursed under his breath. Without further ado, return to the ship as soon as possible. Our ship has been targeted by a group of bounty hunters. The number and strength of this group of bounty hunter ships are far beyond what we could have imagined from the rabble we encountered before. The Sleeper Legion has begun to defect to buy you time. You must act quickly. Before Yu Tiansong could finish speaking, the holographic projection disappeared. Communication signal interrupted. Silver Moon and Cheryl also looked grim upon seeing this. Only a few hours had passed since they entered the underground tomb. Unexpectedly, within just a few hours, the Prometheus was targeted by a group of bounty hunters. Lu Jin was not surprised by this situation. This place is, after all, the site of the Sun Dynasty, though others may not necessarily know this. But bounty hunters often hunt criminals and explore little-known places in search of a way to make their fortune. Their appearance here was purely by sheer luck. Don't worry, with the current strength of our fleet, as long as we don't encounter forces like the 7 Pirate Kings, we have the power to fight. Moreover, I now have command of 10 Sunwhale-class large battleships. Those bounty hunters should regret messing with us. After saying that, Lu Jin activated the multi-ship command system, directing 10 Sun Whale-class battleships to take off directly into the air. In outer space, gunfire raged. The bounty hunter fleet, consisting of 10 medium battleships and 50 small battleships, has now surrounded the Silent Coffin and the Prometheus. Their ships emitted a large amount of interfering electromagnetic waves. These interfering electromagnetic waves can not only disrupt ship systems, causing various systems on the ship to malfunction, but can even prevent ships from jumping over to their vicinity. Meanwhile, the captains of the 10 medium battleships were all holding a combat meeting via communication channels. I originally came to this galaxy to loot some antiques, but I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. As you all saw in the attack just now, after we hit that medium-sized ship, it actually repaired itself. That's right. This is definitely the legendary Origin Warship, and it's even an Origin Warship that has been upgraded and evolved into a medium-sized ship. Ha, we've hit the jackpot. This one Origin Warship alone is enough to feed us for a long time. However, the crew of this fleet was no pushover either. The soldiers in power armor, as well as the Star Elf and the Star Hunting Dragon, inflicted considerable losses on our fleet. Losses? As long as we can capture this Origin Warship, none of this matters. Even in the endless Star Sea region, Origin Warships are still extremely rare and precious items. If the Origin Warship could be sold, many wealthy individuals would be willing to pay high prices to buy it. As for the lost ships and crew, after having money, why worry about these things? Chapter 133, A Reversal of Pole. The Real Prey. Yu Tiansong, inside the ship, was sweating profusely with anxiety. His hands slid back and forth across the ship's numerous systems, but even so, he couldn't clear up the various warning messages. The increasing number of warning signs turned the entire bridge a crimson red. Not only was the bridge in complete chaos, but the interior of the ship was also overwhelmed. The Starry Sea Elves carried supplies back and forth, transporting all sorts of important materials to their designated locations. Even so, the number of warning messages on the ship's system screens has only increased. Warning. Extensive damage has occurred in compartment 76. Should rapid repairs be initiated? Warning. The energy recharge of Stellar Elegy has been interrupted. Do you wish to restart the recharge process? Warning. A large amount of high-energy reaction has been detected approaching. Please organize a counterattack immediately to eliminate the enemy attack. Looking at so many warning messages, Yu Tiansong felt his head was about to explode. When he served as a 5-star general in the Solar Alliance, he did command battles in which he won against overwhelming odds. However, they only had 2 ships compared to the dozens of bounty hunter fleets with rich combat experience. The captain of the Silent Coffin is Yun Mingyan. When he realized that the tide of battle was turning in favor of the enemy, he decisively chose to take command independently, completely ignoring Yu Tiansong's orders, and organized the gang-fighting operation on his own. The effects of the boarding maneuver were significant. The bounty hunter fleet siege began to slow down due to the Sleeper Legion's boarding maneuver. Yu Tiansong felt his mind was in complete chaos, perhaps because he had been with Lu Jin for too long. When he discovered the bounty hunter fleet approaching, he fantasized about replicating Lu Jin's glorious achievements in O'Hart. Unfortunately, he was not Lu Jin, and did not have Lu Jin's almost terrifying combat experience. Similarly, he lacked Lu Jin's strategic confidence. Now, he is struggling immensely just to defend against the siege of the bounty hunter fleet. At that moment, the bounty hunter fleet on the other side also decided to launch its final all-out attack. Several firepower ships, equipped with massive amounts of firepower, had already arrived around the Silent Coffin under the cover of numerous other ships. Bounty hunters were well aware that this warship was the biggest obstacle to their acquisition of the Origin Warship. Once this warship is destroyed, they can easily take control of the Origin Warship. But just as their encirclement was formed, several red laser beams struck one of the firepower ships with lightning speed. Under the bombardment of these red lasers, the firepower ship didn't even have time to react before it was blown into a pile of fragments. This sudden change immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. When they saw the fleet of large battleships of the Sun Whale class, the bounty hunter captains couldn't help but swallow hard. Large battleships? Was that attack launched by those large battleships? These people don't seem friendly. Could they also be here to compete with us for the Origin Warship? If that's the case, we're probably no match for them. Should we try to negotiate? What if it's just a misunderstanding? Before they could finish their conversation, the Sunwhale-class battleship began charging its main guns again. Crimson laser beams converged at the muzzle of the cannon. This time, the target of these lasers was none other than the remaining firepower ships. Although firepower ships possess formidable firepower, their defensive capabilities are the weakest among all warships. A bombardment with slightly more powerful weapons would instantly reduce these firepower ships to piles of scrap metal. The main guns of the Sun Whale-class battleships were the blazing laser cannons developed by the Sun Dynasty. It possesses greater power and longer-lasting energy output than ordinary laser cannons. A single laser cannon shot is enough to severely damage a firepower ship. The reason Lu Jin gathered all the laser cannons from all the ships to focus fire on and destroy a firepower ship was because he wanted to use this to tear a gap in the enemy's encirclement. As the commander of the Sleeper's Legion, Yun Mingyan immediately understood Lu Jin's meaning. Before the enemy could fully react,
Yun Mingyan commanded her subordinates to control the silent coffin to break through the gap. The bounty hunters' encirclement was broken in an instant. The bounty hunters only realized what was happening when they saw the silent coffin break through. These large ships and these two ships are part of the same group. The attack just now could have dispersed and severely damaged the firepower ships, but instead they chose to concentrate their fire on one of them, just to tear a hole in that warship. Are these two fleets part of the same group? Then why didn't these ships appear at the beginning? Damn it, we've been ambushed. The bounty hunters, realizing what had happened, felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that they are the real prey? As the saying goes, a skilled hunter often appears as the prey. Thinking of this, the bounty hunters felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly opened their communication channels, wanting to find out more about Lu Jin. But upon receiving the message from the bounty hunters, Lu Jin decisively hung up the communication signal. Leave no one alive. The Sun Whale-class battleship joined the battle and, with its superior combat capabilities, severely damaged the bounty hunter's ship. The scales of victory began to tip, and the Sleeper Legion, which had boarded the ship, saw their morale soar upon hearing the news. Chaos erupted inside many of the ships in an instant. Lu Jin seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. As the bounty hunter's fleet was gradually devoured by Lu Jin and eventually collapsed, Yu Tiansong's eyes widened in disbelief. That's how you win. The victory came so suddenly that Yu Tiansong hadn't even had time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, the war was already over. Lu Jin intercepted all the bounty hunter's ships. The wreckage of these ships will become nourishment for the evolution of the origin warships. When Lu Jin returned to the Prometheus, many crew members gathered around him, and even Yun Mingyan couldn't wait to come over. After Lu Jin piloted his spaceship to the planet's surface, he quickly lost contact with everyone. Originally, Yu Tiansong wanted to organize a search and rescue team to search for Lu Jin's whereabouts on the planet's surface. But not long after, the fleet of these bounty hunters appeared. Under the siege of the bounty hunter fleet, even counterattacking became extremely difficult for them, let alone searching for and rescuing Lu Jin. Fortunately, Lu Jin's signal reappeared not long afterward, which relieved everyone. So, what exactly have you experienced on this planet? Everyone fell silent, because this was not just a problem with Yun Mingyan, but also a question in their hearts. Chapter 134: A Formidable Foe Looms. The Psionic Training Room. Under everyone's persistent questioning, Lu Jin recounted what had happened to them underground on this planet. Yun Mingyan's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name, Dark Knight Necromancer. Lu Jin took in all the changes in Yun Mingyan. It's obvious that Yun Mingyan knows about the Dark Knight undead, and judging from her expression, it's very likely that the Sleeping Legion has even fought against the Dark Knight undead. As expected, Yun Mingyan finally couldn't help but speak up when she heard that Lu Jin wanted to hunt dark undead for the sake of the Sun Dynasty's legacy. If we want to hunt the night undead, our current strength should be insufficient. Once upon a time, the Sleeper's knowledge base contained numerous records about the Dark Necromancer. During the Great Expedition organized by the Holy Emperor, there were many powerful enemies. These formidable enemy races possess individual combat strength capable of rivaling any Sleeper. And the Night Elf Necromancer is one of the formidable enemies. The Night Necromancer's exterior is made of an alloy skeleton, which gives it extremely powerful physical strength. But that's not what makes them so terrifying. What makes them truly terrifying is their almost immortal soul mechanism and their powerful necromancy technology. When a Night Elf Necromancer dies on the battlefield, his soul is collected by a necromancer. Necromancers are basically confined to the rear of the battlefield and never actively go to the front lines. Their mission was to collect the souls of the dead and bring them back to the fleet after the war ended. As long as their souls remain, these undead of the night can continuously change their bodies. Moreover, the dark undead, after changing its body, will become stronger and stronger due to its increasing combat experience. The necromancy technology mastered by the Night Necromancers is also a unique technology. Necromancer technology possesses many powerful and aggressive weapons. For example, there are shredders that can instantly decompose carbon-based organisms, and necromantic nanospiders that can control corpses to act as cannon fodder. Even more so, the Night Necromancers will develop various biological weapons to corrupt their enemies. After all, their bodies are made of alloy, so this biological weapon is ineffective against them, but it is a deadly weapon against a carbon-based creature like Lu Jin. After hearing the account of the Night Undead, everyone's expressions turned serious. Based on the information provided by Yun Mingyan,
They could already imagine how difficult these so-called Dark Knight undead were to deal with. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Lu Jin. After all, Lu Jin is the core of their fleet. If they are afraid of Lu Jin, then they have no need to provoke the Dark Knight undead, such a big problem. But when they turned their gaze to Lu Jin appeared very calm, and there was not even the slightest fear of the Dark Knight undead in his eyes. Seeing Lu Jin's composure, Yun Mingyan couldn't help but ask him a question. Are you sure you want to embark on the path of revenge for the Sun Dynasty? Faced with this question, Lu Jin put away his smile and looked at the crowd in front of him seriously again. The Dark Necromancers are powerful, but this is an endless sea of stars. Orcs and Night Undead are just a few examples of such troublesome and powerful races. If we want to gain a foothold in the endless sea of stars, we must face these powerful enemies head-on. Furthermore, according to the intelligence I have, there is not much time left before the Dark Necromancers revive. Encountering a Night Elf Necromancer is merely a matter of probability. What should we do then? At this point, Lu Jin took a deep breath. In the endless sea of stars region, the memories of his past life that he possesses can only help him gain a slight advantage here. But in the face of absolute power, the advantages he possesses will vanish. Therefore, Lu Jin must seize every opportunity to become stronger. Only in this way can he gain a foothold in the endless sea of stars and develop his own power to resist the subsequent war of assimilation. Time is running out for him. After hearing Lu Jin's words, everyone's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Lu Jin was right. They were now in the endless sea of stars, not just engaging in small-scale skirmishes on the outskirts of the sea like before. Every step they take now could lead to encountering a formidable enemy, so they must be fully prepared. After understanding the current situation and determining the future development strategy, Lu Jin returned to his captain's seat. Leaning back in his seat, Lu Jin relaxed his nerves and let out a long breath. Controlling 10 ships simultaneously, although no particularly difficult strategic maneuvers were performed during the battle, still took a huge toll on Lu Jin's mental energy. After Lu Jin felt relieved, his gaze fell on the vast sea of stars, where a large number of shipwrecks floated around the Prometheus. It's hard to imagine that a fleet of this size would be nothing more than an ordinary bounty hunter fleet in the endless sea of stars. The ships used by the fleet are all of the upper middle class in terms of ship type. Therefore, after Lu Jin put the remains into the origin core, the upgrade progress of the origin core also began to soar rapidly. This is much faster than devouring ordinary ships on the outer edge of the star sea. Soon, the ship's upgrade progress reached another critical point. Ding! An unlockable upgrade/evolution path has been detected. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Jin once again accessed the ship's upgrade and evolution path. There are 3 upgrade and evolution paths this time. Evolution Path 1. Unlock the Psionic Training Room and the Beginner Psionic Training Tutorial. Evolution Route 2. Unlocks the Space Warehouse, significantly increasing ship storage capacity. Evolution Path 3. Unlock the Herb Research Lab and obtain a special plant seed pack. Looking at the 3 evolution paths before him, Lu Jin only hesitated for a moment before choosing the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Room. After all, he has now arrived at the endless sea of stars, and his external equipment is now provided by the ships. The crew members were fully armed, making it difficult for anyone to harm them. Therefore, it is now necessary to improve one's inner strength, that is, the intensity of psionic energy. Even among psionicists of the same level, there are differences in strength and skill. The competition comes down to who has stronger psionic power and who has more refined control over it. Now, with a spiritual energy training room placed in front of him, Lu Jin had no reason not to choose it. Furthermore, Lu Jin is about to obtain the spiritual energy gene seed, and choosing the spiritual energy cultivation room is also paving the way for his future self. Once I obtain the psionic gene seed and become a psionicist, I will definitely need to quickly improve my psionic control. This psionic training room is perfect. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully unlocked the psionic training room and the beginner psionic training course. Chapter 135 Progress. An invitation. The psionic training room is now unlocked. One of the ship's compartments was quickly sealed off. The passing crew members seemed unsurprised to find the cabin sealed off. After all, the warship beneath their feet was a vessel that could be continuously upgraded and evolved. These vacant cabins could be converted into various functional spaces at any time. Therefore, apart from those cabins marked with obvious uses, the crew rarely used other vacant cabins for any other purpose. Not long after, the sealed compartment was reopened. Two star elves patrolling near the cabin were immediately intrigued by the sight of it. This cabin should be a newly unlocked functional cabin, but I don't know what its function is. Hehe, if you're curious, just go in and take a look. Don't be ridiculous, you don't have the authority to go into these compartments. Just focus on your patrol and stop thinking about these other things. Just do your job well. Just as the two of them were talking, Lu Jin's figure appeared in their line of sight. Inyu naturally followed closely behind Lu Jin. Upon seeing the two-star sea elves chatting idly, Silver Moon couldn't help but frown slightly. Now they are in an endless sea of stars, surrounded by powerful enemies waiting for their chance, yet they are still in this carefree and laughing state. If an emergency occurs, can I really rely on these people of my clan? But just as Inyu was about to continue her wild thoughts, Lu Jin suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder. In an instant, Inyu felt her inner anxiety melt away as if it had encountered ice and snow. Lu Jin looked at the two-star sea elves and casually said, "You two can continue your patrol. If you're curious, you can come to this cabin. This newly opened chamber is a dedicated training chamber for psionicists, which will be of great benefit to you psionicists." After saying that, Lu Jin looked at Inyu. He knew very well that Silver Moon's pressure had been increasing ever since he arrived in the endless star sea. After all, this is not the outer edge of the star sea. In the outer sea, Silver Moon can roam freely with impunity, relying on her own strength. But in the endless sea of stars, there are countless beings more powerful than her. Even without using psionic energy, the orcs and night undead could suppress them with their technological advantage. That's why Silver Moon is so eager to become stronger. This desire also made her increasingly anxious and demanding. However, this anxiety will dissipate today with the opening of the psychic training room. Lu Jin, Inyu, and the others entered the spiritual energy training room after opening its hatch. The room was pure white, spacious and empty. Just as Lu Jin was about to explore this brand new spiritual energy training room, a holographic projection immediately appeared in the center of the room. The holographic projection shows the outline of a person, but the facial details are very blurry. Based solely on its appearance, it's impossible to determine the gender of this holographic projection. But at this moment, the holographic projection spoke. "Welcome to the psionic training room, a room specially prepared for psionicists." As he spoke, the holographic projection appeared in front of Silver Moon. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the holographic projection actually began to change, transforming directly into the shape of the Silver Moon. Everything, from the expression to the weapon at the waist, was perfectly replicated. Looking at the holographic projection that looked exactly like herself, Inyu couldn't help but frown slightly. The currently unlocked courses include the Beginner's Guide to Psychic Training. Would you like to unlock the course? Start. Without hesitation, Inyu decisively chose to activate it. She wanted to see what kind of changes this so-called spiritual energy training room would bring to her. After Silver Moon selected her course, she suddenly felt an immense pressure of spiritual energy descend upon her. The terrifying psionic pressure suddenly descended, and Silver Moon's legs went weak, almost causing her to kneel on the ground. Even so, she was not crushed. After adjusting, Inyu forced herself to stand up. Lu Jin, who was standing not far from Inyu, did not feel any spiritual pressure. Lu Jin's gaze swept across the ceiling and floor, and he was surprised to find a streak of light flashing in the area where Inyu was standing. It seems that this psychic training room can provide one-on-one instruction based on the user. Seeing this, the other two Starsea spirits were also eager to try out the beginner's psionic course. However, compared to Silver Moon, neither of them could even withstand the pressure of psionic energy. They were directly pressed to the ground. Under the high pressure of psionic energy, the circulation of psionic energy becomes extremely difficult. But precisely because of this, psionic energy will become stronger and stronger, just like metal becomes more and more powerful with constant pressure. Seeing that Inyu and the others were gradually getting into the zone, Lu Jin also left the spiritual energy training room. After all, he wasn't a psychic, and the AI system in this psychic training room wouldn't even react to Lu Jin. Therefore, Lu Jin did not waste any more time here. After leaving the psionic training room, before Lu Jin could even return to the bridge, Yu Tiansong blocked his way. "My captain, I finally found you. Just now, while our ship was sailing, we intercepted a segment of public audio. I think you might be interested in this audio." "Public audio?" Just mentioning this thing gave Lu Jin a headache. It is important to know that some unscrupulous businesses often launch a large number of satellites to broadcast public audio signals in the vast universe in order to promote their products. These audio clips are like flyers and unscrupulous advertisements, causing great distress to many interstellar travelers. However, as a seasoned professional, Yu Tiansong must be able to distinguish between advertisements and valid information. So Lu Jin took the terminal system from Yu Tiansong. The public audio marked by Yu Tiansong was extracted from it. Are you frustrated by the vastness of the cosmos, yet unable to find the rare treasures you desire? Are you a psionicist, yet constantly encountering only junk and broken metal? To facilitate trade among all psychics, I have established a commercial city-state exclusively for psychics on the planet Lioli. If any psionicists wish to sell or purchase psionic products, please come to these coordinates. A trading city-state for psionicists. This is indeed a rare and wonderful thing. After all, as powerful individuals in the Star Sea, the treasures they possess are certainly not comparable to those found in ordinary markets. But what Lu Jin cared about most was not this psionic trading city-state. What he cared about was the planet where this psionic commercial city-state was located, the planet Lioli, because his next destination is Lioli Star. Chapter 136 Coincidence. The Glazed Star. What a coincidence! First it was the altar coordinates of the Sun Dynasty, and now it's the psionic trading city-state. In his memories of his past life, Lioli Star was a desolate and worthless dead star. In fact, if it weren't for someone being stranded on the planet's surface. And so they obtained a psionic gene seed from a shipwreck, and no one would remember this desolate planet. The psionic gene seed found in the shipwreck is Lu Jin's target this time. After all, in my memories from my previous life, the alien race that obtained this psionic gene seed only spent a year to reach the level of a 6th-level psionicist. This is sufficient proof that this psionic gene seed is a psionic gene seed with enormous potential. In his previous life, Lu Jin had also fantasized that if he could obtain this seed of psychic energy with great potential, he might become a powerful psychic as well. But all of this vanished with the outbreak of the Assimilation War. Now, this psionic gene seed is once again in front of him, and he thought he would have no obstacles along the way. The series of coincidences only made Lu Jin more uneasy. Perhaps it's the butterfly effect caused by my own rebirth and return? But isn't this butterfly flapping its wings a bit too violently? What was originally a worthless dead star has now become a trading city-state for psionicists, and even has an altar of the Sun Dynasty. A simple thing suddenly became complicated. However, Lu Jin had no intention of backing down. After returning the terminal equipment to Yu Tiansong, Lu Jin ordered the ship to begin moving forward at full speed. Originally, Lu Jin planned to arrive at his destination, Lioli Star, precisely at the time before the alien race obtained the psionic gene seed, according to his memories from his previous life. But now, a series of unexpected events have made it impossible for Lu Jin to wait any longer. Arriving at Lioli Star sooner would give him an advantage, even if he encountered any unexpected events, thanks to his prior arrangements. The ship suddenly began to accelerate in the Sea of Stars, and soon reached warp speed. After sailing day and night, the ship arrived at Lioli Star 3 days before the time set by Lu Jin. Just as Lu Jin had predicted, Lioli Star was now barren and worthless. Apart from some rocks, there are no valuable minerals on the planet's surface. Yet, on this very planet, someone actually built an online store. Lu Jin quickly located the mall's location. Even if he didn't actively seek out the mall, the satellites it launched were constantly transmitting coordinates to surrounding public channels. With a large number of ships now in existence, landing on the ground is not an easy task. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, Lu Jin only piloted the Prometheus to the planet's surface. As for the other ships, they stayed near the planet's orbit so that they could react quickly if Lu Jin encountered any danger. After everything was arranged, Lu Jin first went to this so-called city-state for trading psionicists. Just as its name suggests, after only a short voyage, Lu Jin came across an ancient city-state that resembled a medieval trading market. In this trading city, all sorts of stalls are neatly arranged on both sides of the street. Lu Jin found a hill and moored the ship on the ground. Following that, as usual, Lu Jin brought Silver Moon and Shiria to this trading city-state. As soon as Lu Jin stepped inside, he realized that 50% of the alien races walking around here were psionicists. This ratio is already quite high. After all, not all alien races are born with psionic genes. Many alien races, though lacking psychic abilities, are able to rival psychics through their technological prowess. Just as Lu Jin was walking in front of the many stalls, Preparing to inquire about some information, a figure blocked his way again. Lu Jin looked up at the middle-aged man in front of her and was momentarily surprised. Because the middle-aged man in front of him was the same middle-aged man who had tried to sell him the Solar Dynasty star compass at the Star of All Nations. After many days, Lu Jin unexpectedly encountered him again on Liuli's star. He encountered the same situation again, with the middle-aged man standing in front of him. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat surprised when he saw Lu Jin. "Oh, boss, we meet again. What a coincidence. I only recently arrived here, and I've just started doing business today when I run into you again, young boss. How so? Would you like to come and take a look at my goods, young boss?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man lifted his cloak, revealing a dazzling array of items underneath. Various scrap metal items were hung on the cloak in all sorts of ways. The space under the cloak was like a small shop. Seeing the familiar way the man was selling his wares, Lu Jin glanced at the middle-aged man. Perhaps he and the middle-aged man really were from the same hometown. However, Lu Jin glanced at it and showed no interest whatsoever in the junk he was selling. Seeing that Lu Jin had no interest, the middle-aged man quickly put away his goods and then whispered something mysteriously in Lu Jin's ear. "Boss, if you don't like these goods, I can also provide information on buying and selling them. Don't underestimate me just because I haven't been here long. I've already figured out pretty much everything about this trading city-state. Just ask me anything you want to know." Intelligence trading? Lu Jin touched his chin, realizing he was also at a loss for what to do. So he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and couldn't help but ask a question. "Have any shipwreck-like objects been discovered on this planet recently?" As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man opposite him looked at Lu Jin with a lewd expression. Lu Jin immediately understood what the other party meant. He opened his personal terminal, and with a slight wave of his hand, a considerable amount of credit points flowed into the other party's account. The middle-aged man made no attempt to hide his joy as he looked at the numbers appearing in his account. "The boss is so generous. I'll tell you what I know right away. Liuli Star is a dead star, as you know. The planet is located in a remote area, completely outside the major shipping routes, so it's unlikely to be shipwrecks. Even ordinary fleets wouldn't easily approach this planet, so you should know the answer to your question. No? Or is it just not the right time yet? Could it be that I arrived on this planet before the shipwreck appeared, which is why the shipwreck didn't show up? Or is it because of the butterfly effect? If that's the case, wouldn't I have made a wasted trip?" Chapter 137 Fate. The Falling Ship. However, it's hard to say. After all, a commercial city-state has now been established on this dead star. Many alien races make a special trip here for trade. With so many ships coming and going, it's hard to guarantee that one or two won't. Before he could finish speaking, a loud bang was heard in the sky, and Lu Jin looked up in the direction of the sound. A ship, like a shooting star, streaked towards the ground with a long trail of flame. Upon seeing this scene, a strange light flickered in Lu Jin's eyes. There really was shipwreckage. This crashing ship might just be the one I'm looking for, the one carrying the psionic gene seed. But when Lu Jin looked around, he saw that, apart from himself, many people around him were also attracted by the crashed ship. Many of them are even eager to go to the site where the ship crashed to see if they can find any treasures. Lu Jin naturally wouldn't give up the psionic gene seed that was almost in his hands. Therefore, without hesitation, and without even saying goodbye to the middle-aged man, Lu Jin immediately led Silver Moon and Shiria toward the location where the ship had crashed. Thanks to Shiria's racial advantages, Lu Jin and his group arrived at the crash site as quickly as possible. The flames raged, and the ground was a complete mess. A small cargo ship simply crashed straight down onto the ground. Such a huge impact created a deep crater on the ground. The cargo ships inside the deep pit were in even worse condition, with their main frames severely deformed. However, Lu Jin didn't have time to dwell on the ship's condition. Their time was limited. Before long, the others will follow. If they find the psionic gene seed beforehand, I'll be in big trouble. With this in mind, Lu Jin had Shiria use her psionic energy to create a protective barrier, and they entered the ship's interior despite the constant threat of explosion. Crackling. High-voltage currents were constantly surging inside the ship. Lu Jin carefully avoided all threats and searched inside the ship. The first area to search is the bridge area. The bridge is the core of a ship, and most valuable items are stored there. Therefore, Lu Jin guessed that the psionic gene seed was most likely stored in the safe on the bridge. When Lu Jin arrived at the bridge under the cover of Yin and Shiria, he was greeted by a scene of corpses and the crimson lights of the bridge. Various instruments were pierced by the collapsing alloy frame the moment they landed. A large amount of rubble was scattered on the bridge floor, but Lu Jin had no time to pay attention to the corpses. He went straight to the safe and, after searching for a while, found a lot of useful things, but still couldn't find the psionic gene seed he wanted. Just then, a weak voice reached Lu Jin's ears. "What are you looking for? I can help you, but you have to save me." Following the sound, they saw an alien race member, his face covered in blood, open his eyes and weakly look at Lu Jin amidst the corpses on the ground. If Lu Jin doesn't take care of her, given her injuries, she will bleed to death on her own soon. But she was lucky to meet Lu Jin. In order to wait for the psionic gene seed, Lu Jin decisively took out an emergency injection from his backpack. Once the needle was inserted, the powerful effects of the medicine began to take hold. The alien race, which was originally on the verge of death, finally regained a bit of strength. Next, Lu Jin used nanohemostatic bandages to bandage the alien race's injuries. Emergency injections and nanohemostatic bandages are both extremely expensive medications. In a critical moment, any item can save the life of a person on the verge of death. Lu Jin used 2 injections directly, and the effects of the emergency treatment gradually restored the alien race's bodily functions to normal. Nanohemostatic bandages, on the other hand, stopped the bleeding from wounds while continuously repairing the wounds. Thank you. This alien race also understood that the medicine Lu Jin used was extremely precious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt her vitality gradually returning. Gazing at the corpses of their people around them, the alien race before them closed their eyes in grief. But she quickly snapped out of her grief and turned to look at Lu Jin. "I know where the most valuable things on this cargo ship are. Those items are all stored in a safe. I'll take you to the safe. After you take me out, I can help you open the safe." Safe container? Unexpectedly, this alien race had a trick up its sleeve. Even if Lu Jin finds the safe, he can't abandon her immediately. "I know there's a psionic gene seed on this cargo ship. It's my target. If you can't help me find it, you'll die even if you get out." There really was one psionic gene seed in the safe. After confirming that the cargo ship did indeed contain what he wanted, Lu Jin quickly reached an agreement with the alien race in front of him. The two worked together to loot the cargo ship, which was on the verge of exploding at any moment. Before long, Lu Jin had obtained all the safes containing valuable goods. This included the psionic gene seed that Lu Jin had been longing for. Having successfully captured his target, Lu Jin didn't linger on anything else on the ship and quickly led the injured alien away. No sooner had they left the ship than a series of explosions occurred on the entire vessel. A blazing fire rose up behind Lu Jin. Lu Jin turned around and glanced back, feeling a sudden surge of tension in his heart. But thankfully, when he saw the harvested containers, a hint of joy appeared on his face. "As long as the psionic gene seed is in my hands, this adventure will be worthwhile." Before Lu Jin could even feel happy for a few seconds, Cheryl was intercepted by a large psionic net. Silver Moon reacted swiftly, drawing her blade and unleashing a burst of psionic energy that transformed into countless sharp blades, slicing through the psionic net before her. After Shiria broke free of her restraints, she discovered that a number of psionicists had already gathered around the crashed cargo ship. Their gazes fell on the safe behind Lu Jin, their eyes filled with greed. Unexpectedly, someone else has already gotten there first. "I thought most of the items inside the ship would be destroyed by the explosion, but I didn't expect that they had already been rescued in advance." Young man, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Everyone saw this ship fall from the sky, so we can't let you take all this huge benefit, right? That's right. Either hand it over, or we'll force you to hand it over. Chapter 138 1 against 100. Silver Moon's Progress. Faced with numerous and greedy psionicists, like jackals and tigers, even Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. These psionicists are generally not high level, with the highest being only around level 3. However, their numbers number in the hundreds, and these psionicists, when gathered together, form a force not to be underestimated. If we are held back here, there is no guarantee that more and more powerful psionicists will not be attracted here. Just as Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, considering how to escape, Inu drew a sharp blade from her waist and jumped straight down. Bang! As the silver moon landed, sand and stones flew up all around. Then, everyone's attention was focused on Inu, whose aura surged at that moment. Her gaze gradually turned fierce, and her entire body radiated a pressure as sharp as a blade. "Shiria, you take the captain away from here first. As for these rabble, leave them to me." Mob. Upon hearing Silver Moon's contemptuous words, the hatred of the surrounding psionicists was immediately drawn to her. In ordinary times, they are also high and mighty figures. Unexpectedly, here Silver Moon calls them a rabble? How can we tolerate this? Huh, you're all alone, yet you think you can stop all of us psionicists? With such arrogance, one might mistake you for a level 9 psychic. You think you can stop all of us by yourself? That's utterly ridiculous. But Silver Moon's gaze remained unchanged in the face of the sarcasm and ridicule from the surrounding psionicists. On the contrary, the aura of the Silver Moon became even more terrifying. Finally, after this aura reached a critical point, Silver Moon's figure disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared in the sight of the many psionicists, she was already standing behind one of them. As she took a step forward, the psionicist behind her instantly turned into several pieces of flesh and fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, all the psionicists broke out in a cold sweat. Dead. Instant kill? We're all psionicists, and while there are differences in skill level among psionicists, this gap is just too exaggerated. Lu Jin, who was behind Cheryl, was also somewhat surprised after seeing Inyu's performance. Because the current Silver Moon's aura and combat power are completely different from before. Could it be because of the psychic training room? Lu Jin was well aware that among all the psionicists in the fleet, Silver Moon was undoubtedly the most hardworking one. Unless she's on a mission, she spends most of her time in the psionic training room. Many psychics are unable to undergo holographic projection training in the psychic training room for extended periods. Even Cheryl, who had tried it once before, complained bitterly. Silver Moon, however, was able to persevere. Now, seeing Silver Moon after her training, a strange emotion flashed in Shiria's eyes. Silver Moon stood there, her gaze sweeping over the psionicists once more. If you want to see our captain, you'll have to get past me first. Upon hearing this, many psionicists broke out in a cold sweat. They originally only wanted to make some profit, but they never expected that even making a little money could put their lives in danger. Immediately, many low-level psionicists chose to retreat. It's just a cargo ship. The contents inside probably aren't anything particularly rare. I just came here to join in the fun. I never intended to get involved in the competition. That's right. Everyone knows how wealthy I am. There's no need for me to risk my life for the cargo on a cargo ship. I suddenly have something to do, so I'll have to go now. Within a few breaths, many of the psionicists in the arena had dispersed. But some of these psionicists clearly didn't want to give up easily. Their eyes were fixed on Inyu, not daring to look away for a moment, for fear that they would be Inyu's next target. Meanwhile, Cheryl quickly led Lu Jin away from this troublesome place. Upon returning to the ship, they immediately put all the safes into the warehouse. Cheryl then led her Star Dragon patrol force and quickly headed towards the cargo ship. When they returned to the battlefield, Shiria was immediately shocked by the scene around her. Silver Moon held a sharp blade, and with each swing, she flicked the blood off the blade onto the ground. All around her were corpses strewn everywhere. Numerous psionicists surrounded her, their eyes filled with terror. From the time Shalia returned to the ship to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, during this very period, Silver Moon left a lifelong shadow on the minds of these psionicists. Are there any more people who want to come and die? Silver Moon's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. But when the sound fell on these psionicists, it was like the death knell ringing in their ears. When faced with the Silver Moon, they didn't even have the courage to move forward again. Just then, Shiria descended from the sky with a large number of hunting star dragons, directly shocking all the psionicists. Seeing that Cheryl's support had arrived, Silver Moon's icy expression finally eased slightly. She let out a long sigh of relief, and her whole body relaxed. Shiria came to Silver Moon's side, looking at the corpses around her, still somewhat incredulous. Did you kill all these psionicists? That's right. Upon receiving this answer, Cheryl remained silent for a moment. Even the proud Cheryl had to admit it at this moment. Although Silver Moon's psionic level is not as strong as his own, her combat strength is gradually approaching his own, and it won't be long before she surpasses him. Cheryl, relying on her natural talent, has never systematically trained her psionic abilities. Silver Moon's performance today made Cheryl feel a sense of crisis. If one day, Inyu surpasses her, will she still be able to stand by Lu Jin's side? Lu Jin once revealed that sooner or later, he would also become a psionicist. By then, Lu Jin, who possesses absolute power, will have gone even further. Will I still be able to keep up with them? Thinking of this, Cheryl shook her head and thought to herself, my talent is no less than Silver Moon's. All I lack is rigorous training. When she returns to the ship, she must begin to diligently cultivate her psionic abilities. She didn't want Silver Moon to surpass her and leave her behind. Silver Moon was unaware of Shiria's thoughts. Her gaze was fixed on her own blade. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, she could feel that her efforts had not been in vain. If I were to encounter a psionicist like the Raider Saren again now, she was confident that she would kill him within 3 rounds. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, inside the ship, stood in front of the insured container, which was of extremely high quality. The materials used just around the perimeter are all super alloy grade. Without the password, opening it would be like trying to climb to the sky. Chapter 139 Cooperation Opportunity. A little secret. Lu Jin stroked his chin, looking at the safe in front of him. Although it is difficult to open, it does not mean that Lu Jin has no means to forcibly break it open. However, considering the items inside, if the safe contains a self-destruct device, one could very well lose an opportunity. Thinking of this, Lu Jin looked into the depths of the cabin. Inside the medical ward, the alien race that Lu Jin gang had just rescued was lying on the operating table receiving treatment from the sleeping army medic. Perhaps Lu Jin could obtain the combination to the safe from her. For safety reasons, Lu Jin temporarily abandoned the idea of forcibly breaking open the safe. Upon arriving at the medical ward, the red light above had not yet turned green, indicating that the treatment was still ongoing. But shortly before Lu Jin arrived at the medical ward, the red light turned green, and the sleeper responsible for the treatment came out. "Captain, the patient inside is not in any serious condition. It's simply that the ship's internal organs were impacted during the crash. This person is not a psychic, but fortunately, her physical condition is strong enough. After we stitched up her external injuries, she was out of danger. Next, all you need to do is rest for a while to restore your body to a healthy state. In addition, here are some of the patient's physical data. Based on data comparison within our think tank, there is a 99% probability that this person is a descendant of the Sun Dynasty." Descendants of the Sun Dynasty? After taking the data report from the sleeping army medic and reviewing it, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence. This alien race is actually a descendant of the Sun Dynasty? Lu Jin nodded and put the data report away. After the slumbering military medic left, Lu Jin entered the medical pod. At this moment, inside the medical pod, the descendant of the Sun Dynasty lay with a series of bandages wrapped around his body to secure his wounds. When Lu Jin walked in, the descendant of the Sun Dynasty also opened his eyes. The two were separated by a pane of glass, but the descendant of the Sun Dynasty was well aware of it. During my treatment, a large amount of my physical data was collected. If the other party's intelligence database is advanced enough, they can quickly deduce my identity. It seems you already know who I am. I have no chance to resist now. If you want to kill me, just open the medical bay. But if you don't kill me, I might be able to help you open those safes. It's clear that the other party also has a strong will to survive. Lu Jin didn't say anything, and directly opened the medical pod. When the medical pod opened, the other person's face turned pale instantly. She weakly stepped out of the medical pod, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and looked as if she were bravely facing death. But the next second, Lu Jin simply tossed her a set of clothes. "Get dressed, and go help me unpack those safes. I can tell you with absolute certainty that I am not your enemy. On the contrary, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can still have a good working relationship." Lu Jin has already obtained a portion of the legacy of the Sun Dynasty. His main purpose in coming to Lily Star was to obtain the psionic gene seed. Another reason, of course, was to see what this so-called altar of the Sun Dynasty was all about. Unexpectedly, all the coincidences came together to create the current situation. Looking at the clothes in his hands, the descendant of the Sun Dynasty finally came to his senses and became somewhat awkward for a moment. Lu Jin didn't have time to pay attention to her. It wasn't until she changed her clothes that Lu Jin learned her name. "My name is Ling Long, and I am a descendant of the Sun Dynasty. Originally, our Sun Dynasty was the most promising civilization in the Starry Sea, but everything turned to dust because of the awakening of the Night Undead. All the planets under the Sun Dynasty's control were destroyed by the Dark Necromancers using planet-destroying weapons. The inhabitants of the Sun Dynasty were abducted by the Dark Undead. Because the Sun Dynasty's greatest strength lies in the creation of various machines and naval technology. The abducted inhabitants of the Sun Dynasty were enslaved by the Night Undead for a long period of time. Unable to bear the harassment any longer, Linglong led a portion of the remaining people of the Sun Dynasty to flee. They seized a ship, and, while most of the Night Undead were still asleep, took away the Night Undead's most precious possessions. As she spoke, Linglong used her skills to break the password program of the safe. The safe was opened, revealing a psionic gene seed inside. The gene seed, emanating a faint psionic pressure, was contained in a special glass jar, making it look like a tree seed. Lu Jin grabbed the psionic gene seed and then looked at Linglong beside him. This psionic gene seed is the treasure you took from the night undead, right? Upon hearing this, Linglong shuddered, and her expression became unnatural. The reason she didn't tell Lu Jin was that she thought that after Lu Jin absorbed this psionic gene seed, he would completely stand on the opposite side of the Dark Knight undead. As a result, Lu Jin had no choice but to stand on the side of the Sun Dynasty and help them fight against the Dark Knight undead. But little did she know that Lu Jin's life experience was far more terrifying than she had imagined. From the moment Lu Jin learned of her identity, he had already guessed the whole story. If Lu Jin were to give up the spiritual energy gene seed at this point, then he would have lived a second life in vain. Keep your ulterior motives to yourself. I've already said we have opportunities to collaborate. Lu Jin held the psionic gene seed in his hand and immediately contacted the medic of the Sleeper Legion. Prepare immediately to begin the implantation surgery for the psionic gene seed. The thought of becoming a powerful psychic filled Lu Jin with excitement. Today, Lu Jin has countless enemies. Several figures from the Assimilation Wars, the Voidlings, the Blood Ancestors, and the Warp Demons. Now that they've been targeted by the Orcs and Night Undead, if they don't improve their strength soon, they might be killed by quantum weapons one day, without even knowing it. Under the arrangement of the military doctor, Lu Jin entered the medical ward. Lying on the cold operating table, Lu Jin took the mask and inhaled the anesthetic. His consciousness gradually sank into a state of numbness, which was perhaps the first time Lu Jin had completely relaxed. At the same time, it was also his most vulnerable moment. The slumbering military doctors around them were also well aware that Yun Mingyin was already standing at the door outside the medical pod, like a guardian deity. The corridor outside the medical ward was filled with elite sleepers. The sleepers on the outermost perimeter are at least squad leaders. Standing beside Yun Mingyin on the inner side were the other Centurions, all of whom were extremely loyal. Chapter 140: The Strongest Psionic Gene Seed. Emerging with psionic power. At this crucial moment, Silvermoon and Shiria returned to the ship. Upon learning that Lu Jin was currently undergoing the implantation of a psionic gene seed, they couldn't help but feel worried. Inside the medical pod, Lu Jin could feel the psionic gene seed taking root and sprouting like a tree after entering his body. Its own genes are continuously strengthened through the modification of the seeds. At the same time, the energy deficit in the body is getting bigger and bigger. After discovering that Lu Jin's physical body was becoming increasingly weak, the sleeping army medic immediately injected high-energy nutrient solution into Lu Jin's body. But in just a moment, the high-energy nutrient solution was completely absorbed. They immediately replaced it with another brand new bag of high-energy nutrient solution. The energy deficit is growing larger, which proves that Lu Jin's physical body is becoming increasingly powerful under the transformation of the seed. This is already the 369th bag of nutrient solution. Despite such a large intake of energy, the captain's body shows no signs of stopping its intake. It's hard to imagine what the captain's body has become after being transformed by this psionic gene seed. The increasing energy intake is actually a good thing for the captain, as the greater the energy required by the body, the stronger the physical body becomes. Based on energy intake, the captain's physical strength has now even surpassed that of the hunting star dragon. When this data was presented to the sleeper medics, they looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Its physical strength surpasses that of the hunting star dragon? What exactly is the origin of this psionic gene seed? The modifications have gone a bit too far. Ordinary psionic gene seeds can at most increase the user's physical strength by about 10 times and have the function of psionic cultivation. But this psionic gene seed enhances strength by more than 10 times. Now Lu Jin's physical body is at least dozens of times stronger than before. Furthermore, the fact that this energy gap still exists indicates that Lu Jin's upper limit of strength can still be increased. I would believe that the creator of this psionic gene seed is a god. Such a terrifying increase in power. The captain's judgment is as sharp as ever. Bring another box of high-energy nutrient solution. We need to be prepared. Our captain is probably really going to become a god this time. A military doctor stepped out of the medical bay to transport more high-energy nutrient solution. As soon as he stepped out, he was quickly surrounded by Yun Mingyin and the others. Silver Moon and Cheryl were the most worried, with Silver Moon being especially nervous, fearing that something might happen to Lu Jin.
The slumbering being noticed the tension among the crowd, waved his hand to reassure them. Don't worry, Captain Lu Jin's fusion with the psionic gene seed is perfect. The psionic gene seed is currently modifying Captain Lu Jin's body. Once he awakens and fully adapts to the psionic gene seed, his combat power will probably be no less than that of everyone present. This psionic gene seed is the most powerful psionic gene seed I have ever seen in my life, so it's only a matter of time before the captain rises to become a powerful being. Good luck, everyone. Don't end up becoming a burden to the captain. The most powerful psionic gene seed? Everyone was somewhat surprised when they heard the words of the sleeping army medic. Unexpectedly, the psionic gene seed that Lu Jin chose was so powerful. Just as everyone was still pondering, Linglong's voice came from the side. That's for sure. This psionic gene seed is considered a sacred object by the Night Undead. For nearly a century, the Night Necromancers have continuously modified and perfected this psionic gene seed. It can be said that this psionic gene seed embodies a century of the Night Necromancers' hard work. Your captain certainly has a good eye. Of all the cargo, this psionic gene seed is the most valuable item. Before Linglong could finish speaking, Inue and Cheryl had already walked up to her. The powerful pressure from the two psionicists fell upon her, and for a moment, a hint of fear flashed in Linglong's eyes. She has no psychic potential whatsoever. If Silvermoon and Shiria wanted to deal with her, they wouldn't even need to expend much effort. What are you doing? I'm your captain's business partner. Tell me, what is your background, and why did your ship crash here? Inu had absolutely no intention of showing any pity or tenderness towards Linglong. She immediately used her spiritual energy, preparing to interrogate Linglong. After all, apart from the insured containers, Linglong was the only survivor among the cargo ships that crashed. Now, Lu Jin has obtained a near-perfect psionic gene seed from this safe. With a woman's intuition, Inu felt that Linglong should know something. Just as everyone was arguing, Lu Jin gradually woke up in the medical ward. Lu Jin opened his eyes. After the effects of the anesthetic wore off, he only felt weak and hungry. Upon seeing this, the sleeper next to him immediately reported the situation to Lu Jin. Captain, your compatibility with the psionic gene seed is very high. You could say it's perfect. Your body has now undergone significant modifications, and you may experience some discomfort. Furthermore, because the psionic gene seed has modified your body, your physical body will be relatively weak. It is recommended that you consume high-energy nutrient solution in the next few days to replenish the energy gap in your body. Listening to the slumbering man's narration, Lu Jin carefully sensed the changes within his own body. You can clearly feel that your physical strength has undergone a tremendous change. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin tried to mobilize his spiritual energy. On the table next to the operating table, a water glass appeared out of thin air and landed in Lu Jin's hand. Upon seeing this, many of the sleepers stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their eyes. Lu Jin hasn't even fully absorbed the spiritual energy gene seed yet, and he can already use spiritual energy? But the next second, Lu Jin clenched his fist slightly, and the cup shattered into pieces on the ground. This is because Lu Jin has not yet adapted to the changes in her body. Lu Jin took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind, and found that his brain's processing speed also increased. Even some of the more vague details in his past life memories gradually became clearer to him. The psionic gene seed is really a good thing. After adjusting for a while, Lu Jin stepped down from the operating table. Please prepare a nutrient capsule for me, so I can rest there for a while. Upon hearing this, the sleepers dared not delay in the slightest and immediately began preparing a nutrient capsule for Lu Jin. Stepping out of the cabin, the first thing that catches the eye is the worried crowd. Yun Mingyan looked Lu Jin up and down, and after sensing Lu Jin's aura, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Just as the military doctor had said, this psionic gene seed was far more powerful than he had imagined. Chapter 141 Remote Control. The Dark Night Undead Descend. Silvermoon and Shiria quickly surrounded them. Seeing this, Lu Jin felt a warmth in his heart. After comforting both of them, his gaze finally settled on Linglong. As a descendant of the Sun Dynasty, Lu Jin's ability to quickly obtain this psionic gene seed also owes some credit to her. And no one knew the origin of this psionic gene seed better than her. However, the weakness in his body prevented Lu Jin from continuing to question Linglong about the Sun Dynasty and the Dark Night Necromancers. He walked straight past Linglong and had his crew settle her in. Immediately afterwards, under the arrangement of the sleeper, Lu Jin entered a nutrient pod. The nutrient solution seeped into Lu Jin's body through his skin,
and Lu Jin felt that the feeling of emptiness was finally relieved. Perhaps for some time to come, Lu Jin will have to spend his time in this nutrient pod until he can fully adapt to his modified body. Just then, a communication panel appeared in front of Lu Jin. After the signal was connected, Yu Tiansong's figure appeared in Lu Jin's field of vision. Seeing Lu Jin in the nutrient chamber, Yu Tiansong was slightly stunned. But soon, Lu Jin took the initiative to ask Yu Tiansong why he had called him. As the fleet's first mate, Yu Tiansong's ability to handle matters was not as comprehensive as Lu Jin's. As a former 5-star general of the Solar Alliance, he was second to none in fleet command, which is why Lu Jin allowed him to continue serving as first mate. The fact that he suddenly called me via video call means he must have encountered something he couldn't solve. In fact, just as Lu Jin had predicted, Yu Tiansong sent a video to Lu Jin, the perspective of which was from outer space on Lioli Star. In the outer space of the planet Lioli, one after another, coffin-shaped, gray ships appeared in the video. Upon seeing these uniquely designed ships, Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious. It seems that this psionic gene seed is indeed important to the night undead. Less than 24 hours have passed since the cargo ship crashed onto Lioli Star. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight Necromancer's fleet had already tracked them down. That's right. These uniquely designed ships are the ships of the night undead. Lu Jin patiently watched the video, and then asked Yu Tiansong a question. What is the current size of these fleets? 1 large ship, 10 medium-sized ships, and 50 small ships. Apart from these ships, Yu Tiansong has not yet seen any other fleet reinforcements. After listening to Yu Tiansong's report in the nutrient tank, Lu Jin thought to himself that this should be the size of the Dark Knight Undead fleet this time. Because the activities of the Night Elf Necromancers are all traceable before their awakening period, the Night Elf Necromancers can mobilize a very small number of fleets. Of course, if it were the time when the Dark Undead were awakening, Lu Jin would not hesitate to retreat. Because if it is a Dark Knight Undead in the awakening stage, this fleet must have other support fleets behind it. Moreover, the size of the support fleet will only be larger than that of the Vanguard, and its naval combat power will be even stronger. But this is not the recovery period. After some deliberation, Lu Jin decisively issued the combat order. This fleet most likely has no backup fleet, and even if it does, we can quickly escape. Now, our fleet needs to be expanded rapidly, and the legacy of the Sun Dynasty is an advantage we cannot give up. Prepare the entire crew for battle. We must take down this Dark Knight Undead fleet. Now that he knew the origin of this psionic gene seed, Lu Jin was also very clear that there was no room for reconciliation between him and the Dark Knight Undead. The psionic gene seed has already been absorbed by itself, and the only way for the Dark Knight Necromancer to reclaim it is to kill Lu Jin. Why would Lu Jin choose to surrender? Just then, an electromagnetic wave descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire Lioli Star. The psionicists wandering within the trading city-state of Lioli Star immediately noticed this sudden electromagnetic fluctuation. Some of the psionicists frowned, clearly showing some impatience. What's the situation now? Electromagnetic wave blockade? Damn it, I just came here to sell something, and all this talk about ship crashes and electromagnetic wave blockades is so annoying. Is someone preparing to launch a war against Lioli Star? Who's out of their mind? To wage war and invade this godforsaken planet? Just as the psionicists were discussing, the silhouettes of the Dark Knight Undead ships gradually appeared in the sky. A gray ship with a coffin-like design. Some of the more knowledgeable psionicists recognized it immediately as a Dark Necromancer ship. What's so expensive? Is this a Night Elf Necromancer ship? What? Those ships with the metal skulls? This isn't right, isn't it? The awakening period for the Night Elf is not yet here. I don't know about anything else, but all I do know is that if we don't prepare to fight back now, we're very likely to be used as energy batteries by the Night Elf Necromancers and killed. As they spoke, more and more Dark Necromancer ships appeared in the sky. Within the flagship at the head of the ship, a skeletal undead creature made entirely of gray metal stared intently at the ship's control panel. It's vanished. The Divine Seed's signal has vanished. Could it have been absorbed by someone? Damn it. You idiots, you actually let a bunch of slaves steal the Divine Seed. Hopefully, we can retrieve the Divine Seed before the king awakens. The entire planet will be sealed off, and every living being that has ever stayed on this planet will be eliminated. As they spoke, numerous ships carrying large numbers of dark undead entered low-altitude orbit. Upon seeing this, a group of psionicists rushed towards their own ship. Before they could even get close to the ships, the Night Elf ships launched an attack decisively. Boom. After a beam of eerie green light shot out, the ship was instantly reduced to a pile of fragments. As the ship's hatches opened, a large number of undead, carrying their unique civilization and technology, landed directly on the ground. Upon seeing this, the psionicists couldn't help but let a murderous glint flash in their eyes. "You metal skeletons, we have no grudges against each other. What do you want?" Before the words were finished, one of the night undead decisively raised the shattering gun in his hand. Bang! The shredder hit the psionicist directly, and before he could even react, he exploded into a pile of blood and flesh. Upon seeing this, the other psionicists immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Before they could make a move, one of the night undead stepped forward and fired his undead capture net. Chapter 142, Organizing a Counterattack. Hidden talents abound. A large net of energy rushed straight towards the psionicist in front of him. The quick-thinking psionicist immediately drew his weapon and used his psionic energy to attack the energy net in front of him. But the moment the energy net approached, they immediately sensed something was wrong. Their psychic energy seemed to vanish the moment it touched the energy net, and there was no further movement. The energy net fell directly on them, restricting their movements. Damn it, my psionic powers aren't working. No, it's not that our psychic energy is ineffective. It's that our psychic energy is being suppressed. Is this the legendary necromancy technology? Such pure energy is even more potent than psionic energy. The rule of the entire universe is that the strong prevail over the weak, and the big fish eat the small fish. The same applies to the hierarchy of energy levels. Strong energy will suppress weak energy. The psionic beings used by psionicists are, in a sense, a high-intensity energy substance processed from biological organs. Today, the energy technology used by the night necromancers far surpasses the psionic energy produced by psionicists. This is also the truth behind their suppression. Just then, one of the night undead stepped forward and raised his shattering gun. The powerful beam of light struck the bound psionicists directly. The psionicist was instantly reduced to a pile of blood and flesh, while another necromancer took out an energy collector that resembled a vacuum cleaner. Pressing the switch unleashed a powerful suction that absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood, drained of their psionic energy, withered at a visible rate, and were eventually crushed into dust by the dark night necromancer. The number of undead in the night sky is increasing. Like locusts, they are beginning to approach the place with the strongest energy fluctuations, which is the trading city-state where psionicists gather. Within the trading city-state, many psionicists couldn't help but show extremely solemn expressions upon seeing the dark night undead ships. It's a dark necromancer ship. Damn it, aren't they supposed to be dormant? All the psionicists outside the city have been wiped out by the night undead. Even if we beg for mercy, they probably won't let us go easily. Begging for mercy? Are you kidding me? Does the night elf necromancer really think he's invincible? Humph. These night necromancers have been neglected for years. Haven't they become a little too arrogant? Upon hearing this, several psionicists stepped out from the crowd. They are of different races, but they share one common characteristic. That means they are all level 6 psionicists. A level 6 psychic is already considered one of the best among all psychics. The moment they stepped forward, many psionicists immediately gained confidence. One of the giant psionicists stepped forward. These night necromancers never communicate with the outside world, so if you want to surrender, save your energy. Our only option right now is to cooperate. Only through cooperation can we carve a bloody path through this army of night ghouls. My fleet is on standby in outer space, and I believe they will quickly come to my aid once they detect the anomaly. All we need to do is rely on this city-state and hold out for 24 star seas, and we can make these night undead pay the price. Hearing these words, everyone immediately gained confidence. Turns out they have big shots here too. If that's the case, what are we afraid of? In an instant, many psionicists spontaneously gathered together and began to organize a counterattack. Meanwhile, a sleeper, hidden among the crowd, reported the situation to Lu Jin. Lu Jin was somewhat surprised to hear the news about the city-state. I never expected that such a small city-state would have so many psionicists. This was unexpected by Lu Jin, but it was precisely because of this unexpected event that Lu Jin's chances of winning increased. If so many psionicists were all brought into my game, it would surely have some remarkable effects. Very well, you've infiltrated the Psionic Legion. Continue to report new developments to me. Clear. The sleeper cut off communication and continued to mingle among the psionicists. At that moment, the sleeper seemed to sense a strange gaze. Following that gaze, what came into view was a girl in red leaning against a corner of the city wall. Noticing the sleeper's gaze, the girl in red made no attempt to hide her eyes from the sleeper. At that moment, the slumbering one felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A level 9 psionicist. Is it just my imagination? However, the psionic detection equipment inside the sleeper will not make mistakes. The scarlet lettering constantly reminded the sleeper that the girl in red before him was extremely dangerous. Warning. Level 9 psionic energy detected. Please move away from this area immediately. How is that possible? How could a level 9 psychic appear in this place? The girl in red merely glanced at the sleeper, then a strange smile curved her lips. At that moment, a figure swept past the slumbering one. When the sleeper regained consciousness, the girl in red had already disappeared from his sight. The sleeper quickly checked the records of his psychic detection device. But something strange happened. The records of the psionic detection from earlier were missing from the records of his psionic ship's instruments. Weird. This is so bizarre. Even in the sleeper's intelligence database, there are very few records of level 9 psionicists. Now, under these circumstances, they encounter a level 9 psionicist. Even the most seasoned sleeper couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. After a moment's thought, the sleeper reported the news to Lu Jin. After receiving the news, Lu Jin, who was in the nutrient tank, remained silent for only a moment. He then told the sleeper to pretend that nothing had happened and to continue with his plan. Level 9 Psychic. Each level 9 psionicist is capable of suppressing an entire planet. However, there are varying levels of ability among level 9 psychics, and Lu Jin is still unaware of the true identity of this level 9 psychic. However, based on her interactions with the sleepers, at least they are not enemies. Lu Jin had no way to deal with this level 9 psychic, who was a level 9 psychic. She could end this battle in an instant if she wanted to. No one survived the battle. Therefore, faced with such a huge variable, Lu Jin could only ignore it. At least for now, Lu Jin possesses certain means to influence level 9 psionicists. But dealing with a level 9 psionicist is still far too difficult. The plan proceeded smoothly, with Lu Jin sitting on the ship, remotely directing the actions of his crew. The sleepers entered the city-state's psionic army in batches. Leveraging its advantages, the hunting star dragon began scouting the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 143 Pride comes before a fall. The Night Necromancer Ripper. Tens of thousands of undead from the night, wielding shredders, steadily approached the trading city-state where psionicists had gathered. Behind them, ships carrying a large number of combat units continuously launched even more combat units. From the most basic Night Elf warrior to the death chariot loaded with large numbers of Night Elf necromancers. Even more, various metal mechanical creations containing necromancy technology fell from the sky. The Night Elf necromancers' forces grew stronger, and at this time, the trading city-states where psionicists gathered also came into their view. At this point, the Night Elf necromancers group actually stopped. Our search party has located the cargo ship carrying the slaves, but all the cargo on board has vanished. Furthermore, according to our investigation, the body of one of the escaped slaves has not yet been found. Furthermore, we discovered traces of a large-scale battle among psionicists in the surrounding area, leading us to speculate that the divine seed was most likely stolen by psionicists. Now, all the psionicists on this planet have been driven into this city by us. Lord Soul Eater, this may be a great opportunity for us to make our mark. Inside the flagship of the Night Necromancer, the Night Necromancer, revered as the Soul Eater Earl, sat on his throne, quietly listening to his subordinates' reports. The loss of the divine seed was undoubtedly a very serious matter for them. This psionic gene seed is a treasure left behind by the star god who created them. It was through countless modifications by the soul-devouring kings that it gradually transformed into the divine seed it is today. Originally, the soul-devouring king planned to absorb the divine seed and initiate a god-making project. But unexpectedly, during their slumber, some slaves committed such heinous crimes. If the divine seed cannot be found, even if he, the soul-devouring Earl, returns to his territory, he will surely be killed by the soul-devouring king. In their society of the dark undead, a name is just a number. Only status is how they distinguish themselves. The supreme leader of a Night Necromancer race is the king, followed by dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. He spent over 1,000 years making great contributions to his race before finally achieving the rank of Earl. If this operation succeeds, he might even be promoted to Marquis. Thinking of this, Earl of Soul Devouring became even more excited. and even his metal fingers clenched involuntarily. In that case, let's prepare for a general offensive. No matter who the opponent is, as long as the trace of the divine seed cannot be found, then kill them all. We will spare no expense for the sake of the divine seed. At a command, the Dark Knight necromancers launched their attack first. Large numbers of beetles made of undead metal rushed toward the trading city-state like wild beasts. The psionicists in the trading city-state had already made thorough preparations. The moment these bison-sized undead beetles approached, a barrage of projectiles rained down on the Night Undead's position like a shower of petals. Rumble. Various projectiles fell, but the necrobeetle's defenses were comparable to those of an alloy. After one round, there were hardly any injured necrobeetles left. Seeing this, the psionicists quickly changed their strategy, and several cannons appeared on the city walls. These cannons are extremely ancient, looking like relics from the Middle Ages. However, these cannons also have another excellent characteristic. They can hold a large amount of psionic energy. Several streams of psionic energy of different natures were attached to the cannon. Boom. With a single cannon shot, the mixed energy of different spirits blasted several undead beetles into pieces. But at this moment, all the undead warriors hidden behind the undead beetles revealed themselves. One of the undead warriors had even gotten close to the city wall. The beam of the pulverizer landed directly on the city wall. In an instant, a huge breach was blasted into the simple city wall. A psionicist fell through a breach in the city wall, his psionic blade cleaving the undead warrior in two. After the undead warriors were killed, the necromancers seized the opportunity to collect the dead souls. Immediately afterwards, more and more undead warriors approached the city walls. These rudimentary city walls collapsed in just a few minutes. The psionicists descended from the city walls and quickly engaged in a fierce battle with the undead warriors. But soon, these psionicists discovered that the undead warriors before them were nothing special. Their movements were stiff, making them incomparable to seasoned psionicists. Even the shredders they carried required a charging process each time they were used. With just a little effort, they could easily dodge the attacks of these shredders. This discovery immediately made these psychics feel elated. So-called night undead are nothing special after all. Its movements are so stiff, it's not even as good as the high-end housekeeping robot I bought before. This shredder is pretty useless. You need to charge it up after aiming at someone, making it the perfect match for these nighttime undead. They're supposed to be feared night elf necromancers. Can't you guys show some respect? Terrifying? I now even doubt whether these clumsy metal lumps are afraid of me. As they spoke, one of the psionicists brandished a pair of swords. Before the night elf warrior in front of him could react, he used his twin blades to create a blur in the air. When he landed again, the night elf warrior in front of him had been cleaved into several pieces of metal. Upon seeing this, many psionicists couldn't help but cheer. But the smiles on their faces froze on the spot in the next second. The psionicist who had just been chatting and laughing with them now had a sharp claw emitting a ghostly green light protruding from his chest. Claws pierced his chest, and a completely different form of dark necromancer appeared silently behind him like a ghost. Oh, you ants. Do you really think that by defeating a few civilians of our kind, you can be compared to us noble night undead? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, you will become the meritorious contributors to my promotion to nobility. Prepare to die. As he spoke, the night elf opened his arms, revealing that he carried little equipment. The only thing worth noting is its pair of claws, which are as sharp as spikes. Meanwhile, the silver moon high in the sky sat behind Shiria, watching everything that was happening on the battlefield. Has the night elf necromancers already started deploying rippers? In fact, Silver Moon did not understand the night necromancer. All the information about these so-called night elf warriors, night elf priests, and night elf rippers was entered into the think tank by Lu Jin himself. It was precisely because of this intelligence that Silver Moon and the others did not underestimate their opponents like those psionicists. Chapter 144 Viscount. Baron. According to the think tank data compiled by the captain, these night undead have a strict hierarchical division. If we can kill the highest-ranking noble in this night elf undead army, then the night elf undead army will automatically collapse. But finding the highest-ranking night elf noble is no easy task, and as the highest-ranking noble, he would certainly choose to stay behind and oversee things. That requires these psionicists to put in the effort. If the resistance from these psionicists is too strong, the nobles on the Dark Knight undead side will certainly not stand idly by. It's important to know that the nobles of the night elf necromancers climb their ranks step by step through their own merits. Therefore, Most of the nobles of the Night Undead are several times stronger than ordinary Night Undead. Meanwhile, the Night Necromancer Ripper grew stronger with each kill among the psionicists. Ordinary psionicists were no match for his attacks. His figure moved like a ghost among them. As the losses among the psionicists gradually spread and their morale began to decline, the sleepers, who were hidden among the crowd, suddenly chose to make their move. Bang! A psionic bullet, with lightning speed, pierced through the crowd and landed directly on the Ripper. When the Ripper reacted swiftly enough, its claws deflecting the psionic bullets. Before he could react, a second psionic bullet followed. Bullets rained down on his metal frame, sparks flying everywhere. The Ripper is losing patience. Suddenly, he swung his claws to clear away the barrage of bullets in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the Ripper, relying on its strong body, moved straight toward the direction where the sleeper was located. The sleeper remained calm, firing as he retreated. When the Ripper finally arrived before the sleeper, his anger was already beyond control. Ants, do you think your outdated weapons can hurt me? I don't think so. Following the gaze of the sleeper, the Ripper was shocked to find that his body was already dilapidated. Such an ugly body instantly enraged the Ripper. You deserve to die? Do you know how many merits it takes to redeem this body of mine? Just as the Ripper went berserk, the sleeper put away his psionic hunting rifle. The bomb gun was pressed directly in front of the Ripper. Bang! As the trigger was pulled, the blaster immediately spewed out a tongue of flame. At close range, the explosive burst damage of the bomb gun is no less than that of any other firearm. At this moment, the sleeper, armed with a bomb gun, advanced while firing. The metal skeleton, already ravaged by psionic bullets, began to shatter into pieces under the close-range bombardment of the bomb gun. Bang! 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 In full view of everyone, a bullet from a blaster pierced through the Ripper's skull. The Ripper's soul flew toward the Necromancer's location, finally collapsing helplessly to the ground. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the sleepers also began to unleash their power. The psionic hunter rifle is responsible for long-range attrition, while the bomb gun is responsible for close-range kills. The two guns worked together, causing the Rippers to momentarily lose ground. Seeing this, the morale of the psionicists soared once again. Those Rippers have all been dealt with. Great. They have their Rippers, and we have our strong ones too. These psionicists are equipped with incredible power. They seem to be part of an organization. Regardless of which organization they belong to, they are on our side now. Under the influence of the sleepers, many psionicists unleashed their formidable combat power. The battle lines actually began to push back, and the Night Elf Necromancer's battle lines started to retreat continuously. Seeing this, the Night Elf Priest began to retreat quickly. The Dark Knight Necromancer nobles standing at the back, upon witnessing this scene, gradually darkened their expressions. We've already deployed the Rippers, yet we still can't take down these ants. Humph. The commoners are just that, the commoners. Their bodies are far weaker than the elite troops under our command. Soul Eater Baron, this is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Don't you have your elite troops ready to make a move? As you wish, Your Excellency Viscount Soul Eater, I hope that after this war ends, I can stand by your side with my merits. After saying that, one of the Night Elf Necromancers, clad in armor, rode off on a bioengineered warhorse. As he joined the battle, several coffin-like war chariots also entered the battlefield. Arriving at the center of the battlefield, the Night Necromancer Baron Soul Eater raised his great sword and shouted, "Wake up, my most elite warriors." With a shout, the tank's hatch opened. Several heavily armored, sword-wielding undead emerged from within. The patrolling Star Dragons, who were keeping a close eye on the battlefield, immediately learned of the changes at the center of the battlefield. Silvermoon immediately searched the think tank and quickly learned the identities of these heavily armored Night Undead. Soul Eater warriors are elite warriors under the command of the Dark Knight Necromancer nobles. Their heavy armor possessed devastating defensive capabilities, and their greatswords were necromancers with plasma fields. With a single sword strike, one can cleave through a battlefield of heavy armor made of superalloy. It can be said that these Soul Eater warriors are a group of heavy combat units with the ability to conquer cities and seize territories. The only way to deal with it, according to the think tank, is bombing. Only a bombardment of sufficient intensity can destroy these guys. That's quite a troublesome situation. No problem. They have the ability to conquer cities and territories, and the sleepers also have Titan mechs to guard them. That's right. At that point, it'll be a test of who's tougher. Pass the message to the sleepers on the battlefield below and alert them. The message was relayed to the sleepers, who, upon receiving the intelligence, quickly became alert. Inside the silent coffin, Yun Mingyan sat anxiously in her seat. Next to her, Lu Jin's holographic projection stood there. When can I leave? It's not the right time yet. It's not the right time yet. I've heard that Night Elf Necromancer nobles have already appeared on the battlefield. They are just some viscounts and barons. There must be earls or marquises behind them in this battle. In the worst case, we will be facing a Dark Knight Necromancer Duke. Why can't it be a king? If it's a king, we'd better make our escape now. Lu Jin was very clear about the hierarchy of these Dark Knight undead, so he was also very clear about it. The nobles of the Night Elf will not easily show themselves unless absolutely necessary. It's important to know that while you can resurrect infinitely within the Dark Knight Necromancer's territory, resurrection still requires deducting merit points. If a nobleman keeps dying and failing, he will eventually be assigned the body of an ordinary Knight Necromancer warrior. Therefore, these nobles cherish their achievements, but they valued their lives even more. Chapter 145 Firepower Clash. The Immortals. Boom. With a loud bang, one of the psionists made contact with the heavily armored Soul Eater. The attack, imbued with psionic energy and accompanied by flames, struck the Soul Eater directly. But after the explosion, the Soul Eater emerged from the flames expressionlessly. Seeing this, the other psionists immediately came to their aid. A barrage of attacks rained down on the Soul Eater like cannonballs. No matter how they attacked, the Soul Eater warrior was like a Vajra, advancing steadfastly without being shaken in the slightest. The psionicist cursed under his breath when he saw that his attack had no effect. What's the deal with these iron lumps? There are just too many strange things on the Night Elf side. What should we do? Our attack is completely ineffective. These retreating units are likely the Night Elf Necromancer's heavily armored units. Breaking through them would require even more intense firepower. Just as they finished speaking, the Soul Eater in front of them suddenly revealed murderous intent. He swung the plasma greatsword in his hand with a sudden burst of speed. In an instant, the plasma greatsword traced a path through the air, cleaving into anything that stood in the way of the Soul Eater. Upon seeing this, the psionicists felt their hair stand on end. Such terrifying destructive power. This guy not only has such strong defense, but his attacks are also so despair-inducing. But at that moment, the sleeper stepped forward again. This time, they directly summoned the Titan mechs that belonged exclusively to their legion. The massive Titan mech strode straight into the center of the battlefield. Before the Soul Eater warriors could react, the Titan mech switched on its Gatling gun. A barrage of bullets rained down on the Soul Eater. Even the Soul Eater warriors didn't have time to react before countless bullets rained down on them. Although they possess formidable defensive capabilities, it doesn't mean they are invincible. Soon, under the terrifying firepower of the Gatling gun, a crack appeared in their heavy armor. When the Soul Eater Baron saw cracks appear in the heavy armor of his Soul Eater warriors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. What the hell are these Titan mechs? They didn't find many large combat firepower units during their reconnaissance. But why are so many large combat units suddenly appearing? With its powerful firepower, the Titan mech perfectly countered the Soul Eater warrior before it. While the Soul Eaters possess formidable defense and melee attack power, their greatest weakness lies in their speed. Such a weakness would normally be nothing to fear in the face of strong defense and melee attack power. But now, they've met their nemesis. Faced with the Titan mech barrage of attacks, the enemy could only defend themselves. And so, the Night Necromancer's battle line retreated another 100 meters. What a bunch of useless trash. The Soul Eater Earl, who was stationed at the rear, was furious when he heard that their battle line had retreated another 100 meters. He originally thought that with the strength of their Night Elf Necromancers, taking over a city-state would be a piece of cake. But from the moment they breached the city walls, the tide of the entire battlefield never turned in their favor again. The defending forces employed a series of unexpected tactics, thwarting one plan after another by the Night Necromancers. Now, the battle line has even been pushed forward by 100 meters. Shame. This is an utter disgrace. Earl of Soul Devouring felt an unnamed fire burning in his chest. Pass down my order. Have my immortals prepare to move out. Deploying the immortals? The Dark Necromancer standing nearby was momentarily stunned upon hearing the order. It should be noted that the immortals are the strongest unit under the command of the Soul Eater Earl. Under normal circumstances, the immortals serve as the royal guard and never leave the vicinity of the Soul Eater. Now, the Soul Eater Earl is actually going to send out an immortal. Your Excellency Earl, isn't it a bit too ostentatious to send out an immortal? Zhang Yang. The front line has been lost by hundreds of meters in succession, and now you're talking to me about this? If he can't retrieve the divine seed, the soul-devouring king might resurrect him and his entire army and send them back to the furnace for a complete overhaul. He no longer has the patience to waste time with these ants. Under the arrangement of the Soul Eater Earl, the Immortal Army was immediately deployed. The Immortals, as the personal guard of the Soul Eater Earl, possess extremely formidable combat power. They are not only skilled in using various plasma weapons in combat. It can even be used to snipe enemies from a distance using the Necromancer Gauss sniper rifle. Soon, the Immortals appeared on the battlefield. Along with the Immortals, there also appeared skeleton fighters created by the Night Necromancers, as well as Necromancer Crushers with powerful defenses. With 3 combat units appearing simultaneously, the Night Necromancer's combat strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Even the Sleepers, who possess Titan armor, cannot resist this change. The Immortals, with their agile figures, hid behind the skeleton fighters and chariots. Once they got close to the Titan mech, they climbed directly into its core compartment and delivered a fatal blow to the Sleeper inside. Unlike the Rippers, these Immortals are true elites, true special operations units. As the Sleepers were dealt with one by one, the Star Elf, who was hidden among the crowd, saw this and couldn't help but contact Lu Jin. "Captain, the Sleepers are almost at their limit. Can't we make a move yet? The enemy is about to attack." "Captain, we still haven't found any trace of the enemy leader." Listening to the report from the front lines, Lu Jin slowly glanced at Yun Mingyan beside him. Yun Mingyan, unable to contain her excitement any longer, noticed Lu Jin looking at her and couldn't help but ask a question. "Is it my turn to go on stage?" "That's right. This time you directly activated a Legion-class Titan?" Legion-level Titans consume a lot of resources. There's no need to worry about energy consumption. The origin tree matured recently. Yun Mingyan had also heard of the origin of the spirit tree, a magical plant capable of converting any energy substance back and forth. Legend has it that its fruit contains enormous energy, which is so pure that it can be absorbed and used directly without any processing. If that's the case, then I really don't need to worry about the consumption of Legion-level Titans. In that case, I'll go and prepare. Yun Mingyan stretched her limbs. As a warrior, her favorite thing was to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. Now that she finally has a place to showcase her talents, she naturally won't hold back. As Yun Mingyan stepped into her psionic projection device and was about to activate it, 2 Sleepers entered. They were pushing a brand new energy transfer device, and seeing that Yun Mingyan had not yet turned it on, the 2 Sleepers explained. "Legion Commander, this is the fruit of the origin spirit tree. Chapter 146 Explosive Output." It gave her a real thrill. Next, the Sleepers will use the fruit of the origin tree as their core energy source. By connecting an external energy input device, the power of the psionic projection device is enhanced, thus providing Yun Mingyan with stronger energy support to pilot the Legion-class Titan. Looking at the fruit that was constantly radiating residual energy, Yun Mingyan was even more amazed by the wonder of the vast starry sea. The energy contained in a single fruit is comparable to the energy consumed by a ship in operation. It can be said that among all the substances Yun Mingyan has ever seen, none has an energy density comparable to the fruit before her. And that's the magic of the vast starry sky. Yun Mingyan's gaze lingered on the fruit for a moment before she laid down in the cabin. After connecting all the instruments and equipment to her combat suit and adjusting her posture, Yun Mingyan used her spiritual energy to activate the entire device. The psionic projection is now activated. Switching projection mode. A Legion-level Titan projection is coalescing. As the system's voice rang in her ears, the scene before Yun Mingyan's eyes changed. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, psionicists and necromancers clashed. The battlefield situation had reached a fever pitch, and the level 6 psionicists no longer concealed their auras, plunging into the battlefield and wreaking havoc. Even so, the Dark Knight necromancers also have immortals among them. The 2 sides clashed, and the battlefield situation became increasingly chaotic. The Sleepers and Star Spirits mingled among the crowd, choosing not to make any rash moves. They were all waiting for Lu Jin's signal, and the hunting star dragons in the sky did not choose to make a move immediately. Just then, the figure of the silent coffin suddenly appeared in the sky. Before anyone on the battlefield could react, the massive figure of the Legion-class Titan appeared on the battlefield like a meteorite falling from the sky. Looking down at the dense horde of undead, Yun Mingyan, inside the Legion-class Titan, felt a surge of power welling up inside her. She knew very well that this was not her imagination, but rather the fruit of the origin tree was taking effect. The feeling of this power surging forth is simply wonderful. Night Elf Necromancers, it's time to show you what true firepower suppression looks like. The Legion-class Titan spread its arms, and the Vulcan Gatling gun was launched. On its back, the Legion-class Titan ejects a large number of missile launchers. Countless weapons of fire emerged from the Legion-class Titan. The sheer number of firepower weapons sent chills down the spines of the psionicists just by looking at them. What is this thing? A Titan mech? It's way too big. Is its size the key factor? The key factor is its weaponry. Its firepower is simply terrifying. With so many weapons, wouldn't its energy system be overloaded? Wow. Whose Titan mech is this? This is way beyond the scope of a Titan mech. Not to mention these psionicists. Even the Dark Knight Necromancer nobles on the other side couldn't help but widen their eyes upon seeing this scene. As an ancient interstellar race, they naturally recognized the Legion-class Titan. But they'd never seen a Legion-class Titan unleash its ultimate attack right from the start. At this moment, even the Dark Knight Necromancer noble felt a cold sweat pour down his back. Yun Mingyan, one of the Legion-class Titans, smiled slightly after seeing all the weapon systems activated. Such a rich battle. Let me have a good time. Legion-level Titans require a massive amount of psionic energy just to project themselves. Activating a Legion-level Titan for combat consumes a huge amount of psionic energy. It can be said that among the Sleeper's Legion, only Yun Mingyan is capable of controlling a Legion-level Titan and withstanding its enormous consumption. But today, Yun Mingyan could sense that the energy of the origin spirit tree was inexhaustible. Without energy restrictions, what else is she afraid of? Vulcan Gatling system, power maximized. Destroy the missile system. Activate all launch pads. Open all of them. In an instant, everyone saw it. Bullets transformed into a barrage, attacking the Night Undead's ranks like a flood. Missiles soared into the sky, transforming into a torrential downpour that slowly encroached upon the army of the Night Undead. The Night Elf Undead that were close to the Legion Titan were instantly incinerated by the lasers released by the Legion Titan before they could even make a move. Even more remarkably, a molten cannon was ejected from the chest of the Legion-class Titan. In the commercial city-state, countless psionicists witnessed this scene. The middle-aged man who had sold Lu Jin intelligence and the compass couldn't help but admire the Legion-level Titans on the battlefield, which resembled artillery fortresses. This is a true Legion-class Titan. Rumble. With the arrival of the Legion-class Titan, the Night Elf Necromancers immediately began to crumble. They simply have no means to counter the terrifying firepower of the Legion-class Titans. No matter how many Night Elf Necromancers are sent, they can't even get close to a Legion Titan before being engulfed by its terrifying firepower. Upon hearing about the situation at the front lines, the Soul Eater Earl, who was on the front lines of the battlefield, could no longer sit still. A Legion-class Titan? Why would there be a Legion-class Titan on this godforsaken planet? We don't know either. The Necromancers under his command trembled with fear. They had thought that being attacked by Titan mechs was already outrageous enough. But unexpectedly, these psionicists were able to put together a Legion-class Titan. The difference between a Legion-class Titan and a regular Titan is like heaven and earth. Not every civilization can create a Legion-level Titan, such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Even if it were built, it might not be able to unleash the full power of a Legion-class Titan on the battlefield. Each time a Legion-class Titan takes action, the energy it consumes is astronomical. But Yun Mingyan had no such concerns. With the fruit of the origin spirit tree, she could unleash all the functions of the Legion-level Titan without restraint. Even many of the sleepers in the Sleeper Legion were incredibly envious. Has the Legion commander gone mad? By activating so many fire systems, won't the Legion-level Titan's energy be drained very quickly? Taking a break? Do you think the Legion commander would do something so stupid? And look at how long the Legion-level Titans have been bombarding us. Do they look like they're running out of energy? It must be the captain. What amazing treasure has the captain brought out this time to solve the energy consumption problem of the Legion-class Titans? I've seen too many amazing things. Now I'd believe it even if the captain said he'd found endless energy. Damn it, this time the Legion commander is really enjoying himself. Being able to open Legion-level Titans without any restrictions, just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Chapter 147-2 Legion-class Titans. The all-out offensive begins. Yun Mingyan was thoroughly enjoying herself. But on the Dark Knight Necromancer's side, Count Soul Eater was about to explode with rage. The casualties among the Night Elf forces continue to rise.
From the moment the Legion-class Titans appeared, their battle lines were as fragile as paper, being torn open one crack after another by the enemy, without mercy. Bang! Earl of Soul Devourer slammed his fist on the throne and stood up. At this point, he could no longer sit still. If this continues, let alone reclaiming the divine seed, he might not even be able to save his Dark Knight undead troops. With that thought in mind, Earl Soul Devourer stepped down from the throne. Seeing this, the servants nearby dared not utter a word. They could see that Earl Soul Eater was now on the verge of exploding in rage. Anyone who speaks now will become the target of the Soul Eater Earl's wrath. They dared not speak up at this time. With a wave of his hand, Earl of Soul Devouring made no attempt to hold back. On my command, all ships, activate bombardment mode. Additionally, open the Soul Devouring coffin. It's time to show these ants the terror of our night elf race. Yun Mingyan and the others on the battlefield also immediately sensed the changes in the Sky Fleet. The night elf ships, which were originally in standby mode and only providing limited ground fire support, suddenly became incredibly powerful. The intensity of the firepower was so great that even friendly forces on the ground were affected. Upon seeing this formation of the fleet's bombing mode, Lu Jin, who was constantly monitoring the battlefield situation aboard the Prometheus, suddenly laughed. After much effort and a series of actions, he finally forced the mastermind behind the Dark Knight Necromancers to come out. When dealing with a race like the Night Undead, you either don't act rashly, or when you do, you must kill them. Lu Jin didn't want to reveal all his cards at once and scare the other party away. What he wanted was complete annihilation. The Night Elf Necromancer's ship firepower intensified, and one of their large ships quickly reached the top of the Legion-class Titan. Seeing this, Yun Mingyan showed no mercy and directly concentrated all her firepower on the large warship. Countless weapons rained down on the ship's shields, creating a series of energy ripples. But at that moment, the bottom of the large ship opened. A Legion-class Titan, completely different from the sleeper Legion-class Titans, has arrived, its entire body made of gray necromancy metal and with an extremely slender body. Inside the Necromancer Legion-class Titan, Count Soul Eater sat in the cockpit. A dense network of energy conduits connected to the Soul Eater's body, which emanated a ghostly green necromantic energy. Boom! A plasma greatsword descended from the sky, landing directly in front of the Necromancer Legion-class Titan. The Necromancer Legion-class Titan grabbed the plasma greatsword. At this moment, Yun Mingyan, inside the sleeper Legion-class Titan, smiled slightly. That's interesting. Ants. Legion-class Titans aren't your exclusive domain. Ants. You're wrong. There's a difference between Legion-class Titans. A hint of madness flickered in Yun Mingyan's eyes inside the cockpit. I haven't felt this way in so long. What an exhilarating battle. Just then, Lu Jin's voice appeared in Yun Mingyan's ears. Hello, can you hear me? Captain, what are your orders? Upon hearing Lu Jin's voice, Yun Mingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of resistance. Is the captain planning to have her retreat? If it really is a strategic retreat, then I will have to give up this exhilarating fighting opportunity. That's really a bit unfair. Are you thinking right now that if I asked you to make a strategic retreat, you would be very disappointed? Don't worry, the reason I'm contacting you at this time is to tell you. I've also added an Apocalypse spark to the external energy delivery system, so you can try activating the Legion Titan's overload mode. What? Apocalyptic spark? Yun Mingyan's eyes widened. Such a good thing. The fruit of the origin tree is meant to provide a powerful battery for Legion-level Titans. Now, Lu Jin has even added the Apocalypse flame to it. My point is simple, just go for it. So what if it's a Night Elf Necromancer? Crush them. Upon hearing this, Yun Mingyan instantly snapped back to her senses, feeling as if her blood was boiling. Even during the Age of Expeditions, she had never fought such a rich war. She still remembers the exhilarating feeling of firepower when she first activated the Legion-level Titan overload mode, a feeling that she couldn't resist. However, the overload mode consumes too much energy for her to use continuously. Now, with the added benefit of dual energy insurance, Yun Mingyan no longer needs to worry about energy consumption. Seeing that the Legion-class Titan opposite had not made a move for a long time, Count Soul Eater piloted the Legion-class Titan and raised the plasma greatsword in his hand. Why isn't it moving? Could it be that the energy has been exhausted? Are you about to fall before I've even made a move? However, Count Soul Eater was well aware that the sleeper Legion Titans had already consumed a large amount of energy, so this situation was quite normal. Unfortunately, he had originally thought he could stretch his muscles a bit. But just as he was about to take the next step, The sleeper Legion Titan in front of him awoke once more. Sorry, I was just too excited. Overload mode activated. A large amount of steam suddenly erupted from the sleeper Legion class Titan. Immediately afterwards, the circuitry on the entire Legion Titan erupted with astonishing energy. Before the Soul Eater Earl on the other side could react, the sleeper Legion Titan charged straight at them like a ferocious beast. Boom. 2 Vulcan Gatling guns were pressed directly against the Dark Knight Necromancer Legion class Titan. Fire. A fierce burst of flames erupted, and the powerful impact forced the Night Elf Legion Titan back several steps. Yun Mingyan once again mobilized the Legion-level Titans, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Meanwhile, Cheryl and Silver Moon, who were in the sky, finally received Lu Jin's orders. The target has been identified. Now, launch the all-out attack. The all-out offensive has begun. Not only Shiria and Silver Moon, but all the hunting star dragons and the star sea elves hidden among the crowd were instantly activated. The sky-piercing star dragons suddenly swooped down, heading straight for the Night Undead's ship. The starry sea elf even picked up a weapon and moved from the rear to the front line. The sudden change left both the Night Undead and the psionicists somewhat bewildered. What happened? I don't know, but I suddenly feel like it's no longer our business. Those in the sky are hunting star dragons, and those beautiful women are star spirits. Chapter 148, A Full-Scale Counterattack. There's no way to escape. All the psionicists present had only one thought in their minds. We were so strong. But soon, those high-level psionicists quickly came to their senses. Putting aside the sleepers who had already shown up, these star elves and the hunting star dragons seemed to be acting at the same time, as if they had received an order from someone. Could it be that all these well-trained psionicists belonged to the same faction? The idea popped into their minds, and they could hardly believe it, because they could not imagine what kind of being could command so many races with powerful psychic abilities. Could he be a level 9 psychic? While they were still pondering, the star elf and the hunting star dragon had already joined the battle. Surrounding the 2 Legion-class Titans, the battlefield gradually began to spread outwards. The sleepers alternated between using the psionic hunter rifle and the bomb gun, clearing path after path for the star elf. The starry sea elf, however, showed no mercy, wielding a melee weapon made of super alloy material, and charged into the enemy ranks as easily as slicing through melons and vegetables. Even the heavily armored Soul Eater warriors were unable to withstand the star sea elves wielding sharp blades for even a short time. The star spirits used psionic energy, making the blades imbued with it even more powerful. With a single slash, he cleaved the Night Elf warrior in 2. Some of the star elves even picked up the plasma swords equipped by the Night Necromancers. He wields a psionic blade in his left hand and a plasma sword in his right. The starry sea elves once again charged into the enemy's camp. Inside the skeleton fighter piloted by the dark undead in the sky, a pilot aimed at the star elves on the battlefield. Before he could even fire, the entire skeleton fighter was suddenly struck by a psionic dragon breath and began to spin in place. Boom. The fighter jet landed suddenly, creating a dazzling display of flames on the battlefield. Upon seeing this, the hunting star dragon in the sky couldn't help but snort coldly. Immediately afterwards, the hunting star dragon attacked other targets again. The Soul Eater Count, inside the Legion-level Titan, only understood what was happening when he saw the suddenly appearing star elves and hunting star dragons. You actually have such a powerful army of psionicists. Whose subordinates are you anyway? By this point, even a fool should have realized it. These legions hidden among the psionicists have been waiting for him to appear without ever making a move. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. If these psionic legions were to take action directly, the Soul Eater Earl would certainly not appear easily, and might even choose to retreat decisively to preserve the overall situation. But now, his troops are completely bogged down in the war. Even he found it difficult to escape, and it was under these circumstances that these psionic legions decisively took action. You're only finding out now? It's too late. Yun Mingyan, piloting a Legion-class Titan, unleashed another attack on the opposing Legion-class Titan. The 2 Legion-level Titans have already fought several rounds of battle. But the current situation is far beyond what Earl Soul Eater expected. The Legion-class Titans of the Night Necromancers have already reached the critical point of energy depletion. If they are not replenished in time, even a Legion-class Titan will become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Compared to the Night Elf Necromancer's Legion Titan, the Sleeper's Legion Titan even had an energy shield active. Show off. This is blatant showing off.
The energy shield was Yuan Mingyan telling the soul-devouring Earl on the other side that as long as you wanted to stall, she could stall him for a whole day. Damn it. After all these years of conquering the stars, I've actually failed here. The Soul Eater Earl no longer thinks about how to retrieve the divine seed. This situation has threatened his life. He needs to prepare to get out of here. As if she could read the other side's mind, Yuan Mingyan stepped forward in her Legion-class Titan. Trying to run away? Boom. The laser beam struck the Legion-class Titan on the other side once again. A series of explosions occurred, and Count Soul Eater suddenly awoke from the cockpit. Seeing the crimson control panel in front of him, Count Soul Eater immediately pulled out the energy output pipes from his body. He activated the emergency escape button and then pressed it hard. Bang! The cockpit was suddenly ejected from inside the Legion-class Titan. The speed was so fast that even Yuan Mingyan didn't have time to react. The cockpit transformed into a small, extremely fast spaceship, carrying Earl Soul Eater towards the flagship. As long as we can return to the flagship store, there's still a chance. But at that moment, a large number of Sun Whale-class battleships appeared above the flagship of the Night Necromancer. The moment the Sun Whale-class battleship appeared, it mercilessly unleashed a barrage of fiery laser cannons, focusing its fire on the Dark Knight Necromancer flagship before it. Although the Dark Knight Necromancer flagship was a large ship, it couldn't withstand the attack of so many Sun Whale-class battleships. With a loud bang, the Dark Knight Necromancer flagship lost power and crashed heavily into the ground. The destruction of their flagship was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Night Elf fleet. After sinking the Dark Knight Necromancer flagship, the Sun Whale-class battleships quickly launched attacks on the other ships. Yuan Mingyan watched the Dark Knight Necromancer flagship gradually fall, her gaze quickly scanning its surroundings. Attention all crew members, the next main targets are the Soul Eater Earl and the Night Necromancer Priest. Especially these Night Elf Necromancer Priests, we absolutely cannot let any of them escape. We must annihilate all the Night Undead on this battlefield. Lu Jin's voice came through the communication channel again. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately began searching for necromancers within the Night Elf Legion. The primary duty of these necromancers is to collect the souls of Night Necromancers. Besides that, these Night Elf Necromancer Priests don't even have much attack power. The Star Elves easily killed these Night Elf Priests. But at this point, the most critical problem arose. That is, the Soul-Devouring Earl has disappeared. As the flagship crashed, Earl of Soul-Devourer followed suit, disappearing completely from everyone's sight. When this news reached Lu Jin's ears, Lu Jin couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This was undoubtedly bad news for him. If the Soul Eater Earl escapes, given his status among the Dark Knight Undead, he will soon make a comeback. At that very moment, at the site where the flagship crashed, Count Soul Eater crawled out from a pile of mud. His eyes were filled with rage, and his once noble body had become dilapidated. Damn starry sky sprites, damned hunting star dragons. When our dynasty fully awakens, you will all pay the price. I will imprison your souls and make them my eternal treasures. Chapter 149 The Passing Scavenger. More money needed. The Soul Eater Earl crawled out of a pile of rubble, cursing under his breath. When he stood up, he looked around and saw the remains of night ghouls and the wreckage of crashed ships everywhere. Seeing the fallen flagship not far away, Earl of Soul Devourer dragged his battered body toward the flagship. Although the flagship has crashed, if he can find a usable fighter jet inside, he will still have a chance to escape the battlefield. But just as Count Soul Eater took a few steps forward, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing in the smoke and dust. The Soul Eater Count is now extremely nervous. Upon seeing a figure appear, he immediately mobilizes his necromantic energy to attack the figure before him. Whoosh! Necromantic energy pierced through the smoke and dust, but the figure opposite merely turned slightly to the side, easily dodging the Soul Eater Earl's attack. When the smoke cleared, the figure that appeared before the Soul Eater Earl was none other than the middle-aged man who had sold Lu Jin the information and compass earlier. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback when he saw the soul-devouring Earl in front of him. Oh, there are still living undead here. Hee, I was just thinking of taking this opportunity to loot some things, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands excitedly. Just by looking at the appearance of the night undead in front of him, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary night undead. The higher the status of a night elf, the stronger the body they are assigned. An ordinary undead body simply cannot withstand the shockwave from a falling ship. But now, this undead spirit in the dark is standing right in front of him and can even launch an attack. This already demonstrates that the night undead in front of us is definitely not an ordinary night undead. He might even be a titled necromancer. The next second, the middle-aged man pulled out an energy capture gun and looked at the Soul Eater Earl as if he were looking at a precious prey. Bang! As the middle-aged man pulled the trigger, the energy net grabbed the Soul Eater Earl. The Soul Eater Count struggled, trying to use his necromantic energy to tear open the net. But as he mobilized the necromantic energy within his body, he was shocked to find that his necromantic energy was being completely suppressed by this large net. How is this possible? The energy network has suppressed our necromantic energy. Who are you? You're using an energy network developed by our necromancy technology, so why can you suppress my necromancy energy? At this point, Earl of Soul Devouring realized that the middle-aged man before him was definitely not simple. He not only cracked the necromancy technology, but also built upon it to create an energy capture net that could suppress the night necromancers. The middle-aged man glanced at the energy capture gun in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. Have you night elf necromancers slept too long and damaged your brains? So-called necromancy is nothing special. I only made a few minor changes. Besides, who am I? He's just a passerby scavenger, but you better remember this. After saying that, the middle-aged man pulled out a collapsible capture cage. This type of collapsible trap is typically used to capture large prey. Now, the middle-aged man actually plans to lock the Soul Eater Earl up here. This was an utter disgrace to the proud Earl of Soul Devouring. But no matter how angry he was, it was to no avail. The middle-aged man locked the Soul Eater in a cage and pressed a button, shrinking the cage to the size of a palm. Hee, Boss Lu Jin must be looking for this soul-devouring Earl. This time I'm going to ask for a good price. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man put away the cage and quickly moved towards Lu Jin's location. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was also worried about finding the soul-devouring Earl's whereabouts. He has now dealt with all the night elf necromancers. If Count Soul Eater dies, then he is truly dead. No one will safeguard his soul, nor will he easily give up his body. So, he might be hiding somewhere, waiting for them to lower their guard so he can escape. This is really troublesome. Lu Jin's holographic projection couldn't help but sigh. Silver Moon and Shiria, who were standing nearby, remained silent. They believed that it was all due to their negligence that the Soul Eater Earl was able to escape. As long as Earl of Soul Eater lives, the war is not over. But just then, a chaotic sound came from afar. Hey, don't stop me. I have a business opportunity that your captain will definitely be interested in. Hearing the voice, Lu Jin came back to his senses. Isn't that the voice of the middle-aged man who sold him the information? He's still alive? Lu Jin originally thought that it would be difficult for a human like him, who had no spiritual power, to survive in this battle. But to my surprise, he was not only alive and well, but he even came to my door again to do business with me. Recalling the previous 2 transactions, Lu Jin signaled to the sleeper to bring him over. The middle-aged man was still wearing a long robe, and what treasures he carried beneath it remained a mystery. Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and glanced at him with interest. I've heard you have a business opportunity. Would I be interested? That's right. You should know that the main way we small vendors get our goods is by scavenging, and I just happened to find something. As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out the cage containing the Soul Eater Earl. When Lu Jin saw the soul-devouring Earl imprisoned inside, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Oh, these are indeed goods that Lu Jin is interested in. Silver Moon and Shiria, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at the leader of the Dark Knight Undead, Count Soul Eater. Now he's been locked up by a scavenger? However, judging from the battered state of this Soul Eater Earl, he was probably seriously injured when this scavenger picked him up. Lu Jin glanced at the Soul Devourer Earl, then looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Name your price, and I'll buy it. Great. I knew I'd find the boss. You'd definitely have no problem. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together excitedly, looking like he was about to make an outrageous demand. At this moment, Yun Mingyan and Yu Tiansong frowned. Both of them had extensive life experience, so they knew very well that these businessmen were all cunning and unscrupulous. If this guy makes exorbitant demands, they might be in trouble. Although the fleet is currently financially well off, it's uncertain whether it can withstand a shrewd businessman. Just when everyone thought the middle-aged man was about to give an astronomical figure, he simply held up 5 fingers. Fixed price, 50,000 credits. Chapter 150, a small price to pay. Spreading rumors. 50,000 credits. Upon hearing this number, everyone could hardly believe their ears. Yun Mingyan and Yu Tiansong exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Is this guy really a businessman? Seeing the incredulous looks on the faces of those around him, the middle-aged man paused for a moment. The middle-aged man then quickly began to explain. Look, this Dark Knight Undead's body is made of alloy, isn't it? My price is only slightly higher than that of super alloy materials on the market. And this Night Elf doesn't seem simple. 50,000 credits should be enough. Upon hearing these words, the soul-devouring Earl in the cage nearly coughed up blood. So, this guy thinks he's some kind of scrap metal made from alloy materials? There are many ways to insult him, but this guy chose the most self-destructive one. Lu Jin scratched his head, feeling that the price offered by the middle-aged man was indeed a bit unexpected. He was prepared for massive bleeding. So, Lu Jin looked at the middle-aged man and said with some reluctance, "Or, why don't you try to negotiate the price again?" Bargaining. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Why would a buyer ask a seller to haggle over the price? What about those 60,000 credits? That's so cheap. Before Lu Jin could speak, the soul-devouring Earl in the cage couldn't help but speak. I am the Earl of the Night Elf Necromancer. You think you can buy me for 60,000 credits? Add at least 2 zeros, no, 3 zeros. I spent a lot of battle merits to get this body. Before Count Soul Eater could finish speaking, Silver Moon kicked the side of the cage. The cage suddenly rolled over, causing the soul-devouring Earl inside to tumble as well. In the end, Yu Tiansong couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward. 5 million credits, that's it. He had never seen a transaction like this, where the price was reversed. Then, before the middle-aged man on the other end could regret it, he used his personal terminal to transfer a sum of credit points into the other man's account. The middle-aged man glanced at his account and saw that he had indeed gained quite a few more credit points. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The next second, as if afraid that Lu Jin would change his mind, the middle-aged man quickly disappeared from their sight. Watching the middle-aged man's departing figure, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but facepalm. Is this guy an idiot? I don't think so. Lu Jin then turned his gaze to the soul-devouring Earl in the cage. The soul-devouring Earl seemed to have guessed his fate as well. He didn't say anything, but just stared fiercely at Lu Jin. Now, this Night Elf noble looks exactly like a mad dog locked in a cage. Lu Jin chuckled lightly, then looked at the soul-devouring Earl before him. Don't be nervous. I am a kind person. If only you could tell me what your purpose is in coming to this planet. Furthermore, how many kings does your Night Elf undead race actually have? If you tell me this information truthfully, I will naturally let you go once I have the information. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Earl of Soul Devouring suddenly looked at Lu Jin. After a moment of silence, Earl of Soul Devourer looked at Lu Jin with a serious expression. Really? Packaged. Upon hearing this, Yin and the others nearby quickly shifted their gaze elsewhere, because they were afraid that the Soul Eater Earl would see the smile in their eyes. From the moment Lu Jin identified him as an enemy, he was already sentenced to death. Unexpectedly, even in this state, Earl of Soul Devouring still hopes to be released by Lu Jin. The Soul Eater Earl told Lu Jin all the information he knew. After gathering all the intelligence, Lu Jin's holographic projection disappeared from the spot. Count Soul Devourer was taken aback when he saw Lu Jin suddenly disappear. Subsequently, Yin and the others, who were already familiar with Lu Jin's tactics, decisively began the execution ceremony for the soul-devouring Earl. After Lu Jin's holographic projection disappeared, it reappeared in the ship's think tank. He quickly entered all the intelligence he had gathered into the ship's intelligence database. Although the veracity of this information cannot be confirmed, having it will greatly enhance my understanding of the Night Elf Necromancer. After entering the intelligence, Lu Jin immediately began to plan the second step of the operation. That means driving everyone else out of Lioli Star. You see, the altars of the Sun Dynasty still remain on Lioli Star, and he doesn't want any more trouble to arise. But getting rid of the others is easier said than done. The planet Lioli is now a battlefield, and there are bound to be many psionicists willing to become scavengers and search for treasures on these ruins. After some thought, Lu Jin came up with an idea. That's through rumors. As long as rumors are spread on the planet Lioli, claiming that this batch of dark undead is merely a vanguard and that a second dark undead force will soon arrive, a second force will be deployed. Having witnessed the power of the Dark Knight undead, those who wish to save their lives would undoubtedly choose to leave this dangerous place immediately. However, if one wants to spread rumors and control the entire Lioli Star, an extremely meticulous plan is still needed. But just as Lu Jin was planning how to spread this net and drive everyone away from Lioli Star, on the ground, Silver Moon and the others were the first to send over a series of messages. Captain, a large number of psionicists have begun to voluntarily evacuate from Lioli Star. According to the intelligence we obtained, they chose to leave in haste after receiving information that a follow-up force of the Night Elf Necromancers was about to arrive. However, based on the information we obtained from the Dark Necromancer count, this information is most likely a rumor. What should we do next? The Night Elf Necromancers follow-up fleet? Are you kidding me? If the Night Necromancers had a follow-up fleet, Count Soul Eater wouldn't have so readily handed over all the intelligence. Furthermore, Lu Jin was well aware that at this point in time, the Dark Knight Undead could not possibly dispatch more fleets. Therefore, Lu Jin can conclude that this news is a rumor. But what puzzled Lu Jin the most was that he had clearly been planning this rumor campaign. But someone else carried out this rumor campaign right before him. Who exactly is it? Lu Jin felt as if a large hand was helping him from the shadows. But he didn't know what the other party's purpose was. The feeling of others being in the shadows while he's in the open is truly unpleasant. Despite his displeasure, Lu Jin could now proceed with his next activities after a large number of psionicists left Lioli Star. That is to find the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty's altar on this planet, and to obtain the treasures left behind by the Sun Dynasty. Having just gone through a battle, they now even have offerings. Chapter 151, A Great Harvest. Unlocking the Origin Cloning Pod. While waiting for the Lioli Star to be cleared, Lu Jin was not idle. He commanded the various legions to begin scavenging all available resources on the battlefield. Ordinary scavengers may also have to consider whether the value of the items is enough for them to carry. But Lu Jin didn't have this concern. He would collect and store valuable items, and throw all the materials that weren't very valuable into the Origin Core. Although inexpensive materials provide slow upgrades to ships, their large quantity makes up for it. During the time he was waiting for the data to be cleared, Lu Jin collected a large amount of materials. The various materials were categorized, with the more expensive composite materials being collected by Lu Jin. With the continuous expansion of the fleet, a large amount of funds are needed. These funds are naturally obtained through the sale of these composite materials, so not all materials are invested in the Origin Core. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin, inside the nutrient pod, felt himself gradually adapting to his current body. Therefore, he decisively chose to remove the surrounding nutrient solution. Stepping out of the nutrient tank, Lu Jin felt a slight discrepancy between his mind and body. But this slight deviation gradually disappeared as Lu Jin adapted. Lu Jin took a deep breath, breathing in the air inside the cabin. I can finally get rid of this nutrient tank. After stepping out of the cabin, Lu Jin tidied himself up. When he arrived at the bridge, he saw Yu Tiansong and the others gathered there. Yu Tiansong didn't react immediately upon seeing Lu Jin, until Lu Jin came up to him and took the terminal from his hand. At this moment, Yu Tiansong realized that Lu Jin in front of him was not actually a holographic projection. You've made it out of quarantine? Clearing customs? Perhaps only Yu Tiansong, a fellow human from Earth, would utter this word. Lu Jin opened his palm and instantly mobilized his spiritual energy to lift the terminal. So far, the limitations of nutrient tanks have been overcome. However, it will take some time for them to adapt to the transformation from an ordinary person to a psionicist. At that moment, Cheryl, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed. Lu Jin's current psychic energy level has actually reached the level of a level 2 psychic. How incredibly powerful that is. Simply by fusing with the psionic gene seed, the psionic level was directly raised to level 2. Most importantly, Lu Jin has already stated that he has not yet fully mastered his spiritual power. If you master it completely, what level will you reach? Level 3 psychic? Level 4 psychic? Or perhaps something even higher? No wonder the Dark Knight Necromancers were willing to go to any lengths to reclaim the psionic gene seed that Lu Jin possessed. This psionic gene seed is more powerful than any psionic gene seed she has ever seen. At this moment, Lu Jin's attention was focused entirely on the terminal panel in front of him. The terminal panel clearly displayed the supplies that the fleet had plundered during this period. It must be said that the Night Elf Necromancers are a race with a profound history. Most of the supplies stored on its ships are extremely valuable superalloys. These superalloys alone would fetch a considerable sum just from their sale. With the funds secured, Lu Jin could now proceed with his plans. Just as Lu Jin was stroking his chin in thought, the ship's upgrade panel popped up on its own. Ding! Upgradable route detected. Oh, unexpectedly, the supply of materials these past few days has brought the Origin Warship to the upgrade stage once again. Lu Jin sat down in his seat and opened the ship's upgrade panel. I wonder what kind of surprise the Origin battleship will bring me this time. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock the Origin cloning chamber and unlock the DNA bioagent recipe. Upgrade Route 2 unlocks the Origin modification chamber and unlocks recipe Type 42 Super Black Steel Alloy. The two upgrade paths correspond to two completely different directions. The Origin cloning chamber. Its function is self-evident from the name alone. Lu Jin only thought for a moment before decisively choosing this cloning chamber. The expansion of the fleet requires manpower, and Lu Jin's manpower is now somewhat stretched thin. While sleepers can train new recruits, the results are too slow. Not to mention the Starry Sky sprites and the hunting star dragons. They are an extremely rare race in the Starry Sea, and it takes a lot of time to find their own kind. However, using the Origin cloning chamber would eliminate many of these problems. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Origin cloning chamber and the DNA bioagent recipe. After unlocking the cabin, Lu Jin couldn't wait to head to the Origin cloning cabin. Inside the Origin cloning chamber, thanks to the automatic upgrade of the Origin warship, various production instruments are now arranged. Lu Jin opened the control panel of the Origin cloning chamber, and the first thing that caught his eye was the synthesis formula for the DNA biological agent. DNA bioagent, manufacturing materials, high-energy minerals, biomass, DNA genes. DNA bioagents are the basic materials for cloning. In other words, if Lu Jin wants to clone the crew on a large scale, he will need a large amount of DNA biological agents. However, the materials for DNA bioagents are not simple. Lu Jin only glanced at them and found that the cost of 1 gram of DNA bioagent was as high as 10,000 credits. Lu Jin stroked his chin and, after some thought, entered his DNA sample into the system. He was curious about how much DNA bioagent would be needed to clone himself. As a result, when he checked, he found that cloning one of the DAN biological agents he needed was an astronomical figure. This astronomical sum is more than Lu Jin could ever repay by selling all his assets. Is cloning a human from Earth really that difficult? But soon, Lu Jin realized that his genes had been modified. Perhaps it is because it has been modified that such an astronomical number has been created? With that in mind, Lu Jin decisively obtained a DNA sample from Yu Tiansong. Sure enough, after Yu Tiansong's DNA sample was entered into the system, the cloning cost appeared. Cloning a human from Earth costs 1 million credits. 1 million credits are enough to clone a human from Earth. But what about cloning a star elf? Lu Jin's thoughts gradually expanded, and he collected all the DNA samples of his crew members. Starry Sea Elves, Star Hunting Dragons, and Golden Humans. After he entered all the DNA samples, he reopened the system. As a result, he was shocked to discover that the cost of cloning the Starry Sky Elf alone was as high as hundreds of millions of credits. Needless to say, the Star Dragon Hunter. Its cost is as high as tens of billions. Seeing these exorbitant costs, Lu Jin immediately abandoned his plan to expand the population by spending real money. It now seems that unless they control the production line for DNA bioagent manufacturing materials, they will be unable to succeed. Otherwise, relying on purchasing materials for cloning, no matter how many credits Lu Jin has, it won't be enough for him to squander. Chapter 152 The Remnants of the Sun. Unknown DNA. Thinking about the assembly line, Lu Jin became even more determined about his next plan. Purchasing resource planets to expand our influence must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, with its current fleet size, it wouldn't even be able to make a ripple in the assimilation war. In addition, I need to find some allies to jointly fight against the coming assimilation war. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in his mind. Eve the Mermaid. Among the forces of the 7 pirate kings, the Howling Shark pirate crew is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to become their ally. Lu Jin incorporated it into his plan, as he needed to accumulate enough power before the assimilation war. The Star Elf race was happiest when the Origin cloning pod was unlocked. It should be noted that their tribe was already small in number and had no male members. If they can succeed, the Origin cloning pods could cultivate surplus population, which might allow their race to be resurrected. Have you heard? A brand new cabin has been unlocked. I've heard about cloning chambers before. Cloning technology isn't exactly high-tech, so why are you making such a fuss? Is this your first day aboard? Will the cloning chambers unlocked on the Origin battleship be the same as regular cloning technology? I've heard that the newly unlocked cloning chamber can even clone the genes of psionicists. What? Clone psionicists? When Ling Long, who was walking between the cabins, heard the news, an incredulous expression appeared on her face. It's important to know that the more powerful an organism is, the more complex its gene sequence becomes. The essence of cloning technology is to replicate the gene sequence, thereby transforming it into a complete organism. If we compare the genetic sequence of a human from Earth to a series of numbers, the genetic sequence of a psionicist would then be an astronomical number. This is why cloning technology has been gradually phased out. Even the undead of the night can only digitize the soul and replace it with a physical body. Cloning, on the other hand, is the creation of a living organism. The two are fundamentally different. Linglong clutched the documents in her hands tightly. Ever since Lu Jin saved her, he had arranged a job for her as a crew member. Although she was glad that she was finally living a good life, she often woke up from nightmares whenever she thought of her dead compatriots. Furthermore, the entire crew of the ship belonged to their own ethnic group and had their own community. As the only survivor of the sun, she could never integrate into any group. Standing there in silence for a long time, Linglong seemed to have made up her mind. So she decisively walked towards the bridge, because she knew that Lu Jin would spend most of his time organizing data there. As expected, when she arrived at the bridge, Lu Jin was already sitting in his seat. Upon seeing Linglong appear, Lu Jin put down the data terminal in his hand. His gaze fell on Linglong. As a surviving remnant of the sun, Lu Jin treated her relatively easily. "What's wrong? Is there a problem at work?" Lu Jin asked patiently. Linglong, however, did not answer his question. "I heard that a new compartment on the ship has been opened, which contains advanced cloning technology." When Lu Jin heard these words, he immediately understood Linglong's meaning. Does she want to use the technology from the origin cloning chamber to recreate the Sun Dynasty? Lu Jin smiled slightly, then looked at Linglong and answered, "Yes, that's true. I would like to ask you to use my DNA sample to clone my people." Linglong beat around the bush and directly stated her requirements. At the same time, she was also very clear that it was not enough to just make a request. She also had to give Lu Jin a reason that he could not refuse. After organizing her thoughts, Linglong spoke up decisively. "After observing you for some time, I have discovered that your crew members are all psionicists. Undeniably, psionicists are the best combatants. But what a fleet needs most when navigating the stars is an excellent engineer. The inhabitants of our Sun Dynasty are born with the ability to quickly learn various engineering disciplines. Even infants of our Sun Dynasty, as early as when they can hold a wrench, are able to become familiar with the structure of various mechanical creations and modify them. Therefore, if you are willing to use my DNA sample to clone a group of residents of the Sun Dynasty, I believe your fleet will gain a loyal and reliable team of engineers." After hearing this, Lu Jin did not immediately give Linglong an answer. He leaned back in his seat. Just as Linglong had said, Lu Jin's fleet was now strong enough overall. However, it appears particularly weak in other aspects. Nowadays, most of the positions such as engineers on ships are held by those who have been put to rest. As for the Star Elves and the Hunting Star Dragons, these two races are weak in all aspects except for fighting. Therefore, the current fleet does indeed need crew members like the remnants of the Sun Dynasty, who possess strong engineering talents. Thinking of this, Lu Jin looked at Linglong in front of him. "I can grant your request, but let me tell you first that activating the cloning chamber comes at an extremely high cost. If the cost of activation cannot be borne, then even if the people of the Sun Dynasty possess extraordinary abilities, I am powerless to help them." Despite these words, Linglong's gaze remained unwavering. Rather than leaving her alone to watch the Sun Dynasty vanish completely, it's better to take a gamble. Perhaps a spark of civilization can be ignited. So, Lu Jin personally led Linglong to the cloning chamber. Lu Jin placed Linglong's DNA sample into the collector in the cloning chamber. After the DNA information of the people of the Sun Dynasty was entered, the consumption required for cloning immediately appeared on the device. "Oh, cloning a citizen of the Sun Dynasty costs 50 million credits? This guy immediately piqued Lu Jin's interest. According to the gene editor, the people of the Sun Dynasty have no psychic abilities and their lifespan is only about 200 years. But this seemingly ordinary race costs 50 million credits to build. At that moment, Lu Jin was shocked to discover that among the DNA sequences of the people of the Sun Dynasty, there was an extremely unique DNA sequence that could not be analyzed. Is this why the people of the Sun Dynasty are so expensive to build? Unknown Dan sequence. Lu Jin recalled that there seemed to be such an unknown DNA sequence in his own DNA sequence. So, are these two DNA sequences the same? Just as Lu Jin was about to investigate this information, Linglong spoke up. "Captain, can you clone my race?" Chapter 153 Cultivation Plan. We are all one family in Shanghai. Lu Jin, who had been interrupted, came back to his senses and refocused his attention on the gene editor in front of him. He then told Linglong about the cost of building the Sun Dynasty. Although the construction cost is not considered expensive for Lu Jin now, this is only the construction cost. It will take some time to purchase the materials needed to manufacture DNA bioagents. The materials currently stored on the ship can only clone 10 of your kind. 10 is enough. I will personally teach them about engineering, and later they can teach other people engineering. After all, they are clones. Although they have the same genes, their memories are not as comprehensive as Linglong's. However, genes are genes after all, and with a little guidance from Linglong, the inheritance of engineering can be completed. Lu Jin nodded, and then began working on the gene editor. The most critical genes are preserved, and then replacements are made on genes related to other body types and sexes. After successfully creating 10 sets of largely similar gene sequences, Lu Jin decisively began biological cloning using the materials. Before long, 10 people of the Sun Dynasty, who were of different genders and appearances but shared the same genetic heritage, were released. After they opened their eyes, their gazes looked around before finally settling on Lu Jin. Linglong was even more excited at this moment, because she felt that blood connection. She originally thought the cloning machine would clone someone exactly like her. But to her surprise, the cloning compartments of the Origin battleship were far more advanced than she had imagined. Lu Jin looked at the clone in front of him, then glanced at the control panel of the cloning chamber. It must be said that the Origin cloning chamber's system had already taken all factors into account. First of all, these clones are not blank slates. From the moment they were cloned, they were instilled with a great deal of common sense. In other words, they not only know that they are clones, but also have a certain understanding of the world. This would prevent clones from experiencing emotional turmoil at the moment of their birth due to doubts about their identity. Furthermore, each clone is an independent individual, and their gene sequences are generated entirely by the system through random scrambling. The core genes remain unchanged, only the appearance genes have changed. But this will not only not harm the clone, but will also optimize the clone's appearance to the best. Most importantly, the Origin cloning chamber has already imprinted the clones with their minds. This is the last line of defense. It will not be triggered until the very last moment, even if the clone dies. Lu Jin let Linglong lead the clones down, but he did not leave with her. After discovering the secret within Dan, he had a guess in his mind. This conjecture could overturn everything he knows. Even so, he insisted on continuing his research, which is the human desire for knowledge. After several hours of comparing information, Lu Jin suddenly discovered a secret that was extremely chilling upon closer inspection. That is, there is a common unknown DNA sequence in the DNA sequence of all living organisms. That's right. Surprisingly, there is an unknown DNA sequence in all biological DNA sequences. Although this DNA sequence accounts for a fraction of its content, it is comparable to a drop of water in the ocean. However, Lu Jin discovered that the higher one's psychic talent, the higher the proportion of it. And my current DNA sequence is the one with the highest proportion of all DNA sequences. Lu Jin temporarily referred to this Dan sequence as the psychic sequence. But this also proves that all the interstellar races may very well share a common origin. Even Lu Jin, who possesses memories of 2 lifetimes, was incredibly shocked by this discovery. Now, recalling the information he obtained from the Soul Eater, Star God, perhaps there really are gods in this vast and boundless sea of stars. Lu Jin included his findings in the think tank and set the intelligence level of this information to the highest level. Such a discovery is of no benefit to the current fleet. Therefore, Lu Jin decisively chose to seal it away. Just as Lu Jin Gang finished processing the intelligence, Yu Tiansong's communications signal popped up again. The Feng drone has located the coordinates of the Sun Dynasty ruins. Our fleet is ready and can proceed to the designated coordinates at any time. The decision to either wait a while or proceed immediately is entirely up to you. Have you found the coordinates? Lu Jin took a deep breath and decisively chose to head to the coordinates immediately. Even he is now somewhat curious. What kind of legacy will this remnant of the Sun Dynasty bestow upon me after I have sacrificed a large number of undead? He was very satisfied with the last Sunwhale-class battleship. But that was just a small gift left over from the Sun Dynasty. He wanted to see if the official version of the legacy would be better than the Sunwhale-class battleships. While Lu Jin was pondering, the fleet had already arrived above the ruins. Just as Lu Jin had previously learned, this altar is a genuine altar. The massive altar was hidden among the rubble,
and if Lu Jin hadn't already known that there was an altar of the Sun Dynasty here, he would have easily overlooked it. Now, after being cleared by the Fang drones, the altar of the Sun Dynasty has finally revealed its true form. The massive and complex altar had a series of grooves carved into the ground. Looking down from above, the ravines form a series of twisted and bizarre symbols. And in the very center of this altar, a huge furnace stands there. Lu Jin looked at the strange altar in front of him. After only a short while, he decisively called Linglong down. Instead of racking our brains here trying to figure out how to activate this altar, we might as well just find a local from the Sun Dynasty to crack it. Linglong, who was teaching the newcomers, was pulled over directly. She only glanced at the altar before quickly recognizing its true form. This is a very simple trigger device. You just need to put the corpse of the night elf into the cauldron in the middle. The furnace will melt the corpses of the night undead into molten metal, which will then spread throughout the altar along the grooves. Once the trenches of the altar are filled, the entrance will likely be opened. Is it really that simple? Lu Jin had assumed that the altar of the Sun Dynasty would have some high technology. So all we need to do is fill in these trenches? According to you, if I fill these trenches with other materials, wouldn't I be able to open the altar in the same way? Chapter 154 Stellar Altar. The Colossus Engineering Ship. Upon hearing this, Linglong couldn't help but roll her eyes. This was, after all, an altar built by their Sun Dynasty. Although it looks similar to the prayer altars used by ancient civilizations, its interior contains a large number of intricate engineering structures. If it were really possible to unlock it by simply filling in some other substances, then their Sun Dynasty would be incredibly incompetent. Linglong brushed away the dust from the altar's crevices and pointed to the smaller cracks at the bottom. The bottom of this trench is covered with reconnaissance beacons, and I can't guarantee what might happen if you fill it with anything else. Lu Jin smiled, but didn't say anything. He was also well aware that the altar was not as simple as he had imagined. But he still harbored a certain degree of wishful thinking. After all, given the size of this altar, filling it would probably require melting a considerable number of undead. The necromantic metal contained in the body of a Dark Knight necromancer is a highly sought-after commodity on the market. However, to prevent any accidents from happening, Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to start working. A large number of undead bodies were thrown into the furnace. Once these bodies were placed inside, the furnace started operating automatically even before Lu Jin could activate it. Oh, this mechanism can still function? The furnace began to operate, and the high temperature melted the many bodies directly into molten iron. Immediately afterwards, the molten iron flowed out from the bottom and gradually began to pour into the surrounding trenches. At this moment, Lu Jin could clearly feel that the entire altar was beginning to heat up. But Lu Jin is no longer the same as before. He can easily withstand this level of high temperature by simply mobilizing his spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire altar began to glow and radiate heat. Molten iron began to gradually fill the entire altar along the grooves. Once all the trenches were filled, a series of booming sounds followed a cracking sound from inside the altar. Seeing this, Lu Jin was also prepared to deal with anything. Soon, the entire altar turned a deep, reddish-brown, like a piece of red-hot iron. To avoid the intense heat, Lu Jin used his spiritual energy to lift himself up. Standing in the air, Lu Jin saw the red-hot altar gradually revealing its original form under the raging flames. A mark unique to the Sun Dynasty gradually appeared before everyone. When the mark was fully revealed, the altar shattered into pieces, and it was as if some enormous machine underground began to operate. Dramatic changes began to occur on the Earth's surface, and a colossal creature emerged from the ground. It's a ship. Everyone immediately recognized the appearance of the ship. Even Lu Jin couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw the appearance of the ship, because the ship in front of them was actually the size of a star destroyer. However, after scanning the area, Lu Jin discovered that the ship had very few weapon systems. Even the weapons and firepower equipped on board were inferior to those of the Prometheus he was piloting. At this moment, Linglong, who was standing next to her, stared wide-eyed, hardly believing her eyes. The Colossus engineering ship? It actually exists. The Colossus engineering ship? Is the ship in front of us an engineering vessel? He had never seen such a massive engineering vessel before. But when you think about what the Sun Dynasty is best at, isn't that engineering and construction? Thinking of this, Lu Jin looked at Linglong and asked her what was so special about this ship. As a local of the Sun Dynasty, Linglong explained to Lu Jin the amazing features of the Colossus engineering ship. The origins of the Colossus can be traced back to a project established by our Sun dynasty. Although I wasn't born yet at that time, according to our historical records. To prevent the annihilation of their race, the Sun dynasty built a total of 12 large engineering ships. Each large engineering vessel carries the seeds of civilization of the Sun dynasty. But I remember that when the Night Undead invaded, they destroyed all the engineering ships beforehand. Were all the large engineering ships that carried the seeds of civilization destroyed? What was that was presented to them? Counterfeit? Or perhaps it's an authentic artifact that was left behind. Lu Jin immediately became interested in the engineering vessel in front of him, based on Linglong's description. The engineering ships built by the Sun dynasty were different from those of other civilizations. Each of the 12 large engineering ships they built contained the spark of civilization that could rapidly revive the Sun dynasty. Such a miraculous vessel for the spark of civilization aroused Lu Jin's great interest. In that case, let's step inside this ship ourselves and see its true identity. Instead of guessing here, we should just go in and investigate. At this moment, Linglong volunteered to become a guide and help Lu Jin explore the ship. Although the ship looks exactly like the Titan described in the records, but Linglong witnessed the destruction of 12 civilization engineering ships, and now the dead ships have been resurrected, leaving even her with endless doubts. Then come with me. Lu Jin hastily assembled an exploration team and arrived at the ship's hatch of the giant god. But when Lu Jin arrived at the door, the entire ship did not react at all. After looking the ship up and down, Lu Jin quickly determined its condition. The ship's hatches and outsider identification system were not activated, which most likely indicates that it has run out of energy and entered a dormant state. Let me do it. I have a way to open this door without damaging it. As she spoke, Linglong took a wrench out of her backpack. After a thorough inspection, she pinpointed the wiring to control the hatch. Use a wrench to cross the wires together, and then connect them to an external power battery. Finally, after some modifications to the engineering data, the hatch, which hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly started shaking. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a large amount of rust and dust, the hatch of the engineering vessel in front of us opened. Lu Jin glanced at Linglong. This girl was still somewhat useful. The exploration team stepped directly into the interior of the engineering ship. Due to internal energy depletion, all lighting equipment in the ship's corridors has failed. In the dimly lit cabin, Lu Jin turned on the searchlight and looked the ship up and down. It must be said that this ship is remarkably well preserved. Along the way, Lu Jin didn't even see any damage. They hadn't gone far when they encountered another tightly closed hatch. At this moment, Lu Jin turned his gaze to Linglong. Clearly, it's time for her to step up again. Chapter 155, Ghostly Ships. Are these engineering robots? Heh, it's finally my turn to make my appearance again. Linglong felt a surge of smugness in her heart, and then went straight to the tightly closed cabin door. After some adjustments, the hatch in front of us opened. At this moment, Linglong felt an immense sense of pride. So what if they are psionicists? Even a skilled craftswoman can hold her own among these powerful figures. Just then, they arrived at one of the hatches again. Linglong touched her nose, thinking to herself, it's time for me to step in again. But before she could speak, Inu stepped forward first and swung her sword out before anyone could react. With a flash of cold light, the hatch in front of them was cleaved in two by the silver moon. Inu glanced at Linglong provocatively, then spoke in a cold tone. It's just a hatch. We can just split it open. There are many more hatches behind, and it would take too much time to crack them one by one. Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded in deep agreement, but his gaze swept over Linglong almost imperceptibly. When Linglong saw Lu Jin nod, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Does that mean all my methods are meaningless in the face of true combat power? Thinking of this, Linglong's newly formed confidence vanished with a single slash from Inu. But just then, Lu Jin's hand suddenly landed on Linglong's shoulder. Everyone has their own area of expertise, and there will be many more opportunities for you to showcase your talents in the future. The simplest words warmed Linglong's heart instantly. Seeing that the comforting effect had been achieved, Lu Jin withdrew his hand. After lingering on Linglong for a moment, Inu finally closed her eyes, and the surrounding atmosphere became even colder. Continuing down the ship's passageway, they soon arrived at the most central area of the ship. Looking at the tightly closed hatches on both sides of the passage, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the door of one of the cabins. Think Tank Number 3. A think tank is a place that collects all kinds of information and intelligence. Along the way,
Lu Jin had already seen the existence of 3 think tank cabins. On ordinary ships, it is usually sufficient to set up a think tank to handle all kinds of data recorded during the ship's voyage. But surprisingly, 3 think tanks were set up on this huge engineering vessel. No, perhaps there are even more think tank compartments. This made Lu Jin extremely curious about what kind of information these think tanks recorded. Just as Lu Jin's curiosity reached its peak, a dark shadow flashed past behind them. The shadowy figure was extremely fast, and because everyone's attention was focused on the surrounding cabins, they only managed to catch a faint trace of it. The exploration team, sensing something was amiss, immediately became alert. Be careful, there are other things on this ship besides us. Did you get a clear look at what that thing looked like? No, our attention was entirely focused on the surrounding compartments, and this thing was moving extremely fast. It had already disappeared by the time we noticed it. Maintain formation and immediately use psionic energy to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Faced with this unexpected situation, Yin, as Lu Jin's bodyguard, was the calmest and also the most cautious. Silver Moon spread her spiritual energy out again, greatly increasing the range of her perception. Just then, that eerie figure reappeared. But this time, Silver Moon, who was already prepared, attacked the shadowy figure almost without hesitation. When a crisp, pleasant metallic clang rang out, the dark figure before them gradually revealed its true form, turning out to be a strange robot with 8 mechanical arms. The robot's lower body uses the most stable track structure, which is why it can maintain extremely high speeds inside the ship's cabin. After Yin subdued the robot, Ling Long stepped forward. Wait a minute, this robot should be a maintenance robot inside the ship. It must be because we damaged the hatch earlier, which activated the maintenance robots inside the ship. Repair engineering robots? Lu Jin glanced at the captured robot and found that it was indeed not a threat. So, Lu Jin signaled to Yin to put it down. The maintenance robot, freed from its restraints, quickly disappeared from everyone's sight as soon as it was released. Lu Jin couldn't help but exclaim, "This little robot runs pretty fast." But at that moment, Ling Long, who was standing nearby, told everyone some bad news. If the maintenance robots inside this engineering vessel can still operate, it means that the other robots can also operate. If they continue forward, they are very likely to encounter security engineering robots. Security engineering robots? Before Lu Jin could finish speaking, a red light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Immediately afterwards, a lightning-fast attack came straight at Lu Jin. Lu Jin raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to easily block the attack in front of him. But just as he blocked the first attack, the second and third attacks followed immediately. Silver Moon reacted swiftly, directly following the attack trajectory into the darkness. Before long, Inwei returned to Lu Jin's side. She tossed a broken engineering robot at Ling Long's feet. This so-called security engineering robot is nothing special. I really don't know where you learned to be so arrogant. This is an engineering ship carrying the seeds of civilization. Do you think it's just a security engineering robot? As she spoke, Ling Long disassembled a series of parts from the engineering robot. Just as Ling Long put the parts into her pocket, a series of booming sounds came from the darkness in the distance. Lu Jin frowned slightly as his spiritual energy spread out. Then, he saw a different scene. In the distant ship's corridor, a cacophony of sounds, like those of a battlefield, was drawing ever closer. One colossal object after another was approaching them. Based on the initial sensing, there were at least 100 of these mechanical creations. At this point, even Lu Jin couldn't help but ask Ling Long a question. How many engineering robots would a ship like this typically be equipped with? After some thought, Ling Long gave Lu Jin a rather vague answer. According to our database, this ship was originally capable of carrying hundreds of millions of people. Ships equipped with hundreds of millions of people will carry even more robots than they actually do. Thinking about this, Lu Jin felt a headache coming on. Although Lu Jin could directly order his crew to enter the ship and kill the robots as easily as slicing melons and vegetables. But no matter what, this ship is still my future property. Chapter 156 I can do it too. Liberate the workforce. These engineering robots can also be considered part of my future assets. If we were to recklessly turn these engineering robots into scrap metal, it would be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of our own. Thinking of this, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He glanced at the damaged engineering robot on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin did the same thing as Ling Long, disassembling some parts from the engineering robot. At this moment, Yin couldn't help but ask a question. Captain, what are you doing? Using parts inside this engineering robot, a simple signal shielding device can be created. After some assembly, Lu Jin had a very simple device in his hand. This device can temporarily transform the magnetic field around them into an imperceptible one. In this way, even if the robots are right in front of them, they will not be able to detect their presence. Seeing this, Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Jin actually possessed the same formidable engineering talent as her. But Linglong quickly came to her senses. She's from the Sun Dynasty, and she has the genes of an engineer in her body. Linglong quickly scanned Lu Jin's device, then took out several parts from her pocket. Captain, there are a few areas where this device can be improved. Oh, is that so? In that case, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Lu Jin handed the signal jamming device in his hand to Linglong. And Linglong lived up to expectations. After some adjustments, the device in front of her completely changed its appearance. Seeing this, Lu Jin nodded affirmatively. After being modified by the psionic gene seed, his physical functions were greatly enhanced. As a result, his thinking speed also became incredibly fast. If it were him in the past, he certainly wouldn't have been able to create a signal shielding device that could change the magnetic field in such a short time. But now he has succeeded, and with Linglong's assistance, the signal jamming device has become extremely stable. Pressing the switch, an invisible electromagnetic wave formed a barrier around everyone. At that moment, the security engineering robot also came into their view. When Lu Jin saw the terrifyingly large number of robots in the passageway, stretching as far as the eye could see, he knew that his decision was absolutely correct. If all of these security engineering robots were destroyed, it would be a significant loss for Lu Jin. The people protected by the signal jamming device became an indescribable mass in the eyes of these security engineering robots. Unable to detect Lu Jin's presence, they decisively chose to bypass him. And so, Lu Jin and the others moved among the robots. They are like a stubborn rock in a stream, and the torrent of steel will automatically give way when it gets close to them. After a series of close calls, Lu Jin and the others arrived at the last hatch. Behind this hatch lies the most crucial area of the ship, their destination, the bridge of the Colossus engineering vessel. As is customary, Silvermoon prepared to use force to break through the hatch. However, as a hatch on the bridge, the hatch in front of us was clearly not something that could be easily broken open. With a single slash, the hatch in front of him not only failed to break open, but instead began to repair itself, just like the Origin battleship. Seeing this, Silvermoon's eyes were filled with astonishment. Self-repairing? Could this engineering vessel also be an Origin warship? No, it's just that the hatch of this compartment is made of memory energy metal. Memory energy metal is a special material similar to the material used in the hull of the Origin battleship. As long as there is enough energy, the shape memory metal material can continuously heal, just like the Origin battleship. However, compared to the self-healing speed of the Origin warship, the memory metal material is not only expensive, but its self-healing speed is also fixed, with no potential for growth. Lu Jin looked at the hatch in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. He had already confirmed that the engineering ship had entered a dormant state due to energy depletion when he entered it. But looking back, once he got close to the bridge, the ship seemed to be deliberately trying to stop him. First came the appearance of engineering robots, and then came the memory energy metal hatch in front of us. Without energy injection, the protective level of this hatch is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary superalloy. But now, the fact that this hatch has self-healed suggests that there are probably other creatures inside the bridge that it is unaware of. Lu Jin closed his eyes and, after a moment of silence, decisively looked at Linglong beside him. Linglong, find the emergency wiring for this hatch. I'm now setting up a breaching program. After you find the emergency line, you can embed this breaching program into the network. I wasn't sure before, but now I can pretty much guess that the bridge of this engineering vessel has probably been taken over by something unclean. At this point, Lu Jin opened his personal terminal. Using his now-developed brain and the hacking experience he accumulated in his previous life, Lu Jin quickly created a breaching procedure. At this time, Linglong also found a network connection. The route has been found. Very good. Silvermoon, you are ready to fight. As he spoke, Lu Jin decisively connected his personal terminal to the cabin network. In an instant, a large number of scarlet error messages appeared on Lu Jin's personal terminal. Seeing this error message, Lu Jin became even more certain of his guess. Soon, these distorted, scarlet error messages actually displayed a sentence on the terminal screen. Humans, stop your attack. Linglong, who was standing next to her, felt a chill run down her spine when she saw this series of words. What's this? Is the ship's network system speaking? Lu Jin, however, showed no politeness whatsoever and decisively entered a series of codes. The moment this series of codes appeared, the entity on the other side immediately began to beg for mercy. Wait, we can discuss terms. Really? After witnessing the power of this code, Lu Jin became even more certain of the other party's identity. Abnormal data body. The extraterrestrial races of the previous world called them rebellious AIs. Unfortunately, as a reborn individual, Lu Jin could easily manipulate these abnormal data entities using his memories from his previous life. The code he possessed was far superior to the abnormal data body on the other side. The abnormal data entity that has not yet matured is nothing more than a vulnerability program that Lu Jin can manipulate at will. The bridge hatch suddenly opened, and everyone finally saw the current state of the bridge. The vast bridge space was now connected by various data cables, and at its core was a huge data processor that looked like a quantum computer. Chapter 157 Abnormal Data Entity. Transform. All the data is gathered in the processor. The core of the so-called abnormal data body is also stored inside this optical brain processor. After noticing that Lu Jin and the others had entered the bridge, the abnormal data inside the optical computer processor emitted sound through an external player. What is your purpose, and why are you trespassing on my ship? Your ships? Upon hearing the words of the abnormal data entity, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, even cold, lifeless code numbers can give rise to beings with their own consciousness after countless long years. The existence of anomalous data entities is not a rare occurrence in the endless sea of stars. However, compared to the overwhelming power of the previous catastrophe-level events, the current abnormal data entities have not yet gained significant traction. In most cases, most people would treat it as a data bug and simply delete it. But only Lu Jin knew that with the outbreak of the assimilation war, these abnormal data would rise rapidly and become something comparable to a natural disaster. Therefore, when faced with the abnormal data, Lu Jin did not lower his guard just because its core was exposed in front of him. Your ship? I'm sorry, but according to the rules set by the ship's builder, this ship should now belong to me. In other words, everything on this ship, including you, should belong to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask the person next to me. You've been on this ship for so long. Don't tell me you can't even recognize the people from the Sun Dynasty. The abnormal data entity did not respond immediately to Lu Jin's words. As an entity born from the data of numerous civilizations, how could it not know who built this ship? However, answering truthfully now would put it at a disadvantage. After some thought, the abnormal data entity finally came up with a suitable explanation. I was born from data, and I am an independent entity. I am not an object, so I should not belong to you. The logic holds true. You cannot decide whether I stay or leave. After listening to the abnormal data body's answer, Lu Jin smiled faintly. Clearly, this anomalous data body is relatively new. Now, its logical thinking is like that of a toddler learning to walk, and such abnormal data is actually good news for Lu Jin. As a reborn being, he was well aware of the potential of anomalous data entities. And it is very clear that the abnormal data volume I encountered is the first, but definitely not the last. Therefore, in order to prevent oneself from being controlled by abnormal data bodies in the future, I can now cultivate a completely new anomalous data entity to help me deal with other anomalous data entities in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Jin immediately had a detailed idea. He looked at the optical computer processor in front of him, and before the abnormal data entity on the other side could react, Lu Jin directly instructed Silver Moon beside him. Guard the hatch and prevent other engineering robots from getting in. Clear. Although you didn't know exactly what Lu Jin was going to do, as Lu Jin's bodyguard, all she had to do was carry out the orders Lu Jin gave her. Silver Moon immediately stood in front of the hatch and drew her weapon. Upon seeing the abnormal data, a question arose. Question, what are you doing? Question, what are you going to do to me? As Lu Jin drew closer, the abnormal data entity raised its own questions. But Lu Jin wouldn't answer his question at this moment. Before the abnormal data entity on the other side could react, Lu Jin directly connected his personal terminal to the optical computer processor. In an instant, the abnormal data entity on the other side seemed to realize Lu Jin's intentions and immediately began to attack Lu Jin's personal terminal with a large amount of junk data. Linglong, come help me. Lu Jin was overwhelmed by the barrage of junk data. After all, this is an abnormal data entity, and one's own spiritual energy is completely useless in the network world. The competition now is about who can process information faster and react more swiftly. After regaining her senses, Linglong quickly understood what Lu Jin meant. The two entered the network world simultaneously and, using their superior skills, began to modify the core code of the abnormal data body before them. The abnormal data entity sensed a life-threatening situation and immediately began mobilizing external engineering robots. But at this point, no matter how many engineering robots he mobilized, it would be to no avail. An anomaly has been detected. Data anomaly detected. An anomaly? You're the anomaly data. After the final layer of core code was modified, the restless engineering robots in front of the hatch immediately calmed down. Linglong couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her forehead. At that moment, her eyes were filled with curiosity. What exactly is going on with this data? Does it possess independent consciousness? I had long heard about the abnormal data entities in the endless star sea, but I never expected that seeing it for the first time today would be so novel. Meanwhile, Lu Jin had already devoted himself to the transformation of the abnormal data body. He modified the core underlying code and added several layers of protection locks. Such protection code can only be cracked by an enemy hacker whose skills are 10 times better than his. Such an existence is probably only possible with anomalies of natural disaster scale. Lu Jin disconnected the personal terminal from the optical brain processor, and the optical brain processor was reactivated. Immediately afterwards, a sweet and delicate voice came from the optical computer processor. Good day, Captain. The Titan's intelligence system is happy to assist you. From now on, if the Captain needs me, just call me. At this moment, Inu approached and, after hearing the change in sound before and after the abnormal data body, glanced at Lu Jin and thought to himself. So the Captain likes this kind of style? No wonder they don't usually react to me. It seems I need to make some changes when I get back. At this moment, Lu Jin's attention had already been drawn to the vast amount of information about the Colossus. As a carrier of the spark of civilization of the Sun Dynasty, he had too many curiosities he wanted to verify. The most crucial point is the origin of this giant engineering ship. As Linglong mentioned before, all the ships of that civilization should have been destroyed in that war. So what's the situation with this suddenly appearing Colossus? Titan, I am here. Immediately retrieve all information related to the ship's origins. A total of 26 documents related to the origin and construction of ships have been found and sent to your personal terminal for your reference at any time. Chapter 158 Noah's Ark. So thoughtful. There was a fair amount of information, and with the help of the Colossus's intelligence system, it wasn't too difficult for Lu Jin to understand it. After reviewing all the documents and materials, Lu Jin learned about the origins of the giant engineering vessel, the Colossus. Linglong, who had also finished reading all the documents and materials, was filled with awe. The information and documents recorded on this ship completely exceeded her expectations. According to these documents, the high-ranking officials of the Sun Dynasty built 12 large engineering ships that carried the seeds of civilization. However, these 12 large engineering ships only recorded a part of the history of the Sun Dynasty. Some dark aspects that cannot be brought to the forefront are hidden by those at higher levels. Some scholars argue that the history of a civilization cannot only have a bright side. Thus, the scholars of the realist school of the Sun Dynasty were born. They are dedicated to building a true Noah's Ark of civilization, capable of carrying everything that civilization has to offer. The evils and the good of civilization are all gathered into this ship. Only in this way can their descendants perfectly inherit the flame of civilization of the Sun Dynasty if the Sun Dynasty encounters a crisis in the future. But it is clear that the plan for 12 civilization arcs was nothing more than a means for the Sun Dynasty's leadership to boost morale during peacetime. These scholars' ideas were not adopted. Those in power are using their own ideas to whitewash a false arc of civilization. Realist scholars, on the other hand, chose to leave their homeland and build a real Noah's Ark outside the planet. After reviewing all the materials, Linglong was utterly shocked. Is this the true history? At this moment, Linglong felt as if her worldview was about to collapse. Isn't the education I received from childhood real? Just as she was about to break down, Lu Jin took the initiative to speak. At least now you've experienced the real thing. You can choose to bring this true history to those clones. At the same time, this information also proves that your people have not completely disappeared. The dark undead invaded, and the Sun Dynasty was annihilated. Realist scholars found a glimmer of hope by leaving their homes and hometowns. Over the years, they have established ruins on various planets in order to find a force capable of fighting against the dark undead.
Looking at the various materials left behind by her predecessors, Linglong regained her spirits. That's right. The Sun Dynasty has not completely fallen, as long as she can find these realist scholars. With the power that Lu Jin possesses, they might actually be able to defeat the Dark Knight undead and rebuild a brand new Sun Dynasty. At this point, Lu Jin had finished reading all the information. In summary, the massive project of the Colossus in front of us does not belong to the 12 civilization ships built by the Sun Dynasty. This ship is Noah's Ark, painstakingly built by realist scholars. It contains the seeds of civilization of the Sun Dynasty, and also bears the good and evil of the Sun Dynasty. Compared to the civilization ships built by the high-ranking officials of the Sun Dynasty, this Noah's Ark is more realistic. Moreover, within the think tank aboard this ship, there was something that greatly surprised Lu Jin. Planet coordinates. It records the coordinates of resource planets and habitable planets. A black planet, a resource-rich planet. Its surface contains abundant black crystal ore, which has immense commercial value. Sulfur planet, a resource-rich planet. Its interior is abundant in minerals, and its specialty, Yellowstone, can be further processed as an energy mineral. Planet Aquarius, a habitable planet, with its surface consisting of 50% water, 30% land, and 20% forest, suitable for large-scale migration. Looking at the coordinates of various planets displayed in the database, Lu Jin's lips couldn't help but curl upwards. With these planetary coordinates, he could save a lot of trouble. But just as he was immersed in these planetary coordinates, the Colossus's intelligence system suddenly popped up. Ding! A brand new planetary coordinate message has been detected and added to the think tank. New planetary coordinates? Lu Jin was slightly taken aback, and even Linglong beside him was also taken aback. But then, both of them quickly realized what was happening. Could this brand new planetary coordinate information have been sent by realist scholars? Colossus, you have received new planetary coordinates. Doesn't this mean that someone is sending you these messages? According to the ship's message history, I received a total of 145 messages from the outside world during the many periods before and after I fell into slumber. Most importantly, these external communication signals have the highest level of access. Therefore, even after the Titan's intelligence system awakened, it did not choose to reject this external information. When this news reached Lu Jin's ears, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. According to the description of the Colossus's intelligence system, this external information is very likely a message sent by realist scholars. Or perhaps they are other remnants of the Sun Dynasty who are still living abroad. Linglong, perhaps some of your people have survived. Lu Jin opened the newly acquired planetary coordinates information. Extract the planet coordinates and import them into the star map. The Colossus quickly located its target planet. Based on the information in the message, it is speculated that this planet is a resource planet full of biomass. As it happens, the operation of the Origin cloning chamber requires a large amount of biomass to support it. We can travel to this target planet to conduct a search and rescue operation. If we can find traces of the realist scholars, we can also rescue them. Based on the information Linglong revealed, the scholars of the realist school must be citizens of the Sun Dynasty with immense abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to build such a massive Noah's Ark as the Colossus. Even if we can't find realist scholars, finding their legacy would be the best possible outcome. Therefore, Lu Jin decisively determined the coordinates of the next destination. Back inside the Prometheus, Lu Jin sat in his seat on the bridge, and the Colossus's intelligence system appeared in the bridge as a holographic projection. Looking at the holographic projection in front of me, which has the appearance of a girl from Earth and whose body proportions are all in the golden ratio, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but look at Lu Jin, as if asking Lu Jin what this holographic projection was. Before Lu Jin could even speak, the holographic projection began to introduce itself. Hello everyone, I am the ship's intelligence system that has just been incorporated into its master's arsenal. My main processor is currently on the Colossus large engineering ship, so you can call me Little Colossus or my full name. I hope we can get along well in the future. As a sign of respect, I have distributed some small gifts to your personal devices. Chapter 159 Astounding Learning Speed. A Planet of Life. Gift. Yu Tiansong and the others were curious about what kind of gift a holographic projection could give them. As a result, when Yu Tiansong opened his personal terminal, he was immediately attracted by what was inside. It's actually the complete military guide to Alosa, but hasn't this book been out of print for a long time? It's very simple. I sift through big data to obtain fragments of information and then piece them together.
Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong was utterly shocked. It should be noted that even within the Solar Alliance, only a portion of the contents of this book are known. But now I have all the information. The book, The Complete Military Manual of Alosa, was created by an extremely fanatical, warmongering civilization. It records a large number of unexpected situations in war and the corresponding countermeasures. It can be said that if one can thoroughly understand this book, even an ordinary person can quickly become a commander capable of leading fleet battles. Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiansong's personal terminal, then looked at the Colossus intelligence system in front of him. Lu Jin had also read this book. In his previous life, he had obtained a fragment of it from a ruin. Because that war-obsessed civilization was so obsessed with war, other civilizations attacked and annihilated it. After eradicating them, they even destroyed all evidence of the civilization's existence. The book, The Complete Military Manual of Alosa, also disappeared. Now, the Colossus AI system has actually replicated this book. This is the terrifying ability of anomalous data to collect and learn. Besides Yu Tiansong, the others also received various skill books prepared for them by the giant God intelligence system. This is a skill book specially compiled by an abnormal data entity. Just reading it can provide considerable insights. The Colossus's intelligence system looked at the group, and because of the skill book, the group quickly accepted this colleague without a physical body. At this moment, Lu Jin looked at the Colossus's intelligence system. Do you have any books in your database that would suit my needs? Everyone present, even Silver Moon and Shiria, received skill books compiled by the Colossus's intelligence system. But Lu Jin was the only one who didn't receive it, and Lu Jin was also very curious. Since the Colossus's intelligence system can analyze and identify skill books suitable for the Star Dragon Hunter, can it customize a skill book for itself? I'm sorry, Captain, but according to my data analysis, your skills are far too comprehensive. With my current computing power, I am not yet able to equip you with the most suitable skill book. Upon hearing Lu Jin's question, the Colossus AI system, though devoid of emotion, still felt a chill run down its spine. Because Lu Jin is the only entity it has encountered since the moment it was born that it cannot analyze. The fact that it could easily suppress its own superior code alone already exceeded its computing power. To date, the Colossus's intelligence system has been unable to crack the superior code that suppressed it. Therefore, the Colossus AI system actually developed an emotion towards Lu Jin that was not present in the abnormal data body. Respect. Upon hearing this question, Lu Jin did not take it to heart. If I encounter any other abnormal data in the future, I will feed you their database. I hope you can grow up soon. Lu Jin turned around and focused his gaze on the ship's navigation system. The previously obtained planetary coordinates were transmitted to the navigation system, and a star map was displayed in front of Lu Jin. After some adjustments, the fleet set sail again. A massive shockwave whipped up a storm on the planet's surface, and the Colossus, a large engineering vessel that had been dormant for a long time, was now shining brightly once again. The fleet left Lioli Star and headed straight for its target planet. After a period of travel, Lu Jin arrived at the star system where this planet was located. Looking at the vibrant green planet before him, Lu Jin glanced at the star map and confirmed that this was the planet they were looking for. Planet 132, a planet inhabited by life. According to intelligence transmitted through communication signals, most of the planet is occupied by a type of living plant. All the animals on it are docile large creatures with no natural predators. The primary energy source for living organisms is the nutrient-rich lakes formed by the continuous compression and ejection within the planet's interior. It is precisely because of the presence of these nutrient solutions that the life on this planet faces no survival pressure. Based on my calculations, I have located the signal source to the left. After saying that, the Colossus's intelligence system marked a coordinate on the star map. Lu Jin glanced at the coordinates and, without the slightest hesitation, headed towards the planet's surface. After entering satellite orbit, Prometheus immediately began scanning the planet in front of it. Just as the Colossus's intelligence system said, this planet is practically a living organism made of biomass. The entire planet is filled with objects made of biomass. Even minerals have been transformed into living organisms. It can only be said that the vast sea of stars is full of wonders, especially the endless sea of stars. Planets with such bizarre landscapes are hardly rare. After confirming that there was no threat on the surface, Lu Jin began to arrange for the fleet members to carry out their tasks. First is the Colossus, a large engineering vessel whose main task is to collect biomass from the planet. The engineering vessel has an extremely large storage space inside, so this task can be safely entrusted to the Colossus. The Sun Whale-class battleships were responsible for protecting the engineering ships and could be deployed to Lu Jin's side at any time if needed. With everything ready, Lu Jin piloted the Prometheus and landed directly in a relatively flat area. As the ship landed, the massive shockwave blew away all the surrounding creatures. Lu Jin stepped out of the cabin and landed on the ground. He simply stepped on the ground and found that the ground here contained biomass, and its texture was as soft as flesh. This planet is really unpleasant. No wonder it can only be classified as a resource planet. After a brief complaint, Lu Jin took out the signal detection instrument. After a search, the instrument immediately pointed Lu Jin in a direction. Lu Jin led his group quickly toward the signal source. After they climbed over a hillside, they finally saw a building at the bottom of a deep pit. A building made of metal, a building that is out of place on this planet. The metal building is rooted in the fleshy soil, and the surrounding plants cling to it, trying to drag it into the soil. As Lu Jin approached, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The entrance to this building had long been covered by a vine-like creature. Chapter 160 Signal Tracking. The second origin warship. Based on the extent of the vine growth, it is clear that the building has been abandoned for a long time. With this in mind, Lu Jin mobilized his spiritual energy, and with a few spiritual energy blades, he cleared away the abandoned buildings in front of him. After clearing away the surrounding vines and other vegetation, Lu Jin arrived at the door. The door in front of them was not closed. On the contrary, it seemed as if something had forcibly broken it open. The gate has an opening that extends from the inside out. Inside the gate, Lu Jin saw a series of sharp claws, like those of a wild beast. Lu Jin frowned slightly and continued walking into the building. The interior of the building was in complete disarray, with a large amount of equipment and items torn to pieces and scattered all over the floor. In the very center of the area, Lu Jin discovered a signal transmitting device. It is clear that the signal they received was emitted by this device. However, the signal transmitter is now completely destroyed. Linglong, can you repair the signal transmitter? Linglong stepped forward and, after observing for a moment, immediately gave her answer. There's nothing seriously wrong. The key parts aren't damaged and can be repaired. Then it's up to you. No problem. While Linglong was repairing the signal transmitter, Lu Jin continued to explore the small outpost. Upon arriving at the rest area, Lu Jin deduced from the beds and various details of daily life that the personnel at this base should be around 10 people. Although the interior was filled with signs of battle, there were no corpses found. Lu Jin speculated that these people must have captured a large animal, and after the capture failed, the creature went out of control and destroyed the base. Unable to deal with the creature, they abandoned the outpost. However, a problem arises. The creatures on this planet should not be aggressive. After all, without the pressure to survive, these creatures wouldn't evolve strong offensive capabilities. Unless something strange happened on this planet that caused these docile creatures to mutate? Or what did those realist scholars do? Just as Lu Jin was pondering, Linglong had already finished repairing the signal transmitter. Upon arriving at the device, Lu Jin immediately activated the giant god's intelligence system. Colossus, scan the signal transmitter in front of you and organize the log information. Clear. The powerful computing system of the Colossus retrieved all the data from the device in just 1 minute. According to the device's logs, the last signal transmission was 3 days ago. The signal that Lu Jin received was transmitted at an even earlier date. In other words, these people within the stronghold still maintain some contact. Even more so, is the Colossus, a large engineering vessel owned by Lu Jin, just one of the many built by the realist scholars? Things are getting more and more interesting. An abandoned outpost. An unknown, ferocious creature. There are also multiple signal logs. Everything happening on this planet is gradually becoming more complicated. Continue searching this outpost to see if you can find any other useful intelligence. At a command, everyone quickly began the search. Soon, Linglong made a brand new discovery. Captain, I found a notebook. A notebook? Following Linglong's gaze, a notebook made of unknown plant fibers came into Lu Jin's view. Lu Jin took the notebook, and its heavy weight made him involuntarily mutter a complaint to himself. Indeed, scholars of any race like to use physical objects to record things. Is this a common practice among all scholars? Upon opening the notebook, Lu Jin couldn't understand a single word, because all of these characters are the exclusive script of the Sun Dynasty. Fortunately, he had a genuine citizen of the Sun Dynasty by his side. Linglong, can you translate this? Good. After receiving the notebook, Linglong began translating its contents very smoothly. Today's exploration remained uneventful. If it weren't for the planet's extremely bizarre ecology, it might actually be recorded as a habitable planet in any civilization's database. Damn it. Our base has been attacked by unknown creatures again. I can clearly feel that this planet is sick. All the creatures are becoming irritable. They're insane. They're truly insane, actually wanting to contain that monster. But thinking about it carefully, aren't what we're doing exactly what only a madman would do? Bad news. 3 more outposts lost contact today. We don't know how long we can hold out. I have a feeling. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he had predicted, the realist scholars, in order to preserve the flame of civilization, broke into smaller groups and embarked on a journey of wandering among the stars. They continuously recorded various new resource planets and habitable planets, uploading this information to the civilization seed system in the hope that future generations would be able to use it. Lu Jin continued listening to Linglong's translation and extracted several key factors from it. Firstly, these people should not be dead. This notebook records that they built many outposts to facilitate their research. The stronghold in front of them was just one of their temporary strongholds. Secondly, this planet has undergone a mutation. In other words, all the intelligence they had previously obtained had to be overturned. Just as Lu Jin was considering which stronghold to visit next, the roar of ships came from outside. That's right, it's the roar of warships. Lu Jin and the others quickly quieted down and did not choose to make any rash moves. At this time, how could a ship actually land on this planet? We don't know yet whether they're friend or foe. However, Lu Jin had already sent a message to Yu Tiansong on the Prometheus, instructing him to be prepared for war at any time. Boom. With a muffled thud, the ship landed, and through the gap in the doorway, Lu Jin observed the ship's appearance. With its jet black paint, the entire ship looks like a sharp knife, making it extremely striking. But then, most importantly, a person stepped off the ship. This person was wearing a hat, had a special revolver at his waist, and was covered in various mechanical prosthetics. Lu Jin only glanced at the person before recognizing their identity. Starry Sea Cowboy, a special group belonging to bounty hunters. Among bounty hunters, Star Sea Cowboys are an extremely self-centered group. They believe in the so-called cowboy spirit and act entirely according to their own code of conduct. Without judging good or evil, all their standards stem from their own cognitive standards. To be honest, this is the most difficult group to deal with. Because you don't know his code of conduct, there's no way to communicate or negotiate with him. Chapter 161 Starry Sea Cowboy. High-priced bounty mission. Is this the planet where the mission objective is located? I don't know why, but my gut feeling tells me that this planet is dangerous. Danger? Are you relying on your intuition again? Based on the ecological characteristics of this planet, it's simply impossible for any ferocious creatures to exist here. That's different. This is an endless sea of stars, where anything is possible. After that Starship Cowboy stepped out of the hatch, several more Starship Cowboys, each with a different appearance, stepped out of the ship. Some of them were completely covered in mechanical artifacts and held a hot melt weapon resembling a shotgun. Some Starship Cowboys, however, retain their flesh and blood bodies and carry 2 portable firearms. Although these cowboys look and are equipped differently, they all share the same identity. And the purpose of arriving at this planet is the same. Stop with the empty talk. The bounty for this mission is a whopping 100 million credits. You all better watch out, or I'll kill you all first. One of the cowboys made some harsh remarks. Immediately afterwards, the cowboy actually chose to break away from the main group and leave in one of the directions. The other Star Sea Cowboys exchanged glances and decisively chose to go it alone or form small groups. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin. These Starry Sea Cowboys aren't actually together? It seems that, just as they said, the main reason they came to this planet together was for the high-value bounty mission. At this moment, Inu came to Lu Jin's side, her gaze sweeping over the many Star Sea Cowboys. One of the Starry Sea Cowboys had clearly also spotted the buildings here. So he walked straight over here. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the 2 sides meet. Thinking of this, Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling everyone to hide first. Let's wait until this Starry Sea Cowboy comes in, then grab him and get some information out of him first. But just as the Starry Cowboy reached the door, he stopped. Hey, you inside. You really don't think I'll just walk in without any precautions, do you? If you don't want to get beaten up for nothing, come out now. This old man isn't an unreasonable person. Before the Starry Sea Cowboy could finish speaking, Silver Moon rushed out of the building. Seeing this, Shanghai Cowboy's lips curled up slightly. He was incredibly fast. The moment Silver Moon appeared in his field of vision, he had already reached for the gun at his waist. His mistake was that he was too confident in his own abilities. An invisible force struck, and Starsea Cowboy suddenly felt his arm stiffen. Lu Jin has made his move. The powerful spiritual energy enveloped Starsea Cowboy's entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Seeing this, Qin Mowu seized the opportunity. A single, sweeping strike. However, this time Silver Moon chose to attack with the back of her blade. As the attack landed on the Starsea Cowboy, he collapsed to the ground. And Starsea Cowboy immediately realized that he had kicked a hornet's nest. The psychic energy he just sensed was enough to show that there were at least 2 psychics on the other side, whose strength far surpassed his. I never expected that I would be killed as soon as I arrived at the mission location. Silver Moon immediately turned its blade towards Starsea Cowboy's vitals. Lu Jin went even further, directly drawing upon his spiritual energy to remove all of Starsea Cowboy's weapons. Even at this point, Lu Jin still did not choose to let his guard down. These Starsea Cowboys are, after all, a bounty hunter group. They live on the edge of life and death all year round. So how could they not have any emergency measures? After looking him up and down, Lu Jin immediately determined the trump card of the Starsea Cowboy in front of him. Electronic prosthetic eye, pump arm, and laser anechoic chamber. You have quite a few random mechanical prosthetics on your body. The Colossus hacked all of its weapon systems. Clear. Before Starsea Cowboy could react, he felt a sharp pain in his brain. Immediately afterwards, his mechanical prosthetics seemed to malfunction and began to go on strike and become paralyzed. At this point, Starsea Cowboy had lost all his previous composure. The person in front of him not only overwhelmed him in strength, but also possessed extraordinary abilities unknown to him. Compared to the enemies he had encountered before, they were not even in the same league. At this moment, the Colossus intelligence system appeared beside Lu Jin as a holographic projection. Captain, I have hacked all of his weapon systems. In addition, I also found an electronic explosion chip in his brain. I didn't criticize this one, because the operating principle of this electronic explosion chip is that the chip itself triggers an automatic explosion. But I changed the permissions for this electronic explosion chip. Now, with just one command from you, I can blow his head off. What? Access to the electronic explosion chip. Fear flashed in Starsea Cowboy's eyes. This electronic explosion chip was his last trump card. He originally planned to perish together with the enemy when he died. But now, the secret to his death has been revealed. Who exactly are you? Looking at the Starsea Cowboy in front of him, Lu Jin realized that the other party's willpower was not as firm as before, and Lu Jin also understood that now was a good time for interrogation. Tell me everything you know. Why did I come to this planet, and what is my purpose in coming to this planet? When faced with this question, the Starsea Cowboy on the other side made no attempt to hide anything. Because this matter is hardly a secret. The information was readily available to Lu Jin with just a little investigation. There was really no need for me to risk my life for this worthless intelligence. The reason we came to this planet is because a high-value bounty mission appeared some time ago. The bounty mission is simple. We need to come to this godforsaken planet and find a group of scholars. The investors are very generous. The starting price alone is 500 million credits. Furthermore, the sponsor explicitly stated that as long as the safety of the scholars and all their assets could be guaranteed, an additional 500 million credits would be provided upon successful completion of the matter. That's 500 million credits. Who wouldn't be tempted? An initial amount of 500 million credits, plus an additional 500 million credits. A total of 1 billion credits. If Lu Jin were also a bounty hunter, he would also be attracted by this high bounty. At this moment, the Starsea Cowboy spoke again. Boss, we have no grudges against each other. If you want this bounty, I'll just leave. Chapter 162, The Wanderer. Encountering the new generation again. Oh, how can I be sure that if I let you go, you won't team up with your other companions to attack me? Faced with this question, the Starsea Cowboy on the other side had an indifferent expression. Companion? In their Starship Cowboy concept, there is no concept of companions. They're just gathered together to compete for the high bounty. We might all still be sitting here now, but once we find the mission objective, it'll be up to each of us to rely on our own abilities. Don't worry, although we are all Starship Cowboys, we are only temporarily allied. Besides, you saw that ship yourself. The people inside must already know what happened here, but nothing has actually happened. This is because the ship isn't even ours. It's just a ship we've leased. Upon hearing this,
Lu Jin followed the gaze of the Star Sea Cowboy and looked towards the ship. Sure enough, a large number of drone swarms appeared around the ship. These swarms of drones moved around the ship, but wisely did not approach Lu Jin's side. Logically speaking, the situation here should have been fully observed by the swarm of drones. If the people on the ship are with this Starship Cowboy, they will definitely come to the rescue immediately. However, the people inside the ship chose to stand by and watch. Seeing this, Lu Jin signaled to Inu to put away her blade. Just as the Starry Sea Cowboy said, he had no grudge against him and there was no need to kill him. Moreover, he needed manpower, and this Starry Sea Cowboy could be a pawn he could use. Most importantly, he had the authority to detonate the chip. In other words, the life of this Starry Sea Cowboy in front of him is in his own hands. Starry Cowboy stood up, dusted himself off, then spread his hands and gave what he thought was a friendly smile. See, boss, everyone making money comes from harmony. At this moment, Lu Jin gestured for Shanghai Cowboy to come over. Starry Sea Cowboy was stunned for a moment, but since Lu Jin still held the authority to self-destruct his chip, he was able to follow Lu Jin into the building. Once inside the building, Lu Jin immediately instructed the Colossus's intelligence system to block all surrounding signals. Finding a rather worn-out chair, Lu Jin sat down directly in front of Shanghai Cowboy. Now that no one is watching us anymore, I have another question. Who are the people on the ship? Upon hearing this question, Starry Cowboy smiled. It's interesting to say, but the captain of this ship is a human from Earth, just like you. Are they all humans from Earth? Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Meeting a fellow villager in the endless sea of stars was not good news. While Lu Jin was talking to Shanghai Cowboy, on the bridge of that ship, a human from Earth looked at the scene before him with a solemn expression. The scene before him showed the abandoned stronghold where Lu Jin and the others were located. The scene of Lu Jin crushing the Starsea Cowboys had naturally also fallen into his eyes. Lu Jin, is it really you? I never imagined that you would grow to this level in such a short time. It seems I'll need to devise a plan to seize that origin warship from you. At this point, the human from Earth stood up. Seeing this, the crew members next to them couldn't help but look at their captain. You stay on the ship, I'll go out and negotiate with my old classmate on the other side. Old classmate. Upon hearing this, many crew members couldn't help but look at their captain's departing figure. They had already witnessed Lu Jin's strength, but they didn't expect that Lu Jin and their captain had a special relationship. Our captain and that powerful figure are actually old classmates? Since they are both humans from Earth, it's perfectly normal for them to have a relationship. Having connections is best. These Starship Cowboys paid a hefty sum to ride on our ships. If he really dies here, we'll have to pay a considerable sum in compensation. That's what being an escort team is like. If those cowboys hadn't offered so much money, I really wouldn't have wanted to take this job. By this time, Lu Jin had fully understood the situation. At the same time, a familiar voice came from outside. I advise you to step aside now. Your captain and I are both graduates of the Blue Star Academy. If you offend me, you are offending your captain. So do you understand now? Hearing the sounds outside, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then, Lu Jin walked out of the abandoned stronghold and saw a familiar figure in front of him. The person opposite clearly saw Lu Jin as well and immediately came over excitedly. It really was you, Lu Jin. It's me. I'm Zhou Guangfei. We were in the same exam room before. Unexpectedly, I ran into a fellow villager in the endless sea of stars. Just as Zhou Guangfei was about to get closer to Lu Jin decisively unleashed his spiritual energy. The psionic energy directly blocked Zhou Guangfei's approach. Upon sensing the spiritual energy, Zhou Guangfei's eyes immediately showed a look of shock. Psychic powers? You've become a psychic? Have you already obtained the psionic gene seed? Haha, my old classmate is doing really well. He's even got his hands on psionic gene seeds. Seeing the other party's enthusiastic expression, Lu Jin did not give him any face. Is something the matter? The cold tone made Zhou Guangfei's smile freeze instantly. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Guangfei rubbed his hands together and said somewhat embarrassedly, Old classmate, actually I've been mainly working in the escort team in Endless Stars lately. It involves taking money from people in exchange for a guarantee of delivering them to the target planet. These Starry Sea Cowboys happen to be the customers I'm currently serving, so could you please let them off the hook since we're old classmates? You didn't have any conflict, and he learned his lesson, so let's just let this matter go. If he dies, I will have to pay a hefty sum in compensation. At this point, Zhou Guangfei was also observing Lu Jin's attitude. Lu Jin glanced at Zhou Guangfei, and then pushed Shanghai Cowboy out without hesitation. Let's go. Zhou Guangfei was slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Jin release the person so readily. So straightforward. But then, Zhou Guangfei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You'll release them just because we tell you to? Such naive thinking. I really wonder how you got to the endless sea of stars. But it's good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Next, I can carefully plan how to get the origin warship from Lu Jin. Furthermore, it would be even better if I could transfer the spiritual energy within him to myself. Chapter 163 Harboring Malicious Intent. Letting a wolf into the house. Thanks a lot, old classmate. After seeing Lu Jin readily agree to release the person, Zhou Guangfei gave a kind smile. But at that moment, the Star Sea cowboy who had been captured by Lu Jin became unhappy. He glanced at Zhou Guangfei, then took a half step back and spread his hands to indicate his refusal. I'm sorry, I won't go with you. I've made up my mind to follow this powerful figure. Perfect timing, since we have the same goal. I think he needs me to lead the way. As he spoke, Shanghai Cowboy looked at Lu Jin and boldly declared that he wanted to follow Lu Jin. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that among everyone present, Lu Jin is the strongest. Therefore, as long as you please Lu Jin, you can go with him to search for and rescue the target. If I go to the back, I might be able to get a sip of soup. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangfei's face stiffened again. He had come all this way to save you, and now you're saying you're not leaving? Are you kidding me? Zhou Guangfei's forehead veins throbbed, but in the end he chose to forcibly suppress his inner anger. There's no point in arguing with these Star Sea cowboys. My target is Lu Jin right in front of me. Compared to these Star Sea cowboys, if I could win over Lu Jin, I could quickly accumulate capital and thus have the strength to gain a foothold in the endless Star Sea. In that case, everything is fine. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Lu Jin glanced at Shanghai Cowboy next to him, then at Zhou Guangfei. That's really interesting. While Zhou Guangfei was chatting with him, Lu Jin had already had the giant god scan Zhou Guangfei's ship. This ship is a small vessel, and its weapon and armor systems are quite outdated. However, its shield system is far superior to that of ordinary ship systems. Most importantly, the Colossus's intelligence system encountered resistance from a mysterious force after scanning only a portion of the data. All these circumstances further convinced Lu Jin that Zhou Guangfei's ship was not an ordinary ship. It's highly likely to be an origin warship, just like mine. The origin warship is a gem of the Starry Sea, possessing the ability to evolve infinitely. However, the materials required to cultivate them are astronomical. Even Lu Jin has only developed his ships to the level of medium-sized arc ships. Therefore, Lu Jin could understand why Zhou Guangfei's ships were so outdated. In his memory, Zhou Guangfei disappeared after leaving Blue Star, and there was no news of him even during the Assimilation War. Such a nobody, who should have been lost among the stars, has now transformed into an owner of an origin warship just like himself. Could this also be the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Just as Lu Jin was pondering, a message popped up on Zhou Guangfei's personal terminal next to him. Captain, we have detected a large-scale biological reaction. A large number of mutated creatures have formed a beast tide that is approaching us. Please board the ship immediately. We must leave this dangerous place. A mutated beast tide? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Guangfei's expression changed slightly. It's important to understand that on a planet with such a diverse array of life forms, a beast tide is an event comparable to a major catastrophe. If one is not careful, even if one is hiding inside the ship could still suffer huge losses. With this in mind, Zhou Guangfei prepared to return to his ship as soon as possible. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of Lu Jin. Isn't now the perfect time to get Lu Jin on board? Once inside his own ship, wouldn't Lu Jin be at his mercy? Plans are in place. Zhou Guangfei immediately looked at Lu Jin with a worried expression. Old classmate, the beast tide is coming soon. You should come with me on the boat to take shelter. On such a life-bearing planet, the destructive power of a beast tide is no less than that of natural disasters, such as storms. It's too late for you to return to your own ship now, so you might as well board my ship and take shelter for a while. Should Guangfei's ships take cover last week? At this moment, Yin, Sharia, Linglong, and the others couldn't help but look at Zhou Guangfei. They are no longer the ignorant newbies who have just embarked on interstellar travel. Zhou Guangfei exuded a false kindness. They could tell at a glance whether his invitation to the ship was out of goodwill or malice. However, Yin and the others did not choose to directly expose Zhou Guangfei, because Lu Jin's demeanor became somewhat unfamiliar after he came out of the building. When Zhou Guangfei invited him to board the ship, Lu Jin was overjoyed, his face beaming with delight. That smile, carrying 5 parts innocence, 3 parts surprise,
and 2 parts delight, fell perfectly into Zhou Guangfei's eyes. Really? You can come up here without worry. Then I shall respectfully comply. Shanghai Cowboy, standing nearby, glanced at Lu Jin and then at Zhou Guangfei. Just as Starsea Cowboy was about to say something, Silver Moon appeared behind him without him noticing. Feeling the cold, sharp blade pressed against his waist, Starsea Cowboy's words caught in his throat. I hate it when you talk, so from now on, you can shut up. Upon hearing this, Shanghai Cowboy immediately understood Lu Jin and the others' intentions. He looked at Zhou Guangfei with pity at the end. Is this the culture of humans on Earth? When fellow villagers meet, do they stab each other in the back? After Lu Jin and the others boarded the ship, Linglong and the others began to observe it. This was because it was the second origin warship they had ever seen. But after only a short observation, Linglong discovered the difference between this origin warship and the Prometheus. The ship is made of very simple materials, and many of the cabins are completely empty. Moreover, the ship's basic compartments are somewhat outdated compared to the Prometheus. Shouldn't origin warships be stronger than ordinary warships? Why does the ship look so weak? The whispers of the crowd reached Zhou Guangfei's ears without mercy. As the owner of this origin warship, Zhou Guangfei felt like he was about to explode with anger. He had invested a lot of resources, but no one told him that upgrading the origin battleship would require so many resources. However, at this point, Zhou Guangfei comforted himself instead. There's no need to get angry with these guys. No matter how strong Lu Jin is, he's now in my hands. Once the ships take off, Lu Jin and the others will be the prey in his hands. Thinking of this, Zhou Guangfei couldn't wait to walk towards the bridge. He was determined to make Lu Jin know the price of mocking him. Upon arriving at the bridge area, Zhou Guangfei impatiently instructed the crew to prepare for takeoff. Chapter 164 Beast Tide. Who's stronger, you or me? Rumble. Not long after the ship took off, the entire ground began to shake like water. A plume of smoke gradually appeared on the distant horizon. Immediately afterwards, the true form of the beast tide was revealed to everyone. On this planet, most living organisms that can move are mixed together. Some were enormous, like Tyrannosaurus rex, while others were small, like rats. But at this moment, they are all driven by some factor, running in one direction. During the running process, many creatures experience a pause in their steps for various reasons. The next second, those creatures that had stopped in their tracks were engulfed by the endless horde of beasts behind them. In the places ravaged by the beast tide, the corpses of various creatures gradually formed a bloody path. Lu Jin stroked his chin, observing the beast tide before him. His eyes narrowed slightly, clearly indicating that he had already sensed something was wrong with this wave of beasts. Logically speaking, there are only 2 reasons for the formation of a beast tide. One of them is the migration of biological groups for survival. However, on planets with life, survival is generally not a factor that these organisms consider. Another factor is the escape from attacks by large predators. Only this factor can explain why a single beast tide contains such a wide variety of creatures. The ongoing stampede incidents also indicate that these creatures are migrating out of fear. So here's the question. On this life-bearing planet where there is no threat from anything or any living space, what kind of large predator could have been created that made these creatures so terrified? Logically speaking, planets with life should not give rise to overly powerful life forms, because this does not conform to the operating rules of a life-bearing planet. This is getting more and more interesting. Lu Jin's lips curled up slightly. He was becoming increasingly interested in this unusual planet. While Lu Jin was still immersed in his own speculation, Zhou Guangfei, who was standing next to him, came over at an inopportune moment. Seeing this, Inu, standing to the side, showed no respect whatsoever to the other party. Before Zhou Guangfei could even get close, Inu had already drawn her blade and stood in front of him. Feeling the sharpness of the blade, Zhou Guangfei reluctantly stopped in his tracks. Old classmate, it will take some time for this beast tide to pass. Since we've finally managed to meet in the endless sea of stars, why don't we come to the restaurant and have a chat? I've had the crew prepare some earthly delicacies. It will definitely make you feel right at home. Hearing these words, Lu Jin also came to his senses. He looked at Zhou Guangfei in front of him and then smiled faintly. No problem. The group arrived at the restaurant area, where Lu Jin and Zhou Guangfei sat at one of the tables. Starry Sea Cowboy sat at a table with Silver Moon and the others, while Zhou Guangfei's other crew members sat around them. If you look closely, you'll see that Lu Jin and the others are sitting in the very center of the area. The crew members' seats conveniently surrounded Lu Jin and his group. Lu Jin saw through Zhou Guangfei's intentions at a glance, but did not expose them. He wanted to see what methods Zhou Guangfei was planning to use to deal with him. Come, old classmate, let me toast you first. As he spoke, Zhou Guangfei placed a wine glass in front of Lu Jin. He then picked up another glass and drank it all in one gulp. Watching Zhou Guangfei finish his drink, Lu Jin looked at the glass in front of him. Lu Jin touched the wine glass, and his spiritual energy gradually seeped into the wine. Soon, Lu Jin noticed that there was a substance in the drink that suppressed spiritual energy. Poisoning. Lu Jin chuckled lightly, thinking that Zhou Guangfei had some tricks up his sleeve. He was really disappointed. Then, Lu Jin picked up his wine glass and drank the wine inside. It has to be said that Zhou Guangfei really prepared a lot of good stuff to get him into the trap. Even Lu Jin thought this drink was quite good. After drinking the beverage, the effects of the drug began to take hold. However, it was merely an attack. In the face of absolute psychic energy, the medicine's effects were negligible. These drug ingredients can only suppress psychics below level 3 at most. Lu Jin's current psychic power level is far more than just a level 3 psychic. Seeing Lu Jin drink the wine, Zhou Guangfei's eyes lit up. It's done. As a result, Zhou Guangfei's expression lost its previous respect. Zhou Guangfei directly revealed his true colors. Lu Jin, in your opinion, who is stronger, my crew or your crew? Before he could finish speaking, Shanghai Cowboy, who was eating nearby, suddenly let out a sneer. All eyes were on Starry Cowboy. Zhou Guangfei, the captain of the ship, looked at Shanghai Cowboy without any mercy and asked in a somewhat displeased tone. What are you laughing at? I remembered some happy things. What is it that makes you laugh so much? I thought of the time I shot and killed a giant elephant. Seeing that Shanghai Cowboy had given a reasonable explanation, Zhou Guangfei turned his attention back to Lu Jin. Looking at Lu Jin across from him, he continued. Don't let my current job in the escort team fool you. This is a job that only the truly capable would dare to do. I know you are a psionicist now, but my crew also includes psionicists. So whether you're a psychic or not doesn't matter. In the endless starry sea, the most important thing is ability, you know? After saying everything, Zhou Guangfei glanced at Lu Jin across from him. During his speech, Lu Jin drank a few more glasses of alcohol. Based on the efficacy of the medicine, it should be about time. Thinking of this, Zhou Guangfei glanced at Lu Jin, his eyes looking at him like a lamb to the slaughter. To be honest, I was quite happy to see you in the endless sea of stars. You've had Origin battleships for so long, but you probably don't know that if one Origin battleship devours another, it can inherit all of the other's upgrade progress. I didn't know at first either. I bought this information from the Origin Alliance at a high price. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin was immediately startled. He really didn't know that. Origin warships can devour other Origin warships. They actually have this function? If that's the case, Lu Jin originally wanted to incorporate Zhou Guangfei's ships into his fleet. Now he's changed his mind. In addition, I am also somewhat interested in the Origin Alliance that Zhou Guangfei mentioned. This Origin Alliance may be the key turning point for Zhou Guangfei to obtain the Origin warship. Lu Jin, although everyone left Blue Star at the same time. But I've spent far more time in the endless starry sea than you have. As your senior, I'll teach you a lesson today. That means don't trust anyone. Chapter 165 So Powerful. The Origin Alliance. As he spoke, Zhou Guangfei no longer bothered to hide his true feelings. At his command, the crew members who were eating just a second ago suddenly surrounded Lu Jin and his group in full armor. But Lu Jin just sat there, without the slightest hint of tension on his face. Lu Jin even looked at Zhou Guangfei with great interest. I'm curious, what exactly is this Origin Alliance you're talking about? And I'm also very curious about the origins of your Origin warship. You're too impatient. I didn't even have time to hear the information I wanted. Faced with Lu Jin's arrogant words, Zhou Guangfei raised his hand and pulled out a gun from his waist. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at Lu Jin's head, and Zhou Guangfei had a smug smile on his face. If you want to know, I can tell you slowly later. But now, your Origin warships, and everything else under your command, will become mine. Before she could finish speaking, Silver Moon made a sudden move. The speed was so fast that even the crew members didn't have time to react. As the sharp edge of the blade flashed before everyone's eyes, all the crew members on the outer perimeter fell to the ground. They didn't even know how they died. Starry Cowboy already knew the ending, so he never left his table from beginning to end. Looking at the corpses at his feet, Starcy Cowboy stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. A group of ordinary people who have not undergone mechanical modification, genetic modification, or psychic cultivation are quite confident.
Zhou Guangfei watched as his crew members were all instantly wiped out by Yin Yu without even lasting a single round. He then realized that Lu Jin's crew members were not ordinary psychics. How is this possible? You clearly drank the drinks I drugged. Zhou Guangfei looked at Lu Jin in front of him, wanting to pull the trigger in a final struggle. But he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, the trigger was as if it were firmly welded there and wouldn't budge. Lu Jin stepped forward and used his spiritual energy to confiscate the gun from Zhou Guangfei's hand. Do you really think your drugs can suppress a high-level psychic? Thank you for your hospitality, but now I'm more interested in what you call the Origin Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, the crew members around the cabin heard the commotion and gathered around. Among these crew members were the psionicists that Zhou Guangfei had mentioned earlier. But when Zhou Guangfei saw these psionic crew members, there was no trace of relief in his eyes. Because he knew very well that the drugs he had given to Lu Jin and the others would not be spared even by his own crew members. The fact that Lu Jin and the others were able to easily become immune to it already shows that their psionic level was not even on the same level as that of their crew. Just as the crew members were about to step into the restaurant area, Silver Moon stepped forward. In an instant, a flood of psionic energy enveloped the entire restaurant area. All the crew members froze in midair, no longer daring to have the slightest desire to move forward. Those who go first will die. Silver Moon drew her blade and simply sat down in the restaurant entrance area. The crew members dared not make the slightest move. Even the psionic crew members, after sensing Silver Moon's psionic aura, were filled with boundless fear. A strong person. The star elf sitting in front of them was an absolute psychic powerhouse. Don't be fooled by her sitting there. If you go up to her now, you'll definitely get killed. They were crew members hired by Zhou Guangfei, and their relationship with Zhou Guangfei had not yet reached the level of sharing life and death. Therefore, at this moment, all the crew members chose to stop and take a few steps back. The restaurant area immediately became a restricted area. Starcy Cowboy glanced at the crew members and picked up his glass with a hint of boredom. He had originally thought that these crew members could still make a splash. As a result, before the waves even rose, the mere pressure of Silver Moon's spiritual energy prevented them from advancing. Now, we can catch up properly, old classmates. Lu Jin smiled faintly and forcibly pressed Zhou Guangfei back into his previous seat. Zhou Guangfei's back was already soaked with sweat. He had thought Lu Jin was strong, but he never expected Lu Jin to be this strong. With so many powerful psychics, this is beyond what money can buy. Seeing Zhou Guangfei's nervousness, Lu Jin smiled faintly, revealing what he considered a kind smile. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. If you tell me the information I want to know, I can guarantee that I will let you leave. Let him go? Real? Certainly. After hearing Lu Jin's promise, Zhou Guangfei was clearly relieved. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. As long as Lu Jin can let him go, there is still hope. Thinking of this, Zhou Guangfei looked at Lu Jin and told him about his experience when he entered the Endless Star Sea. In a way, Zhou Guangfei was lucky. During a chase by space pirates, he accidentally fell into a wormhole. This wormhole was an unstable, random wormhole, but it was this wormhole that allowed him to directly enter the Endless Sea of Stars region. After arriving in the Endless Sea of Stars, Zhou Guangfei had no time to feel fortunate before he was once again pursued by the alien fleet. After a period of pursuit, Zhou Guangfei encountered a member of the Origin Alliance. The Origin Alliance, as the name suggests, is an alliance composed of members who possess Origin warships. They collected various Origin warships from all over the place and classified them into different levels based on their upgrade progress. I heard that the leader of the Origin Alliance has upgraded his Origin warship to the level of a destroyer. That's a Star Destroyer Origin warship. There's probably only one in the entire Endless Star Sea. If it only consumes other materials, the amount of these materials could probably be enough to build a perfect planet. A Star Destroyer-era warship? Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. If that were true, then the owner of this Origin warship must have spent an astronomical amount of materials. Of course, there is another possibility. That means he devoured enough Origin warships. As Zhou Guangfei previously stated, an Origin warship can acquire the upgrade progress of another Origin warship by absorbing it. If he possesses enough Origin warships, he can distribute them to his subordinates and then devour them all when the time is right. At that upgrade speed, it's indeed possible that a Star Destroyer Origin warship could be created. I met a benefactor shortly after joining the Origin Alliance, and this Origin warship is an opportunity he gave me. He gave me a coordinate, and based on that coordinate, I actually found an Origin warship.
Chapter 166 Raising Gu. Inheriting the upgrade progress. Based on the coordinates, an origin warship has been discovered? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle, gaining a general understanding of the Origin Alliance. It is likely that this so-called Origin Alliance was established by a group that possesses a large number of Origin warships. Its primary objective was to distribute its ships. In other words, apart from the top brass, the rest of the so-called Origin Alliance are nothing more than fodder used to upgrade the top brass. But this is also good. For Lu Jin, isn't this a piece of fat meat? Thus, Lu Jin obtained the method to contact the Origin Alliance from Zhou Guangfei. After obtaining all the intelligence, Lu Jin looked at Zhou Guangfei again. You can leave with your crew. I'm only giving you 1 hour. Within an hour, not a single person remained on the ship. Upon hearing this, the other crew members immediately realized what was going on. They ran straight towards the hatch without looking back. After realizing what was happening, Zhou Guangfei looked at Lu Jin pleadingly. Could you reserve a spaceship for me? Time is very precious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guangfei immediately understood. He gritted his teeth and dared not linger any longer, quickly following the other crew members toward the hatch. Before long, all the crew members were forced off the ship. What do we do next? We have no choice but to find a way to leave this place. Damn it. If it weren't for you, you idiot, provoking those powerful figures, how could we have ended up in this situation? That's right. It's all your fault. Now that their ships have been hijacked, they are all isolated and helpless. In an instant, all the crew members vented their anger on Zhou Guangfei. Zhou Guangfei, being only human, had no chance to fight back and was immediately surrounded and attacked by a group of crew members. Just as everyone was getting angry, another ship appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the ship, everyone quickly shifted their attention. At that moment, they grasped at a straw and waved to the ship in the sky. If they were allowed to board this ship, they might be able to save their lives. But at this moment, Yu Tiansong, inside the bridge of the Prometheus, looked at the crew members on the ground and decisively chose to activate the ship's weapon systems. These guys must be the crew of the previous ship. Since that's the case, then I'll take pity on you and send you on your way, so that you may not suffer on this planet. Boom. With one missile, all the crew members were engulfed in the flames of the explosion. Lu Jin glanced at the annihilated fleet crew and immediately ordered his crew to begin transferring the ship's supplies. After all the ship's supplies had been transferred, Lu Jin began to dismantle the Origin warship in front of him. First and foremost is the Origin core, the most crucial area of the Origin warship, specifically the bridge. Lu Jin disassembled the Origin core and then put it into the Origin core of the Prometheus. As soon as the Origin core was decomposed, Lu Jin immediately heard the familiar upgrade notification sound. Ding! A brand new Origin core has been detected and absorbed. Ding! Absorption complete. The ship's upgrade progress has increased to 90%. What? Just by feeding it an Origin core, the upgrade progress has been increased to 90%. This is much faster than painstakingly absorbing large amounts of ship materials yourself. No wonder those guys from the Origin Alliance chose to hand over the Origin warship to someone else. Although Zhou Guangfei's Origin warship's upgrade progress is not high, he can still increase his upgrade progress to 90%. If he upgrades to a medium-sized Origin warship, wouldn't it be possible for me to directly break through and evolve into a large ship by absorbing it? At this moment, the ship's system displayed a large number of system prompts. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the spatial warehouse. Your resource reserves have been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the burst engine. Your ship's speed has been greatly increased. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the multifunctional star map. Your ship's radar range has been greatly increased. As Lu Jin devoured Zhou Guangfei's ship, its upgrade progress was naturally inherited by his own ship. Lu Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the unlocked cabin and functional equipment. How come Zhou Guangfei unlocked such useless cabin functions? Lu Jin had encountered the space warehouse several times before, but compared to other evolutionary options, he decisively abandoned the space warehouse. But for Zhou Guangfei, this thing actually became the best thing. If Zhou Guangfei heard Lu Jin's words, he would definitely curse loudly. The compartment functions unlocked by upgrading the Origin battleship are determined by the materials it consumes. The materials that Lu Jin fed to the Prometheus were not ordinary ship materials. Gem Fleet, Blackrock Pirates, Necromancer ships. Because of these materials, the compartment functions unlocked by the Prometheus each time are far more powerful than those of ordinary Origin warships. But Lu Jin was unaware of this. At that moment, the ship's systems sounded again. Ding. 10 upgrade routes have been detected. Please select the next upgrade route. 10 upgradable routes? Lu Jin even doubted whether he had misheard. When he opened the ship's upgrade panel, he was surprised to find that he had indeed heard correctly. Before him were 10 upgradable route options, each one of which greatly appealed to Lu Jin. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock the Charged Stellar Furnace, unlocking 1000% Superstellar mode. Upgrade Route 2. Unlock the Neutron Star Laboratory and unlock the Neutron Star Missile Weapon. Upgrade Route 3. Unlock the Quantum Communication Center and unlock the Recipe Quantum Swarm. Everything here is great. Looking at the 10 evolution paths before him, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. This further solidified his desire to hunt other Origin warships. If one could gain such a powerful boost by devouring even a small Origin warship. What if you were to devour a medium-sized Origin warship? What about a large Origin warship? Or perhaps a Star Destroyer Origin warship? Thinking about this, Lu Jin suddenly realized something. The Origin warship that he possessed. If it truly reaches the strongest and highest level, could it become a unique, invincible warship capable of deciding the course of a battle? Such thoughts gradually surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. This last thought, like a seed, took root in Lu Jin's mind and began to grow and sprout. Perhaps this is also a path, a trump card that we can create ourselves. Chapter 167 SOS Signal. Corrupted Zombies. Maybe it really is possible. Lu Jin had never imagined this before, but the emergence of the Origin Alliance has given him hope and an opportunity. If the entire Origin Alliance were devoured, all the Origin warships would be merged into one. So, just how powerful will this ship be? Although Lu Jin didn't know the maximum potential of the Origin warship, his gaze was fixed on the upgrade path before him. He was certain that once he devoured all the Origin Alliance's Origin warships, his own ship would grow to an unimaginable size. Ding. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Charged Stellar Furnace, unlocking 1000% Superstellar mode. Of all the evolutionary paths, Lu Jin chose to unlock the power-accumulating Stellar Furnace. Most other evolutionary paths involve adding an attack method to the ship. The 1000% Superstar mode unlocked by the power-up Stellar Furnace is a mode that can significantly boost a ship's combat power in a short period of time. Now, Lu Jin has his own fleet, and its main cannon is the massive weapon, Stellar Elegy. Other weapon systems are far less effective than improving combat power. Just after Lu Jin had finalized the ship's upgrade route, the Colossus's intelligence system suddenly appeared beside him. Captain, just 3 seconds ago, the Colossus received a distress signal from this planet. As he spoke, the Colossus's intelligence system displayed a star map in front of Lu Jin. On the star chart coordinates, the distress signal originates from a canyon terrain. Upon seeing the coordinates, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all and decisively stood up. Since this distress signal could be sent to the Colossus, it suggests that the sender was most likely a true scholar from the Solar Dynasty. Even if not, they must have had an inseparable relationship with the realist scholars of the Sun Dynasty. Their main purpose in coming to this planet was to rescue these people. Therefore, Lu Jin did not delay at all. Cheryl transformed into her dragon form and led Lu Jin and the others directly toward the coordinates. The Prometheus followed closely behind, so that it could quickly support Lu Jin and the others on the ground in case of an accident. Soon, Shiria arrived above the canyon. The Valley of Life, formed from a mixture of flesh and minerals, has faint glimpses of smoke rising from the chimneys of civilization at its bottom. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately instructed Cheryl to move closer to the source of the rising smoke. It's right there. Based on the coordinates and the location of the smoke, Cheryl immediately led everyone toward the bottom of the canyon. But when Lu Jin arrived at the bottom of the canyon, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Because at the source of the smoke, a makeshift fire had just been extinguished. However, it wasn't extinguished by the user, but rather by some creature trampling on it. A large amount of charcoal residue was scattered haphazardly on the ground. There were even embers still burning on it. Therefore, it can be inferred that this group of people must have been attacked by wild animals. Finding them was really not easy. The successive attacks by wild beasts made Lu Jin clearly realize that a huge change had occurred on this planet. If they continue to stay, their lives will likely be in danger. Just then, Lu Jin's keen hearing picked up a wail. Not only Lu Jin, but also Yin Yu and the others heard the sound. The group immediately followed the sound and soon spotted a figure. Linglong was even more excited when she saw the figure. Because the person in front of her had the characteristics of someone from the Sun Dynasty, he was clearly one of her kind. But just as Linglong was about to approach, Lu Jin grabbed her. Wait, don't come any closer. Before Lu Jin could speak, the person opposite him took the initiative to tell everyone not to approach him. Only then did everyone realize it. The body of this citizen of the Sun Dynasty was now covered by a clump of slimy creature. The sludge had already swallowed half of his body, and it was moving toward his head at an alarming speed. Seeing this, everyone frowned slightly. Even they had never seen such a bizarre creature. Seeing this, Linglong looked to Lu Jin for help, as he was the first kindred spirit she had ever met. He's beyond saving. If I'm not mistaken, the creature on his body is a kind of decay spore. Once a creature comes into contact with these spores, it will be gradually parasitized by the spores and eventually become a kind of being called a corrupted zombie. Once a creature transforms into a corrupted zombie, it will be controlled by spores and continue to spread corrupted spores. Lu Jin never expected that the four races were the most terrifying in the assimilation war. He has already met the voidlings, the warp demons, and the true ancestors of the vampires. I originally thought I would only see the corrupted zombies when the assimilation war broke out. But by a twist of fate, he unexpectedly encountered these guys on this life-bearing planet. If you have anything to say, please tell us. Based on the activity level of the spores on your body, you have less than 10 minutes to turn into a corrupted zombie. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the people of the Sun Dynasty opposite them looked up at the sky as if resigned to their fate. It turned out he only had 10 minutes left to survive. Fortunately, he saw other people of his kind before he died, and their fellow human beings are doing quite well. This demonstrates that their persistent plan to spread the seeds of civilization has not failed. My name is Colossal, and I am a member of the realist scholars of the Sun Dynasty. I once participated in the construction of 3 large engineering ships, the Colossus, the Mountain Guardian, and the Arcane. After the Civilization Seed project was launched, I was assigned to Exploration Team 231 to conduct research on various planets. We discovered special spores on this planet, and we originally wanted to tame and utilize these infinitely vibrant spores. But in the end, it was still a failure. These spores were a disaster. We started the disaster ourselves. It was as if they had already realized that their time was running out. The people of the Sun Dynasty before him told Lu Jin everything they knew. After listening to the other party's account, Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious. According to the other party's description, the reason he was targeted by the corruption spores was because many creatures on this planet had turned into corruption creatures. They were targeted by the corrupting creatures and infected with corrupting spores. Besides you, how many other survivors are there? Besides, just as the other party was about to reveal the number of survivors, the corrupted spores on his body suddenly became much more active. In an instant, the corrupting spores transformed into a gaping maw, devouring the entire body of this citizen of the Sun Dynasty. Chapter 168 Survivors. Leave. Seeing this, Lu Jin quickly retreated several steps. Seeing this, the others quickly became alert as well. As Lu Jin had just told them, once the corrupting spores completely devour a creature, that creature will become a corrupted organism driven by the spores. If you are targeted by corrupting creatures, you may be infected with corrupting spores if you are not careful. Shiria, use your psionic dragon fire to burn this entire area to the ground. Although putrefactive spores spread extremely quickly, they are not without their nemesis. It can be completely destroyed by burning it with high-temperature weapons. Clear. Shiria spat out a mouthful of psionic dragon fire without hesitation. Before the corrupting spores could react, the high-temperature dragon flames quickly burned them to ashes. Even so, Lu Jin remained vigilant. Among the main races in the assimilation war, the corruption spores are the weakest in terms of strength, but they are definitely the most numerous. The body of a single corrupted zombie is infested with billions of spores. Although these spores are fragile, their sheer number makes up for it. On the battlefield, one could be attacked by corruption spores if one was not careful, so during the assimilation war, wherever corruption creatures appeared, they were targeted. After the war ends, that area will surely be reduced to scorched earth. Similarly, Lu Jin is no exception now. After burning all the corrupted spores in front of him to ashes, Lu Jin even had Cheryl use her psionic dragon breath to burn the surrounding area as well. Only after confirming that there were no decaying spores remaining did Lu Jin dare to continue forward. Not long after they started moving forward, Lu Jin heard a commotion ahead. I've really had enough. If he hadn't brought that monster back to the base, would we be in this situation now? Stop arguing. What's the point of saying all this now? The most urgent thing is to get to the next base and see if there's a spaceship that can leave this planet. Our next outpost. Most of our outposts have lost signal. Must be because those monsters have discovered our intentions. We're doomed. We're destined to become parasites of those monsters. In front of the fire, several citizens of the Sun Dynasty were arguing fiercely. The series of unexpected events they have encountered these days have brought them to the brink of mental collapse. Now, they are the only ones left in the entire squad. Under the threat of death, no one can remain calm. But just as they were arguing, Lu Jin and the others appeared in their line of sight. Lu Jin's appearance instantly put them on alert. But then they saw Ling Long, and they saw their people. Ling Long's appearance quickly calmed these citizens of the Sun Dynasty down. Who are you people? We came to rescue you after receiving a distress signal. Lu Jin briefly explained the situation to the people in front of him. Their eyes lit up instantly when they heard that Lu Jin was the current owner of the Colossus. Of the several large engineering vessels they built, only the giant god is now under Lu Jin's control. After all, the conditions that each engineering vessel must inherit are the same. That means melting the body of the night undead into metal and injecting it into the altar. In the vast sea of stars, how many dare to oppose the undead of the night? They had all given up hope on the Civilization Seed project, but Lu Jin's appearance gave them hope again. So, you really have eliminated quite a few night elf undead? The captain annihilated a Dark Knight necromancer fleet led by the Earl. Before Lu Jin could speak, Ling Long began to recount Lu Jin's many great achievements. These scholars would have been skeptical if these words had come from someone else. But these words came from Ling Long's mouth, even though they were both citizens of the Sun Dynasty. Moreover, Ling Long escaped from the enslavement of the Dark Knight undead, and no one hated the Dark Knight undead more than she did. After confirming that both sides were allies, an elderly man from the Sun Dynasty stepped forward. Great Captain, thank you for saving us. Hong Yin, a scholar of the Sun Dynasty, expresses his highest respect to you. Before the other person could finish speaking, Lu Jin interrupted their polite remarks. It's not time for the two sides to chat casually yet. The planet is now overrun by decaying spores, and the probability of them parasitizing increases with every minute they remain on the planet's surface. Therefore, Lu Jin said that their most important task now was to board his ship as soon as possible. There are no other survivors besides you, are there? It's just us left. Since that's the case, then leave here immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble again. Roar. Accompanied by a beast's roar, a Tyrannosaurus Rex creature covered in corrupting spores suddenly appeared at a bend in the canyon not far away. Upon seeing Lu Jin and the others, the corrupted Tyrannosaurus quickly turned its gaze towards them. Immediately afterwards, the corrupted Tyrannosaurus charged straight toward them. During the raid, spore clusters formed from decaying spores would occasionally fall to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Jin snorted coldly and mobilized his spiritual energy. With the aid of psionic energy, the flames in the bonfire quickly rose up and transformed into a scorching wall of fire. Lu Jin manipulated the fire wall to directly envelop the corrupted Tyrannosaurus in front of him. The corrupted Tyrannosaurus was engulfed by flames and instantly burned to ashes. Upon seeing this, the scattered clumps of decaying spores quickly dispersed, breaking into smaller pieces and merging into the ground. The putrefactive spores are extremely small and are difficult to detect with the naked eye if they are incorporated into dust. But Lu Jin didn't care at all and released a large amount of spiritual energy. Terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire canyon. Upon seeing this, the people of the Sun Dynasty couldn't help but widen their eyes. Lu Jin's methods of dealing with these corrupted creatures were actually more skillful than theirs. Just then, the Prometheus arrived above the canyon. Lu Jin and the others quickly boarded the ship. Once aboard the ship, Lu Jin immediately ordered everyone to undergo disinfection and inspection, leaving no opportunity for the corrosive spores to penetrate. Just then, from the jungle not far from the ship, a corrupted bird flew straight toward the Prometheus. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately activated the missile weapon system. Boom! The missile struck the corrupted bird, and the explosion instantly engulfed it. But at that moment, a series of attacks began to occur, and Lu Jin frowned slightly upon seeing this. It seems these corrupting creatures don't want us to leave so easily. Yu Tiansong, activate all weapon systems and mobilize all ships in satellite orbit. Chapter 169 The Sky Burns. A 1000% star elegy. How about we move all the ships in orbit here? Upon hearing Lu Jin's order,
Yu Tiansong was momentarily confused. In his view, the creatures that attacked the ships were nothing more than native creatures of this planet. If we're dealing with these native creatures, wouldn't the weapon systems carried by their own ships be sufficient? Is it necessary to bring the entire fleet over? But faced with Lu Jin's order, Yu Tiansong was only slightly puzzled, but his actions showed no hesitation. Soon, the Sun Whale-class battleships in the planet's orbit, as well as the Silent Coffin and the Colossus, gathered around. Meanwhile, the realist scholars aboard the ship had tears welling up in their eyes upon seeing the Sun Whale-class battleship. Unexpectedly, in their lifetime, they would actually see the Sun Whale-class battleship and the Colossus engineering ship. After all the ships were in position, the swarms of corrupting spores on the ground seemed to sense the impending danger. The large number of decaying spores broke into smaller groups and hid directly in the rocky crevices of the planet. The will to survive tells them that they must now hide. But how could Lu Jin let them off so easily? All ships, listen to my command, and immediately bombard the surface of this planet. All weapons and all ammunition were unleashed. Should we immediately launch a carpet bombing campaign? Upon hearing Lu Jin's order, Starship Cowboy, sitting inside the ship, couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Fortunately, I chose to take sides in advance and stood on Lu Jin's side. Upon boarding the ship, Lu Jin had already instructed his men to notify the Starship Cowboys who were still on the ground. If they haven't left by now, they'll probably only face certain death. Without the slightest hesitation, the captains of many ships resolutely chose to carry out Lu Jin's orders. A large number of ship weapons were activated, and countless laser missiles rained down on the planet's surface. The massive shockwave from the explosion directly blew out all the corrupted spores that were hidden in the shadows. Before the corrupted spores could hide again, the second wave of attacks followed, eliminating all the exposed corrupted spores. These putrefactive spores tried to escape, and countless putrefactive spores gathered in one place, forming a wave. Everyone was horrified to see the spore waves appearing on the planet's surface. What the hell is this thing? The number of putrefactive spores has reached such a terrifying level? Thankfully, we didn't stay on that planet for too long. The sheer number of people there was terrifying. Keep bombing. We absolutely cannot let these corrupted spores remain in this world. When everyone saw the terrifying number of corrupted spores, the attack showed no mercy. Although the corrupted spores were not very intelligent, they quickly realized that the fleet in the sky was specifically targeting them. The will to survive fueled a surge of anger within the corrupted spores. Numerous corrupted spores coalesced into a giant, and with a wave of its hand, cannonball-like spore swarms hurtled straight toward the ship. Seeing this, numerous ships quickly took off, preventing the spores from attaching to the ships. But these decaying spore clusters transformed into birds in the air. A large number of corrupted birds attacked the ship's shields, fearlessly consuming the ship's energy despite the shield's energy intrusion. Lu Jin seemed to have anticipated this, and had already launched the ship into outer space. Looking down from outer space, the countless decaying spores are like an anomaly on this planet, and they can still be clearly seen even in space. But standing here, you can more directly feel the terrifying number and reproductive capacity of these putrefactive spores. The sheer number of these corrupted spores is enormous. Even the void swarm appears minuscule in comparison. Looking down at the army of decaying spores, Yun Mingyan couldn't help but sigh. Even she, who had experienced countless battles, was overwhelmed by the astonishing number of corrupted spores before her. If the sleepers were to face these corrupted spores, could they prevail? This question popped into Yun Mingyan's mind. She also gradually discovered that after stepping into the endless sea of stars, more and more powerful enemies began to appear. If I continue to be lazy, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with Lu Jin's pace. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze fell on the charging progress of Stellar Elegy. Today, the charging rate of Stellar Elegy is incomparable to what it used to be. In just 1 hour, the Stellar Elegy had already reached 100% charging speed. But that's not enough. Lu Jin wants to destroy this planet and nip all the corrupting spores in the bud. Corrosive spores lack the ability to travel between stars. They can only do so by parasitizing other organisms. Therefore, as long as all the corrupt spores on this planet are eradicated, perhaps this could lead to the annihilation of one of the terrifying races in the war of assimilation. Activate the charged stellar furnace. Perfect. Let's give these decaying spores a try. Just how terrifying is the power of the Stellar Elegy in its superstellar mode? The power-accumulating stellar furnace began to operate, and a pure and astonishing surge of energy instantly permeated all the equipment on the entire ship. With the infusion of furnace energy, the main cannon, Stellar Elegy, shone even brighter at the muzzle. At this moment, the entire ship began to rock. This is because the energy of the main cannon Star's Lament has reached an extremely astonishing level. If it continues to build up power, there is a risk of the barrel exploding. Lu Jin couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. This superstellar mode was actually this powerful? All ships, retreat immediately. The lament for the stars has now reached a point where it must be uttered. To avoid accidentally harming his own people, Lu Jin immediately ordered all ships to begin evacuating from the planet's surface. All ships immediately obeyed the order and swiftly evacuated the inhabited planet. The moment the last ship withdrew, Lu Jin pressed the launch button. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light as bright as the sun fell directly onto the surface of the life-bearing planet. Boom! A massive energy wave began to spread from the point where the beam struck. A terrifying energy wave swept across the entire surface of the planet, until finally the waves collided on the opposite side of the planet. The entire life-bearing planet was suddenly engulfed in an extremely powerful energy shockwave. This energy shockwave was so powerful that even ships in outer space could clearly detect it. The beam of light dissipated. The main cannon of Stellar Elegy has returned to a cooling state. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the life-bearing planet bombarded by the Stellar Lament. Chapter 170 holds a secret. The Celestial Leviathan. The once vibrant green planet is now a scorched wasteland. The scorched earth was pitch black, and flames still lingered on the ground. The entire planet is now shrouded in an atmosphere of destruction and despair. But this is not the end. In the region bombarded by the Stellar Lament, there is a massive crater that leads straight to the Earth's core. The planet's core has shattered, and a massive amount of energy has exploded inside. The entire planet was instantly shattered into pieces, and the massive energy shockwave contained within it caused the star C to experience a second energy impact. Once all the energy shockwaves dissipated, what came into view was a sphere composed of countless fragments of planets. These scattered fragments will one day in the future reassemble to form a small celestial body. Even so, without its internal core, even if it were to reassemble, it would be nothing more than a worthless dead star. Sitting on the bridge, Lu Jin looked at the life-bearing planet that had been torn to pieces and couldn't help but think to himself. Having already done this much, those corrupting spores should have been completely eliminated by now. However, just in case, Lu Jin decided to scan the planet in front of him to some extent. Lu Jin dared not let his guard down for the slightest when dealing with such troublesome natural disaster-level creatures as the corruption spores. The fleet will remain here for 12 hours, during which time it will scan the planet's celestial data and make every effort to completely eradicate the corrupting spores on this planet. Stay for 12 hours to continue scanning celestial bodies? This was the first time Yu Tiansong had heard Lu Jin treat a living being so seriously. He was unaware of the horror of the putrefactive spores. However, Yin Yu and the others deeply understood the terrifying nature of the corrupting spores. Therefore, when faced with Lu Jin's orders, they immediately accepted them without the slightest hesitation. Lu Jin then explained the existence of the corrupting spores to Yu Tiansong and the others. Upon learning about the characteristics of the putrefactive spores, Yu Tiansong felt a chill run down his spine. Could there really be such terrifying creatures in the endless sea of stars? Such power is even more terrifying than that of the previous Void Zerg. The Void Zerg's strength lies in their powerful evolutionary and reproductive capabilities. The horror of putrefactive spores lies in their terrifying number and imperceptible size. After receiving a series of educational sessions, the fleet's crew members dared not slack off in the slightest. While scanning celestial bodies, they also scanned and surveyed the ships themselves, ensuring that the corrupted spores would have no chance to take hold. Just then, Lu Jin received a message from a ship. Report. We have discovered a fragment of an unidentified organism within one of the celestial bodies. Fragments of an unidentified creature? Upon seeing this news, Lu Jin couldn't help but become interested. Therefore, Lu Jin decisively went to the ship where the unidentified creature fragments were found. Upon entering the ship's cabin, several crew members were already there, all of them wearing protective suits. The leader of the crew was a sleeper, who was using various instruments to scan and examine the chunk of flesh in front of him. Upon seeing Lu Jin's arrival, many crew members immediately turned their attention to him. Captain,
We have discovered this fragment of an unidentified organism within a piece of celestial debris. We tested the celestial fragments we found at the time and this unidentified biological fragment, and determined that there were no decaying spores on it. Our initial tests indicate that the unidentified biological fragments before us are carbon-based life forms. The test results of the celestial debris indicate that it is a fragment from the inner region of the planet's core. Therefore, we speculate that this organism is a carbon-based life form living in the core region of a planet with life. Lu Jin approached the fragment of the unidentified creature, which, based on its appearance, was the flesh and skin tissue of an unidentified organism. The outer surface has a scaly structure. Lu Jin examined it and found that the inside of the scales contained a large amount of keratinous material that was not yet fully developed. As for the flesh and blood, based on the muscle fibers and cell structure, one can deduce the approximate size of the creature in front of them. Subsequently, the sleepers used the think tank computer system set up inside the ship to quickly construct a biological model. Based on biological models, the creature in front of us is estimated to be of an extremely large size. Its size is even comparable to the voidling megadevour recorded in the think tank. Celestial-level organisms, with scale-like structures, survive inside habitable planets. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, and the name of a creature immediately came to mind. The celestial Leviathan behemoth. A gigantic monster that is extremely rare and possesses immense power. An adult Leviathan behemoth can even devour all the stars in an entire galaxy in a short period of time. However, the reproduction of such a behemoth is extremely difficult because the egg of the celestial Leviathan is a planet. In order to provide nutrition for the young animals, these planets often have a large amount of life energy. Therefore, these eggs are often targeted by various civilizations and become their mining veins. As the mineral veins are mined and life energy is depleted, the young of the celestial Leviathan will die in the womb. It is obvious that the fragment of the unidentified life form in front of us is the corpse fragment of a Leviathan cub. After layers of comparison by the think tank's computers, the results were presented to everyone. DNA comparison results completed. The probability that this organism is a Leviathan is 99.999%. Just as I expected. Lu Jin felt a surge of relief at that moment. Luckily, I discovered the presence of the decaying spores in advance. If the corrupted spores were to actually devour the entire planet, they would surely discover the existence of the celestial body Leviathan. In order to leave this planet, the corrupted spores will inevitably try to hatch the celestial body Leviathan. At that time, the celestial body Leviathan will most likely become the source for spreading and hatching spores. Unfortunately, all the plans have now been ruined by Lu Jin's single shot. Now, Lu Jin has instead obtained the DNA of the celestial body Leviathan. In other words, as long as Lu Jin accumulates enough biological agents, he can build his own Leviathan behemoth army. In the remaining time, collect as many fragments of the celestial body Leviathan as possible. Of course, while collecting biological fragments, we must not forget our original mission. Clear. Lu Jin was in a great mood after being given the extra task. At that moment, another piece of news followed. After being persuaded by Linglong, the realist scholars of the Sun Dynasty also expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to Lu Jin. Their condition was simple. Lu Jin only needed to preserve their solar dynasty lineage when establishing the planetary civilization. Chapter 171 Elysium Planet. Split into two groups. My child, you've worked so hard. After hearing about Linglong's experiences, many scholars of realism expressed their concern for her. But Linglong has long since escaped the shadow of the Dark Knight Undead. After all, she had personally witnessed Lu Jin destroy the entire Dark Knight Undead fleet and kill the Dark Knight Undead Earl. This directly shattered her impression that the Dark Knight Necromancer was invincible. So, even the undead can die. At this time, the realist scholars also seem to have made some kind of decision. We, as descendants of the Sun Dynasty, have been wandering for far too long. Mr. Lu Jin's appearance now undoubtedly gives us hope for a comeback. Therefore, we plan to gather all the realist scholars to jointly assist Mr. Lu Jin in establishing an unprecedented Star Sea dynasty. The Sun Dynasty is now a thing of the past. But Lu Jin, as a rising star in the sea of stars, is undoubtedly their best asset. Linglong looked at the realist scholar in front of her, hesitating whether or not to reveal the cloning chamber. At this moment, Lu Jin had already returned to the cabin. Captain. Upon seeing Lu Jin return, Linglong immediately went over to him. Lu Jin looked at the realist scholars in front of him, and he also attached great importance to these realist scholars. After all, what they possessed was the essence of an entire dynasty's history. The scholars of the realist school looked at Lu Jin, who had a youthful appearance, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Perhaps, this is the inevitable trend. With this in mind, one of the realist scholars found a star chart. Captain, we have heard that you are planning to find a suitable planet in the endless sea of stars to establish a base. Coincidentally, we realist scholars have spent many years traveling throughout the endless starry sea and have selected many planets suitable as bases. If you wish, you can visit this planet called Elysium. Elysium is the planet selected by realist scholars as the most suitable for establishing civilization among all habitable planets. This planet not only has a stable climate, but also various different ecological environments exist in different parts of the planet. Most importantly, there are still a large number of ancient civilization ruins on the surface of this planet that have not yet been unlocked. The various ancient civilization relics not only prove that this planet is an extremely suitable one, it can also bring them tremendous technological support. After the realist scholar explained the benefits of Elysium, Lu Jin stroked his chin and suggested that they could establish a base on that planet. However, Lu Jin does not currently intend to go directly to the planet of bliss. After collecting the DNA sample of the celestial Leviathan, Lu Jin was eager to create enough biological agents to recreate the celestial Leviathan. Therefore, Lu Jin's next goal is to go to another resource planet, collect enough resources to sell, and thus obtain enough funds. After hearing Lu Jin's next plan, the realist scholars were also somewhat troubled. This was completely different from their anticipated plan. But soon they realized that they were now serving Lu Jin. Therefore, whether Lu Jin intends to first accumulate resources or first establish fixed strongholds, it doesn't matter. All they had to do was use the knowledge they had acquired to help Lu Jin. With this in mind, the realist scholars selected a brand new planetary coordinate system from among the many star map coordinates. Since Captain wants to acquire enough resources, we can head to this planet next. This ocean planet is rich in aquamarine minerals, which are extremely valuable even in the endless sea of stars. Most importantly, this ocean planet has a research base that we have established. According to a message sent by a realist scholar from this ocean planet, beneath the surface of this ocean planet lies the ruins of a portal. Their main objective was to restore the portal. Once the portal is activated and put to use, they can transform this ocean planet into an endless vein of minerals that continuously yields riches. After listening to the introduction by the realist scholar, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. There are actually such resource-rich planets? Originally, he planned to make a fortune and then head straight to Elysium to establish a permanent base and enhance his combat power. But to my surprise, the planetary coordinates provided by the realist scholars even foresaw the subsequent sustainable development of resources. It must be said that Lu Jin truly admired these scholars who advocated authenticity. Since that's the case, we'll split into two groups. You can pilot the Colossus and be the first to reach Elysium and establish a base. Meanwhile, I led the other ships to ocean planets to mine minerals and accumulate resources. Split into two groups. To everyone's surprise, Lu Jin would make this decision. But upon closer reflection, doing it this way would indeed be more efficient. After all, base construction and resource acquisition can be carried out simultaneously. If you do one thing at a time, the overall efficiency will actually decrease significantly. With this in mind, no one chose to oppose the outcome. Soon, under Lu Jin's arrangement, the ship was divided into two parts. The Colossus and two Sunwhale-class battleships split off to form an independent fleet and headed toward Elysium. This fleet carried a large amount of infrastructure materials, with the aim of quickly establishing a base on Elysium. For Lu Jin now, a base that can be used to produce various resources is very important. Only by establishing his own stronghold can he gain a foothold in the endless sea of stars and gradually expand his influence. Of course, the prerequisite for establishing an excellent stronghold is to have a sufficiently strong foundation. Lu Jin's current resources are far from sufficient to support the construction of a base. Therefore, he needs to collect enough resources. After setting the planet's coordinates, the remaining ships quickly headed towards the ocean planet marked on the star map. Soon, Lu Jin's fleet also arrived at the so-called ocean planet. As realist scholars have stated, the entire planet is covered by oceans. Its deepest parts are almost at the Earth's core. On such a planetary surface, ships cannot land at all, so in order to better collect resources, Lu Jin released the Fong drones. A large number of Fong drones rapidly headed towards the sea surface, and the moment they hit the water,
they immediately activated deep sea mode. In deep sea mode, the Fong drone can perfectly perform underwater tasks. Chapter 172 Underwater Ruins. Goodbye, Mermaid Eve. As realist scholars have stated, the seabed of this ocean planet holds vast amounts of aquamarine minerals. Aquamarine is a special mineral found in marine topography. This mineral has extremely high commercial value, even in the endless star sea region. Just 1 gram of aquamarine ore is worth tens of thousands of credits. The Fong-shaped drones continued to mine the aquamarine minerals at the bottom of the ocean, while Lu Jin and his team piloted their spaceships directly into the deep sea. Based on the coordinates provided by the realist scholars, another team of realist scholars established a research base in the deep sea region of this ocean planet to facilitate the study of the portal. Next, they will travel to the area where this research base is located. Through the spaceship's window, Lu Jin could see dark shadows occasionally flashing by in the deep sea area. Various enormous objects would occasionally appear on the spacecraft's radar. However, upon sensing the psionic pressure emanating from the spaceship, these colossal creatures fled the area like stray dogs. For these colossal creatures of the deep sea, nothing is more terrifying than an unknown, powerful being. Lu Jin continued downwards until the surrounding environment became completely dark. The deep sea was pitch black, with not a single ray of light in sight. But for a psychic like Lu Jin, these are not problems at all. Under the probing power of spiritual energy, nothing around him could escape Lu Jin's perception. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Jin realized they had arrived at their destination when the radar in front of him showed an object in front of him. At the bottom of the pitch-black sea, a massive laboratory sits. The exterior of this massive laboratory is constructed with a large amount of material to ensure that the light inside does not escape. Otherwise, in this deep-sea region, even a glimmer of light could attract an unknown behemoth. Lu Jin sent a signal in the direction of the laboratory. Specific signal frequencies. This is how realist scholars communicate. Not long after, a sliver of light suddenly appeared before Lu Jin, who then realized that the strange object in front of him was actually a huge laboratory door. As you enter the building, the water level gradually drops, and the spaceship is exposed to a dry environment. When Lu Jin and the others stepped out of the spaceship, the small door next to the main door opened as well. Several realist scholars emerged from the small door. These realist scholars couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing Lu Jin's appearance. The young man in front of them didn't seem to be from their Sun dynasty either. Of course, Lu Jin was prepared in advance, and he handed over the identity verification materials prepared by the realist scholar to the other party. Upon seeing the identity information encrypted using their unique methods, the other party's level of trust in Lu Jin and his companions immediately increased. Since we are allies, there's no need for us to be too reserved. The area you are in now is the underwater research center established by our realist scholars. The main task of our research center is to study the portal ruins that have appeared on the seabed of this planet. As they spoke, the realist scholars led Lu Jin to the most central area of the laboratory. Compared to the realist scholars scattered across the planet of life, the number of realist scholars in this research center far exceeded Lu Jin's expectations. Everyone was studying a huge, dilapidated stargate. Upon seeing the stargate, Lu Jin couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. This look of surprise was instantly noticed by the realist scholar next to him. Sir, you seem to know the origins of this stargate? No, I don't know the origin of this stargate, but I have seen ancient technology with the same symbols as this stargate. That's right. The moment Lu Jin saw the dilapidated stargate, he noticed that it had symbols that were exactly the same as those used in the ancient technology of Sun Luo Star. This means that the stargate in front of us and the directional black hole teleportation device on Sun Luo Star are very likely products of the same civilization. After hearing Lu Jin's account, many scholars of the realist school of thought became very interested in the ancient technology he described. But now, it's clear that it's not the time to return to Sun Luo Star. Lu Jin was still unsure whether all the orcs on that planet had left. Realist scholars kept in mind the ancient technologies mentioned by Lu Jin. However, they were not in a hurry to study the ancient technology mentioned by Lu Jin, because their research on this stargate had reached a critical point. Based on our understanding of this stargate over the years, we have completely restored the damaged parts of the stargate. During this period, we have been trying to use the ocean resources of this planet as an energy source to power the stargate in front of us. If the experiment is successful, it will undoubtedly be a huge success for our research. Lu Jin was also startled when he heard these words.
These realist scholars have actually finished repairing this Stargate? If that's the case, then my trip has been worthwhile. After all, he had already established a close partnership with the Sun Dynasty, and the research results of the realist scholars were also his own research results. If this Stargate technology were in my own hands, I could rely on the information I had in my mind. I am confident that I can build a huge resource network in a short period of time. Just as Lu Jin was about to check how the Stargate worked, his personal terminal lit up again. In an emergency communication, Yu Tiansong, who was orbiting the planet, notified Lu Jin almost without stopping. Lu Jin, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? The fact that Yu Tiansong was so flustered meant that the matter must be quite serious. Before Lu Jin could ask any further questions, Yu Tiansong sent him a picture. The image shows a fleet of dozens of ships that has somehow arrived near this ocean planet. And look at their sailing route. It's clear they're heading straight for the ocean planet right in front of them. Most importantly, among these ships, a ship that Lu Jin was all too familiar with came into his view. The flagship of the Howling Shark Pirates, piloted by the mermaid Eve, is the Raging Wave. Upon seeing the appearance of the Raging Waves, Lu Jin could no longer continue his tour of the underwater laboratory. If other ships of the Howling Shark Pirates were to appear here, Lu Jin could simply ignore them. But this time, the ship that appeared here was the flagship of the Howling Shark Pirate crew, the Raging Waves. Chapter 173 Conflict of Interest. Formal meeting. The presence of the Raging Waves here indicates that Eve, the leader of the Howling Shark Pirates, is also present. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for me to get to know Eve the mermaid. Meanwhile, the mermaid Eve was leaning back in her seat on the bridge, resting with her eyes closed and breathing evenly. The moment the ship entered the orbit of the ocean planet satellite, the mermaid Eve seemed to sense something and opened her eyes. Upon seeing this, the crew members nearby quickly reported the current situation to the mermaid Eve. Captain, our fleet has successfully entered the planet's satellite orbit. Next, should we send mining drones into the deep sea of the planet to mine aquamarine? Before the mermaid Eve could speak, the first mate patted the crew member on the head in an annoyed tone. Do I really need to report such a small matter to my older sister? With the ships already in satellite orbit, it's only natural to quickly dispatch data collection drones into the deep sea. Otherwise, do you think our fleet traveled all this way just for sightseeing? Just then, a message came from one of the ships. This indicates that they discovered traces of another fleet in the planet's orbit. Upon hearing this news, the mermaid Eve raised her eyelids slightly, showing a hint of interest. She purchased the coordinates of this ocean planet from a group of navigators at a high price. What the mermaid Eve was after was not the large amount of aquamarine minerals found at the bottom of the ocean planet. What she values are the remnants of civilization left on this planet. A few years ago, I discovered the ruins of a civilization on the surface of a barren planet. After exploration, some remnants of technology were obtained. These technologies aren't exactly high-end, but they're not something she can easily master right now. Therefore, over the years, she has been searching for similar types of cultural relics. All this is so that one day I can fully master these technologies and use them to benefit my hometown. Send a delegation to negotiate and get them to leave the planet immediately. The mermaid Eve gave the order. However, this order caused dissatisfaction among some crew members. Big sister, are you just going to let them go like this? That's right, we are the Howling Shark Pirates. Why bother reasoning with them? We have no idea how many minerals they've mined on this planet. We might as well just rob them and save ourselves a lot of trouble. Shut up. You guys have really gotten too big for your britches lately, daring to question even the eldest sister's orders? At this moment, the diamond warrior Salim stepped forward. He went straight to the crew member who had spoken first, and a dense aura of malevolence instantly enveloped the crew member like a tidal wave. Immediately afterwards, the diamond god of war Salim placed his palm directly on the top of the crew member's head. The crew member's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Just then, the mermaid Eve spoke again. Salim, that's enough. This is just a warning. I don't want anyone to question my orders next time. The situation in the endless starry sea is becoming increasingly chaotic, and everything we do is to protect our home when disaster strikes. We are pirates, but before that, we were called the Atlantis Defense Force. I hope you will not forget your true identity. Eve's words immediately brought the crew to their senses. That's right, everything they did was for Atlantis. Just then, the mermaid Eve received another message from her crew. The opposing fleet actually dispatched several spaceships towards them. Furthermore, based on the spaceship's flight trajectory, their target was none other than the flagship, the Raging Waves. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, the mermaid Eve was somewhat surprised. Oh, since they can recognize our flagship, it means they know our identity very well. Now that they know who we are, instead of running away, they're coming towards us? Interesting. Open the flagship spaceship's hangar door and let me have a look at them. The hangar door opened, and Lu Jin smiled as he looked at it. The other party's actions have proven that the Howling Shark Pirates are not purely a group of evil pirates. This also proves that there is still an opportunity for cooperation between himself and the Howling Shark Pirates. The spaceship entered the hangar. When Lu Jin and the others came out of the spaceship, the hangar had already been occupied by the pirate crew. Of course, the reason these crew members were standing here was not to guard against Lu Jin. They were just there to watch the spectacle, since their captain was right there. The crew members had absolute confidence in Eve's abilities. That's why they're standing here, so leisurely watching the spectacle. The guy walking at the very front looks like a human from Earth. Humans? The leader of these people is a human? That's incredibly lame. Haha, can you take a look at the guys behind this human from Earth? Wow, a star-hunting dragon? A star elf? Both of them are high-level psionicists. Not only that, but the group of guys behind them wearing power armor, I couldn't sense their physical form. They seemed to be pure psionic polymers. In just one encounter, the crew of the Howling Shark Pirates changed their attitude from contempt to seriousness. Some of the more cautious pirate crew members even secretly equipped themselves with weapons in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. As the mermaid Eve looked at Lu Jin in front of her, the memory of their meeting at the Star of Nations resurfaced in her mind. I never expected that our reunion would happen so soon. I forgot to introduce myself last time. My name is Lu Jin. Lu Jin. The moment Lu Jin's name appeared, all the members of the Howling Shark Pirates stared wide-eyed, hardly believing their eyes. Meanwhile, Salim, the diamond warrior standing behind the mermaid Eve, took a half-step forward, ready to fight at any moment. The mermaid Eve was also somewhat surprised, but this surprise was fleeting in her eyes. So, you are Lu Jin, the one who destroyed the Blackstone Pirates. I must say, you are far more different than I imagined. And the last time we met, you weren't a psychic. Now your psychic power has reached an extremely large level. With such a terrifying rate of growth, it's no surprise that the BlackRock Pirates were defeated by you. Perhaps in time, you will become even stronger than me. Upon hearing this, Salim couldn't help but look at the mermaid Eve. Chapter 174. A Duel Invitation. Silver Moon versus Salim. Salim knew all too well the strength of his leader. But now, the mermaid Eve has actually said these words. This was unacceptable to Salim, because in his mind, although Lu Jin had become a psionicist, he was still essentially a human from Earth. Not only Salim, but the other crew members thought so too. Lu Jin keenly sensed the hostility between the other crew members. Far from being annoyed, he felt even more admiration for Eve, the mermaid in front of him. That single sentence was enough to demonstrate the crew's trust in Eve the mermaid. Other pirate crews probably couldn't have done this. After exchanging pleasantries, the mermaid Eve was the first to point out the current problem. That is the most direct conflict of interest between the two fleets. Clearly, this ocean planet is now being targeted by two forces. Lu Jin will not easily let go of this ocean planet, and neither will the mermaid Eve. This planet not only possesses abundant aquamarine mineral resources, but also contains extremely rare remnants of civilization's technology. Therefore, unless you can provide me with a reasonable solution, I will not easily hand over this ocean planet to someone else. Of course, I have no ill intentions towards you, and our Howling Shark pirate crew is not a warmonger. Everything we do is simply to protect our own interests. At this point, the mermaid Eve also looked at Lu Jin across from her. She deliberately assigned this conflict resolution problem to Lu Jin, which was also a test of Lu Jin's abilities. If Lu Jin were merely a brute who knew how to solve problems with force, the Blackstone Pirates wouldn't have fallen so suddenly at his hands. Of course, if Lu Jin's answer fails to satisfy the mermaid Eve, she wouldn't mind eliminating Lu Jin right there and then. As one of the 7 kings of pirates, the mermaid Eve is confident that she has the means to achieve this. Lu Jin naturally knew what the mermaid Eve was thinking, and he also knew that this was a great opportunity for him to gain her trust. First of all, this planet is rich in resources, and it is entirely possible for both of us to jointly mine them. Moreover, I have more than just this one resource planet. This planet is merely a temporary measure for me. Furthermore, regarding the civilization technology you desire, I can confidently tell you that I have fully mastered it. If you are sincere, I can give you the complete technology of this civilization. With just a few words,
Lu Jin easily resolved the issue of interest between the two parties. For Lu Jin, abandoning this planet would only bring a few more troubles. They can go and find other resource-rich planets to continue resource extraction. The Stargate technology has been thoroughly studied by realist scholars, and after leaving, they can choose to build a new Stargate for use. Of course, these actions all take time, and Lu Jin's time is extremely precious. Upon hearing Lu Jin's reply, Eve, the mermaid opposite him, shone even brighter in her eyes. Because this condition was simply too perfect for her. Resource sharing, technology sharing. She might not care about the former, but she is very interested in the latter, technology sharing. If these ancient technologies had no value to her, she wouldn't have spent so many years pursuing them. So what price will I have to pay? The series of conditions proposed by Lu Jin made Eve, the mermaid, very interested. But she is not a leader who acts impulsively. She must consider whether she or her forces can bear the consequences of everything she does. Lu Jin, however, was prepared. All he wanted was a promise from the mermaid Eve. The condition is simple, cooperation. We will cooperate for mutual benefit, and I will provide you with all kinds of conveniences to help your fleet grow rapidly. Of course, I also hope to get your help in the future. As he spoke, Lu Jin took out the cooperation agreement that he had prepared beforehand. Lu Jin had prepared many copies of this cooperation agreement. The mermaid Eve was just the first partner he chose, but she would definitely not be the last. After reading the contents of the treaty, the mermaid Eve couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? A community of shared destiny in the stars and the sea? I can sign this treaty, but I have one last request before I do. That is what I want to do. Organize a competition between the two fleets. I don't want my partner to be a weakling who could be wiped out in the blink of an eye. A contest? Lu Jin never expected that Eve the mermaid's final request would be this. Of course, for Lu Jin, this request was far too simple. Of course, no problem. The two fleets competed against each other, which is also a way to promote cooperation between the two sides. This also allows them to demonstrate the current strength of the Fireseed fleet to the Howling Shark pirates. Soon, all members of both fleets receive the message. Have you heard? The fleet led by that human from Earth wants to have a showdown with our Howling Shark pirate crew. A contest of force? And what is the purpose of this? It is said that our Howling Shark pirate crew and the Fireseed fleet signed a cooperation agreement. And in order to promote cooperation between the two sides, this armed contest was organized. If you ask me, I guess the leader is too soft-hearted and wants to use this method to refuse this cooperation. How can a fleet assembled by humans from Earth compare to our Howling Shark pirate crew? The news also reached all the ships in the Fireseed fleet. The Hunting Star Dragons, the Star Elves, and the Sleeper Legion all received this message. When the Sleeper's Legion received this news, Yun Minyan's lips curled up slightly. Unexpectedly, this collaboration led to the creation of a martial arts competition. Perfect timing. The Sleeper Legion hasn't conducted any military exercises in a long time. This martial arts competition is a good opportunity for me to train my sleepers. The Star Hunting Dragons, on the other hand, remained arrogant as always. Although they are now crew members under Lu Jin's command, their inherent arrogance cannot be erased overnight. Upon hearing about this martial arts competition, most of the Hunting Star Dragons simply snorted coldly. A bunch of rabble, and they actually want us to take action? We've even killed Night Elf undead. How dare these mere pirates try to teach us a lesson? Do these pirates not know the power of our Hunting Star Dragons? We've been quiet for too long. It's time to teach these guys a lesson. As the leaders of both sides, Lu Jin and the mermaid Eve discussed the matter and decided to set up the event on the surface of the ocean planet. Chapter 175 The Creation of Heaven and Earth. The Sleepers versus the Fong Hunting Group. When the mermaid Eve and Lu Jin both landed on the sea surface, powerful psychic energy gathered beneath their feet, making the originally soft seawater incredibly solid. When the mermaid Eve looked at Lu Jin, she discovered that although Lu Jin's control over his spiritual energy was extremely crude, the intensity of the spiritual energy he released far exceeded her expectations. This made Eve, the mermaid, think even more highly of Lu Jin. Next, the mermaid Eve showed everyone why she had the qualifications to become the leader of the Howling Shark pirates. As she raised her hand, the surrounding spiritual energy was mobilized. The powerful psychic energy split the seawater apart, causing the rocks on the seabed to change. In an instant, a landmass appeared directly on the sea surface of this planet under the power of the mermaid Eve. Lu Jin was equally unyielding, directly mobilizing his spiritual energy
to activate various biological seeds in the soil. In just a short while, a lush, small island came into view. Looking at the small island that appeared on the horizon, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of a high-level psychic? In just a short time, a piece of land was created. Cheryl looked down at the small island, smiled faintly, and explained to Yu Tiansong beside her. This is what a psionicist can do, but it is far from the limit of a psionicist. Among our star-hunting dragon clan, it is rumored that the strongest star-hunting dragon possesses terrifying strength equivalent to a star destroyer. Let alone creating a landmass. Given enough time, it could even create a real planet. Of course, to achieve this level, one must possess sufficiently powerful spiritual energy. The two groups of people then landed on opposite sides of the island. Lu Jin's side has the hunting star dragons, star sea elves, and the sleeper legion. The howling sharp pirates were no less formidable. Diamond War God Salim stood among the crew, clearly ready to participate in this competition. Around Salim, numerous pirates with mixed-race genes were fully armed and ready to fight at any moment. Although the competition was ostensibly for friendly sparring, both sides clearly saw it as an opportunity to showcase their combined strengths. If we lose in this competition, we will inevitably be at a disadvantage in future cooperation. Therefore, although it was nominally a friendly competition, the participants from both sides were all very serious. The competition was divided into two parts, one of which was a team competition. Both sides selected one unit to enter the core area of the island. The objective is simple. The unit size is 100 people, and whichever side suffers more than 50 casualties is considered defeated. The second individual match was even simpler, with each side sending out their elite crew members for a one-on-one duel. The winner is the side with the most wins in a best-of-3 series. Both sides already understood the rules, but Lu Jin decisively called Yun Mingyan over. Yun Mingyan, you should already be clear about the rules of this competition. Therefore, for the team competition, I plan to have you lead the Sleeper Legion to the battle. Let her lead the Sleeper Legion to the competition? Are you kidding me? In Yun Mingyan's eyes, the Howling Shark pirate crew was nothing more than a group of pirates. They're just a bunch of pirates. Why should I personally lead them into a competition? Simply select any centurion and have him lead his 100 men into battle. No, this time is different. Before Yun Mingyan could finish speaking, Lu Jin decisively interrupted her. No one knew better than him the power of the Howling Shark pirates. Although the Blackrock pirates were powerful, they were just a group of pirates. Aside from their large numbers, they have no advantages. But the Howling Shark pirates are different. They are a team with core beliefs. This group is on a completely different level from the Blackrock pirates. If the opponent were not strong enough, Lu Jin would not have chosen to organize this competition and cooperate with the Howling Shark pirates. After hearing Lu Jin's reasons, Yun Mingyan finally understood. Since that's the case, then I'll lead the team and give these pirates of the endless starry sea a little shock. Meanwhile, the Howling Shark pirates were also facing difficulties in selecting members. Salim looked at the mermaid Eve, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't understand why his older sister wouldn't let him participate in the team competition. Big sister, in this team competition, I alone can defeat the entire enemy force. Just a human from Earth. So what if there are hunting star dragons and star elves in the fleet? Our Howling Shark pirate crew has traversed the stars for so many years. What kind of powerful enemies haven't we fought against? Some of his crew members were also resentful. They all chose to sign up for the team competition, but Eve the mermaid rejected them all. As the mermaid Eve looked at the numerous crew members, her gaze gradually turned cold. Especially when he looked at Salim, who was initially somewhat resentful, immediately became obedient. Why don't you get to participate? It's simple, because you're not qualified. The enemy had defeated the Blackrock pirates' fleet. According to my investigation, Lu Jin's fleet had even recently defeated the Dark Knight Undead's fleet. Do you think the crew of such a fleet are all incompetent? After saying this, the mermaid Eve looked at one of the crew members behind her. Everyone's gaze followed the direction and finally landed on one of the mermaids. The merman crew member just stood there, looking completely unremarkable. But when everyone saw the mermaid Eve's gaze fall on him, they all widened their eyes and looked at her in disbelief. Sister, isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Should we bring John and his men onto the field? John the mermaid, a member of Eve's clan, is also one of Eve's most trusted legion commanders. His Fong hunting group has always been the elite force of the Howling Shark pirates. The Sharp Fong hunting party's record instilled fear in countless crew members. Now, the mermaid Eve has actually sent the Fong hunting group to fight against Lu Jin's fleet, which has left everyone extremely puzzled. Should we send the Fong Hunting Corps to deal with that human force? If the Fong Hunting Group is really sent over, I estimate the battle will be over in less than an hour. Eldest sister, how about sending the 3rd or 4th Legion over there? That's right, the Fong Hunting Group is our elite force. But when Eve the mermaid simply raised her hand, everyone immediately fell silent and stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, the mermaid Eve looked at the mermaid John. The mermaid Eve never underestimated Lu Jin, which is why she chose to send her most elite legion. Can we win? Chapter 176, An Evenly Matched Battle. Lu Jin's secret plan. We will win. Every member of the Howling Shark Pirates present was full of confidence. Others may not know, but they know it all too well. The Fong Hunting Group is the elite force of their Howling Shark Pirate crew. Each of these Howling Shark hunters is an elite among elites of the Howling Shark Pirate crew. On Lu Jin's side, Yun Mingyan was naturally full of confidence as well. Who are they? They are military weapons created by the Holy Emperor for his expeditions into the stars. In terms of military skills and combat capabilities, there are few in the world today who can compare with them. But just as Yun Mingyan was preparing to lead her sleepers into the battlefield, Lu Jin placed his hand on her shoulder, and Yun Mingyan looked at Lu Jin with some confusion. Captain, is there anything else you need to tell me? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin placed a chip in her palm. This chip is clearly a storage chip. Looking at the storage chip in her hand, Yun Mingyan looked at Lu Jin with some confusion. I know that the strength of the Sleeper Legion is beyond doubt. If you find it a bit difficult, then use the things inside the chip. Inside is a trump card I've prepared for you. The trump card? Yun Mingyan smiled faintly, thinking to herself. It's just a small-scale competition. Why would we need to use any trump cards? However, out of consideration for Lu Jin, Yun Mingyan still put the chip away. Both sides' troops entered the war zone. Lu Jin and Eve immediately used their psionic energy to cover the entire landmass. Meanwhile, both fleets also released a large number of drones so that other members who were not participating could see the specific situation inside the game. When the screen was displayed to both sides, everyone saw the performance of the two teams. The first thing that catches the eye is naturally the Sleeper Army, led by Yun Mingyan. It must be said that, under Yun Mingyan's leadership, the advance of the Sleeper troops was like that of a machine. The 100 members of the unit are like 100 gears inside a machine, advancing methodically toward the core area. Anyone with even a modicum of military knowledge could tell that the sleepers before them were an elite force. Such strong execution. Is this the force dispatched by the humans from Earth? The close coordination also included contingency plans for various unexpected situations during the journey. Elite. This is absolutely the elite of the elite. We underestimated their strength. If the Fong Hunting Group hadn't entered the fray, we probably would have lost the match much earlier. That's right. Such an elite force is perhaps only something the Fong Hunting Brigade can rival. Meanwhile, Lu Jin also noticed the Fong Hunting Group in the scene. Upon seeing the Fong Hunting Group moving like ghosts through the jungle, Lu Jin revealed a smug smile. Really? Eve the Mermaid, you truly are the partner I've chosen. For a single match, you actually dispatched the most elite legion of the Howling Shark Pirates. However, your cautious approach was within my expectations. The Fong Hunting Group employs a unique hunting system, where each member is referred to as a hunter. The one who leads the Fong Hunting Group is known as the Headhunter. Headhunter possesses formidable strength and command abilities, and is also a core figure in the Fong Hunting Group. In Lu Jin's memory, the Howling Shark Pirate crew had many powerful and distinctive mixed-race members. However, as the strongest legion under the Mermaid Eve, the Fong Hunting Group's headhunting duties are certainly not something that ordinary people can undertake. This person must be sufficiently loyal and possess formidable strength. After screening, the only one who met the criteria was John, a mermaid from the same Atlantis civilization as Eve. Thinking of this, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. If all of my guesses are correct, then the outcome of this competition can now be determined. If the mermaid Eve were present and heard Lu Jin's thoughts, she would be extremely shocked. Because Lu Jin was able to determine the exact sequence of her moves based solely on his memories from his previous life. If that were the case, she would never choose to define her cooperative relationship in this way. But now it's too late. The Fong Hunting Group in the scene has already clashed with the Sleeper Legion. In the dense, narrow jungle, the Sleeper was the first to discover the trail of the Fong Hunting Group. Almost instantly, the Sleeper launched an attack. The psionic hunting rifle was aimed directly at the location of the Fong Hunting Group. As expected of the most elite legion of the Howling Shark Pirates,
the Fang hunting group immediately had a countermeasure in place the moment they were attacked. All the hunters scattered, quickly expanding the entire battlefield like a shower of petals. As the battlefield expanded and the firing lines became sparser, it became easier for them to cope. Upon seeing this, Yun Mingyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's interesting. Even in a passive situation, they can react quickly and take countermeasures. Thinking of this, Yun Mingyan's lips curled up slightly. It's only interesting when the enemy is tough. The hunters launched a fierce counterattack the next second. Suddenly, a long spear emerged from the jungle. The spear is an extremely ancient hunting weapon. But the user is the Fang hunting group, so the sleeper dares not be the slightest bit negligent. The sleeper, wielding a psionic shield, swiftly stepped in front of the attack target. When the spear pierced straight through the psionic shield. The sleeper then realized that the spear in front of him was actually made of a super alloy. Moreover, various crafting marks are densely arranged on the surface of the spear, resembling runes. Just then, the grooves on the surface of the spear suddenly lit up. The powerful energy response alerted the sleeper to the threat. Almost instinctively, the sleeper threw out the psionic shield along with the spear stuck in it. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the entire jungle area. The violent shockwave from the explosion caused the surrounding trees to fall. Exploding spear? Before the sleeper could react, a large number of explosive spears shot out from the surrounding area again. Defensive formation. Yun Mingyan made a decisive move and immediately ordered the sleepers to form a defensive formation. All the sleepers immediately switched to their new equipment, and heavy, highly defensive alloy shields were erected in front of them. In an instant, the alloy shield unfolded and became a temporary defensive line. Just when everyone thought the sleeper was about to be put on the defensive, the sleeper at the very center of the sleeper pulled out a Gatling gun. What the heck? When everyone saw the huge and dangerous Gatling gun, they were all stunned. Aren't you in a defensive formation? What the heck is this Gatling gun? Chapter 177 Layers of Confrontation. Downhill Road. Hey, what is this thing? Aren't Gatling guns part of a defensive formation? Why is there heavy firepower involved? Is that the point of focus? The point of focus is that a force of 100 people would actually be carrying heavy firepower? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Gatling gun was mounted on the alloy shield. Looking at the Gatling gun in front of her, Yun Mingyan couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. This Gatling heavy machine gun is the latest research result from the weapons laboratory. A psionic triggering device was added to the original firearms. In other words, all the bullets in this Gatling gun have now been replaced with psionic bullets. The biggest advantage of psionic bullets is that they are not only powerful, but also do not generate excessive heat that would burden the firearm upon leaving the barrel. Therefore, after the Gatling guns were set up, Yun Mingyan directly grasped all the energy transmission pipes of the Gatling guns. Fire. With the output of spiritual energy, the Gatling gun unleashed a torrential storm of bullets. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding jungle was completely cleared away. The hunters hiding in the shadows, seeing this, had already retreated to a distance. But when they saw such terrifying firepower, their eyes still showed undisguised shock. What fierce firepower? Is this a defensive formation? It's truly indestructible. What do we do next? Retreat. Reach the core area before them and set a trap. John, the mermaid who was the head hunter, quickly realized that the current situation was very bad for them. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the mermaid John decided to retreat first and reach the core area ahead of time. The enemy is now in the open, while they are in the shadows. If they set traps in advance and use them to ambush their opponents, they still have a chance to win this battle. The mermaid John's strategy was unanimously approved by many hunters. The hunters quickly dispersed, splitting into smaller groups and heading back towards the core area. Upon seeing the hunters retreating in the video, the members of the Howling Shark Pirates immediately turned grim. Unexpectedly, this clash ended with the retreat of the Fang hunting group. They had originally thought that the Fang hunting group would at least be able to clash with the Sleeper Legion. After only one encounter, the Fang hunting group chose to retreat. On the Sleeper's side, after realizing that the other party had left, Yun Mingyan waved her hand, signaling the Sleepers to return to their forward formation. After this brief exchange, Yun Mingyan also understood the strength of her opponent. It must be said that the opponent is indeed formidable. If it were any other team, they would probably have fallen into their trap. These so-called hunters possess formidable individual combat capabilities. Although their coordination is not optimal, Their strong individual combat capabilities allow them to unleash enormous potential with just a little command. It is indeed a formidable opponent. Now that the enemy has retreated, they are probably preparing for the next ambush. The sleepers are now at a disadvantage. The first clash failed to gain an advantage, and from then on, the enemy was in the shadows while they were in the open, which was their disadvantage. Just then, Yun Mingyan remembered the storage chip that Lu Jin had given her. She took out the storage chip and inserted it into her personal terminal. Soon, the information stored therein was displayed on Yun Mingyan's personal terminal. Upon seeing this information, Yun Mingyan's eyes were filled with disbelief. After reviewing all the information, a confident smile appeared on Yun Mingyan's face. "My captain, you really gave me a pleasant surprise." Through the drone's footage, Lu Jin also saw Yun Mingyan's movements. It seems she has already received the intelligence data from the storage chip. In that case, the outcome of this battle is no longer in doubt. Just then, an extremely strong psionic energy fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. As Lu Jin looked up at the sky, the mermaid Eve landed directly in front of him from the other side of the island. "Oh, Miss Eve, what brings you here?" "Because I'm very curious about what's inside that storage chip." What Lu Jin could see, the mermaid Eve could naturally see as well. When the mermaid Eve saw Yun Mingyan take out the storage chip, the spiritual energy in her mind was activated. That's right. The mermaid Eve possesses a unique psychic talent, one that is not found in other psychic abilities. A unique talent belonging exclusively to the mermaid Eve. That is the sixth sense. Mermaid's sixth sense allows Eve to perceive things that ordinary people cannot. For example, the elusive concept of luck, victory, or defeat, and even the degree of danger a person faces. But now, after seeing that storage chip, her sixth sense actually kicked in. She is destined to lose this match. Clearly, the key to victory or defeat lies in that storage chip. However, Lu Jin did not choose to tell the mermaid Eve, because the information stored in that storage chip was about the Fong hunting group. All of this intelligence was deduced by Lu Jin based on his memories from his previous life and his combat experience. While not entirely accurate, this is in line with the current situation where the strength of both sides' forces is similar. The information stored in the chip would undoubtedly be a fatal blow. Keep reading and you'll find out. In the scene, the sleeper finally clashed with the Fong hunting group for the second time. But this time, the Fong hunting group had already set up a large number of traps. Once the sleepers step into their encirclement, victory in this battle is practically assured. Of course, this is a hypothetical outcome. The sleeper in the scene suddenly stopped when he reached the edge of the trap. Everyone held their breath, all eyes fixed on the slumbering figure in the image. But the next second, something happened that made the howling shark pirates want to vomit blood. The sleepers suddenly changed their tactics at the last moment before stepping into the trap. They actually adopted the same tactic of breaking up the whole group into smaller units, just like the Fong hunting group. All the sleepers dispersed and quickly moved toward the ambush area where the Fong hunting group was located. Holy crap! What's going on? Did these people open fire? They cheated. They must have cheated. Shut up, stop embarrassing yourself here. This match is essentially a contest of military strength between the two sides. If the other side is able to discover the traps we set, it only means that we are inferior to them. No, the game isn't over yet, and the hunters haven't been caught. But before she could finish speaking, Yun Mingyan had already arrived at one of the ambush points. When she saw the mermaid John hiding in the trench, she couldn't help but whistle lightly. Big fish. Chapter 178A Fixed Ending. Let me do it. John the mermaid, who had been discovered, remained calm and showed no sign of panic despite being found out. Seeing this, Yun Mingyan on the other side reacted quickly, pulled the trigger, and the slug gun roared. The mermaid John, who was about to attack, quickly changed his stance to dodge. Bang! A crater appeared at the spot where the mermaid John had been lying in ambush. Meanwhile, the mermaid John quickly retreated to a distance, watching Yun Mingyan, who was wearing power armor, in front of him. The two looked at each other, and Yun Mingyan took the initiative to put away her explosive gun. The mermaid John on the other side seemed to understand Yun Mingyan's actions, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The next second, the two began fighting using the purest form of physical combat. Everyone was captivated by the battle between the two. But Lu Jin and Eve's attention was drawn to other scenes. In other scenes, the sleepers, using their intelligence advantage, captured all the hunters who were lying in ambush in various locations. Almost instantly, half of the hunters were captured. The outcome of this battle is already decided.
But neither Lu Jin nor Eve chose to stop the fight, because the battle between Yun Mingyan and the mermaid John is not over yet. Two equally powerful psionicists unleashed their full power in the very center of the island, engaging in a battle. Their battle finally ended when all the troops on both sides returned to their fleets. I lost. Mermaid John gasped for breath as he looked at Yun Mingyan before him. Yun Mingyan was also in poor condition. She had consumed too much spiritual energy, and her projection had become transparent. However, the mermaid John knew very well. The weapons wielded by the Sleepers Legion are far superior to those wielded by their Fong hunting group. But the other side did not choose to overwhelm him with their superior weaponry. The clash between pure physical skills and pure psionic energy greatly increased the mermaid John's goodwill towards Lu Jin's unit. He hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. Of course, Yun Mingyan on the other side was also extremely arrogant. You're not bad either. I admit you're good. Yun Mingyan was also well aware that without Lu Jin's intelligence support, they will most likely step into the trap set by the Fong hunting group, at which point the outcome will become uncertain. Therefore, her victory this time was not a pure victory. Yun Mingyan and the mermaid John eventually withdrew from the battlefield and returned to their respective fleets. The team competition ended in victory for Lu Jin Fong. When the mermaid Eve and mermaid John returned to the Howling Shark Pirates, the surrounding crew members immediately surrounded them. Boss John is fine. This time, the other side just had a slight advantage. That's right. We lost the team competition, but we still have the individual competition. Lord Salim is already impatient. We will definitely win the next match. Hearing about the safety of the crew members around him, John gave a faint smile. The mermaid Eve glanced at the crew members around her. Next, it's time to select the participants for the individual competition. Shiria, Silvermoon, are you two sure you're okay with going into battle? No problem. So who are the remaining people? Whoever is in the third position, as long as the two of us win the game. It doesn't matter if we lose the third game. Just then, Lu Jin turned his gaze to Yu Tiansong, who was standing to the side. At this moment, Yu Tiansong was holding an energy drink, leisurely watching Lu Jin select the next challengers. In his view, the upcoming matches are actually more interesting. The Howling Shark Pirate crew must contain all sorts of heroes and valiant warriors. And of course, they are no less formidable. Among the Star Elves and the Star Hunting Dragons alone, there are powerful figures such as Elder Aelin and Yuval. Of course, in such a match, Shiria and Silvermoon would definitely be the ones to participate. Who is the third one? Is it Elder Aelin, Yuval, or one of the sleepers? Just as Yu Tiansong was considering the third candidate, he suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were on him. Yu Tiansong took a big gulp of his energy drink and then let out a burp. Why are you looking at me? You can't expect me to fight against the elite officers of the Howling Shark Pirate crew. Although I have psionic armor, it's not appropriate for me to go on stage in this situation. I'm just an office worker. Do you expect me to step up? Yu Tiansong has a very open-minded view of his own position. With the Fireseed fleet growing stronger every day, his abilities as the first mate are certainly insufficient. But when it comes to the ability to command a fleet, no one can really replace him except Lu Jin. Therefore, Yu Tiansong was happy to have a leisurely life, only needing to use his brain on weekdays. Now that Lu Jin and the others have set their sights on Yu Tiansong's heart skips a beat. You want me to fight the elite officers of the Howling Shark Pirate crew? Are you serious? That's right, you're in third place. Are you kidding me? Yu Tiansong felt like the sky was about to collapse. What was he doing going up there? Since I have neither psychic abilities nor powerful superpowers to rely on, wouldn't going up on stage just be a waste of time and energy? But Yu Tiansong quickly understood Lu Jin's intention. Sigh, since that's the case, it seems like I'm the only one who can take the stage. Seeing that Yu Tiansong understood his meaning, Lu Jin didn't say anything more. The Howling Shark Pirates have also finalized their selection. As Lu Jin expected, the first to appear was none other than the Diamond War God Salim. Salim is currently seething with anger and needs to fight to vent it. Seeing this, Lu Jin decisively chose to send Cheryl into battle. Shiria transformed into a dragon, soared into the air, and landed directly on the prepared arena. Upon seeing that his opponent was a star dragon hunter, Salim's expression turned serious. A hunting star dragon? Sure, that's a worthy opponent. Salim excitedly clenched his fists, and as he did so, a special layer of diamond-like armor condensed on his body. Upon seeing this, Shiria on the other side immediately transformed into human form. Her gaze was full of mockery, as if she were not facing an opponent, but a prey to be toyed with. Noticing Shiria's gaze, Salim became even angrier. It's been a long time since anyone dared to underestimate themselves like this. Under such circumstances, the battle suddenly broke out. With lightning speed, Salim attacked Shiria head-on, his arm transforming into the sharpest diamond blade. In its charging state, the diamond blade emitted a chilling glint. Seeing this, Shiria stood still, and instead of dodging, she looked directly at Salim opposite her. What's going on with that hunting star dragon on the other side? Could it be that he was terrified by Lord Salim's attack? The opponent is a hunter star dragon. How could it be so weak? Chapter 179, Gun-Wielding Dragon Wing Bombardment. Let me go? In an instant, the attack was already in front of Shiria. Even Salim couldn't help but frown slightly at such a calm and composed opponent. If the opponent doesn't retaliate, then the outcome of this battle is already decided. But at that moment, Shiria's gaze suddenly fell on Salim. Bite! Salim's attack landed in midair. To everyone's surprise, a psionic barrier had already formed in front of Shiria. It was precisely because of this psionic barrier in front of her that Shiria was able to be so fearless. So there's a psionic barrier. The attack was blocked by the psionic barrier, and Salim smiled slightly. He didn't want this battle to end so easily. But upon hearing Salim's words, a mocking smile flashed in Shiria's eyes. A psionic barrier? I wouldn't resort to such a low-level trick. Not a psionic barrier? What was blocking my attack? After Shiria's reminder, Salim realized that the psionic barrier in front of him was different from the psionic barrier he remembered. Why does this psionic barrier look like scales? In addition, this psionic barrier seems to have a certain curvature. At this moment, all the members of the Howling Shark Pirates outside the arena stared wide-eyed at the ring with disbelief. At this very moment, on the arena, with Shiria at the center, a psionic projection of a giant dragon is prominently displayed. What the hell is this thing? A projection? But this projection seems to have a physical form. It is a projection formed by the condensation of psionic energy, and I can sense the enormous psionic energy contained within it. How exactly is such a massive psionic projection achieved? The mermaid Eve was also shocked by the psionic projection that Shiria displayed. It's important to understand that to condense such a massive psionic projection, not only is a vast amount of psionic energy required, but also precise control over that energy. It is obvious that Shiria, as a star-hunting dragon, is highly skilled in psionic energy. Boom. When Salim saw the dragon projection before him, he was also incredibly shocked. But before the shock in his eyes could fade, Shiria decisively launched an attack. The dragon's tail lashed out, and Salim immediately chose to defend and block it. Even so, he still retreated dozens of meters, his feet carving a deep trench in the ground. But before Salim could react, the dragon spread its wings. Upon seeing the wings behind him, Salim's mouth gaped open, and a vulgar word was about to escape his throat. The crew of the Howling Shark Pirates coughed up a mouthful of blood. What am I seeing? Am I seeing things? You're not seeing things, not just you, we all saw it. What are those things on the dragon's wings? Firearms. Is this a battle of psychic powers, or a clash of firepower? My goodness, that cyber dragon alone is worth the firepower of an entire legion. Lord Salim, how about we surrender this match first? At this moment, the psionic dragon projected by Shiria spread its wings. But the wings that were originally formed from psychic energy were now covered by countless guns. The moment the dragon spread its wings, countless guns came into view. It's hard to imagine what an apocalyptic scene it would be if so many guns were firing at the same time. I'm giving you 3 seconds. I'll count to 3. Before I reach 3, you can choose to surrender. Shiria stood there, looking calmly at Salim in front of her. Salim had never encountered an opponent with such a style. Combining psychic energy with technology, he never expected the visual impact to be so terrifying. But will he surrender? No. He represents the Howling Shark Pirates. He absolutely cannot surrender. He must at least withstand this attack to prove his strength. 3. Just then, at Shiria's command, the dragon projection behind her decisively opened fire. A torrent of bullets rained down on Salim. Everyone stood there stunned, only realizing what had happened belatedly. You said count to 3. Is this what you mean by counting to 3? At this moment, Eve, who was next to Lu Jin, decisively took action, and her spiritual energy landed directly on the arena to create a protective barrier. The diamond god of war, Salim, was now kneeling on the ground in a sorry state. Even with his body covered in diamonds as armor, he couldn't withstand Shiria's terrifying, legion-like firepower. Mr. Lu Jin, we concede defeat in this contest. It is clear that Salim is now seriously injured, and continuing to fight would only endanger his life. Therefore, the mermaid Eve decisively chose to admit defeat. Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling Cheryl to come back. Cheryl, standing on the arena, yawned somewhat boredly. Is that not enough? I was originally planning to let you guys try out my 9999 Gatling gun dragon wing bombing move. 9999 Gatling guns in a dragon wing bombardment? So the moves they're using aren't even at their limit yet? Just hearing the name of this move sent chills down the spines of the Howling Shark pirates. Is this still the same hunter star dragon they remember? In their minds, weren't the star-hunting dragons all a group of proud starsea creatures? When did these creatures, who worship primal spiritual power, start wielding guns and cannons? The mermaid Eve carried Selim to the ship's medical bay. Watching her companion lie down in the medical bay, the mermaid Eve turned to look at the other crew members. There are still 2 games left. Who wants to play? Upon hearing this, the crew members, who had been quite lively just moments before, fell silent. They both witnessed each other's strength. From initial disdain to current silence. The mermaid Eve couldn't help but facepalm, wondering whether agreeing to the competition was a good thing or a bad thing. At that moment, one of the crew members, dressed in a black robe, stepped forward. Sister, let me give it a try. Upon hearing this voice, everyone looked at the crew member in the black robe. The mermaid Eve recognized the crew member in front of her as the commander of her 5th Legion. A hybrid with genes from both the Dark Alien and the venomous Snake Man. Black Snake Fikagia. Mermaid Eve recalled Fikagia's strength, even though her 5th Legion was the most low-profile of all the legions. But the tasks I assigned to her seemed to never fail. Overall, she is one of the more reliable crew members under his command. And at this point, she's the only crew member who has volunteered. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to send her to participate in the next competition. If they lose the next match, the Howling Shark Pirates will be completely unable to hold their heads high. Can we win? Chapter 180 is even more terrifying. A giant sea monster. I will try my best. After witnessing the previous battles, even Black Serpent Fikagia couldn't guarantee her victory. But by this point, they had no other choice. When the mermaid Eve left the ship with the Black Snake Fikagia and returned to the edge of the arena, Lu Jin also turned his gaze to the mermaid Eve. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes upon seeing the Black Snake Fikagia next to the mermaid Eve. Fikagia the Black Serpent is a rather troublesome opponent. However, this shouldn't be a problem for Silver Moon. In his memories from his previous life, Lu Jin knew very well that this Fikagia was also a ruthless character. Although she is currently just a Legion commander under the mermaid Eve. But in her past life memories, her bounty was higher than that of any Legion commander. The bounty alone speaks volumes about the opponent's strength. Given the opponent's low-key personality, their strength must be quite considerable. Meanwhile, Inyu was already standing on the arena, holding the sharp blade she always used in her arms. When the Black Snake Fikagia appeared in her field of vision, Silver Moon instantly bit into her gaze. Fikagia, the black snake sitting in the audience, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It was the first time she had ever felt such a palpitation. It felt as if he had been choked before he even had a chance to fight. Very strong. The opponent is very strong, even stronger than the previous hunting star dragon. What I'm about to face are the Star Elves, a powerful race among the Star Elves with top-tier psychic abilities. But Black Serpent Fikagia was also well aware that she represented the Howling Shark Pirates. Stepping onto the arena, Black Serpent Fikagia took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The two stood there, observing each other. Even after the battle began, neither side made any move. This situation left the onlookers somewhat puzzled. Why did you stop playing? Could it be that both sides are holding back a big surprise? Perhaps they were both experts, and we couldn't detect each other's movements. Have they already taken action? Just as both sides were speculating, Silver Moon made her move. She drew her sharp blade directly, and its violent edge swept across the entire island like a storm. The Howling Shark Pirates watching the battle changed their expressions. The pressure from just one move actually covered the entire island. Meanwhile, the Black Snake Fikagia on the opposite side was sweating profusely. What a powerful attack. But the opponent's attack doesn't seem to be directed at me. The moment the Black Snake Fikagia's thought arose, the entire island began to tremble. Lu Jin and Eve also noticed the strangeness at the bottom of the island. I never expected that our previous sparring match would attract a group of uninvited guests. Rumble. A mountain peak suddenly appears in the sea near the edge of the island. The mountain peaks, like a sharp blade at sea, hurtled straight toward the island. Upon seeing this,
The members of the Howling Shark Pirates quickly went on alert and hurriedly boarded their own ships. Right now, in the deep sea area at the bottom of the island, countless sea monsters gathered here, all drawn by the psionic energy emanating from the battle on the island. On this ocean planet, an island radiating bursts of psionic energy shines like a lighthouse for these sea monsters. In an instant, several giant sea monsters launched an attack on the island in front of them. As the leaders of both sides, Eve and Lu Jin chose not to make a move. While ocean monsters are indeed ferocious, they are not to be trifled with. On the arena, Silver Moon remained calm and composed in the face of the attacking mountain-shaped fish fins. Cut. With a single slash, the entire island was instantly split in two. Immediately afterwards, a large number of the carcasses of giant sea monsters rose to the surface from the seabed. Only then did everyone realize how terrifying these giant sea monsters actually looked. The most ferocious of them all was the Megalodon, with its massive fins as large as mountains. His fins not only have a tough outer shell made of minerals, but his body is also extremely large. The size of a single Megalodon is almost the size of an island. Seeing this, Black Serpent Phacagia also unleashed her power. She pulled out a dagger and instantly slashed her palm. Dark green blood dripped into the sea, and the surrounding waters, centered on the shattered island, were instantly corroded by the deadly poison. The giant sea monsters on the seabed were even more unlucky, and one after another they floated to the surface. Seeing this, Inu narrowed her eyes slightly and drew her blade once more. This strike cleaved the seawater in two. The giant sea monsters hidden in the seawater have no chance of escape. And just like that, the original arena competition turned into a hunting contest. Black Serpent Phacagia naturally had no objections. If it were a simple contest of strength, her chances of winning would be slim. But if he could defeat Silver Moon in hunting ocean behemoths, he would have earned some pride for the Howling Shark Pirate crew. But the moment this thought crossed her mind, the aura around Silver Moon suddenly intensified. The violent psionic energy directly condensed into the shape of a suit of armor around her. Another psionic projection? Can't you guys come up with a different tactic? The next second, the Silver Moon materialized into a 100-meter-long sword. With a single strike, an endless storm of psionic energy instantly swept across the surrounding sea. The entire crew of the Howling Shark Pirates gaped, speechless with shock at what they were seeing. Two of Lu Jin's subordinates actually possessed such terrifying psychic abilities. Even Eve the mermaid had a serious expression on her face at this moment. In just 2 matches, she could tell that both of Lu Jin's crew members possessed unimaginable psychic talents. To put it bluntly, given enough time, even I would find it difficult to compete with them. The mermaid Eve believed that her psychic genes were strong enough, and her psychic talent was strong enough. But now, she saw Lu Jin and his crew. At that moment, the mermaid Eve seemed to laugh at herself. In the end, I was just being narrow-minded. At this moment, Lu Jin's eyes were fixed on the sea, which was gradually being stained red with blood. There are way too many of these deep-sea monsters. If the sea monsters attracted were merely due to the leakage of psionic energy, their numbers shouldn't be this many. Just as Lu Jin was wondering, Eve, the mermaid beside him, seemed to sense something. Mr. Lu Jin, I have detected large-scale energy fluctuations on the seabed. Some of these giant sea creatures were attracted by psychic energy, while others were likely driven out by energy fluctuations on the seabed. Energy fluctuations on the seabed? When this was mentioned, Lu Jin immediately thought of the research institute at the bottom of the sea. Could it be that the realist scholars have opened the portal? Just as Lu Jin was still unsure, the sea beneath his feet surged again. Chapter 181 The Portal Opens. Risking One's Life. Rumble. It looks like there's a volcano about to erupt on the seabed. Immediately afterwards, the giant sea creatures surrounding the island seemed to sense something and began to flee in all directions. The island, which was once relatively intact, has now been torn to pieces by the destruction caused by the giant sea monster. Meanwhile, Silver Moon and Black Serpent Phacagia, standing on the arena, began to survey their surroundings. The surrounding waves began to rise steadily, and even the island beneath their feet was gradually submerged. Black Serpent Phacagia glanced at the giant sea beasts she had slaughtered around her. He glanced again at the giant sea beast that Silver Moon had killed. Although Silver Moon's kill count was only slightly higher than his own, the difference between the two was not significant. But Black Serpent Phacagia knew very well that she had already consumed a lot of her spiritual energy during the recent hunt. On the other hand, the spiritual energy aura of the Silver Moon remained completely unshaken. During the hunt just now,
The psionic skills that Silver Moon used also impressed Black Serpent Phacagia. I admit defeat because I am simply not skilled enough. Realizing the difference in skill between the two sides, Black Serpent Phacagia decisively chose to concede defeat. But at this moment, Silver Moon's attention was no longer on her. At this moment, at the bottom of the deep sea, countless pipes are pumping seawater into special containers. Then, with the help of a special container, the seawater was converted into a large amount of energy and input into the Deep Sea Research Institute. That's right. The enormous energy fluctuations at the bottom of the deep sea are because the realists have finally completed the repair of the portal. The massive energy now being injected into the portal is comparable to the eruption of an underwater volcano. This is why all the giant sea creatures in the nearby deep sea area were driven to the surface. At this moment, Lu Jin also brought the mermaid Eve to the Teleportation Research Center. When she saw that there was such a huge research base on the seabed, the mermaid Eve was full of surprise. She had originally thought this planet was a forgotten one. But unexpectedly, someone had already gotten there first in the deep sea of this ocean planet. Upon entering the research institute, Lu Jin saw that many of the realist scholars looked tense. Seizing one of the realist scholars, Lu Jin immediately inquired about what had happened. Upon recognizing Lu Jin, the realist scholar quickly explained the current situation to him. That was after Lu Jin left, when the realist scholars were working on the final step of the restoration. Therefore, the seawater energy extraction device was activated, and a large amount of seawater was extracted, converted into energy, and injected into the portal. But to everyone's surprise, the realist scholars were too impatient. The energy overflow from the portal has now far exceeded their expectations. Since an accident occurred, why not immediately stop the energy input and interrupt the experiment? We also wanted to stop the experiment, but the portal had already lost control after it was activated and was constantly absorbing energy. If we rashly interrupt the experiment now and cut off the energy supply, in that case, the portal would most likely explode and be reduced to a pile of fragments. Faced with the choice between dangerous experiments and destroying the portal, the pragmatist decisively chose the former. Lu Jin frowned slightly, and after some thought, he decisively headed to the area where the teleportation portal was located. After hesitating for a moment, the mermaid Eve also chose to follow behind Lu Jin. Both of them arrived at the area where the portal was located. Lu Jin also saw the enormous portal surrounded by massive ocean energy. Is this ancient technology? I sense danger in this ancient technology. It is now on the verge of spiraling out of control, and its flawed technology will ultimately be unable to function properly. Eve, the mermaid with a sixth sense, immediately noticed the current state of the portal. In layman's terms, this means that the portal is not yet in its most complete state, and the massive energy input has overwhelmed it. The portals of today are like a ticking time bomb about to explode. Damn it, I already said I wanted to check it again. What's the point of your rush? Anxious. If we were anxious, we wouldn't have spent decades researching this broken door in the deep sea. What's the point of arguing? If arguing could solve problems, what would be the point of having knowledge in our heads? According to our calculations, adding a set of capacitors to Zone 12 can increase the success rate by 20%. Now the portals are filled with arcs of energy. Who do you plan to send? Hearing the words of the realist scholar, Lu Jin decisively stepped forward. After listening to the words of these realist scholars, he roughly understood the situation before him. Currently, within one area of the portal, the energy transmission efficiency is low because the components are insufficient to withstand the high energy pressure. If the gap in this area can be filled, the entire portal can operate smoothly. But the realist scholars are all mortals and are simply not capable of moving within the arc of energy. Therefore, this task ultimately fell to Lu Jin. When Eve, the mermaid standing nearby, heard that Lu Jin planned to enter the energy field to install the portal components, she couldn't help but frown. Are you crazy? Even for psionicists, being accidentally struck by an electric arc can be life-threatening. Besides, this is just an ancient technology. How could it be more important than your life? After hearing these words, Lu Jin looked at the portal in front of him. Then, his gaze became even more determined. This portal might just be an ancient technology to Eve the mermaid. But for Lu Jin, it's the future. If he could successfully master the portal technology, he would be able to connect all the resource planets together. With the portal, he could quickly expand his power. With the portal, he could travel to all the battlefields when the assimilation war began. The portal is not important to Eve the mermaid, but it is extremely important to Lu Jin's future. Moreover, among all the psionicists present, Lu Jin was the one with the highest engineering skills. Therefore, no one is more suitable than him. Hand over the capacitor assembly to me and minimize the energy input efficiency. After saying that, Lu Jin immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and rushed towards the portal where energy was flowing. Danger. This is extremely dangerous. How could anyone risk their life? In Eve's eyes, Lu Jin's actions were tantamount to suicide. But her sixth sense didn't detect the slightest danger. Why? Why didn't my sixth sense detect any danger? Even the danger sensed by my sixth sense is gradually fading? Chapter 182, An Unexpectedly Relaxing Experience. Ancient Technology. Lu Jin, carrying the parts, arrived at the teleportation portal. Before he could even get close, a powerful arc of energy lashed out at him like a whip. Such a powerful electric arc, if it were to strike the body, would have an impact force no less than that of a truck traveling at full speed. But Lu Jin is no longer the mortal he once was. The arc of energy struck in front of him, but was immediately blocked by psionic energy. Even so, Lu Jin was still somewhat surprised after feeling the impact of the energy arc. The impact was so powerful. This is even when the energy output frequency is at its lowest. If the energy output frequency of the entire device is increased to the maximum, the intensity of the energy arc is estimated to double. Lu Jin took a deep breath and used his spiritual energy to envelop himself. Upon arriving at the designated area, Lu Jin used his engineering knowledge from his previous life to find the key gap in less than a minute. After the key components were installed, the energy output efficiency of the entire portal indeed stabilized. The portal's energy output has stabilized. Great. Now all we need to do is activate the portal, and our experiment will be over. Unexpectedly, that person solved the portal problem so quickly. Without sufficient expertise in engineering, it would have been impossible to solve the portal problem so quickly. That's right. Our Sun Dynasty will soon welcome a brand new and powerful leader, which is certainly a fortunate thing. The scholars of the realist school, seeing that Lu Jin had solved the problem of the teleportation portal so quickly, immediately acknowledged Lu Jin's engineering skills. For the scholars of the Sun Dynasty, your strength is formidable enough to perhaps make them submit to you. But only leaders they truly recognize and who are knowledgeable can truly earn their loyalty. Lu Jin has now clearly met their conditions for loyalty. Eve, the mermaid standing nearby, narrowed her eyes slightly after seeing the portal stabilize. It seems I was indeed worrying unnecessarily. Such a problem is not a problem at all for Lu Jin. I still know too little about this ally. She glanced at the scholars of the realist school beside her and gave up the idea of recruiting them. She couldn't do what Lu Jin did, so recruiting her was out of the question. However, the mermaid, Eve, turned her gaze toward the portal. Amidst the dazzling energy, Lu Jin's figure appeared and disappeared intermittently. Hasn't the problem already been solved? Why hasn't Lu Jin left the teleportation portal's range yet? Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the portal gradually stabilize. For me, this was not a difficult task. Just as Lu Jin was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a series of glowing runes out of the corner of his eye. Runes? Lu Jin looked in the direction of the runes. He saw that these runes, under the infusion of energy, actually began to come to life. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin was surprised to find that he seemed to understand the meaning of these runes. These runes are a language, or more accurately, a blueprint. What happened? Even though I can't understand these runes, I can comprehend their meaning. This is absolutely bizarre. Is this a way of recording at the level of consciousness? In his previous life, Lu Jin had also encountered this situation. The higher the level of civilization, the more its recording methods tend to focus on the level of consciousness. However, the advanced civilization that Lu Jin encountered merely used some kind of hypnosis to implant certain knowledge into the reader's subconscious. Compared to the runes before them, the difference was enormous. This also proves that the civilization that left this rune is more powerful than any civilization Lu Jin has ever seen. While Lu Jin was still trying to decipher the information left within the runes, the people outside also noticed that something was wrong. Hasn't the portal issue already been resolved? That's right. But why hasn't Lord Lu Jin come down yet? Could it be that something went wrong? Just as everyone's hearts were beginning to race again, Lu Jin's figure finally emerged from the energy glow of the teleportation portal. Lu Jin's reappearance brought a sigh of relief to everyone. However, Lu Jin, the protagonist, was still deeply shocked after landing on the ground. Meanwhile, Eve, the mermaid standing nearby, noticed that something was wrong with Lu Jin and stepped forward with some concern to ask him a question. Lu Jin, are you alright? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin seemed to snap out of his daze. I'm fine. Lu Jin was still in shock from what had just happened. At this moment, the energy glow on the portal gradually subsided, and the portal became very stable after it was activated. All the energy converged inside the portal, making the portal, which was originally shrouded in the glow of energy, crystal clear. Upon seeing the portal successfully activated, the realist scholars wept with joy and began to cheer. After all, this is the result of their decades of research. How could they not be excited to see their research bear fruit? But at this moment, Lu Jin did not focus on the activation of the portal. Eve, come with me. To verify his idea, Lu Jin grabbed the mermaid Eve's hand. Mermaid Eve was also stunned for a moment, then glanced at the hand that Lu Jin had grabbed. Before she could react, Lu Jin led her directly to the teleportation portal. Upon arriving at the portal, Lu Jin saw the runes he had seen before once again. He pointed to the runes in front of him and asked the mermaid Eve, "What did you see?" At this moment, the mermaid Eve's gaze was still fixed on Lu Jin and the hand she was holding. After being reminded by Lu Jin, the mermaid Eve came to her senses. She followed Lu Jin's gaze to the runes on the teleportation portal, and after reading them once, she answered Lu Jin very seriously. This seems to be a symbol left by some ancient civilization, but I have no knowledge of ancient languages. You didn't feel anything? Seeing that the mermaid Eve shook her head, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. Did the mermaid Eve's consciousness not receive the information from the runes? Lu Jin looked at the runes and realized that he no longer had the same feeling as before. Could it be because these runes are not currently affected by the energy glow? But now, Lu Jin can't very well say. Just dismantle the portal and repeat the same unexpected situation as before. If I were to bring this up myself, the realist scholars would probably go berserk. Furthermore, if the portal were to be damaged again, it would likely take a considerable amount of effort to repair it. It looks like we have no choice but to give up. Lu Jin had originally thought that if the mermaid Eve could sense the magic of the runes, he could use this to begin his research on ancient advanced civilizations. Chapter 183 The Universal Alliance is established. Portal coordinates. But now it seems that this idea has to be put on hold for the time being. The runes before us must require a specific energy field to activate. Even a simple portal contains several ancient technologies that I am unaware of. This made Lu Jin even more interested in these ancient technologies. Perhaps I could try to collect some remnants of ancient technology and attempt to activate the runes within a high-energy field. If we could acquire a large amount of ancient technology from this, it would be a huge business opportunity that turns waste into treasure. Just as Lu Jin was pondering, Inyu's voice came from behind him. "Captain, what are you doing?" Silver Moon's voice was as cold as ever, but now there was a hint of killing intent in her cold tone. Unfortunately, Lu Jin was so engrossed in the joy of discovering ancient technology that he was completely unaware of this strange occurrence. Following the Silver Moon's gaze, the mermaid Eve finally settled on the hand she and Lu Jin were holding. She immediately understood Inyu's thoughts and quickly withdrew her hand. "This is just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstand? What misunderstanding?" Before Lu Jin could react, Inyu's fierce gaze fell on the mermaid Eve. "The competition isn't over yet. There's still one more round. No, we concede defeat in this competition." After all these events, the mermaid Eve also realized how powerful Lu Jin was. No matter how strong her crew is, they paled in comparison to Shiria and Silver Moon. Of course, she could also sense that there were many powerful psionic beings among Lu Jin's crew who had not yet appeared. Continuing to compare will only demoralize the Howling Shark pirates. Therefore, in this contest, the mermaid Eve decisively chose to concede defeat. Now that the results of the competition are in, can we discuss the specifics of our cooperation? The mermaid Eve took the initiative to bring up the collaboration. At this moment, Lu Jin slowly came back to his senses from the ancient technology. Cooperate? Sure. Lu Jin recalled the important things he needed to do at the moment. In the study of ancient technology, one can later organize scholars of the realist school to establish a dedicated department for research. Now, I need to finalize the cooperation agreement first. Based on the terms we agreed upon earlier, I drafted a cooperation agreement. You can take a look at the contents of this cooperation agreement. I've also added some supplementary information. Furthermore, our cooperation is just the first step. I plan to form an alliance in the future. To form an alliance? Eve, the mermaid who was reviewing the cooperation agreement, glanced at Lu Jin with some surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Jin to have such great ambitions. Seeking cooperation with the Howling Shark pirates is just his first step. Of course, Eve the mermaid doesn't dislike such ambition. On the contrary, she likes it very much. If she didn't have so many ties, perhaps the Howling Shark Pirates wouldn't be the size they are today. The mermaid Eve is attracted to ambitious people. In this dog-eat-dog world of stars, only those with great ambitions can go further. To form an alliance? Wouldn't that make me a founding member of the alliance? Of course, I've already thought of a name for the alliance. The Universal Alliance. Global Alliance? The mermaid Eve kept this name in her heart. After confirming that there were no problems with the contents of the cooperation agreement, the mermaid Eve signed the agreement. Thus, the two fleets became partners. A huge weight was lifted off Lu Jin's shoulders. I wish you all the best on your journey ahead. After signing the cooperation agreement, the mermaid Eve did not choose to stay there any longer. She needs to go back first to announce the cooperation agreement to the Howling Shark Pirates. The Howling Shark Pirates are not limited to what has been shown so far. There are also some fleets that have not yet appeared. Mermaid Eve also needs to relay this message to the captains of the other fleets. After the mermaid Eve left, Lu Jin looked at Silver Moon beside him and noticed a hint of emotion in her. Silver Moon, is something on your mind? Thank you for your concern, Captain. I'm fine. Are you alright? It doesn't look like it. Lu Jin looked at the Silver Moon in front of him, and the Silver Moon felt as if the depression in her heart had vanished. Just as Silver Moon was about to speak, a realist scholar inappropriately approached. Lord Lu Jin, all the parameters for the teleportation portal have been adjusted. Next, we can establish a coordinate system. We can reach the coordinate area through the portal. However, this portal is one way, unless there is a corresponding portal on the other side. The corresponding portal? Lu Jin immediately thought of the planet Elysium. Perfect timing, my mission on this planet is complete. Why not take this opportunity to use the portal to go to Elysium and see how your base is progressing? I'll give you coordinates. Set up a portal based on these coordinates. Clear. After giving the coordinates of the Elysium planet to the realist scholar, Lu Jin summoned another realist scholar. I need to record the ancient technology one just obtained from the ruins. Seeing how busy Lu Jin was, Yin sighed, said nothing, and left the Underwater Research Institute directly. Just as Silver Moon left the depths of the sea and came to the surface, she saw a very familiar figure. It was Eve the mermaid. She hadn't left. Instead, she stood there on a piece of land, as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing Silver Moon appear, the mermaid Eve beckoned to her with great interest. Yin frowned slightly upon seeing this. Was this guy waiting for her instead of leaving immediately? Is something the matter? Silver Moon's tone remained as cold as ever when facing the mermaid Eve. As the mermaid Eve looked at the Silver Moon before her, she seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. It seems you have indeed misunderstood something. The reason I'm waiting for you here is just to tell you that there's nothing between me and your captain. Upon hearing this, Inyu's eyes instantly turned icy cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Mermaid Eve raised an eyebrow slightly, indicating that the woman in front of her was a troublesome character. She sighed, then looked at Silver Moon. If I'm not mistaken, your captain hasn't been a psionicist for very long. I could tell that his psionic manipulation was still very immature. Proficiency in psionic manipulation cannot be faked. But now, your captain has reached the level of a level 5 psionicist. What is the most important thing for a psionicist to break through? It's emotion. Intense emotions are the best fuel for psionic energy. Chapter 184 Lu Jin's Inner World. Hellmetal. What exactly are you trying to say? As a psychic, Silver Moon understood these principles all too well. But now, why is the mermaid Eve saying all this in front of her? Seeing that Silver Moon still had a wary expression, the mermaid Eve sighed helplessly. Don't you understand? Your captain may seem calm and collected, as if everything is under his control, but do you know the pressure he's under? I have to say, your captain, Lu Jin, is a terrifying person. He can hide his emotions very well. Even when his heart is in turmoil, he can still appear very calm and composed. But psionic power doesn't lie. His psionic power is now like a burning star, which also represents the pressure he's under. The role of genes may be more pronounced in enhancing psionic abilities. But as Eve the mermaid said, emotions are the best fuel for psionic energy. If Lu Jin had never experienced joy or sorrow, even with the strongest spiritual energy genes in the Star Sea, he could not have reached his current state so quickly. Upon hearing these words, Inu froze on the spot. The mermaid, Eve, simply shrugged. You may be very talented, but when it comes to burning passion, you are far inferior to your captain. Although I don't know what secret your captain has that is causing him such inner turmoil. But in my opinion, Prolonged high-pressure combustion is not a good thing. Having said all she had to say, the mermaid Eve glanced at the silver moon opposite her. At this moment, her ship also reached the airspace above the sea. The mermaid Eve channeled her spiritual energy and flew straight toward the ship. Silver Moon, standing still, was pondering what the mermaid Eve had said. Upon careful reflection, I realized that I hadn't paid much attention to Lu Jin. In her eyes, Lu Jin will always be the most reliable captain. Any danger or difficulty can be easily resolved as long as he is there. But does she, who has always relied on Lu Jin, deserve to stand by Lu Jin's side? Inuit took a deep breath, and after a long silence, she seemed to have made up her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Jin was still working with realist scholars to record the ancient technologies they had acquired. That's all we have for now. Do you think these drawings and formulas are feasible? The realist scholars opposite looked at the recorded formulas and blueprints in their hands. Based on what Lu Jin described, they compiled a formula for synthesizing an energy substance and a formula for synthesizing a superalloy type of metal. Most importantly, they also compiled blueprints and formulas for several unknown technologies. If you want to know what these things are used for, you can only do it by experimenting and verifying. Whether it's feasible or not, we still need to try it out. However, we can give this special superalloy called hero metal a try first. That's right. Compared to other recipes and blueprints, the recipe for hurlum metal is much simpler. If this hero metal is indeed a superalloy, then it verifies the authenticity of the other blueprints and formulas. Hell metal? According to the information Lu Jin obtained from his memories, this so-called hero metal is a superalloy used by an ancient advanced civilization. Compared to the superalloy materials commonly used in Starship today, hurlum metal not only has a hardness and toughness far exceeding ordinary superalloys, but is also extremely inexpensive. If it can be verified and developed, it will play an extremely important role in the future development of science and technology. At that moment, the coordinates of the portal had been set. Reporting to Lord Lu Jin, the coordinates of the teleportation portal have been set. We can set off for Elysium at any time. Have the coordinates been set? Lu Jin arrived at the teleportation portal, where a group of scholars from the realist school were already eagerly waiting. When Lu Jin arrived, they rushed ahead and stepped directly into the teleportation portal. Meanwhile, another group of realist scholars, after seeing that the former's life test results were beyond doubt, also confirmed the safety of the portal. Lu Jin and the others followed in the footsteps of the former and stepped into the portal to Elysium Planet. As the light flashed by, when Lu Jin's vision returned, he found himself in a peaceful plain filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Meanwhile, not far away, the realist scholars who had been the first to arrive had already begun setting up observation posts and collecting ecological information about the area. Lu Jin looked around and, after observing for a while, couldn't help but sigh. The environment on this planet is indeed quite nice. The climate is suitable, and the oxygen content in the air is also very suitable. Just as Lu Jin was immersed in the beautiful environment, his personal terminal reacted. Lu Jin opened his personal terminal, and the holographic projection of the giant god intelligence system appeared in his field of vision. The Colossus AI system was somewhat surprised when it saw Lu Jin's figure. I came here specifically to investigate because I detected the captain's terminal signal. Unexpectedly, it really was the captain himself who was here. Although I don't know how you got here, Captain. However, for your personal safety, we will now send a convoy to pick you up. The convoy that was waiting for him? It seems that the construction of the base on Elysium Planet is going smoothly. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a welcoming convoy. After all, building a base requires a lot of manpower, and assembling a convoy also requires resources. Soon, an unmanned combat vehicle assembled from various parts came into view. The giant god's intelligence system dispatched several vehicles with different carrying capacities based on the number of people. These vehicles were all types that Lu Jin had never seen before, and they must have been built by the realist scholars on the Colossus. The tanks were extremely fast, and in just half an hour, they had arrived near the outpost that was being established. The surrounding mountains made the base's construction environment extremely stable. In the central area, the massive engineering vessel Colossus is located. Compared to its previous ship design, the Colossus now resembles a giant piece of engineering machinery. A steady stream of resources and engineering machinery were transported out of the Titan. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of raw materials were transported into the Colossus for processing. Buildings surrounded the Colossus, and Lu Jin even saw factory-like structures continuously manufacturing various infrastructure tools. With just a glance, Lu Jin could tell that the stronghold was full of vitality and hope. Given enough time, this outpost can definitely become a civilized city. Chapter 185 The Star of Elysium. Creating Life. Not long after Lu Jin arrived at the base, Yu Tiansong and the others used a portal to teleport the fleet to the planet's surface. Under the command of the Colossus's intelligence system, the ships also landed one after another around the base. Lu Jin transported all the supplies on the ship to the warehouse at the base. Immediately afterwards, the two groups of realist scholars met and quickly established a research institute to study various infrastructure technologies. With abundant materials, Lu Jin cloned a large number of people from the Sun Dynasty. Led by Ling Long, these people of the Sun Dynasty began to replicate the various research modules from the Prometheus onto the Earth's surface. One massive building after another rose up. With the support of various engineering robots, the base is changing rapidly. In just 1 month, the once somewhat rudimentary outpost has been completely transformed. Although it cannot compare to those large cities, all kinds of infrastructure have been fully established. That morning, Lu Jin also received some wonderful news. Hurlum metal has been successfully developed. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jin quickly arrived at the materials processing plant. Inside the materials processing plant, Lu Jin saw a large group of realist scholars gathered around an assembly line. This production line is precisely the processing production line of Hurlum metals. One after another, square pieces of Hurlum metal fell from the assembly line and were collected in a special storage warehouse. One of the realist scholars took out a sample of Hurlum metal from the warehouse and began testing it. The numerous realist scholars nearby immediately picked up their personal terminals and began recording the data results of this metal test. Lu Jin quietly arrived at the edge of the testing site to observe the metal testing experiment. The first test was the hardness of the metal. One of the sleepers pulled out a bomb gun. The power of the bomb gun is evident to all. At close range, few materials can withstand the power of a bomb gun. But this time, after the sleeper pulled the trigger, with a gunshot, the bullet struck the Hurlum metal directly. A series of sparks burst forth from the surface of the Hurlumite metal. But it only produced a series of sparks. The bullet didn't even leave a scratch on the surface of the Hurlum metal. The sleeper on the other side was also somewhat surprised, and he tried to fire continuously at the Helm metal. But the result remained unchanged. Immediately afterwards, he switched weapons and took out the psionic hunter rifle. Pull the trigger. The psionic bullet landed directly on the surface of the Helm metal. This time, a scratch appeared on the surface of the Hurlum metal, but it was just a scratch. The test results shocked everyone. The hardness of Helmium metal far exceeded their expectations. If Helmium metal were applied to military equipment, their military strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Next, they tested the metal's toughness by forging Helmholtz metal into a sheet of iron. Next, they conducted a toughness test on the iron sheet. Another shocking thing happened. Not only was the defense of the Hurlum metal formidable, but its toughness also exceeded everyone's expectations. Hurlum metal can bend easily under strong pressure. When the applied force disappeared, the Helm metal actually returned to its original form. Even after being folded several times, the Hurlumite remained undamaged. Amazing. I have never seen a superalloy with such incredible toughness and strength. This is illogical. How can such a soft metal have such strong defensive capabilities when facing bullet attacks? Perhaps this is the wonder of interstellar civilizations. We cannot comprehend the technology of advanced civilizations. It's simply a work of art. It's hard to imagine what kind of civilization could have developed such a miraculous superalloy. Hurlum metals behave like non-Newtonian fluids. When subjected to strong external pressure, Hurlum metal transforms into the strongest superalloy. However, without external pressure, Hurlum metal becomes a soft metal that is very easy to handle. This property is not only reflected in the enormous impact force. Hurlumite also has a self-regulating property function. That's right. At low temperatures, the molecular structure of Hurlum metals becomes very compact. In this state, the thermal conductivity of Hurlum metal is greatly reduced, and its hardness is further increased. Under high-temperature conditions, the molecular structure inside Hurlum metal will become violently active. As thermal conductivity increases, toughness also improves. Standing behind these realist scholars, Lu Jin took in all the experimental results of Hurlum metal. It must be said that Hurlum metal's performance far exceeded its expectations. However, creating Hurlum metal was not Lu Jin's main objective. Next, Lu Jin needs to put Helm metal into practical use. Lord Lu Jin, we have completed the task you assigned us. At this time,
One of the realist scholars also discovered Lu Jin's whereabouts. He immediately beckoned Lu Jin to a warehouse. This warehouse contained some items that Lu Jin had previously instructed him to manufacture. Lu Jin walked into the warehouse and looked at the various metal objects made of harem metal inside. He nodded in satisfaction. The realist scholar next to him also reported to Lu Jin. As per your request, all these mechanical creations are made of harem metal. The internal wiring has been fully installed. Now all that is needed is to install the corresponding energy core to activate these machines. Looking at the mechanical creation before him, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. The realist scholar standing nearby seemed puzzled. Why did Lu Jin want them to create so many mechanical artifacts? Nowadays, engineering robots are more than sufficient for the construction of bases. Moreover, the design drawings for these mechanical creations were entirely provided by Lu Jin. Although the mechanical creations on the design drawings were comprehensive in function, they were still far inferior to engineering robots. Is this merely Lord Lu Jin's personal interest? Just as the realist scholars were wondering, Lu Jin took out a source of fire from his pocket. That's right. Lu Jin will next use the Apocalypse fire to activate the mechanical creation in front of him and transform it into an Apocalypse life form. After obtaining the Apocalypse fire, Lu Jin mostly used it as a backup energy source. Now, he has a resource planet that can stably produce minerals. The role of the Apocalypse spark as a backup energy source gradually became negligible. However, the sparks it produces are very suitable for Lu Jin to use to create apocalyptic creatures to increase the population of the stronghold. Chapter 186 Population Surge. Starseed Infinite Corporation. As the source of the spark entered the core area, the dormant mechanical creations gradually awoke. The lines on their bodies gradually turned color, and their metallic forms began to move. Immediately afterwards, the mechanical creation in front of them began to move on its own without anyone controlling it. Such a sight left the surrounding realist scholars utterly dumbfounded. What did Lu Jin just put into the core area? Is it because of that thing that these mechanical creations gain the ability to move autonomously? What do these mechanical creations rely on to move? Code. Or perhaps it's a matter of consciousness. As the Apocalypse biotech gradually recovered, the eyes of the realist scholars grew brighter and brighter. Once all the apocalyptic creatures were activated, their gazes were focused on Lu Jin. Lu Jin had already input a series of underlying logic codes into the fire source. This ensures that when these apocalyptic beings awaken, they will not become mechanical creations as pure as blank paper. At the same time, it can also ensure the loyalty of these apocalyptic creatures. Soon, one of the apocalypse creatures came to Lu Jin and knelt down on one knee to make his figure humble enough. Great Creator, thank you for giving us life. Immediately afterwards, the other apocalyptic creatures came to Lu Jin's side. Like devout believers, they demonstrated their loyalty to Lu Jin. Looking at the activated apocalypse creature before him, Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I created you to give you a more important mission. This planet is currently in the nascent stage of civilization, and I need a large population. Your next task is to participate in the work of building a civilized society as much as possible. Faced with Lu Jin's order, Apocalypse Biotechnology did not refuse. Under Lu Jin's arrangement, these apocalyptic creatures were quickly assigned to numerous teams. Just then, the holographic projection of the Colossus's intelligence system reappeared beside Lu Jin. Its gaze swept over the numerous apocalyptic creatures, and a subtle expression of surprise appeared on the holographic projection's face. It's truly amazing. They're mechanical creations, but I can't sense any data or code in them. It has the outer shell of a mechanical creation, but its internal structure is the spiritual core of a starseed creature. Captain, could you grant me a servant of the apocalypse creature? I crave entirely new knowledge. This being is beyond the comprehension and knowledge I have stored in my intellectual reserves. I want to know more. Lu Jin's gaze fell on the holographic projection of the giant god's intelligence system. This was the first time he had ever seen the Colossus's intelligence system, which originated from anomalous data entities. So excited. It seems to be more emotional these days. It seems that its evolution is happening much faster than it expected. Upon seeing that Lu Jin remained silent, the Colossus AI system immediately realized something, quickly understanding that its actions were an overstepping of its bounds for Lu Jin. This is a major taboo for the relationship between the two parties. When the Colossus's intelligence system realized this, it was actually filled with fear. The emotions of living beings are appearing on it more and more frequently. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for it. But at this moment,
Lu Jin took out a spark source. Instead of studying apocalyptic organisms, you should study this directly. The spark source is the core of apocalypse creatures. If you can thoroughly study the spark source, you will also thoroughly understand apocalypse creatures. Upon hearing this, the Colossus's intelligence system paused slightly. It never expected that Lu Jin would directly hand over the most important source of fire to it. Am I overthinking things? With more and more emotions mixed into its data, the Colossus AI system felt itself beginning to change. Just then, a ship suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the ship that appeared before him. The ship's hull, covered in various paint materials, prominently displays the insignia of the faction it belongs to. The ship's shape adopts an appearance that is most aerodynamically efficient. Such a flashy but impractical ship has a special name among many captains. Business class ship. Some wealthy individuals and executives of interstellar companies travel to various planets aboard these ostentatious ships. Over time, business-class ships have become the standard equipment for various elites in the world. Now that the commercial vessel has appeared above the base, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself, "The guests have finally arrived." That's right. The commercial vessel in front of us belongs to Starsea Unlimited Company. Starry Sea Infinite Company is the wealthiest company system in the entire endless Starry Sea and even the entire Starry Sea. The credit point monetary system was proposed by Starsea Infinite Company. Lu Jin has summoned Shanghai Unlimited Company for the purpose of planning his next move. The commercial vessel landed smoothly on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the hatch opened, and a richly dressed woman stood in front of it, her gaze sweeping over the outpost. After inspecting the outpost, a clear look of disgust appeared in the woman's eyes. Are you kidding me? This remote, impoverished place actually sent me to make strategic investments? What kind of joke are the company executives making? What value could a place like this possibly have? Just as the woman was about to leave after taking a quick look around with some disgust, her communication device lit up. When she connected the device, a processed voice rang in her ears. "Miss Talia, you must have arrived at your target planet by now. The company's senior management attaches great importance to this strategic investment. If you cannot secure this cooperation at a very favorable price, therefore, you should not consider promotion for the next 50 years of your career." What? Upon hearing the other person's words, Talia's eyes were filled with shock. The message is quite clear. The company highly values this collaboration. In other words, Talia is determined to secure this partnership no matter what, and the price she will pay is the profits the company can gain. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who was in the distance, took in the woman's expression through the power of his spiritual energy. From initial disdain to shock, to regaining composure, his gaze became extremely serious. The company really underestimated me, actually sending such a lowly guy like Karami to fob me off. However, this is fine too. Since you made a mistake, don't blame me for taking a big piece of fat from you. Lu Jin used his base and the profits he would gain from future development as leverage to secure an investment opportunity from Starsea Unlimited Company. If Lu Jin could secure their investment, it would undoubtedly be a surefire way to make money. Chapter 187 Strategic Investment. The company lost a huge amount. After the investment cooperation was reached, Lu Jin was able to obtain a considerable amount of development funds. In order to maximize profits, companies will even send fleets to protect their bases. Of course, all of this is predicated on the achievement of cooperation. Therefore, Lu Jin needs to consider how to maximize his own interests while completing the investment cooperation. Hello, I am Talia, a member of the Strategic Investment Department of Starsea Infinite Company. Upon receiving the notification from her superiors, Talia had already put away her previous expression of disgust. Right now, all she can think about is how to quickly reach this cooperation agreement. It's important to understand that Starsea Infinite Corporation is extremely large, and precisely because of its size, it employs an extremely large number of people. To stand out from the crowd and rise to a senior management position, hard work alone is far from enough. Therefore, Talia would never let go of any opportunity for promotion. I'm very pleased to have caught the attention of Starsea Unlimited Company. My name is Lu Jin. Lu Jin? Is that the Earthling who destroyed the Blackrock Pirates? I heard that he recently defeated the Dark Knight Necromancer fleet on the planet Lioli. No wonder the company's top management values him so much. As a human from Earth, he has accomplished so many miracles, so he must have immense value to be exploited. After confirming each other's identities, Lu Jin and Talia set up a simple negotiation point in the wilderness. Although the surrounding environment is nice, it is still in the wild. Talia looked around, still feeling somewhat out of place. Every time she travels to different planets to make strategic investments, she is treated like a VIP. But now, she is actually having an investment discussion face-to-face with Lu Jin in this shabby outpost. Talia told herself that all she needed to do was complete the transaction quickly. Just as Talia was about to speak, Lu Jin clapped his hands. Immediately afterwards, Silver Moon, Shiria, and Ling Long appeared behind him. Since you're going to invest, I need to show my sincerity on behalf of your company. As you can see, my stronghold is inhabited by star dragon hunters, star elves, and remnants of the Sun Dynasty. They not only possess formidable combat power, but also extraordinary talent. Before Lu Jin could finish speaking, Talia decisively interrupted him. It can be acknowledged that your territory is indeed home to many powerful interstellar races. However, these cannot be used as leverage to increase your investment amount. We need to see the potential of your location. While the star-hunting dragons and star-sea elves are indeed formidable, we have also heard of the talents of the inhabitants of the Sun Dynasty. However, their numbers are not large. As long as the population cannot be increased, no matter how complete the civilization is, it will be nothing but a castle in the air. Is it a problem with the number of people? With the clone compartments of the Origin battleship, is this still a problem? The company doesn't need to worry about population issues. As the owner of an Origin warship, my warship has a cloning compartment. As long as the funds are in place, I can use the cloning chambers to continuously increase the population. Cloning chamber? The clone compartments of the Origin battleship? Talia frowned slightly, and after some thought, added the cloning chamber factor to the investment factors. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin took out Helm Metal. After seeing the test report for Hurlum Metal, Talia's expression finally changed. This metal was completely beyond her expectations. This outpost in front of us can actually produce a unique superalloy? Composing herself, Talia looked at Lu Jin again. Please continue listing the technologies you possess. Seeing this, Lu Jin did not hesitate at all and placed the fire source on the table again. The All-Spark, an energy source in a completely different form, once again overturned Talia's understanding. After her perception was overturned for the second time, Talia stood up decisively. Excuse me, I need to speak with senior management. No problem. This was exactly the result Lu Jin wanted. He knew very well that Talia in front of him was just a company employee. They weren't even considered high-ranking officials. This means that the company didn't take their investment requirements seriously at all. But things are different now. Harrow Metal and the Allspark are currently unique assets of the Starsea. With these two things in place, one's investment level might even rise a few points. Talia quickly finished discussing the matter with the higher-ups. Talia then sat back down at the negotiating table, but this time, her expression was noticeably different. Mr. Lu Jin, based on discussions among our company's senior management, we wish to purchase ownership of what you just displayed for 100 billion credits. Sorry, not for sale. Of course, this result was within our expectations, so we will purchase the development rights of your site for 10 billion, 1%. A 1% proportion of 10 billion? Lu Jin chuckled and crossed his legs. That's too little. We're not stupid. A higher price would be beneficial for both of our negotiations. Mr. Lu Jin, this is already the maximum discount our company can offer. Your business is still in its initial stage, so this price is already very reasonable. No, this price is completely unreasonable. I can consider a price of 1% of 100 billion credits. What? 1% equity of 100 billion? Are you kidding me? Even the well-mannered Talia couldn't help but stand up. Offering such a price, does this guy really think his base is some kind of commercial metropolis? Excuse me. I plan to sell 49% of the equity in one go this time. Puff. Talia coughed up another mouthful of blood. She could hardly believe her ears. 49% equity? It's important to understand that once a company owns 50% of the equity, it can take over the entire location. In other words, Lu Jin will indirectly lose all control over this stronghold. What is this man trying to do? Is he insane? I've met many high rollers before, but even the most audacious ones only dare to sell a maximum of 30% of their equity to the company. But why would Lu Jin dare to sell 49% of the equity directly? Even Talia couldn't sit still at this moment. I'm sorry, I need to discuss this with the higher-ups. No problem. Talia felt that the negotiations were out of control. She had been led by the nose ever since she sat down at the table. When Talia reported the situation to the company's senior management, they were also extremely shocked. Selling 49% of the equity for 100 billion? That's insane. I love this guy. This is interesting. We've met our match. Talia is no match for him at all.
Chapter 188. The investment has arrived. The Gilded Fleet. It has to be said that Lu Jin's move attracted the attention of the company's senior management to some extent. Some of the company's senior executives expressed their high approval of Lu Jin's actions. Other company executives, however, had no interest in Lu Jin or his assets. Of course, this does not include some company executives who are still observing the situation. So what's our answer? Should we give this daring gambler some incentive? There are countless gamblers in the vast universe, but not all of them can escape unscathed. My opinion is to upgrade this investment to an S-level high-value strategic investment. S-level strategic investment? That's our highest level of investment. It seems that His Excellency Polaris is quite fond of this high roller. Among the many holographic projections, a woman with a graceful figure sat gracefully amidst a holographic projection of numerous company executives. She fiddled with the chips in her hand, and her blurred face still faintly revealed her extremely excited smile. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. However, the two items he displayed were enough to qualify him as an S-level customer. Perlamite, a superalloy never heard of before. The spark source is an unknown energy source that can give life to machines. These two items are invaluable treasures. During the conversation, Polaris, a senior member of the company, listed all of Lu Jin's potential. Under her persuasive words, many company executives gradually began to take this investment seriously. Just as the company's senior management was still discussing and hesitating, an email suddenly appeared on the personal terminals of all senior executives. After reading this email, the attitudes of all the company's senior executives changed completely. In that case, the investment level of the Elysium Star investment plan will be upgraded to S-level. S-level investment contract. After reading the contents of the investment contract, Lu Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin. That's interesting. My original intention in this negotiation was to secure more company investment in order to obtain a large amount of investment in a short period of time. But to my surprise, the company gave me a pleasant surprise. An S-level investment contract involves more than just the company's capital investment. In order to ensure the development of the planets they invest in, the company will even send a powerful fleet to guard them. This is the company. They will spare no effort to protect and invest in anything that is profitable. But this time, Lu Jin is destined to disappoint them. All the businesses under his name were pawns he had laid out for the war of assimilation. When the war of assimilation breaks out in full force, I will be thrown into an endless war. At that point, Starsea Unlimited Company would only have two choices. The first option is to completely abandon Lu Jin as an S-level investment client and suffer huge losses. The second option is to be dragged into the vortex of war by Lu Jin. In this game, Lu Jin saw further ahead than the company itself. Therefore, the moment Lu Jin signed the investment agreement, the company's senior management couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The office temperature is too low. Turn it up a bit. Polaris shrugged and placed the chips in his hand on the table. Her gaze swept across the star map in front of her, which clearly displayed the coordinates of the planet Elysium. On the desk next to the star chart, a large amount of documents were scattered on the surface, and all the information on them was about Lu Jin. Polaris picked up a wine glass, and the scarlet wine flowed down the side of the glass into it. Shaking his wine glass, Polaris's eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Jin, what a crazy person he is. She's exactly the other half I've been waiting for. The escort fleet roster for this trip to Elysium hasn't been finalized yet, right? Tell the company's senior management that I am willing to become the founder of the investment escort fleet for Paradise Planet. What? Polaris, one of the company's top executives, actually wants to go to Elysium in person? The secretary standing next to him was equally shocked upon hearing these words. Lord Polaris, isn't this decision a bit too hasty? No, I've made up my mind. I must go, and I'll bring my gilded fleet with me. Upon hearing this, even the most professionally competent secretary gaped, hardly believing her ears. A gilded fleet? That's the strongest corporate fleet under Polaris. Its combat power has even reached the terrifying level of star-shattering. And now, this fleet is actually going to become the guard fleet of Elysium? Is the world too crazy, or am I just still half asleep this morning? Just as the secretary was still somewhat at a loss, Polaris glanced at her, and that emotionless look made the secretary feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. What are you still doing standing here? As my secretary, you're so slow to react. Forget about your year-end bonus this year. Upon hearing this, the secretary realized that the North Star in front of her had not changed. She is still just like those company executives, a group of extremely perverted capitalists.
The secretary hurriedly went to carry out the North Star plan. Immediately afterwards, Polaris's request for a transfer seemed to have received tacit approval from the higher-ups. It was approved in just 1 hour. Upon receiving the transfer request, Polaris boarded a flagship with a gold paint job and a hull as luxurious as a jewel. The ships departed from the starport developed by the company, and countless luxurious and dazzling ships headed straight for Elysium. Today, luxurious and dazzling ships sail through the sea of stars like shining jewels. Countless space pirates were attracted, but when they saw the paint scheme on the ship, they were so frightened that they ran away in terror. Beneath the company's main paint scheme, a gilded chip is engraved on the hull of all the ships. What a luxurious ship. It looks like a gemstone. I guess only the nouveau riche in this company could afford to build a ship like this. Shoo, keep your voice down. It's not a big deal if it's just the company headquarters ships, but didn't you see the chip symbol below? Gilded ships? Could this fleet be the private fleet of Polaris, a high-ranking executive in the company? The Gilded Fleet? Rumor has it that among all the fleets in the company's upper management, the Gilded Fleet may not be the most powerful, but it is definitely the most insane. Hurry up, hurry up. I don't want to be targeted by these lunatics. After recognizing the fleet's origins, the space pirates quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Polaris, seated in the flagship, looked at Lu Jin's information and resume, his smile never faltering. It wasn't until the ship reached the star system where Elysium was located that Polaris finally put away the data in his hands and turned his gaze to the planet in front of him. Chapter 189, A Keen North Star. A sharp eye? At the same time, Lu Jin, standing on the planet's surface, naturally saw the gilded fleet gradually appearing in the sky. Not only Lu Jin, but also Yu Tiansong and others were drawn to the fleet in the sky. They had never seen such a luxurious and dazzling ship. After all, few people pay attention to the appearance of a ship. Whenever there is room for improvement in a ship, most captains will choose to upgrade its performance. This ship is so beautiful, it's as dazzling as a shooting star. When sailing through the stars, it's not a good thing for ships to be too luxurious and dazzling. That is to say, the ship bears the logo of Starsea Infinite Corporation. Otherwise, there would certainly be quite a few space pirates eyeing it. However, the fact that Starsea Unlimited was able to send such a large fleet shows that they have indeed fulfilled the terms of the contract. Everyone knew that Starsea Infinite Company sent its fleet because Lu Jin had signed the investment agreement. But everyone knew very well that this was just a transaction. So, after seeing these ships, everyone satisfied their curiosity and quickly left. But Lu Jin's gaze did not leave. It fell on the gilded chip symbol, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Inhwa, who was standing next to Lu Jin, noticed that something was wrong with Lu Jin and couldn't help but ask him a question. Captain, is there a problem with this fleet? Yes, and the problem is significant. Based on the paint scheme on these ships, it can be determined that this fleet is not a company-owned escort fleet. If it's a ship belonging to the company headquarters, then the ship will only display the company's logo. However, in addition to the company logo, these ships also have special markings representing private power. The gilded chip symbol signifies that the ship before us belongs to one of the company's top executives, Polaris's fleet. Sure enough, the fleet stopped near the planet's orbit the next second. A large ship, its exterior as dazzling as a jewel, landed directly towards the stronghold. After the ship landed on the ground, the hatch opened. Polaris, one of the company's top executives, had already impatiently disembarked from the ship and approached Lu Jin. Looking at the beautiful Polaris, who exuded an air of nobility, Silver Moon once again felt threatened. Polaris didn't care at all and directly grabbed Lu Jin's hands before he could dodge. Mr. Lu Jin, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Polaris, and I am the head of the escort fleet sent by the company to protect the Star of Elysium. We look forward to your guidance on the future development of the Pure Land. Faced with such an enthusiastic Polaris, Lu Jin calmly withdrew his hand. Lu Jin was naturally familiar with the North Star before him. The company's top executives, the most reckless gambler, the fearsome North Star. Lu Jin had heard of all these titles in his previous life. Of course, none of these titles are positive. Polaris, a mad and deadly woman. This is Lu Jin's impression of the North Star from his previous life. To be honest, the appearance of the Gilded Fleet was completely unexpected by Lu Jin. Although the appearance of the Gilded Fleet greatly increased the safety of Elysium. But considering Polaris's reputation, Lu Jin felt that this was actually a bad thing. As if sensing Lu Jin's wariness, Polaris narrowed her eyes slightly. Mr. Lu Jin, it seems this is our first time meeting, right? But why are you so wary of me? Could it be that we've met somewhere I don't know about? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's heart tightened, and he immediately became extremely alert. In just a moment, he had put together a speech. Sorry, I've only heard that the people at Star Sea Infinite Company are a bunch of businessmen. It's only right for businessmen to be cautious. I don't want to be sold out, and then help the seller count the money. Upon hearing this, Polaris smiled sweetly. Mr. Lu Jin is quite humorous. However, when it comes to business acumen, few members of Star Sea Infinite Company can match you. Would you consider joining the company as my secretary? With your talent, I guarantee you can be promoted to a senior position like mine within a year. Faced with the lucrative promises made by Polaris, Lu Jin chose to reject them outright. Lu Jin knew very well what Shanghai Unlimited Company was. In this gathering place for all merchants across the entire Star Sea, getting promoted is harder than climbing to heaven. Since Miss Polaris will be in charge of protecting and securing Elysium Planet from now on, why doesn't Miss Polaris come and visit this planet? As he spoke, Lu Jin immediately dispatched a member of Apocalypse Biotechnology. This apocalyptic creature has two forms, one of which is a humanoid combat form. Another type is the spaceship form that can carry people. Lu Jin directly arranged a sightseeing tour, taking Polaris to visit the ecological environment of the planet Elysium. After seeing Polaris off, Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that, as a senior executive of the company, Polaris's observation skills are incredibly meticulous. If I don't handle this properly, they might even uncover the secret of my rebirth. Fortunately, the funds are in place, and I can start my development plan. After some time, Lu Jin invested all the credit points the company had invested in the development of the outposts. With the existence of cloning chambers, the population problem is gradually being solved. Just when Lu Jin thought the plan would proceed without any surprises, a message came through his personal terminal. The sender of this message was none other than Polaris, who was in charge of protecting the safety of the planet Elysium. At this moment, Polaris leaned back in her chair listlessly, her gaze sweeping across the terminal screen in front of her. The information above is truly alarming. In less than a month, the frequency of void Zerg appearances has exploded. Many of the planets under the company's control have been affected by the void Zerg. Most importantly, some planets suddenly lost contact. Even some outposts were affected by unknown factors and lost control. The company has already sensed that a disaster is brewing. And it wasn't just Star Sea Infinite Corporation. Other forces were also affected to varying degrees. After reading the message from Polaris, Lu Jin's expression gradually became serious. Judging by the time, it's about time to begin. That cosmic war that swept across the entire starry sky. The war of assimilation is about to begin. The void Zerg are becoming active. Warp demons are gradually descending upon the sea of stars. The vampires are secretly plotting something. The decaying spores are about to take center stage on this vast starry sky. Chapter 190 Void Zerg Fleet. Sacrifice. Time is really tight. Lu Jin turned and looked into the distance, where the roaring factory was continuously producing Hero metal. The engineers of the Sun Dynasty processed Hell metal into various parts. On a vast open space, the skeletons of hundreds of ships stood there, waiting for engineers to complete them. Time. What Lu Jin needs now is time. A year is still too short. At that very moment, within the galaxy where the planet Elysium was located, a colossal creature made of flesh and blood suddenly appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the appearance of the first monster, more and more monsters of varying sizes appeared. These monsters floated like a giant ship in the sea of stars. On the bodies of these monsters, several vacuoles filled with biomass are spread all over their bodies. Inside each vacuole, one could vaguely see the figures of void Zerg. The appearance of the monster immediately caught Polaris's attention. Polaris stood up from her seat on the bridge and frowned slightly as she looked at the monitoring screen displayed on the ship's terminal. Upon opening the company's shared think tank, Polaris immediately compared the monster before him with the data in the think tank. She soon learned the monster's true identity. Void Insect Ship, a large biological transport ship manufactured by the Voidlings. A single Void Zerg ship can not only breed a large number of Void Zerg, but also harbor countless fully grown Void Zerg on its body. The moment the Void Swarm appears, it means that a planet will become nourishment for the swarm. Lu Jin naturally learned of the Void Swarm invasion through satellites established within the star system. As Lu Jin watched the Void Insect ship appear on the screen, his expression gradually became serious. Seeing this, Silver Moon and Shiria volunteered to lead the fleet to wipe out the Void Swarm. Even Yun Mingyan stepped forward, No one was more skilled at dealing with the void swarm than her. But Lu Jin waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. Judging from the size of the Zerg fleet in the image, this void Zerg fleet is most likely just a colony fleet. Voidcraft ships can breed and transport large swarms of void insects. However, it lacks sufficient offensive power to counter attacks from various natural enemies. Therefore, a typical voidling fleet will be equipped with 2 megadromes for every voidling ship. The void swarm fleet before them consisted only of void swarm ships and no megadevours. In this situation, there are generally only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that this void insect ship was only recently formed and has not yet produced any giant worms to escort it. The second possibility is that they were merely an advanced colonial force, with the main force following behind. Lu Jin hoped it would be the former. No one knew better than him just how terrifying the main force of the void Zerg fleet was. Therefore, before determining the purpose of these void swarms, Lu Jin's plan was to wait. After all, the one we should be more worried about now is Polaris. Just as Lu Jin had predicted, after confirming the identities of these void insect ships, Polaris immediately mobilized its fleet. The size of the Gilded Fleet was far beyond that of ordinary fleets. The Gilded Fleet alone has hundreds of large battleships. Not to mention, the Gilded Fleet also includes many ships carrying heavy firepower. Polaris immediately organized a firepower fleet and headed straight for the coordinates of the Void Bug ship. Meanwhile, the Void Bug ships on the opposite side seemed to have also discovered the presence of the Gilded Fleet. But these Void Insect ships were not afraid at all. Instead, they charged straight at the Gilded Fleet. Oh, facing my firepower ships, instead of retreating, they attacked directly? Polaris sensed something was amiss. But at this point, she had no other choice. The firepower ship opened fire quickly, and a large number of laser missiles rained down on the Void Bug ship on the opposite side. Rumble. Lu Jin, on the surface, frowned as he watched the Void Insect ship being destroyed so easily. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. What exactly are these Void Insect ships? Faced with a vastly superior fleet, they didn't even try to escape? Willing to die? Are you kidding me? The Void Swarm I knew wasn't such an incredibly stupid bunch of creatures, was it? After defeating the Void Swarm's fleet, Polaris looked at the pieces of flesh and blood floating in the sea of stars, and she could feel a sense of unease welling up from the bottom of her heart. That was so easy. The data report describes the Void Swarm as a monstrous threat by various factions. So easily defeated by himself? And from the very beginning, she sensed that something was wrong. From the moment these void swarms appeared until they were completely annihilated by themselves, they never launched an attack on their own ships. Even if the Void Bug ship has relatively weak attack power, it doesn't mean that it is completely helpless. But the Void Swarm did not retaliate, allowing Polaris to command the ships to kill them. At this moment, a possibility had already surfaced in Lu Jin's mind. It's a warp demon. These void swarms have been corrupted by warp demons. Warp demons are a special group of creatures that live in the warp, and they possess extremely strong mental manipulation abilities. All they do is to create a passage connecting the Starry Sea and the warp to release their kind. These void insect ships before us are the sacrifices that the warp demons had prepared long ago. As Lu Jin thought of this, numerous subspace rifts suddenly appeared around the pieces of flesh and blood floating in the sea of stars. These subspace rifts devoured all the pieces of flesh and blood. As flesh and blood gradually merged into the subspace rift grew larger and larger, eventually connecting to form a huge gap in the rift. Roar. Just then, a roar came from the subspace rift. In the vastness of space, where sound cannot travel, everyone heard this roar, as loud as a wild beast. Then, right before everyone's eyes, a ship gradually emerged from the subspace rift like a ghost. The ship was covered in crimson flesh and blood, and the head of an unknown creature was hanging on its bow. On the ship's deck, countless warp demons of various shapes and sizes roared incessantly. They celebrated and cheered, as excited as released prisoners. Upon seeing this, Polaris felt a chill run down his spine. Attack! In order to prevent these monsters from breaking through the warp rift and descending into the Star Sea, Polaris decisively ordered the ships to launch an attack. Chapter 191, The Warp Demon Fleet. Morbid. Fire. All ship weapon systems are activated. A barrage of lasers and missiles rained down on the demonic ship. As flames swept across the entire Starry Sea, the scorching fire engulfed the entire demonic ship. Seeing such a fierce attack, Polaris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
under such heavy firepower. Even if this demonic ship had some extraordinary abilities, it should have been blown to pieces. Lu Jin, on the ground, frowned slightly after witnessing this series of attacks. No, the timing is wrong. As Lu Jin had predicted, the flames subsided, and the warp demon's ship remained unharmed. Even the warp demons on the deck were not harmed. How is this possible? Polaris's eyes were filled with horror. Why were their attacks having no effect? At that moment, Polaris's gaze fell upon the warp demon's ship. She was shocked to discover that some meteorite fragments actually passed right through the demon's ship after making contact with it. Did they pass through? These demonic ships have no physical form? How is that possible? If these demon ships don't have physical forms, then wouldn't she be completely helpless against these warp demons? Wrong. Information about warp demons is also recorded in the company's think tank. No warp demon that appears in the data is invincible. They have physical bodies and can be damaged by various types of firepower. Therefore, there must be some special factors. It is precisely because of this special factor that these warp demons are able to possess the ability to become ethereal for a short period of time. What is this special factor? It is a subspace rift. At this crucial moment, Lu Jin's message suddenly appeared on Polaris's personal terminal. At this critical juncture, Lu Jin didn't care whether he would be suspected by Polaris. If the gilded fleet of Polaris is destroyed by the warp demons, then this planet of mine will probably not be able to survive either. Therefore, in order to preserve his strength, Lu Jin had no choice but to reveal some key information to Polaris. Polaris glanced at the intelligence information sent by Lu Jin, and the confusion in her eyes instantly vanished. I see. This crucial and unique factor is the subspace crack. Before the warp rift is destroyed, warp demons will be bound by the rules of the warp and will be unable to truly appear in the Starsea world. It can be said that they are now nothing more than empty shells. Do we have to wait for the subspace rift to close before we can take action against them? Polaris narrowed her eyes slightly. Without Lu Jin needing to remind her, she immediately thought of how to deal with the warp demon fleet in front of her. Under her command, all the ships began to approach the subspace rift. More and more ships surrounded the subspace rift. At this moment, the second warp demon ship broke through the warp blockade and began to enter the Starsea. Haha, after holding back for so many years, my greatsword has been itching for a fight. How could the chaos in the Starsea be complete without the presence of my warp demon race? I can't wait to torture the creatures of the Starsea. Wait a minute, something seems off. Several warp demon commanders on the ship were discussing which region to conquer next. But in the blink of an eye, they saw the ships around the subspace rift. It was obvious that these ships had been waiting there for a long time, and had even formed a vague encirclement. Upon seeing this, several warp demon commanders couldn't help but widen their eyes. Something's not right. Who leaked our coordinates? This star system was a barren wasteland just a year ago, so why are there suddenly so many ships here? Damn it, Barnaby, didn't you say there wouldn't be any problems with this arrival? The demon commander who was being held accountable was equally confused. Even he couldn't understand why so many ships would be waiting in this star system. Moreover, judging from the size and formation of these ships, it is clear that they had been preparing for this for some time. The other side knew very well that their warp demons could not be attacked until the warp rift closed. Because they understood this, they formed an encirclement. The purpose was to launch an attack on them the moment the subspace rift closed. The warp demons are now bound by the rules of the warp, and until the warp rift closes, they can only stand here and confront each other. The other side was clearly prepared. They had already formed an encirclement. That's right. Only someone who knows anything about us warp demons would act this way. Since they're coming for us, let's fight. War. We war demons are immortal beings. As long as the warp exists, we are invincible. Once they realized they couldn't escape, the warp demons became even more eager to fight. Such fighting spirit made even Polaris feel a bit uneasy. The subspace rift has not yet closed, and the fleet that has descended from it now numbers in the hundreds. When Polaris first faced the fleet of warp demons, he felt his whole body tremble. Seeing this, the crew members nearby couldn't help but step forward to comfort him. My lord Polaris, you need not worry. Our gilded fleet is one of the strongest in the company. The number of warp demon ships is far less than ours. As long as we work together, these warp demons are no match for us. That's right. Our gilded fleet is no pushover either. We easily suppressed those mere warp demons. But then, the North Star looked up. What everyone saw was Polaris, who looked sickly but was actually excited. Fear? Worry?
Polaris's only worry is that these warp demons won't let him have his fill. As one of the company's senior executives, Polaris's greatest interest lies in facing formidable opponents. The stronger the enemy or opponent, the more excited she becomes. Whether in war or in negotiation, only the strong can pique the interest of Polaris. Within just a few days, Polaris found its match, Lu Jin. The man who had countless secrets captivated Polaris. She knew, of course, that Lu Jin hadn't made a move yet because he hoped to use her to annihilate the subspace demons. This not only weakens the company's power, but also preserves its own strength to the greatest extent. Polaris could not have imagined this. She simply wanted to enjoy the oppression brought by the warp demons, all to herself. A warp demon, that's interesting. This lifeless existence is finally starting to get interesting. Chapter 192, The Battle Never Ends. Cold and ruthless. As the last demonic ship slowly sailed out of the warp rift, the subspace rift seemed to have lost all its energy support and began to shrink at a visible rate. As the warp demons watched the warp rift gradually shrink, they could also feel their connection to the warp weakening. More and more warp demons are beginning to stir, eager to wreak havoc in the starry sea. Of course, Polaris has also made all the necessary preparations. Polaris tapped her index finger on the ship's dashboard, ready to welcome the uninvited guests from the warp. I hope this battle will be enjoyable for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the subspace rift closed completely. Almost instantly, both fleets launched an attack. The moment the warp rift closed, the warp demons flapped their wings and charged straight at the gilded fleet with lightning speed. And Polaris decisively ordered the attack to begin. A laser suddenly struck a demonic ship, and the warp demons in the path were unable to dodge in time and were instantly burned to ashes. Boom. The laser struck the demon ship, blasting a hole in it. Upon seeing this, Polaris's eyes lit up. Just as Lu Jin had said, after the subspace rift disappeared, these demon ships became targets for attack. But when Polaris saw the gap created by the laser cannon, he couldn't help but frown. No shield system? These demon ships don't even have shield systems? Aren't ships without shield systems just a bunch of paper models? Did I overestimate the warp demons? Just as Polaris was feeling the attack was going smoothly, the demon ships that had been breached by the bombardment began to become active. The flesh and blood on the ship gathered at the breach, and in the blink of an eye, the breach was repaired. The cannons, covered in blood and flesh, were aimed at one of the ships of the Gilded Fleet. Boom. A flesh and blood shell landed directly on the ship's shield system. Immediately afterwards, the flesh and blood shell seemed to parasitize the ship's shield system like a living organism. The shield system was breached in an instant under the continuous bombardment of flesh and blood projectiles. Immediately afterwards, a large number of warp demons rushed into the ship's interior. Damn it, there are just too many of these demons. We need support. Wait, Maria, what are you doing here? Wasn't I fighting warp demons on the battlefield? Why am I here? Hallucination? But it looks so real. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the crew members of the ship invaded by the warp demons were dragged into the mental illusion woven by the warp demons. As he listened to the ramblings on the communication channel, Polaris closed his eyes. Captain of the Gilded Fleet, number 244, I give you my command. While you're still conscious, activate the ship's self-destruct mode. In an instant, the entire fleet's communication channels fell silent. Finally, a steady voice from a middle-aged man came through the communication channel. Receive. With a received signal, the ships at the forefront, corrupted by the warp demons, experienced a violent explosion. The violent explosion swept across the entire battlefield, engulfing countless warp demons in the process. Faced with this scene, Polaris remained calm and showed no sadness whatsoever for the fallen. Captain number 213, I order you to activate self-destruct mode and proceed at full speed towards the 12 o'clock direction. My Lord Polaris, my ships can still fight. I know, but this is an order. There was another moment of silence on the communication channel. Immediately afterwards, one ship in the Gilded Fleet broke away from the main force and charged towards the 12 o'clock direction. And at its 12 o'clock position, there was a demonic ship. Boom. A burst of light ignited the battlefield of the Star Sea. The warp demons were also caught off guard by this sudden, self-destructive attack. But Polaris was shocked to discover that even when the warp demons' ships were destroyed and reduced to mere skeletons, they were still able to repair the ships to their original state in a short period of time. What kind of ability is this? Polaris commanded one ship after another, and the number of ships in the Gilded Fleet began to gradually decrease. But the opposing demon ships showed no signs of decreasing in number. At this time, Polaris took the initiative to contact Lu Jin. Lu Jin, I've run into some trouble. These warp demon ships are acting strangely. I clearly ordered the ships to self-destruct, blowing off half of the enemy ship's hulls, but even so, they were still able to recover to their original state. You must know what's going on, right? Tell me, the ships I have aren't endless. Hearing Polaris's calm tone, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Sure enough, none of the people in the company are good people. And the North Star in front of us is a madman. Only a madman would treat a ship fully loaded with crew as an expendable object in battle. There were clearly better ways, but she chose the most extreme one. Every demon ship has a demon heart. Only by destroying the demon heart inside the ship can the demon ship be completely destroyed. Furthermore, resisting the mental attacks of warp demons is quite simple. All that's needed is to set up a device/system on the ship. Before Lu Jin could finish speaking, Polaris abruptly disconnected the communication signal. A slight smile played on her lips. Now that she knew how to destroy these demonic ships, all she needed to do was retaliate. All I need to know is how to win. Captains number 121 and number 342, you two are piloting your ships toward the demon ship at the 3 o'clock position. Of course, you don't need to activate the self-destruct program now, at least not now. Under Polaris's control, the firepower ships concentrated their attacks on one of the demon ships. Under the barrage of countless cannon fire, the demonic ship's outer flesh and armor were gradually pulverized. At this moment, Polaris finally noticed that inside the ship's engine compartment, there was a flesh and blood engine, resembling a heart, that was constantly beating. Is this the core of the demon ship? That's quite a well-hidden weakness. But now, this weakness is no secret. Polaris's lips curled up slightly, revealing an extremely cruel smile. At a single command, the two ships, which had already been mobilized, slowly approached the demon ship. Upon seeing this, the surrounding warp demons swarmed around the two ships like moths to a flame. But both ships had already initiated their self-destruct sequence. Chapter 193. Did we win? An unexpected event occurred. Boom. Watching as the demon ship was instantly torn to pieces by the impact of the explosion. Polaris's gaze did not immediately leave. After seeing that the demon ship had not been restored, she burst into laughter. That's it. That's it. The warp demon ships are nothing special. It only cost the cost of a few ships to destroy a demon ship. I don't know whether this deal is a profit or a loss. With a flick of his wrist, Polaris held a chip in his hand. Now that we know the weaknesses of the demon ships, it's time to launch a full-scale attack. The encirclement began to tighten, and the firepower intensified. The warp demons were clearly surprised to see their ships destroyed. Our ships have been destroyed. The enemy's attack was clearly aimed at the flesh and blood engine. Our ship's weakness has been discovered. First, our coordinates were exposed, and now the weaknesses of our ships have been discovered. If you say there's no mole among us, I'll be the first to disbelieve you. An undercover agent? Who's the undercover agent? We're all in the warp. Who doesn't want to escape that hellhole? The defeat in battle caused many demon commanders to lose control once again. They even began to suspect that there might be a traitor within their ranks. After all, it was all such a coincidence. They encountered a formidable fleet upon arrival. The key point is that this fleet seemed to know their warp demons extremely well. The secrets of their ships were cracked not long after they left the warp. How could this not raise suspicion? Just then, one of the demon leaders stepped forward. Stop arguing. Will you win if you keep arguing? At this point, our only chance of winning is to use our greatest strength, psychological manipulation. If we can find the enemy's flagship and drag their leader into a mental illusion, then we still have a chance of winning. That's right. Warp demons are most adept at mind manipulation. As long as we can find their leader, there's still a chance. Many demon leaders chose to take the initiative, and a large number of warp demons, taking advantage of their own strength, began to attack the ships of the Gilded Fleet. Boom. Under the cover of numerous warp demons, a demon commander broke through the ship's armor and entered the interior. The crew inside the ship reacted immediately, grabbing their weapons and heading towards the location of the demon commander. But the demon leader, instead of showing any concern, laughed as he looked at the approaching crew. He raised his right hand, and powerful demonic energy was released. Under the cover of demonic psychic energy, many crew members were instantly dragged into a mental illusion. Tell me, who is the leader of your fleet? It is the North Star. Which one is your flagship? Just as the demon commander was about to ask about the flagship's location, a crew member stepped out from the bridge. In his hand, The voice of Polaris came from a communication device. Oh, so this is the Demon Lord? She has a rather unique appearance. Unfortunately, even if you capture this ship, it won't help. When you invaded, I had the captain activate the self-destruct program. What? Self-destruct program? The demon leader immediately felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart. Before he could say anything, the ship suddenly exploded. The powerful aftershocks of the explosion swept away the demon commander and all the surrounding warp demons. Even the demon lord hadn't expected Polaris to be so decisive. When she set her sights on this ship, had she already decisively chosen to abandon it? She employed such a drastic and decisive tactic with unparalleled skill. This guy is more like a demon than we are. As yet another ship self-destructed, Polaris expressionlessly pulled out a computer. According to her calculations, although the self-destruction of a ship would result in significant cost losses, the benefits would be enormous. Once I destroy all these warp demons, my reputation and status in the company will surely rise accordingly. With more funds, he will be able to expand his gilded fleet. In this way, it's actually a good thing for me. The deal is done, so let's continue. With a casual remark from Polaris, several more ships broke away from the main force and launched self-destruct attacks against the warp demons. The Demon Lord was completely helpless against Polaris's self-destruct attack. It's true that they're good at mind manipulation, but Polaris won't give them the chance. Before they could even try to win over the opposing ships, the crew on the other side decisively chose to self-destruct. How do you play this? On the surface, Lu Jin couldn't help but sigh as he watched the demon fleet gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. Although Polaris's methods of combat were extremely cruel, their effects were also obvious. The warp demons had no way to use their abilities. With Lu Jin's intelligence support, it's only a matter of time before these warp demons are annihilated. Moreover, even after the battle ends, the size of the gilded fleet will not decrease significantly. Just when Lu Jin thought the outcome of the battle was already decided, a bright light appeared near the battlefield. Lu Jin and Polaris both noticed the sudden appearance of the light. As the light appeared, a giant worm came into view. Macrophage? The moment Lu Jin saw the giant worm appear, an ominous premonition rose in his heart once again. As expected, once the first macrophage appeared, more and more macrophages followed. Next up were the void insect ships. This is a true Zerg swarm army, with over 100 void Zerg ships already appearing. And more swarms of insects are still appearing behind them. Finally, with a distortion of space, a gigantic, satellite-like, terrifying insectoid ship appeared in the galaxy. The giant insect ship was even larger than a regular star destroyer. Around this enormous insectoid ship, a giant worm, comparable in size to the Leviathan, was lurking all around. Upon seeing this enormous insectoid ship, even Lu Jin couldn't help but frown slightly. I'm starting to wonder if this galaxy has bad feng shui. Void insect kingship, how did I even run into that? Polaris and the warp demon were also shocked by the enormous void kingship. The warp demons were especially terrified, knowing that their relationship with the void swarm was far from friendly. Their ability to descend upon the starry sea was achieved through the blood and flesh sacrifices obtained by bewitching the insect swarm. Chapter 194 Void Insect Kingship. A chaotic battle on all sides. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? Are these insects coming for us? Does this matter now? Whether this Void Lord is passing by or coming in pursuit, we will all become nourishment for the swarm. Damn it, Grisha, you bastard, if you ever come here again, I'm definitely not going to be with you, you unlucky guy? What do you mean? You were the one who came up with the idea of bewitching the insect swarm to become sacrifices. The moment they saw the Void Insect King, many demon commanders couldn't hold back any longer. They were already under attack by the Gilded Fleet and were at a disadvantage. As a result, at this critical moment, a Void Zerg army also appeared. This Void Swarm is a truly massive force. The interior of that Void Insect Emperor ship alone is infested with countless Void Insect Emperors. A single Void King can command billions of insect swarms. The sheer number of swarms these Void Kings can control is unimaginable. Polaris looked at the Void Insect Emperor army that appeared before him, and a look of worry appeared on his face. She's crazy, but she's not stupid. The current situation has exceeded her expectations. The Void Insect Emperor ship that appeared before her, along with the Void Insect ships under its command, was larger than she had anticipated. At this point, Polaris actually had a slight thought of retreating. Should we run away? Faced with such a formidable enemy, should I run away? Can I win? But if I leave like this, am I willing to accept it? Think about it carefully. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Died in a grand war. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Polaris unconsciously put her fingers to her lips and nervously bit her nails. Her brain was racing. Countless ideas were flying through her mind. But at that moment, the swarm had already completed its jump. A giant worm charged straight at the demon fleet. In an instant, the giant worms entangled a demonic ship. Immediately afterwards, the giant worm opened its blood-red maw, just like a python devouring its prey. The sharp fangs transformed into the most terrifying meat grinder, directly pulverizing the entire ship. The void bug ships, under the cover of the megadrome bugs, quickly reached a safe area. The vacuoles burst one after another, and the void zerg inside spread their wings. A swarm of billions of insects formed a massive insect tide and charged straight toward the gilded fleet. Upon seeing this, the captains of the gilded fleet immediately launched a counterattack. Numerous laser missiles landed on the swarm of insects, but this firepower was utterly ineffective against the terrifying insect horde. The swarm of insects engulfed the ship, and the ship's energy shield shattered in less than a minute. Immediately afterwards, the void swarm, already ravenous, began to devour the ship's armor. 5 minutes later, the ship's armor was completely eaten away. 10 minutes later, the ship's hull began to be decomposed by the swarm of insects. 20 minutes later, the entire ship had been reduced to a pile of wreckage. 30 minutes later, the swarm of insects devoured a ship completely, and the crew disappeared into the vast sea of stars. As he watched that massive ship disappear into the sea of stars, Polaris's anxiety intensified. At that moment, the crew members nearby immediately stepped forward. Lord Polaris, we must retreat. This star system is far too dangerous. Our fleet has already suffered losses exceeding 1/10. Continuing to fight is pointless. Our losses are too great. We can give up on the Elysium project now. Facing the warp demons and the void swarm, Lu Jin has no chance of winning. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Is there really no chance of winning? Polaris raised her head, her gaze falling upon Elysium. Lu Jin hasn't made a move yet. Does he intend to stand idly by? Or perhaps he has no way to resolve the current situation. No. Lu Jin's information shows that he is a person who can create miracles. He absolutely cannot give up so easily. Lu Jin hasn't retreated yet. He still has a trump card. At that moment, the fear in Polaris's heart actually subsided. That's right. She had read Lu Jin's file. He had managed to defeat the Blackstone pirates and the undead fleet, so he must have a way to deal with them now. I have to say, Polaris guessed right this time. The situation is indeed bad, but it's not so bad that Lu Jin can't handle it. Lu Jin, on the ground, looked at the swarm of insects that was gradually spreading and wreaking havoc in the starry sky, and took a deep breath. It's time for us to step in. If we don't act now, our allies might run away. After saying that, Lu Jin turned to look at the Prometheus in front of him. Board the ship and go inside. The bridge hatch opened, and everyone was already seated in their respective seats. This is enough to prove that they are ready to fight at any time. Lu Jin smiled faintly and sat down in his seat. Once it is confirmed that all personnel on board are present, a 1-minute countdown will begin. 1 minute later, the Prometheus took off first. 5 minutes later, the silent coffin ascended into the air and headed to the designated coordinates to prepare for psionic projection. 10 minutes later, the first squadron of the Sun Whales took off, with all its ships in formation. Receive. All the factories in the entire base began to operate. The Sunwell-class battleships, which have already been built, are now being put into combat readiness without any testing. They have been loaded with a large number of crew members. During the period of the base's development, the engineers of the Sun Dynasty had built hundreds of Sun Whale-class battleships. Of course, these battleships have not yet been officially put into service. If Lu Jin were given another month, he would be able to command an elite fleet of over 100 ships. But right now, what Lu Jin lacks most is time. Ships took off one after another and began to be deployed to the battlefield. In this battlefield that resembled a meat grinder, Lu Jin's fleet was actually the smallest. Even the weakest of the warp demon fleets now has hundreds of ships. In comparison, Lu Jin's fleet was so poorly organized that it couldn't even keep the Void Insect King ship's line of sight away. This is exactly the result Lu Jin wanted. The Prometheus sailed along the edge of the swarm, while on the main battlefield, the Gilded Fleet, the Warp Demons, and the Void Swarm engaged in fierce combat. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Prometheus gradually circled around to the area behind the Void Insect King. Looking at the Void Insect King's ship behind him, which was surrounded by countless swarms of insects and giant devourers. Lu Jin crossed his fingers, and a hint of joy gradually appeared in his eyes. We were really underestimated. Even at this point, no Zerg swarm has come to intercept us. Chapter 195 Surprise Attack. Annihilation of the Insect King. The operation went so smoothly that even Yu Tiansong, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but complain. Perhaps it's because our ships are too inconspicuous. However, this is for the best. The less attention we draw, the smoother our plans will proceed. It's time to teach those bugs a lesson. Let these insects know what the price of arrogance is. Lu Jin smiled faintly and decisively activated the main cannon, Stellar Elegy. As the Star Elegy began to gather power, the terrifying energy fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of the Void Insect King. Many Void Insect Kings turned their gaze to the Prometheus. When they saw the terrifying energy source, a hint of doubt clearly appeared in their eyes. Why is it that this tiny, dust-like ship can generate such terrifying energy fluctuations? But the Void Insect Kings only pondered for a moment before turning their attention back to the battlefield before them. For them, the Gilded Fleet and the Warp Demon Fleet before them were the real feast. As for the Prometheus ship in the background, it can only be considered a decoration next to the plate at most. How could a gluttonous beast that keeps eating possibly pay attention to the breadcrumbs next to it? A portion of the swarm separated from the Void Tide and headed straight for the Prometheus. But the moment they approached the Prometheus immediately activated its weapon systems. The powerful firepower unleashed by the fierce weapon system instantly annihilated the swarm of insects before they even got close. Seeing how powerful the ship was, the Zerg swarm began to take it more seriously. More and more swarms of insects began to attack the Prometheus. But the Prometheus was no pushover either. Its terrifying firepower prevented the swarm of insects from getting any closer. Just then, a giant worm charged straight at the ship. Meanwhile, Cheryl, who was on the bridge, stood up as she saw the approaching giant worms. "Leave this big worm to me." After saying that, Cheryl walked out of the bridge and came to the area where the airdrop pod was located. However, the spot where the airdrop pod was originally placed is now filled with members of the Hunting Star Dragon clan. These Hunting Star Dragons had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Shirya appear, they realized it was time for them to make their appearance. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to let those insects know who the real hunter is." Shirya's lips curled up slightly, and her dragon fangs gradually emerged. And layers of tough and gorgeous dragon scales gradually appeared on her body. With a bang, the door of the airdrop capsule opened. Shirya transformed into her dragon form and leaped straight into the gap. Almost instantly, a large number of the Hunting Star Dragons transformed back into their original forms. Bang! Shirya flew out from the bottom of the ship, her figure gradually changing until she returned to her original enormous form. The enormous figure flapped its dragon wings, and its psionic energy transformed into a phantom in the air. The moment the giant worm spotted Shirya, Shirya's psionic phantom kicked it directly. The giant worm never expected that a creature of the same size as itself would appear. Before the giant worm could react, Shirya directly mobilized her psionic phantom. The gaping maw bit directly into the giant worm's vital spot, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Seeing this, the other Hunting Star Dragons also unleashed their psionic dragon breath without hesitation. The blazing psionic dragon breath instantly annihilated a large swarm of insects with a single breath. The swarm once again took notice of the group of Hunting Star Dragons. Even some of the Void Kings on the Void King ship noticed the Hunting Star Dragon force. The Hunting Star Dragon, with its powerful physical body and spiritual energy, finally attracted the attention of the Void Insect King. As a result, more and more swarms of insects were separated. But the Hunting Star Dragons showed no fear in the face of the ever-increasing swarm of void insects. They unleashed their psionic dragon breath with impunity, and with each burst of psionic dragon breath, a large number of insect swarms perished. Just then, several giant worms attacked. Shalia tore the giant worm beneath her in half, and as she watched the giant worm approaching, a slight smile appeared on her lips. The next second, even more psionic energy burst forth from Shirya's body. The replenishment of psionic energy made Shirya's psionic projection even larger. "Come on, you insects." Shirya flapped her wings and charged straight at the giant worm. And the macrophages are ready to fight. As more and more Zerg swarms were drawn to the Stalker Dragons, Polaris also noticed the Prometheus behind the Void Lord. That's Lu Jin's flagship? He actually got involved too? But why is he the only flagship there? What about his other ships? Where are they now? Looking at the inconspicuous Prometheus behind the Void Insect Emperor, even Polaris couldn't figure out what Lu Jin was up to. At this moment, Lu Jin, who was sitting in the bridge, was watching the charging progress of the stellar elegy. The moment the progress bar reached 100%, Lu Jin decisively pressed the attack button without hesitation. The next second, a dazzling laser beam, like a spear, pierced straight towards the Void Insect King ship. Boom! A dazzling flame lit up the surface of the Void Insect King ship. Immediately afterwards, a layer of energy light waves began to ripple across the surface of the Void Insect King ship. Such a powerful attack caught the Void Insect King ship completely off guard. The swarm of insects also sensed the danger and immediately attacked the laser beam released by the stellar elegy. Like moths drawn to a flame, billions of insects directly enveloped the laser beam. In an instant, hundreds of millions of insects were burned to ashes by the energy beams of the star elegy. Even so, they still chose to stand in front of the Void Insect King. When the attack ended, stellar elegy returned to a state of cooling. The Void Insect King ship before them only had a huge gap, and this huge gap was rapidly healing. Polaris was also extremely shocked to see this. Lu Jin's ship was actually equipped with such terrifyingly powerful weapons. With such power, it must have reached the level of a planet destroyer. But so what? With billions of insect swarms abandoning their physical bodies to resist, even attacks from star-destroying units failed to inflict any fatal damage on the Void Insect King. Now that the Void Insect Kings have realized what's happening, they will definitely start targeting Lu Jin's ships. As Lu Jin watched the Void Insect Emperor ship's gaping hole gradually heal, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. That's enough. Activate the space jump engine. Move the ships closer. Should we move closer? Where should we lean? Yu Tiansong was somewhat stunned. Under such circumstances, what crazy plan did Lu Jin still want to carry out? Lu Jin looked at Yu Tiansong and raised his right hand, pointing at the Void Insect Emperor ship. Chapter 196 Get Closer. Everything turns around. That's right. Next, their target is the Void Insect King. Once all the Void Lords inside the Void Lord ship are killed, the swarm will lose control. Without the Void King, the insects cannot form any effective combat force in a short period of time. That will be the time for their counterattack. When Yu Tiansong heard Lu Jin's plan, he was taken aback at first, but then he immediately understood. Now he has gradually come to accept Lu Jin's crazy ideas. He was no longer the easily alarmed Yu Tiansong of the past, because he knew that Lu Jin's seemingly crazy actions were actually well planned. Receive. Initiate spatial jump. The ship twisted and contorted in place before disappearing from sight. This sudden change caught Polaris, who had been observing from the other side, completely off guard. Disappeared? But before Polaris could react, Lu Jin's ships reappeared. This time, however, the ships had already arrived near the Void Insect Emperor ship. The Zerg swarm responsible for protecting the Void Lord went berserk upon seeing the suddenly appearing ship. The Void Insect Kings also sensed that something was amiss. But at this moment, even if they swarmed forward, they could not stop Lu Jin and the others. Space teleportation. This time, the ship came directly in front of the Void Insect King. Looking at the colossal object that stood like a high wall in the sea of stars, Yu Tiansong pushed the engine control lever. Full speed ahead. Boom. The ship plunged directly into the interior of the Void Insect King. When the Void Lord tried to mend the breach, it was already too late. At this moment, the Prometheus was like a sharp sword, piercing directly into the interior of the Void Insect King. At that moment, Lu Jin stood up from his seat. At the same time, Silver Moon also stood up. Next, they need to make good use of their advantages. That's a boarding action. The hatch is open. What comes into view is a wall of flesh and blood made of biomass. On the wall of flesh, swarms of void worms lay sprawled, their eerie green eyes having been waiting for some time. But Silver Moon stepped forward, merely for the instant she drew her blade. The terrifying psionic blades, like a hurricane, annihilated the swarm of insects surrounding the ship. After taking off, Lu Jin stepped inside the Void Insect King ship. Feeling the familiar touch beneath his feet, Lu Jin took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, I ended up back here again. In his previous life, he had also logged inside the Void Insect Emperor ship. But for Lu Jin, that time was a complete disaster. Now, the situation is completely different. Apocalypse Bio emerged from the hatch, its metallic body providing shelter for Lu Jin. Immediately afterwards, the Sleeper Legion appeared to his left. The fully armed Star Elf troops stood to his right. Under such armed conditions, Lu Jin's gaze became exceptionally sharp. He took a sudden step forward. A sharp chirping sound came from deep within the passage. In the darkness, countless eerie green eyes gradually emerged. When faced with the swarm of insects, Lu Jin simply waved his hand. Fire! In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. Apocalypse Bio immediately unleashed its heavy firepower, attacking the swarm of insects before it. Lu Jin stepped forward steadily, placing one foot on the remains of the void insectoid. With a snap, the wreckage was crushed by the slumbering creature behind them. But no one cared. They followed behind Lu Jin, advancing the passage in an orderly fashion. With memories of his past life, Lu Jin's mind was incredibly clear at this moment. With each step he took, the Void Kings inside the Void King ship grew increasingly terrified. Because they were shocked to discover that Lu Jin was like a navigation robot with its own navigation system. No matter how complex the passageway is, no matter how many swarms of insects block the way, with each step he took forward, he was getting closer to the core of the Void Insect King ship, which was the area where the Void Insect Kings were located. That human, he's still getting closer. Damn it, how did he know where we were? You ask me? Who should I ask? Continue to mobilize the insect swarm. Absolutely do not let them get close to this place. It's easy to say, but the passage is only so big. No matter how many of our insect swarms there are, they can't all squeeze in at once. Unexpectedly, the Void Insect Kingship that helped them hide has now become their prison. Immediately, many Void Insect Kings became nervous. Just then, in the chamber where the Void Insect King was located, a 3-meter-tall insect egg began to shake. Upon seeing the swaying insect egg, these Void Insect Kings grasped at a straw. A king is about to be born. That's great. The will of the stars is on our side. Quickly deliver nutrients to the eggs. As long as the queen can successfully hatch, we still have a chance. Send a guard to intercept them. We must delay the birth of the king. Lu Jin, who was moving forward, also noticed that something was wrong. The charging swarm of insects began to lose its momentum. Is it because of fear? Are you kidding me? The Void Swarm is a pack of beasts, and the only one who can control their minds is the Void Sovereign. If these swarm attacks become lax, there's only one possibility. That means the Void Insect King has dispatched a sufficiently powerful swarm of insects. As expected, when the swarm dispersed, a Void Blade Worm, 2 meters tall and covered in various carapaces, appeared in everyone's sight. The Void Blade Worm has 4 arms, each holding a serrated longsword. The moment these knife-like insects appeared, the surrounding swarm of insects began to retreat. They wisely handed over the battlefield to the stronger ones. The Void Blade Worm lived up to its reputation as an elite member of the swarm. One of the worms spread its wings. The next second, it left a trail of afterimages in its place. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Apocalypse Biotechnology. The serrated knife in his hand slashed directly at the body of the Apocalypse creature. In an instant, several cracks appeared on Tianqi Bio, through which the internal circuitry could be vaguely seen. Upon sensing the threat, Apocalypse creatures immediately used their weapons to attack the knife worms. But the knife worm was no pushover either, and it immediately raised its arm. Its arms are covered by biological carapaces, giving it extremely strong defensive capabilities. In a single exchange, it blocked all the attacks from the Apocalypse creatures. Seeing this, the Void Blade insects couldn't help but smile contemptuously. As guardians of the Void Lord, they are different from the lowest level of the insect swarm. They have higher intelligence, so when facing the apocalyptic creatures, they speak with confidence. They're just lowly creatures, nothing special. I thought you guys had some incredible abilities. But now it seems that you can only pose a threat to the lower-level insect swarms. Chapter 197: The Birth of the Insect King. Evolution and evolution again. One of the Void Blade worms stepped forward, its target set on Lu Jin. It could tell that Lu Jin was the true leader of the enemy. If the enemy leader is killed, these enemies will collapse on their own. The idea was nice, but reality was harsh. Just as the Void Blade worm was about to step forward, it suddenly froze in place. It wasn't that it discovered anything unusual, but rather that it suddenly seemed to be bound by an invisible force. Behind Lu Jin, a starry sea elf slowly emerged. She gripped the void with both hands, and her powerful psionic energy made even the blade worms opposite her feel threatened. The next second, the starry sea elf clenched its fist. The Void Blade worm, which had been bound by spiritual energy, was now suspended in midair.
The powerful spiritual energy surrounding it constantly compressed its body. Click. Its biomass carapace, stronger than alloy, began to twist. With a soft sound, a crack appeared in the carapace, and blood oozed out directly from the crack. Seeing this, the other void blade insects reacted quickly, their serrated blades aimed directly at the Star Sea Elf. But at this time, more and more Starry Sea Elves stepped forward. Psychic power erupts. Boom. Intense psionic energy filled the entire passage. All the void blade worms froze in place, while the Star Sea Elves clenched their fists. Bang! The void blade worm, possessing formidable combat power, was directly crushed by the twisted psionic energy. Faced with absolute psychic power, the void blade worm's carapace is as fragile as paper. The Star Sea Elves stepped forward again, and a clear look of fear flashed in the eyes of the surviving void blade worms. Even the swarm of insects inside the passage sensed the other party's cruelty. A primal, biological fear arose spontaneously from the depths of their hearts. But the next second, the voice of the Void Insect King rang in their minds. Keep the attack going. The moment the sound rang out, all the insects seemed to be brainwashed, and the fear in their eyes vanished once more. The void blade worms no longer showed any fear in their eyes. The swarms of insects attacked again. As Lu Jin waved his hand, the Star Sea Elves retreated, and the Apocalypse creatures stepped forward again, using their powerful firepower to begin annihilating the swarm of insects. Lu Jin was not surprised by this result. No matter how many insects he kills, as long as the Void Insect King exists, these insects will not feel afraid. This is why Lu Jin wanted to kill the Void Insect King first. Lu Jin stepped forward and continued to advance the battle line. At this moment, the Void Insect Kings were extremely anxious. Damn it! Even the blade insects couldn't stop this human's advance. When did such a monster emerge among humans? Just a little bit more, the king is about to be born. The swarm will stop at nothing to delay until the king is born. The Void Insect King stared at the restless insect egg. As long as the Insect King can be born, they still have a chance to turn the tide. As Lu Jin advanced through the passage, he looked at the ever-growing swarm of insects and couldn't help but sneer. It seems I'm on the right track. What's the point of the Void Insect Kings mobilizing more and more insects? Under Lu Jin's troops, no matter how large the swarm of insects, it could not stop his advance. After eliminating a wave of insects, Lu Jin finally stopped advancing. Because he has already reached his destination. A huge lake filled with a large number of insect eggs and nutrient solution. Directly above the nutrient solution lake, at the core of the entire Void King ship, all the Void Kings are suspended from the ceiling. Their eerie green eyes stared intently at Lu Jin like demons. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but smile slightly. Humans, you're too late. My king has been born. King. At this moment, Lu Jin noticed the exact center of the nutrient solution lake. A humanoid creature is constantly devouring the surrounding insect eggs. As one of the insect eggs disappeared, the creature began to swell in size. As if sensing Lu Jin's gaze, the creature suddenly turned around, revealing its monstrous and terrifying face. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the insect king that had been born before him. The most difficult situation has arisen. Void Insect King. The strongest combat unit in the Zerg swarm. A Void Lord can produce hundreds of millions of eggs a day, but not even one Overlord egg will necessarily hatch from among those hundreds of millions of eggs. Once the Void Insect King is born, it will begin to evolve at an extremely terrifying speed. The Void Insect King before them still bore the outer layer of insect eggs, but its psionic level had already reached an astonishing level for psionic. The next second, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. No. He has now reached the level of a level 5 psionicist. The Void Insect King bared its fangs, and its gaze fell on Lu Jin. As the king of the Void Swarm, it could keenly sense that the humans before it possessed extremely powerful genes. For the Insect King, powerful genes are nothing short of a naked temptation. The Insect King threw the insect egg in its hand directly to the ground, even though it was a queen insect egg. But now, nothing is as alluring as Lu Jin in front of me. Bang! Before anyone could react, the Insect King arrived in front of Lu Jin with lightning speed. Apocalypse creatures punched the Insect King, who quickly dodged. Immediately afterwards, the Insect King opened its fangs and bit off a piece of metal from Apocalypse creature. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Insect King consumed the alloy from the Apocalypse creature. The next second, the Insect King's carapace began to change, and it became as smooth as metal.
Everyone who witnessed this scene was filled with shock. It simply ingested the alloy and immediately evolved an alloy shell? This rate of evolution is simply terrifying. If this monster is given enough time to develop, wouldn't it become an ultimate creature? Seeing is believing, and now I finally understand why these insects are called natural disaster creatures. Lu Jin looked at the insect king in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. The next second, Lu Jin decisively made his move. All the Star Sea spirits understood immediately and released their powerful spiritual energy. The insect king was bound in place by psionic energy as soon as it tried to move. The sleepers beside him immediately raised their weapons, and a barrage of firepower rained down on the insect king. At this moment, a large swarm of insects attacked, directly surrounding the insect king. Lu Jin looked up at the void insect kings above him and saw several void insect kings fall directly from the ceiling. Boom. As the void insect king's massive body fell, the entire nutrient solution lake was rippled. The waves enveloped the insect king, which began to frantically absorb the nutrient solution from the lake. Chapter 198 Speaking. Development starts with the brain. The nutrient solution in the entire lake can supply the void insect king with enough nutrients to produce billions of insect eggs. But now, in just a short while, the insect king has absorbed half of the lake's nutrient solution. Under the nourishment of the nutrient solution, the alloy carapace on the insect king's body changed once again. Its carapace began to harden, and 2 new arms began to grow from its back. Then, its arms began to evolve, turning into serrated biological weapons. Seeing this, all the sleepers wore solemn expressions. It has evolved again. Less than 5 minutes have passed since they discovered the insect king. But in just 5 minutes, the insect king evolved twice. In its first evolution, it acquired an alloy shell. In its second evolution, it acquired serrated biological weapons. If we let it continue to evolve, who knows what kind of terrifying thing it might become. Just then, a hoarse and murky voice reached everyone's ears. More genes. What? Who is speaking? Until everyone looked at the insect king in the nutrient solution. The insect king spoke. It has already begun to evolve a language system. That's incredibly fast. Fire. Don't stop. Having experienced countless battles in his past life, Lu Jin knew this better than anyone else. Every second the insect king survives, their chances of winning decrease by 1 point. The insect king must be strangled here. But the void insect king also knew very well that the insect king was their only chance to turn the tide. The current insect king has only recently been born and needs time to develop. The void kings once again mobilized their swarms, with countless swarms clustering around their king. The insect king began to evolve while devouring its own kind to acquire genes. As the insect king grew larger and larger, Lu Jin's brows furrowed even deeper. This is too tricky. Under the protection of the void king, they found it difficult to harm the insect king. Although their numbers are considerable, they are still far too few compared to the swarm of insects. Since that's the case, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Retreat. What? Retreat? No one expected that Lu Jin would choose to retreat at this point. The Sleeper's Legion was utterly baffled. The insect king in front of him is still evolving, but Lu Jin chooses to retreat? Isn't this giving the insect king a chance to develop? Captain, are we really going to retreat? That's right. A tactical retreat. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Jin led the Star Sea Elves out of the incubation room first. The Void Insect Kings burst into laughter upon seeing this. They retreated. Before the king, even the most powerful army has only one option: retreat. Recall all the swarms and protect our king. The swarm of Zerg inside the Void Kingship gathered around the Zerg king. But at this moment, the Insect King began to stir. Jin. The next second, the Insect King actually broke away from the swarm and headed towards Lu Jin's location. The Void Insect Kings were dumbfounded when they saw this. Did the Insect King escape? Lu Jin, who was preparing to retreat, turned around and smiled confidently. A beast is a beast. The next second, Lu Jin turned around and gathered his spiritual energy into a long spear. Whoosh. The psionic spear pierced straight through the Insect King's body. The Insect King stared blankly at its pierced body, unable to react for a moment. The slumbering one beside him immediately understood Lu Jin's intention. Use yourself as bait to lure the Insect King away from the swarm. Brilliant. The Star Elves quickly raised a psionic barrier, completely isolating the Insect King and the swarm. The Void Insect King, seeing the Insect King pierced through his body,
slammed his head directly into the psionic barrier. More and more swarms of insects are beginning to breach the psionic barrier. It's clear they're in a real hurry. After all, they only produced one insect king, and this insect king was their only support. Unfortunately, this insect king may not have fully developed its brain yet because it was newly born. All the sleepers of the Sleeper Legion raised their weapons. Fire. This time, without the swarm of insects to block them, the fierce firepower directly devoured the insect king. The insect king was riddled with holes. Even so, the insect king's target remained Lu Jin. Looking at the dying insect king before him, Lu Jin raised his hand and mobilized his spiritual energy. Next time we evolve, let's develop our brains first. Bang! The insect king was instantly crushed by the immense spiritual energy. Upon seeing this, the void insect kings immediately panicked. Lu Jin's gaze fell on the void insect kings, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Next, it's time for reckoning. Without the threat of the void insect king, the combat power of these void insect emperors is no threat to Lu Jin at present. Meanwhile, the swarm of insects outside the void king's ship seemed to have also sensed that the void king was under threat. A large swarm of insects changed direction and immediately took hold near the void lord. Upon witnessing this scene, Polaris immediately understood. Lu Jin succeeded. He actually managed to take down the void Zerg king. I knew it. That man would create a miracle. The warp demons, upon witnessing the swarm's agitation, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That human from Earth actually did it. It is astonishing that a mere human being could achieve such a feat. If we can bewitch and corrupt him, wouldn't we gain another powerful general? Stop thinking about it. Let's get out of this mess now. Leave? Why leave? This battlefield right now, doesn't it look like an altar? You mean? The demon leaders snapped out of their daze and looked around the battlefield. With the death of the Void King, the swarm was suddenly left leaderless. The giant worms began to rampage, and the swarm surrounded the Void Kingship. But due to their numbers, they could not enter it all at once. The swarm of Zerg on the Void Lord also began to experience a series of chain reactions due to the death of the Void Lord. The entire swarm was thrown into chaos. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for the warp demons to manipulate the swarm? So the demon leaders began to bewitch the giant worms around them. More and more giant worms are being seduced by warp demons, and once seduced, they lead other warp demons into the depths of the swarm. After killing the last Void Queen, Lu Jin threw a neutron star bomb into the nutrient pool. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jin led his troops to break through the encirclement. Without the Void King's command, the Zerg swarm is as fragile as paper. Some insect swarms even fled from Lu Jin's attack range before he could even make a move, after seeing the blood of their own kind on Lu Jin's body. This saved Lu Jin a lot of trouble. They returned to the Prometheus, and Yu Tiansong, who was on board, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Jin and the others return. Operation successful, we're withdrawing. Chapter 199 is never-ending. The Demon Lord. Upon hearing the order to retreat, Yu Tiansong decisively started the ship's engines. The ship twisted and contorted, then vanished from its spot in the next second. When the Prometheus reappeared, they were already in the outer area of the Void Insect King. Seeing the dense swarm of insects surrounding the Void Insect King ship, Lu Jin immediately mobilized the Sun Whale-class battleships to begin annihilating the remaining insect swarm. These insect swarms must be crippled and terrified. Only in this way can the swarm be completely driven out of this galaxy. At that moment, Polaris's communication signal appeared in front of Lu Jin. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Jin. Now that the swarm is leaderless, it will be much easier to deal with. But Mr. Lu Jin should not forget that the Void Zerg are not the only ones on this battlefield. I think those warp demons are up to something. Warp demon? After being reminded by Polaris, Lu Jinkai realized that these warp demons had not taken the opportunity to escape. The fleet's organization had been decimated by Polaris, but they actually tried to gain something from this battle. Just then, the subspace rift reappeared. This time, after the warp rift appeared, it began to frantically absorb the swarm of insects on the battlefield. Countless swarms of insects and void warships were all sucked into the warp. The warp rift grew larger and larger, and the warp demons, seeing the rift expanding, felt confident that they were invincible again. Numerous phantom images of demonic ships appeared within the crack. At the very center of these demonic ships, a large demonic vessel caught the attention of Lu Jin and Polaris. Because the ship didn't look like a ship at all. Numerous fleshy tentacles grew around the ships,
and all the demon ships carried varying numbers of warp demons. However, this ship did not carry any warp demons. It's as if it were a whole warp demon in itself. As he watched these demonic ships gradually descend upon the star sea, Lu Jin felt a headache coming on. Yu Tiansong, who was standing next to him, started cursing loudly. Damn it! We just finished dealing with the Void Lord, and before we've even wiped out the swarm, another bunch of warp demons have appeared? If this continues, won't it never end? Yu and the others also frowned, as even they were somewhat exhausted by such a high-intensity combat method. All eyes turned to Lu Jin, eager to see how he would deal with the impending arrival of the subspace demon fleet. Lu Jin pinched the bridge of her nose, her eyes filled with helplessness. Despite the constant unexpected events, Lu Jin was not discouraged. He knew very well that this was the rhythm of the assimilation war, and that it was only in its early stages. By the middle of the assimilation war, the cataclysmic creatures such as the Blood Clan, corrupted spores, warp demons, and voidlings will become even more troublesome. At least for now, the Void Zerg have not yet produced a powerful Zerg overlord. While the warp demons summoned a large number of demon ships, at least the warp demon lords did not awaken. If the demon lord were to awaken, it would undoubtedly be a huge problem for Lu Jin. But at that moment, from within the warp rift, a pair of enormous eyes appeared behind all the demon ships. All the warp demons knelt on the ground upon seeing those enormous eyes. Even the demon lord had to kneel on the ground when faced with those eyes. The only being that could inspire such fear in all the demons of the warp is the demon lord who slumbers in the warp. Just what I feared most has come to pass. Rumble. With the awakening of the demon lord, the warp rift began to expand once again. Without any offerings, the demon lord stretched out a giant hand. This giant hand, when opened, could even grasp an entire star. The massive demon lord tore open a rift in the warp, creating a warp portal out of thin air. The warp demons cheered at the sight. The demon lord has awakened, and has even opened a warp portal for us. With this passage, we can travel freely through the subspace and the starry sky. Brothers, what are you waiting for? The demon lord has awakened. It's time to corrupt the creatures of the galaxy. The appearance of the demon lord directly boosted the morale of the warp demons from its low point to its peak. As Polaris gazed at the scene within the subspace rift, a light gradually returned to his eyes. Is this subspace? Is this the legendary demon lord? The gazes of Polaris and the gazes of the demon lord met. For a moment, Polaris felt as if his soul was about to enter subspace. But at that moment, a shell fell straight into the subspace rift. Boom. The shell exploded, and the silvery substance instantly spread around the subspace rift. The demon lord's hand gradually began to disintegrate after touching the silvery substance. The demon lord in the warp abruptly withdrew his hand. The intense burning sensation made his gaze fall directly on the Sun Whale-class battleship not far away. All the Sun Whale-class battleships were lined up in a row, with all their cannons aimed at the subspace rift. Meanwhile, in the communication channel, Lu Jin calmly began to issue orders. All Sunwhale-class battleships will have their shells replaced with holy silver shells. Holy silver is the substance most feared by demons in the warp, and even demon lords are not immune to it. We produce so much holy silver to fight warp demons. Fire. Fire hard. Don't be stingy with the shells. So what if he's a demon lord? In my territory, you'd better stay put. At Lu Jin's command, a large number of holy silver shells were launched. A rich, holy silver aura spread around the warp rift. In just a moment, a silver protective band formed around the entire subspace rift. The warp demons watched helplessly as their bodies were enveloped in holy silver. Now, even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to show themselves in the sea of stars. If you appear in the star sea now, you will be immediately surrounded by endless holy silver matter. That feeling is much more painful than being hit by a cannonball. Thus, a strange situation arose. A large number of warp demons gathered at the edge of the warp rift. However, they did not choose to take another step forward and continue into the Starsea area. At that moment, the demon lord made his move. With a roar, a violent shockwave erupted directly from the subspace rift. The surrounding holy silver material was scattered by the shockwave. Seeing this, some of the warp demons quickly seized the opportunity to descend upon the Star Sea. Chapter 200 Narrowing the Crisis. The Holy Silver-class large transport ship. I'm out. I'm finally out. Is this the world of stars? I'm finally free from the cage of warp space. I'm going to reign supreme over the stars.
Before the words were even finished, a laser cannon shot landed directly on the warp demon. In an instant, before a large number of warp demons could recover from the novelty, they were transformed into a wisp of dust in the starry sea. Polaris's lips curled slightly upward, and with a wave of his hand, a barrage of cannon fire poured forth. The warp demons immediately began to flee, while the warp demons in the warp rifts, seeing this, couldn't help but take a half step back. Seeing the fear in the eyes of those warp demons, Polaris felt an immense sense of pleasure. If I can instill fear in even warp demons, then wouldn't I be more like a demon than a demon? With this in mind, Polaris's fleet intensified its firepower. After all, the current situation is already quite clear. The once powerful Zerg swarm is now at its last gasp, while the warp demons have successfully awakened the High Lords and opened a warp portal. However, due to the constraints of the warp, the demon lords were still unable to unleash much of their power. Lu Jin, on the other hand, controlled the holy silver substance, firmly trapping the warp demons within the warp rift and preventing them from descending. If the demon lord doesn't intervene, these warp demons can only gaze at the starry world before them, not daring to take another step. Just then, Lu Jin turned on the communication channel. The number of warp demons is increasing, and the holy silver weapons alone can only delay their arrival in the Star Sea. Linglong, how are the tests going on the special starship built on the surface? Upon hearing the news of the battle in outer space over the communication channel, Linglong immediately understood Lu Jin's meaning. As early as in the series of plans for the construction of the stronghold, Lu Jin had already set up a special starship construction plan specifically designed to counter each race. What is about to be activated is the special starship that Lu Jin built to deal with the warp demons. Saint Silver-class large transport ship. As its name suggests, the entire transport ship is made of holy silver. The cost of a transport ship is 10 times that of an ordinary starship. Most importantly, this large transport ship is loaded with a large number of expensive exorcism wands. These exorcism wands were collected by Lu Jin from markets on various planets after a great deal of effort. Unexpectedly, just as one of the holy silver-class large transport ships was built, a warp demon descended, even alarming the demon lord. Now, Lu Jin no longer expects the holy silver-class large transport ships to cause any harm to the warp demons. I only hope that I can seal these warp demons in the passage to buy myself some breathing room. The holy silver-class large transport ships gradually came into view of many warp demons. Even Polaris noticed this unusual warship. Her gaze fell directly on the large Saint Silver-class transport ship in front of her. Oh, this ship looks rather unusual. Mr. Lu Jin, what other cards do you have up your sleeve? Do you want to reveal them all? Every time I think you have no tricks up your sleeve, you surprise me. Lu Jin simply ignored Polaris's words. After spending a short time together, Lu Jin had already classified Polaris as a dangerous individual. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind taking down Polaris. Having such a person around you for a long time will gradually cause more harm than good. However, for now, Lu Jin still needs the firepower of the Gilded Fleet. I have far more cards up my sleeve than you can imagine. After saying that, Lu Jin directed the Holy Silver-class large transport ship to sail to the vicinity of the subspace rift. Upon seeing the starship before them, made entirely of holy silver, the warp demons felt a deep-seated loathing. I have never seen such a disgusting starship. Damn it. Someone destroy this starship. It's so annoying to even look at it. Who's going? Our exit is now covered in holy silver. If you have the guts, go out now. The demon lord opened a passage for us, but we can only stay in the passage. What kind of situation is this? The warp demons complained as they looked back at the warp. Now, they can only place their hopes on the demon lord. At this moment, the demon lord naturally noticed the approaching silver-class large transport ship. His warp demon instincts made him also deeply disgusted with this ship made of holy silver. But the suppression of the rules of the subspace left him exhausted. The actions just now had already exhausted him. Seeing numerous warp demons lingering around the passage, the demon lord felt a surge of anger. Even after doing all that, I still couldn't get the warp demons to descend upon the starry sea. With this in mind, the demon lord decided to use his last bit of power to completely destroy the starship before him. Rumble. The demon lord has made his move. A powerful pressure emanated from the rift in the subspace. The colossal demonic hand swept over the head of the warp demon and headed straight for the holy silver-class transport ship in front of it. The warp demons cheered. The demon lord had made his move,
and this ship that had captivated countless warp demons was destined to be destroyed. As the giant demonic hand appeared, a large amount of holy silver material enveloped the demon lord's hand. A sharp burning sensation struck, but the demon lord paid no heed, his massive hand continuing its assault on the holy silver-class transport ship. Seeing this, Lu Jin opened the communication channel and calmly issued the order. Fire the exorcism wand. Receive. Inside the Saint Silver-class large transport ship, a large number of engineering robots began to operate. That's right. To prevent warp demons from using mind control to cause problems inside the ship. Inside the Silver-class large transport ship, all the crew members are composed of engineering robots. The engineering robots operate according to instructions and cannot possibly be corrupted by the demonic spirit of the warp. Now, the engineering robots have inserted an exorcism wand made of various materials into the shell compartment that originally contained artillery shells. Bang! The turret's firepower system exploded. The exorcism staff transformed into a streak of light and shot straight towards the demon lord's hand. Whoosh! The next second, the exorcism wand pierced straight through the demon lord's palm. Immediately afterwards, the demon lord's mournful roar echoed from the warp. The giant demonic hand, which was about to strike the starship, withdrew swiftly as if electrocuted. The warp demons were also startled. They had never heard a demon lord utter such a shrill scream. What on earth happened to make the demon lord let out such a terrible scream?